Chapter 1 Willis. Pain, too much pain. The muscles in his left arm began to spasm, each twitch tearing at his nerves. Under the dark red skin, the flesh seemed to have a will of its own, continuously writhing and twisting, trying to break free from the constraints of the body. Cold sweat soaked Willis's entire body. The ironwood creaked ominously under the gnarled bite, echoing within the farmhouse. With a swift movement, the sharp blade pierced through the dark red left arm. As the dark red blood gushed out and dripped, a pungent iron smell permeated the air. Heavy breathing accompanied by a violent convulsion, then everything became calm. The flesh ceased its turmoil, and the pain lessened accordingly. After resting for a moment, Willis filled a small glass bottle with the blood that had collected in the iron basin in front of him and placed it in a wooden cabinet beside him. Dark red glass bottles were neatly lined up in the wooden cabinet, their numbers considerable. Luyanko at his own blood, Willis frowned and said, "The mad blood disorder has been flaring up more frequently lately. Is it because the Beastmaster space is about to open?" The candle flickered, and he, heavy-hearted, took out a notebook made of animal hide from the drawer. This hunter's notebook was one of the few items left behind by the original owner's father. Willis was a Chan, Ta Yi Ming, Chu Shitu. He was still washing dishes when he suddenly felt a strong numbness and sharp pain, followed by darkness. The next moment, he found himself in this world. The original Willis, born with unusually dark red eyes and a dark red left arm, as well as silver-white hair. While these peculiarities gave him an extraordinary appearance, they also brought excruciating pain like today, occurring at intervals. Whenever the mad blood disorder flared up, the only way to alleviate the pain was through bloodletting. Thinyanko of this, Willis couldn't help but feel gloomy, because he suspected that the original owner had died from the intense pain. Moreover, since childhood, the original Willis was regarded as ominous by the town. Causing your mother's death during childbirth, you will surely bring disaster to Silver Village. Calamity, red-eyed demon, devil. All sorts of unfavorable rumors spread when Willis was young. After a few years, these rumors suddenly stopped, at least on the surface. The reason was that Willis's father became a Beastmaster hunter shortly after his birth. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Willis slowly opened the hunter's notebook. The thick leather, worn smooth along the edges over many years of use, had changed color from deep brown to a complex brown-gray hue. One could faintly feel the sweat and grease from past hunters' hands, giving it a rugged outdoor feel. The content recorded in the notebook was diverse, ranging from types of spirit beasts and their habits to precious ingredients and various maps. On this continent, there were spirit beasts and extraordinary beastmasters who could control them, with hunters being one of them. Spirit beasts referred to all strange creatures, most of which possessed powers and special abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. Powerful spirit beasts usually inhabited uncharted areas such as deep mountains, secluded valleys, remote wildernesses, or mysterious ruins. These spirit beasts, carefully cultivated by beastmasters, could become stronger and even evolve, gaining higher intelligence and greater power. Willis paused momentarily on a page with depictions of peculiar spirit beasts. The yellowed pages detailed information about them. Silver Village Beastmaster Guild's top 3, grass-carrying tortoise, poison sac water crocodile, little fire lion. Bloodline level, rare. Overall evaluation, potential for growth, suitable for novice beastmasters. Continuing to flip through the pages, Willis's breathing quickened. Finally, he stopped at one page. Mad Bloodbearer, born warrior. Possesses powerful bloodline strength with multiple peculiarities. Using mad blood power triggers a frenzy of killing madness. Suppressing the killing madness forcefully leads to self-backlash, causing unbearable pain. Unbearable pain. Even though Willis had read the notebook countless times, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Child, you are a mad bloodbearer with 2 Beastmaster spaces. After the blood Beastmaster space opens, you must quickly contract a spirit beast to share the mad blood power. Otherwise, the madness will accumulate and lead to death. Death. Those 2 words haunted Willis like a nightmare. Mayenko, his breathing heavier. As usual, Willis recorded the date of the mad blood disorder flare-up. Initially, it occurred once every 6 months. Now it happens weekly. The cycle of mad blood disorder flare-ups is shortening rapidly. It's highly possible my Beastmaster space is about to open. The closer the opening of the Beastmaster space, the more intense the pain caused by the mad blood disorder. I must hold on. Willis's gaze gradually hardened, and he subconsciously clenched his fists tighter. Once I become a Beastmaster, I must find a way to completely cure the mad blood disorder. I can't just passively wait for death. Boom. The terrifying thunderclap abruptly interrupted Willis's thoughts. Outside the window, a hurricane howled, and lightning danced across the sky like silver snakes, tearing through the darkness in an instant and illuminating the entire world. Thunder roared through heaven and earth, echoing like the roar of a beast and inspiring fear. Even with memories from 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Willis experienced such wild natural power. He thought to himself, just thunder without rain. This weather is indeed strange. Fortunately, I drove all the spirit beasts back into the house yesterday. Otherwise, chasing them back one by one in such strong winds would be exhausting. After his father went missing, the Beastmaster Hunter Guild arranged for Willis to work at Silver Village Ranch as a caretaker. After all, as the orphan of a Beastmaster Hunter, he still had certain rights guaranteed by the guild. Another reason he chose to be a caretaker was the ranch's top 3 spirit beasts. These rare creatures were nurtured by the Hunter Guild and possessed rare bloodlines and great potential for evolution. This way, If his blood beastmaster space opened suddenly, he could immediately choose a powerful bloodline spirit beast to contract. This was the optimal choice Willis made over the years based on his available resources after his father's disappearance. Just then, a loud crash came from the roof as the storm ripped open a hole. The wind roared fiercely, as if ready to devour everything. Broken wooden splinters and debris flew everywhere, mostly landing on the muddy ground. Willis grabbed repair tools and pre-cut wooden boards and climbed up the ladder onto the roof. In the distance, thick dark clouds gathered at the horizon. The ranch lay eerily quiet, exuding an unusual atmosphere. "Won't there be a beast wave?" he murmured. He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. Extreme weather did agitate herds of beasts, but it was rare for them to directly attack a town. Even if they did, there were beastmaster hunters, knights, and monks standing guard on the front lines. No spirit beast had ever breached the town's fence and entered its interior. At least not in Willis's memory. Despite these thoughts, he put on the leather vest left by his father and slung a broadsword over his shoulder. It's always better to be cautious. Have breakfast and off to work. Chapter 2 Michelle. Vaughn pushed open the wooden door of the cowshed, but the expected mooing did not come. Most likely startled by the thunderstorm, the dairy cows were lying on the haystack in fear. Only 3 or 4 were truly starving, and they walked towards him slowly. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Wait, don't rush, I'll eat first, Vaughn replied. Being able to communicate with spirit beasts. This was also one of the peculiarities of the original host. It took him a long time to adapt to this ability. Faster, faster. He fetched an iron bucket from the corner cabinet, and Vaughn approached the dairy cows unhurriedly, busying himself skillfully. These dairy cows were much larger than the ordinary ones before he came here, with unusually developed muscles. Fortunately, they were gentle in character, otherwise, if an adult was hit by such a muscular cow, they would really be paralyzed. Before long, a large bucket of steaming fresh milk was squeezed out by him, with butter floating on the surface, emitting a rich aroma. Vaughn raised the large bucket and drank it all at once. Gulps. The fresh sweetness entered his stomach, and a warm current spread throughout his body, nourishing the flesh. Although it was very subtle, it was still caught by his sensitive perception. Burp. This continent is indeed mysterious. Just milk can nourish the body. Then the meat of high-level spirit beasts would probably have even greater benefits. It's even unimaginable how fragrant the dishes made from them would be. Yanko of this, Vaughn felt an irresistible urge to cook immediately. At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open, and a group of boys surrounded a girl, entering one after another. The leading girl wore a linen long dress, with a pair of bright big eyes, lively and cute. Her wheat-colored skin complemented her chestnut-red long hair, and faint freckles could be seen. Behind her, a chubby boy was struggling to wield a broadsword with both hands, while the surrounding boys were cheering constantly. Deserves praise, Adele. Amazing. Amazing. Adele's brother is in the city guard. No wonder the swordsmanship taught by the city guard is so amazing. I'm envious to death. Adele became increasingly excited amid the praises, increasing the intensity of his swinging, resembling a clumsy guinea fowl. These boys all had backgrounds, all children from wealthy families in the town. They were arranged by their families to intern at the ranch, learning the cultivation methods of spirit beasts, laying a foundation for becoming beast tamers in the future. On this continent, everyone aspired to become an extraordinary beast tamer, and Vaughn was naturally no exception. Not only is it one of the few ways to ascend in power, class, and wealth, but it's also the only opportunity to unlock the supernatural power and solve the curse on his left arm. All the strange spirit beasts in the world not only filled people with expectations of magical encounters, it also reignited the passion in Vaughn that had been long extinguished by life before he came here. The boys chatted more animatedly, while the brunette girl wore a helpless look until she saw Vaughn drink Yanko milk. An innocent smile bloomed on her face, and she ran to him without hesitation, leaving the other boys standing there. Big brother Vaughn. Good morning, Michelle. Michelle was the young mistress of the ranch, and she usually handled work should be translated as coordination Vaughn's daily tasks. The dairy cows are not in good condition today. They would normally crowd around as Yanko for food early. Vaughn wiped his mouth and said, Yes, the little lambs also huddled together, refusing to come out to eat grass. Let's go check the situation later, Michelle nodded. Lou Yanko at Vaughn's round belly. She laughed and said, Brother, you're really hungry. Michelle glanced at the broadsword hanging from Vaughn's waist, feeling a little strange, but not as Yanko more. After all, Vaughn often practiced swordsmanship in the ranch on normal days. Suddenly, muffled bell sounds came from the tower inside the town, interrupting their conversation. Ding, ding, ding. The bell sound was a warning that dangerous spirit beasts were Yanko around the town. The idle boys seized the opportunity to complain. Really bad luck. Encountered this white-haired ghost early in the morning, and now dangerous spirit beasts appear. Yeah, the recent terrifying thunderstorms might have also been brought by this disaster star. He killed his mother and father, truly a calamity. It seems we will be unlucky today. Adele nodded in agreement, and lost grip of the broadsword in his hand, which flew out directly. Moo. The moo echoed in the cowshed. The sword tip cut the dairy cow's bottom and fell to the ground. The sudden pain made it panic. Its hooves flailed wildly on the ground, charging forward. The dairy cow looked like a fast-moving mountain of meat, exerting great pressure. Vaughn instinctively prepared to dodge. But he remembered Michelle behind him. It was already too late to turn around and escape with her. Everyone held their breath, watching the crazed dairy cow charge forward. However, the expected tragedy did not occur. Instead, there was a dull thud. Bang! The crimson red eyes became even brighter, and the dark red left arm grew more vivid. All muscles tightened, and in this moment unleashed terrifying strength. Vaughn held onto the cow's head with both hands, forcibly stopping the out-of-control dairy cow. The boys exclaimed in surprise. He actually stopped the dairy cow. How much strength must he have? Wow, what a monster! Vaughn gently stroked the dairy cow's head. It's okay, it's okay. The dairy cow gradually calmed down, its pupils returning to normal from their panic-induced dilation. He turned his head towards Michelle, who was still stunned. Are you all right? The girl finally came back to her senses. No. He pointed to the cow's bottom. Then handling that wound is up to you. Michelle nodded. Thank you, big brother. Vaughn waved his hand, and then walked towards the troublemakers. The red light from his crimson eyes was menacing, combined with the terrifying brute strength he used to stop the cow. The boys couldn't help but swallow hard and hid behind Adele. One of the boys shouted, I advise you not to mess around. Do you know who my father is? Another one joined in. Right, do you know who my father is? The frontmost Adele chimed in as well. Do you know who my brother is? Before he could finish Spienko, Vaughn slapped Adele across the face. Smack, smack, smack. Followed by another, and another, ensuring each boy got a slap. How dare you hit me? My brother has never hit me. You're dead if I tell my brother. Adele picked up the broadsword from the ground as the boys cried and fled from the cowshed. Vaughn scratched his head. I really hate troublemakers. But why is this happening today? Strange weather, dangerous spirit beasts near the town. Something doesn't feel right. Better finish work early. He quickly replaced the old grass with fresh ones for the dairy cows, told Michelle something, and ran towards the Royal 3 greenhouse. Following the stone path ahead. Suddenly, his left arm suffered an excruciating pain, and the muscles began twisting and tearing. Vaughn was alarmed. Oh no, how did the blood madness strike again? The sudden pain didn't unsettle Vaughn. He calmly grabbed the broadsword and skillfully sliced his left arm, letting the crimson blood flow. Bright mad blood splashed on the ground, but did not lessen the pain in his left arm as usual. Why isn't it Waryenko? Could it be? The beast taming space is opening. The pain worsened. Vaughn gritted his teeth, his facial muscles gradually contorting, determination and agony intertwined in his eyes. Sweat mixed with bone-chilling cold soaked his clothes. Finally, he used his last bit of strength and collapsed onto a pile of hay by the roadside. His breathing gradually weakened, feeling his life slipping away rapidly. Vaughn endured continuously until he lost consciousness. Am I dying? Chapter 3, Scarlet Blood Domain. Red, pure red. The sky seemed like a sea of burning blood, with crimson clouds rolling and surging. Violent bloody air spread out in all directions, turning into thick blood fog that filled the entire space. Each wisp of blood mist was filled with madness and destructive energy, as if it could annihilate everything. Vaughn slowly opened his eyes, gazing at this scarlet world before him, lost in a trance. A pungent wind laced with threads of black mist swept over him. In this rich expanse of crimson, chains as dark as pitch linked the heavens and earth, crisscrossing through the air. Though this continent was home to mystical spirit beasts, Vaughn, as a caretaker, had frequent interactions with them, yet he found them only peculiar. The profession of Beastmaster always felt abstract to him. Until this moment, gazing upon the blood-red space within him, he truly felt the presence of extraordinary power. Vaughn sighed. So this is the Beastmaster space? Indeed, it's a force beyond the ordinary. Suddenly, dense black mists began to escape from the chains. These black mists seemed alive, twisting and curling in midair, transforming into snake-like creatures. They opened their massive mouths, greedily devouring the surrounding crimson blood fog. As the blood mist was consumed, the pain in Vaughn's left arm gradually lessened. These black mist chains must be some kind of protective spell, Vaughn guessed. According to the Hunter's notebook, Colby had set up some protective and sealing spells in Vaughn's Beastmaster space to prevent the uncontrolled release of mad blood. What specific spells were used, Vaughn did not know. Colby's sudden disappearance had left little information behind. Even the Hunter's notebook was something Vaughn found later in Colby's hunting camp. This meant that many things he could only guess based on what he read, often leaving him with half-understood knowledge. Finyanko of this, Vaughn couldn't help but grumble. Why couldn't you just tell me instead of writing it down? I hate these cryptic messages the most. Suddenly, the black mist swirling in the air condensed again, forming a line of text. Beastmaster Space of Blood has been activated. Quickly establish a contract with a spirit beast. As if responding to the black mist, the blood fog started to churn more intensely, and a stirring sensation surged within Vaughn's body. Brilliant red light pierced through the blood fog, shining straight down. In the sky, sword-shaped runes hovered high above, illuminating like a sun. The radiant glow emitted by the Beastmaster rune made the already crimson space even more intense. Lukyanko up, he felt an overwhelming flood of knowledge rush into his mind. Everything about the Beastmaster space restructured and built rapidly in a form he could understand, as if countless scrolls were being simultaneously unfurled in his mind. Before long, an unprecedented clarity surged within him. In that instant, Vaughn comprehended everything. Beastmaster space, Scarlet Blood Domain. Bound Spirit Beast, none. Spirit Beasts, none. Spirit Beast skills, none. Spirit Beast skills, engraved none. The influx of knowledge caused him excruciating headaches, prompting him to let out a scream. Once again, the black mist in midair transformed, forming new words. Scarlet Blood Domain has been activated. Quickly establish a contract with a spirit beast. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star beast master. I hereby witness your ascension. Cold icy rain splattered chaotically on his face. He opened his eyes, staring at the stormy sky, still feeling dazed. Howling winds brought a biting chill through his soaked clothes, chilling him to the bone. Vaughn couldn't stop shivering, finally regaining full consciousness. For a moment, he couldn't determine how long he had been unconscious. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, it still felt unreal. But the black text appearing on his hand reminded him that the Beastmaster space had indeed been activated. Scarlet Blood Domain has been activated. Quickly establish a contract with a spirit beast. Dark clouds completely covered the sky, and the rain grew heavier. At that moment, a pungent smell of blood wafted towards him on the wind. Vaughn abruptly stood up, his gaze shifting to the distant grassland, his pupils narrowing sharply. Sharp claws tore at the sheep's fur, fangs effortlessly slicing through its flesh, exposing the inside's crimson blood and slippery organs. The dogdrake's face was smeared with blood, expanding its nostrils to inhale more of the scent, which heightened its appetite. It scraped its rough tongue along the torn edges, greedily lapping up the dripping blood, each drop satisfying its primal desire. The feeding sounds were rough and wet, each bite accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh. The sheep's eyes bulged wide with terror, reflecting the dogdrake devouring it. It gradually ceased struggling. As the dogdrake devoured more chunks of meat, its movements became even more frenzied, chewing more heavily. Blood splattered, dyeing the grass dark red. Dogdrake? This is way in the back of Silverton Village's pasture. How can there be a dogdrake here? Before he could finish Spienko, a series of deep, resonant bell chimes suddenly sounded from the town, echoing across the land. Clang, followed by the second, third, sixth chime. 6 chimes meant the beast tide had arrived. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the entire pasture as a dark shadow appeared on the horizon. They resembled a surging flood, advancing rapidly through the dim light and stormy weather, converging with the dogdrakes in the field. The dogdrake's eyes gleamed bloodthirstily in the darkness. Steam puffed from their nostrils as they sensed the prey, saliva dripping profusely. Terrified cattle and sheep scattered, emitting piercing cries. The entire pasture was thrown into chaos. Screams, escapes, pandemonium. The show chin soon it. Wan yu jir de gugui. Siak tun trijing chan, so janda yi chia owu. Shi yit jan lo. Tao di bai ran chungla, yi pan shir hong. Yalan lima chao bu yan chu de wan shu chong chir. Gunmun, sangsa. Ta wangu suzhou, te ju de chang bi wei ran chu li, juritai song la ko cheat. Zhong yu anshan lut. Wan shu shir gong hui, John Manuela, yir sanja ling so da zao de clear di, nung fang yir, da bu fun zai hai. Jiu san zao yir, chung zhang chi ling so de gongji, yinung wan chen di dong. Zhu yu mu chang li de chi ta ren hui zima yang, yalan zhuneng wei tamen mo mo chi dao. Beijing ta yatsai gong gong kai chi xing hong she yu, hai mei yo chi yir ling so, chung wei zhen zheng de yir so sir. Guran yo fu chin chan so de so lia ji chao zai shun, kermaran chu chir jiuren, hai shu, kun rong yi fan shudut. Sai na. Turan, yalan shangchi la naga shaunir hai, ta jirga shrijin, duoban zai jiaogu yangchen. 1D furin, jirji tan, chirla, liren gong hui, buzai muchang. Sai na, ting dao zhong ming zhiho yin gao hui duozai wuzali, bu hui, lan pao dut. 1D furin, shir sai na de wuchin. Kernung shi yin wei sai na de fuchin, yi shi yiming, shrizhong, yurso, liren de yanga. Sai na, her 1D furin, bingmeo, binwei yalan de tri, dark jen doita, for, doyo jiaogu. Tamen shi yalan fuchin, shrizhong ho, wei er, zhenshin doidai, yalong de run. Yalan lai hui, duobu, budan chong fu jug, jirgan nantup. Dan ne shin de buan, yirlai yir chang lit. Zhizhong qing shi, adri zai, ta xin to panshan. Sai li na de sun ying jujian, tongshan chan, bei tun shi de man yang chong ha. Tong kong jujian shri chir gong mong. Kanja zuji bei, yidin and keja, tun yan. Dao joy ho drenug fa chu wei roa, wu li de ko sun, yin, da ger gut. Ta ting sha jiao bu, zheng geran, zai wei wei fa chan, zhong yu zai ping fu pan ke ho, horan bao fa. Wader chir jiu ta. Yalan kobu jojin wen shi sun chu de yang zhi chu, so bei chu, yu so, fun, sun fa zhe xing hong de gomong. Zhi kao wa yigerin ying ji so chao, hai shi bu wen tua, shan chi yue, yi zhi yir, sun jia. Beast horde rampaged like hungry demons, tearing apart and devouring any living thing in sight. Blood splattered, dyeing the grass crimson. Vong immediately dashed towards the nearby greenhouse, closing the door and lock yanko it. He looked around. The iron walls stood firm, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Finally safe. The greenhouse was specifically built by the guild for the 3 sacred spirit beasts, capable of defending against most disasters. Even an attack by a growing spirit beast could be completely withstood. As for what would happen to the others in the pasture, Vong could only pray silently for them. After all, he had just activated the Scarlet Blood Domain and had yet to contract a spirit beast to become a true beast master. Though he possessed hunting skills taught by his father, recklessly going out to save people could easily end in disaster. Gabriella. Suddenly, Vong thought of the Alethea, who was likely tending to the sheep at this time. Mara has been away at the Hunters Guild these past few days and is not at the pasture. Gabriella should hide inside after hearing the bell chimes and won't run around. Mara was Gabriella's mother. Perhaps because Gabriella's father was also a missing beast hunter. Neither Gabriella nor Mara treated Vong poorly due to his peculiarities. Instead, they often took care of him. They were the only two who genuinely cared for Vong after his father went missing. Vong paced back and forth, repeating this thought over and over. But his inner unease grew stronger, lingering constantly in his mind. Gabriella's image gradually overlapped with the previously devoured sheep, her pupils losing their luster as she was slowly chewed and swallowed. In the end, she could only manage a faint, weak cry, "Big brother." He stopped Xuanhuan, trembling slightly, and after a brief moment of calming himself, he suddenly decided. I have to save her. Vong quickly entered the breeding area deep within the greenhouse, where the Beast Master rune on his hand glowed scarlet. Attack Yanko the beast tied alone is still too risky. I need to contract one of the 3 sacred beasts first. Chapter 4. The Noble Trio. The Noble Trio refers to the grass-type burdened tortoise, the water-type toxin sac crocodile, and the fire-type little flame lion. The breeding area of the greenhouse is ingeniously divided into 3 distinct ecological zones according to their habits. Each ecological zone has its own ecological cycle, combining to form a small ecosystem. First is the region for the grass-type noble trio, the burdened tortoise, which has been crafted into a wetland. From afar, the burdened tortoises look like moving patches of lawn. Their carapaces are covered with lush herbaceous plants, with flowers and leaves swaying as they crawl. Next is the area for the water-type noble trio, the toxin sac crocodile, designed as a pond. Bright green duckweed covers most of the water surface, with several channels connecting large and small pools, allowing them to move around easily. The toxin sac crocodile's body is covered with purple-blue scales, while its back and tail have more brightly colored pink scales. Its belly, where the toxin sacs are located, features purplish-pink scales that reflect a colorful glow in the light. Finally, there is the domain of the fire-type noble trio, the little flame lion, an area shaped into volcanic rock terrain. At the center is a small volcano made from a mineral furnace, occasionally emitting some heat. It maintains a scorching constant temperature environment to achieve the optimal growth temperature for the little flame lions. Little flame lions are not large in size. Yellow fluff covers their bodies, with tiny flames dancing at the edges, giving off a faint red glow that complements their dark golden eyes. Their intelligence is comparable to that of young human children, especially little flame lions, who are even smarter. They can control the presence and size of the flames by will, thus preventing fires. The acute senses of the noble trio had already detected the approaching beast tide, causing chaos in each of their respective areas. The burdened tortoises were moving frantically, their shells bumping into each other, creating heavy, dull sounds under pressure, rushing toward the shaded corners, burying themselves in the mud. The group of toxin sac crocodiles also felt unease, diving underwater, hiding among the duckweed, leaving only pairs of big eyes above the water to guard against surroundings. Similarly, the lions, smaller ones, and lionesses quickly retreated into caves, hiding deep in the darkness. On both sides of the cave, some slightly larger little flame lions stood watch. Despite trembling slightly, they remained steadfast in their posts. Watching everything unfold, Willis sighed disappointingly. Sure enough, these spirit beasts, raised in the greenhouse, have been kept by humans since birth, never facing nature directly. They have long lost their wild instincts, which is the biggest difference between cultivated breeds and wild breeds. Willis, as a caretaker, knows well that spirit beasts unable to overcome fear cannot truly become combat power, no matter how precious or potential-filled they are. Fortunately, after successfully contracting with a spirit beast, a beast master can engrave one of the spirit beast skills as their own. From mastering basic elements at the 1-star level to executing complete spirit beast skills at the 2-star level, a beast master's combat ability will make a qualitative leap. Even if the spirit beast itself is timid and cannot provide assistance, the beast master can still use the spirit beast skills to enhance combat capability. The initial water element mastery of the toxin sac crocodile and the initial fire element mastery of the little flame lion can significantly strengthen attacks. Naturally, they became his top choices. Willis approached and gently stroked a larger toxin sac crocodile. Before he could establish contact, black mist on his left arm condensed into rows of small words. Spirit Beast Bloodline grade does not meet requirements. Unable to form contract. Crimson Blood domain activated. Contract Spirit Beast as soon as possible. What? Bloodline grade does not meet requirements. Even the composed Willis couldn't help but voice his confusion. Willis hesitated for a moment, then continued Stroyenko each spirit beast in front of him, but the words formed by black mist didn't change. These are all carefully selected noble trio by the Beast Hunter Guild, known for their rare bloodline grades. How could their bloodline grades not meet the requirements? Beasts like dog dragons, commonly found in the wild with ordinary bloodline grades, have few evolution paths, and most can only evolve once, or sometimes not at all. The noble trio, with their powerful bloodlines, have been studied and developed by beastmasters for years. Now they have stable evolution paths, and can even evolve multiple times, enhancing their potential manifold. Yet, these precious noble trio were judged by the Black Mist to have insufficient bloodline grades. What kind of spirit beast can meet the requirements of the Crimson Blood domain? Would it require true flying dragons, fire dragons, or other extraordinary spirit beasts with ultra-rare bloodlines to reach the contract standard? I was hoping to find a spirit beast for support, but it looks like that won't be possible, Willis said. As Willis was considering other options, he noticed at the front of the Pride a robust little flame lion standing on a raised platform, calming the lion's fear. The vigilant little flame lion stood guard on both sides, like knights defending their loyal Yanko. Its eyes were firm, flames dancing around it, radiating intense and bright light. A layer of unique mane had grown around its neck, only seen in maturing flame lions. Its royal demeanor was unmistakable. Yanko at this well-developed little flame lion, Willis immediately recognized it as the Billy of the Pride. Truly fearless against the beast tide, befitting the Billy, Willis said in pleasant surprise. One more try. Willis approached and knelt down, gently touching the head of the Billy. As expected, the black mist words on his left arm remained unchanged. Still no luck. Makes sense, bloodline grades between the same spirit beast individuals wouldn't have such significant differences. Seeing no hope for a contract, Willis relied on his ability to communicate with spirit beasts and planned to use his second scheme. Unable to establish a contract, he would first persuade. Billy, are you willing to help me break through? The Billy glanced at Willis lazily and said, of course, in appreciation for your service over the years. As long as you follow me and become my subordinate, I will ensure your safety. Willis looked at the Billy, who barely reached his knees even from the platform, feeling speechless. Unhappy, the Billy said, what's wrong, human? Still hesitating? Being favored by the king of flame lions is an honor. Come, submit to me. I will reward you with the highest honor of flame lions. Kiss my right paw and swear your loyalty. Willis couldn't bear it any longer and punched the Billy's head. The Billy cried out in pain, almost bursting into tears. In a childish voice, it protested. Human, how dare you? Willis threatened. Say useless nonsense again, and starting tomorrow. No, starting now. Your daily raw meat ration will be halved. Keep Talyanko, and it'll be halved again. You, how dare you? Ration halved. I'm wrong. Do you submit? I submit. Willis, Lyanko at the dejected Billy, felt quite satisfied and asked, are you willing to help me break through? The Billy stubbornly replied, only if there's enough meat. Deal. Willis inwardly rejoiced, Finyanko. Indeed, dealing with little kids requires one hand holding a cudgel and the other offering raw meat. No sooner had he spoken when Willis extended his right fist. Lyanko at the outstretched fist, the Billy tilted its head, seemingly shy. Then finally, with a determined look, blushed, closed its eyes, and kissed it. Willis screamed, EW. I meant to bump fists. Confused, the Billy said, ah, sorry. Fist met paw. Willis felt the strength and determination of the Billy. Their eyes met, filled with battle resolve. The greenhouse iron gate opened. The flames around the Billy illuminated the surroundings, pushing forward through the rain. Willis, wielding a broadsword, kept a constant watch on the situation around him, the scorching flame lighting up his resolute side profile. Chapter 5, The First Hunt. The iron rusty stench floated in the air, stimulating the nasal cavity and sharpening Braden's senses. On the grassland, scattered remains lay around, creating a scene of devastation. Mud mixed with blood soaked the Billy's sharp claws, but it had no intention of retreating at all. Golden mane fluttered gently in the wind. Mayenko, the figures of the man and the beast stand out prominently on the grassland. The calmness in the Billy's eyes and Braden's composure formed an unusually cheap tacit understanding between them. They proceeded along the path, vigilantly observing the surroundings at all times. Suddenly, a dog dragon lunged out from the shrubs, charging straight towards them. Braden reacted almost instinctively, quickly rolling to evade the dog dragon's pounce. Immediately after, he launched a counterattack. The broadsword in his hand gleamed coldly, slashing straight towards the fierce dog dragon. Bang! The sword left a shallow wound on the dog dragon's scales, producing a metallic clashing sound. Braden frowned slightly. So hard. Dog dragon, a type of dragon beast, a spirit beast in its juvenile stage. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, strength, poison. Attack skills are done single, mainly relying on teeth and claws for physical attacks. Need to be cautious of the poison in its teeth and its sturdy scales. Overall evaluation, a common forest spirit beast. Recalling the contents of the hunter's notebook in his mind, Braden swiftly adjusted his sword-holding posture. Changed from slashing to stabbing. The Billy beside him was not timid either. Flames gathered in its throat. Then it opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of scorching fire. The fireball drew a fiery arc in the air and hit the dog dragon's face accurately. The dog dragon's skin instantly charred, and a burnt smell filled the air. A heart-wrenching roar echoed, pain driving the dog dragon insane. It bit wildly at everything around it, as if trying to tear everything into pieces. At this moment, Braden aimed at the dog dragon's belly. He focused on the weakest part of the scales and stabbed with all his strength. His red eyes shone brighter, and his dark red left arm became even more vivid. Every muscle in his body tightened, releasing terrifying power at this very moment. With the enhancement of berserker blood, the broadsword easily penetrated the dog dragon's scales, plunging deep into its lungs. The dog dragon let out a painful cry, falling to the ground and Yanko up dirt. Its body struggled violently, scratching and Yanko on the ground. Every breath brought up large amounts of blood foam. Its breathing became weak, eventually ceasing completely. The dog dragon was dead. Braden's breathing gradually stabilized. He turned to look at the billy and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the man and the lion completed their first cooperative hunt. So that's it. Amazing. Only then did the billy react, its eyes filled with admiration for Braden. I indeed didn't misjudge you. Brother, you're so strong. You have the qualification to become a beast king. Braden looked oddly at the billy next to him. Huh? Beast king? The billy said solemnly. What is a beast king? Naturally, it's a hero with formidable combat strength. A man standing in the world should have the spirit of a hero. How can one hide in a hothouse and wait for rescue by others? Neglecting such cowards and shells is completely unworthy of my attention. Poisonous sack water crocodiles only know how to guard their damned pond. What kind of hero is that? World heroes can only be you, brother, and me. We should certainly fight together and carve out a sky. Braden was speechless, becoming more certain of the billy's simple-mindedness. Recalling the battle just now and combining it with the records in the hunter's notebook, he started summarizing post-battle. Juvenile Fire Lion, Spirit Beast Skill, Fireball. Notes. Limited daily release times for fireballs, which varies among individuals. Excessive use can lead to throat burning. Billy, you must carefully observe the enemy's actions before attack Yanko to conserve energy and defeat the enemy in one strike. Use the fireball only when you're highly likely to hit. No problem, brother. The man and the beast exchanged battle experiences, their steps never slowing down. Braden's unease kept growing. Presley, please be okay. Logs were scattered haphazardly on the ground, and Presley's usual wooden house had turned into ruins. Braden stood dazed among the grasses, the scene before his eyes cutting through his heart like a knife. He searched tirelessly through the ruins, hoping to find Presley. But no matter how Braden searched, he found nothing. At this moment, his gaze locked onto a group of dog dragons in the middle, squabbling over something. It was a piece of clothing, red clothing, the size fitting Alethea perfectly, being cruelly torn apart by the dog dragons. Braden's head buzzed, memories of Presley flashing endlessly, her voice echoing in his mind. Big brother Braden, the little sheep messed again. Big brother Braden, don't you have a father too? Big brother Braden, will you leave me too? Then the light in Presley's eyes faded as she was chewed and swallowed bit by the dog dragons. A deep sense of despair and self-blame flooded Braden's heart. Kill. The urge to kill surged, fury burned. His left arm turned even bloodier red, his eyes gleamed with terrifying red light. His whole body trembled violently. At this moment, Braden lost all reason, madness erupted completely. Kill, 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 kill. The wind howled wildly, the rain grew heavier. When Braden opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a pool of blood. Yanko around. He saw chunks of dog dragon flesh piled up like a small mountain. The scene was extremely gruesome. The elder brother? He struggled to turn his head toward the source of the voice, and saw the billy crouching in a bird's nest on top of a tree, half his head Yanko out staring at Braden below. He tried to get up, but found that his strength had not fully recovered yet, so he could only lie back down. I'm fine. The billy observed for a few more minutes before leaping down from the treetop. Brother is awesome. One man and one sword made these scum shake. Too bad a few got away. Weren't you afraid? Fearless is the creed of the Fire Lion clan. How can your scum scare me? I meant being afraid of me. The billy looked bewildered. Why should I be afraid of elder brother? It's just that elder brother nearly hurt me. That's why I climbed the tree. But I kept assisting with fireballs from afar. Don't worry, I didn't slack off. Hearing this, Braden felt touched deep inside. In this new world where he was always treated as an outsider, a monster, such moments were rare. He gently stroked the billy's head. If you encounter me losing control again, run far away and protect yourself. The billy nodded obediently, then nudged Braden's hand again. Braden picked up the fragments of the red shirt, staring blankly at it, silent. The billy sniffed the piece of red cloth, and then sniffed around in the rain. In the next moment, it seemed to have found something, beginning to dig through the rubble. Seeing this, Braden somehow found the strength, gritting his teeth and slowly moving over, frantically searching as well. Finally, after clearing away the last rotten wood, they discovered a mud-soaked sphere. Braden strained to turn it over. The sight before him made him freeze. It was a mud-covered, torn scarecrow. The scarecrow's body was already broken apart, leaving only a spherical head wrapped in leather. There was a big smile painted on it, Yanko warm and adorable. Braden remembered Yanko this scarecrow with Presley. At that time, Presley's oversized old red shirt was used to dress the scarecrow. Seeing this smile, Braden stood there stunned, then started laughing crazily. Ha ha, it's not her, great. It's not her. Instantly Braden felt relieved, like a punctured ball letting out pent-up air. Exhaustion instantly filled his entire body. His left foot throbbed with pain, clearly bitten during the battle with the dog dragons earlier. Using the broadsword to support himself, he finally managed to stand up. Braden looked at the billy. We must find Presley. No problem, elder brother. Chapter 6 Clumsy Pheasant. In the meadow, Chavi was hiding deep in the grass, his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, eyes intently focused on a dog dragon not far away that was feeding. Beside him, Presley urged anxiously. Chavi, there's no need to hunt the dog dragon. Let's go back to the stone house. Next to Presley, a light-horned sheep nestled close, its horns distinctly different from those of most ordinary sheep in the pasture. The light-horned sheep's horns were transparent and shiny, as if made of crystal. During the beast tide outbreak, Presley had hidden in the stone house with the young people. The herd did not discover the hidden group until Chavi, encouraged by the youths, wanted to hunt a dog dragon to prove himself. Presley, worried all along, kept trying to persuade him, which led to their current predicament. Don't worry, it's just a minor dog dragon. I can handle it, Chavi said confidently. Then without hesitation, he waved his broadsword and charged toward the solitary dog dragon. Aiming for the dog dragon's back, ready to strike, he tripped over a rock and tumbled face first into the dirt. He lost his grip on the broadsword, which flew straight out of his hands. Ow ow ow. Chavi got up, rubbing his mouth and Spianko. At this moment, Presley's exclamation came from behind. Chavi, look ahead. Only then did he lift his head and see the broadsword lying under the dog dragon. His gaze traveled upward along the body, and he realized the dog dragon, which had been eating earlier, had turned around at some point. A blood-covered, terrifying dragon face stared straight at Chavi. Ayo! The dog dragon let out a deafening howl. Its putrid, decaying breath rushed toward him, Mayanko his stomach churned. The dog dragon opened its mouth wide and lunged at Chavi. Charge! Presley commanded at the same time. The light-horned sheep charged into the dog dragon. Fortunately, this dog dragon was not very large and was knocked down by the impact. Hurry, pick up the sword, Presley urged anxiously. The dog dragon, losing balance, fell to the ground, Kiyanko up, dirt everywhere. The broadsword lay right in front of its mouth. The youth sat motionless, staring at the grotesque dragon face. Hurry, what are you doing? Presley urged again. Suddenly, Chavi screamed and ran madly toward the stone house, while sobbing. He ran away? Presley was completely caught off guard. Little sheep, we must run too. Just as she was guiding the little sheep to escape, Chavi's screams drew a nearby pack of dog dragons. The dog dragons slowly approached, surrounding Presley and the light-horned sheep closely. Their heavy panting sounded like whispers of demons ringing in her ears. The blood dripping from their claws made them appear like evil spirits, glaring menacingly at the human and animal. The sheep clung tightly to Presley's feet, its body trembling nonstop, its eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Even facing numerous fierce dog dragons, Presley kept reminding herself, calm down, stay calm. If Brother Anwar were here, what would he do? Despite her efforts to remain calm, fear ultimately overwhelmed reason given the overwhelming disparity in power. The dog dragons pounced together, opening their stinky mouths towards Presley. Big brother. Tears slid down the girl's cheeks. Suddenly, scorching winds howled followed by explosions and dog dragons' wails echoing. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs shot at the dog dragons' heads, exploding. The burnt smell permeated the air. From a distance, a figure with flowing white hair, disheveled but still dignified, walked over calmly, showing no fear of the pack of dog dragons. It seems I made it just in time. Anwar smiled, waving his hand, feeling a great relief. You and the stupid sheep hide. Leave the rest to us. Okay, Presley replied. A breeze brushed past Anwar's silver hair, and his blood-red eyes locked onto all the dog dragons present. The Billy's fighting spirit grew stronger. Flames around him blazed brighter, roaring at the pack of dog dragons. Human and beast plunged into the heart of the dog dragons. Instantly, sword light flashed, and sparks flew. Crazed blood surged within Anwar, who wielded his broadsword with unmatched vigor. The long-suppressed madness finally found its full release. Kill, 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 kill. Sparks burst out, and fiery fireballs continuously shot out of the Billy's mouth, Strianko vital spots accurately. They fought more and more harmoniously, perfectly synchronizing their combat rhythm, as if they were born partners in battle. Boom! Dog dragons fell one after another, piling up like a mountain. Hiding behind a broken wall, Presley marveled. Brother Anwar, so strong. Chavi frantically pounded on the wooden door of the stone house. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. He trembled as he called out. Dissatisfied voices came from inside the house. Don't shout so loud. You'll attract the dog dragons. Quick, open the door. His Nakyanko grew more urgent. Not far away, 3 dog dragons that had followed were slowly approaching. Saliva dripped continuously from their mouths, covering the ground. They roared and lunged at Chavi. Ah! Chavi screamed, covering his head. At this moment, a fireball from the Billy struck a dog dragon, and Anwar stepped forward swiftly. Slash, stab, cut. His sword strikes were quick and decisive, and the dog dragons fell one by one. The blade sliced off a dog dragon's head, stopping just inches from Chavi's face, its tip embedded in the stone threshold beside him. Anwar said nothing, leaving Lamberton's broadsword untouched as he turned and walked away. His resolute figure moved forward, then paused. Luyanko at the chaotic meadow ahead, he said, that's not how you use a sword. One who abandons their comrades does not deserve to be a beast hunter. The youth slumped against the wooden door, wetness seeping into his pants. Near the stone house, Anwar and Presley stood together, observing the surroundings. Well, troublesome kids are really a pain. Anwar shrugged, stretching his slightly stiff body. Presley, go inside and gather the children. We'll hide in the greenhouse and wait for rescue. Suddenly, a roar echoed nearby. Through the rain and thick bushes, Anwar saw hundreds of dog dragons charging towards them, roaring. In the center of the pack, a massive shadow loomed. Boom! Thunder cracked. Under the flash of lightning, the black silhouette became unmistakably clear. Leather armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster. A huge crown stood on its head, and its size was 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary dog dragon. Under the cover of night, it resembled a moving stone fortress. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Anwar from a distance, rapidly advancing. Presley gasped. How is that possible? How could it be here? Anwar's hair stood on end. It's actually a marlin. How big is it? What do we do? What can we do? Forcing himself to stay calm. With the marlin getting closer, time was running out for him to make a decision. Either use the others as bait and escape alone, or Luyanko at the panicked girl, the Billy feigning calmness beside her, and the mischievous kids inside the stone house. He hesitated for a moment. I'll lure the marlin away. Presley exclaimed anxiously. What? That's the marlin. You'll die, brother Anwar. Anwar gently patted her head. There's a cellar in the stone house. Hide there, and don't come out no matter what. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, knowing she couldn't convince Anwar. He looked at the little fire lion. Sorry, Billy, you should stay and hide with them in the cellar. The Billy growled. What nonsense. To have this Yanko hide in a cellar, impossible. I will naturally fight alongside my brother. Anwar smiled with relief. Then let's go. Break through them. Man and beast rushed toward the pack. Presley whispered, please come back safely, brother. Fireballs exploded in front of the pack, drawing their attention. Luyanko at the undulating mountains ahead. Anwar thought to himself, running towards the camp Dad left on the hillside might offer a slim chance of survival. Chapter 7. Moment of Crisis. Yowu Mountain, a colossal mountain range located behind Bayin Village. The Bayin Village ranch was situated at its foot. Although not far from the town, few dared to venture deep into the mountains. The reason was that it was perennially shrouded in toxic fog. Mayenko the villagers stay away with respect. But now, the poisonous mist had long been blown away by strong winds, and on the mountain path, a man and a lion were being chased by a horde of beasts. Seeing the Billy gradually losing strength, Emmanuel encouraged him. We're almost at the halfway point. Hold on. We'll be safe once we reach the camp. The Billy nodded stubbornly. Thunder roared through the sky like a monstrous beast bellowing its call. Torrential rain poured down as if it could swallow everything whole. Mud and water from the hillside mixed with gravel and broken wood, sliding down to form fierce mud torrents. These torrents made the mountain path abnormally muddy and slippery, constantly hindering both man and beast. Mayenko, every step an arduous task. The Billy roared, bad news. They're catching up, not far behind. The army of dog dragons was chasing madly, their sharp screeches echoing like death's bell. The muddy road, his injured left leg, and ambushes by the dog dragons all slowed down their already sluggish pace. The Billy shot out fireballs one after another, precisely repelling the attack Yanko dog dragons. The fireballs exploded in the night sky, lighting up the darkness around, while also briefly halting the dog dragon's offensive. Continuously emitting fireballs, the Billy appeared exceptionally exhausted. Each shot consumed its strength, and the scorching flames burned its throat. It had long reached its limits. The Billy began coughing incessantly, with its breaths heavy with fatigue and weakness. At this moment, two dog dragons launched another surprise attack. Emmanuel repelled one. The other dog dragon bit hard onto the Billy's back, causing the Billy to howl in pain. Emmanuel angrily swung the broadsword in his hand, squeezing out some recovered strength, slashing fiercely. Driven by anger, this powerful strike instantly severed the dog dragon's head. The severed head rolled and splashed the ground with mud. Can you still walk? Emmanuel panted, as Yanko the Billy. The flickering flames around the Billy had long extinguished. It weakly said, brother, I can't move anymore. You go ahead. Without a word, Emmanuel picked up the little fire lion and placed it on his shoulder. Hold tight. The exhausted body and injured left leg ultimately failed to escape the pursuit of the dog dragon Yanko. The cliff resembled a huge stone claw inverted over the mountain. Rainwater cascaded down the cliff face, forming small waterfalls. Peering downwards, Emmanuel saw the vertical cliff face smooth as a mirror, sending chills down one's spine. At the bottom of the cliff, stalagmites stood upright. The sea pounded against the rocks fiercely. Dark currents surged beneath. Anyone caught in them would be mercilessly torn apart by the ocean. Every flash of lightning lit up the sea's surface momentarily. A glance into the vastness brought about a sense of insignificance and despair. Would jumping down allow us to survive? Emmanuel couldn't help but bitterly laugh. The cliffs on either side were already surrounded by dog dragons. In the center, the dog dragon Yanko stared at Emmanuel, eyes gleaming with savagery, roaring constantly. Human, I'll tear you apart. Bark, the Billy slowly said. Brother, put me down, I feel better now. Emmanuel put the Billy down, and their eyes met. They understood that the moment for a final battle had arrived. He tightened his grip on the broadsword, and the Billy gathered all the fire within its body. The dog dragon Yanko roared and lunged at them, while Emmanuel and the Billy stepped forward to meet the enemy. At this critical moment, a thunderbolt tore through the dark sky. A massive bolt of lightning, carrying immense force, struck down from the heavens. The terrifying thunderbolt hit the cliff, and with a loud boom, it split the cliff into two. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated in the sky, and man and beast alike felt the world spinning. Emmanuel, the Billy, and the pack of dog dragons all fell towards the sea below. The sea current was swift and tumultuous, and Emmanuel immediately felt an icy chill. The power of the water made it difficult for him to resist. He felt like he was about to lose consciousness. At this critical moment, Emmanuel discarded the broadsword he was tightly holding, instinctively hugging the Billy tightly, pulling it into his arms. He then curled up as much as he could, holding his breath, trying desperately not to let seawater enter his lungs. Emmanuel, wake up. Why are you still sleeping? Emmanuel, it's time for training. Okay, Dad. Morning sunlight streamed into the room, driving away the lingering cold of midnight. Holding the broadsword, Emmanuel felt an unprecedented sensation. It was different from holding a kitchen knife. The broadsword felt heavier and colder. This was Emmanuel's first time holding a sword, and it was much heavier than he had imagined. Only by using both hands could he barely stabilize it. But Emmanuel knew that as he grew, he would adapt to the weight of the sword. Colby stood in front of Emmanuel and sternly said, "Today, I will teach you 4 basic sword techniques: thrusting, stabbing, chopping, and slashing." As he spoke, he demonstrated the action of thrusting the sword. When you thrust your sword, swing it with force, but control the tip's direction. Emmanuel followed suit, feeling somewhat clumsy and uncoordinated. Colby corrected his posture. "No, that's not right. Relax your wrist and let the tip rise naturally with the direction of the force." Next, Colby taught Emmanuel how to stab with the sword. Stabbing must be fast, accurate, and fierce, aiming directly at the opponent's vital points. Emmanuel tried his best to mimic it, attempting to thrust the sword tip swiftly. Chopping and slashing require more strength and skill. When chopping, do it from top to bottom with enough force. Colby demonstrated once, his movements clean and precise. Slashing is horizontal. Ensure the blade is parallel to the ground. Emmanuel practiced these actions repeatedly, striving to reach his limit each time. Although his arms were sore, Emmanuel knew this was a necessary path for growth. Luyanko at the giant bone sword hanging on the weapon rack in the corner, he couldn't help but ask, "Dad, when will you teach me how to use the greatsword?" Colby told Emmanuel, "Swordsmanship is not just about practicing techniques, but also tempering one's will. Be steady and patient. When you can handle it, you'll know it naturally." Emmanuel nodded. "I understand. These trainings are not only for learning swordsmanship, but also for learning how to become a strong beastmaster hunter." Colby patted his head and smiled. "You silly boy, learning swordsmanship is to protect yourself. Remember, only when you are strong enough can you protect yourself and those you cherish. As for becoming a beastmaster hunter, a chef, or anything else in the future, Dad supports you." "Okay, Dad." "Emmanuel, wake up. Why are you still sleeping?" "Emmanuel, it's time for training." "Emmanuel." Suffocation. Awakening abruptly, Emmanuel felt suffocated, his chest filled with seawater. Ugh. He rolled over immediately, and large amounts of seawater gushed out of his mouth and nose. Emmanuel greedily gulped down air, desperately trying to calm the dizziness in his head. Faint fluorescence illuminated the surroundings, leaving no time for detailed observation. At that moment, Emmanuel seemed to recall something, urgently searching within his arms. His hand stopped on a wet, furry mass. It was the billy. He quickly pulled the billy out and found its face had turned purple, clearly suffering from prolonged oxygen deprivation. Emmanuel felt a pang in his heart and immediately started pressing on the billy's chest repeatedly. Time ticked away, yet the billy showed no response. Though Emmanuel maintained his composure, his hands began trembling uncontrollably, continuing the chest compressions. Suddenly, the billy coughed slightly, then spewed out a large mouthful of seawater, splashing Emmanuel's face. The billy slowly opened its eyes, Luyanko weakly at Emmanuel, and said in a feeble voice, Old brother, are you all right?" Emmanuel stood dazed for a moment, then felt an uncontrollable surge of joy. He hugged the billy tightly. "Old brother, it hurts. Old brother, be gentle." The joy of reclaiming what was lost made him realize that another important part of his life was the billy. His father's words echoed in his ears at that moment. "Remember, only when you are strong enough can you protect yourself and those you cherish. I am still too weak. I must get stronger," Emmanuel thought to himself. Chapter 8 Absolutely Lethal. Calmly composing himself, Braden began to observe his surroundings. The rock walls around him shimmered with fluorescence. Trapped in the undercurrent, man and beast had been carried into an underwater cave. Mist filled the space, and pristine square crystals grew on both sides of the rock walls. The light inside the cave came from blue glowing moss and many thick, white luminous vines. They lit up like stars in the night sky, illuminating the dark world. The light refracted through the square crystals formed colorful rays that spread across the rock walls like silk. Faint blue light and dim white light danced in the air like a translucent veil through the mist. Many luminous beetles that fed on moss flew about. The entire cave was a symphony of beauty. Is this a cave within the mountain? Luyanko at the environment similar to the campsite. Braden guessed this place should be connected to the campsite. At this thought, he breathed a sigh of relief. In recent years, relying on his father's legacy and notes, Braden had explored most of the area around the campsite. Even though he hadn't ventured into the current region, he believed he could find a way out if he searched hard enough. As he surveyed his surroundings, Braden suddenly noticed a black shadow not far behind him. Startled, he reached for his waist. Then he remembered the broadsword had already been lost in the wave, and all he could do at that moment was cling tightly to Billy. Fortunately, the dagger in his inner pocket was still intact. Holding the dagger, he slowly approached and found it was the dog dragon from before. It had a noticeable external wound on its abdomen, and its ribs protruded outward. It had long since stopped breathing, completely dead. They must have hit the reef and were then swept into the undercurrent, bringing them to this place, Braden guessed, frowning. "A little brother, I feel dizzy." Billy panted heavily. Only then did Braden notice Billy's complexion turning black with a hint of crimson, struggling to breathe. Clearly, Billy had been bitten on the back by the dog dragon earlier, although for a short time, the toxins had already spread throughout his body. Fortunately, Billy was strong enough to hold on until now. Braden frantically rummaged through his belongings. "No antidote potion. What can we do?" Watching his frantic back, Billy muttered. Don't worry, I can hold on. Braden struggled internally, with a complicated expression. My blood should be able to detoxify, but as for any side effects. The hunter's notes did indeed mention that mad blood could detoxify and cultivate spirit beasts, but he had never tried it before, so he wasn't entirely sure. It's okay, little brother. I trust you. Billy responded without hesitation. Braden immediately used the dagger to cut open his left hand. A few drops of crimson blood fell into Billy's mouth, eventually flowing down his throat. He placed Billy on his shoulder, letting him grip tightly, and dragged his injured left leg forward. The path was rough and uneven, with sharp rock crystals and various plant roots scattered along the rock walls. He strained to recall and confirm from memory. Following the narrow path ahead, floating dog-dragon corpses frequently appeared in the stream beside him, finally revealing faint light at the end of darkness. When they reached the end of the path, they were stunned by the magnificent sight before them. The entire cave was covered with transparent square crystals, shimmering softly in the light. Unlike other caves, there was no blue glowing moss or other plants here, as if it had been regularly polished and appeared exceptionally clean. Above, a huge opening like a skylight was embedded in the cave's ceiling, with vines hanging down from both ends. In the center of the cave stood a massive crystalline pillar, rising from the ground straight up to the top, like a bridge connecting the earth and the sky. By climbing up the pillar, they could leave the cave and escape. Despite the dark clouds in the sky, this did not stop Braden's excitement. Finally, we can get out. Braden sighed deeply. He then looked at the strange crystalline pillar. This kind of transparent crystal was something he had never seen before. Its surface shimmering faintly, even giving off a sense of immense energy within. I need to explore this area thoroughly later. Perhaps I can find a spirit beast whose bloodline level meets the Scarlet Blood domain standard. Though he knew the chances were slim, the hunter's notes and the recurring black mist on his left arm reminded him constantly that he needed to contract a spirit beast soon. After the Bloodmaster beast space is activated, a spirit beast must be contracted quickly to share the power of mad blood, or madness will accumulate until death. If the spirit beast's bloodline level is insufficient, the contract cannot be established. The Scarlet Blood domain has been activated. Contract a spirit beast as soon as possible. At that moment, some noise came from the nearby stream. Braden slowly approached and found that it was the previous marlin stranded on the shore. Similar to the dead dog dragons, it was covered in wounds. It must be dead, Braden frowned, guessing. To be safe, he did not approach to confirm but slowly retreated, avoiding Mayenko too much noise. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Heavy panting echoed from its nose and mouth as the marlin's body began trembling, attempting to rise. It's still alive. Braden was shocked. Without his broadsword, he was like meat on a chopping board, awaiting merciless consumption. He immediately turned and moved towards the stone pillar. Eddie, hold on tight. Okay, brother. Braden climbed up the stone pillar while the panting behind him grew more intense. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap split the sky, Brayenko the tranquility of the cave. Something seemed to stir inside him, his eyes fixed on the cave's ceiling. The originally dim cave ceiling, hard to see clearly in the low light, became exceptionally clear under the brief illumination of lightning. In horror, he saw dark shadows on the cave's ceiling Shayenko with each thunderclap, seemingly fearing the sound. Among the shadows, thousands of blood-red eyes flickered, accompanied by sharp, piercing cries. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Braden trembled. They are bloodbats. Bloodbat, a wild beast, juvenile spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, evil, poison. Bloodbats have 4 legs and 2 wings. Their large bat ears can discern the surrounding terrain and obstacles. They emit sonic attacks to disrupt their prey's senses before capturing them with their venomous fangs. Overall evaluation, an extremely dangerous group-dwelling spirit beast living in dark places. They hung upside down from the ceiling, their blood-red wings spread wide, screaming as they flew towards Braden. Braden stabilized himself, increasing his speed upwards. As he neared the exit, hoping to escape, a burst of sonar sent both man and beast into brief confusion. At that moment, a massive bloodbat swooped down from above. It suddenly grabbed the eddy on Braden's shoulder, flying deep into the cave. Without hesitation, Braden let go and leaped backward, successfully grabbing one of the bloodbat's legs. Caught off balance, the bloodbat crashed to the ground. Braden rolled to absorb the impact, then adjusted his position to ensure Eddie's safety. The cave was now entirely overrun by bloodbats, with more and more flying in from all directions. The exit was completely blocked by tens of thousands of bloodbats, plunging everything into darkness. It was night. The entire cave fell into pitch-black darkness. Only the countless pairs of red eyes remained, staring at Braden and Eddie. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbats roared and danced within the cave. Their sonar waves reverberated in the narrow space, and their sharp fangs stood out even in the faint light. The roar of the marlin echoed from nearby, ignoring the bloodbats around it. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Braden, charging straight at him. Braden shook his head, gripping the dagger tightly. Facing thousands of bloodbats and the menacing marlin, he showed no sign of retreating. Having survived the previous intense battle, he could face danger head-on. Even in this seemingly fatal situation, he knew fear was futile. Only fighting to the death could offer a glimmer of hope. Eddie also struggled to support his weakened body, pushing himself to injure fireballs. His blood boiled, and intense killing intent surged within him. His left arm trembled, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Man and beast faced a pincer attack, ready to fight to the death. A massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the stone pillar in the center of the cave. Boom, followed by another, and another. The large crystal pillar became a lightning rod, attracting bolts from the sky, glowing brilliantly, and emitting terrifying power outward. In that moment, everything in the cave became crystal clear. Braden and Eddie's hair stood on end, feeling the immense power of the lightning. The deafening thunder drowned out the cries of the bloodbats. The bloodbats were instantly hit by the powerful lightning, turning into charred remains falling to the ground. Just as Braden thought he would be struck by lightning as well. He was astonished to find the lightning seemed to have a will of its own, accurately bypassing him and Eddie, Strienko, other bloodbats. Within seconds, hundreds of bloodbats were obliterated by the lightning. The stone pillar, under the impact of lightning, became more transparent, transforming into a large pure crystal. It then cracked open slightly, with tiny electric sparks dancing at the opening. The small cave emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire stone cave. There's something inside the pillar? Braden squinted and said. He slowly approached, trying to see clearly the spherical object under the lightning arc and electric light. At this moment, the spherical object was emitting a dazzling bright light. Mayenko it hard for Braden to discern its true form. He observed for a while longer. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Is this a spirit beast egg? Chapter 9, Commanding Thunder and Lightning. This is a spirit beast egg. Vaughn exclaimed in surprise. The spirit beast egg floated quietly within the small cave, enveloped by blue-white lightning. The lightning continuously flickered, its crackling echoing through the cave. His left arm, which was dark red, seemed to have some kind of Gaying induction. He instinctively lifted it unconsciously, reaching towards the spirit beast egg. The moment Vaughn's hand touched the spirit beast egg, the lightning contracted, and sharp, blood-colored beast control runes appeared on the back of his hand. The black mist condensed once again, and the content of the small characters in the black mist also changed at this moment. Spirit beast bloodline level, extraordinary. Meets contract conditions, initiating beast control contract. The bloodline level of the spirit beast egg is actually extraordinary. Before Vaughn could ponder further, the glow from the spirit beast egg grew stronger, as if it was being drawn to him. He felt the power of his bloodline awakening within him. Finally, blood-colored runes shot out from his hand, spinning and entwining around the spirit beast egg nonstop. In the next moment, the spirit beast egg was completely wrapped in blood-colored runes, which merged into them and sank into the beast control space. At this moment, Vaughn truly felt the establishment of the beast control contract. He stroked the runes on the back of his hand and said with pleasant surprise, it turned out that establishing a beast control contract was so easy. A beast control contract requires both parties will to agree or one parties will to overpower the other for it to be established smoothly. Yet, without any sense of willpower resistance, Vaughn naturally formed the contract. Before he could thoroughly investigate, changes occurred abruptly. Bloody mists surged out from the runes, eroding Vaughn's rationality with murderous intent. His consciousness gradually became blurred. Blue-white lightning also erupted from the runes, quickly suppressing the bloody mists. Seemingly provoked by the lightning, the bloody mists surged even more violently, and the red and blue forces fell into a stalemate. An enormous amount of abstract knowledge surged into Vaughn's mind, and then gradually materialized. Beast control space, crimson blood domain, spirit beast information, lightning egg, soulbound spirit beast. Bloodline level, extraordinary. Attribute, electricity. Spirit beast type, illusionary species, elemental species. Spirit beast level, level 1 juvenile stage. Spirit beast skills, carvable elemental mastery, lightning, beginner. Spirit beast skills, non-carvable thunder strike, beginner, lightning attraction, beginner. Do you want to carve the spirit beast skill, elemental mastery, lightning? Yes, carve it. Following his instincts, Vaughn chose to carve the skill. Just then, the ground shook under heavy footsteps as the Marlin's figure emerged from the darkness. The once smooth armor was nowhere to be seen. Bone spurs visibly pierced through his body, blood splattering with every heavy breath. Half of his dragon face mashed up in blood and flesh. Clearly avoiding the previous lightning strike, the Marlin was now enraged, howling as he lunged at Vaughn. Roar, human, die, die. Held immobile by the two conflicting forces, Vaughn couldn't move. Damn, I can't move. At this critical moment, a fierce gust roared, and a scorching fireball struck the Marlin's body, halting its charge. Faint flames danced around, casting golden light on its mane that sparkled brilliantly. The billy stood guard in front of Vaughn with its petite frame, saying, unless I'm dead, don't even think about touching my brother. Roar, traitor, human lapdog. The Marlin roared at the billy, who did not flinch in the slightest, roaring back. Its massive tail swung fiercely, stirring up dust and shattered rocks toward the billy. Agilely jumping to avoid the attack, the billy traced an arc in the air, but the Marlin's attacks were like a storm, incessant and relentless. Roar, betrayer of the beast race. Roaring angrily, the Marlin spat a ball of pitch-black venom from deep within its throat. Advancing instead of retreating, the billy released a fireball that exploded upon meeting the venom midair. It leaped forward sharply, Strienko the Marlin's face with its forepaws. The Marlin's retaliation was even fiercer, aiming its sharp fangs at the billy's neck. At this instant, relying on its astonishing agility, the billy dodged sideways, only to be met by the Marlin's tail attack. In the next moment, the billy was sent flying and smashed heavily against a rock wall beside it. Dust flew everywhere, and the billy struggled to lift its head, eyes still burning with unyielding determination. Coughing up blood constantly, it slowly moved its trembling body, still resolutely standing in front of Vaughn. Unless I'm dead, don't even think about touching my brother. Howling once more, the marlin charged again. Roar. At this moment of life and death, the red and blue forces inside Vaughn reached a balance. The blood-colored beast control runes were entwined and refined by the power of lightning, finally being carved. Vaughn felt a mighty force coalescing in his left arm. The beast control rune lit up, and wild lightning shot out from his palm. Master of Thunder and Lightning, successfully inscribed. Boom. 1 arc, 2 arcs, 3 arcs. The thick lightning bolts carried terrifying power and blasted the marlin away. Vaughn finally regained full control of his body. He quickly turned to check on the billy's injuries. Brother, I'm fine. Although the billy's voice was weak, it remained calm. Several of its ribs were broken, and with each heavy breath, the broken areas moved slightly up and down. The pain was obvious. More seriously, due to frequently spitting out fireballs, its throat had been scorched by high temperatures, causing it to split open. Fresh blood continuously seeped from the wound, staining its fur red. Vaughn felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you. As we agreed, I'll protect you. No need to thank me, the billy said. Vaughn's emotions became even more complex. He gently stroked the billy. Then he murmured, rest well. Leave the rest of the battle to me. The billy nodded and fell back. He carefully lifted the billy and gently placed him on a soft patch of moss nearby. Vaughn's face darkened like ink, and the suppressed anger in his heart reached its peak. Ayo! Just then, a howl came from not far away. Hearing it, Vaughn actually felt relieved. He sneered, good thing you're not dead. Who would bear my wrath if you died? Amidst the thick smoke and ash, the marlin's mangled body barely stood upright. Its leather armor was charred black, and the blood seeping from its wounds mixed with the smell of burned flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. The marlin's lone remaining eye flickered with hatred and pain. It stared at Vaughn with a gaze filled with malice, as if it wanted to devour him alive. Ayo! Human! Die! 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 It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Vaughn, the terrifying jaws seeming to be able to swallow everything. At this moment, dazzling thunderlight suddenly burst from around Vaughn. His silver hair flew wildly like electricity, and his crimson eyes glowed like flames in an abyss, emanating a fearsome light. His left arm turned a deeper, dark red, vibrant as blood, with lightning swirling around it, resembling a ferocious deity wielding thunder. Facing the charging marlin, Vaughn firmly gripped his dagger, advancing without retreating. Suddenly, the marlin spat out a ball of dark green venom, shooting rapidly toward Vaughn. Vaughn simply raised his hand, unleashing a burst of lightning that not only dispersed the venom, but also shot directly into the marlin's gaping mouth. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, he gathered strength and accelerated, leaping forward to strike the marlin's head forcefully. Thunder power converged on the dagger, forming a dazzling streak of lightning. Crazy blood power erupted instantly. With this powerful blow, the dagger pierced into the marlin's head, with lightning following the blade tip straight into its brain. Instantly, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Unable to withstand the overwhelming thunder force, the dagger gradually disintegrated. Boom! With deafening booms, the marlin's head was engulfed by lightning, with powerful currents surging through its entire body. Finally, this massive body could no longer endure the destruction of the lightning and collapsed heavily onto the ground, kicking up dust. In this dark cavern, Vaughn remained surrounded by the afterglow of the lightning. The shattered dagger vanished into nothingness, and the blue-white light slowly dissipated. He stood silently, calming the turmoil of crazy blood. Chapter 10. Mixed Mushroom Dragon Bone Soup. After calming the agitated Fengtongdrishia, mad blood, Vaughn placed the billy on his shoulder and climbed up along the stone pillars. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersing, and the stars filled the night sky, bringing a moment of peace. He couldn't help but wonder if these days' strange weather was all due to this egg. Indeed, it had been heard that legendary illusion beasts, and ancient dragons would cause peculiar meteorological phenomena whenever they appeared. And he had somehow easily contracted with an illusion beast spirit egg like this. Vaughn still found it hard to believe. Finally, after climbing out of the cave, Vaughn was surprised to discover that the campsite wasn't far away. The cave's internal branch tunnels seemed to lead to the camp as well. Suppressing his scattered thoughts, he observed the surroundings. In recent years, based on the map left by his father, he was familiar with all the caves nearby. Finally, Vaughn stopped at a secluded mountain hollow. Luyanko down to see a deep pit carved into the mountain. Beside the solid rock, ropes for ascending and descending were already fixed. Patted the billy resting on his shoulder. Billy, hold on tight. After a moment, Billy mumbled, okay, buddy. Vaughn tenderly stroked Billy. You've fallen asleep? You must have been really tired. Then he took a deep breath, gripped the rope tightly, and began the descent. Following the rope downward, he returned once again to the underground world. As the light dimmed, it was replaced by faint fluorescence within the cave. This glow came from the moss on the cave walls and floating luminescent particles, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Strienko of flint ignited the torch on the platform, revealing a tent made of animal hides, with various tools and Kuyenko utensils beside it. This was clearly the legacy of Vaughn's father, an underground campsite. The bonfire burned more vigorously, illuminating the entire cavern, filling the spacious area with warmth. After a night's rest and replenishment from dried meat in the camp, coupled with healing from bone injury potions and recovery potions, both man and beast regained some energy. At this moment, Billy lay weakly on a chair nearby, gazing at the dead dragon dog Yanko with longing eyes. Growl. A sense of hunger simultaneously rose in their stomachs, and they exchanged glances with a smile. It was time for Vaughn to show off his culinary skills. After such a long battle, their strength had reached its limit, and dried meat alone wasn't enough. Fortunately, the two caves were connected, allowing Vaughn to bring the materials back to camp without too much delay. The dragon dog Yanko was indeed too enormous. Even Vaughn, with his great strength, could only disassemble part of it first, planning to deal with their empty stomachs first before retrieving the remaining precious materials. The blood bats also had valuable materials on them, but all were turned to ashes by the lightning strikes. Thin Yanko about this made him feel a pang of pain and regret. Money. This is money. The bat wings of blood bats were excellent materials for armor, being tough, yet highly stretchable. Venom fangs, venom sacs, and even blood were valuable. Although the flesh of blood bats looked terrifying and didn't fetch high prices, it was still considered a spirit beast meat that could enhance physical strength when consumed by ordinary people. Beast masters who ate it regularly could upgrade their beast control space. Not to mention tens of thousands of blood bats. Even at moderate prices, they added up to a large sum of money. Fortunately, harvesting the most precious dragon dog Yanko corpse alleviated some of Vaughn's heartache. A large portion of the dragon dog leather armor had also been charred by lightning, reducing its value significantly. The more he thought about it, the more Vaughn felt distressed. This is pure silver coins, just gone like this. With this thought, he involuntarily applied more force to the kitchen knife in his hand. Haven't you finished yet, brother? Came the anxious urging from Billy. Vaughn pointed to the bowl of meat pieces and said, It's still early. You can start eating first, no need to wait for me. No way. How can I enjoy myself while leaving my brother behind? We should share the good times and hardships together, Billy argued. All right, let's wait a bit longer then. Vaughn gathered his focus and sped up. The sharp blades sliced through the meat, fresh fat flowed along the handle, gradually so Yanko the wooden cutting board. Next, Vaughn put some fatty pieces in the iron pot as a base. The oil heated slowly in the pot, sizzling. When the milky white fat had melted completely, Vaughn added the sliced dragon dog meat. The meat strips fried and gradually turned golden, emitting an inviting aroma. Just as the fragrance reached its peak, Vaughn added green onions, fried black pepper grains, and various mushrooms. Finally, he poured boiling water to lock in the freshness of the dragon dog meat. Covering the pot, he patiently waited for the stewing process. Meanwhile, Vaughn placed the dog dragon Yanko's front leg, which he had marinated for a long time, on the grill nearby. He hummed a little tune for barbecuing meat, constantly turning it to ensure even heating. The enormous meat leg hissed in the flames, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Both man and beast were swallowing saliva crazily, their hearts already brimming with desire. Seems like something is missing. The intuition of an apprentice chef kept warning Vaughn. A sudden inspiration struck him, right? Chili. As a voracious eater who loved spicy food in his previous life, how could one possibly enjoy grilled meat with soup without chili? But on this continent, chili, being a high-level seasoning, was not something anyone could buy even if they had money. Fortunately, Vaughn had been operating this underground cave for several years, during which he discovered a red spicy mushroom that tasted somewhat like chili and cultivated it in this underground camp. Pan-frying oil, he fried garlic until fragrant, added minced red spicy mushrooms, and produced a hot and spicy dip. Today's meal, mixed mushroom dragon bone soup, roasted dog dragon king leg, and red mushroom spicy dip. The air was filled with the aroma. Vaughn devoured the roasted meat from his hand, occasionally ladling a spoonful of broth into his mouth. The Billy ignored the raw meat in the small bowl and joined Vaughn, feasting together. The roasted meat had a crispy exterior and tender interior, each bite full of satisfaction. Fat oozed out as he chewed, imparting a slightly gamey but unique flavor. This gaminess was not offensive. Instead, it gave the meat a distinctive wild charm. Dipping it in the dip from time to time, the spiciness was invigorating. Coupled with the rich and savory broth, the dining experience became more profound. Thanks to his past experience as a chef's apprentice, Yanko came effortlessly to him. Vaughn felt a warm stream flowing within him, finally converging into the beast-taming rune, nurturing the beast control space. This was his first such experience. The warmth brought not only comfort, but also a feeling of strength filling his entire body. Yanko him feel exceptionally fulfilled. It seems I need to eat more high-grade spirit beast meat in the future. Only then can I grow stronger faster, Vaughn muttered. Eating powerful spirit beast flesh helped enhance the beast control space. For those who hadn't opened their beast control space, it could boost potential and qualifications. This wasn't a secret. Rather, it was common knowledge. Some extremely wealthy families would buy precious spirit beast meat for their children to help lay a good foundation. Most people, however, let things develop naturally. Not everyone could open their beast control space. And many cases of huge early investments leading to failure were not uncommon in large families. This was the marvel of this extraordinary world. Ouch! The Billy clutched his chest with both paws and emitted a painful growl. Seeing this, Vaughn hurriedly approached and patted its back. After a while, the food went down smoothly. Take it slow, no one's going to snatch your food, Vaughn said as he ladled a bowl of broth for the Billy. The Billy panted and said, Brother, your food is delicious. It's way better than the usual meat chunks. Can you cook for me more often? Vaughn stroked the Billy's head. Of course, didn't we agree that there'd always be enough meat? Brother, you're truly reliable. The Billy jumped joyfully, then turned serious. Brother, let's establish a beast contract. After the battle, The Billy had witnessed Vaughn forming a contract with Thunder Egg and knew that Vaughn had activated the beast control space. Touching the Billy's head, black chi appeared again. Spirit beast bloodline level insufficient, cannot establish contract. The Billy's gaze was fiery, and faced with his partner who had shared hardships, Vaughn did not hesitate. With a thought, he dissipated the black chi condensed on his left arm. Let's do it, establish the contract. The mad blood beast taming rune glowed brightly, shooting rays of runes from his palm. These runes carried potent magic, drawing dazzling trails in the air as if distorting the entire space. The Billy stood still, its golden mane turning blood red under the glow of the runes. Its eyes were filled with determination and trust, quietly accepting the runes' encirclement. As the runes encircled, rings of red light began to form around the Billy, slowly rotating and becoming denser, eventually forming a blood-red sphere. Just as the contract seemed to be complete, the magic in the air started to fluctuate abnormally. The blood-red sphere began to shake violently, and in the next moment, it shattered abruptly. The contract establishment failed. As expected, it's not possible, Vaughn thought. Beside him, the Billy rolled on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How can this be? Thunder Egg could establish a contract with you. Why can't I? I was going to be the first spirit beast to establish a contract with you, and even become your lifelong spirit beast with engraved skills. Now it's all gone. All of it. Why? Why? Vaughn couldn't help but laugh, which also helped ease the tension. All right. Vaughn approached and gently patted the Billy's head. Once I open my second beast control space, I promise you'll be the first one to establish a contract with me. Second beast control space? First. The Billy stopped rolling as if he had heard keywords, looked up at Vaughn, and the disappointment in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by happiness. Really? You're not fooling me. Vaughn nodded with a smile. No, I'm not. Really. Long live brother. There's actually a second beast control space. Brother is truly incredibly strong. The Billy cheered, and then went back to the unfinished feast, continuing to eat. Vaughn muttered, kids are indeed troublesome, but since they're mine, what else can I do but pamper them? Thanks to the Billy's innocence, Vaughn's usually gloomy mood improved. Outside the camp cave, beast roars echoed, some near, some far. The evening's misty mountains were more dangerous than during the day. Without his suitable weapon, Vaughn decided to spend the night in the camp. Starlight filtered down through the pit, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Resisting sleepiness, his consciousness gradually sank into the beast control space. A blood-red world appeared before his eyes. Chapter 11. Phantom Beast. In the Beastmaster space, the Crimson Blood Domain, Vaughn stood in this blood-red realm, with black chains spanning the blood-red sky and earth, thick with dense blood energy filling the entire space. However, compared to before, the blood color had faded considerably. A sudden roar of thunder, boom, echoed fiercely. Following the sound, Vaughn saw that right at the center of this world stood a colossal blood-red peak, its surface covered with thick blood, akin to a blood cocoon. Puzzled, Vaughn said, when did a mountain appear in the Beastmaster space? Boom, another peal of thunder. A massive bolt of lightning split open the blood cocoon, releasing rampant electrical power. After observing for a moment, he exclaimed in shock, no, this is not a mountain. It's a spirit beast egg. As if sensing Vaughn's presence, the electric force grew increasingly violent, continuously accumulating magical energy inside. The Beastmaster rune on his left arm began to emit intense blue and white light, covering the entire arm under the guidance of the runes, crackling with electrical sounds. At the same time, Vaughn felt the anger of the spirit beast egg, immobilized by the maddened blood. Following his instinct, he slowly raised his left hand, electricity accumulating to its peak at that moment. A powerful lightning bolt shot out from Vaughn's left arm, and the spirit beast egg simultaneously with immense force. Under the tearing of lightning, the thick blood cocoon began to crumble, turning into scattered blood-colored mist, continuously being absorbed into the thunder egg, calming down both the man and the egg's madness. A look of disbelief flashed across Vaughn's eyes as he gazed at the thunder egg, feeling a wave of astonishment surge within him. The thunder egg is devouring the blood mist? Truly worthy of being a phantom beast species. Truly worthy of having extraordinary bloodline. His voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Phantom beasts, creatures of legend known for their mysterious and supernatural traits, were incredibly powerful spirit beasts. According to legends, these phantom beasts often possessed formidable destructive power, some even capable of annihilating an entire country with one strike. Extraordinary bloodlines were also extremely rare. Spirit beast bloodlines were categorized into 7 grades: inferior, common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. Blood bats and dog dragons belonged to the inferior and common categories respectively. The fire lion, poisonous water crocodile, and burden turtle of the 3 companions were all of the rare category. The thunder egg's bloodline ranked as extraordinary. Both entities were exceedingly precious and represented formidable potential. And such a valuable spirit beast had established a contract with him. It was almost unbelievable. He gradually approached, the surrounding lightning consciously avoiding Vaughn. Raising his hand, he slowly reached out toward the thunder egg. The instant they touched, he felt as if there were a pair of eyes silently watching him from within the egg, piercing through layers of obstacles, reaching straight into the depths of his heart. Vaughn took a deep breath, intimately feeling the 2 raging energies within the spirit beast egg clashing and devouring each other. He experienced the surging chaotic magic within, gradually comprehending why the Crimson Blood domain required such high standards for the Spirit Beast's bloodline level. Spirit Beasts with bloodline strength below extraordinary would likely be devoured by the chaos upon entering the Beastmaster's space, losing their self-identity completely. Only Spirit Beasts with extraordinary bloodlines like the Thunder Egg could not only resist the insanity of the Crimson Blood domain, but also absorb the chaotic energy here to strengthen themselves. Based on his speculation, even the Thunder Egg couldn't absorb the Crimson Blood domain's energy endlessly. When the Thunder Egg could no longer absorb, Vaughn would face the same problem again, the onset of Mad Blood Syndrome, leading to death in agony. To continue contracting Spirit Beasts with extraordinary bloodlines was necessary. However, Spirit Beasts with such powerful bloodlines were scarce, and he had no idea where he could capture the next one. Becoming a Beastmaster Hunter was one path. As the Beastmaster's rank increased, more Spirit Beasts would become available for purchase internally, which definitely included those with extraordinary bloodlines. He planned to start gathering information from this angle. Luyanko at the precious extraordinary bloodline Phantom Beast Thunder Egg. Vaughn was instantly filled with anticipation. I wonder what kind of Spirit Beast the Thunder Egg will hatch. Could it be a Thunderwolf dragon? Or maybe a flying dragon with electric attributes? Riding a flying dragon and soaring through the sky, powerful and free, was every Beastmaster's dream. Vaughn imagined a scene in his mind. A silver-haired youth riding a flying dragon freely in the sky, with a powerful fire lion standing loyally by his side. How cool. Confirming that the Thunder Egg showed no abnormalities, Vaughn withdrew his consciousness from the Beastmaster space and, unable to hold on any longer, fell asleep. At the Mystic Fog Mountains, a gentle breeze blew away the mist between the mountains. Mayenko the silver hair sway with the wind. The heavy marlin leather armor cut and ready, placed in a wooden basket on his back. I hope Michelle is fine, Vaughn thought to himself. With a machete hanging from his waist, accompanied by a lion, Vaughn walked down the mountain path. The air in the mountain was damp and chilly, with poisonous miasma filling Vaughn's lungs, giving him a slight chill, but it did not substantially affect him. Are you okay? Vaughn looked back at the billy with concern. And no problem, big bro. The billy replied. Its lion head was tightly wrapped in black cloth. Mayenko its steps unsteady and very strenuous. Although it had drunk mad blood before, increasing its poison resistance, to be on the safe side, Vaughn still used Marlin's venom sac membrane to make a mask for the billy. The venom sac membrane could not only be eaten but also isolated and filtered most of the toxic mist. Mayenko, it extremely versatile. After observing for a moment, Vaughn confirmed that the billy wasn't affected by the poisonous gas, so he finally relaxed. After drinking Yanko more mad blood later, we'll keep enhancing the poison resistance. According to the contents of the hunter's note, mad blood indeed could cultivate spirit beasts. But thin Yanko about the madness caused by mad blood syndrome and being consumed by murderous emotions, Vaughn decided to proceed cautiously, always paying attention to the dosage. Just then, a foul stench interrupted his thoughts. The billy also smelled the danger and hurriedly tore off the mask constraint. The stench grew stronger, and the earth shook continuously as a massive black shadow gradually appeared through the dense fog. As it approached, Vaughn's pupils constricted sharply, and all his body hair stood on end. The billy exclaimed hoarsely, "What the hell is this thing?" A flesh-like monster slowly emerged from the thinning mist. Its entire body was covered in maggots and flesh, each maggot writhing nonstop. These maggots varied in size, growing out from inside the flesh, moving and devouring pus and blood chaotically, which was chilling. As the fleshy monster moved, pus splattered, mixed with a strong stench, permeating the surroundings, suffocating anyone near. Ugh! The billy couldn't stop gagging. For a creature with keen senses like it, this stench was overwhelming. The fleshy creature locked onto Vaughn and the billy, coiling its hind legs to prepare for an attack. Maggots writhed like waves around it. In the next moment, it charged towards them. Seeing this, Vaughn quickly rolled away, while the billy leaped to avoid the attack. Boom! The fleshy monster hit a boulder, causing black pus mixed with maggots to splash everywhere. Danteeth the pus, a pair of giant bone teeth emerged, reflecting a pale light. Vaughn vaguely guessed, and quickly shouted to the billy, "Use fireballs to attack its head." Several fireballs shot toward the fleshy monster, scorching the maggots and pus with intense heat, instantly turning them into burnt residue. The fleshy monster screamed shrilly, with much of its flesh and maggots burned into blood water. A pair of huge fangs and a boar's head became visible. So it is indeed the wild boar king, Vaughn muttered. But what about these maggots and flesh? Seeing the areas contaminated by black blood were eroded, Vaughn instructed the billy, "Keep your distance when attack Yanko and avoid the black blood it splashes." Got it, big bro. The wild boar king had hollow eyes, roaring and attack Yanko driven purely by instinct. Vaughn skillfully dodged every charge with agile rolls. The billy kept jumping and hitting the wild boar king with fireballs. Fire was highly effective against maggots and flesh. They gradually turned to ashes under the flames, slowing down the wild boar king's attacks. Seeing this, Vaughn raised his left hand, where the Beastmaster rune slowly emerged, with lightning faintly wrapping around, preparing for a fatal strike. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky. Screech! A large gray eagle swooped down, its eyes gleaming sharply, focusing on the wild boar king below. Chapter 12, Beastmaster Hunter. The wind blades condensed to their utmost on the gray eagle's wings, shot straight towards the wild boar king. Whoosh! The wind blade struck the wild boar king's limbs, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground, carrying Yanko up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, Piercing sounds filled the air. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Arrows pierced through the mist, accurately hitting various vital points on the wild boar king. The arrowheads were enveloped by layers of wind blades, which erupted violently upon impact. The maggots and flesh were sliced into bloody pulp under the wind blades, splattering all over the ground. The wild boar king's limbs and head were severed mid-air, and it died instantly. Willis and Billy looked cautiously at the mist. A massive figure emerged from the fog. A 2-meter-tall giant dog slowly walked out. Its fur flowed like dark currents in the night, faintly shimmering with silver light, as if it were a gray specter drifting through the darkness. A man clad in black leather armor, holding a crossbow, rode atop the giant dog's waist. At this moment, light flickered in the man's eyes, and the silhouette of a hunting hawk appeared behind him, while the beast-taming rune in his right hand emitted a golden glow. Beastmaster or knight? Willis thought to himself, staring intently at the beast-taming rune. After a brief wait, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky. Screech. The light in the Beastmaster's eyes receded, returning to normal, and the gray hawk silhouette behind him gradually dissipated. When a Beastmaster uses inscribed Spirit Beast skills, the corresponding Spirit Beast silhouette appears behind them. They can also choose not to manifest the silhouette through sheer will. The appearance of the beast-taming rune follows the same principle. It depends on the specific circumstances during combat. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've confirmed the surroundings are safe. The Beastmaster waved at Willis. He then leaped off the giant dog and extended his right hand toward Willis. You must be Willis. 3-star Beastmaster Hunter, August Falconera. You can call me August. This is my partner, Gray Great Eagle and Windhound. Gray Great Eagle. Winged creature, elemental type, mature spirit beast. Bloodline rank, rare. Attributes, wind, strength. Diverse spirit beast skills, masters wind elements. Capable of condensing powerful wind blades on its wings for ranged attacks, while relying on its agile flight speed and sharp claws for melee combat. Gray Great Eagle has excellent vision, able to lock onto prey from a great distance. Note its strong wind currents and wind blade attack range when flying. Overall evaluation, a rare raptor spirit beast found in mountains and valleys, renowned for its powerful wind blade attacks. Windhound, wilderness creature, elemental type, mature spirit beast. Bloodline rank, rare. Attributes, wind, strength. Diverse spirit beast skills, mastering wind elements, able to condense hurricane force winds while running, allowing for short bursts of supersonic speed. Can form wind blades in its mouth for ranged attacks, and its roar can jinsu weak spirit beasts' minds. Windhound has extremely acute senses, able to swiftly locate and capture prey in complex terrains. Note its strong wind currents and wind blade attack range during high-speed runs. Overall evaluation, a rare wilderness spirit beast active in windy regions, known for its swift speed. Based on the hunter notes, Willis deduced that the spirit beast skills August used earlier included visual enhancement and adding wind blade damage to arrows, fitting the characteristics of these two spirit beasts. They shook hands, and Willis nodded to Gray Great Eagle and Windhound. August glanced at Willis's back, where Billy was observing everything around with caution, ready to act at any sign of danger. August said, "It seems you've earned the trust of your Fire Lion. That's very good. This alone surpasses many 1-star Beastmasters. The Ranyanko of Beastmasters is fundamentally determined by the strength of their spirit beast space. Using stars as a metaphor, starting from 1-star Beastmaster, more stars represent greater power. 1-star Bronze Beastmaster, 2-star Silver Beastmaster, 3-star Gold Beastmaster, 4-star Platinum Beastmaster, 5-star Diamond Beastmaster. Beastmaster hunters are also ranked according to Beastmaster levels." As he spoke, August took 2 bottles of dark green liquid from his waist and handed them to Willis. "This is an antidote. Although the mountain mist isn't too toxic, it's better to be safe." Willis took the bottles, immediately sensing the mix of herbal fragrance and intense bitterness seeping through the bottle caps. Willis thought, indeed, it's an antidote. His guard against August lowered slightly. August continued, "I was commissioned by Mara to find you in obscuring Mist Mountain. You were quite brave to lure away the Marlin." Willis solemnly replied, "Thank you for coming specifically to save me. Is Presley okay?" Subsequently, August narrated how Presley had led the children to hide in the cellar and eventually waited for rescue. Relieved to know that Presley was safe and sound, Willis's heart finally settled. Then he selectively recounted the events of the past few days to August, naturally omitting the parts about the spirit beast eggs and the underground camp. The more August listened, the more astonished he became, especially when he heard about Willis and Billy falling off a cliff. His disbelief was evident on his face. "Within just a few short days, it rivals all my years of hunting experience. Not only did you fall off a cliff unharmed, but you also managed to successfully obtain Marlin's leather armor. Such good luck?" August mumbled inwardly, and his gaze towards Willis softened even more. In just these few minutes, the wild boar king beside them completely rotted away, its decaying flesh continuously decomposing onto the ground, Mayenko the stench more intense. Willis looked at the wild boar king's corpse. "What happened to this wild boar king?" August said gravely. "This is the curse of mutation, also the root cause of the beast tide." Confused, Willis asked, "Isn't the root cause of the beast tide the thunderstorms these past few days?" August replied, "While the thunderstorm did trigger a minor panic among the beast population, the real root cause is this curse of mutation." "I see. Is the curse of mutation similar to the spirit beast curse skill of the Ghostwood Trant?" Willis frantically searched his memory, Spianko somewhat uncertainly. Surprised, August remarked, "You actually know about the Ghostwood Trant? Well, given that your father was a Beastmaster Hunter, it makes sense. Ghostwood Treant, Spirit Beast, Ghost type, Unique type, Elemental type. An extremely rare and timid spirit beast often found near graveyards and mass graves during nighttime. Due to its timidity, it curses other spirit beasts and creatures with spectral curses, causing temporary hypothermia in targets so it can swiftly escape. Willis thought privately. I initially thought the beast tide was triggered by the lightning storm. Who would have thought it was actually a curse, or perhaps both had an impact? Then, gazing at the Wild Boar King's corpse, Willis frowned and asked, just what kind of spirit beast curse could have turned the Wild Boar King into this state? Over these past 10 years, he had never heard of any spirit beast near Silvertown capable of releasing such terrifying skills. Not even in the hunter notes left by his father were there any records. August nodded. The Beastmaster Hunter Guild has been continuously recording the ecosystem of spirit beasts around Silvertown. There are no known clans or individual spirit beasts that can release this curse. It is preliminarily speculated that it might be an introduced species or subspecies. Hunters are searching diligently for its traces. Immediately after, August took several small bottles from his waist, pouring a faintly glowing liquid over the Wild Boar King's decaying flesh. This is a specially made purification agent that, like fire, thoroughly purifies contamination. As soon as the decaying flesh touched the liquid, it rapidly transformed into plumes of black smoke, leaving only bones behind. Suddenly remembering something, August added, if you want to become a Beastmaster Hunter, I recommend choosing the Negra Tortoise. After all, it only eats green leaves and grass, making it much cheaper to cultivate. Before Willis could respond, Billy couldn't help but react first, launching into a tirade at August. To August, it was just incomprehensible roaring. Shut up if you can't speak properly, nobody thinks you're mute. Can't you see we just went through life and death together? Nobody asked you. Why do you talk so much? Damn dog. Windhound glared fiercely at Billy, but Billy showed no fear and continued cursing loudly. Willis stroked Billy's head and then looked at August. I've already decided to choose a young fire lion. August grinned mischievously. So, you're determined to become a Beastmaster Hunter? Willis then asked. I am indeed considering it. Can the Hunter Guild buy powerful bloodline spirit beasts? August slowly responded. If you become a full-fledged hunter, spirit beasts with bloodlines below extraordinary can be exchanged using mission points. As for those above extraordinary, they are generally very rare, though they have appeared a few times at internal auctions. Willis thought to himself, auctions rarely appear, but it's better than nothing. August asked, how do you feel about it? Willis replied slowly, so, as long as I become a Beastmaster Hunter and get strong enough, there will be more opportunities to obtain extraordinary bloodline spirit beasts. Am I correct? August nodded. Although I don't know why you are so fixated on extraordinary bloodlines. Theoretically, yes. With a firm gaze, Willis declared seriously, yes, I will become a Beastmaster Hunter. Next, August explained the application process in detail, and they agreed to meet at the Hunter Guild a month later. Bidding farewell to August, Willis and Billy headed towards the ranch. Watching Willis's retreating figure, August praised, strength, responsibility, luck. He has them all. He's a good prospect. The sun hung high in the sky, and tendrils of smoke rose from the ranch, signaling that it was already noon. Mara was preparing lunch for the day, while Presley sat in a chair by the window, her face expressionless. She gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky. The light-horned sheep lay curled up beside her legs, quietly resting on the floor as it kept her company. Seeing her soulless daughter, Mara spoke with concern. I've already entrusted the Hunter Guild to look for Willis. Don't worry. That boy has always been resourceful since childhood. He'll be fine. Mara tried to comfort her daughter, but Presley continued staring out the window without any response. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting its glow upon her, highlighting her pale face and the deep sorrow in her eyes. Outside the window, the sky was blue, and clouds floated peacefully, presenting an image of serenity. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her gaze slowly shifted to the distant cobblestone path. Her eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with hope like stars. She rubbed her eyes and stared intently for a long time before abruptly standing up and dashing toward the door. What is it? Presley. Mara's voice came with a hint of worry. But Presley didn't have time to answer. The light-horned sheep followed closely behind her as they both rushed outside. Sunlight bathed the vast land, warm and bright, enveloping everything in a golden glow. A gentle breeze blew, creating wave after wave of ripples across the grassland, accompanied by the soft rustling of the blades, as if nature itself was praising this moment. Finally, Presley embraced him tightly, the emotions she had suppressed for so long bursting forth. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and seeing this, Willis gently patted her back, soothing her softly. Welcome home, big brother. I'm back, Presley. Chapter 13, Reunion Moment. Silver White Ranch, lunchtime. Pinkish red meat streaked with tender white fat made the whole steak look irresistibly sexy and mouth-watering. The flames grew more vigorous, and the temperature of the cast-iron frying pan continuously rose. At a perfect moment, the long-matured steak was placed into the hot pan. The instant iron met meat, it sizzled loudly, creating an intense atmosphere. The cream-colored fats melted instantly, and the beef gradually matured. Under the effect of the cast-iron pan, their colors turned deep and inviting. Just at this moment, a small bunch of thyme was added, scooping up the liquefied grease to pour over the red meat until it was fully soaked and changed color. After a short wait, the rich aroma of the meat mixed with the unique fragrance of thyme spread around, signaling that the fried steak was ready. Beside the dining table, Braden and Presley sat side by side, while Billy perched on the chair upright. The aroma tempted saliva to flow crazily. Growl. Braden's and Billy's stomachs made sounds in unison. It had been 3 days since Braden returned to the ranch. After several days of recuperation, both human and beast injuries were completely healed due to their strong recovery ability. Avoiding Presley's teasing gaze, Braden blushed and asked, "Can Mara prepare a 5-person portion for us?" Not only Braden, but Billy could also eat as much as 2 people. Billy echoed, 5-person portion, 5-person portion. The anticipated teasing did not come. Instead, Mara said, "Wait a moment, it will be done soon." Soon, the table was filled with food. Though the dishes were limited, the quantity was surprisingly large. Yanko at the full table, Braden glanced at Mara, as Yankoli with some suspicion. "All these will be deducted from my salary?" Mara smiled and shook her head. "Eat quickly before it gets cold. If it's not enough, there is plenty more." Excitedly, Billy exclaimed, "Yay!" Today's lunch included juicy matured steak, mashed potato salad, fluffy potatoes, and ripe sweet oranges. Braden and Billy began devouring the food simultaneously, using both hands. Instantly, a warm current surged inside them, as their bodies absorbed the essence from the steak, enhancing Braden's physique very slowly like droplets merging into the sea. During the meal, under the questioning of Presley and Mara, Braden recounted what happened after leading away the dog dragon Yanko, omitting the part about obtaining the thunder egg, telling them selectively. Presley had not questioned him further in these few days to let Braden rest well. When she heard about being surrounded by dog dragons and falling off the cliff, Presley looked worriedly at Braden, saying, "Thank you, brother Braden." Braden hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth. "No need to thank me. I can't just leave my little sister in danger." Presley nodded obediently. After eating heartily, Braden sat up straight and said solemnly, "Mara, I want to adopt Billy and become a beastmaster hunter." Hearing this, Billy, still gnawing on a bone, couldn't finish swallowing but jumped joyfully into Braden's arms, almost Yanko himself. "Brother, I knew I didn't misjudge you." Presley was first startled and her voice raised slightly. "Brother is going to become a beastmaster hunter? Doesn't that mean he'll often face powerful spirit beasts?" Braden patted Presley's head. "Don't worry, I'm strong enough." Mara, standing nearby, asked urgently, "Become a beastmaster hunter? Are you sure? Do you know what that means? Aside from the dangerous quota tasks that hunters must complete, just the precious materials needed for spirit beast evolution cost a fortune, not to mention daily feed isn't cheap either. And hunter equipment, such as armor, weapons, high-level rune weapons, magic items, they all cost money." Braden looked at Mara. "Yes, I've made up my mind." After a moment of eye contact, seeing Braden's determined eyes, Mara eventually conceded. "Sigh, men are always the same. Fine, I'll help you apply to the guild. Stage 1 juvenile, wild beast type, elemental type spirit beast, fire cub. Internal price, 20 silver coins." Mara skillfully pulled out a notebook from her apron pocket and confirmed. Even though Braden had prepared mentally, his heart still skipped a beat. 20 silver coins. Having worked at the ranch for years, he tried saving money. But his modest income and his natural big appetite meant his savings plan failed. Thankfully, his father left some inheritance before disappearing, but it wasn't nearly enough. Braden felt bitter, truly experiencing the meaning of a single penny can stump a hero. He awkwardly asked, "Can we borrow part of the amount from the guild?" With a thud, Mara took out a bag from her chest and placed it on the table. The sound of coins rubbing against each other echoed through the cloth bag. "Here is 20 silver coins. The rest of the equipment like weapons and armor will be up to you," Mara said slowly. Braden looked at this frugal famed lady in surprise. He was about to refuse, but Presley nodded at him from the side, and he accepted the gift. "Thank you, Mara. Family doesn't need such formality." Braden took the heavy coin purse without much talk, keeping everything in mind. Lunch ended on a cheerful note, and Mara asked, "In a few days, St. Light Church will hold a mass for the victims of the beast tide. Will you attend?" Braden pondered for a moment. "I'd better not go. I'm not comfortable with large crowds." After some casual chat, he headed toward his wooden cabin. Presley watched Braden leave, her face etched with concern despite saying nothing. Mara comforted her. "Men are unpredictable. They'll only do what they believe in. Your father often said before he went missing that in this chaotic world ravaged by spirit beasts, one must become stronger to survive." Presley nodded silently. "Keep getting stronger, huh?" The human and the beast returned to Braden's small house. Seeing the antidote on the table still full, Braden narrowed his eyes at Billy. "So, you really didn't drink the antidote last night?" Earlier in the Misty Fog Mountains, Billy had inhaled quite a bit of miasma and had been coughing since they returned to the ranch. He couldn't immediately tell if Billy was poisoned or affected by his frenzied blood. After observation, he noted that besides occasional mild coughs, Billy wasn't acting crazy, which eased his mind. It doesn't seem like poisoning. Could it be overheating? Braden thought. Just to be safe, he made Billy finish the antidote. After all, herbal antidotes not only detoxify, but also reduce internal heat. Shivering, Billy stuttered. I drank a little." "A little? Looks like a drop to me." "No problem, let me help you." Braden held Billy with his left hand, opened his mouth, and poured half of the antidote with his right hand. Billy gagged and struggled. "Ugh, it smells like herbs. I hate herbs, I hate vegetables. I won't drink it." Braden sneered. A mighty Billy afraid of medicine? What would other young fire cubs think? Mockery? Disappointment? You wouldn't want the lion pride to know this secret, would you? Finally, Billy's limbs dropped, giving up the struggle as Braden poured most of the antidote into his mouth. The bitterness subsided, and his coughing lessened. Braden said, "Rest well today, adjust your condition. Starting tomorrow, I'll create a training plan for you. Billy felt inexplicably excited, forgetting the bitter taste in his mouth. Training plan? Can I get stronger? You'll get stronger, but the process will be tough. No problem, big bro. There was about a month until the agreed date with August. Brayden planned to train diligently to become stronger, aiming to acquire another extraordinary lineage spirit beast soon. Chapter 14. The Mad Blood Cultivation Plan. The next day, inside the stone house, Brayden sat at the table, flipping through an old hunter's journal. The yellowed edges of the pages emitted a scent reminiscent of woodland soil, and one could almost detect a faint aroma of ink. At the margins of the journal and on several key map maryankos, dark red bloodstains, long dried, were visible. These bloodstains had become extremely faint, blending with the yellowed paper, causing concern and curiosity about the fate of the original owner of the journal. Brayden's gaze was focused, gently holding a quill pen in his hand, occasionally writing training plans within the journal. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he softly said, "Decided. I'll call it the Mad Blood Cultivation Plan. Spirit Beast Bloodline Levels. Inferior, Common, Rare, Extraordinary, Epic, Legendary, Mythical. Spirit Beast Growth Stages. Juvenile, Growing, Mature. Spirit Beasts can evolve, and those with powerful bloodlines can undergo multiple evolutions. After centuries of research and development by beast tamers, there are now mature evolutionary paths and evolution potions. Take the Poison Sac Water Crocodile as an example. There is an evolution path centered on enhancing water attributes. Juvenile Poison Sac Water Crocodile, Growing Water Arrow Crocodile, Mature Giant Water Crocodile. There is also an evolution path centered on enhancing poison attributes. Juvenile Poison Sac Water Crocodile, Growing Poison Arrow Crocodile, Mature Poison Armor Crocodile. Based on the potion recipes recorded in the journal, different feed and cultivation methods, after long-term cultivation, can lead spirit beasts to evolve in completely different directions. Mad blood can strengthen the constitution of spirit beasts, enabling them to grow rapidly. Although it cannot directly cause evolution, it can awaken their bloodlines and additional racial skills. According to the notes in the journal, Brayden took a basin of fresh raw meat and added some powder from fire crystals. This mineral powder could promote the growth of fire attribute spirit beasts. Then he opened a wooden cabinet nearby and found some aged, slightly blackened mad blood that had been stored for a long time. After diluting the mad blood with water, its dark color instantly turned bright and transparent. He poured this clear blood water mixture into the raw meat, thoroughly mixing everything together. "Wake up, time for breakfast. Come in, big bro." Billy struggled to get up, lightly licked Yanko his lips, and drowsily devoured the minced meat, savoring this specially prepared nutritious breakfast. Brayden observed and recorded the entire process. Previously, to treat Billy's poisoning, he had fed him a few drops of mad blood. Since there hadn't been any significant abnormalities afterward, this time he slightly increased the dosage, adding the equivalent of 10 drops of undiluted blood. After swallowing the bloody meat, Billy felt a wild energy coursing through his body. He felt brimming with inexhaustible strength, his eyes tinged with a pale red, instantly dispelling all sleepiness. Brayden thought to himself, "Looks like this dosage is just right. The increase of mad blood should be gradual to avoid loss of control or frenzied behavior. It's best to fully digest and absorb its power between meals." Billy smacked his lips and said, "Big bro, today's breakfast was really good. Tasted somewhat familiar." "Yes, I added some of my blood to the meat to help you grow faster." Billy suddenly understood, then lingered on the taste, saying, "So that's why it tasted so familiar." It was delicious. Brayden suddenly found this conversation odd, imagining a scene where Billy, after growing up, would swallow him while he was asleep. Shayanko his head hastily, he dismissed this thought. "Big bro, what are we going to train today? I feel full of energy. Let's start with weighted running." Silver Village Pasture. The morning air in the pasture was especially fresh, and craftsmen were repairing the houses damaged by the beast tide. Brayden stood on the bluestone path, inhaling deeply the air that smelled of grass, then lifted a massive yew log taller than a man beside the road. He immediately felt something was off. Normally, Brayden also trained with weighted runs, and this yew log used to be just right for him. But now, he barely felt the weight, easily swinging the log in his hands, producing sounds as it cut through the air, clearly indicating his strength had significantly increased. "This must be the physical enhancement I gained after becoming a one-star hunter. Beast tamer indeed deserves to be an extraordinary profession." Smiling, Brayden picked up another yew log, perfectly balanced with one on each shoulder. "Let's start warming up." Billy's eyes gleamed with admiration, excitedly wagging its tail. It imitated Brayden by picking Yanko up a thick stick from the roadside. Brayden stepped forward, his pace steady and powerful, seemingly unimpeded. Despite the heaviness of the two yew logs, they seemed to have merged with his shoulders, maintaining perfect stability. Billy followed closely behind. Although smaller in size, carrying the thick stick made it look rather cute and uncoordinated. Yet, this exercise greatly helped Billy's balance, allowing it to run nimbly and quickly. A man and a beast began running around the pasture, with muddy roads and occasional puddles failing to slow them down. Brayden's footsteps left deep imprints in the grass, while Billy nimbly jumped, avoiding obstacles on the path. After warming up, both man and beast shed their weights. Steam rose from their bodies as they felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. They came to the pond by the pasture. Over these past few days, Brayden had leveled the ground here and dug fire trenches on both sides using a spade, along with ensuring water was nearby. Thus, even if Billy used fireballs, it wouldn't cause a fire, Mayenko this an ideal training area. On the ground were handmade wooden discs and stone dummies. The wooden discs were specially made by Braden, modeled after the pet flying discs from his previous world. The training objective wasn't to catch the discs, but to improve accuracy. The next training is for improving accuracy. Braden's voice echoed in the spacious training ground. He picked up a wooden disc from the pile, flicked his wrist, and sent it flying. Billy focused intensely, its eyes glowing with the sharpness of a hunter. Following Braden's action, it conjured a scorching fireball, precisely xuanhuan the airborne disc. With a soft sound, the disc shattered mid-air, blooming like fireworks. Braden smiled, nodding approvingly. Swish, swish, swish. He quickened his hand movements, continuously hurling several discs at once. Initially, Billy missed a few times, but soon adjusted its state. The fireballs it shot out one after another accurately hit every target. Very good, Braden praised loudly. I'm awesome, right, bro? Billy's voice was filled with pride and confidence. Braden chuckled in response. I'll increase the difficulty now. Pick Yanko up some small stones from the ground. He launched the discs while simultaneously firing the stones toward Billy like arrows. Focused entirely on the discs, Billy failed to notice the incoming stones. One stone directly hit its forehead, leaving a small red bump. Oh no, too hard. Braden was about to check its injury when Billy interrupted him. It's fine. Bro, let's continue. Need a break. It's fine. Bro, let's continue. Running out of fireballs. It's fine. Bro, let's continue. Billy pushed its physical limits to the extreme, fully absorbing the strength contained within the mad blood. Braden gradually increased the dosage of mad blood based on Billy's absorption rate over 3 meals a day. His own training did not stop either. After each daily session with Billy, he would practice swordsmanship late into the night. After a month, Billy's body underwent significant changes. Its formerly dull mane now appeared denser and gleamed with a faint golden-red luster. Its physique more robust, muscle lines distinctly visible under sunlight. Whenever it moved, one could feel the surge of power and vitality from within, along with a barely restrained ferocity. During this month, daily combat drills between Billy and Braden became routine. In today's training, Billy's attacks were fiercer than ever before, the flames surrounding it burning hotter, causing the edges of the surrounding grass to wither and char. Braden noticed the deepening blood-red hue in Billy's eyes, deeper than usual. These last few days with more mad blood, it's time for a rest. As he was pondering, Billy suddenly lost consciousness. Its entire body was enveloped in fierce flames, forming a massive fireball that charged straight at Braden. Braden reacted instantly, sidestepping just in time to avoid the scorching fireball. The fireball tore through the air with unstoppable force, finally crashing into the pond beside the training ground, sending up high splashes of water. Without hesitation, Braden leaped into the pond, swimming swiftly to rescue the disoriented Billy. Holding Billy tightly in his arms, he felt its internal heat gradually subside, allowing him to relax. Billy slowly regained consciousness and said, Lianko at Braden. Bro, I'm sorry, I couldn't control my power suddenly. Braden consoled softly. It's okay, injuries during sparring are common. It's better than losing your life in the wild. And I should apologize. I got too impatient and gave you too much mad blood. Billy's unease faded, then suddenly remembered something, a flash of excitement in its eyes. Bro, I think I mastered a new skill. Braden asked eagerly. New skill? Like that flame collision earlier? Yes. Billy's voice carried a hint of pride. Braden ruffled Billy's head. Fantastic. At this moment, one by one, the base in the pond flipped their white bellies and floated to the surface, clearly stunned by the fireball's impact. Braden looked at the floating fish with a smile and said, Extra meal tonight. All you can eat fish. Billy wagged its tail, sending ripples across the water. Bro, hooray. Chapter 15 Silvertown. 1 month later, Vaughn pushed an old wooden cart, loaded with a heavy backpack, advancing on the cobblestone path in the countryside. The loot from his previous victories was piled in the cart and the backpack, the hide, claws, and scales of the marlin. Burlap cloths were draped over them to shield the treasures from dust carried by the breeze. Materials from the marlin could be used to forge armor, weapons, and rare ornaments, which were not easy to come by under normal circumstances. As for the marlin's flesh, Vaughn and the Billy had long devoured it all. Although the marlin was still in its juvenile stage, it was more powerful than ordinary dog dragons. Naturally, the magic power contained in its flesh was more abundant than that of other juvenile spirit beasts. Thanks to the timely supplement of the marlin's flesh, both the Billy and Vaughn had managed to constantly push themselves to their limits this past month, engaging in frenzied training. Most of these dog dragon materials had originally been stored at the hunter's camp. After several trips back and forth, Vaughn finally managed to transport everything to the ranch. If only I had a storage item, it would save me so much time running back and forth. Items like spatial storage devices or enchantment scrolls are incredibly expensive, but highly practical. Especially for beast-taming hunters who hunt frequently outdoors, having such storage items would significantly increase the amount of materials they could bring back from each hunt, thereby boosting income. I must buy one if I have enough money, Vaughn thought to himself. Just then, the burlap covering the dog dragon materials started trembling. Underneath the cloth, the Billy was hugging a carrot, snoring soundly. Snore, snore. After lifting the burlap, Vaughn chuckled. Finally asleep. This kid is so clingy. In recent days, the Billy and Vaughn had hardly been apart. The spirit beast insisted that spirit beasts must stand together with their masters through thick and thin. This resulted in Vaughn losing all personal space. They ate, slept, bathed, and trained together. Even using the bathroom required intense persuasion for the Billy to compromise, agreeing only to guard the door to prevent any surprise attacks during Vaughn's most vulnerable moments. Only after putting the Billy to sleep could Vaughn take the time to plan for the future. Today was the day Vaughn had agreed to meet August. Since he was already in town, he planned to sell the materials first and then head to the Beast Taming Hunter Guild. He intended to formally apply to become a beast taming hunter. Silvertown was a small town located on the western side of the Fire Dragon Dominion on the continent. Entering the town, the spire of the Holy Light Cathedral emerged faintly through the mist. The golden holy emblem stood tall, reflecting the rays of the rising sun, shimmering gently. Like a lighthouse, it guided believers see Yanko light and hope. On both sides of the street, burnt stone walls still emitted a faint burnt odor even after several days. Craftsmen were repairing and rebuilding collapsed houses. Children ran and played on the streets while vendors sold various fruits and vegetables, calling out their wares. The town had shaken off the influence of the beast tide and returned to its former bustling self. Vaughn tightened his specially made beast skin sleeve protector and hat, ensuring that his blood-red left arm and white hair were completely covered. It wasn't because he found anything peculiar shameful. He just didn't want to draw too much attention. There was no need to waste time on trivial matters. Of course, if someone were to provoke him, he wouldn't mind testing his newfound strength as a one-star beast tamer. Vaughn parked the cart outside a general store and walked in quickly. "Boss, do you buy Marlin materials?" Marlin, the shop owner, who had been dozing off behind the counter, instantly perked up upon hearing about Marlin materials. Following the beast tide, plenty of dog dragon materials flooded the market, but the Marlin was indeed a rare find. Upon seeing a white-haired youth, the boss's expression turned sour immediately. He muttered softly, "White-haired ghost, what bad luck." After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand, saying, "Not buying, not buying." Without arguing, Vaughn turned to the next shop. "Boss, do you accept Marlin materials here?" Not accepting. He visited several shops, and all rejected his offer without exception. Before this, Vaughn would occasionally come to town to buy spices or sell some mountain goods. While the shopkeepers' attitudes were usually indifferent, transactions went smoothly. However, today they refused to purchase without even inquiring about the price. Marlin materials were key ingredients for forging Dog Dragon series armor and weapons and could be used to craft precious ornaments. They were usually not difficult to sell for a reasonable price. Strange, Vaughn thought. He had initially planned to compare prices among a few shops, but unexpectedly none showed interest. His only option now was to sell to the Hunters Guild. Vaughn pushed the cart toward the Hunters Guild. Despite his efforts to keep a low profile, his white hair was too Yanko. Even with a leather cap on, he stood out in the bustling market. As he walked through the town, townspeople murmured and eyed him with disdain. Vendors would deliberately avoid eye contact when they saw him approaching. Some even covered their goods as if any interaction would bring them misfortune. A few bold children tossed small stones, aiming not at Vaughn, but just behind him. The constant thuds added to the irritation. Such bad luck. "Look, it's that white-haired ghost. What is he doing here?" Just then, an elderly voice called out to Vaughn. "Hey Vaughn, still alive, huh?" An old man with grizzled white hair and a frail build emerged from a stone house, struggling to carry wooden crates. With a worried frown, the old man muttered, "Oh, this is tough on my old body." Seeing this, Vaughn said, "If you're still around, Fiki old man, how could I be dead?" Fiki snapped angrily, "You brat, see if you can help me. I've told you 1,000 times, I'm only 35, you're the old man. Your whole family is old. You wish, old coot," Vaughn thought to himself. Years ago, when he first came to the market to sell mountain goods, Fiki boasted about being a powerful beast tamer. He claimed that even the Sky Tyrant, the fiery dragon, wasn't a match for him. Vaughn had been fooled by these tall tales back then. Later, he found out Fiki was merely a Saint Light Church acolyte, a one-star bronze beast tamer. Being deceived by an old man in his new life left Vaughn feeling embarrassed. Vaughn took the wooden crate from Fiki and placed it on the stall outside the stone house. A faint holy aura emanated from the crate, revealing various amulets inside. Vaughn picked up one casually. "Still selling these junk? Aren't you afraid someone will realize they don't work and come after you?" Fiki retorted angrily, "Junk? Don't you dare say that. These are all carefully made holy amulets that can resist corrupting forces." Vaughn smirked. "Last time I heard you tricked the carpenter next door, telling him your amulet could cure weakness in athlete's foot. What if the Saint Light Church finds out?" Fiki waved his hand hurriedly, Yanko around to make sure no one was nearby, before relaxing. "Please, Sir Vaughn, stop mentioning it. I'm scared. Just keep fooling people. When you get caught by the church's inquisition, I won't bother burying you." Fiki nodded obediently. "I'll promise not to exaggerate the amulet's effects anymore and won't lie to anyone." Vaughn walked to the cart. "Take care." Fiki asked, "Are you going to the Hunters Guild?" "Decided to become a beast-taming hunter." Vaughn nodded. "Yeah, decided. It's time to take this step." Fiki pulled out a cloth bag from his coat and threw it forward. Vaughn caught it effortlessly. Inside was a copper holy amulet. It was somewhat irregular in shape, with hammer marks covering its surface. In the center, a special material outlined a sun-like holy rune, emitting a gentle warmth. Yanko at the inexpensive yet thoughtful amulet. Vaughn gave Fiki a questioning glance. Fiki explained slowly, "Consider it a parting gift. Stepping into the extraordinary world, your days will surely become more eventful." Vaughn nodded and slipped the amulet into his pocket. After rummaging through the cart for a while, he finally found a relatively intact Marlin scale and tossed it to Fiki. "Thanks." He waved goodbye as the two gradually parted ways. Fiki held the scale, watching Vaughn's retreating back, suddenly remembering something. He shouted loudly, By the way, did you offend the town guard? Last month, they ordered merchants to report your presence immediately, but never posted a wanted notice. Be careful, Vaughn realized. No wonder no one bought my materials. But he racked his brain and couldn't recall offending the town guard. Forget it, focus on what needs to be done. Passing through the market, he arrived at the edge of town where a tavern stood quietly on the outskirts of the busy area. Outside the tavern, a large, weathered wooden stake held a rusty iron sign. The surface of the iron sign was uneven, marked by scratches and water erosion, with faint traces of dried blood, evidence of its long history. The front of the iron sign was engraved with Beast Taming Hunters Guild, and the emblematic symbols of a sword and shield, which shimmered under the sunlight. The Beast Taming Hunters Guild had arrived. Chapter 16, Hunters Guild. The tavern is a subsidiary business of the Beastmaster Hunters Guild. Here, not only does it offer special beverages unique to Silver Village, but also provides food and lodging. On regular days, hunters gather here for trading, teaming up, and occasionally participate in beast duels. The guild's reception desk is set up inside the tavern, handling daily missions for Beastmaster hunters and sharing information about spirit beasts. Vaughn parked the cart and back basket at the entrance, picked up the sleeping Billy, and walked into the Hunters Guild. The tavern hall was filled with smoky air, mixing various smells. The rich aroma of malt wine mingled with the pungent tobacco smell, the fragrance of roasted meat, and the salty sweat, all floating around. These smells intertwined to create a unique scent that stimulated people's olfactory nerves. What caught Vaughn's eyes were rows of old wooden seats, with hunters already drunk early in the morning on them. Behind him, a massive arena stood right in the center of the tavern. Is this the arena for beast duels? Vaughn thought to himself. At this moment, the previously noisy tavern suddenly fell silent. The hunters who were having intense conversations stopped Talyanko. They seemed to be observing Vaughn, who was holding the Billy. Most of them wore armor made from various materials, including Dog Dragon Series armor sets and Mining Series armor sets crafted from iron, ore, and earth core crystals. The most noticeable were 3 hunters sitting on one side of the arena, who looked alike, each wearing red, purple, and black armor. The man in crimson shell armor was openly sizing up Vaughn and the Billy in his arms. A large sword with exaggerated proportions leaned against the wall beside him. It seemed he had just finished a hunting mission. Bloodstains could still be seen on the blade. The large sword displayed red and blue colors, with faint runes engraved on it, emitting an aura of slaughter, clearly made from the same material as the armor. Vaughn immediately recognized it as a large sword made from the shell of a monster redbird, a giant spirit beast that often roamed through dense forests, capable of releasing scorching fireballs and breath. He had encountered this beast multiple times while gathering mountain goods, barely escaping after being put through much trouble. These 3 are very strong. They must be 2-star Beastmaster hunters, Vaughn thought. The tavern remained quiet for a while before resuming its usual noise. People continued what they were doing, no longer paying attention to Vaughn, but he could still feel several dangerous gazes secretly watching him. In contrast to the surrounding environment, near the tavern entrance, a uniformed clerk was tending to the flower beds by the window. Vaughn approached the counter, and the Billy, unable to tolerate the surrounding noise, slowly opened its eyes. Hello, are you Vaughn? The clerk asked with a smile. Hello, yes. Is Captain August here? Vaughn replied. The clerk chuckled and said, Captain August is still investigating the curse and is not here. But don't worry, he has detailed your situation to me. Your application to become a Beastmaster hunter has been submitted. There is no news yet, but the approval will take some time. It's been a month, and the approval hasn't gone through yet. Yes, Captain August assured me that your review will definitely pass. You can take the apprentice Beastmaster hunter standard equipment first and wait for news at the ranch. Saying this, the clerk stood up and took out a wooden box from under the counter. Vaughn opened the wooden box. Inside were a pair of goggles and a palm-sized square stone plate. On one side of the wooden box were neatly arranged 3 small balls with runes engraved on them, apparently made from some kind of crystal. These are standard magic items, including the goggles and the identification stone plate. Both record major information about common spirit beasts. They provide necessary intelligence to hunters when encountering spirit beasts in the wild for the first time. This helps hunters assess the situation and formulate appropriate hunting plans. The clerk pointed the identification stone plate at the Billy in Vaughn's arms. Soon, fluorescence appeared on the stone plate, displaying detailed information about the small fire lion. Small fire lion, wilderness type, elemental type, juvenile spirit beast. Bloodline level, rare. Attributes, fire, strength. Spirit beast skills, fireball, claw strike. Comprehensive evaluation, resilient vitality, masters fire elements, primarily uses fire-based skills. Strong destructive power. Physical strength increases as it grows. Mayenko is a rare spirit beast with great growth potential. Similar to what Dad wrote in his notes, Vaughn thought. He placed the Billy aside, put on the goggles, and the same spirit beast information appeared within the goggles. Spirit beasts can learn new skills through skill scrolls, and there may be differences between individuals. The skills recorded under spirit beast skills on the stone plate, and the goggles only indicate the skills that spirit beasts are highly likely to master. As the clerk spoke, he brought out a mirror. Vaughn looked at his handsome face in the mirror with the goggles on. Still kind of handsome, Vaughn thought privately. Eddie was wide awake now, excitedly saying, Big bro, you look so cool. Vaughn felt secretly delighted but still put on a chilly appearance. His resentment towards August and the guild's slow processing speed mostly dissipated. Then Vaughn picked up one of the small balls with runes engraved on it. The ball was semi-transparent like crystal, containing many heavy crystalline impurities as if it were an ice chunk formed outdoors in winter. He asked curiously, "What is this?" "These are spirit beast balls made from magic crystals. They can be reused multiple times. Primarily used to capture spirit beasts whose consciousness is in a floating state, they are essential magic items for trading spirit beasts. The Hunters Guild provides 3 spirit beast balls as standard equipment for each apprentice Beastmaster Hunter. This ensures apprentice hunters have certain capabilities to capture spirit beasts before opening the spirit space." Suddenly, Vaughn realized that these items were almost identical to those in a game he had played before. Only, this spirit beast ball could be reused, saving considerable expenses. He stored the magic items in his chest, nodding satisfactorily. It seemed that the treatment of Beastmaster hunters was indeed pretty good. Even as an apprentice, he got so much magic equipment. "If there are no issues, please sign here. 20 silver coins for the small fire lion, 3 silver coins for the rest of the equipment, totaling 23 silver coins." Bad timing, Vaughn muttered nervously as he paid. Finyanko about needing to buy a handy weapon later made him feel bitter inside. "Do you purchase Marlin materials here?" The blacksmith's workshop behind the tavern buys spirit beast materials. After chatting for a few more sentences, the tavern door was roughly pushed open. A black-haired man stormed in with a group, all wearing uniform light armor, clearly, the Silver Village city guards. The man looked grim with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. Mayenko his face appeared unnaturally thin. The snake tattoo on his neck faintly showed, adding a sinister aura to his gloomy expression. The group immediately turned their gaze to Vaughn in the room. The black-haired man asked, "Did you beat up my brother?" "Brother?" Vaughn was bewildered. Someone in the back crowd angrily said, "Stop pretending to be innocent." Adele came back from the ranch covered in injuries. "He has changed completely, not Spienko a word and muttering whenever questioned. You must have bullied him." The sullen man said, "I am Elon, Adele's older brother. I need you to give me an explanation today." Searching through his memory, Vaughn finally recalled who Adele was. He left Presley and ran away. "That boy was named Adele, and I heard his older brother indeed works in the city guard." Lyanko at the furious city guards. Vaughn roughly guessed what happened but had no intention of explaining. Saving the children on the ranch was not a secret. Whether they believed him or not was irrelevant to the truth. From the social bottom in his past life to being a disaster in this small town, Vaughn deeply understood that prejudice and arrogance were always the 2 big mountains in people's hearts. If it did not directly harm him, there was no need to care. Just do what he believed was right. "I'll wait for the news then." Vaughn bid farewell to the clerk and walked toward the door, with Eddie following closely behind. At this moment, a large bald man shouted loudly, "So, you think you can become a Beastmaster hunter? Can you afford a spirit beast?" The man then addressed the crowd in the tavern. "Are you really going to let such a monster be your companion? Fighting alongside him makes my back shiver just thinyanko about it." The noise in the tavern decreased somewhat. People did not show any unusual reactions due to the words of the city guard, but kept drinking yanko malt wine while watching this unfolding drama. Vaughn remained unfazed, continuing his slow pace toward the door. Eddie quietly followed, but its eyes gradually turned red. "Such a useless piece of shit. Go back to the ranch and shovel shit. You disaster who killed your parents." Roar. Unable to bear it anymore, Eddie unleashed a terrifying roar that echoed throughout the hall. Slowly turning its head, it fixed its reddened eyes on the bald man, openly displaying its murderous intent. Startled, the bald man stumbled backward, almost falling. Enraged, he stepped forward, roaring and reaching out to grab Eddie. "You animal." Vaughn grabbed the man's thick arm tightly. Lyanko at the mountain-like figure blocked Yanko his way and sneered. "Is that all you've got?" With arms twice as thick as Vaughn's, the man started to press down, gradually increasing his force. Watching the 2 men of vastly different sizes, the surrounding city guards laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, this kid must be crazy. Riker has had innate superhuman strength since childhood, and he often eats spirit beast meat. In terms of pure strength now, he is hardly weaker than a brute ox. To try and match Riker in strength is simply courting death. Crush him, Riker." As time passed, sweat dripped from Riker's forehead, and his expression grew more serious. He had thought he could easily overpower Vaughn in what he prided himself on most, strength. But no matter how much force he exerted, Vaughn's grip remained unmoved, like a statue fixed in place. Lyanko down, Riker saw Vaughn with an expressionless face. The blood-red eyes stared silently, seemingly mock Yanko his arrogance. "Is that all?" Vaughn said coldly. Suddenly enraged, Riker's left hand swung out, landing a heavy punch on Vaughn's face. A dull thud echoed, and the laughter of the city guard stopped abruptly, stunned by the sudden sneak attack. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Vaughn's mouth. He smiled slightly. "Is that all? Then it's my turn." Then, Vaughn's right hand began to exert force, and Riker's expression shifted from anger to terror. As Vaughn's muscles tightened, cracks began to sound from Riker's arm. "Ah, let go. Let me go." No matter how hard he struggled, Riker couldn't free himself from Vaughn's grip. The scene fell into silence, the city guards standing frozen. Riker lost. Hearing their comrades' agonized cries, they finally reacted. Elon quickly drew his sword, preparing to rush forward to rescue Riker. Just then, Eddie leaped in front of Vaughn like a red flame. Its body enveloped in vibrant flames, it growled low, preventing anyone from getting closer. Roar! The situation turned chaotic. At this tense moment, a deep voice echoed through the hall. "Enough! Stop!" Chapter 17, Beast Tamer Duel. "Enough! All of you stop!" August's voice thundered through the tavern. He slowly emerged from the inner room, standing steadily behind the counter, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping across the room. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from him, illuminating the entire room. The light rapidly spread like invisible ripples across the floor. Then, rings of runes began to rotate and converge in circular patterns. 3 rings of golden beast taming circles rose from beside August's feet, enveloping him in a powerful aura of magic. The presence of a 3-star gold beast tamer was oppressive like a mountain, suffocating everyone present, Mayenko even breathing difficult. Beast tamer runes blazed with blinding light in his hands. Several compressed wind blades appeared around him, ready to tear apart any obstacle before them. August's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's as he looked directly at the city guards and asked in a deep voice, "What does this mean, drawing swords in the Beast Hunter Guild?" The wind blades spun incessantly around him, humming deeply, as if the air itself was under tremendous pressure. Those present felt chills down their spines, as if a sword was pressed against them, too afraid to move easily. Elon's forehead broke into a cold sweat, but he still suppressed his fear and ordered, "Sheath your swords." The city guards hastily put away their broadswords, their movements stiff due to tension. To the side, Brayden released Riker at August's silent nod. Riker stumbled, trying to steady himself, but lost his balance and fell to the ground. He frantically lifted his right hand, his face turning deathly pale as he screamed in terror, "Broken? My hand is broken. Riker's right arm is just broken like that? What a joke." The atmosphere in the tavern became heavy instantly. The city guards were first startled, then looked angrily at Brayden, but did not dare act rashly because of the presence of a 3-star gold beast tamer. Elon, with a gloomy face, was about to explain when August interrupted him first. "No matter what, fighting is forbidden in the Hunter Guild. Any grudges can be settled on the beast arena. That is how a beast tamer behaves. Didn't your knight commander teach you that?" Elon was momentarily speechless. Not only in the Hunter Guild, but within the town, combat was prohibited, with explicit rules preventing beast tamers from attacking ordinary people. The city guards, being candidates for novice knights, also adhered to this rule, which was why they hadn't acted rashly earlier. Luyanko at Riker, drenched in cold sweat and enduring the pain, Elon said grimly, "I challenge Brayden to a beast duel." "To a competition or a stake duel?" August asked. It was rumored that beast duels originated from life or death battles between knights. Today, beast duels have developed into many forms, the most common being competition and stake duels. The former involves pure skill contests between spirit beasts, while the latter stakes equivalent items, leading to beast duels. There are also comprehensive duels where spirit beasts and tamers cooperate, as well as team competitions. Elon clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating. After a moment, he said sternly, "A stake duel. I'll bet my hand. Whichever one loses must cut off an arm." August frowned slightly. "Young man, don't be so impulsive." Elon shouted hysterically, "I want his right hand." August told Brayden, "Duel participation is not mandatory. You have the right to refuse his challenge." Brayden met the eyes of the Billy. "Confident enough?" The Billy nodded. "No problem, brother." Brayden announced loudly, "I accept his beast duel." These words set the entire tavern ablaze, hunters suddenly becoming lively. Some loudly woke up their sleeping companions, some cheered joyfully, and some whistled. The entire tavern seemed to be engulfed by a wave of revelry. People quickly moved tables and chairs out of the way, clearing obstacles to provide ample space for the central arena. "Who do you think will win?" "It must be Elon. He's been a city guard for years, with rich combat experience." "So what? Rich experience doesn't equal spirit beast combat experience." "Oh, you should bet on Elon then. His spirit beast is a wild breed captured during missions, surely with much practical experience." "Why are you always siding with the city guards? Are you even a hunter?" "Whom I bet on is none of your business. I feel Brayden will win. That little fire lion looks very strong and well-nourished." "Bullshit. I've all on Elon. Brayden will definitely lose." "You're the one Talyenko bullshit." The two quickly got into a scuffle, spilling drinks all over the floor. Amidst the clamor, the arena was finally prepared. The beast arena wasn't very large, with Brayden and Elon standing at opposite ends. The beautiful receptionist stood in the center of the arena, and the tavern instantly fell silent. "I am the referee for this match, Stephanie. Are you both ready?" Elon replied, "I'm ready." Brayden nodded, "I'm ready." "Then please bring out your spirit beasts," Stephanie signaled with a raised hand. Elon removed a spirit beast ball from his belt, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. "This is the spirit beast I captured just a few days ago, perfect for dealing with the little fire lion." Before he finished Spienko, he threw the spirit beast ball forcefully, and runes appeared on its surface. After a flash of white light, the spirit beast stood firm on the arena. Its body was covered in purplish-blue scales interspersed with strienko pink plates, like a natural set of armor with astonishing defense. A ferocious claw mark ran across its face. Mayenko, it looked even more terrifying and oppressive. This was clearly a battle-hardened wild toxicist water crocodile. When did he capture another toxicist water crocodile? He sure kept it hidden. It's actually a toxicist water crocodile? Water element suppresses fire element. This is settled. Oh no, it's over. So much for my bet. Those who had placed bets on Brayden's victory let out groans of despair. "Can you win, Billy?" "No problem, bro. Cheer up. Win this, and we'll feast when we get back." "Bro, hooray." The Billy strode onto the arena with confident steps, showing no fear in its eyes. Flames gradually appeared around its body, spreading out in scorching heat. Then it let out a terrifying roar to the sky. Its regal demeanor revealed without reservation. Cheers and shouts immediately filled the tavern, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. The onlookers' faces flushed with excitement as everyone cheered for their supported warrior. Stephanie announced loudly, "Both spirit beasts are in position. I will witness this match for all of you. Toxicist Water Crocodile versus Little Fire Lion. Beast Tamer duel begins." Chapter 18, Victory in one move. Around the arena, magic runes sparkled like starlight. With surging magical power, a transparent defensive shield slowly rose, enveloping the entire arena. The defensive shield primarily served to block the skills of spirit beasts, preventing them from affecting the audience below. Willis pulled down his visor, and detailed information about the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile quickly appeared on the lens. Toxin Sac Water Crocodile. Aquatic species, elemental species, young spirit beast. Bloodline level, rare. Attributes, water, poison, strength. Spirit beast skills, water arrow, poison ball, poison bite. Comprehensive evaluation. The robust scales grant formidable defense. Under the enhancement of water and poison attribute skills, its destructive power is astonishing. It is a rare spirit beast with significant potential for growth. Although wild Toxin Sac Water Crocodiles are more powerful, coupled with attribute advantages, for ordinary Little Fire Lions, the odds of winning are slim. But the Billy has undergone extensive special training and is now incomparable to before. Willis had no trace of fear. He had absolute trust in the Billy. Toxin Sac Water Crocodile, poison bite. At the start of the battle, Elon took the initiative and commanded the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile to attack first. A layer of pale purple poison quickly gathered in the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile's mouth. Those poisons flickered with an eerie cold light on the crocodile's teeth, carrying intense corrosiveness. It gathered strength on all four limbs and pounced at the Billy, its massive body moving incredibly fast. In the next moment, the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile was already close. Its venomous jaws tore toward the Billy, Luyanko ferocious. A sharp light flashed in the Billy's eyes. It reacted swiftly, leaping agilely to avoid the deadly strike from the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile. The Toxin Sac Water Crocodile lunged in vain, its sharp teeth biting into the wooden platform, producing a muffled sound as the wood was corroded by its poison, emitting black smoke. Several attempts to bite were evaded by the Billy jumping back, Mayenko the scene intensely competitive. So fast. As expected of a wild species, this explosive power is incredible. August wiped cold sweat from his brow. Toxin Sac Water Crocodile, water arrow. Elon seized the opportunity when the Billy was airborne and unable to dodge freely, continuing to issue attack orders. The Toxin Sac Water Crocodile opened its large mouth, instantly filling the air with moist water vapor. A water arrow shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the Billy. At this moment, Willis also slowly spoke, issuing orders. "Billy, fireball." "What? Not dodging, but directly confronting with skills? Has he gone mad?" Doubts arose in the tavern. It was clear that the disadvantaged attribute would struggle in a direct skill clash. But Willis did not hesitate. After 2 months of training and blood frenzy cultivation, he could clearly feel that the Billy's flames were becoming increasingly intense, far beyond ordinary water-based skills. The water arrow moved incredibly fast, almost hitting its target in an instant. The Billy drew a deep breath, opened its mouth wide, and a crimson flame rapidly condensed in its throat, radiating like a burning sun. The fireball shot out. 1 red and 1 blue traced arcs in the air, causing everyone in the tavern to hold their breath momentarily. Bang! In the next moment, the fireball and water arrow collided violently in midair. Flame intertwined with water, and the energy shock made the entire arena tremble. Steam surged, but was held back by the defensive barrier, not affecting the audience. The clash of fire and water formed a cloud of steam in the air, blurring everyone's vision. Seeing the water arrow losing momentum and being evaporated by the fireball's attack didn't diminish, rushing straight toward the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile. Hardened. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Elon immediately ordered the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile to defend. The Toxin Sac Water Crocodile didn't expect its water arrow to be so easily destroyed and couldn't dodge in time, still dazed. Its scales shimmered with a faint silvery glow, hard as steel, relying on the hardened skill to withstand the lethal fireball. Boom! The fireball heavily impacted the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile's scales, flames instantly engulfing its body, spreading a burnt smell in the air, giving no respite to the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile. In the next moment, a huge fireball broke through the steam, rushing towards the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile. This was clearly the Billy attempting to press its advantage, using the new skill Flame Crash, learned during training. Encased in flames, the Billy became a blazing meteor, hitting the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile with irresistible force. The Toxin Sac Water Crocodile instinctively sensed danger, its aggressiveness fully triggered. Before Elon could issue further commands, it activated Harden again, gathering strength in its limbs, facing the attack head-on. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as the 2 spirit beasts collided fiercely in the center of the arena. The Billy's flame crash was astonishing in power. Although the Toxin Sac Water Crocodile managed to withstand part of the impact with its hardened skill, it was still sent flying by the immense force. Its massive body crashed into the defensive barrier like a shattered boulder, producing a dull thud before sliding to the ground, unable to move any further. A brief silence fell over the tavern, everyone staring wide-eyed, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. Referee Teresa stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to react. The Billy slowly walked towards the center of the arena, its steps steady and majestic, its fiery red eyes scanning the crowd. Its mane danced in the wind, flames flickering around its body, exuding an unstoppable regal aura. Then it raised its head and let out a roar that declared its victory. Roar! Teresa finally snapped back to reality and stepped forward to announce, the toxin sac water crocodile has lost its fighting consciousness. The winner is Willis and the little fire lion. The tavern erupted instantly, the previous silence replaced by a chorus of cheers. Is it over already? He won? Just like that. Their expressions were exaggerated, voices buzzing with discussion. Some even cried tears of regret for not betting on Willis earlier. The man in the odd peacock armor stood up excitedly. You can feel the agitation of fire elements in the air here. This little fire lion has been well raised. August was also surprised. The little fire lion's flames are hotter, and it has learned new skills. This kid really knows how to train spirit beasts. Watching the billy, exuding dominance in the arena, Willis smiled and shrugged. The billy ran to Willis, leaping into his arms. Willis rubbed its head. Thanks for your hard work. What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat roasted meat. No problem. All the roasted meat you want today. Brother. Hooray. The billy nuzzled Willis's hand. Already Luyanko forward to the delicious roasted meat. Elon's face was as dark as thunder, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. He slowly walked to the corner of the arena, raising his hand to retract the toxin sac water crocodile into the spirit beast ball. Then he drew a long sword from his waist, his gaze resolute. Seeing this, the city guards rushed forward to dissuade him, pleading anxiously. Elon, are you really going to cut off your own hand? We can negotiate with Willis and pay an equivalent compensation. There's no need to really chop off your hand. But Elon's resolve seemed unshakable. He gave them a cold glance, then placed his right hand on the table and lifted the sword with his left, slashing without hesitation. People rushed forward, trying to snatch the sword from his hand. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from Elon's neck. It was his black snake tattoo. The tattoo transformed into a black snake phantom, which writhed violently, Strienko the surrounding city guards, and sending them flying. Bang! A large hand suddenly grabbed Elon's sword, the sound of metal clashing echoing loudly. The black snake phantom, seemingly provoked, angrily struck at the large hand with its fangs. A powerful aura burst forth from the owner of the large hand. Circling once, twice, 3 times, the Beastmaster circles rotated continuously, emitting brilliant light. The terrifying pressure of a 3-star gold Beastmaster, similar to August's, poured out. The intense pressure instantly rendered the black snake phantom void, as if it had never existed. The people in the tavern gasped collectively, noticing that a knight in silver armor had silently appeared beside Elon. The Crane Knight had a rugged and stern appearance, with eyes sharp like a predator's. His armor shimmered in the dim light, and his face bore an authoritative demeanor. Golden hair, shining like the sun, added a touch of defiance to his presence, and his exaggerated muscle lines were accentuated by the silver armor, making him appear even more formidable. Sir Knight. The city guards hurriedly bowed, their voices filled with reverence. Crane scolded furiously. How much longer are you going to embarrass yourself? Elon lowered his head, silent, his eyes brimming with shame and anger. Enraged, Crane struck Elon hard in the face, teeth flying out with blood. This black snake must have driven you mad. Crane turned to look at August. Tell me, August, what will it take to save his hand? August smiled slightly. That depends on what Sir Knight thinks his hand is worth. And you shouldn't be as Yanko me this question. Crane then turned to look at Willis, sizing him up. So you're Willis. I heard your father was an excellent hunter before he passed away. Who would have thought you don't even have a proper set of hunter gear now? The Beastmaster Hunter Guild certainly treats its juniors generously. With that, he took out a silver ring from his pocket and tossed it casually to Willis. Willis took the ring and felt a faint magical fluctuation emanating from it. A magic item? Willis thought to himself, then delved his mind into it. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in them. No problem, I accept this ring as the stake. Willis said calmly, clearly aware of the ring's value. Crane nodded and waved his hand, indicating, let's go. The city guards hurriedly supported the injured Elon and walked toward the exit of the tavern. Elon glared at Willis with intense hatred in his eyes. The black snake tattoo on his neck seemed to sense his master's emotions and flicked its tongue out threateningly. After they left, Willis immediately bent down to inspect the ring again. This was a rare spatial storage item. Although the space was not large, only 6 feet square, it was already incredibly precious. Moreover, inside the ring was actually a complete set of standardized knight armor and a longsword. Willis felt secretly delighted. I've struck it rich. Chapter 19 6-star Beastmaster. After Crane and his group left, the tavern erupted into a chorus of boos. What's his deal? Don't think being a 3-star Beastmaster can scare me. Yeah, like we're actually afraid of him. Exactly. Anwar put on the newly acquired spatial ring and waved to August on the side, saying, Thank you, Captain August, for getting me out of that situation. August nodded in response. All thanks to your and Little Fire Lion's strength. Otherwise, I would have been helpless. Anwar frowned slightly, puzzled. Honestly, I'm somewhat curious. Did the captain really have such confidence in me? Thin Yanko, I could definitely win. August laughed awkwardly, nodded, but his eyes wandered uncertainly. He thought to himself, confidence? What confidence? I even had backup hunters ready. If you lost, you'd cut off one of your own arms first before reattaching it later. After all, it would also be a form of training. The more he thought about it, the guiltier August felt. He hurriedly changed the subject. I still have some things to take care of. Your review will have to wait a few more days. Before Anwar could respond, August quickly slipped into the back room, disappearing from the hall. Anwar watched August's vanishing figure and muttered. He was just saying he was investigating the mutation curse and wasn't at the guild. Now he's slipping away again. It feels like he's deliberately avoiding me. Could it be that my approval hasn't gone through and he feels embarrassed? Just as Anwar was about to leave the Hunters Guild, a hunter dressed in the exotic flamingo suit blocked his path. The man's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone with an eager light. That was amazing. That battle earlier was absolutely fantastic. The man excitedly patted Anwar on the shoulder, a wide grin on his face. That's what I call a beast duel. Flame should charge forward fearlessly. Attribute suppression? Complete nonsense. He pointed at a nearby table. Kid, I've got a good feeling about you. Come have a drink. Anwar initially intended to refuse, but his gaze involuntarily fell upon the exotic flamingo giant sword next to the table. The massive sword resembled a sleeping wild beast, exuding an intimidating aura. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. The man laughed heartily. Go ahead, eat and drink whatever you want. No need to be shy. I bet on your win and made quite a lot. After sitting down, he observed the three people in front of him. Noting their somewhat similar faces, he asked curiously, Are you three siblings? The man said, You don't even know the Hunterbird triplets? Well, it makes sense. I heard you work at the ranch and rarely come to town. This is Stuart Fremont. He's my older brother, Devin, and our elder sister Emery Fremont. We are the Hunterbird triplets, skilled in hunting all kinds of bird-type spirit beasts. Stuart wore a red exotic flamingo suit. The suit was made entirely of crimson scales and shells, with sharp bone spurs embedded in the shoulder guards. Feather decorations adorned the chest guard, with fire attributes faintly gathering around it, as if it could ignite at any moment. Silerna wore a dark green wind hunterbird suit. The material was lightweight yet resilient, imbued with a flowing wind-like quality. The feather patterns on the sleeves resembling ripples created by a gentle breeze. Emery, meanwhile, wore a dark purple venomous bird suit. The dark purple armor hugged her slender figure tightly, accentuating her graceful and deadly curves. Her elegant, long legs extended from under the leg guards, appearing both beautiful and dangerous. A tantalizing glimpse of snowy white skin peeked out from her chest plate, particularly strienko under the dim tavern lights. Emery rolled her eyes at Stuart. Stop mentioning that nickname. It's truly ridiculous. Anwar introduced himself. Hello, I'm Anwar. Stuart laughed loudly. Calamity, Anwar. We've heard a lot about you. Silerna and Emery seemed rather exasperated by Stuart behavior. They each took a sip of malt beer on the table with disdainful looks. As they enjoyed their drinks, Anwar gradually warmed up to the triplet siblings, and their conversation became more relaxed and casual. Meanwhile, the billy quietly savored its roasted meat, occasionally licked Yanko its lips in contentment. Emery leaned closer to Anwar, gently caressing his crimson left arm, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her fingertips slowly traced over Anwar's skin, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. Other than the unusual color, there's nothing special about it. She moved even closer, holding Anwar's arm firmly, feeling it closely. Anwar looked down, noticing that his gaze might soon fall on her slightly open neckline. He abruptly stopped himself. His breathing quickened, feeling a surge of warmth within. But unsure how to react, he remained stiff. Emery had no intention of letting him go. She leaned closer to Anwar, continuing her probing. Anwar could only laugh awkwardly, trying to withdraw his arm. Silerna, seeing this, couldn't help but tease. Eldest sister, let him be. I've told you before, humans aren't spirit beasts. His arm can't possibly produce any potent toxins. Emery rolled her eyes at Silerna, somewhat displeased. Why must you butt in? Anwar felt speechless, finding these three people rather peculiar. At that moment, Stuart handed the giant flamingo sword beside him to Anwar. Here, catch. Anwar looked at Stuart in surprise. What? Ever since you stepped into the tavern, your eyes have been on this sword. If you like it so much, take a closer look. Without further ado, Anwar accepted the strange giant flamingo sword. Holding the great sword with both hands, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Runic patterns flowed along the blade, and he clearly sensed the power of fire within it. He closed his eyes slightly, carefully savoring the strength contained within the sword, as if merging with it. What a fine sword, he marveled. Stuart nodded in satisfaction, saying heartily, You kid. Lianko, a great sword shows good taste. I knew it. Beast masters who choose fire-type spirit beasts always have sharp judgment. What disaster, what red-eyed demon, complete nonsense. He paused for a moment. Remember, fire-type spirit beasts are the strongest. With proper cultivation, they are destined for greatness. Little Fire Lion won't be inferior to any damned flying dragon, and can even battle illusions. Little Fire Lion, hearing this, lifted its head proudly, its eyes full of pride and joy. Stuart continued, Have you heard of Imperial Lion Josiah? Anwar shook his head. Josiah entered a labyrinthic secret realm, obtained a special evolution elixir for Little Fire Lion, evolving it into a unique variant of the Flame Lion. With this Flame Lion, he achieved great feats, and was eventually bestowed the title Imperial Lion by the Gold Dynasty's ruler. Anwar asked curiously, What is a labyrinthic secret realm? Stuart picked up his cup and drank it in one gulp. You don't even know that? Alright, I'm feeling generous today. Let me give you a basic rundown. Do you know the ranks of Beast Masters? Anwar nodded. 1-star Bronze Beast Master, 2-star Silver Beast Master, 3-star Gold Beast Master, 4-star Platinum Beast Master, 5-star Diamond Beast Master. Good. Do you know what comes after 5 stars? Anwar shook his head. The Hunter notes did not record anything about beyond 5 stars. Stuart burped, his expression becoming slightly serious. A Above 5 stars, that's truly entering the extraordinary realm. The essence of a Beastmaster's life will undergo a qualitative leap at this level, becoming a true extraordinary being. He paused briefly, glancing around. The tavern was silent, everyone focusing intently on his story. 6-star, Emerald Beastmaster. Stewart continued, a tinge of longing in his voice. At this level, the Beastmaster resonates with their primary spirit beast, fully manifesting their extraordinary powers. They develop their own unique power, the Beastmaster's magic armor. Anwar's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of Beastmaster's magic armor. He listened attentively, afraid to miss any detail. Stewart's eyes gleamed with fiery passion as he went on. As for the labyrinthic secret realm, when a Beastmaster wishes to leave behind a legacy, they construct a labyrinthic secret realm. In it, they leave the magic potion formulas, rare spirit beast eggs, combat techniques, spells, body strengthening techniques, and meditation methods they have collected throughout their life. Leaning closer to Anwar, Stewart lowered his voice. Imperial Lion found not only the evolution elixir in the secret realm, but also a meditation method that resonated with his Flame Lion. Through this method, he merged his power with the Flame Lions, ultimately comprehending the Beastmaster's magic armor, entering the legendary 6-star Emerald Beastmaster rank, becoming a true extraordinary being. Do you know who the original owner of the Fire Dragon territory was? Anwar still shook his head. Stewart took a sip of wine. Even more legendary, the Fire Dragon Grand Duke of the Fire Dragon territory. Back in the day, riding an ancient fire dragon, dominating all realms. His magic armor was incredibly powerful. Anwar was captivated, processing all this new knowledge in his mind. Beastmaster's magic armor, combat techniques, spells, meditation methods, body strengthening techniques, labyrinthic secret realms. These terms stirred in his heart, as if opening a door to an unknown world. So, where do we find these labyrinthic secret realms? Anwar finally couldn't resist as Yanko. He immediately regretted opening his mouth, clearly having drunk too much and losing his judgment. That was such a foolish question to ask. Stewart roared with laughter. How would I possibly know? And even if I did know, why would I tell you? But it's said that some Beastmasters construct their labyrinths in all sorts of peculiar places. Some might be hidden somewhere in a secret land, while others might even be concealed within beast skin scrolls. It's rumored that some secret realms have special activation methods, perhaps even requiring blood sacrifices. Only those favored by luck can find the entrance to these secret realms. Anwar finally snapped back to reality, still astonished by the novel revelations. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this is the world of extraordinary Beastmasters. It truly defies imagination. Beside him, Little Fire Lion was also captivated by these tales, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if already dreaming about its future path to extraordinariness. Stewart raised his wine glass and said heartily, here's to us. To future adventures. I stand as witness for all of you. Cheers echoed through the tavern. Cheers. Anwar also raised his glass, and Little Fire Lion gulped down the milk in front of it in one go. Man and lion were filled with expectations and imaginations for the future. Chapter 20. Time of Farewell. In the dim hall, a candle burned quietly in the center of the long, round wooden table. The faint light dispersed the darkness around, yet most of the room remained shrouded in misty shadows. The flickering candlelight illuminated the scattered maps and Braden's application records on the table. An elder sat steadily at the head of the table, his face hidden in the shadow. The other captains of the hunting teams were seated along both sides of the long table, their expressions heavy and their gazes shifting uneasily from one to another. August's face was grim. He said discontentedly, it's been over a month. Why hasn't Braden's application been approved yet? On the other side of the long table, the captain with graying hair and an eye patch responded. A thorough background check is responsible for everyone's safety. After all, he has too many uncertainties. August frowned deeper. What's there to investigate? He hasn't left the ranch for over a decade, nor has he endangered Silvertown. Isn't that enough? The single-eyed captain's gaze turned sharp. He slowly said, Captain August, we all know Braden's father once saved you. But please don't mix personal feelings into official business. August's anger reached its peak. He slammed the table hard as he stood up. Do you have the nerve to mention not mixing personal feelings? When Braden was tied to the stake by the townspeople, why didn't you handle it officially? You watched like a turtle hiding in the crowd, and even got one of your eyes put out by Braden's father. Truly damned funny. Bang! The single-eyed captain punched the long table fiercely, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Beast-controlling runes appeared beneath his feet, emitting brilliant golden light. The aura of a 3-star beast controller hunter instantly filled the hall. Mayenko the air seemed to tremble. His voice deepened. Captain August, I heard your gray giant eagle recently mastered a new skill. How about we practice outside? August sneered, also unleashing the power of a 3-star beast controller hunter, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Practice? Let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? Just as the tension escalated, the old man at the head of the table spoke with an unchallengeable authority despite his low voice. Enough. Both men instantly reined in their auras. The beast-controlling runes gradually disappeared, and the murderous intent vanished into the air. The elder scanned everyone and slowly said, let's vote. Yes, Commander. After a moment, a captain announced the voting result. 3 against, 3-4, 3 against 3. Silence fell upon the entire hall. August clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. At this moment, a heavy step broke the silence. A man wearing bizarre phoenix armor stumbled into the room. He was tall and imposing, with fire elements faintly swirling around him. The man walked to the long table and couldn't help but burp. Sorry, am I late? Seeing this, a flash of joy flashed in August's eyes. He hurriedly seated him and said eagerly, Edlin, you came just in time. In the early morning, the air was thin with mist, carrying a fresh moisture. The distant morning light had not fully penetrated, enveloping the entire ranch in white mist, like a dream. Snore, snore, snore. Eddie's snoring echoed in the farmhouse. Braden, tossing and turning in bed, finally sat up abruptly. This sleep is really unbearable. Lyanko at the roof of the farmhouse, his temper flared. Though the thunderstorm had subsided, the fierce winds still raged these days. The roof was blown open by last night's gale, letting in cold drafts and Lyanko him up in the middle of the night. Coupled with Eddie's thunderous snoring beside his pillow, the torment of the night was evident. Eddie stretched lazily and croaked. Brother, why not get some more sleep? Braden stroked Eddie's belly. It's okay, rest more. This was already 3 days after the beast-controlling showdown. After the showdown, Braden drank until midnight with the Hunterbird siblings. He ended up selling all the dog dragon materials to the Hunters Guild in one go. He staggered back to the ranch afterward, naturally earning a scolding from Michelle. Recalling Lorraine's inspection of him that night, he couldn't help but shudder. Her methods were truly bone-chilling, even trying to examine his eyeballs, saying she wanted to taste if they felt the same as a normal person's. In the end, it was the 2 younger brothers who forcibly pulled her away, allowing Braden to escape her clutches. That woman is really scary. Better keep my distance when I see her again. The wind outside continued to howl. Braden grabbed a wooden board and climbed up the ladder onto the roof. He quickly repaired the hole. Standing on the rooftop, he overlooked the entire ranch. The moist air, mingled with the fragrance of grass, blew gently. Dawn broke. Golden light bathed the land, and the spirit beasts strolled out from their pens, beginning today's foraging. Cows meandered leisurely across the pasture, occasionally stopping to observe their surroundings. Ordinary sheep and light-horned sheep chewed on the grass together, resembling a clump of milky white cotton candy. The crystal light horns emitted warm glows, illuminating the surrounding grass, harmonizing beautifully with the sun on the horizon. From afar, it was like a splendid warm-toned oil painting. How beautiful! Unfortunately, round, glossy black pearls continuously dropped from an indescribable place, then were swept aside by sheep tails, somewhat spoiling the scene. Braden smiled, jumping down from the roof. Just as he was about to go inside, Michelle hurried over. Her face carried a hint of tension and excitement. Her voice slightly rushed. Brother, you have a letter. Braden vaguely guessed. Is it from the beast-controlling Hunters Guild? Michelle nodded. He took the letter. The paper was thick and had intricate floral edges. On the front was the emblem of the beast-controlling Hunters Guild, a sword and shield symbolizing protection and strength. He took a deep breath and carefully opened the red wax seal. Michelle stood beside him, saying with mixed emotions, Did they approve the review? Braden pretended to sigh and shook his head. Michelle's face instantly darkened, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Just as she prepared to comfort Braden, he suddenly grinned mischievously and held up the letter. It's approved. The letter's main content was that his background check had been successfully passed, Lyanko him a probationary beast-controlling hunter. He needed to pick up spirit beast identification books, spirit beast balls, and other standard equipment at the nearest guild hall before reporting to Fawntooth Fortress. Probationary beast-controlling hunters would undergo training there. Michelle paused, then said happily, I knew it. Brother, you'd definitely make it. Braden nodded in response. For a moment, neither knew what to say, and they fell into silence. Braden slowly said, We haven't fed the spirit beasts together for a long time, have we? Michelle nodded, recalling childhood memories of them caring for the 3 starting spirit beasts. Back then, they were young and worked together, changing the spirit beasts' hay, cleaning the pens, often ending up sweating profusely but finding immense joy. As time went on, Braden grew stronger. Lyanko on more responsibility for caring for the spirit beasts, thus reducing their time spent together. Let's care for the 3 starting spirit beasts today. Okay. In the greenhouse for the 3 starting spirit beasts. Together, they entered the greenhouse, followed closely by Eddie. First, they came to the territory of the grass-type trio, the mudback tortoise wetland. The stream water was crystal clear, nurturing the lush vegetation around it. Mudback tortoises rubbed against the sand and rocks nearby, polishing their shells. Other tortoises slowly moved across the lawn, bending down to nibble on fresh moss. Seeing Braden and Michelle arrive, they obediently lined up. Well, you guys are really something, Braden said helplessly. One after another, the mudback tortoises soaked in the warm water area. Braden skillfully wrapped coarse cloth around his hands. A faint herbal aroma permeated the warm water, mud and moss easily falling off the turtle shells under his hands. Hewing, Lyanko, scrubbing, the mudback tortoises moved slowly but steadily. Give me a good scrub. Use some strength, scrub well. Can you put in more effort? Did you not eat? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why did you rub my skin raw? After Braden finished scrubbing the mudback tortoises, Michelle cleaned the remaining mud from between their shell cracks and gently patted their heads. Next, they visited the water-type trio, the Toxicroak pond. Toxicroaks lounged lazily on the shore, occasionally diving into the water, only their large eyes alertly watching from the surface. Braden threw a few specially made detox meat chunks into the pond, containing herbs to neutralize the toxins within their bodies. After all, accumulated toxins could be very harmful if not regularly expelled. Michelle continued to remove fallen leaves from the pond, Lyanko in perfect harmony. Eddie stood guard like a knight, maintaining order on site. Finally, they arrived at the fire-type trio's volcanic area, where the Torchique roamed. Braden added several pieces of meat containing special mineral powder to the food dishes. These minerals helped maintain their luster and the intensity of their flames. The Torchiques hopped over, occasionally opening their mouths to reveal little tusks with flickering flames, roaring adorably. Their heads rubbed against Braden's legs, lick Yanko his palms. A bit more, a bit more. Eddie stood beside Braden, its body much more robust than these little Torchiques. Just a casual glance from it, and the somewhat restless lion group quickly restored order. All right, I'll give you some more. Saying this, Braden added several more pieces into the food dish. He faintly sensed the reluctance in Eddie's eyes, patting its head softly and whispered, "You're also reluctant to part with them, right?" Eddie stubbornly shook its head. "How could I be? I am the mighty Eddie. How can such emotions hold me back?" "Enough, don't be so tough. Take the time to be with your family." Only then did Eddie reluctantly join the lion group, telling them about its recent experiences. Braden and Michelle sat on a pile of hay beside the greenhouse, silently watching the starting trio playing around, savoring this fleeting tranquility. "Brother, you must come back safely, okay? Don't worry, I'm very strong. I will definitely come back safely." Chapter 21, Fongfort. The first light of dawn revealed a carriage traveling along a rugged mountain path. Maxim drove his old carriage towards Fongfort. Mud splashed beneath the hooves, and the wooden wheels of the carriage jolted over the stone road. The scenery along the way transitioned from lush forests to expansive mountain grasslands. Occasionally, Maxim tightened the reins to ensure the carriage wouldn't lose control on the steep mountain roads. Finally, Fongfort appeared in sight. This fortress stood adjacent to Misty Mountain, constructed atop a towering limestone cliff. Its outer walls were built from grayish stones, almost blending with the cliff, making it exceptionally solid. The fortress's towers soared high into the sky, their spires covered with verdigris-colored tiles. The carriage stopped not far from the stone gate, and Maxim tapped on the door. "Vaughn, we're here." Vaughn and Billy leapt out and immediately rushed to the roadside grass, starting to vomit violently. "Old Maker, how did you drive?" "Besides dizziness, my bones feel like they're falling apart," Vaughn complained after heaving. Yeah, Billy agreed, his voice weak. Maxim didn't care and held out his hand. "Enough chatter, give me the money. I still need to rush back for morning prayers." Vaughn casually tossed him a few coins, then turned to gaze at the towering Fongfort. The iron railings on the city gates were rusted, showing signs of age. On either side, flags representing the Tamer Guild's sword shield emblem and the Fire Dragon Territory's dragon flag fluttered. "Charging for personal use of church property, you'll eventually be tried by the church," Vaughn muttered under his breath, only to find Maxim had vanished. Heavy chains slid up and down as the fortress gates slowly opened with a dull sound. A slender middle-aged man approached. His clothes, though neat, were full of holes, and wrinkles etched his tired face. "You're the new apprentice hunter, follow me." His eyes lingered briefly on Vaughn's left arm, catching a glimpse of disdain and disgust that Vaughn acutely noticed. Vaughn followed him, with Billy obediently trailing behind. The two and the beast passed through the corridors of Fongfort, passing several combat arenas and taming platforms. He saw many hunters training intensely, while spirit beasts sharpened their skills in combat. Most of the spirit beasts were from the three main species used by tamers, with only a few captured from the wild mixed among them. Tamer resources being limited, even one-star tamers could barely raise 1 or 2 spirit beasts. This made everyone more willing to allocate resources to those with greater potential and complete evolution paths. People paused momentarily to look at Billy. Especially tamers who chose small fire lions admired its strength in silence. Desiring to converse, but seeing Vaughn's white hair and crimson arm, they hesitated and stayed put. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," the guiding man urged. Vaughn walked beside him and smiled. "Hi, I'm Vaughn." The man ignored him completely, not Luyanko back. As they reached a corner where no one else was around, Vaughn discreetly slipped a few silver coins into the man's hand from his pocket. Smiling, he said, "I've just arrived here and there are many things I don't understand. Please guide me, brother." The man's expression softened slightly after a moment of surprise. Vaughn asked, "Brother, can apprentice hunters use these facilities?" He shook his head. "These facilities are only available to official hunters." Vaughn pressed on. "Then how does one become an official tamer?" The man glanced at Vaughn, his eyes falling on the silver coins in his hand, hesitating before answering. Realizing this, Vaughn endured the pain in his heart, fetched a few more coins from his pocket, and handed them over. The man took the coins and instantly became cheerful. He patted Vaughn on the shoulder. "All right, anything you don't understand, just ask me. My name is Gerhard, also an apprentice tamer. Apprentice hunters must pass the Armin instructor's test to become official hunters. After that, they mark the taming runes and open the taming space. If one can't open the taming space or fails the test, they remain an apprentice forever." A hint of unnoticed melancholy flashed in Gerhard's eyes. Vaughn thought to himself, no wonder he's still an apprentice tamer at his age, probably because he couldn't open the taming space. "Can we borrow books?" Borrowing books isn't a problem. Vaughn's heart lifted. Earlier, he had passed by a room stacked with various books, and he guessed it was the library. He planned to visit the library later to find books about hatching spirit beast eggs. After all, the thunder egg from the Crimson Blood domain had yet to show any signs of hatching. "Since I've taken your silver coins, I'll give you some advice. Never offend the instructor." "Big brother Gerhard. Who is the instructor?" Gerhard lowered his voice. "The instructor is the highest Ranyanko hunter in Fongfort. Even the captain has to follow his orders. He will assign apprentice hunters to different squads. Squads are divided into reconnaissance hunters, patrol hunters, and support hunters. Reconnaissance and patrol hunters have similar treatment, but support hunters have the worst conditions. They can only do jobs like transporting goods or cuyanko. They're more like cooks than hunters. As he spoke, Gerhard's expression turned gloomy as he patted his patched-up clothes lightly. I've been a support hunter for over 20 years, with such a low salary that it barely covers my family's expenses. Vaughn felt a chill in his heart, firmly remembering the rule not to offend the instructor. Gerhard suddenly reminded him, right? You must store your little fire lion in a spirit beast ball later. Fongfort has strict rules. Spirit beasts cannot wander around unless there's a mission. Vaughn gently patted Billy's head and took out the spirit beast ball without saying much. Billy entered the ball without any resistance, transforming into a red glow. Gerhard couldn't help but admire. Your little fire lion is well trained. It's much bigger than average and so obedient. What do you usually feed it? Vaughn smiled slightly and replied vaguely. Probably because I often feed it fire crystal Oregon. But he thought to himself, this isn't a ranch. Better not reveal my ability to communicate with spirit beasts, especially not mentioning blood madness or the second taming space. Continuing on, they passed through several courtyards until Gerhard finally brought Vaughn to a small courtyard. Here we are. Inside the wooden house, dozens of teenagers around Vaughn's age were diligently drawing maps on parchment paper. The room was quiet. Only the rustling of quill pens on paper could be heard. Gerhard whispered, this is Blaine's classroom. Wait here for his instructions. Footsteps approached slowly inside the classroom. Standing at the doorway, Vaughn's heart raced. He looked up and saw a tall, stern-faced man approaching. Dressed in dark red leather armor with a long sword at his waist, the man exuded an imposing yet composed demeanor. This was Blaine. Blaine had an expressionless face, scanning Vaughn with icy eyes, noting every unusual detail. After a moment, he finally spoke in a deep voice. You're the new apprentice tamer? Vaughn replied, yes, instructor. The instructor paused briefly and continued. Starting today, you will join the support hunters. Gerhard, take him to the kitchen to report. Vaughn silently cursed. Trouble. Chapter 22 The Aberration Curse. Armen Fortress, 1 month later. Steam filled the kitchen, with the fresh scent of potatoes lingering in the air. Vaughn and Gerhard stood side by side at the sink, pouring a basket of potatoes into the water, cleaning them carefully. At this moment, a small spirit beast jumped off Gerhard's shoulder. This was spirit beast Vine Sprout. Vine Sprout was petite, resembling a little fairy made of emerald vines and leaves. Its body was composed of flexible vine strands, with a few tiny buds blooming at the ends. The broad leaves moved as nimbly as hands, while the vine threads were as sharp as blades, easily peeling off the potato skins as they waved. It sliced potatoes smoothly and fluidly, completing its tasks faster than they could. Vaughn sighed in admiration. This little guy is really impressive. Gerhard chuckled. Of course. Vine Sprout is an excellent helper in the kitchen. I saved up for half a year just to buy it. Then Vaughn called out to Billy to ignite the stove. Billy opened its mouth, releasing a scorching flame that landed precisely on the firewood under the stove. Flames rose, and the pot on the stove began to emit buzzing sounds of heat. Following the routine, they placed the chopped potato pieces into the pot, added seasonings and water, followed by onions, carrots, and chunks of meat. The ingredients tumbled in the boiling pot, gradually filling the air with a rich aroma of curry. As Gerhard stirred the curry in the pot, he knocked his pipe against the edge of the stove and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Lienko relaxed. Do you want one? Vaughn shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the window, a trace of worry clouding his face. Gerhard's lips curled slightly. So, still haven't given up on becoming a formal hunter? Vaughn remained silent for a moment before nodding. Gerhard sighed. Spienko slowly. You really haven't noticed? Noticed what? Vaughn asked, puzzled. Gerhard pointed behind him to the kitchen where the trainee hunters were busy waryanko. Most of them were around Gerhard's age, some with graying hair. These people have all served in other teams. Ultimately, unable to unlock their beast control space, they ended up here in the support team. Yet when you first reported, you were immediately assigned here. I wonder what you did to offend the instructor, Gerhard whispered. Hearing this, Vaughn's heart grew heavier. How could he not have noticed? Is there really no other way? Vaughn murmured. Gerhard exhaled smoke, a smirk forming on his lips. Actually, there might be one. He stopped mid-sentence. Vaughn glanced at him, pulling out a few silver coins from his pocket and tossing them over. Gerhard's face lit up, continuing. The method is to challenge the instructor. If you can defeat the instructor in a spirit beast duel, you'll pass the evaluation directly. What kind of spirit beasts does the instructor have? Vaughn asked anxiously. Gerhard shook his head. How would I know? But most likely, they will send out growth stage spirit beasts. The guild does have this rule, but no one has ever challenged before. And your juvenile fire lion still lacks a bit of preparation. Vaughn thought to himself, growth stage? Without becoming a full-fledged beast controller hunter, I can't redeem evolution formulas. We're back to square one. This is truly a perfect closed loop. Bang! Suddenly, the great bell of Armen Fortress rang, summoning everyone across the fortress. Vaughn and Gerhard quickly recalled their spirit beasts into spirit balls, and members of the support team dropped their tasks, rushing towards the square. Heavy chains grinding against gears produced a harsh metallic sound. The massive gates of Armen Fortress slowly opened. A group of bloodied hunters supported each other, their bodies ravaged by an unknown force. Some had grown thick black fur, their skin rough like beasts. Others had twisted limbs and claws like fingers. Some wore grimacing expressions, with crimson eyes, constantly letting out agonized growls, their bodies decaying. Wails echoed continuously, painting a scene reminiscent of hell. Arno stood on a platform, scanning everything with a stern gaze. He observed the condition of the injured, swiftly directing the hunters to carry them inside the fortress. What happened? Vaughn asked. Gerhard, returning from the crowd, said, these trainee hunters seem to have been assisting in the investigation of the aberration curse. They suddenly encountered a goblin tribe performing an evil deity ritual. After the battle, they were all contaminated. Vaughn couldn't help but ask, is Captain August all right? He reached out to assist a thrashing injured hunter, preparing to guide him to safety. However, the moment he touched the injured hunter, the hunter suddenly lifted his head, eyes filled with terror. He stared at Vaughn's left arm and screamed in terror. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. The shrill cries echoed loudly in the open square. He struggled fiercely, desperately trying to free himself from the dark red left arm. Vaughn was stunned, not expecting such an intense reaction. Fear spread like a rapidly spreading plague. Other injured hunters also became restless, their eyes filled with dread. He's a monster. He's a believer of the evil deity. Red eyes and blood hands. Just like those goblin believers of the evil deity. Burn him at the stake. Burn him. Kill him. Kill him now. Several hunters drew their long swords from their waists, fear eroding their reason. Vaughn's gaze turned cold. His hand instinctively reached for his spatial ring and spirit beast ball, ready to fight if anything went wrong. Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from the platform. An invisible force spread through the air. Mayenko, everyone feels suffocated. Only Vaughn could Vanchang maintain clarity under the pressure due to his one-star beast controller physique. Arno's authoritative voice echoed. Anyone who draws a sword against a comrade is unworthy of being a beast controller hunter. The crowd's fear was forcibly suppressed. Only Vaughn remained standing upright, while the rest collapsed on the ground, too afraid to move. Gerhard even fainted with foam at the mouth. The instructor slowly said, Vaughn, you go outside the fortress to stand guard. Vaughn replied, yes, instructor. As night fell, starlight like silver sand sprinkled across the sky. Vaughn stood alone beside the watchtower, the distant bonfire flickering in the darkness, illuminating his face. Insect chirping filled the air, but there was no annoyance in his heart. Compared to everything he had been through before, today's events were nothing much to him. He glanced at the fortress nearby, recalling Arno's cold eyes. How can I defeat the instructor? This question echoed in his mind. If only I could find a Mage's secret realm. With spirit beasts, evolution potions, and meditation methods, everything would be available, Vaughn muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He quickly retrieved the hunter's notebook left by his father from his spatial ring. His burning gaze fixed on the cover without hesitation. He lightly cut his finger with a dagger and smeared blood on the notebook's cover. After waiting a moment, nothing happened. So it doesn't work. Vaughn felt no great disappointment. As a competent changer, he had long fantasized about other potential wonders this notebook might have. Before learning about the Mage's secret realm from Edlin, he had already tried various methods. Fire, water immersion, blood soyenko. But the hunter's notebook never reacted. I thought opening the crimson blood field might change things, but it's the same result. Disappointed, he put the notebook back into his spatial ring. Guarding the watchtower until midnight, drowsiness crept over him. Vaughn threw out the spirit beast ball, a flash of light appeared, and Billy emerged on the spot. It stretched lazily, its mane gleaming particularly oily under the firelight. Finally out, slept all day, my legs are numb. Vaughn scratched Billy's belly. Thank you for the hard work. Then, after instructing Billy, he found a hidden corner and fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, colorful light began to spread from his spatial ring, and Billy rushed toward Vaughn. Brother, wake up. In the next instant, dazzling light enveloped them both, and they disappeared on the spot. Bright light pierced through the darkness, shining into Vaughn's eyes. He rubbed his eyes, gradually adapting to the sudden brightness. Billy growled softly, vigilant around. In the misty hall stood a huge circular stone table and high-backed chairs surrounding it. Apart from Vaughn, the chairs were empty, yet they exuded a subtle pressure. As if ancient Yankos once sat there, judging the fate of mortals. The stone table was covered with chaotic patterns carved by knives and axes. Frozen ice swords, fiery heavy hammers, giant axes wielded only by titans. The shadows of legendary weapons embedded in the stone table emitted piercing cold light, radiating with deadly aura. While Vaughn was captivated by these weapons, suddenly, the space around him twisted, as if time was reversing. Above the hall, the shadows of various spirit beasts appeared. These spirit beasts seemed to awaken from ancient legends, with overwhelming might, overshadowing the entire sky. A dragon spread its massive wings, soaring in the void, roaring loudly enough to shake the heavens. Scorching flames spewed from its mouth, threatening to incinerate the world. An enormous frost wolf clad in ice armor howled skyward. Chilling winds ravaged around it, leaving silence and death in its wake. Dreadful lightning coursed through the wings of the thunder eagle. With each flap of its wings, the sky was torn apart, and thunder roared down from the heavens, shattering anything that dared to obstruct it. Soon after, the masters of these weapons appeared in the void. Tall giants wielding massive axes, elves holding ice swords, humans surrounded by crackling lightning. They engaged in a breathtaking Yanko battle with the spirit beasts. Swords flashed amidst flames, giant axes cleaved through the sky, and lightning tore through darkness. The aftermath of the battle echoed throughout the entire hall, refusing to settle. Every clash with the spirit beasts resounded like an explosion in Vaughn's and Billy's ears. The earth-shattering power left both man and beast utterly astonished. Suddenly, the intense battle fell into a silence, as if the dragons, giants, spirit beasts, and the world itself had vanished into nothingness, their apparitions fading away as though they had never existed. At some point, several figures had appeared on seats that should have been empty. Their faces were filled with surprise, still immersed in the illusions of the earlier battle. Vaughn thought to himself, can it be? Could this truly be the Mage's secret realm? Chapter 23, The New King's Labyrinth. No way. Could this really be a labyrinth's secret realm? Was that combat illusion earlier the doing of the master of this secret realm? Willis thought to himself. The Billy surveyed the emerging figures around them warily, awaiting his cue. Willis took in his surroundings with a sweep of his eyes, quietly caressing his spatial ring with his right hand. He noticed that apart from himself, 6 others sat on high-backed chairs. Though their expressions varied, all were wary and vigilant. The air thick with tension as no one dared to make any sudden moves. Willis's gaze fell upon a dwarf seated nearby. Short yet robust, he sported a beard thick as a steel brush, with sharp eyes piercing through the dim light. The chair seemed engraved with transformation magic, allowing the dwarf to sit comfortably without any discomfort. Their eyes briefly met. Instantly, the dwarf reached for the warhammer at his side, clearly ready for any emergencies. Next to the dwarf, a tall man idly toyed with a longbow in his hands. His slender fingers glided over the bowstring as his gaze shifted between everyone present. Golden hair shimmered faintly in the low light, and pointy ears peeked out from beneath his hair. A jingling. Willis wondered internally. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful man. It made sense if he was an elf. Facing the elf, sat a gray-haired man in luxurious robes. The robe was made of fine brocade, embroidered with intricate gold patterns, its hem flowing softly with his movements. Slightly thin, he occasionally coughed, revealing a peculiar ruddy complexion from years of medicinal indulgence. His gaze fixated hungrily on the elf. Noticing this, the elf's expression turned icy cold as his hand moved towards the quiver on his back. On the other side of the round table, 2 bulky men appeared to be instinctively searching for something. Their gazes quickly landed on Willis's side, exchanged a look, and then withdrew without further action. Despite their efforts to be discreet, Willis noticed this subtle exchange. Do they know each other? Willis speculated inwardly. For a moment, an eerie silence settled over the room. Suddenly, a melodious female voice broke the tense atmosphere. It seems like this is your first time entering this labyrinth's secret realm. Willis turned his head to see a woman in blue robes sitting next to him. She had black hair cascading like a waterfall, a delicate face, and clear, cold eyes. Her robes, made of exquisite blue silk, flowed gracefully, outlining her long, elegant legs. Through the material, glimpses of white skin hinted at her graceful figure. The dwarf snorted. What? Have you been here before? The woman slowly stood up, lifting the edges of her robe slightly, and giving a small bow. I am Vivian, a 2-star Beastmaster. This is my second time entering this space. Being chosen to come here means we are all Beastmasters. As suspected, this labyrinth's secret realm was built by extraordinary Beastmasters. The secret realm lord will soon assign us new trial tasks. Time is pressing, so I suggest we exchange some information among ourselves. The room fell silent once more after her words. The 2 burly men exchanged glances, with one Spianko up. Eli, a 2-star Beastmaster. This is Shaniel, also a 2-star Beastmaster. This is our second visit to this labyrinth's secret realm. We managed to complete the task last time thanks to Vivian's help. The dwarf grunted. Who knows if you're just colluding and scheming together? Humans and elves alike, always saying one thing and doing another, cunning as ever. Hearing this, the elf shook his head lightly. Mountain dwarves are still as foolish, stubborn, and self-righteous as ever. Your craftsmanship might be passable, otherwise you'd be utterly useless. Cooperation is the way to survive in a labyrinth's secret realm. Do dwarves not know even this basic fact? The dwarf erupted in fury, standing up with his war hammer gleaming menacingly in his hand. What did you say? The elf was unyielding, instantly drawing his bow with the arrow aimed at the dwarf's head. Hold it, Vivian hurriedly interjected. Fighting in the round table hall will result in obliteration. Startled, both dwarf and elf froze, glaring at each other, neither willing to back down. At this moment, the well-dressed man coughed several times. Spianko up. I am a noble bearing golden lineage. Baron Shaniel Asher of Rock Hill Estate. I agree with Vivian. Only through cooperation can we conquer this labyrinth's secret realm. Willis muttered to himself. Isn't the golden bloodline supposed to have golden hair? Why is yours gray? Your golden bloodline doesn't seem pure at all. I wonder which branch you come from. Even elves look better than you. The dwarf and the elf each snorted coldly, retreating back to their seats. No one objected. It seemed everyone had accepted the proposal for cooperation. The dwarf introduced himself. Inachson Alvenshield, 2-star Beastmaster. The elf followed suit. Finian, 2-star Beastmaster. All eyes turned to Willis and the little fire lion in his arms, scrutinizing them with looks of assessment. Willis slowly spoke. Willis, 1-star Beastmaster. Eli and Shaniel simultaneously sneered menacingly. Eli looked down on Willis contemptuously. A 1-star Beastmaster? I wonder what dog's hit luck you had to be chosen for the labyrinth. And Sel echoed with a mock Yanko laugh. This kind of trash deserves to complete tasks with us? If you die on the way, no one will give you a proper burial. It's just a pity for this little fire lion. Their eyes revealed unmasked greed. The Billy's eyes turned red, growling low as he stared intensely at the 2 men. Willis ignored them and asked Vivian, what are the rewards for the labyrinth? Vivian explained. The labyrinth lord will assign us tasks, and completing them will earn rewards and points. Inachsen frowned and asked, "What if we fail the task?" Vivian replied, "Failing a task will deduct points, and points can be exchanged with equivalent items." Inachsen continued, "What if we don't have any equivalent items?" Vivian fell silent for a moment. "We will be wiped out by the Labyrinth Lord." Everyone was quiet as the round table hall fell into a brief silence. Willis broke the silence. "If we want to completely leave the Labyrinth's secret realm, how do we do it?" Vivian explained, "There are two methods. One is to use enough points to exchange for departure, and the second is for someone to successfully conquer the Labyrinth's secret realm, after which everyone gains freedom." She waved her hand in the air, and runes appeared. An exchange list floated into view, listing various items available for trade. Willis mimicked her gesture and saw the exchange list as well. However, there were no items available for exchange, and the points in the top right corner read 0. At the bottom right corner was the word departure, and Willis pressed it. Exchange for departure from the secret realm, 10 million points. 1 million points? Are you kidding me? Just then, waves of purplish-black mist began to spread slowly through the hall. Following this, a black sphere appeared in midair. Surrounded by purple smoke, the sphere pulsated slightly, as if alive. As the black mist spread, its form became clearer. A ghostly face emerged from the sphere, with eyes that glowed eerily purple, piercing through the hearts of those present. A sinister voice reverberated in the air, each word carrying an irresistible force. "Welcome to the new king's secret realm. I am the Labyrinth Lord here, and the trial shall begin shortly." Xenon paused, savoring the momentary silence. Then he laughed strangely. "I am here to witness all of you. Ha ha ha." Chapter 24, The Ironblood Fortress. The moment the Lord finished Spianko, the light abruptly vanished, plunging the entire hall into infinite darkness. Emmanuel only felt complete blackness before his eyes, with nothing but the sound of his own breathing echoing in his ears. When light reappeared, Emmanuel found himself atop a hill. Except for the billy in his arms, there was no one around. Transported to different places? Emmanuel muttered to himself, swiftly analyzing the current situation in his mind. Night had fallen, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Luyanko up, he saw an ancient fortress standing not far away. The fortress was shrouded in blood mist, indistinct and emitting an unspeakable eeriness. The cold white silver light bathed the land, casting everything around into a more sinister and terrifying light. "This doesn't look right at all," Emmanuel murmured. At that moment, dark purple flames appeared out of nowhere, forming rows of text that floated in the air. The Lord's eerie laughter also echoed in his ears. The commander of the Iron Blood Knights sought great power and was tempted by an evil deity, abandoning his faith. He performed a blood sacrifice of all the soldiers and spirit beasts of the Iron Blood Fort as a medium, Sienko blessings from the evil deity. Main quest: kill the commander of the Iron Blood Knights. Participants who succeed will each be rewarded 60 points. If the task fails, 100 points will be deducted, and those who do not have enough points will be eliminated. The words appeared before Emmanuel word by word. The dark purple flames stood out prominently in the dark night, exuding a deathly chill. Then, the flames dissipated as if they had never existed. Emmanuel thought to himself, "Should I just coast here until the task is over?" After a moment, he shook his head with a smile, rejecting this idea. Recalling the Lord's creepy smile earlier, he felt a chill down his spine. The Lord wasn't foolish. Whatever he could think of, the Lord naturally could too. Those shadows seen in the Round Table Hall were proof enough of the danger and extraordinariness of this Mage's secret realm. The Lord's tasks would never be simple. To survive this trial, everyone's combat strength was critical. Moreover, obtaining rare spirit beasts, evolution potions, or meditation methods couldn't be achieved by simply coasting. Emmanuel switched into the knight's armor stored in his spatial ring and put on his protective goggles. The silvery gray plate armor and sharp sword gleamed under the moonlight, giving him a stern and murderous aura. Tayenko a deep breath. He ran towards the fortress nearby. The billy was now energetic, its eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. It followed closely behind, clearly ready for battle. Suddenly, Emmanuel's eyes widened sharply. In the outpost ahead, a shadow lunged at him like a ghost. The shadow was incredibly fast, moving fiercely. Reacting instantly, he slightly shifted his body, dodging the fatal blow. Upon seeing the shadow clearly, both Emmanuel and the billy couldn't help but feel a chill run through them. It was an abnormally ugly and disgusting black beast, akin to a demon incarnate. Its body was covered in dark armor plating, its head perfectly smooth, with eyes hidden within bones, black sockets radiating pure malice. Sharp teeth were exposed, and a strong acidic stench permeated the air. Viscous saliva dripped onto the ground with a hissing sound, instantly corroding the surrounding grass. "Isn't it too ugly? Is this really a spirit beast?" Emmanuel was alarmed and warned. "Be careful of its saliva." The billy nodded. "Got it, brother." Runes on the goggles flickered, but showed no information about this spirit beast. Even the hunter's notebook had no relevant records. Mayenko, Emmanuel, more vigilant. The black beast attacked again, even faster this time, like a silent ghost. Emmanuel and the billy moved seamlessly, splitting left and right to cover each other. He swung his sword in defense, while the billy launched fireballs from the flank. After an intense fight, they finally seized an opportunity. A scorching fireball exploded in front of the black beast, and Emmanuel swung his sword, cutting into its waist. The long sword sliced through the air, precisely slicing the black beast in two. Green blood spurted out, splattering Emmanuel's cheek. He immediately felt a burning pain, and his standard-issue longsword made a faint crackling sound. Feels like this long sword won't last much longer. This blood's corrosiveness is terrifying. Pained, Emmanuel shook the sword in the air and rubbed it on the grass. The billy approached, rubbing against his pants leg in concern. Emmanuel stroked the billy's head, smiling reassuringly. I'm fine, don't worry. Entering the outpost ahead, the scene inside made them both frown. Inside, broken corpses lay scattered, soldiers' limbs strewn about. The broken limbs and mangled torsos had been torn apart and devoured, leaving only scraps of flesh. Emmanuel squatted down and rummaged through the bodies, finding a few relatively intact longswords and stowing them away. Finally, he discovered a parchment map on one of the bodies, which depicted the general layout of the fortress. The Ironblood fortress was built against the mountain, vast in scale, with hidden sentinels and mechanisms set up everywhere. Just as he was memorizing the map, a deafening crash came from not far away. Exchanging glances, the Billy Wlachidig extinguished the flames around it. Man and beast concealed themselves in the shadows and moved stealthily toward the direction of the explosion. The earth trembled before them. A colossal rock serpent towered over the land. Its body was like a small mountain, composed of countless rock blocks. Massive chunks formed its body, each glowing with a pale light. The rock serpent was enormous. Just its coiled body on the ground was suffocating. Its head reared high, eyes like two pure white obsidians, radiating a cold light. Xuanhuan stood atop the rock serpent, wielding a golden whip that lashed at the creature's head. Alo! With each strike of the whip, runes appeared, and the rock serpent let out a mournful cry. You're also useless. Stop swaying and stand still. Beside him, a bronze-feathered hunting hawk soared through the sky, diving at two enemies on the ground. The hawk's wings were covered with a metallic sheen, and with each flap, a gust of wind swept through the air. Two despicable mongrels, to dare ambush me, to dare covet my spirit beasts. Xuanhuan's voice was filled with disdain and fury, his previous courteous demeanor long gone. His tone was sharp and grating, as if he wanted to devour the two enemies alive. On the ground, Chance and Mitchell looked disheveled, struggling to combat the spirit beasts. Chance tried to block the hawk's attacks with his longsword, but the bronze-feathered hawk was incredibly fast, each dive bringing a fierce gust of wind that made the sword ineffective. Mitchell raised his battle axe and swung at the rock serpent's trunk, but the axe only produced a dull thud on the rock, unable to chip even a piece off. The rock serpent roared angrily and lashed its tail fiercely. Mitchell was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Chance's beast control rune flared, and water arrows condensed and shot at Xuanhuan, aiming for a decapitation strike. The bronze-feathered hawk promptly conjured a wind wall in midair, and the water arrows scattered upon impact, doing no harm to Xuanhuan. Damn it! Chance cursed under his breath. Realizing they couldn't break through the enemy's defenses, he exchanged a glance with Mitchell, and without hesitation, both turned to flee. Trying to escape? Xuanhuan, furious, his eyes wild, threw another spirit beast orb. The orb drew an arc in the air, emitting a glow, from which a golden-coated mastiff leapt out. The mastiff was covered in golden fur, its muscles bulging. Its sharp claws made a screeching sound as they hit the ground. It bared its fangs and chased after Chance and Mitchell. Emmanuel remained hidden behind a large rock, silently observing everything. No wonder, a noble of gold lineage truly has many spirit beasts. At that moment, Emmanuel's goggles suddenly flickered, displaying information about the rock serpent spirit beast. Rock serpent, dragon type, rock type, elemental type, growth stage spirit beast. Bloodline rank, extraordinary. Attributes, rock, dragon, strength. Spirit beast skills, tail smash, dragon breath, ground split, hardening, rock terrain sense. Overall evaluation, a legendary spirit beast imbued with dragon lineage, unique to rocky forests, boasting both strength and defense, an extremely rare combat companion. Emmanuel exhaled slowly, his heart stirring. Bloodline rank, extraordinary. Chapter 25, Side Mission. On the high platform, the night breeze was gentle, lightly caressing Vaughn's face. The moonlight cast a faint shadow of the fortress over the land, and the surroundings were eerily silent except for the distant sounds of battle fading in the wind, disrupting the rare tranquility. Transcendent bloodline. Vaughn kept his voice low, unable to mask his shock. Then he took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. Indeed, befitting a noble with golden bloodline, the Baron of Hill Territory. Just any spirit beast he brought out happens to have a transcendent bloodline, and that one just now was actually 8 meters long. This level of development is probably uncommon even among giant rock pythons. A slight smile crept onto the Billy's lips, revealing a hint of mischief as he glanced excitedly towards the direction the three had disappeared. What are you scheming? Vaughn rubbed the Billy's head and asked with a smile. The Billy turned his head, his eyes sly. Why, robbery and murder, brother. Isn't this exactly what you've been Luyanko for, the transcendent bloodline? Vaughn chuckled and scolded. Where did you learn all this? Hee hee. All from your teachings, the Billy replied. Vaughn shook his head. I never taught you these things. Don't slander me. But Spianko of which, nobles and novels generally aren't good people. Look at his flushed cheeks, they're almost as red as my left arm. More than likely, he's overextended himself on a daily basis, relying on medication to get by. It's truly pitiful for those innocent women in Hill Manor. Upon hearing this, the Billy's eyes suddenly lit up. Or it could be innocent men. I saw him staring at that long-eared human in the round table hall, smiling sinisterly. Long-eared human? You mean Garner? Vaughn struggled to recall the elf's name, as Yanko suspiciously. That's right, him, the Billy affirmed. Vaughn thought to himself. This guy must have learned from someone strange. He must have read something peculiar in Longfong Fortress. I should find it when we get back. During training breaks, the Billy often saw him flipping through Hunter notes. Driven by curiosity about new things, plus the Billy's persistent requests, Vaughn agreed to teach him some writing every day. Who would have thought that the Billy made rapid progress, even going to borrow books together recently? Vaughn said seriously, even if we do want to act, we can't deal with just those 3 spirit beasts from earlier in a short time. If we're surrounded by other beast tamers, it'll be even more dangerous. We need to think long-term and not rush into anything. The Billy nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. The previous battle attracted most of the black beasts away, allowing 1 man and 1 lion to follow the path marked on the map, smoothly entering the depths of Ironblood Fortress. Corpses piled up like mountains, some hanging from wooden beams by burlap ropes, swaying helplessly as the putrid wind blew. A few hideous black beasts were tearing at the already gnawed-down skeletons, Mayenko, low-chewing sounds. The stench of blood mixed with rot hung heavily in the air, almost suffocating. At that moment, dark purple flames appeared again in midair. Xenon's eerie laughter echoed in their minds. The side mission has been triggered. Liberate the 3 knights imprisoned in the dungeon of the Ironblood Knights. For each knight liberated, each participant receives 10 points as a reward. Failure yields no punishment. Shortly after, a loud explosion came from another side of the fortress. Vaughn quickly looked at the animal skin map in his hand. The map marked key locations of the Ironblood Fortress, including 2 dungeons listed prominently. One was underground nearby, and the other was precisely where the explosion originated. It seems someone has triggered a hidden side mission, Vaughn guessed. He cautiously led the Billy towards the dungeon. Suddenly, movement stirred from the darkness, and he reacted swiftly, slashing his sword in the direction of the sound. A dark figure darted, and Vaughn retreated quickly while the Billy spewed a fireball. The explosion of the fireball drew more black beasts. They surged from all sides, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, lunging at Vaughn and the Billy. Vaughn and the Billy worked in perfect coordination, swinging swords, spewing fire, dodging. Blood splattered, cries of agony echoing in the narrow passage. The long sword gradually corroded, and several strands of green fluid splattered on the Billy's mane. But neither man nor beast showed any fear, advancing like 2 avenging gods. Cruel and merciless, nothing could hinder their progress. Without rune-inscribed weapons, the quality is indeed average. Vaughn muttered under his breath, discarding the longsword that had nearly snapped from corrosion. Then he began searching the corpses. Fortunately, standardized weapons were plentiful here. 1 man and 1 lion continued forward, passing through ruins until they finally reached the entrance of the dungeon. Vaughn stopped in front of the iron door of the dungeon, Spianko slowly. When do you plan to stop following us? Hearing this, the Billy's eyes flashed dangerously as he surveyed the empty surroundings, his nose twitching wildly, but finding nothing. After a moment of silence, there was still no response. Without hesitation, Vaughn swung his sword toward the path they had come from, where no one seemed to be. As the long sword slashed down, a sharp crack-yanko sound echoed from the void. Where the sword pointed, a crack appeared out of nowhere, quickly spreading and shattering like a mirror. A figure of a woman emerged from the crack. She had long flowing hair, a cold and composed face, fair skin, and exquisitely chiseled features. Her deep blue robe clung tightly to her body, highlighting her slender waist and long legs. The magic staff in her hand glowed azure, with a translucent magical shield separating her from Vaughn. Christie remained calm and said coolly, "Mirror concealment is an advanced second-tier spell. How did you see through it?" Vaughn said nothing, increasing the force on his longsword slightly. The blade locked with the magical shield, scraping against it with a harsh sound that reverberated through the narrow dungeon passage. Christie continued in her detached tone, "You're wasting your effort. Without physical enhancement techniques, relying solely on the physique of a 1-star beast tamer, you cannot break through a magical shield beyond your rank." Her crimson eyes shimmered, and her dark red left arm grew more vivid. Vaughn's muscles tensed as if he were a beast coiled to strike, unleashing all his strength at once. Mad blood force surged, destroying everything in its path. Crack! The magical shield developed cracks. And for the first time, Christie's usually cold expression showed signs of shock and anxiety. With a soft sound, the magical shield shattered. In the next instant, the sharp blade was aimed directly at Christie's throat. The cold gleam reflected on her fair neck, revealing her tension through the trembling skin. At the same time, Christie's magic staff pressed against Vaughn's chest, with surging magical energy at its tip, ready to repel him with just a thought. The two remained locked in place, the air thick with tension. After a moment, Vaughn suddenly sheathed his sword, swiftly and decisively. He said coldly, "I wonder where you get your arrogance. You've been Talyanko for yourself since the beginning. What should you have done first? Apologize?" Christie stood frozen, completely taken aback by the response. Without Luyanko back, Vaughn turned and walked away, leaving behind only a resolute figure. The Billy, watching from the side, had admiration in his eyes, true manliness. Chapter 26 Side quest completed. Jacqueline followed behind him. "Brayden, wait a moment." Brayden stopped and turned to look at her, his eyes showing some displeasure. Jacqueline hesitated for a while before Spianko sincerely. "I was indeed arrogant, especially after finding out you were just a 1-star beastmaster. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I only followed you to verify your strength. If any real danger had come up, I would have definitely stepped in to help." Brayden thought to himself. She actually apologized. Looks like she isn't as proud as she appears. What she said was indeed true. Recalling the several battles with the black beast previously, Whenever Braden nearly suffered a heavy blow, faint magical fluctuations could be sensed in the surrounding air. This made him realize that someone was following him. That's also why Braden didn't kill her directly. Jacqueline took a small cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to Braden. Take it. This is a token of my sincerity. Braden accepted it and opened it to see numerous small, translucent blue stones emitting a faint glow inside. The stones were finely grained with a pale aura, like fragments of the night sky. He was puzzled. Alvins? Is this valuable? Braden picked up a stone and felt the weak magic power within flowing along his fingertips. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Jacqueline slowly explained. These are scattered shards of first-grade magic crystals. They contain abundant magic power that can be absorbed by both beast masters and spirit beasts. Magic crystals? Never heard of them. Braden pondered for a long time and confirmed he had never heard of them before. Jacqueline continued. Indeed, magic crystals aren't commonly seen. The mines where these magic crystals come from are rare, most of which are controlled by the royal family. As for their value, they have a price, but no market. To estimate roughly, these might be worth over 1 gold coin. How much? 1 gold coin. More expensive than a billy. Braden thought. His eyes lit up instantly, trying hard to maintain his expression as he slowly put the magic crystals into his pouch. He then said formally, all right, considering your sincerity, I'll forgive you this time. However, knives and swords know no mercy. Don't let this happen again. Braden sized up Jacqueline, whose cold yet soft face now seemed much more appealing to him. He mused inwardly. She isn't bad, just a bit proud. But then again, becoming a 2-star beast master at such a young age and Luyanko so beautiful, it's understandable she has some pride. Jacqueline spoke slowly. Can we discuss cooperation now? Before Braden could respond, a shrill scream came from the adjacent cell, Mayenko them alert instantly. We should complete the side quest first, Braden said in a solemn tone. Another scream echoed through the depths of the dungeon, causing Jacqueline to nod with her expression turning grave. Stepping into the dim dungeon, the air was filled with a strong stench of blood. Veins covered the walls like moss, while dismembered bodies lay scattered on the ground, sickening to look at. From the darkness came chewing sounds, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Jacqueline waved her staff, sending a glowing blue sphere flying from the tip to hover in midair, illuminating the entire dungeon brightly. The azure light cast flickering shadows on the walls, revealing countless delicate blood veins and shattered organs. At the deepest part of the dungeon stood a burst blood cocoon, red threads spreading outward from it. Thick blood flowed all over the floor. Following the sound, not far away, a naked woman faced away from them, her shoulders slightly moving. As the glowing sphere approached, it gradually revealed the shape of the woman. She was thin with paper-white skin, veins barely visible beneath the surface. The woman slowly turned her head, instantly chilling the trio to the bone. Her eyes shimmered with red light, a blood-soaked face staring straight at them. The corners of her mouth hung with bits of flesh and widened, tearing the skin up to her ears, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. The woman smiled silently at them. She's eating people. Jacqueline's voice trembled, unable to suppress her inner fear. Suddenly, the woman let out a terrifying scream, shayenko the air around them to a standstill. In the next instant, she lunged at them, her speed blinding. Her body leaped across the ground, with tough, white carapace growing out of her skin, quickly covering her entire body like demonic armor. Braden quickly drew his sword, engaging in battle with the billy. The billy spewed a ball of fire, which the woman nimbly dodged. Braden took the opportunity to swing his sword, the blade colliding with the carapace and emitting a sharp metallic screech that numbed his arms. He gritted his teeth. Too hard. Jacqueline stood frozen in place, dazed. The slit-mouthed woman suddenly darted aside, evading attacks from both Braden and the billy, lunging straight for her. Jacqueline snapped back to reality and hurriedly waved her staff, attempting to cast a magic shield. However, the slit-mouthed woman's speed was too fast, shattering the shield before it could fully form. In the next moment, she was already within Stryenko distance. The slit-mouthed woman got closer and closer. Her grotesque mouth gaped wider and wider, the acidic stench of gastric juices mixed with blood rushing towards Jacqueline, as if it were about to tear off her head at any moment. Tears slipped down the corners of her eyes, despair rising within her heart. At this critical moment, Braden exerted all his strength, grabbing the slit-mouthed woman's hair and performing a simple yet effective over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Under immense force, the slit-mouthed woman was thrown violently to the ground, sending debris flying and causing the earth to shake. The billy seized the chance, spewing a ball of flames which accurately hit the woman. The milky white carapace sizzled, emitting a burnt odor. The slit-mouthed woman let out an agonizing scream, rolling on the ground in pain. Jacqueline finally came to her senses, quickly joining the battle. She waved her staff, specks of light shimmering from its tip and forming crystalline fragments that shot towards the slit-mouthed woman. Each strike exploded on her body, the shattered crystals slicing through the carapace like cold knives. The slit-mouthed woman screamed in pain, her voice shrill and piercing, as if trying to tear the air apart. Billy, use flame crash. Braden shouted. The surroundings seemed to ignite, the temperature in the dungeon rapidly rising as the billy became enveloped in searing flames. It growled and accelerated, transforming into a massive fireball that charged directly into the slit-mouthed woman's abdomen. The intense heat surged forward, filling the air with the smell of burning flesh. Boom! The fireball slammed into the slit-mouthed woman, the impact throwing her into the wall with a heavy thud. Braden sprinted forward, gathering strength and swinging his sword. The blade sliced through the air with a flash of cold light, aiming precisely at the slit-mouthed woman's head. Thud! The blade cut through the slit, splitting her in two. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a dull thud, and the slit-mouthed woman fell limp to the ground. Her body twitched a few times on the floor, then lay still, her life force gradually fading away. The stench of blood became even stronger in the air. The dungeon fell silent again, only the breathing of Braden and the billy echoing in the dim space. Braden wiped the acid and blood from his sword, his gaze still scanning the surroundings cautiously. After confirming there were no other threats, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, dark purple flames ignited on the ground, forming rows of words. Side quest 1 completed. Braden and Jacqueline successfully freed a knight imprisoned in the dungeon, each rewarded with 10 points. Chapter 27 The Essence of a Beastmaster. Is the side quest completed just like that? Braden looked at the dead Ripper woman with doubt, and slowly spoke. She was the imprisoned knight? How did she end up like this? Tara stepped forward, her usual cold demeanor returning, but fear still lingered in her eyes. Both her and the black beasts in the fortress were tainted by the evil god. Or perhaps it's more accurate to call it a blessing from the evil god, leading to their mutation. Braden frowned. Do evil gods really exist? I thought it was all the Lord's doing. Tara paused for a moment, then replied seriously. Divinities certainly exist. What do you think is the essence of a beastmaster? Braden was bewildered, unsure why she would suddenly ask this question. After pondering for a while, he hesitantly replied. The essence of a beastmaster. Is it a blessing? Tara nodded slowly. Yes, humans pray to the deities, praying for the strength to conquer spirit beasts and protect themselves. The gods listened, bestowing their power upon humans. But humans are too weak to withstand such immense divine power. Ultimately, the blessing turned into a nightmare and a curse for humans. They mutated, disintegrated, fragmented, twisted. So the gods bestowed their favor once again, guiding humans to master the power of runes, opening the Beastmaster space, and stepping onto the extraordinary path. Prayer and blessing. This is the essence of an extraordinary Beastmaster. Braden finally understood. So that's why the blessing from the evil god is more likely to cause distortion and mutation. Tara nodded. Yes, at least that's what the Academy records state. Braden asked in confusion. Knowing so much, are you really just a 2-star Beastmaster? He recalled Dreamyanko at the tavern in Silver Town with unreliable hunters. Clearly, this woman fit the image of a high-level Beastmaster in Braden's mind better. From her previous mirror, invisibility, and magic shield to the various flashy skills, just now, she had already used far more skills than a 2-star Beastmaster. Tara paused briefly and said seriously, I am a Beastmaster Mage. A Beastmaster Mage? Yes. Simply put, the biggest difference between a Beastmaster Mage and a regular Beastmaster is that a Beastmaster Mage can only make a contract with one prime spirit beast, at least until 6-star rank. However, Beastmaster Mages can deconstruct, study, and inscribe various spells. In terms of combat power, they are even stronger than Beastmasters of the same rank. Braden looked skeptical and echoed her words sarcastically. Oh, stronger than Beastmasters of the same rank. Tara's cheeks flushed slightly as she huffed. Humph, that's because I rarely go out to train. Once I have more experience, I'll naturally adapt to battles. Just then, the dark purple flames on the ground burned fiercely again, and new messages formed. Side quest 1 completed. Clinton successfully freed a knight imprisoned in the dungeon, rewarded 10 points. Side quest 1 completed. Edwin successfully freed a knight imprisoned in the dungeon, rewarded 10 points. All side quests completed. Braden sighed helplessly. Why didn't they complete the task together? That's 20 points wasted. Tara said slowly. Prejudices among people are hard to erase, especially between elves and dwarves. That's also why I sought cooperation with you. Cooperation in what? The last Secret Realm mission, our team barely passed the final trial. Then Eli and Enoch suddenly attacked, killing all members except me. As you saw earlier, casting spells requires time and intervals. I'm not good at close combat. I hope you can protect me. The obediently vigilant Billy couldn't help but growl, his eyes flashing with anger. They're those hateful guys who betrayed their comrades. They deserve death. Braden furrowed his brow and asked, what's the reward? Anything equivalent you want. If I have it, I'll give it to you. Tara replied. Braden's eyes lit up. Legendary lineage spirit beasts, do you have any? Tara looked at him speechlessly. No, even if I did, it wouldn't be an equivalent exchange. Braden said slowly. I'm only interested in that. Nothing else particularly appeals to me. She turned her gaze to Braden's left arm, and after a moment's thought, said, the dark red left arm, blood red eyes, silver white hair, unusual strength. These peculiar traits on you should also be a form of blessing. Perhaps I can help you find records in the academy and try to resolve these curses. Braden's heart raced. What academy are you Talyanko about? Tara said, the Elysia Magic Academy. It's the oldest magic academy in the central continent and the birthplace of spells and rune power. Braden replied, deal. After that, they discussed the specifics of their cooperation in more detail, with the reward increasing from Brayanko curses to Luyanko up various information regularly. Subsequently, they shook hands, both satisfied with the successful partnership. The two humans and the lion continued searching through the dungeon, but found no other valuable items. Thus, they proceeded towards the main building of the fortress according to the map. As they got closer to the main building, the surroundings became increasingly gloomy. Every step they took brought an indescribable pressure, as if unseen eyes were watching them. A deep groove was carved into the stone path, clearly left by the giant rock serpent earlier. Scattered on either side were the bodies of black beasts, twisted and deformed, their deaths gruesome. Seeing so many contaminated spirit beasts' flesh, Braden turned away painfully. So much meat, it's such a waste not to eat it, he thought helplessly. In front of the massive stone staircase, they finally saw the other members of the mission. Baron Shaniel stood atop the giant rock serpent, holding a long whip. Over Lienko, everyone. Eli and Enoch knelt like slaves beside the Baron. Dwarf Clinton held a large hammer, while Elf Edwin held a bow, standing on the other side. Though on the same side, the two maintained some distance, clearly wary of each other. The two humans and the lion approached slowly. Braden noticed that the rocky skin on top of the giant rock serpent had been whipped raw, revealing mangled flesh inside. He couldn't help but feel furious, cursing inwardly. This guy is so beastly. Such a fine spirit beast should not be tortured this way. What a waste. Noticing Braden's change in expression, Tara immediately transmitted a voice message. Don't have any ideas about the giant rock serpent. Shaniel has many spirit beasts and magical artifacts. Mayenko him difficult to deal with. Tara had previously given him a pair of magic artifacts, whispering earrings, for silent communication. Braden nodded, indicating his understanding. At this moment, he also noticed Eli and Enoch kneeling aside, their bodies covered in scars, and expressions abnormally submissive. They had somehow become the Baron's slaves. They secretly glanced at Tara, obviously harboring ulterior motives. Seeing the two humans and the lion approach, Baron Shaniel nodded satisfactorily and said, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Finally, we're all here. You managed to complete the side quests without my command. I must say, you did well. A flash of displeasure crossed Edwin's eyes. Clinton slightly frowned, but remained silent due to the situation. Shaniel continued, let's get moving then, and head to resolve the issue with the Bloodiron Knights captain. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, but showed no objections on the surface. On the way, the black beasts they encountered were easily crushed by the giant rock serpent, allowing the group to smoothly reach the main hall of the fortress. Before the hall, blood-red roses swayed in the cold night wind, eerie yet beautiful. In the center of the hall, the once massive blood cocoon had shattered, leaving only web-like veins spreading across the hall. Half-human, half-insect monsters kneeled on one knee, their swords planted in the ground, facing the throne with utmost devotion. Their bodies were covered in thick chitin armor, insect-like wings sprouting from their backs, their faces grotesque, like demons from hell. Around them, black beasts lay obediently, waiting for commands. Above the main seat, a gaunt figure sat quietly. His face was withered, eyes sunken, exuding a decaying aura. Dark chitin emitted a dull metallic luster, and he held a rusted giant sword, surrounded by faint, ghostly mist. This was the captain of the Bloodiron Knights. He was no longer human, but a monster tainted by the evil god. At his feet, a lion lay sprawled, engulfed in emerald green flames. The surrounding flames burned more fiercely, seeming to corrode everything. Dark green chitin covered its entire body, its eyes filled with vicious light. The captain on the main seat slowly lifted his head, scanning the crowd. A hoarse, aged voice came out. You have finally arrived. Chapter 28, The Abyssal Flame Lion. As soon as the words were spoken, the knights abruptly stood up and turned to face Braden and his party. They were half insect, half human, with crimson eyes like demons from hell, charging at everyone with murderous intent. Braden swiftly drew his sword and positioned himself beside the billy, shielding Christie behind him. Facing these monsters corrupted by the evil god, he thought to himself, these guys are all strong. I have to give it my all. Baron Shaniel spurred the giant rock python forward rapidly. The python's head rose high, and then a torrent of dragon breath as hot as magma spewed forth. The scorching airstream instantly engulfed the approaching insect knights, the air warping under the intense heat of the dragon breath. Those knights were incinerated in an instant under this devastating attack, turning into charred remains. Baron Shaniel looked down upon the entire battlefield with disdain and coldness in his eyes. Clear away these obstructive vermin, he ordered coldly. Eli and Nathaniel launched their attacks without hesitation, runes on their hands glowing brightly as water arrows and fireballs flew simultaneously. Enochgar swung his massive hammer, his right hand lighting up with the dwarf race's unique beast control rune. Behind him, the illusion of a flame lizard gradually appeared. Fiery breath spouted from the lizard's mouth, turning the incoming knights into ashes. Edwin drew his bowstring from a distance. Wind-splitting arrows piercing through the air, accurately penetrating the enemy's heads. Despite the mutual vigilance between them, they cooperated tacitly at this moment, jointly resisting the enemy's assault. Keep an eye on those black beasts around us. They're fast too, Braden reminded in a low voice, his sword slashing across another knight's throat, blood splattering out. Christie nodded, her magic staff emitting a glaring blue light. Several arcane blades shot out in an instant, scattering and defeating the surrounding monsters. At this moment, the billy suddenly stopped, its gaze fixed tightly on the abyssal flame lion lying with its eyes closed on the high platform. It faintly sensed a deterrent aura from a higher being. Alo, the billy suddenly let out an angry roar, Brayenko free from the bloodline suppression of the abyssal flame lion. Flames burned intensely around its body as it fiercely attacked the surrounding enemies. Braden noticed the billy's abnormality and quickly pulled down his visor, but it still displayed unidentified. Even its data is unavailable, he frowned. Christie speculated. It should be the mature evolution form of a young fire lion. It resisted the corruption of the evil god and didn't transform into a black beast like other weak spiritual beasts. Instead, it completed a special evolution. Braden realized. Mature stage? That means it's 2 stages higher than the Billy. No wonder it's so displeased. On the high platform, the abyssal flame lion slowly opened its eyes. Its icy gaze locked Yanko onto the Billy. The Blood Iron Knight's commander smiled slightly and whispered, "Go on, play with it." Alo, the abyssal flame lion slowly rose to its feet, leaping off the high platform and landing steadily on the ground. Its body was covered in dark green armor, its enormous frame exuding an intimidating presence. Dark green flames danced around it, each step bringing a strong sense of oppression, like a messenger from the underworld while Yanko on Earth. Feeling the abyssal flame lion's gaze, the Billy growled and faced it fearlessly. A cold gleam flashed in the abyssal flame lion's eyes as it initiated the attack. Dark green flames spewed from its mouth. The Billy nimbly dodged, yet still felt the intense heat lingering in the air. Wherever the dark flames spread, everything was instantly corroded, leaving only scorched black patches. The Billy retaliated quickly, spouting a fireball from its mouth straight at the abyssal flame lion. The abyssal flame lion also opened its mouth, firing a fireball. One red, one green. The 2 colored flames collided midair. The red fireball was instantly shattered, the scattered flames turning into countless sparks that vanished into thin air. The abyssal flame lion snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. It completely suppressed the Billy. Continuing its fierce assault, several consecutive bursts of dark green flames spewed out non-stop. The Billy struggled to dodge but was still hit by one of the flames, instantly corroding most of its fur. It trembled slightly, gritting its teeth, enduring the pain but standing firm. This guy's strength and speed are far greater than the Billy's. Braden felt anxious, ready to lend a hand when he heard the Billy's low growl stopping him. "Brother, this is my battle, don't interfere." Braden was startled but nodded, quickly turning around to fight the other knights trying to approach. His sharp blade drove back any monster attempting to get close. Christy asked worriedly, "Are you really okay?" "I trust my partner," Braden said slowly. Although he said that, he still dared not stray too far from the Billy. His mind mostly focused on this side of the battlefield, ready to rush forward and help at the first sign of trouble. The Billy was covered in wounds from the abyssal flame lion's flame attacks, its fur charred black, its breath gradually weakening. Braden watched with growing anguish, unable to do anything but unleash his anger on the monster knights around him. Seeing that the Billy would still not back down, a flicker of impatience flashed across the abyssal flame lion's eyes. It coiled its strength for a leap, its massive lion claws enshrouded in flames, bearing the power of destruction as it pounced straight at the Billy. This attack was powerful and fierce, the dark green flames burning more intensely, intent on tearing the Billy into pieces. At this critical moment, the Billy crouched slightly, successfully dodging the claw strike. Then, flames surrounding its entire body suddenly surged upward, condensing into a scorching fireball, which shot upward violently. Boom! The flaming fireball was astonishingly powerful, crashing into the hovering abyssal flame lion, sending it flying backward, slamming heavily onto the ground. Roar! The Billy roared skyward, its heart-stirring roar echoing through the hall. Its royal aura was unmistakably displayed. Seeing this, Braden finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat off his forehead. He gave the Billy a thumbs up, laughing. "Great job." Most of the Billy's fur had been scorched black by the abyssal flame lion's flames. One of its eyes was slightly closed, yet it still stubbornly smiled at Braden, carrying an indelible sense of pride. Braden immediately felt unbearable pity. "Rumbuju," as Yanko. "Will this leave scars?" Christy stepped forward, gently consoling. "Don't worry, after completing the mission, the Lord will heal everyone's injuries. The Billy will be fine." "That's good." The abyssal flame lion slowly rose, Shayanko its head, the dark green flames dancing even more fiercely around it. Clearly, the previous collision had caused it no real harm, but it grew even angrier. It felt an unprecedented fury, a fury at being challenged by a lesser being. Its anger knew no bounds. Though the Billy was covered in wounds, its fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. The 2 lions locked eyes, a heavy and intense atmosphere filling the air. Chapter 29 Tomorrow. Seated in the main position, the leader silently observed the chaos unfolding before him, his eyes betraying no emotion. Roar! The dark flame lion growled deeply, flames surged violently across its body, madness gradually eroding its reason. At this moment, Baron Shaniel directed the gigantic rock python into the fray, disrupting the standoff between the 2 lions. "Enough of this playtime." Shaniel sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. The massive body of the gigantic rock python moved like a rolling mountain, crushing obstacles along its path without hesitation. Terrifying energy condensed to its utmost limit in its mouth. In the next instant, scorching dragon breath erupted and rushed straight towards the leader. The dark flame lion leaped up abruptly, spewing emerald green flames from its mouth, clashing head-on with the dragon breath. 2 destructive forces collided in midair, producing an ear-splitting roar. Flames interwove with dragon breath. The intense energy fluctuations shattered the surrounding pillars. The leader slowly rose to his feet, his tensed muscles Mayenko crisp sounds. His gaze was as cold as ice, his whole person resembling a divine figure wielding a giant sword. George roared and, after mustering strength, leaped up, hammer in hand, smashing it down towards the leader's head. The leader cast a contemptuous glance and, by slightly shifting his body, evaded George's attack. He struck back with his sword, which hit hard and heavy, driving the dwarf back several steps. The blade, trailing searing flames, left George feeling an overwhelming pressure. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just then, various beast command runes emitted dazzling light. George endured the pain, the illusory form of a fire lizard appearing behind him, expelling scarlet flames. Armin squinted his eyes, drew his bowstring, and shot a wind-split arrow at the leader, targeting his vital spots. Eli and Levi also attacked in concert, launching water arrows and fireballs that intersected as they approached. The leader snorted coldly, swinging his giant sword so swiftly that it flickered like wind and rain, deflecting all attacks. The dark flame lion spewed even fiercer flames around. Everyone engaged fiercely. Braden, coordinating with the Billy, attacked exploiting the dark flame lion's weak points. The leader's gaze lingered on Braden and the Billy for a moment, a hint of distraction flashing through his eyes. Do you remember, back then, how we fought shoulder to shoulder? The leader murmured softly, a touch of melancholy showing in his eyes. Memories surfaced of his first encounter with the dark flame lion. Back then, he was just a naive apprentice knight, brimming with enthusiasm and full of dreams for the future. The dark flame lion was only a month-old fire lion cub, awaiting selection by a knight. But now, seizing the moment of his distraction, Baron Shaniel launched a fierce assault. The gigantic rock python's dragon breath and copper-feather falcon's wind blades simultaneously pounced on the leader, forcing him to retreat several steps. Shaniel sneered disdainfully. So this is the power of the evil god? Not much at all. Suddenly, the leader laughed, laughter laced with madness and mockery. I was planning to play a bit more with you. Before the words were finished, his aura suddenly surged, as if all his strength exploded at once. On his giant sword, dark flames burned even more fiercely. Each strike carried destructive power. Under his frenzied attacks, Shaniel's spirits were torn apart one after another, blood splattering, screams echoing. The copper-feather falcon darted through the air, but a single sword swing from the leader created a trail of flame that instantly split it in half. The golden-marked mastiff barked madly and charged at the leader, only to be kicked away. The giant sword descended, cleaving its head open, blood spurting forth. The power of the giant sword was terrifying. The gigantic rock python lost consciousness under the terrible slashing blow, its huge body collapsing heavily to the ground with a dull roar. The leader walked towards Shaniel, eyes gleaming chillingly. With a single stroke of his sword, Shaniel's protective magic item activated automatically. Surging magical power enveloped him instantly, forming an impenetrable shield. However, this only slightly delayed his death. Under the shield's protection, Shaniel's figure rapidly flashed away from where he stood, reappearing on the other side of the hall. Escape! Escape quickly! His heart pounded wildly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had lost all will to fight. Want to run? The leader gave a cold laugh. In the next moment, a black shadow flashed by. Like a bolt of lightning, the dark flame lion lunged at Shaniel, its massive fangs piercing his neck in an instant. Shaniel didn't even have time to scream. His head was bitten off immediately. Blood gushed out from his severed neck like a fountain, and he fell silently to the ground. Hurl! Opening its mouth, the dark flame lion spat out Shaniel's head. The head, filled with fear and defiance, rolled incessantly until it stopped at Eli and Levi's feet. Eli knelt down, his voice trembling. Leader, spare our lives. We are willing to serve you. As long as you spare us, we are willing to serve you faithfully and follow you until death. Eli also knelt down hastily, pleading urgently. Yes. Commander, we are willing to swear allegiance to you. Please let us live. Desperation and entreaty filled their eyes as they frantically bowed their heads, the heavy impacts of their foreheads against the cold stone slabs resonating in the air. Bond squinted his eyes slightly, revealing disdain. A glint of sword light flashed through the air. In the next moment, Eli and Levi's heads flew up simultaneously, blood spurting out, staining the stone floor red. Their bodies fell helplessly to the ground, eyes still wide open, as if unable to escape from fear. Bond looked at the two headless corpses on the ground coldly, showing no emotion in his eyes. He slowly lifted his head and scanned the others in the hall. His icy gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced into everyone's hearts, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Blood spread across the floor, gradually pooling into a sea of red. The hall fell into silence once again. Only the dark flame lion's low growls echoed within. The remaining people instinctively gathered together, facing the terrifying presence before them. Jacqueline stood behind the group and spoke softly. I'm going to cast a powerful spell. You need to buy me some time. Braden, George, and Armand exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, stepping closer to the commander. The battle resumed, with George's fiery warhammer and Armand's windsplit arrow constantly restraining the commander's movements, while Braden did not retreat, engaging the commander in an intense showdown at the forefront. Amidst the clash of weapons, neither side seemed to have gained the upper hand for a moment. George's eyes were wide open in disbelief. He exclaimed, this guy can actually withstand this monster's attacks. How much strength does he have? Armand could not help but add, such immense strength is impossible for a one-star beastmaster. Braden fully unleashed his blood rage power. Each swing of his sword unleashed a fierce blast of air. The collision between his sword and the commander's giant sword echoing deafeningly around them. Under Armand's cover, the Billy engaged in a fierce battle with the dark flame lion nearby. The three of them and the lion worked together, buying more time. Bond swung his large sword, each strike carrying earth-shattering force, driving Braden into a desperate situation. The clash was intense, like steel colliding in flames, sparks flying everywhere, awe-inspiring. Seeing himself losing, Braden gritted his teeth, holding on tenaciously. Just then, Jacqueline waved her magic staff. A 2-star Beastmaster ring appeared beneath her feet, emitting brilliant light from the Beast Command runes. As she chanted her incantation, the mana in the air began to fluctuate violently, as if the entire hall was resonating with it. Behind her, a massive crystalline worm phantom gradually materialized. The worm, crystal clear, resembling a beautiful sculpture, yet its presence brought tremendous pressure. The power of the crystalline worm surged in the air, condensing into a huge crystalline light sword. With Jacqueline's soft command, the light sword slashed fiercely towards the commander. The light sword shimmered brilliantly, as if capable of tearing through anything. Sensing the danger, the dark flame lion leaped up suddenly, blocking Yanko in front of the commander. Dark green flames burned fiercely, attempting to resist the attack of the light sword. However, in the next instant, both the dark flame lion and the commander were cut down by the sword. The hard carapace cracked sharply, dark green blood gushing from their bodies. Bond's body trembled violently as he looked at the dying dark flame lion in his arms, his eyes full of sorrow and regret. Sorry, I couldn't fulfill our dream of becoming the strongest beast knight. As consciousness faded, the commander realized he could no longer suppress this body corrupted by the evil god. Once his consciousness vanished completely, they would become mindless monsters that only knew how to kill. He took a deep breath, looked Yanko at Braden calmly, with a hint of sincerity in his eyes. Kill us. Braden was silent for a moment, then asked quietly, "What's your name?" Bond laughed bitterly and shook his head. "We are just knights of the Iron Blood Knights." Braden nodded solemnly. In the next moment, his beast command runes flared up abruptly, his left hand enveloped in lightning. The lightning power within the beast realm poured out all at once. A wild bolt of lightning shot directly at the commander's chest. "Congratulations to all of you for becoming knights of the Iron Blood Knights. I bear witness to this for all of you." The noon sun bathed the training ground. Young apprentice knights swung their broadswords, a never-before-felt sensation surging within them. It felt as if tomorrow belonged to them. Tomorrow they would become powerful beast knights. Tomorrow. Bond stood in the middle of the field. His gaze was stern as he scrutinized the movements of each knight. If we were to be controlled by the evil god and lose our sanity, what would the captain do? The naive words echoed in his ears. Of course, he would kill you. Is the captain so cruel? Can't he save us? The young apprentice knights were full of doubt and mockery. Don't save you. You're too stupid, unable to even learn basic swordsmanship. Saving you would just waste food. In the memory, the young knights laughed, trained, and looked forward. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect everyone. Mysterious dark purple flames appeared out of nowhere, and the Lord's eerie voice reverberated through the grand hall. Main mission completed, Captain of the Iron Blood Knights dead. Each person rewarded with 50 points, returning. Braden felt a sudden darkness before him, then lost consciousness. The next moment, they had already returned to the round table hall. Everyone stood in silence. Chapter 30, Special Reward. Mission completed, everyone healed. Xenon floated across the hall like a purple smoke monster head, and then vanished. Holy light shone down from above the round table hall, and everyone felt a warm current spreading through their bodies. All wounds were instantly healed in that moment. Flesh reformed, and hair regrew. Eddie's body, which had been mostly corroded by dark flame, was visibly recovering at an alarming speed. In no time, his entire body was shiny and his scorched fur looked brand new again. Even his claws restored to perfect length. Everyone's fatigue vanished instantly, leaving them feeling refreshed and invigorated. Dwarf Oral flexed his previously swollen arm. The broken bones inside had already fused together. He exclaimed, "It's done just like that? This is too amazing. Don't make a fuss. Don't you dwarves have healing springs?" "Oh right, I forgot your lava spring can't heal," Edwin said with a glance. Oral was about to retort, but suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. Uncharacteristically smiling, he held his hammer with one hand and extended the other toward Edwin. "I finished the side quest first, so you should honor the bet. Surely, Sir Elf won't welsh on the deal." Edwin's long ears twitched. "You got lucky this time." Reluctantly, he rummaged through his spatial ring for a long while before handing Oral a crystal rich in water elements. "Not good enough. It's too small. Take it or leave it." Braden watched the two bickering and shook his head helplessly. He turned to ask Christy beside him, "Are you okay?" "Fine." Christy looked down at her bracelet. One of the spinels had dimmed and lost its luster. "Is this a magical item?" Braden asked. "Yes, it's the magic bracelet called Radiant Edge Ring. It allows the casting of the 4th tier spell Blazing Giant Sword twice." Christy nodded slowly. Edwin realized. No wonder your spell was terrifying earlier. It turns out it was a 4th tier spell, equivalent to a 4-star Beastmaster's Spirit Beast skill. Oral stroked his beard and remarked, "What's going on with humans these days? One has white hair and red hands, incredibly strong, yet only a 1-star Beastmaster. Another can cast a 4th tier spell and is just a 2-star Beastmaster. Monsters. All monsters. Magical items can be made from parts of spirit beasts that contain mana. Similar to attack or defense magic items, they usually have a limited number of uses. As for storage-type magic items, though they don't have a limit on uses, they do have a lifespan. When activating a magic item, the mana consumption is almost the same as casting normally. That's why Oral was so astonished, considering that a 2-star Beastmaster's amount of mana in the taming space can't compare with a 5-star Beastmaster's. Even driving a single 5th-tier spell once demonstrates terrifying talent. At this moment, the Lord's figure appeared again, his eerie laughter echoing in the air. "Rest well? Then let's start distributing rewards now." Haha. His words energized everyone. Evaluation for this mission. Brayden and Christy rated average, receiving an additional 10 points reward. Oral and Edwin rated passing, no extra reward. First-timers Brayden, Oral, and Edwin will each receive a rookie reward. There's even a rookie reward. Brayden's eyes lit up. Runic symbols condensed in midair, revealing an exchange list to everyone. Brayden's originally empty list had changed. The points in the upper right corner went from 0 to 70. A treasure chest symbol stood prominently in the middle of the list, labeled Rookie Reward. Brayden sighed inwardly, glancing at the floating lord. Indeed fits his style, he muttered, then tapped the treasure chest. In the next instant, Brayden found himself enveloped in mist. He was surprised to see that the others had disappeared from the hall, leaving only him, Eddie, and the purple smoke monster head floating in the air. Xenon intoned eerily, "Rest assured, I value privacy here. Unless you volunteer, no one else can see what you redeem or get as a reward." More text appeared on the list. Rookie Reward 1. Choose one set of Spirit Beast breeding materials as a reward. Select the Spirit Beast attribute. Material exchange permissions activated. You can exchange materials using points in the list afterward. Rookie Reward 2. Choose one piece of equipment from the following list as a reward. Equipment exchange permissions activated. You can exchange weapons, armor, and magical items using points in the list afterward. Equipment list. Weapon. Eroded Broken Eternal Burning Blade. Requires 500 points to repair. Rank. Unaccessible. Description. This is a fire rune weapon, a massive sword shattered and eroded by the power of an evil god. Although the evil god's power has been eliminated, the inherent strength of the giant sword still bears damage. Once repaired, it can unleash powerful flame slashes with immense destructive power. It synergizes well with fire attribute Spirit Beast skills and combat techniques. Weapon. Shaniel's Petal Whip. Rank. Extraordinary. Description. This is an exquisite multi-attribute rune weapon, composed of sharp golden petal-like blades connected to form a lively metallic long whip. It synergizes well with multi-attribute Spirit Beast skills and combat techniques. Note. The heirloom of Baron Shaniel, a weapon crafted like a work of art. Brayden quickly calmed his fluctuating emotions and noticed the catch in the rewards. Almost all these rewards originated from the previous mission, whether it was the ever-burning blade used by the leader or Baron Shaniel's golden whip. The only reward truly coming from the Lord might be the Spirit Beast breeding materials in Reward 1. Such stinginess, he cursed inwardly. Suddenly, he froze in place, his breathing becoming rapid. Newbie Reward 3. Choose one Spirit Beast from the following list as a reward. Spirit Beast exchange permissions activated. You can later exchange Spirit Beasts and eggs using points in the list. Spirit Beast, Colossal Rock Python. Description. Dragon species, rock species, elemental species, growth stage Spirit Beast. Bloodline rank, extraordinary. Attributes, rock, dragon, strength. Spirit Beast, water slime. Description. Unique species, elemental species, juvenile Spirit Beast. Bloodline rank, inferior. Attribute, water. Spirit Beast, fire slime. Description. Unique species, elemental species, juvenile Spirit Beast. Bloodline rank, inferior. Attribute, fire. Brayden stared at the list, feeling a sense of dizziness. Brother, are you okay? Eddie nudged him, snapping him back to reality. No problem. He looked around, confirming that there was no one else in the round table hall before relaxing. Luyanko at the Lord floating in the air with closed eyes. He slowly said, "Extraordinary bloodline. This is an extraordinary bloodline Colossal Rock Python. After searching for so long, this extraordinary bloodline is just given to me like this. Lord is truly generous." Brayden felt everything was like a dream, lack Yanko any sense of reality. But the next reward on the list made both him and Eddie hold their breath, almost fainting. Special reward. Unlock potion formula exchange permissions. You can later exchange Spirit Beast evolution formulas using points in the list. Note. The potion formula can only be used by yourself after redemption. No leakage allowed. Violators will be eradicated. Eradication. Brayden noted down. Little Fire Lion Evolution Path. Special Evolution Path 1. Abyssal Flame Path. Little Fire Lion, Flame Lion, Blaze Lion, Abyssal Flame Lion. Description. Abyssal Flame Path. An evolution path blessed by an evil god, powerful yet dangerous. There is a high probability of evolution failure. Abyssal Flame turns into dark green with strong corrosiveness. Once evolved into an Abyssal Flame Lion, it gradually loses its intelligence, falling into endless slaughter. Complete redemption requires 2 million points, can be redeemed partially. An actual special evolution path. Brayden's gaze grew deep, silently marveling at the power of this path, while fearing the cost of its side effects. Who? Eddie growled softly, trembling with excitement. Brayden gently stroked its mane, and said gravely, "This path is too dangerous. I can't let you become a monster that only knows how to kill." We gained information about an evolution path on our first mission. With so many secret realms on this continent, there will always be other opportunities. Eddie nodded. "I'll follow your lead, brother." The text on the list continued to move and generate. Brayden and Eddie were once again stunned in place. Special Evolution Path 2, Ultra Ancient Path, Little Fire Lion, Flame Lion, Blaze Lion, Frenzy Flame Lion. Description, a long-discontinued Ultra Ancient Evolution Path, using Mad Blood as the main material for evolving, awakening Ultra Ancient bloodlines in the Fire Lion. There is a very high probability of evolution failure. Pure Ancient Flame Path. The flames become even hotter and purer, capable of rivaling ancient fire dragons. Once evolved into a frenzy flame lion, regular release of accumulated madness within the body is required, otherwise, it will be consumed by the power. Complete redemption requires 2.5 million points, can be redeemed partially. Ultra Ancient Path. Chapter 31, A New Partner. Transcendent Ancient Path. These 5 words echoed in Vaughn's mind, causing waves of turmoil within him. The insane blood, as the primary material for evolution, was simply a tailor-made path for both him and Billy. That Feng Kong de Lilang Yunbun Shurta de Juzhou, Rujin Chirchongla Cheng Da de Jinhua Qiji. Xenon knows there's something wrong with my blood? Vaughn felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that within this labyrinthine secret realm, the Lord could probe into everything? If so, did that mean his possession of 2 beast-taming spaces had also been exposed? Where did this evolutionary path formula come from? Various questions churned in his mind. Scary. Vaughn sneaked a glance at the purple strange ball floating midair, eyes closed in repose, and couldn't help but add more caution to his heart. But he had to admit, the rewards this time were indeed extraordinarily generous. Leaving aside the grand rock python with extraordinary bloodline and other materials or equipment, just these 2 special evolutionary paths alone were opportunities that many beast-taming masters would spend their entire lives chasing after. If relying solely on Hunter Guild's resources, who knew how long it would take to reach such secrets? The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. But 2.5 million points, that's way too expensive. Vaughn glanced at the 80 points available on the list and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He once again felt acutely aware of his poverty. Elder brother, this is good. This is good. Billy excitedly circled around, his tail spinning like a windmill. Vaughn nodded and pondered aloud, just periodically releasing the insanity within. That's still acceptable. He then looked at the list and asked, how many points are needed to redeem the Flame Lion Demon Drug formula separately? The subtitles on the list began to scroll. Flame Lion, Growth Period Evolution Formula, requires 30 points for redemption. Note, young fire lions can evolve into flame lions naturally over 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. I probably won't survive until little fire lion evolves. I'll be dead in Fongfort. Vaughn couldn't resist complaining. Would you like to redeem? Yes. Flame Lion Evolution Formula has been adjusted according to the Transcendent Ancient Path, adding Insane Blood as the main material. Materials required. Insane Blood 50G. Fiery Essence Crystal 15G. Crimson Flame Flower Petals 3 pieces. Volcanic Rock Marrow 20G. Heart of Flame Powder 1.5G. After scanning through the items roughly, Vaughn placed the parchment recording the demon drug formula into his spatial ring. He scratched Billy's belly and chuckled lightly. As soon as we get back, I'll prepare it for you. Brother, hooray. Billy cheered, rubbing against Vaughn's leg. Following that, he proceeded to redeem each reward one by one. On the empty stone round table, 2 golden treasure chests shimmering and a huge sword half sunken into the ground suddenly appeared. The chests emitted dazzling light, drawing him forward to slowly open one. Inside lay several crimson crystalline stones. Each piece seemed freshly extracted from molten lava, with flames gently flowing inside. Vaughn stored the fire affinity cultivation materials into his spatial ring. Next, he turned his attention to the giant sword. Eternal Blaze sword half embedded into the ground, with tiny cracks on its blade and fiery runes faintly visible. Vaughn exerted force, pulling the sword out along with a deep hum. At the moment of grabbing the hilt, he felt the hidden ferocity and heat from the blade, as well as its terrifying weight. Mayenko, even him feel strained. Despite the blade being not fully repaired, its inward strength resembled a sleeping wild beast. The oppressive sensation reminded Vaughn of the great sword of Emberbird he saw at the tavern, yet Eternal Blaze sword was evidently much stronger. Holding the hilt, he felt an indescribable weight pressing down on his arm, with scorching breath seeping into his body along the blade. If this gets repaired, how powerful will it be? Glancing at the repair cost, he sighed inwardly, deciding to put this thought aside for now. As for Shaniel's golden whip, he had absolutely no interest in it. Even if it didn't require repair, this was a special-made whip belonging to a baron of the Gold family. News of the missing baron would likely spread across the territory soon, leading to bounties and wanted notices. Possessing this whip would almost be telling others that he was implicated in the baron's death. Turning towards the 3rd treasure chest, Vaughn took a deep breath, slowly lifting the lid. Instantly, a blinding beam of light shot up into the sky, gradually transforming into the massive form of the Grand Rock Python. The enormous grayish-white python rose from the ground, its stony body gleaming silver-gray, its body stretching upward with overwhelming pressure. It stood stupidly before Vaughn, motionless, its imposing figure blocking the light above. Its wounds had long healed, and the stone flesh on its head that had been lashed apart had also recovered, leaving no trace. Can you understand what I'm saying? Vaughn spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. The Grand Rock Python lowered its massive stony head, nodding awkwardly, and rumbled, "Why yes." Vaughn smiled faintly and said, "My name is Vaughn, and I am a beast-taming hunter. Would you like to become my spirit beast?" Suddenly, Billy interjected from the side. "Big brother, you forgot to add apprentice." Vaughn immediately covered Billy's mouth, glaring at him. "Don't interrupt. Mind your own business." Turning back, he asked the Grand Rock Python again, "So, would you like to become my spirit beast?" The Grand Rock Python seemed uneasy, its eyes darting away, entirely lacking the ferocious demeanor it had displayed during the battle, as if it were 2 different snakes altogether. What a stark contrast. Sure. After much contemplation, it rumbled hesitantly. "Can you beat me less in the future?" Hearing this, Vaughn felt a pang of bitterness. He stepped forward and gently hugged the huge stone that hung down from the grand rock python, gently patting it, and whispered softly, "Don't worry, I won't hit you, ever." Billy added from the side, "Don't worry, Big Brother is a good person. I'll be here to protect you in the future too." "Okay," the grand rock python nodded. "Then let's begin the contract binding," Vaughn said. "Okay." Vaughn extended his left hand, focusing intently. Blood beast taming runes bloomed on the back of his hand, with runes shooting out. These runes carried strong magical power, cutting through the void and hovering around the grand rock python. The grand rock python stood still dumbly, its gray-white stones tinged with crimson under the glow of the rune aura. Its eyes were filled with innocence as it silently accepted the encircling runes. As the runes circled, red halos began to envelop its body. The halos gradually tightened, eventually converging into a bright red orb. In the next instant, the orb shot into the beast-taming rune on his left arm. The contract was successfully established. Vaughn instantly felt a surge of powerful strength flood into his body. The enormous strength of the grand rock python gradually merged with his insane blood. His blood seemed to boil. His muscles swelled continuously. Every bone in his body was imbued with explosive power. His skin became even tougher, seemingly able to withstand more powerful attacks. Vaughn gripped the Eternal Blaze sword and swung it vigorously. The great sword felt light in his hands, slicing through the air with great force. The slight strain he previously felt had completely vanished. Now he could easily wield this violent great sword. The power generated by his movements stirred the air around him, swirling like a storm. Billy roared excitedly, "Big Brother, amazing." "Indeed, after contracting with the grand rock python, my strength has become even greater," Vaughn murmured to himself, feeling the swelling power within his body. Just as his body had been transformed by the lightning power after contracting with Horatio, it was now being remodeled by the rock power and primordial might. He retracted the great sword, took a deep breath, and adapted to the wild strength surging within him. With a wave of his left hand, the blood beast taming runes shone brightly, and a one-star beast taming ring appeared at his feet. In the next moment, a red orb shot out, and the grand rock python appeared in the hall. Vaughn smiled and said, "From today onward, you are our partner." Billy growled, "Welcome, little brother." The grand rock python nodded awkwardly, its body twisting gently, Lianko, quite clumsy. Grand rock python, "Welcome." Chapter 32 Return of the Group. Anwar called back the gigantic rock python once again, storing it within the Crimson Blood realm. As he scanned through the exchange list, he realized there were very few items available for him to redeem. Most of the spirit beasts and spirit beast eggs available for redemption only had common bloodlines. The rare bloodline options were limited to just a few, including the 3 noble beasts and the bronze-feathered hunting hawk. Anwar conjectured. It seems that the list of exchangeable items and permissions are gradually unlocked as we complete more missions. Being always cautious with the contracting and nurturing of spirit beasts, Anwar refrained from exchanging any other spirit beasts. He then spent 20 points to fully redeem the remaining materials needed for the potion recipe. Thus concluded this session of Mission Reward Redemption. Glancing at the mere 30 points left in the upper right corner of the list, he shook his head helplessly. 2,500,000. When will I be able to save up enough? The mist dissipated, and the figures around Anwar gradually became visible. Del said, "Well, you're finally done. Why are men so slow?" Suddenly, his gaze fell on the giant sword beside him. He got up quickly and jogged over to Anwar. "May I take a look?" His tone carried a hint of yearning, and his eyes turned from impatient to fervent. It was as if a lifelong bachelor had spotted an absolutely stunning beauty, swallowing saliva profusely. Anwar nodded indifferently. Del hastily took up the ever-burning blade, examining it eagerly. He touched the hilt and blade anxiously and roughly, his rough hands sliding along the edge, tapping it gently, listening to every sound it made. "Good sword. What a good sword. Alas, what a pity it ended up in your hands." You still want to look?" Anwar said discontentedly. "A good sword deserves a hero. I'm Lianko, I am." Finally, after thoroughly abusing the sword, Del reluctantly returned it to Anwar. He returned to his seat dejectedly, sighing deeply. "Alas, what a pity. It's damaged too severely. It can probably only exert 1/10 of its original power. If the Lord repairs it, it won't be cheap, right?" 500 points, Anwar replied calmly. Del raised an eyebrow and said, "That's too expensive. Once I become a 3-star spirit beast master, I'll repair it for you. Materials provided by yourself, I'll charge you 250 points for labor." 250? You really think I'm a fool? Anwar thought. He stared silently at Del for a long time, who clearly felt guilty and avoided eye contact. "All right, how about 100, or even 50? Del probed. "I'll give you 60, no cutting corners." The Iron Shield clan, a word is a nail, absolutely trustworthy. Deal. Master blacksmiths can learn the forging methods and runic engraving techniques from completed extraordinary weapons. Fortunately, Anwar had heard this from old Fiki before, otherwise today he would have been tricked by the dwarf. Compared to the Lord's 500 points repair cost, this was much cheaper. Then it was a matter of patiently waiting for Del Iron Shield to become a 3-star spirit beast master. Anwar suddenly remembered something and asked the hovering Lord, "How many points does it cost to repair Christina's magic bracelet?" 100 points, the Lord responded slowly. "I don't need it repaired specially for me." Christina immediately shook her head. She continued, "Damage during the mission is normal. There's no need to waste points. If not for your timely use of this magical item, we might have died under the captain's hand." This damage was for everyone's sake. It should definitely be repaired, Anwar stated firmly. Yes, I agree with Anwar. The magic bracelet should be repaired, Edwin nodded. If not for that strike of yours, we'd all be dead. Repair the bracelet. We'll rely on you again if danger comes next time, Del echoed. Christina hesitated slightly, then sighed softly, saying, all right, let's split the cost among the four of us. So each of them paid 25 points, sharing the cost of repairing the bracelet. A brilliant light shone down from midair onto Christina's wrist. The magic bracelet shimmered slowly in the beam, the cracked spinel regaining its luster, the shattered runes recombining, exuding new magical energy. The radiant blade ring has been repaired, the Lord announced slowly. The Billy glanced at the smiling Christina, then at Anwar, and couldn't help but laugh slyly. Brother, why are you so familiar with it? After these series of events, the group gradually became closer, trust growing subtly among them. What did everyone redeem? Christina asked the group, pausing briefly before adding, I'm not prying into anyone's secrets. The Academy has many books and knowledge, and I can share some information based on everyone's situation. Of course, this is under the condition that it doesn't involve the core text of the Academy. This way, we can all get stronger faster and increase our chances of survival in future missions. Del smiled and said, we're partners who have gone through life and death together. Sharing information, this small matter is not a problem. Edwin's long ears twitched slightly, his tone indifferent. As long as it does not involve the secrets of my clan, I have no objections. Anwar nodded in agreement. He was probably the only one present without any formal channels for intelligence gathering. Regarding the knowledge of spirit beast masters, he could only say that he understood it superficially. Such an opportunity for exchange was what he had long sought after. After a round of conversation, Anwar learned that Del's rookie reward was similar to his. He received cultivation materials, a legendary shield, and rewards for exchanging spirit beasts. For the spirit beast, he exchanged a fire snail, a creature extremely rare and living deep within the earth's core, which suited his taste very well. Although the fire snail wasn't agile and was somewhat dull in combat, the slime it secreted could be made into excellent healing potions once cooled down. With high fire resistance, good load-bearing capacity, and endurance, it could handle mineral collection and transportation in volcanic areas effectively. It was almost like the fire snail was Del's dream spirit beast. Combined with his bonded spirit beast flame lizard, Del's spirit beast space became more intensely hot and pure. This was also the first time Anwar learned that the elemental attributes of spirit beasts would affect the growth of the spirit beast space, especially when two mutually counteractive elements were involved. Thus, in general, spirit beast masters mainly cultivated spirit beasts of the same elemental attribute, and they wouldn't make too many contracts with spirit beasts of other attributes to avoid affecting the growth speed of the spirit beast space. But the Crimson Blood realm seems unaffected by this. The raging magic power contained in the Crimson Blood realm would instantly assimilate or suppress any element that entered it. As for growth, Anwar's spirit beast space couldn't be evaluated by normal standards. It was more like a miniature world rather than just a space. It was likely even more extensive than the spirit beast spaces of some High-Renyenko spirit beast masters. Edwin seemed uninterested in rookie rewards, exchanging only 2 wind slimes, then converted the remaining rewards entirely into points. Christina was similar. She was only interested in advanced spell scrolls and extraordinary bloodline spirit beasts. She estimated that the former required completing further missions to unlock redemption permissions. As for the latter, they were extremely rare. Suddenly, Anwar said, actually, my rookie reward also included the gigantic rock python. The moment he finished Spianko, everyone froze. Del blinked his eyes as if he hadn't fully processed it yet. He looked at Anwar, his mouth slightly open, incredulously as Yanko. What did you say? Gigantic rock python. That's right, the gigantic rock python. Anwar confirmed with a smile. His expression immediately turned exaggerated, as if someone had hit him with a hammer. Wow, you sure have great luck. Forget about the ever-burning blade, and you actually got a gigantic rock python with an extraordinary bloodline. Edwin also raised an eyebrow, a rare touch of surprise evident in his calm demeanor. He sighed. Anwar, your luck is indeed incredible. Christina frowned slightly. The gigantic rock python is unique to the rock forest. Baron Shaniel's disappearance will likely spread throughout the territory soon. You should be careful not to attract trouble. Anwar nodded, indicating he understood. At that moment, the Lord's voice echoed in midair, accompanied by his usual eerie laughter. Haha, mission completed, rewards issued. It's time for you to return. Without giving them time to react, an invisible force suddenly enveloped their bodies. Everyone's vision went dark as they lost consciousness. When Anwar opened his eyes again, he was back lying in the shadow of the outpost. The billy stretched lazily in his arms. Silver moonlight bathed the land, illuminating the nearby Fong fort. We're back. Anwar gripped the ever-burning blade beside him, still feeling a bit dazed. The warm sensation from the sword hilt reminded him that everything that happened before was real, not a dream. Chapter 33, Quota. Willis rummaged through the hunter's notebook, his fingers gently caressing the well-worn pages. Luyanko at the unremarkable leather cover. It seemed unchanged from before. Yet, a thread of doubt rose in his heart. Strange indeed. Thin Yanko of the notebook left by his father, which could connect to the Mage's secret realm, made Willis increasingly curious about his father's past. But since his father had long vanished, many questions were destined to remain unanswered. If I had known I could enter the secret realm, why would I have joined the Hunters Guild? Wore Yanko like an ox every day, subject to others' moods. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. But soon, Willis suppressed his anger. He knew well that the secret realm was fraught with eerie dangers, and any mistake might cost him his life or be eliminated by the Lord. Not to mention the absurd 10 million detachment points. Still, he needed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger and enhance his capabilities to explore the secret realm as soon as possible. His immediate goal was to defeat the instructor and become a formal Beastmaster hunter quickly. Willis organized his thoughts and then inventoried the night's gains within his spatial ring. Only then did he settle down with Billy for a sound sleep. The night passed uneventfully, and he slept until noon the next day. Heavy footsteps approached, startling Willis and Billy awake. In the distance, Gerhard was Walyanko slowly with a Smoyanko pipe between his lips. Before him, D'Antoni raised his hands high. Vines grew around his head, forming a basket. Carrying the massive basket on his head without any tilt, he walked steadily. Gerhard exhaled a smoke ring lazily and said, "Have you just woken up? Fortunately, the fort is in chaos right now. Otherwise, if caught by patrolling hunters, your pay would be docked." Willis yawned. "I didn't sleep through it, so someone coming here would be heard. Don't worry. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be Kuyenko?" Gerhard gave him a dirty look. "Am I not bringing you food? You should thank me." D'Antoni set down the basket from his head, revealing steaming meat soup and sandwiches. The rich aroma spread, indicating it was freshly prepared. "Thanks, Brother Gerhard." Willis immediately lit up, and Billy eagerly joined him. Man and beast indulged together, although each outpost had rations stored. After a tiring night, enjoying this warm and fresh meal was an incredible luxury. Willis fished in his pocket for a while before pulling out a copper coin to give to Gerhard. "No need. Delivering meals is part of my job." Gerhard waved off, surprisingly. Willis widened his eyes, sizing up the man in front of him, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Gerhard chuckled sheepishly and continued, "But if you give me a copper coin, I can cook special dishes for you." Hearing this, Willis relaxed, confirming it was indeed the familiar Gerhard. Gerhard took a deep puff, Luyanko more weary and worried, with deeper wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He exhaled a string of smoke rings and said slowly, "Don't think I'm greedy. I have no choice. My child will be of age in a few years, and I need to buy more spirit beast meat to nourish him. I don't want him ending up like me, unable to open the Beastmaster space, living an ordinary life." He suddenly felt this wasn't right and hurriedly added, "Spit, spit, spit." Shouldn't say such ominous words. Willis saw Gerhard's slightly haggard face and felt a different emotion. Swallowing his sandwich, he tossed a few copper coins to Gerhard. "Make sure there's more meat. Handle the rest as you see fit." Gerhard accepted the coins and nodded. He adjusted his pockets and said, "Next month, the clergy from the Holy Light Church will come to Longtooth Fort for Mass, to help hunters completely rid their bodies of curse pollution. That time also marks the mid-year evaluation for probationary hunters, confirming the final quota for rune inscription. Miss this chance, and even if you become a formal hunter, you'll have to wait till next year." Mid-year evaluation? So performance reviews exist here too. Willis thought aloud. Gerhard paused, his eyes turning serious. "So, if you truly intend to challenge the instructor, do it on that day. With Holy Light Church clergy and other captains present, the instructor won't be able to cheat. Of course, you must win. If you lose, well, life in Longtooth Fort will get tough." Willis furrowed his brow. "Why are you telling me all this today? You never believed I stood a chance against the instructor." Gerhard sighed. Embarrassing to admit. I've been a probationary Beastmaster hunter in Longtooth Fort for 20 years. Yet, I can't even withstand the pressure from the instructor. Might as well give it a try. If I lose, I'll just continue Kuyenko in the support team." Willis suddenly understood. That was it. Earlier in the square, Willis faced the terrified hunters drawing their swords without fear. Under the oppressive aura of the 3-star Beastmaster instructor, he stood straight, unlike Gerhard who fainted with foam at his mouth. This scene left a deep impression on Gerhard's heart, stirring some emotion within him. Billy and D'Antoni were playing nearby as the two chatted a bit more before Gerhard finally rose to leave. His back looked somewhat desolate. After Tayenko a few steps, he suddenly took a strong puff of smoke and turned to look at Willis. It seemed like he wanted to say something. "Is there anything else?" Willis asked. Gerhard shook his head and continued toward Longtooth Fort. Silver Village, Holy Light Church. The dim yellow candlelight illuminated the entire bedroom where the elderly Bishop Corey lay on a redwood bed. Other clergymen were reviewing plans for the upcoming Mass in a few days. Bishop Corey impatiently said, "Enough. Let's stick to the routine." "But sir, many townspeople have been infected with the curse of mutation. They are suffering terribly. Can we purify them in advance?" "Make them wait. Only through such trials can their faith in holy light be purified. As for the Mass next month at Longtooth Fort, which deacon should we send? I'll think about it." The clergy exchanged glances, nodding silently as they bowed and withdrew. Corey's body was wrapped in crimson velvet bedding, flickering with the candlelight, giving his pale, wrinkled face an unnatural flush. Cough, cough. The handsome young man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, over Lienko passers-by. The sound of Corey's coughing occasionally reached his ears. Crowds infected by the curse of mutation gathered outside the church, kneeling and praying incessantly. Mayenko, the already narrow cobblestone road, even more congested. On a rainy day, the slippery road caused two carriages to collide, splashing mud everywhere. Suddenly, curses and cries filled the air, plunging the street into chaos. The curse of mutation is truly troublesome. Corey complained a few times, then looked at the young man by the window. "Rusty, come. It's time to hear the Lord's warning." Hearing this, Rusty withdrew his gaze. He drew the curtains shut and slowly walked toward the bishop's bedside. Chapter 34. Evolution Elixir. Brayden and the Billy guarded the outpost for several more days. Apart from Gerhard delivering 2 meals on time, man and lion seemed to be forgotten in this neglected corner. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Mayenko, even the wind feel heavy. Brayden stood at the edge of the outpost, over Lyenko the distance, watching as groups of wounded were carried into the fortress. Their moans, accompanied by the foul odor drifting from afar, disturbed one's heart. The cursed mutation is still spreading, Gerhard said softly. Those goblins who worship evil gods are insane. Although these beasts cannot command spirit beasts, their numbers are overwhelmingly vast. Crossbreeding, incestuous breeding. It's like locusts, they simply never end. Beast tamers and city guards have suffered heavy casualties. Many nearby villages have been ransacked, and villagers taken captive. I hope this unrest ends soon. Gerhard clenched his pipe, his knuckles turning white. Brayden also felt a weight pressed down on him. After all, Silverwood Village was where his few remaining family members and friends lived. There's no point in fretting now. We should proceed with the plan, step by step. He silently warned himself. Brayden watched as Gerhard left, then confirmed no one else was around. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and entered his beast tamer space. The Crimson Blood Domain. Red, pure red. The familiar blood-red world reappeared before his eyes. The sky was stained dark red, radiating fury and destruction. Brayden stood amidst this blood-colored expanse, Lyenko around. The massive thunder egg towered in the center as always, asserting its sovereignty as his core spirit beast. The dense blood fog floating in midair had thinned considerably since last time. Brayden frowned slightly, Lyenko far off, but couldn't spot the giant rock python. He couldn't help shouting, "Giant rock python!" His voice echoed through this silent blood domain. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble slightly, vibrations rapidly approaching from afar. Brayden instinctively steadied himself, bending his knees slightly to brace against the unexpected Xuanhuan. Cracks spread across the ground like spiderwebs. Accompanied by a dull impact sound, the enormous body of the giant rock python emerged from the cracks. Large, gray-white stones shimmered strangely under the blood-red light, blending seamlessly into this blood-stained land. Brayden patted the giant rock python's body, and its information appeared before his eyes. Beast Tamer Space, Crimson Blood Domain. Spirit Beast Information, Giant Rock Python. Bloodline Level, Extraordinary. Attributes, Rock, Dragon, Strength. Spirit Beast Type, Dragon Breed, Rock Breed, Elemental Breed. Spirit Beast Level, 2nd Rank, Growth Period. Spirit Beast Skills, Tail Smash, Proficient. Dragon Breath, Beginner. Earthquake, Proficient. Hardening, Proficient. Earth Perception, Expert. Seeing the skill proficiency information, Brayden exclaimed, except for Dragon Breath, all other skills are proficient or higher, and Earth Perception has reached Expert level. Indeed, it's worthy of being the giant rock python. According to the Hunter's Notebook, Spirit Beast skills are divided into 5 realms: Beginner, Proficient, Expert, Perfect, and Extraordinary. As the Spirit Beast grows and uses skills regularly, their proficiency gradually increases. This represents a significant enhancement in skill power and accuracy. This is also the main direction in which all beast tamers train their spirit beasts. After observing for a moment and confirming that the giant rock python wasn't affected by the Crimson Blood Domain, Brayden relaxed. He patted the giant rock python's head, as Yanko. How do you find this environment? After a pause, the giant rock python slowly nodded. I'm here bigger. Brayden rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You mean it's larger than Baron Shaniel's beast tamer space? After a pause, the giant rock python slowly nodded again. Brayden considered how to phrase his next question, then pointed to the blood mist above. Do you feel uncomfortable here? The giant rock python thought for a moment and shook its head, saying, No, I am fine. Its clear eyes and free movements indicated it hadn't been affected by the blood mist, which reassured Brayden. Lyenko into its clear eyes, Brayden asked. Always calling you giant rock python feels odd. What if I call you rock dumpling from now on? The giant rock python paused, then slowly nodded. Okay. Brayden pointed to the thunder egg not far away. So you'll be neighbors from now on. Be sure to get along well. If anything happens, remember to communicate with me telepathically. Rock Dumpling replied. Okay. Brayden patted its head. Go rest now. Okay. Rock Dumpling fell silent for a moment before diving back underground again. Its enormous body merged back into the earth, gradually moving away. At that moment, the thunder egg nearby transmitted a faint telepathic message to Brayden. Brayden stood there momentarily stunned, seemingly feeling somewhat guilty. He muttered, Oh no, I forgot to ask Quinn how to hatch you earlier. As soon as he spoke, the thunder egg seemed to sense his words. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the eggshell, Strienko the ground beside Brayden and instantly blasting a scorched hole in it. Startled, Brayden took a step back and quickly raised his hands. Stop. Next time, definitely next time. Only then did the thunder egg spare him. At this moment, the black chains connecting heaven and earth trembled slightly, and dark mist continuously dissipated from the chains, forming rows of dark letters. Congratulations on successfully contracting with your second spirit beast. I hereby bear witness to it. The dark mist gradually faded, and the words turned to nothingness as if they had never existed. Brayden took a deep breath, and his consciousness gradually detached from the blood-red world, returning to reality. Then he took out a yellowed parchment from his spatial ring, scanning over its contents. It clearly recorded the secret formula for the evolution elixir for Little Fire Lion during its growth period. Flame Lion. Required materials. Crazed blood, 50 grams. Blazing Essence Crystal 15 grams. Crimson Flame Flower Petals 3 pieces. Volcanic Rock Marrow 20 grams. Flame Heart Alvin Powder 1.5 grams. Flame Python Ball Extract 1 drop. Preparation of the Evolution Ritual Site. Conduct the ritual in an area rich in fire attributes. Choose active volcanoes or scorching deserts where heat persists year-round. The ritual site must continuously provide fire attributes to ensure success. Steps to prepare the Evolution Elixir. Boil Crimson Flame Flower liquid. Take 3 petals of the Crimson Flame Flower, place them in a stone pot, and boil them. Boil for about 10 minutes until the petals become translucent and the liquid turns deep red, then pour it into a prepared container for later use. If Little Fire Lion does not exhibit violent rejection after consuming the elixir, it indicates the success of the evolution ritual. Braden's gaze flickered, focused on every detail on the paper. He was already familiar with the characteristics of these materials, recalling their processing methods one by one in his mind. To conduct the ritual in an area rich in fire attributes. The greenhouse is probably not suitable because the evolution ritual requires a continuous supply of fire elements. Deep within the Foggy Mist Mountains is an Eldar volcano, but it's too far. It would take nearly a month for a round trip. He vaguely remembered Fiki saying that a branch of Eldar volcano flows through Silverwood Village. That's why there are many hot springs around Silverwood Village. And indeed, during his previous exploration underground, he encountered several types of beetles unique to volcanic regions. It seemed that this claim was not without basis. Let's try our luck at the underground camp, Braden thought, gradually forming a plan in his heart. Luyanko had the secret recipe in his hand. He suddenly had a bold idea. If I only verbally relay it to someone else, would it count as a leak? Suddenly, the paper in his hand burst into intense flames, and purple ghostly flames silently devoured the parchment. As the flames flickered, a line of small characters appeared in the air. Leakers will be eliminated. Accompanying the appearance of the small characters, Lord's eerie and low laughter echoed in his ears. Braden felt a chill down to his bones, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He stood motionless until the ghostly flames and laughter completely vanished before he dared move. This guy is truly everywhere. Braden gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the parchment turn to ashes and dissipate in the wind. Fortunately, he had memorized the secret formula these past few days, otherwise, it would have been a big problem. Can't waste any more time. Let's go. Braden's eyes sharpened, turning around and patting the billy's head. In the next moment, the outpost was already empty. Man and lion leaped into the shadows of rocks and fled towards the underground camp. On a wooden box in the outpost, only a note to Gerhard remained, along with a silver coin. The parchment read, "Help me look after the outpost. We'll be back by nightfall." Braden. Chapter 35 Hunter Camp. Abandoned fire pits, shelves full of cobwebs. Dusty animal skin tents, long dead mushrooms that no one has tended to for ages. All as usual. Emmanuel placed some useful items like pots and pans, as well as crafting vessels, into his spatial ring. Although he was not very familiar with Potion Mayenko, Emmanuel was confident in his ability to concoct them successfully based on years of Kuyenko experience. Boiling potions shouldn't be much different from Mayenko soup, he consoled himself. Everything ready, he opened his hunter's notebook and confirmed the scope of this exploration. Places I couldn't go before should be no problem now. With determination in his heart, he slung his broadsword over his shoulder and set off with the lion out of the camp. As they walked, the scenery around them gradually changed. The once familiar cliffs and stone pillars looked more ominous under the dim light. The damp cave air carried a hint of burning smell, and the ground became increasingly uneven. I remember there's Horatio's cave ahead, Emmanuel muttered to himself. Luyanko up at the ceiling. He could faintly see hanging stalactites, occasionally with small pieces of stone silently falling. He suddenly stopped while Yanko. The cave suddenly opened up, revealing a wide underground space before him. The ground was smooth but cracked, as if it had been scorched for a long time. A strange energy fluctuated faintly in the air. The transparent crystals that used to stand here were gone, leaving only tiny crystal fragments indicating that this indeed used to be Horatio's lair. His eyes fell on a pile of strange eggs standing in front of him. These eggs were light purple, each about the size of a fist. They were covered with a sticky fluid, Luyanko as if they had just been taken from a decaying organism. Mayenko one feels sick. The sticky liquid slowly slid down as the eggs trembled slightly, leaving a trail of goo on the ground. Faint sparks flickered on the eggshells, occasionally emitting a soft, sizzling sound. Spirit beast eggs? This is my lucky day. Emmanuel hurried forward, but his excited expression suddenly froze. He frowned, feeling a strong discomfort. Why does it feel so disgusting? He instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a deafening thunder echoed throughout the cave, as if the mountain itself was responding to this fierce power. The ground shook slightly, and dust fell from the walls. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the darkness of the cave. The lightning struck from the rock's ceiling down, and Emmanuel quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding it. Then, a sharp roar reverberated through the space, echoing deep within the cave. The sound had a piercing metallic quality, hurting every nerve. From the crack in the ceiling, a huge, hideous spirit beast slowly slid down. Its skin was slimy and pale with an unhealthy look. Its eyes had long degenerated, relying on other senses to determine direction. This seemed to be the result of prolonged transformation in a dark, damp environment. Lightning occasionally danced on its wet armor, emitting a disgusting burning smell. Most terrifying was its mouth, a large and deformed mouth, disproportionately occupying its entire head. Its tongue wriggled irregularly inside, thick mucus continuously dripping. Wings spread, blue electric sparks flashed around its body, warning intruders unwelcome. Emmanuel and the lion rapidly retreated. Emmanuel adjusted his goggles, and information flowed across the lens. Electro Dragon, winged beast species, elemental species, mature stage spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, lightning, strength. Spirit beast skills, thunder roar, arc wings, lightning strike, power charge. Overall evaluation, an ugly spirit beast with common bloodline, possessing powerful electric attacks and area control abilities. Its electric sense compensates for the lack of vision due to eye degeneration. However, it lacks mobility and performs poorly against enemies resistant to electricity. Electro Dragon eggs are reportedly extremely delicious, sought after by gourmet collectors. Delicious. Bleck. Emmanuel nearly threw up. A mature stage ugly electric beast? Perfect, let's test my improved strength. Billy, let's go. Emmanuel said confidently. Billy growled lowly, muscles tensed, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. Emmanuel swung his broadsword and launched the attack first. He nimbly avoided Electro Dragon's repulsive head, aiming his sword at its forelimbs. Fireballs followed closely, Strienko Electro Dragon's body. Nothing much. Before Emmanuel finished Spienko, the Electro Dragon suddenly roared deafeningly. In the next moment, its whole body was enveloped in lightning. Its massive wings flapped violently, sending out intense arcs of electricity, which surged towards Emmanuel. Emmanuel was startled and hurriedly blocked with his broadsword. The intense electric shock instantly numbed his entire body, nearly causing the sword handle to slip from his hand. His hair stood on end, his face contorted as if he had eaten a poisonous mushroom. Before he could react, the Electro Dragon's tail, like an electrified whip, struck at him with a whoosh. Boom. Emmanuel felt his vision blur, and he flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into distant rocks. Immediately, the Electro Dragon pursued, Strienko with the second whip, third whip, fifth whip. Emmanuel dodged hastily. The air was filled with the smell of burning, his clothes scorched black by the electric current, and his body was in excruciating pain. How could it be so strong? Emmanuel's face twisted in pain as he struggled not to pass out. Meanwhile, Billy attempted to attack the Electro Dragon from the side, but as soon as it pounced, it was repelled by the powerful electric force, rolling several times on the ground and letting out a low, numbing growl. Damn, we're getting cooked. Emmanuel trembled violently, struggling to get back on his feet, realizing they had severely underestimated this mature phase ugly spirit beast. Billy, retreat. Got it, bro? Billy was blasted away by an electric sphere, and Emmanuel quickly caught him. Man and lion stumbled and turned, but the Electro Dragon showed no intention of letting them escape. Its meaty wings spread, electricity surged over its body, and lightning fell like rain. They dashed forward desperately, running toward the crevices between the rocks. Just as the Electro Dragon's massive mouth was about to bite down, they barely managed to slip into the crevice, narrowly avoiding disaster. Emmanuel and Billy, both charred black, leaned against the rock, gasping for breath. I thought my lightning resistance was strong enough. Emmanuel clutched his numb arm, wryly smiling. Looks like I was way off. Billy shook off the burnt fur from its once magnificent mane, which now stood out like it had been ironed flat, splayed in all directions like a blooming chrysanthemum. Luyanko utterly ridiculous. Emmanuel too, with his hair standing on end, looked like a wild man. Their eyes met, and man and lion burst into laughter. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split down through the rock crevice, Strienko them with perfect accuracy. Both were seized by violent trembling, their faces contorted, and Billy's tail immediately stiffened into a burnt black line. Chapter 36, Goblins. The cave was filled with the damp and moldy smell, with black moss growing on the rocky walls. Slippery droplets of water continuously dripped from the stalactites hanging from the ceiling, producing a dull, plop sound. Heavy footsteps echoed through the cave. As the footsteps drew closer, body odor and the stench grew even more pungent, mixed with the smell of decay, causing revulsion. A moment later, a group of goblins appeared in the cave passageway. They were short and ugly, their dark green skin covered in scars and dirt. Tattered clothes hung on their bodies. Some only wore animal skins around their waists. Yellowish-brown saliva oozed out from between their rotten teeth, emitting a nauseating putrid smell. They waved rusty daggers and wooden clubs, Strienko the captives beside them at will. Most of these captives were elderly, weak, women, and children. Ropes deeply cut into their wrists, Brayenko the skin, and leaving bloodstains. Everyone was already too weak, with trembling legs, some being dragged forward by the goblins, large patches of flesh worn away. Alethea fell to the ground, curling up in pain, tears sliding down her mud-covered cheeks. Her older brother quickly squatted beside her. Don't be afraid, the Beastmasters will come to save us. Save you? Hara! One goblin, overhearing this, emitted a shrill laugh, his eyes filled with mockery and malice. Another goblin licked his cracked lips, grinning toothily as he chimed in. Beastmasters? They are merely sacrifices for Lord Deity. Ha ha ha, sacrifices for Lord Deity. Their sharp laughter spread among the goblins like hysteria, driving them into a frenzy. A goblin kicked the boy's abdomen. Mayenko him groan in pain and curl up. He snarled and raised his dagger, pointing the blade straight at the boy's neck. However, before he could strike, he was kicked down by another goblin. You fool. The high priest specifically wants them alive. What the hell, you dared to kick me. The two hideous creatures pushed each other, snarling angrily, a fight about to break out. Both of you stop, the leading goblin roared. He brutally swung the wooden stick in his hand, striking both heads hard, causing blood to spurt. We're almost there. After the sacrifice, these corpses will be yours. Don't delay Lord Deity's ritual here. Hearing this, the goblins reluctantly ceased fighting. The older brother tightly embraced his Abby. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. The girl sobbed softly, her brother gritted his teeth tightly, fists clenched, his body trembling. But he still stubbornly stood in front of his sister, shielding her from those malicious gazes. Seeing the powerless siblings, the goblins laughed even more wildly. They brandished their weapons, celebrating the coming festivities. The girl hid helplessly in her brother's embrace, heart racing, feeling the rock walls closing in on her. The foul air almost mayenko her, unable to breathe. Fear deepened, endless despair consuming her heart. Suddenly, a goblin sniffed sharply, frowning as he said, "Wait a minute, I smell something burnt. Is someone hiding nearby?" Before he finished, the leading goblin slapped him hard on the head, cursing, "Shut up, you idiot. You're the most cowardly one, always jumping to conclusions. It's near the Thunder Dragon's lair. It would be strange if there wasn't a burnt smell." The slapped goblin whimpered, covering his swollen head, not daring to speak again. But his long nose continued twitching, unease still lingering in his mind. The leading goblin glanced at him, wielding his axe to drive the captives forward. "Hurry up, a bunch of useless trash." The brother tightly gripped his sister's arm, forcing himself to help her up. They took difficult steps, supporting each other as they moved forward. The group gradually disappeared into the shadows of the cave. Moments later, a scorched man and lion slowly crawled out from a crevice in the rock wall. Ollie and the Billy had been resting there for quite a while, hiding when they heard footsteps approaching. The Billy whispered, "Brother, what do we do now? Should we go back for reinforcements?" Ollie stroked his chin. "Didn't you read many novels? According to the plot, shouldn't the protagonist follow them, then destroy the goblin's nest, and save all the captives?" The Billy tilted his head in confusion. "But, aren't you usually not interested in such troublesome matters?" Ollie ruffled its head roughly, laughing scoldingly. You're starting to understand me better. But if we wait for reinforcements, they'll probably all be dead by then." He paused for a moment, then continued, "That young boy earlier, didn't he work at the ranch? Wasn't he from one of those second generations? If they all die, Michelle will surely be very sad." The Billy's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked excitedly, "So we are going to save them?" Ollie sighed with a smile. "Ah, it's such a hassle. But who am I to refuse being kind? Let's save them. It'll also help me vent my anger from being tormented by that thunder dragon." The Billy leaped up, roaring in excitement. "Long live brother. You're just as I expected." Ollie patted the Billy on the head, his gaze falling on the bloodstains left on the ground from the dragged captives, his expression becoming increasingly determined and stern. He gripped the broadsword in his hand tightly, muttering softly, "A goblin altar, eh? Might as well clean out these curse-spreading reptiles while we're at it." As he spoke, the Billy's fur bristled with battle spirit. Without another word, Ollie set off, following the direction the goblins had disappeared in. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the environment began to change. Initially, it was just damp and cold air mixed with the decaying smell of moss. Now, the air was filled with an increasingly thick and metallic odor, each breath carrying the heavy scent of rust. The temperature in the cave was gradually rising, the once damp and chilly walls now drying out. The black moss on the walls withered and crumbled, and the ground beneath their feet turned from muddy to cracked. Occasionally, jets of hot air emerged from cracks, brushing against their faces. "It's getting hotter," Ollie murmured. The Billy nodded, its keen sense of smell mayenko this environment particularly tormenting, fueling its growing rage. Suddenly, strange red light appeared on the nearby cave walls, resembling flickering flames, but not quite natural. Ollie frowned and moved forward. When they crossed a narrow stone archway, the scene before them opened up. They had entered a vast cavern, much warmer than before, with the ground completely parched and the air filled with scorching heat. It was clearly the goblin altar. Chapter 37, The Evil God Sacrifice. Inside the cave, bones were piled up like mountains. The incomplete skeletons flickered with a ghastly white glow in the dim firelight. Broken bones protruded into the ground chaotically, resembling countless arms of the dead reaching out from hell, struggling to drag the living into the abyss. Crushed skulls were mixed among them, their hollow eye sockets seemingly still burning with unextinguished resentment and despair. Directly in front of these dry bones stood an enormous stone wall. Complex and twisted black runes faintly appeared on the stone wall, emitting a chilling light. On the bone altar, a goblin priest draped in a black robe and holding a bone staff was quietly watching everything below. Its skin was dark greenish-gray, deeply wrinkled like ravines, and covered with rough sores all over its body. With sunken eye sockets, its pair of pitch-black eyes, filled with pathological fervor, stared intently at the captives below. The bone staff it held was pieced together from thick human vertebrae. The vertebral joints protruded like knives, with a broken skull embedded at the very top. Goblins herded the last batch of captives forward towards the altar, pushing them along. The captives' faces were pale, their eyes full of terror. Some dragged their weary bodies barely standing, trembling constantly due to weakness. In the cages on either side, many men and women were imprisoned. They were mostly villagers from around Silver Town, pleading incessantly, "Please, let us go. I beg you." Apart from the villagers, there were also many apprentice hunters and city guards in uniform gear imprisoned. One hunter, ignoring his comrades' attempts to hold him back, angrily shouted, "The Beastmasters will find this place. They won't spare you." Hearing this, the goblins let out a shrill laugh. Beastmasters? Another bunch of trash like you. Ha ha ha. The goblin priest said coldly. Silence. Slowly raising his staff, dark magic gushed forth from it, filling the air with a dense aura of death. In the next moment, that hunter's mouth began to bizarrely sew itself shut, followed by his eyes and ears. His flesh seemed pierced by invisible needles, gradually stitching together, impossible to separate. The hunter scratched wildly at his mouth, but in vain, only managing to emit low groans. Ultimately, he fell into darkness. Begin the sacrifice, the goblin priest commanded. His robe fluttered as he lifted his staff, black runes flowing in the air. As his words faded, the surrounding goblins instantly knelt, hands raised high, devoutly praying towards the stone wall. The atmosphere inside the hall grew tense, fanatical faith spreading through the cave. The large black runes on the stone wall emitted ominous light. The captives' bodies began to tremble. They felt their life force being gradually stripped away, drawn out. Their blood churned, boiling within, skin turning paler, cold sweat dripping continuously from their foreheads. Among the crowd, and Bellamy tightly hugged his Abby. He exerted force with both arms, as if trying to shield her from the impending terror with his body. The Abby hid weakly in her brother's embrace, tears of despair streaming down her face. At this moment, flames abruptly illuminated the entire cave, several fireballs flying in from the entrance, accurately hitting the altar. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the bone altar shattered instantaneously. Bone fragments scattered, some goblins engulfed by flames, screaming in agony as they flew out. Smoke billowed, filling the air with a burnt smell. The goblin priest in the center of the altar remained standing, while the surrounding goblins were unharmed under the protection of a magical barrier. His gaze became even darker, icy eyes scanning the intruders standing at the cave entrance. Roar! Braden slowly approached, the broadsword in his hand gleaming sharply in the firelight. The billy closely followed him, its deep roar shayanko the entire cave. A goblin priest who can use magic? Braden frowned, guessing inwardly. Is he also a beastmaster? His eyes lingered on the goblin priest's withered handback, where identical black runes appeared as those on the stone wall, with magic constantly converging around them. This is the blessing of the evil god. Braden mused. At this time, someone in the cages called out, "Run! You're no match for them. Find help," Braden thought. By the time others come, you might all be dead. Luyanko in the direction of the voice. He saw a few hunters imprisoned in nearby cages, their faces showing anxiety and panic, clearly affecting their judgment of the situation. Troublesome, Braden muttered, frowning. With hunters and city guards around, I can't fight at full strength. Otherwise, just let xuanhuan out and finish off the goblins. The priest standing on the bone altar had a grim expression. He shouted angrily, daring to disrupt the sacrifice. Cursed humans, kill him. Following his order, dozens of goblins surged toward Braden and the billy like a tidal wave. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and bloodlust, brandishing long knives and broad axes in the air, cutting through the wind sharply. Braden sneered coldly, unafraid, and swung his broadsword down forcefully, while the billy closely followed, spewing scorching fireballs from its mouth straight at the group of goblins. The flames instantly engulfed several goblins, eliciting piercing screams. Seeing their kin being ruthlessly slaughtered, the goblin priest angrily raised the bone staff in his hand. Black magical energy rapidly converged in the air, forming several spell missiles that twisted as they flew towards Braden. Braden's gaze was cold and his body agile, effortlessly dodging every attack. The spell missiles narrowly missed him, leaving only faint sounds of Bryanko air. The billy roared fiercely, firing a barrage of flame orbs at the priest, Stryanko the protective magic barrier around it multiple times. The barrier trembled violently under the impact of the searing fireballs, finally crumbling completely. How can this flame be so intense? The goblin priest's face twisted instantly. The flames burned its withered palms, causing the skin to blacken and crack quickly, with blood oozing from the wounds. It let out a low growl of pain, staggering back a few steps, the fanaticism in its eyes gradually replaced by uncontrollable fear. The surrounding goblins struggled in the high temperature, their skin quickly turning charred. Fat melted rapidly, dripping down their limbs and landing on the ground with a sizzling sound. Screams echoed incessantly, and the cave was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. As the goblins fell one by one, becoming twisted corpses and dying completely. Witnessing this, the captive's eyes flashed with hope and surprise. Braden's appearance reignited their will to survive. Who is he? How can he be so strong? A captive trembled, whispering to a companion beside him. At this moment, an apprentice hunter's gaze fixed on Braden's white hair. He sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. It's him. The disaster of Silvertown, Braden. Braden. Hasn't he not yet activated his Beastmaster space? Another hunter widened his eyes in disbelief. Without activating the Beastmaster space, he's already this strong monster. Blood gushed out from the goblin corpses, forming pools that slowly flowed along the stone walls. Braden's silver hair gleamed starkly under the firelight. The dark red on his left arm became even deeper, his eyes flashing dangerous red light. He stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, with the flames raging beside the billy, filling the air with endless killing intent. Man and lion, like gods of death from hell, approached step by step, bringing death wherever they went. Damn it! The goblin priest's eyes were filled with anger and fear. Slowly Walyanko towards a sturdy goblin warrior, madness consuming his heart. His withered palm pressed on the warrior's head, muttering eerie incantations, black runes flickering once more. Magic surged from his hand like a torrent, instantly enveloping the goblin warrior. Then it flooded into the warrior through his eyes, mouth, ears, and all other orifices. He began convulsing violently, agonizing screams echoing, before finally kneeling down and becoming still. Meanwhile, the priest's body aged rapidly, muscles atrophying, and the entire person shriveled instantly. As the black magic poured in, the fallen goblin warrior slowly stood up. His muscles swelled rapidly under the black mist catalysis, veins bulging like snakes under the skin, blood vessels intertwining, as if ready to burst at any moment. The evil god's power reshaped his body, mutating him into a terrifying killing machine. Sharp bone spikes protruded chaotically from its limbs, back, and shoulders, each gleaming menacingly. Thick, dark chitin formed on its hands, Mayenko its body virtually impenetrable. All reason lost, the eyes burned with pure, primal desire, slaughter. Roar! The roar of the mutated goblin echoed through the cave. The air seemed heavy under the oppressive force, as if breathing itself was stifled. The goblin priest's lips curled into a twisted mad laugh, eyes burning with vengeful fury. Its trembling fingers pointed at Braden. Kill him. Chapter 38. The Mutated Goblin. The mutated goblin was like a mountain of flesh, dominating the entire cave. Dark mists coiled around his enormous body, with bone spikes protruding from his muscles, glinting with a cold, chilling light. Each step caused the ground to tremble violently. Shards of rock flew underfoot, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and slaughter. He roared savagely, hammering down both fists which instantly cracked the earth into fissures, sending up plumes of dust. Rocks splintered outward with a powerful shockwave that sent Braden reeling. The surrounding goblins' eyes gleamed with fanaticism, Shryanko in excitement. Kill him. Kill this human. They howled wildly, as if the warrior before them were an unbeatable entity. The laughter of the goblins was charged with fervor and brutality, much like the dark runes flickering on the stone wall before the altar. Braden quickly retreated, a steely look flashing in his eyes. His movements were agile and swift, evading the goblins' destructive blows. Though the punches were slow, they carried immense power. Mayenko it seemed as if a gigantic beast was trampling through the cave, threatening its collapse. Average speed, strength, not bad. Braden's heart sank as he swiftly identified an opening the moment the mutated goblin's attack slowed slightly. He leaped suddenly, his broadsword slicing through the air like lightning, aimed at the goblin's side ribs. The blade pierced flesh, eliciting a bellow of pain from the goblin. Yet, the mutated goblin did not retreat. The agony only intensified his bloodlust, driving his savage force into further rage. Roar! His gaze became even more deranged as he struck out, shattering the surrounding pillars barehanded. Braden dodged the attack while the billy spat several fireballs in quick succession, Shryanko the goblin's back directly. The searing flames made the goblin even more frenzied. This guy is getting more berserk, Braden frowned. At this moment, the mutated goblin let out a sharp roar, thrusting his hands forcefully into a pile of bones nearby. The brittle bones crunched under his strength, shattering into fragments. The goblin's rough fingers tightly clutched a colossal beast fang, pulling it free with a single yank, scattering the bone pile and raising the fang high. This fang stood over a man's height, its tip sharp and gleaming with a cold light, carrying the remnant aura of ferocity. Wielding the giant fang, he charged at Braden, his eyes filled with bloody malice. The fang slashed through the air, whistling towards Braden's head. Too slow, Braden swiftly sidestepped. The fang landed, crushing several goblins who failed to dodge in time. In an instant, blood spewed forth as these goblins were flattened into mush, limbs scattered. The tip of the fang was embedded deep into the ground, wedged in the cracks. The mutation affected its intelligence too, Braden assessed inwardly. He had intended to retreat further and gradually wear down the creature by attrition. But Braden had backed himself into the corner of the cave, confined by the narrow walls, leaving him no room for maneuver. His gaze swept the area as he muttered, "Troublesome. The cave is too narrow, hindering my mobility." Roaring, the mutated goblin struggled mightily to pull out the fang, then charged at Braden again. Done for. The captives watched the battle from afar, their fear mixed with resentment. Someone cursed softly. "I told you to find help earlier, but you didn't listen. Now it's all over." Fear spread among them, yet Braden remained calm. As the mutated goblin swung the fang down with fury, everyone held their breath, closing their eyes. "Brother, watch out." The billy growled anxiously beside him, worry gnawing at his heart. In the next instant, the goblin's movement froze. His massive fang hung suspended midair. A huge sword blocked the blow, metal scraping against bone with a harsh sound. Braden gripped the ever-burning blade tightly. Though it was riddled with cracks, it still exuded an intimidating presence. The sword hummed faintly, the flame runes upon it shimmering subtly, as though awakening from slumber. Bone met metal in a deadlock. Despite the overwhelming strength, Braden remained steadfast, the red glow in his eyes growing more intense. The mad blood power flowed through his left arm, reinforced by the giant python rock, surging like a torrent. "Is that all?" Braden chuckled softly, disdain evident in his voice. "Even the blessing of the evil god is nothing special." Before he finished Shryanko, his eyes erupted with intense red light. Mad blood unleashed its overwhelming power. The goblin was pushed back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Braden advanced swiftly, building momentum with the ever-burning blade, delivering a powerful slash that sent the goblin retreating once more. The massive body rolled through the air, slamming heavily into the cave wall, with blood gushing from his mouth. Everyone watched in stunned silence, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. He actually suppressed the mutated goblin. Monster! The apprentice hunters muttered among themselves, deeply shaken. Billy, deal with those annoying fish, Braden said slowly. The Billy nodded in response and then let out a roar, launching an attack on the remaining goblins. Flames rose once more, engulfing the cowering goblins completely. The Sylvester stood on the platform, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. He glared at Braden's figure, grinding his teeth and spat. It was so close. I was about to open the blessing of our god. Damned humans. He waved the bone staff in his hand, and magical energy quickly condensed. In midair, it formed a huge spell sphere, hurtling straight toward the crowd. The captives let out miserable screams, terror and despair mingling together. Braden's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword with a forceful slash, cleaving the speeding spell sphere in two. The magic power dissipated instantly. Braden remained where he was, sensing the abnormal fluctuation of magic in the air. Ha 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 ha. Bizarre laughter echoed through the cave, the Sylvester's voice filled with wild joy and distortion. You think this is just an ordinary spell? The power granted by our god cannot be easily broken by you. As soon as he finished Spienko, the dispersed black magic coalesced again, rapidly filling the entire cave with mutation power. A putrid stench assaulted everyone's senses, causing violent coughing and pale faces. They clutched their noses and mouths, bending over in pain. Some began vomiting, symptoms worsening. This is bad. They're just ordinary people, much weaker than beast tamers. They won't last long. Braden's expression turned grave, anxiety flashing across his mind. He suddenly remembered what August had mentioned before. Flames could counteract the power of the mutation curse. Braden made a quick decision, turning to shout at the Billy. Billy, fireball! The Billy immediately understood, roaring upwards and spewing a blazing fireball. The flame shot up, instantly engulfing the black mist, dissipating most of the magic. The stench in the air lessened, and people's coughing gradually subsided. But just then, the mutated goblin charged back. His eyes were even more frenzied, having lost the last shred of sanity. He resembled a mad beast, wildly swinging his fists, bringing the howling wind, smashing directly towards Braden. Braden raised his sword to block, the powerful impact Mayenko his arms tingle. But he gritted his teeth, using brute force, Strienko boldly without retreating. Meanwhile, the Billy continuously spewed fireballs at the goblin, trying to wound him critically. We can't delay any longer, Braden thought grimly. Glancing around, he saw that the people's symptoms were worsening again. Some had already begun to mutate, their skin turning an unnatural gray-white, growing black fur, eyes filled with pain and despair. Damn it, Braden roared, slashing his sword fiercely against the mutated goblin. On the platform, the goblin priest watched the battle below. His face grew darker, cursing through clenched teeth. The warrior blessed by the god can't defeat this human. Curse it! Curse it! The Sylvester raised his staff, firing a spell sphere that pierced a nearby goblin trying to escape. With the infusion of blood, the blood pool stirred restlessly. The thick blood aura condensed into deep energies, injected into the massive stone wall behind. The runes on the stone wall shone brighter, casting dark light throughout the cave. In the next moment, a crack appeared on the wall, and intense heat surged out like a flood, waves of heat hitting everyone. It's opened. The blessing of our god has been opened. The goblin priest laughed maniacally, nearly losing his mind in excitement, rushing impatiently towards the scorching light gate. Braden's eye twitched as he watched the disappearing back of the Sylvester. He knew something was wrong. Billy, let's end this battle. The Billy growled lowly, his limbs pushing off powerfully, sending a series of fireballs flying. Braden followed, the ever-burning blade gleaming brilliantly under the firelight. He roared, Strienko the mutated goblin's neck with one blow. The mad blood power released instantly. The bone spikes on the goblin emitted a grating sound under the blade, but were ultimately severed completely. With a loud boom, the mutated goblin's head was chopped off, blood spurting out, and its enormous body crashed to the ground, Shayenko the entire cave. Braden heaved a breath, slowly Walyenko towards the glowing portal. Scorching heat emanated from within, and he could sense the dense fire elements contained inside. Braden thought to himself, this must be a branch of Mount Edal's volcano. It was precisely their mission objective. However, when he turned his head and saw the captives gradually mutating, he couldn't help but hesitate. At this moment, Braden felt a warm stream coming from his chest. He reached into his shirt pocket and was surprised to find the sun amulet given to him by Devon. The amulet emitted pure holy light, instantly purifying all the mutation magic around it. The warm glow spread through the cave, and the mutation symptoms began to subside, with coughing gradually quieting down. Braden smiled slightly at the people returning to normal, murmuring, Old man, you came through this time. He approached the previously captured hunters, Wyanko them up one by one, freeing them from their restraints, and then said solemnly, Go find reinforcements quickly. I and the Billy will chase after the goblin priest first. Aren't you going to wait for reinforcements? A hunter looked at him anxiously, trying to dissuade him. Ignoring the question, Braden moved forward. Billy, let's go. Without any hesitation, man and lion charged into the scorching gateway, disappearing into the depths of the cave. Chapter 39, Malice. Anwar and the Billy slowly stepped through the light gate, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery was replaced by a fiery red. The rock walls around the passage glowed with a crimson hue, as if they had been scoured by lava for millennia. The rocks flickered with a hazy glow under the firelight. It seemed that every inch had been soaked and refined by lava, faintly shimmering with an amber-like luster. Through the translucent rock walls, one could vaguely see the flowing fire veins behind them, like streams of flames stretching deep into the passage. Is this a tunnel dug by spirit beasts? Anwar thought to himself. The walls were covered with various traces of excavation, like indentations left by the sharp claws of spirit beasts, deeply embedded in the rocks. His gaze swept over the walls. Could this be a labyrinth realm built by beast tamers? The air grew increasingly scorching. With each step forward, Anwar felt the searing heat rush past his skin like blades. Finally, Anwar and the lion reached the end of the passage, where the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. The magma on both sides flowed slowly, its scarlet glow reflecting off the cave ceiling. It felt as though they were standing in the depths of the earth. But this blazing place was not entirely pure. At the center, a dense black mist enveloped a section of the stone wall, making it stand out from everything else. The power of mutation spread, dividing this land of fire and heat. Anwar's eyes scanned the distance, and he could faintly see spirit beast eggs within the crystalline walls. These eggs were being corroded by dark liquid, which spread across their surfaces, contaminating and mutating the life inside. In the center stood an ancient stone tablet, above which floated an old animal skin book, simple yet exuding a chilling aura. The pages opened slowly, and more black water gushed out. It quickly spread in all directions, seeping into cracks in the ground and polluting the surrounding lava. The darkness enveloped the entire altar, filling the air with a heavy sense of malice. Perhaps because fire inherently restrains the power of mutation, a strange balance was maintained between the black and red. The goblin Sylvester spread his arms and knelt before the animal skin book, his eyes flashing with longing and greed, his lips trembling slightly. "Thank you, great deity. Thank you, great deity." His hoarse voice echoed through the cave. He lay prostrate on the ground, madly extending his tongue to greedily lick and suck the flowing black water. The liquid slid down his throat, and his eyes gradually became dazed, revealing a satisfied smile. The black water flowed along his arms and cheeks, the power of mutation swiftly invading his flesh. His abdomen began to swell, expanding. Anwar frowned. "Finyanko, whatever is happening, I can't let this go on." In the next moment, he gripped the giant sword in his hand and charged toward the high priest. Just as he was about to reach the altar, sudden changes occurred. Suddenly, runes appeared on the animal skin book, glowing brightly, and the dark light instantly enveloped the entire cave. Anwar felt his mind becoming muddled, his vision blurring, and he fell into an endless darkness. The deep-seated malice seemed to be awakened at that moment. Heat, bone-deep heat. Heat waves surged from all directions, like countless thorny tongues of fire crazily licked his skin. Thick smoke rolled, each breath feeling like swallowing burning coals. The scalding pain spread from his throat to his lungs, as if his entire chest cavity was being scorched. He coughed continuously, his chest heaving violently, the pain growing stronger. His frail body, bound hands, struggled weakly. Pain, helplessness, despair. Those memories he had forcibly forgotten resurfaced, ignited by the flames, flooding his mind. Burn him. Burn this monster. He's a devil. Burn him. Burn him. Burn him. Anwar suddenly opened his eyes, the blurry world gradually becoming clear. He saw a child tied to a wooden stake, surrounded by encroaching flames. This child was Anwar himself. The fire danced before his eyes. He tried to struggle, but heavy iron chains tightly bound his frail body, as if lock his life in this sea of fire. This was Silver Village's square, where the original owner had lived since childhood. The crowd was grotesque and terrifying. Their eyes were filled with hatred, fear, and loathing, as if he was born to be a disaster that should not exist. His breathing grew rapid, the flames burned fiercer, the searing pain spreading rapidly throughout his body. Skin split, fat dripped. His hands struggled feebly beneath the iron chains, the fine metal cutting into his flesh, fusing together under the fierce heat. Why? Anwar mumbled in agony, his consciousness gradually fading, the world before him becoming warped as if the entire universe was ablaze. He couldn't understand why fate was so cruel. Why, from birth, did he have to bear such malice and hatred? Why? Just as despair was about to completely consume him, a low, alluring voice whispered in his ear. The voice was soft yet carried an irresistible power, slowly seeping into his heart. "Do you hate? Pray to me. I can grant you power, the power for vengeance. Kill them. Kill all those who have wronged you." The voice grew stronger, like the murmur of a devil, filling his entire world. Anwar's eyes gradually turned hollow. Hatred and fury rose within him, burning fiercely, eroding away his last shred of reason. "They deserve to die. They all deserve to die." Anwar's voice deepened, his hands struggling violently against the iron chains, flesh tearing. The scorching of the flames could no longer cause him pain. Hatred and fury had drowned out all sensation. "Pray to me, destroy them." The voice intensified, promising boundless power if he would just submit, allowing him to annihilate those who hated him. Just as Anwar was about to be lost, falling into darkness, a gentle yet firm voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. Like a beam of light cutting through endless night, it shone straight into Anwar's heart. "I'm sorry I've come late." A majestic figure descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames in the square instantly, restoring peace. This voice was both familiar and foreign, as if from his deepest memories. Long-lost warmth spread in his heart, like a warm current pulling him from boundless resentment and pain. "It's okay now, Anwar." The voice came again, soothing his wounded soul. Anwar suddenly trembled, the venomous flames instantly dying down. The majestic figure slowly faded, leaving only the warm words lingering in his ears, refusing to fade. Anwar's throat moved, struggling to whisper. Colby. Chapter 40. The little fire lion evolves. When Braden came to his senses, the flames and smoke had already vanished. The cruel illusion had collapsed, and he was once again standing inside the cave. The surrounding air was still scorching hot, with the sound of flowing magma echoing in his ears. The billy was pacing anxiously beside him, growling softly, worry shining in his eyes. Seeing Braden suddenly regain consciousness, the billy rushed close to him, gently bumping his leg with his head. Brother, you're finally awake. What happened to you? Why did you suddenly stop moving? I was about to die of worry. The billy spoke restlessly, his tail swinging back and forth. Braden reached out and patted its head, and said in a deep voice, "It's nothing, just an illusion. I'm back." Only then did the billy breathe a sigh of relief. Braden's gaze returned to the stone tablet, far away. Beside the stone tablet, the goblin Sylvester was still kneeling there, greedily licking the black liquid. I can't delay any longer. This must end now, he thought to himself. Braden gripped the giant sword in his hand tightly, determination burning in his eyes. He took a deep breath and, with unstoppable momentum, dashed straight for the platform. Bang! The wind cut by the sword split the air, carrying an irresistible force, aiming directly at the goblin's chest. Feeling the fatal threat, the Sylvester lifted his head abruptly, panic flashing in his eyes. But before he could react, the eternal flame blade slashed down mercilessly. The sword light flickered as the goblin priest let out a shrill scream. His emaciated body instantly split in two. With the death of the goblin, the chaotic magic power within the cave subsided. The floating animal skin book in midair fell silent, slowly oozing less black liquid than before, though it hadn't stopped entirely. Luyanko at the spirit beast egg on the wall and the animal skin book, Braden lamented. This place should be a secret realm built by a beast tamer, but unfortunately, it's been polluted. After waiting for a moment and confirming that there were no abnormalities, Braden thought, it's time to get down to business. Surveying the surroundings, human and lion slid down the slope on one side of the cave together. The lava surging right in front of them was intensely hot. The fire element in this place was abnormally active, clearly the most concentrated area of the entire cave. Braden closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding magic power. After a moment, he nodded, confirming that this place had not been corrupted by alien magic power. Then he retrieved various tools from his spatial ring. Pots, bowls, portable stoves, precious ingredients for concocting magical potions, and the precision balance he had purchased at a high price from Gerhard. I need to hurry, Braden thought. The hunters he had dispatched earlier to seek help would soon return to this cave with the beast tamers. If he waited until then to prepare the potion, it would be troublesome. The billy obediently guarded by his side, trust and anticipation shining in its eyes. Braden took out 3 petals of the crimson flame flower and carefully placed them into the copper pot to boil. Scalding flames surrounded the copper pot, waves of heat assaulting him. The water in the pot heated up rapidly, and the petals slowly released a faint aroma under the high temperature. Braden recalled the steps to make the potion from memory, his hands busily at work. Though time was pressing, he maintained calmness and focus. Just like the old saying when learning how to cook in his previous life, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The preparation of the potion allowed no room for carelessness. He weighed 2 grams of volcanic rock marrow and added it to the pot, followed by 5 grams of blaze essence crystals. Upon touching the volcanic rock marrow, the blaze essence crystals immediately emitted a dazzling glow, as if a small piece of imprisoned molten core had been released, emitting a strong wave of scorching heat. Sweat beads dripped continuously from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. Braden's movements became increasingly swift, the scent of the potion spreading through the air, influencing the magic power and fire elements permeating the cave. Next, he retrieved the python gall from his spatial ring, which was one of the core materials and also the most precious part for Myanko the potion. He gently held the python gall in his hand, which glowed a fiery red, with energy surging within it. Fortunately, the Lord had provided a special box for the material. Otherwise, its high temperature would have burned everything else in the spatial ring. Braden carefully cut open the python gall and extracted the liquid inside. The liquid resembled scalding magma, blending instantly with the potion in the pot upon being dropped in, causing a subtle reaction. The potion began to take on an amber-like sheen, thickening in texture like syrup, flowing slowly. Braden sliced open his arm, and fresh mad blood slowly dripped from the wound. Wild energy escaped from the mad blood, each drop seeming to contain uncontrollable madness. He quickly dripped the mad blood into a glass vial on one end of the precision balance, precisely measuring out 50 grams. After weighing it, Braden poured the mad blood into the potion pot. Upon contact, the potion reacted violently. As the first drop of mad blood mixed in, the originally amber-colored potion began to churn fiercely, emitting waves of firelight like molten lava. The fire elements in the air were drawn to the magical potion, gathering toward the potion as if pulled by an invisible current, continuously being absorbed. Braden watched this miraculous transformation and felt a slight relief. The potion preparation was successful. At this moment, the billy slowly walked up to Braden and asked in a low voice, "Brother, how did it go?" Braden nodded and said in a deep voice, "It should be successful." "Brother, you're amazing," the billy said admiringly. Their eyes met, and Braden asked seriously, "Are you ready?" Excitement and anticipation flashed in the Billy's eyes. He nodded solemnly, clearly prepared. The magical potion in Braden's hand exuded a faint warmth, containing all the magic power within, waiting for the next moment of sudden release. He gently lifted the potion and offered it to the Billy's mouth. The Billy opened its large mouth, and the potion, resembling amber syrup, smoothly flowed into it. After drinking the potion, the Billy showed no immediate reaction. Braden frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his mind. Had he made a mistake in preparation? Suddenly, the surrounding lava reacted dramatically. Boom! The magma started churning violently. Waves of heat rushed towards them. The fire elements in the cave seemed strongly attracted, rushing madly around the Billy. The Billy's body began to tremble violently. Its limbs gradually tensed, and the muscles under its skin seemed to expand constantly. It let out a pained low roar and fell to the ground. Its body started convulsing violently, surrounded by dancing flames that burned more fiercely. Braden rushed forward anxiously, as Yanko. Are you alright? The Billy panted painfully, its voice hoarse but firm. Brother, I can hold on. Don't worry. The flames burned brighter, enveloping the Billy's entire body. Fire elements from the air kept flowing into its body, as if trying to burn and reshape its flesh. Standing aside, Braden was filled with concern. Time seemed endlessly long at this moment. As the Billy's body was gradually enveloped by flames, the fire elements gathered more and more, seemingly about to undergo some transformation. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The eerie power in the cave fluctuated again. Boom! Aberrant magic surged suddenly. The fire elements rushing towards the Billy instantly halted, suppressed. The surrounding flames went out. The flow of lava seemed affected. The fire elements in the air, which had been abundant, stopped circulating instantly. The temperature in the cave dropped abruptly, as if the entire space fell into icy silence. What? Braden was greatly alarmed. Lyanko up at the sky inside the cave. The black magic in the air rapidly converged, gradually forming a bizarre, huge eye, silently floating above the cave ceiling. It slowly opened, its pitch-black pupil seeming to come from the depths, carrying intense pressure, scrutinizing everything. The fire elements that were supposed to enter the Billy's body stopped abruptly. The accumulated power became unstable. It groaned painfully, struggling on the ground with its limbs. The ceremony that was almost complete was thoroughly interrupted. Evolution failed. Damn! Braden was furious. He swung the eternal flame blade violently, angrily slashing at the floating evil eye. But the evil eye seemed illusory. No matter how Braden struck, he could not touch it substantively. What have you done? Braden roared. His gaze turned to the still hovering animal skin book. Red light flashed in his eyes. He swung the eternal flame blade violently, directly chopping at the suspended animal skin book. The sword cut through the air, splitting it open with great force. The animal skin book split in two, falling into the sea of fire below. Magic power fluctuated, the eye twitched. Finally, it slowly closed, turning into a cloud of black mist, completely dissipating in the air. Braden panted heavily, anger still surging in his heart. Brother. The Billy slowly stood up, tried to walk, but felt weak in its limbs, and sat down again. I'm sorry, my evolution failed. The Billy's voice was low and full of apology. Braden hurried to the Billy's side, holding him in his arms. Gently stroking its mane, he comforted it softly. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you're safe, there will be other opportunities after evolving. He then hurriedly fed it healing medicine he carried with him. The Billy's hollow eyes regained some light, its unease gradually calming down. Lying in Braden's arms, it slowly recovered its strength. Chapter 41. Starlight twinkles, fire warms. After an unknown duration, the Billy gradually regained some strength. It stubbornly rose to its feet, staggering a few steps before managing to say, Brother, I'm fine. Vaughn remained concerned, observing for another moment. Seeing the Billy's pace stabilize and confirming no other abnormalities, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though the Billy had failed to evolve successfully, its aura was much stronger than before. Flames uncontrollably danced around its body, occasionally escaping from its mouth. The internal fire elements surged wildly. Clearly, the Billy couldn't fully control this power yet. Inside the cave, magma slowly flowed as everything around returned to stability. The Billy anxiously asked, Brother, what about evolution? Vaughn whispered, Rest first. We'll talk about evolution once you're fully recovered. Without delay, he led the Billy out of the cave. But just as they stepped outside, they were surrounded by a group of beast tamers. A hunter dressed in silver armor stepped forward, holding heavy chains and shackles. We suspect you've been tainted by an evil god. Please cooperate with our purification and inspection. The surrounding hunters were on high alert, their spirit beasts ready for battle. The little fire lion growled softly, flames flickering on its body. The poison sac water crocodile opened its massive jaws, poison dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. The grass-carrying tortoise waved its vines, eyes filled with caution. The hedgehog pig bristled, steel-like quills poised to strike. And various slime creatures were also prepared to attack, all eyes fixed on Vaughn and the Billy. Vaughn frowned, his gaze falling on the hunter's shackles. Images of cruelty resurfaced in his mind. Fire, iron chains, curses, endless pain. He felt an invisible pressure constricting his chest, a surge of resistance overwhelming him. The hunter approached, coldly saying, Cooperate with us for purification. The shackles in his hand jingled slightly. Roar. The Billy emitted a deep roar, flames instantly flaring up. The temperature around them soared, forcing the hunters to retreat due to the intense heat. The Billy surveyed all the spirit beasts present, flames dancing wildly around its body. Calm down, Billy, Vaughn said slowly. Just as the tension escalated, a powerful pressure enveloped the cave entrance. A figure emerged from the shadows. His face stern, with a black eye patch over his right eye, leaving only a cold, single eye staring ahead. Vaughn's body stiffened. The image of this one-eyed man was etched deeply in his heart. 10 years ago, during that private execution, this man was among the crowd. He and others distorted and indulged in the violence. The one-eyed man's icy gaze swept over the Billy before settling on Vaughn. Apprentice beast Tamer Vaughn, contaminated and controlled by an evil god. According to regulations, execute on the spot. Upon hearing this, the surrounding hunters were taken aback. A young hunter hesitated, murmuring, Captain Paxton, he can still communicate normally. Perhaps he isn't completely controlled by the evil god. Didn't you hear my order? Paxton's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an irresistible authority. Execute on the spot. The hunters hesitated briefly but drew their weapons, gradually closing in on Vaughn. The Billies first stood on end, flames burning more fiercely, eyes filled with warning and anger. Vaughn slowly gripped the Everburn blade on his back, his gaze calm. At this tense moment, shadows of vines appeared from nowhere, swiftly binding the surrounding hunters tightly. Longtooth Instructor walked into the cave. Paxton's gaze turned icy, saying coldly, the Misty Mountain Range is under my jurisdiction. I have full law enforcement authority. Instructor, what does this mean? Longtooth Instructor remained silent for a moment, expressionless. Vaughn is an apprentice beast tamer under Longtooth Fortress. All apprentices fall under my jurisdiction. If he dies without reason, it would be my dereliction of duty. They stared at each other, the atmosphere growing tense. Vaughn, come with me, Longtooth Instructor said. The entire area fell silent. Vaughn hesitated but followed the instructor, with the Billy close behind. They passed through the hunter's encirclement, leaving the cave. Moments later, the vine shadows disappeared, easing the tension slightly. A hunter stepped forward and asked, Captain Paxton, what now? You stay here. Anyone who trespasses is to be killed on sight. Paxton's cold voice ordered, and then his figure disappeared into the light gate. Vaughn followed Jameson back to the outpost. The journey was silent, only the wind whistling past their ears. To Vaughn's surprise, the instructor did not scold him but remained silent all the way. As for the Billy, Vaughn had already returned it to the spirit beast ball, giving it ample time to rest. Jameson finally stopped at the entrance of the outpost and said lightly, you continue your duty at the outpost until Paxton's second squad finishes exploring the secret realm. At that time, rewards and punishments will be given out together. Vaughn looked up in surprise. There are rewards too? Jameson looked at Vaughn. You rescued villagers and hunters imprisoned by goblins. This naturally warrants a reward. Of course, if you leave your post again without permission, the punishment won't be simple. Vaughn nodded, keeping it in mind. The instructor took 2 clear vials of medicine from his storage belt. The liquid inside glowed faintly, like morning sunlight, radiating a sacred force. Take this holy light potion to cleanse the abnormal power. Drink it now. After handing over the instructions, Jameson walked away toward the fortress without Luyanko back. Night fell. Vaughn lit a bonfire, Tayenko out dried meat, and Kuyenko utensils from his spatial ring. He planned to prepare a pot of meat broth for the Billy to help it recover. The dried meat had been marinated with various seasonings before being dried. All it needed was boiling water, and soon a rich and flavorful broth would be ready. The soup was thick, steam rising, releasing an inviting aroma. Drinking the broth and downing the holy light potion left both man and lion feeling much better after burping. The Billy contentedly said, Brother, I feel much better now. No problem with my body. That's good. Vaughn smiled and patted the Billy on the head. As night deepened and temperatures dropped, the warmth from the Billy's flames kept the cold at bay. I'll take the first half of the night shift, brother, the Billy suggested. Vaughn nodded, using his hands as a pillow, gradually feeling drowsy. The Billy gently nudged Vaughn with its nose, standing guard quietly like a loyal guardian. The fire crackled softly, and Vaughn drifted into a light slumber. After some time, he woke up startled by a wet sensation. Did I wet the bed? Vaughn wondered. Opening his eyes abruptly, he cautiously felt around, finding nothing abnormally warm below. Relieved, he noticed dampness from his right hand lying flat. Is this the Billy's saliva? Vaughn chuckled bitterly, turning to look at the Billy whose back faced him. Just as he was about to tease it, he noticed the Billy trembling slightly. With the remaining firelight, he saw tears shimmering in the Billy's eyes. Tears dripped onto his hand as the Billy silently wept, curling into a tight ball. The proud and strong Billy from earlier now seemed like a wounded child bearing the pain and disappointment of failed evolution in the night. But it was still a cub, carefree just months ago in the pasture. Vaughn's heart quivered, understanding why the Billy chose to cry secretly at this moment. Because it was the Billy. It didn't want Vaughn to see its vulnerability. It had always tried to show the strongest side to Vaughn. Vaughn subtly shifted and quietly extended his hand, gently holding the Billy close. His hand tenderly stroked the Billy's mane, feeling its intense heat. The Billy paused, momentarily stopping its sobbing. It leaned against Vaughn, accepting his comfort quietly. Brother, are you awake? The Billy whispered, its voice choked. Vaughn softly replied, no. Oh. The Billy gave a soft response and fell silent. Vaughn's lips curved slightly, continuing to stroke the Billy's mane. The Billy felt safe, leaning against Vaughn and closing its eyes slowly. Soon, its breathing stabilized, Synyanko into sleep. Starlight twinkled, fire warmed. Man and lion spent this quiet and gentle night in each other's embrace. Vaughn's warm words echoed in the Billy's ears. It's okay, Chapter 42. Punishment. The morning sunshine was warm and bright. Man and lion were both deeply immersed in sleep, having slept very soundly with no signs of Xuanhuan up. Wake up, wake up. It's almost noon, and you're still sleeping. Gerhard shook vigorously, Xuanhuan the tranquility. The billy lazily yawned, licked his sharp teeth, and casually shook off the dust from his body. Anwar rubbed his eyes, his mind not fully awake yet. He looked around and saw that Zuri was still holding her arms high, the basket on her head much larger than before, filled with food emitting a tempting aroma. Seeing them finally awake, Gerhard quickly hung his pipe on his belt, pulled over wooden crates one by one, and took out the dishes from the basket, placing them on the makeshift table made of wooden crates. Rich cheeseburger steaks, aged 4-cheese platters, crispy fried potato chips, roasted beast meat skewers, and fresh fruits. Xuanhuan at this feast, Anwar asked suspiciously, "What's going on? You said 1 copper coin per day. I don't have any extra money." Gerhard smiled. "Don't worry, it's still 1 copper coin per day. All these were specially prepared for you by the hunters of the support team. You've made quite a name for yourself. Not only did you disrupt the goblin ritual, but also saved many villagers and hunters. You've really brought honor to our support team leader. Previously, other teams used to look down on us, saying we only knew how to cook and do odd jobs, not being real hunters. This time, we finally shut them up." "I see." Anwar suddenly understood and then called over the billy, and man and lion indulged in their feast together. Halfway through the meal, Anwar suddenly asked, "Gerhard, you're in charge of the fort's kitchen. Don't you secretly switch some spirit beast meat to take home for your kids? That would save a lot of money, right?" Gerhard was startled and quickly glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby before lowering his voice. "Don't say nonsense. Hoarding spirit beast meat is a serious crime. Not only will you get whipped, but you'll also lose your status as a beastmaster hunter. Moreover, for 3 generations starting from me, none of us can apply to become a beastmaster hunter, not even as an apprentice. Besides, there isn't much high-quality spirit beast meat in the fort. Apart from ordinary beef and mutton, there are only dog dragon meat and wild boar meat, which are of low bloodline grade. It's not worth risking so much just for this stuff. Better to save money honestly and buy something good from town." Anwar nodded in agreement. The amount of magic contained in spirit beast meat generally depends on the spirit beast's bloodline grade and evolutionary stage. For instance, bloodbats with low bloodline grades, especially during the juvenile stage, contain the least magic. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary poultry and livestock that can't even be graded. Even within the same species, there can be individuals with abnormal development, like beast kings or subspecies, which contain significantly more magic than ordinary ones. Gerhard, somewhat guilty, said, "I didn't report you for leaving your post. Yesterday, I specifically had someone look after the vegetable garden. I stayed at the outpost all along. Only after the rescued villagers gradually arrived at the fort did I quietly return. Your silver coin can only be refunded half if you insist." Seeing his pained expression, Anwar replied, "Forget about the refund, rest assured." Gerhard felt relieved. "Eat quickly. The instructor wants to see you this afternoon." At noon, Anwar entered Armin Fort alone. The billy was resting quietly inside the spirit beast ball. Gerhard went to the planting area at the back of the fort to tend to the vegetables. Xuanhuan through the fort, Anwar noticed the apprentice hunters Xuanhuan at him constantly. The hostility in their eyes seemed less than before, replaced more by silent surprise. He walked straight to the 2nd floor of the fort, heading toward Arnaud's room. Inside, Anwar found Arnaud still sitting in his seat with a stern face, while Captain August sat beside him. Seeing August, Anwar felt slightly more at ease. August spoke first, calmly. "Anwar, give us a detailed report of what happened yesterday." Anwar had thought of what to say after reflecting all night. After recalling briefly, he selectively reported his experiences starting from entering the Misty Mountains. When he mentioned the evil god's eye on the altar, August frowned. "An evil god's eye actually appeared on the altar?" Anwar said solemnly, "Yes. I could only destroy the sheepskin book by plunging it into the lava, thus interrupting its gaze. I disrupted the goblin priest's ritual." August nodded gently. "We are still investigating the specific intentions of the goblin priest. However, disrupting the ritual and saving so many villagers and hunters is indeed a great achievement. Fortunately, you carried a holy light amulet, which protected you from the corrupting power. Otherwise, even more people would have lost their lives." August continued, "You went to the Misty Mountains to look for fire xuanhuan materials to cultivate your little fire lion, didn't you?" "Yes." Anwar nodded again. August pondered for a moment and then said, "According to the rescued hunter's descriptions, you still have an extremely high-quality giant sword in your possession. Is that a relic left by your father?" Anwar glanced at August, noticing him giving him continuous hints, immediately understood his meaning, and hurriedly replied, "Yes, that sword is indeed my father's weapon." August nodded. "It makes sense that a hunter father would leave equipment to his son. This clears up the questions surrounding you." Then, August's tone turned serious. "Anwar, do you know that leaving your post without permission is a grave offense?" Anwar answered in a low voice, "I know." August's gaze turned to the instructor. "Instructor, it's up to you to decide the punishment." Arnaud spoke coldly. "What I dislike most are those who disobey orders and act on their own accord. Leaving your post without permission. If the fortress had been attacked by enemies as a result, how many casualties would there have been? Did you even consider that? Do you think you can solve all problems with personal heroism? On this continent, everyone below the transcendent must abide by the rules, and you are no exception." There was obvious anger in the instructor's voice, clearly very dissatisfied with Anwar's behavior. August, seeing the heavy atmosphere, hastily chuckled. But, Lyanko at the outcome, it was good. Anwar not only saved the villagers, but also rescued the apprentice hunters of the reconnaissance squad. Moreover, he destroyed the goblin altar, providing us with important clues for our investigation. The instructor glanced at August and continued, "Good deeds cannot offset wrongdoings. Anwar, today you are here to receive both rewards and punishments. Your punishment is that for the next month, you will be transferred to the outermost outpost of Fongfort, responsible for daily patrols and reconnaissance. You will report back to the fortress after the Feast of Holy Light at the end of the month. During this period, if you leave your post without permission, you will receive 100 lashes and lose your status as a Beastmaster hunter." August's heart finally settled. He had been worried that the instructor would directly strip Anwar of his hunter status. This outcome was completely unexpected. Anwar nodded in acknowledgement. The instructor picked up a blank sheet of paper from the table and handed it to him. "For the reward, you can choose 3 items from the list." Anwar took the blank sheet and could feel a faint magical fluctuation on it. Calmly focusing, lines of text appeared on the paper. Chapter 43 Reward. Anwar looked at the list in his hand. It detailed various cultivable materials, weapons, spirit beast eggs, skill scrolls, body strengthening techniques, and combat skills available for exchange. His gaze skipped over ordinary cultivation materials and weapons, which wouldn't help him much at his current stage. The selection of spirit beast eggs was also limited, not even including the starter 3. He could only exchange for spirit beasts of ordinary bloodline levels, similar to hedgehog pigs, forest wolves, wild boars, and dragon dogs. Anwar always believed that establishing a contract with a spirit beast was an extremely serious matter. Leaving aside the fact that cultivating a spirit beast required a lot of resources, establishing a contract meant that in the coming years, he and the spirit beast would share life and death, their bonds growing ever deeper. What Anwar hated most were tamers like Baron Shaniel, who, relying on the established contract, had control over the life and death of the spirit beasts. Thus, they acted without any scruples, driving and abusing the spirit beasts at will. How were they different from deceivers? To not cherish what one has obtained, they're simply bastards, Anwar thought inwardly. If the initial contract was made to quickly enhance combat power or for other utilitarian reasons, the relationship would inevitably take a wrong turn in subsequent interactions. Anwar had heard some stories from Fiki about spirit beasts retaliating or even ambushing weakened tamers. Such occurrences were not rare. This was what Anwar did not want to see, so he always prepared mentally before establishing any contract. He was also cautious in choosing spirit beasts. Anwar's eyes continued to move down the list, finally stopping at the section on skill scrolls. He carefully read the introductions listed below. Skill scroll. A spirit beast skill deconstructed and imprinted by a tamer mage, suitable for spirit beasts of the same attribute to learn and comprehend. Comprehending new skills must align with the current growth stage of the spirit beast, with a high probability of failure when attempting cross-stage comprehension. Note: each scroll can only be used a limited number of times. First class skill scroll, suitable for juvenile spirit beasts to learn and comprehend. Hardening all. This is a foundational skill to enhance defense. The muscles and bones of the spirit beast are strengthened by flesh power, temporarily becoming as solid as rock, effectively defending against elemental attacks. The hardening skill also increases the spirit beast's offensive power, allowing it to have stronger attack power while in a state of high defense. Wood spirit seed wood. The spirit beast can condense tiny seeds rich in wood element magic power. These wood spirit seeds can parasitize inside the target's body, slowly absorbing the opponent's vitality, or reversely supplying vitality for recovery. They can also be used in combination with other wood attribute skills, such as parasitic binding or wood healing technique, becoming a highly strategic skill. Second class skill scroll, suitable for growing spirit beasts to learn and comprehend. Elemental shield all. This skill constructs corresponding elemental shields based on the spirit beast's own attributes, defending against external attacks and attaching elemental effects. Powerful hardening, strength. An advanced version of hardening, where the spirit beast's entire flesh and bones are reinforced again, becoming more solid and powerful. In this state, the spirit beast can withstand strong attacks and release even greater strength through its hardened body, achieving an effect where offense and defense are integrated. Crimson Flame Breath, fire. A fire attribute skill where the spirit beast exhales scorching crimson flames from its mouth, with a wide range and high damage. This skill not only causes extensive fire damage, but also puts enemies into a toxic fire state, continuously weakening their defense. Flame Claw Fire. A fire attribute skill where the spirit beast's claws are surrounded by blazing fire, extending along the claw marks when attack Yanko. Each claw strike comes with an eruption of fire, burning enemies and causing additional fire attribute damage. Mighty Vine Whip would slash strength. The spirit beast releases powerful vines, enhancing its physical strength. Mayenko each strike destructive. The Mighty Vine Whip can destroy the opponent's defense, knock them back, and suppress them, having strong control capabilities. Venomous Vine Whip would strength, poison. The spirit beast releases reinforced vines or plant whips with potent toxins, both delivering massive strikes and poisoning enemies, causing continuous poisoning effects. Enemies will lose vitality continuously after being hit, and the toxins will further weaken their defenses. Rapid Water Arrow Water. The spirit beast can rapidly launch dense water arrows, attack Yanko at an extremely fast speed, covering a broad area like a rain of arrows. Upon hitting targets, rapid water arrows cause significant water attribute damage and put opponents in a brief, sluggish state. weakening their reaction and action speed. Anwar's eyes sparkled. Originally, he planned to give up this opportunity to become an official spirit beast hunter. After all, Billy had failed in evolution. It would be too much to insist on challenging Jameson's growth stage spirit beast. But now, with second-class skill scrolls available, his hopes were rekindled. Although the probability of failure for cross-stage learning was high, it was still worth a try. Would it also be 3 items if I only exchanged first-class skills? Anwar asked. Jameson replied slowly. Yes, regardless of grade and type, you can exchange for up to 3 items at most. 3. Anwar repeated softly. He originally intended to exchange more first-class skills to see if he could trade some points with the Lord later on. However, the instructor's stern words interrupted his thoughts. Anwar's gaze continued to slide down the list, stopping at the section on body-strengthening techniques and combat skills. As usual, he carefully read the descriptions below. The Tamer can unlock the Spirit Beast space and command the Spirit Beasts through inscribing taming runes, thereby mastering elemental power. Tamers can only inscribe their birthmark Spirit Beast skills, which limits their offensive methods. If the birthmark Spirit Beast unfortunately dies, the Tamer will lose the inscribed skills, greatly reducing combat ability. However, after countless extraordinary predecessors explored, they left behind cultivation methods that can directly invoke elemental power. Thus Brayenko threw the limitations of birthmark Spirit Beasts, allowing Tamers to further master elemental power. Body strengthening technique. Body strengthening techniques are the further development and application of natural forces. Tamers can call upon the same element of contracted Spirit Beasts to temper themselves into extraordinary bodies. Note: 2 body strengthening techniques with mutually restraining elemental attributes cannot be comprehended simultaneously. Fire body strengthening technique. Basic fire attribute body strengthening technique, using the fire element of the contracted Spirit Beast to train the body, enhancing the Tamer's heat and flame resistance. Effect: flame resistance. The Tamer can reduce damage from flames, with skin becoming more resistant to high temperatures. Heat absorption can absorb surrounding fire elements to convert into physical strength. Wood body strengthening technique. Basic wood attribute body strengthening technique. Using the wood element of the contracted Spirit Beast, the Tamer can enhance the body's recovery and vitality. Mainly enhances the Tamer's vitality, suitable for gaining additional recovery during prolonged battles. Effect: life recovery. The force of wood elements nourishes the body, enhancing self-healing, allowing faster recovery from minor wounds and slight fatigue. Toughness enhancement makes muscles and joints more resilient, less susceptible to powerful impacts. Combat skills. Tamers can utilize the same element as the contracted Spirit Beast, performing potent battle techniques. First step: fire. By Invoyanko the fire element from the contracted Spirit Beast, concentrated at the feet, a small explosion occurs instantaneously. Using the shockwave from the explosion increases movement speed significantly. When used, there appears a short-lived fiery shadow on the ground, moving like a swift flame with a burning effect. Vine bind wood. Invoyanko the wood element of the Spirit Beast, summoning numerous vine shadows rapidly entangling the target from the ground or surroundings. Vines can not only bind enemies but also drain their vitality, gradually weakening them. This combat skill is perfect for control and attrition warfare. Are you sure you want to exchange for Crimson Flame Breath, Elemental Shield, and Rock Body Strengthening Technique? August asked, slightly puzzled. Yeah, Anwar nodded firmly. This was his final decision after long contemplation. If Billy could comprehend Crimson Flame Breath and Elemental Shield within a month, he might stand a chance against Jameson during the next evaluation day. Rock Body Strengthening Technique was chosen to improve himself. There were no Lightning Attribute Body Strengthening Techniques on the list, and Fire Body Strengthening Technique required waiting until he contracted Billy, especially without knowing when he would enter another secret realm. Rock Body Strengthening Technique offered substantial improvements in defense and attack, naturally becoming Anwar's top choice. Then, Anwar put the 3 scrolls and a marked map into his spatial ring. The map clearly marked the location of his upcoming outpost. Confirming nothing else needed to be done, Anwar bid farewell to August and headed outside the fortress. He had just reached the stairs when someone called him from behind. Anwar. Turning around, he saw a young man with a slightly immature appearance Walyenko toward him, carrying a mix of respect and shyness. Anwar asked, somewhat puzzled, "You are?" "I'm Castor, an apprentice spirit beast hunter from the reconnaissance squad," the man answered loudly. Anwar briefly recalled and finally remembered this person. Castor was one of the captured apprentice spirit beast hunters by goblins earlier. At that moment, his mouth and nose were sealed, nearly costing him his life. "Oh, it's you. You actually recovered completely," Anwar exclaimed in surprise. Castor smiled. "Yeah, I owe my life to you." Anwar was taken aback for a moment before nodding. He replied nonchalantly, "It was just good luck. I happened to defeat those goblins." Castor frowned slightly. Finyanko to himself, "Just good luck?" Images of Anwar swinging a giant sword and turning the tide flashed through his mind, and he began to doubt the words, "just good luck." Just then, Castor turned and waved toward the distance. And the villagers Anwar had saved earlier walked over, including a few children. They still looked somewhat frightened, clinging tightly to the hems of the adults' clothes. But as they approached step by step, the children's gazes began to change. Alethea stood timidly in front of Anwar, hesitating for a long time before stepping forward and whispering softly, "Thank you for saving me." Her hands trembled slightly, her eyes flickering with complex emotions, both fear and gratitude. Anwar, who usually maintained a cold demeanor, softened upon seeing those timid eyes. He gently nodded, at a loss for words for a moment. Finally, he could only say slowly, "It's okay." The other villagers and children gradually gathered around as well, still harboring some reverence for Anwar, but each expressed heartfelt gratitude. Faced with this scene, Anwar was momentarily at a loss, awkwardly nodding in response. Standing at a distance, August leaned against the door frame, quietly watching this. Jameson's voice came from inside the room. "You can't favor him forever, you know." August shrugged. "This is the last time, rest assured." The instructor sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "I'll let you write this report. There are too many suspicious points about him. I don't want to be held responsible by the chairman." August nodded. "No problem. But your punishment for him seems a bit light, not quite like your usual style." The instructor snorted coldly, saying mildly, "Light? Then I'll change it now. He should still be downstairs, right?" August hurriedly interjected. Oh, just a casual comment. No need to change it." The instructor shook his head helplessly. "Actually, I hoped he would stay in the fortress for a few more years, to eliminate some prejudices first, then gradually advance. But this guy is too impatient. Even if he becomes an official hunter, he'll be ostracized by the team." August watched Anwar, surrounded by people and Luyenko somewhat at a loss, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Who knows, anything could happen. Chapter 44, Outpost on the Periphery. The scorching sun cast a stifling heat into the air. Jediah led the billy over the final mountain ridge with great effort, finally reaching the outer outpost of Fong Fortress. The outpost stood desolately in the shadow of the mountains, Luyenko particularly bleak. This outpost was adjacent to the core area of the Misty Mountains and was rarely visited by people. Only during spring when the beast herds were active would it be manned. The wooden walls were weathered and flyenko, the dilapidated roof letting in some light, while dust drifted in the wind. The door creaked precariously in the mountain breeze, emitting faint groaning sounds. Jediah stood before the outpost and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How am I supposed to get through this month? He turned his gaze to the distance, seeing the Misty Mountains stretching along the horizon. Each ridge seemed as sharp and solitary as a blade, slicing through heaven and earth. The peaks appeared and disappeared, poisonous mists and miasma flowed like moving veils, dividing the mountains into distinctly separate regions. The cold, dense fog added an enigmatic beauty to the scene. Behind the outpost, the sound of water Strienko rocks could be faintly heard, indicating a waterfall nearby. The heavy yet crisp sound carried the unique strength and charm of mountain streams. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery, it couldn't alleviate Jediah's current irritation. His face, hands, and neck were swollen and red from bites, stinging painfully and causing him to scratch vigorously. Jediah touched his face and immediately felt the swelling as if he had been punched dozens of times. Tayenko out his small mirror. He saw a miserable face staring back at him. His lips were swollen like large sausages. His ears were twice their normal size from bites, and his eyes were almost slits from mosquito bites. Jediah gritted his teeth, muttering angrily under his breath, "Damn mosquitoes." Beside him, the billy wasn't faring much better. Once majestic, the billy now looked utterly disheveled. Its thick, russet gold mane was thinning due to mosquito bites, and its eyes were almost swollen shut. It lay on the ground, panting heavily and occasionally letting out a piteous whimper. Jediah gripped his broadsword tightly, his brows furrowed as he scratched at his neck, his anger growing. Sure enough, the buzzing resumed around them. "Here they come again," Jediah shouted. Mosquitoes swarmed towards him like a tide, attacking Yanko relentlessly. Along the way, man and lion had already slain countless mosquitoes, but these mosquitoes seemed endless. As soon as one swarm was killed, another would soon arrive, like a never-ending nightmare. Seeing the mosquitoes gather more densely around them, Jediah's fury boiled over. He gritted his teeth and said, "Billy, burn them all." The billy let out a low roar, rapidly forming a fiery ball in its mouth. The fireball streaked through the air and crashed into the mosquito swarm. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and the smell of scorched flesh filled the air. The mosquito swarm was instantly incinerated, blackened carcasses falling to the ground. Jediah swung his broadsword, continuing to pursue the stragglers. Just as he cut down a few mosquitoes, a sudden, intense flapping sound came from behind. He quickly turned around to see a huge dark shadow rushing out from the woods, directly heading for him. Jediah nimbly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gigantic mosquito, over a meter long. Its wings were several times larger than those of ordinary poultry, covered with blood vessels. Its emerald green abdomen shone like jade. Its proboscis was like a spear standing upright, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Great. Jediah hurriedly pulled down his protective goggles, and information about the giant mosquito streamed across them. Giant winged poison mosquito, insect beast, mutant species, elemental species, growth stage spirit beast. Bloodline level low. Attributes: insect, water, poison. Spirit beast skills: rapid charge, toxic spray, poison bite, frenzy. Overall evaluation: a mutated spirit beast derived from ordinary mosquitoes, serving as the mosquito king, ruling over lower-level mosquito swarms. Possesses some intelligence and territorial awareness. Post-mutation, individuals are significantly larger with strong aggressiveness. Mosquito meat is said to be rich in magic power. Beastmasters can enhance their beast space by consuming it. Though the taste is extremely peculiar, many lower-ranked beastmasters still choose to eat it, especially in resource-scarce environments. So you're the mosquito king. Perfect timing. Jediah growled. The giant winged poison mosquito emitted a piercing buzz and lunged at Jediah. its spear-like proboscis aiming for his neck. Jediah's eyes narrowed slightly as he swung his broadsword swiftly, block Yanko the mosquito's attack. However, the giant mosquito was several times faster than ordinary mosquitoes. It flapped its enormous wings, circling in the air at high speed, searching for the next opportunity to attack. Jediah sneered, "You're as Yanko for death." He swiftly leaped aside to avoid the mosquito's stab, his long sword spinning as it plunged into the mosquito's abdomen. The giant-winged poison mosquito emitted a sharp cry of pain. Its body was instantly torn apart, green bodily fluids splattering everywhere, covering the ground. It crashed heavily into the grass not far away. Jediah shook the fluid off his hand in disgust. How revolting. Just as he prepared to continue clearing the mosquitoes around him, he suddenly heard an unusual sound coming from the bushes. He instantly gripped the hilt tightly, his broadsword flashing out of its sheath and pointing straight into the depths of the bush. "Jediah, it's me, it's me." With an urgent shout, Jediah's sword tip stopped right above Gerhard's head. "This voice, is it Gerhard?" Jediah asked uncertainly. A fully armed person emerged from the bushes, dressed like a beekeeper, wearing a heavy one-piece protective suit, with only his eyes exposed behind a layer of black mesh fabric. Gerhard gasped for breath as he walked up to Jediah and said, "I finally caught up with you. Why are you Yanko so fast that you even forgot your protective suit?" Just as he was about to continue, his gaze fell on Jediah and the Billy's swollen faces, and he immediately fell silent. Gerhard's shoulders twitched, his face turning red from holding back laughter, until he could no longer contain it and burst out laughing. Jediah shot him a cold look, and Gerhard quickly suppressed his laughter, pretending to cough a couple of times. "You just wait a moment." Saying this, Gerhard took a heavy protective suit from his standardized storage belt and handed it to Jediah. Jediah took the suit and frowned. "So thick. Will I even be able to move in this?" Gerhard rolled his eyes. "You should be happy there's something to wear at all, instead of being picky." Suddenly, he remembered something and lowered his voice. "By the way, the mosquito swarms in this area aren't simple. Each swarm has a mosquito king leading them. Yanko them very tough to handle. Be careful. If you encounter a mosquito king, it's no joke." Hearing this, Jediah thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the corpse of the giant-winged poison mosquito not far away in the grass. Then he smiled faintly and pointed at the mosquito's corpse, saying, "Do you mean this one?" Gerhard followed Jediah's finger and saw a mosquito leg stick Yanko out of the grass, with the rest hidden by dense vegetation. He stepped forward, pushed aside the grass, and froze. "Giant-winged poison mosquito. You actually killed it." His voice trembled, shock leaving him speechless. Jediah shrugged, his tone calm as if he had merely squashed a mosquito. Just lucky, wasn't too difficult to deal with. Gerhard, flushed with excitement, hurriedly picked up the corpse of the giant-winged poison mosquito and examined it closely. His surprise turned into excitement, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, dancing with joy. What a rare find. The meat of the giant-winged poison mosquito is extremely nutritious. Shall I stew some mosquito soup for you tomorrow? Mosquito soup? Upon hearing this, Jediah's face turned deathly pale, his stomach churning. He had just been thin Yanko about getting rid of the mosquitoes, and now he was supposed to drink mosquito soup? He forced himself to endure the discomfort and refused. "I don't have pica. You can have the mosquito if you like it." "Really?" Gerhard asked with delight. "Really?" Jediah managed a strained smile, though the swelling on his face made it look stiff. Gerhard hastily put the giant-winged poison mosquito's corpse into his storage belt, fearing Jediah might change his mind. He patted Jediah's shoulder. "Then I won't hold back. Also, this place is quite far. It's not easy to make a trip here. I estimate I can only deliver 1 meal a day from now on. 1 meal is fine. After all, we're not lack Yanko ingredients around here." Jediah nodded and casually pulled out today's silver coin from his pocket, handing it to Gerhard. Gerhard accepted the coin with a brighter smile. They chatted for a while before wobbling off towards the distance. Although his steps were still heavy, they were noticeably lighter than when he arrived. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to cover his waist, as if worried the giant-winged poison mosquito's corpse might fly out. Gerhard muttered to himself, "This time, I really hit the jackpot. First, I'll make it into jerky and then bring it home for my child to eat. It will surely be very nutritious. Maybe, in the future, I could really open a beast space and become a beastmaster. This is great, really great." In Jediah's mind, an image of Gerhard's son munching on mosquito jerky flashed. Mosquito jerky? Isn't that a bit strange? He shuddered involuntarily, his lips twitching. The sunset cast its golden glow over Gerhard, casting the shadow of his slightly hunched figure, shaped by years of hard work, onto the ground. Bathed in the sunlight, his shadow stretched out straight, seeming a little younger, full of hope. Chapter 45 Dual Cultivation. The next day, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air beneath the waterfall was cool and moist, with the distant rumbling of flowing water echoing. Emmanuel and the Billy stood not far from the outpost at the base of a cliff, their gazes deep as they looked at the surging waterfall before them. Emmanuel's purpose was clear. For the next month, he would be conducting special training here with the Billy. The Billy would learn new spirit beast skills, Crimson Flame Breath, and Elemental Shield. Meanwhile, Emmanuel would attempt to master the beginner-level body tempering technique, rock body tempering. The stone walls surrounding the waterfall were hard, the environment quiet, and the surrounding trees lush. Water cascaded down like silver chains from the heights, colliding with rocks below. Under the sunlight, splashing water droplets refracted into a spectrum of rainbow colors. Everything around appeared tranquil and full of vitality. This was an excellent place for cultivation, though nominally guarding the outpost against potential dangerous spirit beasts. Apart from mosquitoes, Emmanuel hadn't seen any other spirit beasts. Thus, both he and the Billy could take advantage of this undisturbed month for rigorous practice. Emmanuel moved his somewhat stiff body, recalling the night tormented by mosquito swarms and unable to sleep. He couldn't help but complain. But is it really necessary to guard this forsaken place? Just as he was about to start training, suddenly a strong intention came from within the Crimson Blood domain. What's going on? Emmanuel frowned, closed his eyes, and sensed for a moment, only to find Horatio was restlessly agitated. Through their mental connection, he instantly understood Horatio's intention. This guy wants to come out for some fresh air, Emmanuel chuckled. Indeed, since establishing the beast-taming contract with Horatio, it had never been out. Even a spirit beast with extraordinary bloodline, confined to the Crimson Blood domain all the time, would feel stifled. Finyanko this, Emmanuel decided to release Horatio and Honor to move around. On his left hand, sharp taming runes faintly glowed, emitting deep red light. As the runes' light flickered, Horatio and Honor appeared simultaneously on the rocky ground beside the waterfall. Upon appearing, the ground trembled slightly under Honor's weight. The rock-bodied creature coiled up next to Emmanuel. It raised its head slowly, its huge eyes rotating sluggishly, Lianko somewhat dull. Horatio, however, stood among the grass by the pond, covered in a thin layer of blood-red veins. Electricity surged, Strianko surrounding mosquitoes, causing piercing buzzing sounds before they dropped to the ground. With crackling sounds, dead and injured mosquitoes littered the area. Horatio seemed delighted, as lightning rolled even more joyfully. Faint blue electricity, coupled with the sizzling sound of electrocuted mosquitoes, made Emmanuel think it was familiar. He slowly said, "A mosquito zapper?" He had an epiphany. If he placed Horatio nearby at night, he could have a good sleep. Turning to Honor, he said, "Honor, use your mountain rock perception to scan the surrounding area. If anyone approaches, notify me in advance." Honor nodded. "Okay." Emmanuel patted him gently, saying, "You should also move around the surroundings, relax a bit." Honor nodded again. "Okay." Glancing at Emmanuel, it shifted half a step to the side, remaining prone on the spot, quietly guarding Emmanuel. "Let's start too, Billy." Emmanuel stroked the Billy's head, his gaze firm. "You start learning elemental defense first." Spianko. He took out a leather scroll from his spatial ring and laid it before the Billy. Complex runes were inscribed on the scroll, glowing faintly. The Billy slowly closed its eyes, with firepower within starting to surge wildly, gradually entering a state of profound understanding. The runes resonated with the Billy, enhancing the glow. A faint layer of flame surrounded the Billy, gradually comprehending the elemental shield. Seeing the Billy enter the cultivation state, Emmanuel moved to the open space on the other side of the waterfall. He didn't want to be affected by each other's elemental fluctuations due to proximity. Emmanuel took out the rock body tempering scroll and began reading carefully. Rock body tempering, an initial level earth attribute body tempering technique. By guiding the earth element force of the contracted spirit beast, it enhances the beast's tamer comprehensively from a fundamental life essence perspective. Myanko them as tough as rock, increasing defensive power and physical strength. Effects: mountain rock power, Chuji. Enhance flesh and muscle power. Alvin skin, Chuji. Make the beast's tamer's skin and muscles as hard as rock, capable of withstanding some cuts and stab wounds. Steadfast as a rock, Chuji. Strengthen the beast's tamer's stamina and endurance and resistance to earth elements, enabling longer combat duration. Emmanuel slowly closed his eyes. Nearby, Honor also seemed to sense something. The massive body trembled slightly, slowly rising as it brought its head close to Emmanuel. As Honor approached, pale yellow rock elements began to swirl and gather around them. Emmanuel gradually entered a wondrous state, feeling the mountain rock power coalescing within him. The force flowed like a trickle into his flesh and bones, gradually converging into a powerful torrent. The earth's power, condensed by Honor, was being transmitted to him ceaselessly. Emmanuel could clearly sense a deep resonance with the earth beneath his feet, as if he had become one with it. With the continuous influx of rock elements, Emmanuel's flesh and bones were constantly reinforced and polished. He felt a pain, as if every bone in his body was being forged. But this pain did not make him retreat. Instead, it made him more resolute. This was the genuine feeling of mastering power. It was also a challenge to the limits of his body. A fine layer of rocky patterns gradually emerged on his skin, like a hard stone armor covering his entire body, emitting a faint glow. The heavy power reverberated within him. Myanko him, feel tightly connected to the earth, impregnable. Emmanuel felt that not only was his physical strength enhanced, but even his very essence seemed elevated. Time flew by, days and nights intertwined. He finally opened his eyes slowly, stopping his cultivation. The air was still thick with rock elements, and the surrounding stone walls seemed to quietly respond to each breath he took. Emmanuel looked down at his right hand, and with a thought, his skin turned pale and white like a pristine boulder. This was a clear sign of reaching the entry level in body tempering. He clenched his fist, sensing the power filling his arm, as if one punch could shake mountains. Emmanuel patted Honor's head and whispered softly, "You've worked hard." Honor nodded slowly, muttering bluntly, His gaze then shifted to the Billy not far away. It stood beside the skill scroll, with a tumultuous flow of power inside it. The Billy's body quivered slightly, with scorching fire elements swirling rhythmically around it. These fire elements pulsed in sync with its breathing, like burning streams wrapping around its body. As time passed, the flame shield enveloping the Billy solidified from an initial ethereal form to a tangible reality. The scorching flames formed a barrier, securely protecting it while continuously pulsating with energy. Occasional bursts of fire on the shield's surface resembled flowing lava, radiating intense elemental power. Seeing this, Emmanuel felt a mix of relief and anticipation. The fire shield had initially coalesced, and the Billy's comprehension speed exceeded his expectations. This boosted his confidence for the challenge a month later. It looks like we're making good progress, Emmanuel murmured to himself. Then, he moved his wrist, muscles tightening slightly, and threw a punch abruptly. Boom! A dull rumble echoed in the air, as if torn apart. The punch cleaved through the air, generating a strong wind. The shadow of the punch darted forward swiftly and fiercely. Leaves rustled under the impact, and ripples spread over the distant water. Ha! Emmanuel's hearty laughter echoed in the deserted valley. Joy and excitement shone unmistakably in his eyes. Horatio, sensing Emmanuel's fluctuating emotions, emitted flickering electric light across its eggshell, instantly dispersing wild lightning. Although Honor remained quietly beside him, its stony body gleamed faintly. Though motionless, an overwhelming aura gradually coalesced in the air, ready to shock all sides at any moment. Emmanuel's long-suppressed emotions were thoroughly released through those punches. Years of suppression, setbacks, and pain dissipated into nothingness with the wind. Emmanuel's gaze grew resolute, raising his right hand to the sky and clenching it tightly, seemingly to grasp his own destiny. Bone joints clicked softly, and every ounce of strength was focused on his fist, as solid as a rock. Emmanuel inwardly affirmed, "I am getting stronger." A confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He knew he had taken a firm step on the path to becoming powerful. Resolving the thread of the mystic realm, Brayanko the frenzied blood curse, finding his missing father, becoming a powerful beast tamer. Facing so many challenges, as long as he kept moving forward, he would surely solve them one by one. He would surely master his fate. The road lay beneath his feet. Moving forward was the way. Chapter 46, The Holy Light Mass. 1 month later, at the plaza of Fong Fortress, the fierce wind, like a knife, swept through with the coolness of autumn, stirring up a few strands of dust. Above the tower, the flame dragon banner of the Fire Dragon Ridge flew side by side with the sword and shield banner of the Hunters Guild. The flame dragon emblem danced with the wind, as if a dragon hovered in the sky, over Lienko, everything below. Beside it, the sword and shield emblem also swayed, symbolizing protection and power. The sharp blade and sturdy shield intertwined, exuding an inviolable majesty. The two banners fluttered in the wind, creating a grand atmosphere that combined solemnity and guardianship. In the center of the plaza, the Beast Tamer hunters stood neatly in formation. The novice hunters in standard armor stood at the front. They were the outstanding performers of the mid-year assessment and had already gained the qualification to receive the Beast Tamer rune engraving. Once engraved successfully, they would be able to open their own beast taming space and officially join the ranks of the Beast Tamer hunters. At this moment, they wore solemn expressions, standing straight as swords in the storm, unmoving. This was in stark contrast to the casual posture of the veteran hunters on either side. Among the formation, Castor's expression was slightly tense, his heart brimming with excitement and anxiety. His performance at the Goblin Altar earlier allowed him to pass the assessment successfully. Castor clenched his fists tightly, glancing around, searching for the figure of his savior. On the second-floor platform, the team leaders sat solemnly. Preston's face was as calm as water, his cold gaze sweeping over each novice hunter, as if scrutinizing whether they had the qualifications to become full-fledged hunters. Beside him, August smiled warmly, crossing his hands over his chest, his gaze casually sweeping the scene, revealing gentleness and friendliness. The Huntingbird siblings appeared much more relaxed. Stuart leaned back in his chair, his face flushed, a smile on his lips, clearly still under the influence of last night's dream Yanko. Emery sat behind them, her posture upright, her black hair gently swaying in the breeze. Her legs crossed gracefully, revealing her slender and well-proportioned thighs beneath her armor, radiating a mature charm. Corinne remained quiet as usual, sitting silently to one side. Paxton, the one-eyed, seemed somewhat distant, occasionally gazing into the sky, his expression indifferent, seemingly uninterested in what was happening. On the other side of the platform, the holy officials of the Church of Holy Light and the Valfry Knights of Silver Town sat quietly. At this moment, two figures quietly appeared at the end of the formation. It was Braden and Gerhard. Braden still moved unhurriedly, obviously not caring about arriving early. Having finished breakfast, he entered the plaza at a leisurely pace, just in time. Gerhard followed closely behind Braden, tiptoeing, Luyanko somewhat nervous. The two blended into the rear of the formation, without Mayenko any sound. However, their arrival did not escape the notice of those on the platform. A sharp glint flashed in Preston's eyes, and his expression grew even darker. The other team leaders' gazes also turned toward Braden. August thought to himself, so, this kid finally showed up. At that moment, the novice hunters in the rear formation all felt the gaze from the platform. Suddenly being noticed, they instinctively tensed up, straightening their postures to present their best appearances. The team leaders are watching us. Behave well. Perhaps we can become full-fledged hunters next year. Whispers spread among the crowd, filled with longing and anticipation, gradually infecting the entire formation. Braden maintained his usual composure, calmly lifting his gaze toward the platform, brewing a sense of battle within. At that moment, Emery's gaze met his. Her stunning whiteness rose and fell gently with her breathing, a mischievous smile on her lips, and she winked at Braden. The surrounding novice hunters became excited. That's Deputy Team Leader Emery. She's so beautiful. She must be Luyenko at me. Nonsense. She's clearly Luyenko at me. The crowd once again plunged into heated discussions. Only Braden felt a sudden chill run down his spine and instinctively lowered his head. The monks of the Church of Holy Light approached the front of the platform to host the Holy Light Mass. However, the hunters continued their whispered conversations, the noise never ceasing. Then, Preston slowly rose, his gaze sweeping the entire area. The hunters immediately fell silent, even the usually casual veteran hunters stopping their chatter, waiting solemnly for the Mass to begin. An elderly monk of the Church of Holy Light stepped forward and said calmly, "Praise the Holy Light." Following his words, a handsome young man stepped out. He wore a long robe embroidered with golden patterns, the hem fluttering with the wind. The youth stretched out his hand, the beast tamer rune on the back of his hand blazing like a fiery sun, the aura of a 2-star beast tamer reverberating through the plaza. How old is he? 12? Maybe 13 at most. To be a 2-star beast tamer at this age? Monster. There were hushed exclamations from some hunters, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. He was the presider over this Holy Light Mass, the 2-star Holy Light Deacon, Rusty Velt. A choir emerged from behind the doors, beginning their hymns to the Holy Light, praising the God of Holy Light. The light emitted from their beast tamer runes became increasingly brilliant. Globes of light flew out from them, orbiting and twinkling around the runes. The globes gradually expanded, eventually revealing the complete forms of spirit beasts, small luminous spirits. The bodies of the small luminous spirits resembled floating orbs of light, gently dancing in the air, lively and pure, as if they were messengers of the Holy Light. With the choir's hymns, the small luminous spirits continuously radiated holy light, shining upon each hunter. The holy power spread like ripples, cleansing the hearts and bodies of everyone present. The faces of the hunters gradually relaxed, the fatigue and heaviness accumulated in their bodies gradually dissipating. Faint dark mists wafted out, dissipating into the air. This was the residual curse of mutation within their bodies, being purified by the power of the holy light. As the holy light receded, the mass came to an end. The hunters all sighed with relief, feeling refreshed in both body and mind, invigorated. Coach Fontooth gave a slight nod to Rusty, expressing his gratitude. Rusty respectfully returned the gesture and then led the holy light monks to slowly withdraw. The holy aura still enveloped the plaza, bringing a sense of tranquility. Coach Fontooth slowly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Next month will be the grand ceremony for sacrifices. At that time, new novice hunters will engrave the beast tamer rune, opening their beast taming spaces." Hearing this, the novice hunters in the center of the plaza instantly tensed up, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Engraving the beast tamer rune, officially entering the ranks of beast tamers. This was the goal and pursuit they had strived for over the years. The coach continued, "Of course, according to Fong Fortress tradition, you may also challenge me. I will dispatch growth stage spirit beasts to duel with you, and the victor can win respect and the qualification to engrave the rune. Who wishes to challenge me?" The plaza fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Coach Fangtitha's aura skyrocketed, the overwhelming pressure of a 3-star beast tamer flooding out, subduing everyone present. "Who wishes to challenge me?" His voice thundered, echoing in every corner of the plaza. The novice hunters turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Even the veteran hunters felt a weight in their chests, heart palpitations surging. That terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to even meet the coach's eyes. Just as everyone thought no one would dare to respond. From the back of the formation, there came a calm set of footsteps. These footsteps were unhurried but sounded incredibly clear in the silent plaza. All eyes immediately turned toward the direction of the sound. Braden stepped out of the formation, meeting the various gazes of the crowd as he slowly moved forward. August couldn't help but smile, nodding slightly. Stuart's drunkenness had lessened somewhat. He opened his half-closed eyes with a mischievous grin. The show is about to start. Emery elegantly crossed her legs, watching Braden with interest. Rusty's gaze lingered on Braden's bloodstained hand, curiosity evident in his eyes. Braden remained calm, facing Coach Fangtitha's mountain-like oppressive aura, step by step moving to the front of the formation. "I want to challenge you." Chapter 47, Little Fire Lion. Vaughn stood in the center of the plaza, his back straight and gaze resolute. "I want to challenge." His firm words were like a huge stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripples. A wave of commotion swept through the hunters gathered in the plaza, voices rising and spreading like waves. He actually dares to challenge the drill master? Is he mad? The drill master is a 3-star beast-taming hunter. Drill master Maxine stood atop the platform, eyes meeting Vaughn's. Vaughn did not retreat or show any signs of fear. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Yes." The drill master nodded slightly, a hint of a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "I accept your challenge." As soon as he finished Spienko, the hunters moved to both sides of the plaza, clearing enough space for the impending battle. Gerhard remained at the end of the team, worry evident on his face. The probationary hunters from the support squad whispered amongst themselves. If he wins, that would be great, but if he loses, it won't be easy for him in Maxine Fortress later. Well, yes, if he loses, he might get ostracized by the probationary members of other teams. At this moment, laughter came from the probationary hunters of the reconnaissance squad nearby. The support squad really has outstanding talent. actually Thin Yanko about challenging the drill master. What nonsense. Hey, you don't really think that monster stands a chance to win, do you? Feeling ignored, the hunter who spoke first felt a surge of shame and anger. Cook should act like a cook. Isn't it better just to focus on Xuanhuan? Why try to seek attention with impractical dreams, pretending to be a hunter? Gerhard's expression darkened, and he slowly stepped forward. The probationary hunters who had been mock Yanko immediately tensed up, Yanko at him nervously. You want to fight? The captains are all watching. Gerhard suddenly smiled, his tone light. I didn't come to do anything. I just wanted to ask if you dare to bet with me. Just then, Drillmaster Maxine pulled out a palm-sized stone from his belt and tossed it into the air casually. Everyone's gaze sharpened as they watched the stone rapidly enlarge in midair, colorful runes flickering across its surface before it landed steadily. In an instant, a beast-taming arena was assembled, standing prominently in the center of the plaza. The arena floor was paved with rough volcanic rock, the surface riddled with cracks, glowing red from within. Embedded in the raised stone piles were firelight stones and fire crystal stones, which enhanced the fiery elements in the arena even more. Heat waves spiraled in the air, the temperature around gradually rising, creating an environment akin to being inside a blazing furnace. In the center of the arena stood a low stone hill made of black rocks, incredibly solid. Lava flowed slowly along the seams of the stone hill, forming a small pool of fire at the bottom. Occasionally, scalding lava spurted out from the gaps between the rocks. Fiery lava splattered everywhere, spreading sulfuric odors in the air. At the corners of the arena, stone pillars stood tall, engraved with runes that shimmered continuously. With the surge of magic power, their glow became brighter. A transparent protective shield rose between the stone pillars, enveloping the entire arena. Slight ripples rippled through the air, separating the arena from the outside world. Castor's eyes lit up, saying to Vaughn, Great Vaughn, this is a fire elemental arena. Your Eddie will be fine for sure. Vaughn nodded, raising his eyes. He saw Drillmaster Maxine already standing on the other side of the arena. Warm winds brushed against his face. All these coincidences gave him a sense of solemnity. On the high platform, the captains exchanged glances. Edlin, drunk, burped and said slowly, Who will be the referee? August was about to rise when Kyra suddenly flashed past, leaping gracefully from the high platform to land elegantly in the center of the arena. Her dark purple cloak fluttered in the wind, her imposing figure cutting a beautiful curve under the sunlight. I, Kyra, a 3-star beast-taming mage, will serve as the referee for this match. Her voice was clear and decisive, echoing throughout the plaza. The combatants are probationary beast-taming Hunter Vaughn and Drillmaster Rundler. Vaughn showed no emotion. He reached for the spirit beast ball at his waist and swung it gently, causing a sudden burst of light. As the light faded, the Eddy appeared, standing majestically on the arena. It was stronger than a month ago, its blood-red mane reflecting the fire like burning flames. With every muscle taut and filled with strength, its front paw slammed down, and the hard rock beneath it cracked under its claw. He's using a juvenile little fire lion to challenge the Drillmaster? How absurd. The Drillmaster uses a growth phase spirit beast. This is almost suicidal. The hunters' voices grew louder, but Vaughn remained calm and composed, his gaze cool. Instructor Maxine slowly extended his right hand, and beast-taming runes emerged on the back of it. As the runes lit up, fire elements in the air rapidly gathered, forming a massive figure on the platform. It was a fire lion, flame lion, even more robust than the Eddy. Its crimson gold fur shone brilliantly under the sunlight, with intense fire elements constantly converging around it. Mayanko, the temperature soar. When the flame lion took a step forward, the flames in its mane burned more fiercely, as if ready to ignite the surrounding air. The crowd erupted instantly. Is that really a flame lion? It's over, Vaughn is doomed. This is the evolved form of Little Fire Lion. A flame lion and a Little Fire Lion aren't on the same level. The Eddy has no chance of winning. This battle has no suspense left. Roar. The flame lion let out an earth-shattering roar, powerful aura sweeping across the field. The intangible pressure from a higher being pressed down on the Eddy like a mountain. The Eddy felt its body stiffen, unable to move. Vaughn's heart sank. He could feel the Eddy's struggle and pain. But at this moment, the Eddy turned its head with difficulty, Yanko at Vaughn with firm determination, revealing unyielding spirit in its eyes. Don't worry, brother. I can win. Roar. Then it roared fiercely, Yanko free from the flame lion's bloodline suppression. The Eddy took a step forward, assuming a fighting stance, its eyes flashing with burning fighting spirit. The majestic and dominant demeanor was evident. The flame lion slightly lowered its proud head, its scorching eyes flickering towards the nearby Eddy for the first time. Its golden eyes were still cold and arrogant, the corner of its mouth curling with a hint of ridicule. The two lions faced off on the platform, their flames and fighting spirits intertwining. At this moment, it had reached its peak. This scene instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire field, with the hunters showing surprise and excitement on their faces. To actually break free from the flame lion's suppression. Such spirit from this little fire lion. Even the hunters who had previously belittled them now showed signs of surprise. Some even began cheering for the Eddy. Cheering and shouts echoed through the entire plaza, bringing the atmosphere to its climax. Kyra loudly announced, "Both spirit beasts are in position. I will bear witness for all of you. Little Fire Lion versus Flame Lion. The beast-taming duel begins." Chapter 48 Fire versus Fire. The billy suddenly exerted its strength. Flames burned continuously in the crimson golden mane, Mayenko, it looked like a blazing inferno as it rapidly charged toward the flame lion. The flame lion sneered coldly, with a hint of disdain in its golden pupils. It lunged forward to meet the billy head-on, with flames surrounding its body growing more vigorous, as if trying to completely engulf its opponent. Seeing this, Braden immediately warned, "Don't clash head-on, attack with agility." As the two fire lions drew closer, the billy dodged swiftly to avoid the collision. It quickly turned around, opened its mouth, and spat out a scorching fireball that flew straight at the flame lion. The fireball left a dazzling crimson arc in midair, moving at incredible speed, almost hitting its target. At this moment, the flame lion slowly turned around. A layer of scorching flame shield burned around it, quickly covering its entire body. Upon colliding with the shield, the fireball exploded instantly. The huge explosion shook the surroundings, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The lingering shockwaves stirred up dust, causing the flame lion to squint slightly. It furrowed its brow, with intense flames suddenly gathering deep in its throat. A much larger and hotter fireball shot out suddenly, heading straight for the billy. The billy dodged swiftly, narrowly avoiding the attack. The fireball exploded not far from it, causing the fire elements on stage to fluctuate wildly. The battle gradually became intense, with neither of the spirit beasts giving in, the sounds of explosions and roars echoing on the arena. The flame lion stood calmly in place, relying on its flame shield to block the billy's attacks one after another. The billy avoided the flame lion's attacks through agile movements and using various rock obstacles in the terrain. The billy constantly recalled what Braden had said before the match. When fighting a growth stage spirit beast, you must conserve your strength and save the magic power within your body. Use an unexpected move to win at critical moments and catch it off guard. Several scorching fireballs shot towards the billy successively. It moved skillfully, continuously dodging. Actually, it was quietly changing its position, slowly getting closer to the flame lion. The scorching fireballs hitting the rocky ground caused violent explosions. Debris mixed with lava splashing out from cracks scattered, occasionally leaving a wound on the billy. Braden urged anxiously, "Hold steady. Be careful when dodging." As the distance grew shorter, the flame lion spat out several fireballs at once. These fireballs were faster, with peculiar trajectories, some aiming at the billy's landing spots. Tension built in every muscle of the billy's body as it leaped repeatedly, barely dodging several fireballs. Just as it prepared to gather strength again, it felt a restriction on its hind legs. Turning its head abruptly, it discovered that its two hind legs were entangled by flame chains resembling iron chains without notice. Braden was startled, realizing that there was something wrong with the previous fireballs. He then noticed that the intensity and speed of the earlier fireballs had changed significantly. It turned out that the flame chains were hidden within these fireballs. Old energy depleted, new energy not replenished. The billy tried hard to shake off the flame chain's bindings by swinging its legs, but in vain. The fireballs in midair fell down like raindrops constantly. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously, leaving only firelight and smoke on the arena. The audience fell silent instantly, hunters holding their breaths, staring intently at the arena. Braden's breathing quickened, filled with worry. Suddenly, the figure of the billy leaped out of the smoke and dust, its flame shield shattered in midair. Roar! It let out a roar, with flames burning fiercely around its body. The dense fire elements in the area condensed towards the billy continuously. In the next moment, the billy transformed into a searing crimson flame torrent, shooting towards the flame lion. Flame collision. Seeing this, the flame lion hastily released a flame barrier. However, upon contact, the barrier shattered like glass. The flame lion was hit and flew back, smashing heavily into the fire pool behind. The crowd's emotions surged instantly, emitting exclamations. Is the flame lion alright? Cheating. This is outright cheating. This is too strong. Did the billy just win? However, Braden remained solemn. That flame collision just now probably consumed a large amount of the billy's magic power, which enabled it to shatter the flame barrier instantly. Just as he thought, the billy felt dizzy, swaying slightly, clearly showing the adverse reaction of overusing magic power at once. At this moment, Blaintooth sneered coldly, his voice icy. So this is the result of a month's training? Just this level? Braden's brows furrowed, feeling increasingly uneasy. As he spoke, the fire pool started to churn violently. The flame lion's figure gradually emerged from the scorching fire pool. Under the protection of its flame shield, it slowly walked out of the fire pool. The battle wasn't over. The flames surrounding the flame lion still burned fiercely. Apart from some extra dust on its mane, there were no severe injuries. Braden's pupils constricted. It was hit by a flame collision, yet it didn't get hurt. This scene made him realize the flame lion's power. Mayenko his heart even heavier. The flame lion stared straight at the billy, with intense fury burning in its golden eyes. Roar! It let out a deafening roar that shook the entire arena, as if it were thunder strienko a mountain. Its roar was filled with arrogance and rage. As if an arrogant monarch had been provocatively challenged by a lowly commoner, its anger flared to its peak instantly. The flame lion was thoroughly enraged. The billy felt the dizziness growing worse, but remained undeterred in its fighting spirit. Facing the pressure from a superior, it showed no fear and fiercely attacked the enemy. However, the flame lion seemed to have seen through everything. It skillfully avoided the billy's attack and counterattacked. Its sharp claws, carrying blazing flames, slashed sharply across the billy's side. A flash of fire illuminated the air, spreading the smell of burnt flesh. Blood spurted out along with flames, and the billy let out a low growl in pain. Losing its balance, it fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to support itself, The exhaustion in its eyes and wobbling body clearly showed it had reached its limit. Braden's heart tightened. Billy, Blainetooth spoke coldly. Do you really think your small actions went unnoticed? Do you really think the captain is foolish and doesn't know what you're doing? The various traces left in the underground cave and the fragments of specific materials. Any experienced beastmaster would recognize this as an evolution ritual. Although the final evolution failed, I still don't understand what urgency you were feeling. Someone like you, with so many questionable points, I cannot let into the hunter team. The instructor paused for a moment, then continued. But since August trusts you, I'm willing to give you another month. Because only this way can completely dispel your obsession. At least now, you're not qualified to become a real hunter. Braden clenched his fists tightly, his face pale, but he didn't respond. On the arena, the flame lion had gained a decisive advantage, playing with the billy like a cat with a mouse. Every slash of its claws left new wounds on the billy's body. Claw wind carried blazing flames, tearing through the billy's skin and flesh. Blood splattering on the volcanic rock of the arena, staining it crimson red. The billy grew weaker, its steps slowing down gradually. Gradually, it was forced to the edge of the fire pool. With the flame lion's final all-out strike, the billy was slammed into the fire pool. A burst of commotion erupted among the hunters in the audience. Some gasped in shock, others worried. The billy has fallen into the fire pool. This time, the billy might not make it. How dare this little flame lion challenge the billy? It's ridiculous. The flame lion is indeed stronger. Blainetooth said coldly. Surrender, Braden. However, Braden stood still, slowly exhaling the stagnant air in his chest, and firmly replied. The billy said he could win. I believe in my partner. At that moment, the flames on the arena began to surge violently. All the fire elements seemed to be drawn toward the fire pool, rushing there swiftly. The temperature on the entire field rose sharply, as if the rocks around were ignited by the flames, enveloped by intense heat waves. The hunters below felt something amiss and looked towards the fire pool. Inside the fire pool, the lava started to churn fiercely, flames surging upwards constantly. That's the billy, one of the hunters exclaimed. Suddenly, a deep roar came from within the fire pool. Then, the billy slowly walked out of the fire pool, eyes fearless, Lienko at the flame lion not far away. Your flames are indeed strong. It paused slightly, imagining the image of the obscure flame lion. I've experienced even hotter flames. A fire of this level can't defeat me. Just as it finished Spienko, a dazzling flame barrier enveloped the billy's body. Each step it took was accompanied by hot fire elements flooding into its body. Its mane burned even more vigorously, its form growing larger in the blazing flames. All the fire elements in the air converged madly around it. Mayenko, the entire arena's flames subservient to it. The billy was evolving. Seeing this, Braden finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with unhidden joy and anticipation. Finally evolved, enveloped in the fiery blaze, the billy's form became increasingly luminous and magnificent. The flames circled its head like a crown. The fire elements seemed to follow its will, endlessly reshaping its very essence of life. In an instant, the evolution was complete. The little flame lion had evolved into a flame lion. Braden said in a deep voice, Billy, let's continue the battle. We will never lose. The billy nodded. All right, brother. Chapter 49 Afterglow. The billy slowly stepped out of the fire pit. At this moment, it was no longer the somewhat immature young fire lion, but had evolved into a true Yanko of fire lions. A flame lion. Its body had undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming several times more robust than before. Its muscles were even more developed, with each inch of flesh containing incomparable strength. Ordinary flame lions have manes of vermilion gold, but the billy's mane carried an extra shade of dark crimson, like scorching lava harboring madness beneath. This was clearly due to long-term consumption and the addition of mad blood in the evolution secret formula. Compared to the flame lion on the arena, not only was it much larger in size, but its aura also appeared more formidable. The air around it became even hotter because of its presence. The previously arrogant flame lion now bore a more serious expression, its eyes gradually replacing disdain with caution. Its body took a slight step back, the flames among its mane flickering. Clearly, what had once been dismissive of everything, now felt a substantial threat. Below the arena, the hunters stood agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. It actually evolved. This is simply miraculous. Brayenko threw and evolving during a match. I've never heard of such a thing. Heaven, he won't really win, will he? Gerhard stood dumbfounded at the end of the line. His eyes were wide open, rooted to the spot, unable to believe what he saw. Just seconds ago, he had regretted betting on the billy, inwardly cursing his impulsiveness. But now, a smile gradually spread across his face, overwhelming joy welling up inside him. It actually evolved. Oh heavens, this is going to be a huge win. Gerhard laughed happily, unable to contain his excitement. Castor, in the front row, looked at Willis with admiration. He had seen the billy fall into the fire pit, and then successfully evolve, stepping out as if from a dreamlike sequence. The billy actually evolved. How did Willis raise it? He's indeed very powerful. Castor's gaze shimmered, filled with respect. The captains on the high platform were also stunned by the scene. Stuart sobered up considerably, disbelief written all over his face. I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but it really did evolve. Incredible. August smiled slightly, his gaze filled with gratification and approval. The billy proudly said, Brother, am I handsome? Willis breathed a sigh of relief, extending his thumb. Handsome. Very handsome. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly, recalling the situation a week ago. Brother, I might be evolving. What? How do you know that? Just a feeling, maybe soon. Even though the evolution ritual in the cave had been interrupted, the Billy had absorbed all the characteristics and magic of the materials. It lacked only an opportunity to fully complete its evolution, for its essence to undergo transformation. Over the past week, it and Alvin had been practicing continuously, searching for this opportunity, yet it always seemed just out of reach. Now, it had finally arrived. Willis continued, "End the battle quickly." "Okay, brother, I'll finish it right away." The Billy let out a low roar, its entire body engulfed in more intense flames. The flame lion tensed up, adopting a fighting stance, finally facing its opponent seriously. It lunged forward first, attack Yanko with claws wreathed in searing flames aimed straight at the Billy. The Billy met it head-on, countering with even stronger claws. The two pairs of fiery claws clashed in midair, sending sparks flying and releasing a wave of intense heat. Though the flame lion attacked fiercely, the Billy moved even faster. Its eyes could barely keep up with the Billy's movements, relying only on instinct for defense, gradually falling into a passive position. Within moments, the flame lion was forced to retreat repeatedly. Enraged, it suddenly spat out several large fireballs straight at the Billy. The Billy did not dodge, instead opening its mouth to spew out a fireball even hotter than the flame lion's. The two fireballs collided midair, creating a thunderous explosion that sent flames flying in all directions, the fire elements surging like a tidal wave. The Billy's fireball was clearly more powerful, causing the flame lion to start getting injured and gain a disadvantage. With every clash, the Billy dominated overwhelmingly. The flame lion's fur was burned black, its eyes filled with fury and defiance. Unable to bear the anger, roar, realizing it was being comprehensively suppressed, the flame lion let out a deafening roar. It gathered the surrounding fire elements intensely, scorching flames condensing in its mouth, then spewed them out with all its might. Scarlet flame breath. The searing flame seemed capable of incinerating everything, rushing directly toward the Billy. Willis said coldly, "Let's use the crimson flame breath as well. End the battle." "Got it, big brother." The Billy also condensed a massive flame in its mouth, releasing it with full force. The two streams of flames collided in midair, bursting into blinding firelight. After a moment of deadlock, the Billy's flame gradually gained the upper hand, completely suppressing the flame lion's attack. Finally, the flame lion was completely swallowed by the crimson flame breath. As the smoke cleared, the flame lion could no longer stand, collapsing directly on the arena floor, unconscious. Emery stepped forward, surveying the area before announcing, "The flame lion has lost consciousness. The victors are Willis and the Billy." For a moment, the entire venue fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. "He won. He actually won. So powerful. The Billy is too strong. How did he raise it? I have to ask for advice later." The Billy stood quietly in the center of the arena, over Yanko, everything below. Its crimson mane flickered like flames under the firelight. Scorching heat radiated from its body, as if the entire arena were within its control. Its sharp eyes swept over the crowd, exuding an overwhelming confidence and strength. "Roar!" The Billy roared skyward, its voice like rolling thunder, proclaiming its victory. The aura of Yankoship was evident. "Billy! Billy! Billy!" No one knew who started it, but the hunters' shouts grew louder, gradually turning into a wave of excitement. Everyone fervently chanted the Billy's name, especially the apprentice hunters, as if the Billy's victory reignited their long-dormant hopes. This was not just a regular victory. It was the first time in Fangtusk Fortress that an apprentice hunter defeated an instructor, earning the qualifications of a licensed beastmaster. This day was destined to be recorded in the Hunter Guild's archives, becoming a topic of discussion for future generations of hunters. The Fangtusk instructor retrieved the flame lion, showing no sign of anger, but appearing calm. He walked slowly to Willis, nodding slightly. "I lost. Congratulations, Willis, on obtaining the qualification to become a licensed beastmaster." "But," the instructor paused, his voice turning somber, "I will always be watching you from behind. Remember that." Willis nodded slowly, his gaze firm. "I will." As the sun set, the fevered atmosphere remained unbroken. The hunters continued to train with heightened enthusiasm, all hoping their spirit beasts could defeat instructors like Willis's and become official beastmasters. Willis disliked the noise and quietly withdrew from the bustling crowd, returning to the outpost. He lay on the grass in front of the outpost, a stem of foxtail grass between his lips, gazing at the Sinyanko sun in the sky. Golden afterglow spread across the horizon, illuminating his face, while a gentle breeze brought a sense of peace. The Billy stood quietly beside him, its muscular frame now surpassing Willis's. Willis wished to hold the Billy in his arms as usual, but now, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Now so big, how am I supposed to hold you?" The Billy obediently lay down, lowering its head to let Willis lean against it. Willis simply lay on the Billy's belly, feeling its warmth, gradually relaxing. "Big brother, did we really win?" The Billy's voice carried both excitement and uncertainty. Willis looked up at the fading sunset, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. "Yes, we won." Gradually, stars rose in the night sky, their twinkling lights casting shadows on the man and the lion. The surroundings were tranquil, only the rustling of the wind through the grass broke the silence. Man and beast enjoyed this moment of peace and warmth. Suddenly, an eerie purple flame ignited without warning in the air. At that moment, a long-forgotten, repulsive laugh echoed in his mind. Xenon's voice was sinister and excited, filled with mockery. "The second trial begins now. All beastmasters, please prepare yourselves." Chapter 50 Re-entry into the Secret Realm. Willis's eyes widened. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished as he snapped awake. He cursed under his breath. No way. Why now of all times? Though utterly exhausted, the eerie methods of the Lord allowed no moment for laxity. He quickly got up and softly roused the Billy beside him. Billy, return to the spirit beast orb. The Billy wore a most reluctant face, but immediately sensed the urgency upon seeing Willis's grave expression. Willis promptly recalled the Billy into the spirit beast orb and hurriedly put on his night attire. Immediately after, the sight before him darkened abruptly, and he vanished from the spot. When his senses returned, he had already arrived back at the round table hall. The massive stone round table stood there just as it always had, seemingly unchanged through time. A light mist hovered in the hall's air, ghostly shadows flitting about, and figures gradually appeared in the high-backed chairs. The expressions among them varied but evidently carried more calmness and stability compared to the last time. Edwin the elf was the first to break the silence. His long ears twitched with a hint of helplessness in his tone. I was clearly staying in the Holy Spring Hall all along, surrounded by multiple layers of defensive magic arrays. Who would have thought I'd still end up here? A dwarf nearby sneered. Humph, maybe it's because your elven magic arrays are too frail. Just like your bows and arrows. They look good, but are not practical, lack Yanko quality. Edwin retorted with a cold laugh. Felix, blacksmithing is probably the only pride of you dwarves? You bring this up every time. Sadly, even if you hammer iron day and night, you won't forge a bit of grace or wisdom. Elven bows might not suit dwarves. Archery requires precision and skill, far different from the brute strength you've been using to swing hammers underground all year. Felix's brows instantly knitted together, his anger surging as he snapped. Grace? Can your so-called grace withstand swords and blades? Don't forget that weapons forged by the dwarves are renowned across the continent, each hammer capable of shattering those fragile Luyanko, yet delicate elven bows. Edwin smiled mockyankily, disdain clear in his eyes. Shatter? Well, an uncivilized barbaric race knows nothing but destruction. Elven weapons value lightness and accuracy, far beyond the clumsy forging skills of yours. Who knows, you might lose control of your hammer quite often, don't you? Felix's beard quivered in rage, his face flushed red. We dwarves never drop our hammers. It's your elves who might find it funny if you accidentally fall out of a tree. Edwin shrugged indifferently, calmly retorting. If your dwarves could climb trees, perhaps you wouldn't always be circling around underground. Mariana sighed, ignoring the bickering duo, turning to assess Willis beside her. She was dressed in an exquisite pale blue mage robe that accentuated her slender figure. The robe cascaded like a waterfall, its cuffs spreading out naturally like blooming flowers. Mayenko her resembled a blue rose blossoming in the morning dew. Seeming to sense something, her sparkling large eyes blinked continuously. Suddenly, she leaned slowly toward Willis, inhaling deeply. Willis was caught off guard by the sudden closeness, his face flushing unnaturally as he froze stiffly in place. TT that. What is it? T2 close. Only then did Mariana realize how nearly pressed against Willis she was. She hastily retreated, cheeks slightly red, returning to her seat. Across from them, the pointy-eared elf and bearded dwarf had ceased their argument some time ago, now watching them both with wicked grins. Edwin's lips curled upward slightly, while Felix's beard quivered again, mumbling under his breath. Mariana cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment, then spoke. Have you practiced earth elemental body strengthening? Willis was somewhat surprised. How do you know? Mariana's eyes gleamed with intelligence as she answered confidently. A thin layer of earth elements envelopes your body, with faint lightning elemental fluctuations. Such phenomena only appear when one practices body strengthening techniques. And your innate spirit beast should possess the attribute of lightning, right? Willis stood dumbfounded. Impressive, you're absolutely right. Beast tamers can perceive dense elemental energies in the air, but such meticulous probing as Mariana's was exceedingly rare. Willis praised, truly befitting a beast tamer mage. Mariana smiled brightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Elemental sensing is the very first lesson at the academy. But, she paused, suddenly remembering something, feeling a little awkward. Sorry, I didn't mean to say so much. These are all bad habits cultivated in the academy. For a beast tamer, probing another spirit beast is a big taboo. Willis smiled and replied, it's fine. Didn't we agree on intelligence sharing long ago? These things aren't exactly secrets. Besides, don't we all know that Felix's intrinsic spirit beast is a flame lizard? Felix's face showed surprise. What? Did I say it myself? When? Willis helplessly spread his hands. Right when you exchanged for the flame snail. Felix's voice unnaturally rose a few notes. What? Even the flame snail you know about? Everyone looked at him simultaneously, feeling speechless. Luyanko at his long beard and weathered face. It was hard to guess his age just from appearance. Willis whispered, do dwarves also have dementia? Edwin nodded slowly. There should be. Felix laughed loudly. Haha, I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, I remember. After a moment, he became serious, Luyanko solemnly at Willis. But I still give you this advice. Now you've contracted 2 different attribute spirit beasts. If you want to contract the little fire lion next, that will make 3 elements, lightning, rock, and fire. It's best not to increase other attribute spirit beasts, or it will cause chaos in the magic power of your spirit beast space. Edwin nodded. Indeed. At least before becoming a high-level beast tamer, try to keep the elements in your spirit beast space pure. Otherwise, advancement will be more difficult later on. Willis nodded. Yes, I'll pay attention. As for having 2 spirit beast spaces, Willis did not plan to reveal it, not at least now. After all, his father's beast-taming notes instructed him to keep it a secret. And for certain powerful entities like the church, 2 spirit beast spaces were inherently forbidden. Just then, the entire hall was suddenly enveloped in thick fog, bone-chillingly cold. The vague mist instantly swallowed their figures, with various shadows floating in the air. Giants roaring, dragons bellowing, spirit beasts raging. These images flashed by. Before anyone could react further, the mist vanished abruptly, revealing 4 figures sitting in the chairs. They looked surprised and dazed, still immersed in the grand battle between extraordinary beings and legendary spirit beasts, utterly shocked, as if they were new arrivals in the labyrinth's secret realm like Willis had been. What the hell kind of place is this? The bald man roared angrily, his tone full of rage and dissatisfaction. Covered in blood, he held a wooden wine cup, with a longsword casually leaning against his chair. The smell of blood mixed with a strong alcohol odor permeated the surroundings, clearly indicating he had just gone through a fight. Beside him sat an even more robust man, glaring fiercely. His upper body was bare, covered in various strange tattoos, his skin unnaturally flushed. He gripped a massive battle axe tightly in his hand. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Willis's dark red left arm for a moment. Then he shifted his eyes to the dwarf and elf, full of caution. On the other side sat a plainly Yanko woman with slightly pointed ears, but not as sharp as Edwin's, indicating some elven blood. She wore coarse linen clothing, with an apron tied around her waist, appearing like a servant from a noble household. At that moment, she nervously touched the dagger in her bosom, her hands trembling, trying to hide her fear. Seeing no one paying him any attention, the bald man's anger grew, exchanging glances with the robust man beside him. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to the slender man next to him. What the hell are you staring at? He roared and lifted his giant sword, swinging it toward the slender man. The slender man didn't resist, but nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding the lethal strike. However, in the next instant, a violent bolt of lightning struck from the ceiling, directly hitting the bald man. With a piercing scream, he turned black from the strike and fell to the ground, motionless, dead. Round Table Hall, fighting is strictly prohibited. Violators will be annihilated. The Lord's eerie voice echoed again in the air, purple mist rising, a terrifying monstrous head slowly appearing. The Lord continued, "Welcome to the new king's secret realm. I am the Lord of this labyrinth. A new trial is about to begin. Beast tamers, prepare yourselves." Dead. Just like that, he's dead. Willis sucked in a breath, feeling icy cold inside. In that moment, everyone experienced the terror of this secret realm, especially Willis and his companions, who felt the dread and inscrutability of the Lord more acutely. The half-elf woman burst into tears upon seeing this, but she covered her mouth with her hand, emitting no sound, understanding enough to evoke pity. A flash of anger crossed Clea's eyes, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. She hurriedly cast a first-level spell, Calming Touch, and the soft magical power gradually soothed the woman's agitation. "It's okay now, calm down," Clea whispered gently in reassurance. The half-elf woman trembled as she asked, "Please, where are we? I was clearly still tidying up the lady's bed just now. How did I end up here?" The 2 others nearby sat quietly in their seats, their brows revealing the same bewilderment. Clea exchanged glances with her companions, and seeing everyone nod, she spoke slowly. "As you heard just now, this is a labyrinth secret realm. The labyrinth lord will soon assign us new trials. Completing tasks earns corresponding points. Afterward, exchange privileges will be opened for rewards. Time is short. I suggest we exchange some information about each other." Before the half-elf woman could ask further, the robust man beside her spoke first. "Indeed, only cooperation can increase our chances of survival in the labyrinth's secret realm. My name is Barkley, a 2-star beast tamer." The slender man in black robes also nodded. "I'm Hemlock, a 2-star beast tamer." The half-elf woman forced down her fear. "My name is Mona. My intrinsic spirit beast is just an ordinary black cat. Your Excellencies, if possible, please help me." For a moment, everyone was speechless, and the hall fell into a brief silence. Willis thought to himself, her intrinsic spirit beast is actually just an ordinary black cat. She must be a servant from a noble family who, after opening her spirit beast space, forcibly contracted an ordinary spirit beast with no cultivation value. Hearing this, Clea's eyes flashed with anger before she comforted her softly. "Don't worry, the first trial won't be too difficult. As long as you stay close to us, you have a good chance of surviving." Just then, the Lord's eerie voice echoed again in the hall. "The trial begins. I am here to witness all." Chapter 51, New Trial. As soon as the Lord finished Spianko, darkness enveloped the hall. The air was filled with a powerful oppressive force. Instinctively Mayenko, everyone hold their breath. Nico felt he had lost all perception. The surroundings were silent like an abyss, slowly devouring his senses. In the next moment, light reappeared and gradually spread. By the time his vision returned, Nico found himself in a dilapidated camp in the wild. The wind howled fiercely, stinging faces. The surroundings were desolate, with tattered tents swaying in the wind, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. Charred wooden stakes were scattered on the ground, which was covered with mud and fresh red bloodstains, silently narrating the slaughter and death that had occurred here. Nico frowned, alert to his surroundings. Before he could fully adapt to this sudden change, a fierce shout of battle came from behind him, deafening. "There are humans here. Kill him." Nico quickly turned around and saw a group of humanoid creatures surrounding Christian not far away. Those creatures were robust, with green faces and fangs. Their swollen eyes flickered with murderous intent, just like beasts in hunting. They wore crude iron armor, with exposed muscles covered in gruesome scars, holding huge axes toward Christian. Their well-developed upper body muscles tense due to fury. Mayenko one feels suffocated. Are these orcs? Nico wondered somewhat uncertainly. There is still one here. The orcs discovered Nico's trail, their twisted lips slightly curled into cruel smiles. Holding various heavy weapons, they roared and charged at him. Nico's eyes grew stern, swiftly drawing the broadsword from his waist. The blade glinted under the sunlight, appearing exceptionally sharp. A coarse iron broad axe slashed towards him, but its clumsy motion was easily seen through by Nico. He shifted his foot slightly, effortlessly avoiding the attack of the broad axe, while his sword cut across the orc's body, bringing up a streak of blood. The roar was instantly replaced by a scream of pain. The bulky body fell into the mud, motionless. However, before Nico could catch his breath, more bellowing arose, with 4 or 5 orcs rushing over again. With a cold snort, he threw out the spirit beast ball. Accompanied by a low roar, Billy leaped out of the light, landing steadily on all fours. Roar! Billy's golden mane danced with the wind, with fiery determination burning in its eyes. The orc's momentum was instantly suppressed, all feeling the pressure from the flame lion. They became even more enraged, roaring and vowing to tear both man and lion into pieces. Without a word, Nico and Billy worked together seamlessly. They protected each other's blind spots, forming an unbreakable defense line. Nico held the broadsword, every strike precise, his sword cutting through the air, leaving trails of blood. Billy was even more ferocious, suddenly pouncing forward. Its flame-entangled claws tearing apart an orc's throat, blood spraying and dyeing its golden mane red. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, whistling sounds abruptly sounded. Arrows rained down, accurately piercing into vital spots of the orcs. Edwinal stood on a nearby platform, gracefully pulling back the bowstring. Each arrow carried strong wind elements, roaring out and leaving afterimages in the air. The wind-splitting arrows were swift, Strienko straight into the throats and hearts of the orcs, killing them instantly. The orcs had no resistance against his arrows, falling one after another, emitting desperate cries. Suddenly, Nico heard a woman's crying nearby. Turning, he saw Mona curled up beside a pile of old wooden crates, with several orcs closing in on her. In emergency, Nico's heart tightened, quickly mobilizing the magic power within the Crimson Blood domain. Raging magical power surged wildly, spreading throughout his body. Rock body strengthening technique activated. As the technique ran, a faint white glow gradually emerged on his surface. Like an unbreakable rock armor, it covered his skin. The strength of flesh and blood kept increasing, the flow of vitality continuously surging, as if boundless power poured into his limbs and body. His combat style transformed from agile evasion to brutal brute force attacks. At this moment, 3 sword edges struck from different directions simultaneously, so fast and heavy that they could easily cleave through refined iron. Nico swiftly identified the attack trajectories, lightly tapping the ground, spinning his body like a whirlwind, swinging his sword abruptly. The broadsword sliced through the air, causing a sharp wind sound, instantly dodging a blow aimed at his head. At the same time, his sword tip stabbed accurately into the neck of one orc. Blood gushed forth, and the orc's head instantly rolled off, its lifeless body collapsing. Bang! An orc's sword edge hit Nico's body, producing a dull thud. Under the rock body strengthening technique, the sword blade only left a shallow scratch on his skin. It couldn't penetrate any deeper. Nico didn't pause for a moment. Relying on the powerful defense brought by the technique, he swept backward with his sword, killing the remaining 2 orcs in one stroke. His movements were fluid and smooth, like a fierce storm, leaving the orcs powerless to retaliate. The crude iron broadsword fell helplessly from their hands, along with their lives. Billy flame charge. Sure thing, bro. Billy charged forward, turning into a blazing fireball that collided forcefully with the orcs ahead. Accompanied by cries of agony, the orcs were thrown violently to the sides by the intense flames. The acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and the ghastly cries echoed across the battlefield. Nico's gaze was sharp. Tayenko advantage of the moment Billy tore through the enemy's defenses. He swiftly moved forward. The cold wind followed the path of his sword as it aimed straight for the orcs surrounding Mona. In just a few seconds, the orcs surrounding Mona fell one by one, their blood staining the ground red. Mona's eyes widened in terror, her face etched with fear. Her eyes revealed an uncontrollable panic, as if she was entirely consumed by fear. She curled up on the ground, gripping her dagger tightly, her body stiff and almost immobile. It's all right now, you're safe, Nico whispered, while Yanko over to Mona and gently placing his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. She finally snapped out of her panic, tears streaming down her face. Though still shaken, she knew she was safe. Thank you, my lord. I thought I wouldn't survive. It's okay, Nico comforted her softly. He understood how desperate and helpless an ordinary person would feel in such dire circumstances. The flames around Billy gradually extinguished as it slowly returned to Nico's side. Instinctively, it shook off the bloodstains in its fur, a few drops of fresh blood splattering from its mane. Great job. Billy, are you injured? Hee, no problem, bro, completely unharmed. Billy replied with a smile, then proudly hopped a couple of times, seemingly full of boundless energy. Nico smiled and patted Billy's head, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Edwinal and Christian had also finished off the remaining orcs, and everyone regrouped. Edwinal turned his head slightly to glance at Nico, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your rock body strengthening technique has already reached proficiency instead of just novice? To advance so much in a month is rare, even among elves. Moreover, Little Fire Lion evolved into a flame lion in such a short time. How did you manage this? Nico grinned and nodded. Well, I've been diligently training for a month. Getting stronger is expected. As for how I cultivate it, let's just say it's a family secret, not to be shared. Edwinal raised an eyebrow skeptically. Family secret? That sounds like something a goblin might say before trying to scam someone. You don't have goblin blood, do you? Nico retorted angrily. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a goblin as handsome as me? Edwinal was momentarily stunned, carefully examining Nico up and down before as Yanko earnestly. Well, are you handsome? Nico could barely contain his rage, almost losing composure. Damn long-eared elf. Chapter 52. Main Mission 1. A month to reach proficiency in body tempering. Christian repeated the conversation of the two in his mind. Though he stood quietly on the side, his eyes were full of solemnity, and his vigilance towards Braden increased further. Braden looked around but didn't see the figures of his other companions. Probably just like before, everyone was transported to different positions, he speculated. At this moment, dark purple flames appeared out of nowhere in midair, instantly igniting the surrounding air. Accompanied by the rising flames, the strange and low voice of the Lord echoed in everyone's ears. Following the prophecy of the Black Dragon, the Orcish beasts from the Demon Pit are marching toward Long Eagle Fort in Dragonbone Village, slaughtering all living things along the way. You are Knights of the Long Eagle Knights stationed here, ambushed by an Orc Scout team, suffering heavy losses with only 1 in 10 surviving. The Shadow Sect has secretly spread the faith of the Black Dragon within the castle, leading to the death of many ignorant civilians. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly turned grim, and the atmosphere became heavy as if even breathing had become stifling. Main Mission 1. Break through the Orc Scouts' blockade and successfully return to Long Eagle Fort. A successful completion will reward each person with 60 points. If you fail to break through the encirclement, a deduction of 20 points per missing person will be made. Side Mission 1. Play the role you have been assigned without arousing suspicion. A completed mission rewards 10 points. Failing the task incurs no punishment. The dark purple flames gradually dissipated, and the voice of the Lord also disappeared, as if it had never existed. Edwinal twitched his long ears and slowly said, "The difficulty of this mission has escalated too quickly. Last time we only had to deal with beast-taming knights. Now we have to break through the blockade of Orc Scouts. What is the Lord Thinyanko?" Braden also felt something was amiss. But as the image of the Lord's mock Yanko face flashed before his eyes, he suddenly found that everything wasn't so hard to understand. Braden said, "There's no time to waste. Let's hurry back to Long Eagle Fort." Everyone nodded in agreement, preparing to set off. Christian's beast-taming rune on his right arm flashed with dazzling light. Soon after, a huge buffalo appeared in front of everyone. This buffalo was robust, with exceptionally developed muscles carved as if by a knife. Its eyes glowed with a dark red light, and its large, sharp horns pointed skyward, ready to pierce any enemy who dared block its path. The buffalo radiated intense heat, harboring tremendous physical strength within its body. With each heavy breath, the surrounding air trembled slightly, producing waves of hot steam. Braden felt a wave of heat rushing towards him and hurriedly pulled down the visor on his helmet. Data about the buffalo flowed across the visor. Brute Force Buffalo, Wasteland Beast Type, Juvenile Spiritual Beast. Bloodline Level, Common. Attribute, Strength. Spiritual Beast Skills, Brutal Charge, Plowing Horn Thrust, Blood Rush. Overall Evaluation, a purely Strength attribute Wasteland Type Spiritual Beast with powerful explosive force and impact. Average Endurance, Astonishing Appetite. Eating its flesh can significantly enhance the blood chi of a beast tamer. Brute Force Buffalo, not bad, Braden commented inwardly. Edwinal also took out a spiritual beast ball from his waist, flicked his wrist, and tossed it onto the ground. With a gust of wind, a tall deer-like spiritual beast appeared before everyone. It was covered with short, emerald green fur, its muscle lines distinct and powerful, exuding vibrant vitality. Its eyes were like clear crystals, radiating steady and sharp light. A massive pair of antlers stood proudly atop its head, wrapped with thick wind elements. With each breath, the air around seemed to flow faster. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a refreshing and invigorating sensation, as if the power of nature was gathering around it. Giant Hornwind Deer, Ancient Beast Type, Elemental Type, Adult Spiritual Beast. Bloodline Level, Rare. Attributes, Wind, Strength. Spiritual Beast Skills, Wind Step, Wild Wind Horn, Agile Leap. Overall Evaluation, a rare Ancient Type Spiritual Beast. Possessing dual attributes of wind and strength, it is extremely fast and skilled in using wind element skills for long-range attacks, while also having powerful physical strength. Braden praised. An ancient type spiritual beast, indeed befitting an elf. This depth is impressive. Just as he finished Spianko, Billy stepped forward, glaring at the giant hornwind deer with a look of displeasure, full of hostility. The giant hornwind deer seemed somewhat timid, lowering its head to avoid Billy's gaze, turning slightly to one side. All right. Braden chuckled, Stroyanko Billy's head, then leapt onto its back. He inwardly sighed with relief. Thankfully Billy has evolved, giving us reliable transportation for this journey. If I really rode Alvin clumsy, it would probably make a thunderous noise all the way. In that case, there would be no need for orc scouts to investigate. I would expose my position myself. Kathy hurried over, carrying a trace of anxiety and unease, and said anxiously, please don't leave me behind. Although I have little combat ability, I can do some odd jobs. Christian snorted disdainfully, a flash of disdain in his eyes. This kind of baggage will only slow us down. Keeping her will only cause trouble. Braden silently assessed his own strength. Finyanko that bringing Kathy wouldn't be too much of a burden. Even if the situation became critical, he could call out Alvin Clumsy to dig through the ground and break out. Then, he exchanged glances with Edwinal, seeing no objections from him. He finally said, Kathy, you can ride on Billy's back. Hearing this, gratitude flashed across Kathy's eyes. She walked up to Billy's side, hesitating for a moment before carefully sitting on its back with Braden's assistance. Braden turned to look at her, his tone calm, yet resolute. I can only promise to do my best to get you back to the castle. If anything unexpected happens along the way, you'll need to deal with it yourself. Kathy bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes as she repeatedly said, Thank you, sir, that's enough. Beside them, Christian narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely noticeable murderous intent flashing across them. At that moment, howls of orcs echoed from afar. Everyone wasted no time and quickly moved in the opposite direction. Kathy sat tensely on Billy's back, her swaying figure somewhat unstable, her hands cautiously holding onto the edge of Braden's cloak as if it were her only support. Suddenly, Billy leaped forcefully, propelling the whole body into the air. Caught off guard, Kathy leaned forward, nearly slipping off Billy's back. In a panic, she instinctively stretched out her arms, tightly hugging Braden's waist, almost plastering herself against his back. Braden's body stiffened, feeling the clinginess from behind, his movements momentarily delayed. Billy continued galloping wildly, turning its head to sneak a peek at the two riders, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of its mouth. You rascal! Braden instantly reacted, annoyed, raising his fist to tap Billy's head lightly. Billy growled softly, pretending to be aggrieved as it continued moving forward, but the laughter in its eyes couldn't be hidden. Only then did Kathy realize she was still hugging Braden tightly, her face flushing red. Her heartbeat quickened, like thunder reverberating in her ears, and her breathing grew rapid and disordered. She hastily let go, whispering, Sorry, I didn't mean to. Braden chuckled stiffly, slightly relaxing his tense body. It's fine, just sit tight and hold on. Chapter 53, Ambush? Luyanko ahead, they saw the continuous mountain peaks like endless barriers, isolating them from Dragonhawk Castle. As they traveled, the scenery around them gradually transformed from barren wasteland to lush forests. Dense foliage blocked out the sky, while dappled light filtered through the gaps between trees, gently swaying on the ground. It seemed to warn of the turbulent and difficult path ahead. Massive trees towered high. Each tree trunk was as thick as 2 or 3 people hugging it together, with thick vines entwined around them. Occasionally, some strange spirit beasts could be seen darting and leaping among the branches, full of vitality. We need to confirm Allie's location. Seeing that everything was safe around them, Willis took out the voice-transmitting earring from his spatial ring and slowly put it on. Perhaps because he had an innate aversion to wearing earrings, he did not wear it immediately upon entering the secret realm. Sure enough, Allie's voice soon came through the earring. Willis, are you okay? Inochin and I just broke through a blockade by orcs. Are Finian and Dominique with you? I haven't seen them. Willis thought for a moment and quickly replied. They're all here with me. We also just broke through an orc blockade. Allie's voice carried a hint of urgency. The orc scouts are getting more numerous. We're too far apart. We might as well break through separately and meet at the castle. Willis asked in confusion. How do you know our position? Allie's voice carried a trace of unease. I can sense the general direction and distance of the earring. This mission is very strange. Be careful. You should head north as soon as possible, cross the mountains directly to the north, and Dragonhawk Castle will be behind them. Willis couldn't help but ask, puzzled, strange? What have you found? Suddenly, sounds of combat came from the earring, and then the connection between the two was cut off, leaving only silence. Willis's face turned serious. He lowered his head and patted the lion Yanko under him, as Yanko kindly. How are you doing? Are you tired? The Billy turned to look at him, grinning with a hint of ease in his voice. Don't worry, brother, I'm not at all tired. Willis said softly, great. Let's get over that mountain range ahead. Dragonhawk Castle is behind it. Got it, brother. The Billy quickened its pace, stepping lightly and filled with enthusiasm. At this moment, Finian rode over on a giant horned wind deer, a note of worry in his voice. Did you make contact with Allie? Willis nodded. Yeah, they may have encountered an orc encirclement. Allie told us to cross the northern mountains and meet at Dragonhawk Castle. Did she mention anything strange about this mission? Finian continued to ask. Willis asked, puzzled. She did indeed mention it. Have you noticed something too? Suddenly, low growls came from the forest behind them, accompanied by heavy footsteps as the main force of orcs approached. We'll talk about it later. Let's deal with the problem in front of us first. Finian drew his longbow, his gaze sharp like a hawk's. Willis understood, patting the lion Yanko beneath him and saying in a deep voice, it's up to you. Trust me, brother. The Billy responded with a low growl, its golden mane fluttering in the wind, its eyes burning with fighting spirit. Willis turned and instructed Dominique, who was behind him, hold on tight. Don't fall off. Dominique nodded and quickly hugged Willis's waist, her eyes warily watching all around. Just then, a group of orc scouts riding black wolves suddenly darted out of the forest, mounted on towering black wolves, wielding large, crude iron knives. Their wild aura surged forward like a tidal wave. The black wolves' eyes glowed with dark red light, their sharp fangs flashing intermittently as they snarled. These orcs were tall, muscular, with dark gray skin, their bare torsos covered in ugly scars. The wolf riders gradually approached, yanking out meteor hammers from their waists and swinging them wildly, the hammerheads spinning in the air, causing a whistling sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meteor hammers flew out, heading straight for Willis and the Billy. The Billy leaped to dodge, avoiding all attacks. Then it turned sharply and spat out a ball of scorching flame from its mouth. The flames sliced through the air, flying directly toward the cavalry. Bang! The fireball exploded, instantly knocking several wolf riders off their feet. Flames spread rapidly, accompanied by piercing screams. The black wolves thrashed wildly in the blazing fire. Meanwhile, Finian turned in a strange posture. His gaze flashed like lightning as he drew his longbow fully, wind elements swirling and gathering on the bowstring, each arrow seemingly turning into swift gusts of wind. Wind-split arrows shot out one after another, accurately piercing the vital spots of the wolf riders. Black wolves fell one after another, their blood staining the ground red. The bursting ox was powerful, but its speed couldn't compare to that of the forest wolves. It gradually became surrounded by the encroaching wolf riders, whose sharp howls echoed incessantly. A vein popped on Christian's forehead, his face showing a hint of agitation. He tightened his grip on the war axe, his eyes filled with killing intent and determination. Charge through, Christian roared. The bursting ox suddenly exerted its strength, billowing hot steam rising around it, crazily mobilizing its muscular power. Its huge horns stabbed forward like lances, piercing the black wolves charging at it. And along with the wolves' cries of agony, their riders were hurled into the air. Christian followed closely behind, his battle axe swinging down like thunder, cleaving the wolf head in two. In the next instant, the severed head fell to the ground, blood spurting everywhere. However, as the fight progressed, Christian's brows furrowed. He noticed the bursting ox's speed gradually slowing. More and more wolf riders surrounded them, and he realized he would eventually be overwhelmed. Glancing at Willis and Finian fighting not far away, a flash of hesitation crossed Christian's eyes, only to be replaced by viciousness. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll clear the way ahead." Saying this, the bursting ox's hooves pounded the ground, accelerating abruptly, Brayanko through the wolf rider encirclement. A line of trees was knocked down by the ox, large trunks crashing toward Willis and Finian in the midst of battle. "Get out of the way," Finian shouted. As the trees fell, the giant horned wind deer suddenly whipped up gales of wind elements exploding instantly, shredding the fallen timber into splinters. The Billy leaped nimbly to avoid the debris, but Dominique, unable to hold on tightly enough, slipped off midair. At this critical moment, Willis decisively leapt from the lion Yanko's back. Using the massive broken wood pieces for leverage, he bounded forward and caught Dominique, landing steadily. "Are you all right?" Willis asked softly. Dominique paled slightly. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Finian, drawing his bowstring taut, found that Christian had already vanished into the distant woods. Fury burned inside him, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn human traitor." Willis glanced at Finian, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect you to get so angry. I thought elves never showed emotions with your usually cold faces." "Actually, no, you get quite animated arguing with Inochin." Finian shot a look at Willis, realizing his momentary loss of composure. He took a deep breath, calming the rage within. "Findar, take care of Dominique. I'll handle these wolf riders. It's a good opportunity to hone my body training." Willis scanned the encroaching wolf riders, a hint of calm in his expression. "Findar? All right, be careful." Finian nodded hesitantly. Without further words, Willis gripped the broadsword in his hand, advancing resolutely towards the wolf riders. The Billy growled lowly, its golden mane flowing in the wind, its eyes blazing with combativeness, following close behind. Together, man and beast resembled an imminent volcanic eruption, poised and ready. "The left side is yours. I'll take the right," Willis said calmly. The Billy growled again, excitement flashing in its eyes. "There are fewer on the left. I want the right." Willis chuckled, patting the Billy's head. "Sure, you take the right." In the depths of the forest, towering ancient trees obscured most of the view. Christian urged the bursting ox to gallop madly, distancing himself from the main battlefield. He sneered, full of smug satisfaction. These fools. To think they actually dared to fight so many wolf riders head on. Absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the sky, like drizzling rain. Christian frowned. "Lyanko up, is it raining?" "No, that smell. It's oil." The acrid scent of fuel stung his nose. Then, an eerie animal cry came from above. Christian instinctively looked up, seeing a huge bat block Yanko the view above. The bat's wingspan was enormous, its grotesque face gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow, like a beast straight from hell. What kind of monster is this? Fear flickered in Christian's eyes, and he tried to make the bursting ox flee. Suddenly, a thick chain dropped from the sky, quickly wrapping around his body. Christian strained every muscle, trying to break free from this sudden restraint. But the chain tightened like a venomous snake, squeezing his limbs and almost suffocating him. While he struggled desperately, a low, eerie laughter came from above. Hee. In the next instant, the bat creature opened its massive mouth, and a ball of scorching flame erupted from it, instantly igniting the forest below. The heat wave hit him in the face, and the chain became scorching hot, embedding itself into Christian's skin. He howled in agony amidst the sea of fire, his cries rending the air. The chain, like a blazing shackle, bound him tightly, dragging him into an endless inferno. Chapter 54. The Mountain That Exhausts Horses. The vast forest was engulfed in roaring flames. Thick smoke mixed with the noxious fumes of fuel assaulted them, stifling their breath. Braden used a leather belt to tightly bind Annalise onto his back, ensuring she wouldn't slip off the lion Yanko's back again. The fire intensified and rapidly approached Braden's group. Edwin rode on the great horned wind deer, leading the group. Magic flowed from the deer's antlers, emitting faint flickers of light that seemed to resonate with the surrounding wind elements. Following Edwin's command, the wind elements formed a stable wind wall that blocked the raging flames converging from all sides. The scorching heat along with the blazing fire were completely shielded by the wind wall. Braden couldn't help but marvel. The great horned wind deer can sustain such a wind wall continuously. Amazing. Edwin focused intently, manipulating the wind wall while explaining. The great horned wind deer is extremely rare even among our elven race. Its antlers can absorb and store a large amount of magic power on a daily basis, which is why it can maintain this for so long. Braden nodded, harboring deep resentment over the orcs' act of arson. These orcs actually set fires. It's truly abominable. Edwin's face turned ashen, anger evident in his tone. Yes, I can hear the forest weeping. This sea of fire will devour countless ancient trees and spiritual beasts. Suddenly, a patch of dark purple flame appeared in midair, and the mysterious voice of the Lord echoed. Enos dead. Deduct 20 points per person. Edwin snorted coldly, his disdain clear. Got what they deserved. Traitors never have a good end. Braden nodded in agreement. Then the group quickened their pace, dashing out of the fiery inferno. After an intense sprint and repelling several waves of orc scouts, they finally crossed the mountain range. In the distance, a castle standing on a colossal cliff became visible. Not far away, the sound of chaotic hoofbeats broke the silence of the mountain path. Braden and his companions followed the sound and saw a large caravan slowly approaching. They were struggling along the winding mountain road, clearly avoiding the orc army and heading towards Dragonhawk Castle. The caravan was highly alert. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, the guards immediately tensed up. Guards quickly drew their knives and axes, scanning the surroundings warily, ready to fight at any moment. Who's there? One guard barked, his axe blade gleaming under the dim light. As Braden and his group got closer, the guards noticed their spirit beasts and their expressions changed. It's the knights. Put down your weapons. A guard whispered in surprise, hastily putting away his weapon. The leader of the caravan hurried forward. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, weather-beaten, broad-shouldered, and rugged, appearing very experienced. The man bowed respectfully and said, "It turns out to be noble knights. Thank you for fighting against the orcs." His gaze swept over Braden's left arm and Edwin's long ears, but his expression remained unchanged. He continued, "Noble sirs, you must not have eaten yet. If you do not mind, you may ride in our wagons to Dragonhawk Castle. There are still some rations and drinks on the wagons. You may rest a bit." Braden and Edwin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Throughout the journey, the spirit beasts hadn't rested at all despite still being energetic. But no one could predict when the enemies would appear again. They had to recover as quickly as possible. Braden smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." The man waved his hand, laughing. "No trouble at all. No trouble at all. My lords are too polite. Just call me Gallagher. Please wait a moment, and the wagon will be here shortly." The members of the caravan heard Braden's group tell Yanko, and all showed grateful expressions, constantly then Yanko them. "You brave knights, you've been war Yanko so hard. Thanks to the knights stationed at the outpost, we can travel with peace of mind. Thank you for protecting us from the orcs." To these ordinary people, beastmasters were not only fighters against orcs and spirit beasts, but also their guardians. Children peeked curiously from behind adults, stealthily observing Braden's group, including the never-seen-before flame lion and great horned wind deer. A few bold children made faces at Braden, only to quickly hide behind adults and giggle. Soon, under Gallagher arrangement, the largest wagon in the caravan slowly rolled over. The wagon was intricately carved, with thick wheels designed for long journeys. Inside the spacious compartment, sturdy ironwood planks covered the exterior, offering excellent defense. Braden untied the leather belt binding Annalise to his back and gently set her down. Annalise finally moved her somewhat stiff limbs a little. The three recalled their spirit beasts and then got on the carriage. Gallagher brought dry rations and beverages. After eating a few bites, Annalise leaned against the seat and fell into a deep sleep. He lowered his voice and asked, "My lords, the caravan is about to set off. Is there anything else you need?" Edwin casually asked. "Gallagher, what year is it this year?" Gallagher blinked his eyes in confusion, and Braden quickly explained, "We have been stationed at the front line for too long, so we lost track." Gallagher suddenly understood, and his admiration grew even deeper. "It's the 358th year of Dawn calendar." After confirming there was nothing else, he left the carriage, leaving a brief silence inside until Annalise's breathing gradually steadied. Braden whispered to himself, "She has fallen asleep. It must have been hard for her all this way." Edwin leaned back on the seat and suddenly whispered, "You also felt something was wrong, didn't you?" Braden looked solemn, raising his dark red left arm. "Yeah, the people of the caravan showed no reaction to my abnormality, which can be explained as me being a human knight. But what's more bizarre is that they didn't show any surprise upon seeing an elf like you. When did humans' castles have elven knights? And if I'm not mistaken, it should be the 186th year of extraordinary calendar now. Right?" Edwin nodded and continued. "King Herschel established the Golden Kingdom over 100 years ago. Thus, the Dawn era ended, and the Verland continent entered the current extraordinary era. Braden frowned deeply. Your point is, we've time traveled? Edwin was momentarily stunned, clearly not following Braden's train of thought. Time travel? I don't quite understand what you mean. Braden gave an awkward smile, like going back in time and altering history or something. Edwin pondered for a moment and said seriously, even divine power may not be able to do this, so it's highly unlikely. Luyanko at the frowning elf deep in thought. Braden keenly felt the awkwardness of being a Chijura with no one on the same wavelength. He shook his head helplessly. Maybe we just got trapped in some historical illusion. Reaching out to open the window, the wind outside gently brushed his cheeks, carrying the fresh scent of the earth. The air still lingered with the aroma of food, and the warmth from touching the fingertips remained genuine and tangible. Braden sighed silently. If this is really an illusion, it's too real. Edwin nodded in agreement. Judging from the current situation, this possibility seems the most likely. The Lord might make us personally experience certain historical events to complete his tasks. Silence fell over the carriage, and both increasingly felt the unfathomable depth of the Lord. Chapter 55. Heaven's Descent into Hell. Nightfall arrived. A hint of pinkish purple spread across the sky. The last streak of the setting sun already vanished below the horizon. Darkness enshrouded the land, and the outlines of the mountains gradually blurred in the night. Caravans lit their torches one after another, flickering lights illuminating the mountain paths ahead. The convoy continued its journey through the cold wind, heading towards Dragonhawk Castle. At this moment, the horn of a caravan guard sounded from behind. It's the orcs. Orc scouts are here. Willis and Edwin instantly leaped out of the carriage, each summoning their spirit beasts. Not far behind, wolf riders surged forward like a tidal wave, akin to demons claiming lives in the darkness. Kill. Kill these humans. Kill. They roared, swinging their crude iron broadswords wildly, filled with deadly intent as they charged at the caravan crowd. The caravan guards hurriedly engaged, rapidly drawing their bows and crossbows, unleashing a volley towards the orcs. Arrows whistled through the air, piercing straight into the orcs' chests. Yet these ferocious monsters did not fear death, continuing their charge undeterred. The formation of the guards was soon scattered by the wolf riders, falling into chaos. One guard was struck down by an orc's iron blade, blood splattering on the ground, falling dead on the spot. A cart at the back suddenly tipped over, cargo spilling everywhere, throwing seamstresses and children out onto the ground in terror. Before they could react, the wolf riders were already upon them, raising their sharp iron blades high. Accompanied by desperate screams, the swords slashed toward those helpless women and children. At this critical moment, the wind cut sharply through the air as arrows flew precisely, strianko vital points of the riders. Then, a scorching fireball shot from the billy's mouth, blasting away both an orc and his black wolf. Willis swiftly leaped off the billy's back, scooping up the frightened seamstresses and children from the ground. Forcing them onto a guard's horse, he said gravely, "Quick, you protect the caravan's escape. We will hold the rear." The disoriented guards finally came to their senses and replied promptly, "Yes, Sir Knight." He led the women and children to safety while the caravan guards began regrouping, moving forward in order. Willis and Edwin stood side by side, facing the surging wolf riders. The battle erupted instantly. The billy's fiery breath incinerated the foremost wolf riders. The mighty horned wind deer roared, the wind elements swirling around its antlers bursting forth. It stomped the ground powerfully with its strong legs, stirring up a whirlwind. The wind surged, sweeping up dust and debris, forming a miniature storm that enveloped several nearby wolf riders. The black wolves and orcs lost balance, being thrust away by the mighty horned wind deer, crashing heavily to the ground. Fate unknown. Willis and Edwin worked seamlessly together, bringing down orcs one after another, slightly hindering the wolf riders' advance. Suddenly, dense flapping sounds came from afar in the sky, accompanied by shrill cries. Roar! A squadron of bat knights emerged from the black smoke, giant bats spreading their wings, shadows covering half the sky. Among them, one bat was especially huge, carrying a diminutive orc on its back. He sneered down at the people below, his face full of bloodthirsty madness. Hee. Burn them all. Flammable oil spread everywhere, flames erupting from the bats' mouths, turning the earth into a sea of fire. Thick black smoke blocked out the sky and moon. People fled in panic, but the flames quickly consumed those who couldn't escape in time. Glowing hot chains descended from the sky, binding several caravan guards and civilians, pulling them into the air. The flames climbed along the chains, ear-piercing screams rending the night. The firelight reflected their pain and despair. The bat knights cackled, cheering, reveling in the suffering of the crowd. This horrifying scene ignited Willis's fury. His eyes turned bloodshot, radiating intense killing intent. Just then, ethereal flames appeared mid-air, the eerie laughter of the Lord echoing in their ears. Side Quest 2. Slay the leader of the Bat Knights, rewarding 20 points per participant. Failure has no punishment. Though rage overwhelmed Willis's mind, years of battling berserk blood had taught him to maintain rationality amidst fury. He quickly pulled down his visor, information about the bats immediately appearing before his eyes. Inferno Bat, Wild Beast Class, Growth Stage Spirit Beast. Bloodline Level, Ordinary. Attributes, Fire, Evil Strength. Spirit Skills, Fireball, Flame Spit, Sonic Shock, Intimidate. Overall Evaluation, a relatively common wild beast spirit found in volcanic regions, primarily using fire as an attack method, excelling in delivering fatal strikes from aerial spins. Sonic Shock can disrupt enemy consciousness, while Intimidate can scare off weaker spirit beasts. Although individually their strength is average, they pose a significant threat when appearing in clusters. Willis leaped onto the lion's back. Billy, let's go. Sure, bro. The billy growled in response, stamping its powerful legs and charging forward. The bats opened their grotesque mouths, spewing fireballs to try to block them. However, the billy's flame shield easily deflected all attacks. At this moment, a thick chain suddenly descended from the sky, entangling Willis's arm. The orc on the bat's back grinned with a twisted smile, as fuel rapidly ignited along the chain, instantly engulfing his arm in roaring flames. He die. The orc emitted eerie laughter. Willis's expression was as calm as water, and the burning pain only made his gaze colder. He swiftly mobilized the magic power within the beast-controlling space. Rock body technique activated. A pale white luster appeared on his skin as the scorching chain embedded into his flesh, producing a crisp sound. He gritted his teeth and exerted force, violently pulling down the orc and bat together from the sky. Willis leaped up, his spatial ring shimmering, and swung his massive sword with terrifying force. The sharp blade instantly split the bat and orc knight in two, blood splattering everywhere. Willis landed steadily, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Crimson light flickered in his eyes, and his dark red left arm grew even more vivid. The emanating killing intent made the surrounding orcs wary, retreating and hesitating to act rashly. Edwin seized the opportunity to draw his longbow, wind-split arrows whistling out, successively slaying several wolf riders and bat knights. You are the commander, aren't you? Willis coldly watched the largest bat hovering in midair, riding the billy and approaching him. The bat knight's face changed drastically. He continuously sprinkled fuel, attempting to block Willis's attack with flames. However, the billy kept jumping, avoiding all his attacks. Panic flashed in the knight's eyes. The originally confident face started twisting, his mouth twitching slightly. His eyes locked onto Willis, shouting frantically, "Charge at me! Stop him! Don't let him get through!" No sooner said than done. He desperately yanked on the bat's reins, straining to ascend higher, trying to escape the battlefield. Don't think so. Edwin drew his bow, condensing powerful wind elements. The billy unleashed a fierce flame charge, directly knocking away several encircling bat knights. Willis leaped upward, rushing towards the commander in the air, but his ascending momentum halted abruptly. The orc stood on the back of the fiery bat, grinning wickedly, laughing maniacally. His expression was full of contempt, as if mocking Willis's failure. At this moment, the beast-controlling rune on Willis's hand released a dazzling crimson glow. In the next instant, xuanhuan's horrifying figure appeared mid-air, and Willis stood firmly atop its head, rapidly ascending. Use sonic attacks, the bat commander ordered frantically. The fiery bat roared lowly, emitting a piercing sonic shock that reverberated. However, Willis maintained his composed stance atop xuanhuan, resisting the sonic waves. Meanwhile, Edwin had already completed his charge shot far away. The wind-split arrow flashed like white lightning, piercing through the bat's head. The sonic wave abruptly ceased, and the large fiery bat's body plummeted helplessly toward the ground. Fear flashed in the bat knight's eyes before he could react. The eternal blade had already slashed down. Crazed blood power surged suddenly. The force of the giant sword was unstoppable. Pooh! Willis's single slash split the bat and knight in two, blood and flesh flying everywhere, flames rolling in the air. xuanhuan then landed with a tremendous shake. Willis, holding the eternal blade, proudly stood on xuanhuan's head, coldly luyanko down at the orcs below. Crimson light flickered in his eyes, his overwhelming pressure spread, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. In the air, ethereal flames appeared, the Lord's voice echoing in everyone's minds. Side quest 2, killing the Bat Knight Commander, completed. Willis, Edwin, each rewarded with 20 points. Chapter 56, Thompson Fortress. Dragon Breath, Crimson Flame Breath, Gale Blades. The remaining Wolf Riders and Bat Knights surrounding them were swiftly slain by the coordinated efforts of Braden and his companions. The battle ended in mere moments. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. One's stomach churned. Corpses lay strewn about, the battlefield silent except for the lingering ashes floating in the air and faint cries of agony. Gallagher approached unsteadily, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Knight. Without you, we would surely have perished here." His voice quivered as he bowed instinctively to Braden and Edwin, Spianko these words. The other members of the caravan followed suit. Some even knelt in thanks, their eyes reflecting incomprehensible respect and fear. Braden looked at the crowd before him, feeling a weight settle in his chest. The hired hands of the caravan supported their wounded comrades, faces etched with relief and despair. Several severely injured guards lay nearby, covered in blood, gasping and groaning in pain. Not far away, charred bodies were covered with tattered burlap cloth. Survivors wept silently, staring blankly at those who had spoken to them moments ago. A young child, tears streaming down their face, clung desperately to their mother's clothing, unable to accept the harsh reality. The child shook their mother's rapidly cooling body, sobbing softly, pleading, "Mommy, wake up, don't leave me, don't abandon me alone." Braden pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. The child's cries cut through the night like a knife, piercing deep into his heart. Death permeated the air. Charred wood crackled, remnants of fire flickering in the breeze, mourning the souls lost, offering prayers. At this moment, Gallagher drove the earlier wagon slowly toward them, stopping in front of them. Guessing their thoughts, he spoke quietly, We will properly take care of the wounded. Please, my lords, rest inside the carriage. Edwin walked beside Braden, gently patting his shoulder. Get in the carriage. You need to rest and preserve your strength. Braden nodded, approaching Fergus and Rocky, gently yanko the heads of the spirit beasts. You did well. He then summoned them back and climbed into the carriage with Edwin. Inside the carriage, Kathy huddled in a corner, her face pale, eyes filled with panic. Her hands gripped her knees tightly, Yanko lost. Braden approached her, as Yanko with concern. Are you all right? Kathy shook her head slightly, her voice weak. I'm fine, my lord. Relieved, Braden sat down beside her, calming the wild surge of emotions within him. As his mind steadied, he felt a searing pain throughout his body. His skin, burned by flames, especially on his arms and back, was red and blistered. The fire poison within caused unbearable pain. Though rock body technique enhanced his defenses, it did little to increase resistance against fire elements. Braden gritted his teeth, retrieving a burn ointment from his spatial ring to apply to his wounds. My lord, let me help you. Seeing Braden move sluggishly, Kathy hurried forward, carefully Yanko the ointment from him. If you insist, Braden hesitated briefly. She gently applied the ointment to his wounds, each movement cautious and delicate, afraid to cause him more pain. Edwin took out a bottle of pale green potion and handed it to Braden. This is our elven holy spring water. It can heal various injuries. Braden accepted the potion, nodding without a word, and drank it all at once. The cool liquid spread through his body, the scorched skin rapidly scabbing over. An intense itch followed, causing him to frown and emit a muffled groan. After a while, the caravan resumed its journey. Outside the window, the night wind howled, occasionally carrying cries and wails echoing around. Edwin sighed softly, gazing into the distant night sky. Life is indeed fragile. Braden nodded slowly, yes. Though they suspected this could be an illusion set by the Lord. Yet, it also reflected the harsh reality faced by commoners on this continent, stirring their hearts. Silence enveloped them for the rest of the night. Dawn approached, dispelling the night. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the earth. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the sky, shattering the tranquility of dawn. Braden and Edwin instantly leaped from the window, standing atop the carriage, watching the sky warily. More bat nights. Braden gripped the ever-burning blade tightly, his gaze sharp, ready to face any enemy attacks. Tense and vigilant, they suddenly heard cheers from the caravan members. Look, it's a dragonhawk. It's a dragonhawk night. We're safe now. Finally, we're saved. Braden looked up and saw several swift black figures slicing through the dawn sky. They were not fire bats, but a squad of formidable dragonhawk knights. The enormous wings cut through the sky, their powerful bodies darting through the air. Each flap of their wings stirred gales as if to sweep everything into its whirlwind. The dragonhawk's feathers gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight, exuding unique majesty and authority alongside the dazzling morning light. Silver-armored knights sat steadily atop the dragonhawks, long spears in hand, exuding a commanding presence. After surveying the caravan below and confirming they were humans, they flew off into the distance. The loud eagle cries echoed across the sky, and the caravan members cheered jubilantly, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Braden pulled down the visor on his forehead. As the light shifted, information about the dragonhawks appeared in his lenses. Iron feather dragonhawk, dragonkind, wingkind, elemental, growth stage spirit beast. Bloodline level, extraordinary. Attributes, wind, steel, dragon. Spirit beast skills, wind rush, wind shield, wind blade, wind breath, dragon aura, steel feather blade. Overall evaluation, a legendary spirit beast originating from Thompson Fortress, possessing dragon lineage. It combines the nobility and power of dragons with the swiftness of eagles, easily mastering the power of wind. An extremely rare spirit beast that was once prevalent in history but is nearly extinct. Extraordinary bloodline. Braden couldn't help but catch his breath. The caravan slowly moved forward as the silhouette of Thompson Fortress gradually came into view in the distance. The majestic castle rose from the ground, standing proudly as if it had been there since ancient times. The walls were built from green stone blocks that had turned gray over time, exuding an aura of antiquity. On top of the walls, several dragonhawks stood solemnly, their wings half spread, guarding the ancient fortress. Outside the castle, defensive fortifications were being constructed for wartime. Knights directed spirit beasts and workers to reinforce the walls systematically. Rock-armed beasts dragged heavy boulders step by step, yanko them beside the walls. Little alvin men used their hard rocky fists to polish the stones, ensuring each one fit snugly into the defenses. Water slimes busily drew water from the moat, softening sand and mud. Earth slimes flexibly roamed around the fortifications, absorbing soil and using their flexible bodies to fill the gaps between the wall bricks, stabilizing the structure. Trenches were dug around the castle, mostly filled with water to form natural barriers. Other parts were lined with iron spikes and traps to block any invading enemy forces. Wooden palisades and chevaux de frise were constructed further out beyond the trenches to slow down enemy advances. All these preparations were made to face the incoming orc army. The caravan slowly approached the castle, the wheels mayenko low rumbling sounds on the stone-paved road. Several fully armed knights quickly advanced and blocked the path. The lead knight asked sternly, "Halt! Who are you?" Gallagher hurried forward, bowing deeply. "My lord, we are a caravan from the south. We were attacked by orcs along the way. Thanks to the protection of the knights, we managed to reach Thompson Fortress safely." Brayden and the others leaped from the carriage and walked toward the gate guards. Seeing their scattered injuries, the knights became solemn, showing a hint of respect in their eyes. The lead knight hastened forward, Spianko respectfully. Are you knights stationed at the front lines? Brayden, assuming his role, nodded. Recalling the battles along the way, he spoke slowly. Orc scouts ambushed the camp ahead. Only Herb, Kathy, and I survived. Brayden's voice was low and carried a somber tone. The gate guard's eyes showed a trace of sorrow as he sighed softly. You've had a hard journey. Rest well now. Report to the night squadron tomorrow and join the castle's defense. He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to let them pass. Brayden frowned slightly, gazing deeply into the distance. What about the orc army? How will we deal with them? The knight's expression grew graver. He replied gravely, reinforcements are on the way, and we are fortifying the defenses while awaiting support. The drawbridge lowered slowly, Mayenko a low metallic grinding sound, allowing the caravan to enter the castle. Gallagher stepped forward and bowed deeply to Brayden, Herb, and Kathy, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, my lords, for your protection. Without you, we would have died on the road. As he spoke, he took out 3 bags of gold coins from his pocket, trying to express his thanks. Brayden waved his hand calmly. Give this money to the child who lost his mother. He needs it more. Herb and Kathy also declined Gallagher's offer of gratitude like Brayden. Gallagher, filled with gratitude, thanked them again before parting ways. The caravan members slowly walked away, carrying their sorrow and fatigue. The scene inside the castle was drastically different from outside. The tall walls soared upwards, and the morning light reflected off the green stone pavement, shining brilliantly. At this moment, Brayden heard light laughter nearby as a familiar figure approached. Kalia stood in the sunlight, the breeze gently brushing her long hair. Golden sunlight danced among her hair strands, casting a warm and soft halo. She smiled and waved at everyone, with Algernon, the determined Lanko dwarf, by her side. You finally made it. Brayden spread his hands. This journey wasn't easy. There were more orcs than we expected. Algernon raised an eyebrow and teased Herb. Well, look who's still alive. I thought you'd have been eaten by wolves long ago. Herb chuckled. If you're still standing, so am I. Brayden looked at these comrades in arms, feeling a slight ease in his heavy heart. Kathy stood to the side, watching them somewhat shyly, hesitant to interrupt. Algernon glanced at her, waved a hand, and said with a smile, Relax, girl, you've made it this far. No need to be so tense all the time. Kalia stepped forward, took Kathy's hand, and whispered comforting words. Don't worry, we're all safe for now. Kathy nodded slightly, giving a shy smile. Reunited, everyone enjoyed this fleeting peace, feeling a rare sense of relief. Brayden looked up into the distance, gazing at the cloudy sky, and slowly exhaled. Chapter 57 The Pawn. Led by Kelria, Brayden and his companions slowly walked along the main road paved with stone slabs. The gray stone houses on both sides of the street looked somewhat old, exuding the vicissitudes of time. The wind chimes hanging under the door eaves had long been dimmed by the wind and rain. Gently swaying in the wind, they emitted a dull clanging sound. A few red wooden windmills were stuck on the window sills, slowly turning with the wind, bringing a hint of long-missed vitality. At the end of the street, a bold child was pushing a rusty iron ring, quietly observing Brayden and his group, revealing curiosity and fear in their eyes. However, the adults behind immediately pulled the child back into the house, locked the doors and windows heavily, trying to isolate danger outside. This made the already cold and quiet street even more chilly. Some armored soldiers hurried through the streets, Lianko tense. The sound of everyone's footsteps echoed, with an indescribable oppression and helplessness permeating the air. Edwina looked around and said in a low voice, Dragon Eagle Castle seems solid, but it is filled with hidden currents inside. Brayden nodded. Indeed, no matter how high the city wall is, it cannot prevent the wavering of hearts. At this moment, a sudden rush of galloping hooves came from afar. Mixed with a deep horn, it broke the silence. Brayden looked in the direction of the sound and saw a vast army gathering in the square, magnificent as if about to march out. Blue flags embroidered with the Dragon Eagle emblem fluttered in the wind, symbolizing the glory of Dragon Eagle Castle. At the front of the army, 3 knights clad in purple and gold armor stood like iron towers, stern and majestic. Their gaze was sharp, coldly scanning the surroundings. Mayenko people shiver inexplicably. Behind them, beast-riding knights and soldiers lined up neatly. The solemn phalanx was as still as mountains, like a ferocious beast ready to attack at any moment. Brayden's gaze slowly shifted to the center of the formation, where a luxurious carriage made of purple and gold stood. A golden dragon eagle statue stood atop the carriage, symbolizing the supreme power of the Dragon Eagle Earl. Morning sunlight shone on the golden statue, emitting blinding light. The horses pulling the carriage were tall and strong, each step taken with steady force. Beside it, several fine iron carriages were neatly arranged, with guards encircling and quickly checking every carriage. Brayden looked at the 3 knights in purple and gold armor, faintly feeling the pressure radiating from them. His heart sinyanko slightly as he sighed inwardly. At least 3-star or even 4-star beast riders. Such combat strength was enough to influence the outcome of a battle. Brayden said in a deep voice, Where are they heading? Kelria moved closer and whispered, That is the Dragon Eagle Earl and his family. They are preparing to leave Dragon Eagle Castle for another territory. Brayden frowned slightly, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. Toljan hissed quietly, Fleeing? The Beastman army is about to arrive, fleeing at this critical juncture without caring about the lives of the citizens. Kelria sighed. To the nobles, commoners are merely resources. In these turbulent times, becoming pawns is only a matter of time. Toljan muttered angrily. Humans are truly selfish. Kelria comforted him softly. But they are mainly Tiyanko Hirenyanko beast riders, leaving many ordinary soldiers behind. Perhaps those left in the castle still have a glimmer of hope. And what we see before us may not be real either. A cold wind swept by, the air filled with desolation. At this moment, Braden suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression coming from ahead, and he couldn't help but look up. He saw one of the knights in purple and gold armor slowly turn his head, his eagle-like gaze piercing through the air, as if able to see through everything. Kelria's face changed slightly, and she quickly whispered, "The perception of a 4-star beast rider is terrifying. Quickly, let's find a secluded place and plan our next move." With that, she led Braden and the others swiftly into the adjacent knight camp, afraid of being detected. The purple-gold knight stood there dazed for a while, a flicker of dark purple flames passing through the air. He seemed to have forgotten the faint conversations he had vaguely overheard earlier and returned to the front of the formation once again. Braden and his party entered the tavern in the night camp, greeted by a slightly dim hall. The air was filled with the strong smell of malt beer and roasted meat, offering a touch of warmth. Rugged yet sturdy wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, with several brand-new knight shields and banners hanging on the walls, conveying honor and majesty. Under the warm candlelight, the previously tense group finally managed to relax a bit. The tavern was chilly and quiet, possibly because it wasn't yet mealtime. Aside from them, there were no other knights. Toljan went up to the owner and whispered, ordering a few simple dishes. Braden summoned the billy and filled its bowl brimful with meat chunks. The billy obediently stood to one side, feasting heartily. Compared to the abundant magic in the Crimson Blood domain, the spirit beast ball left the billy more prone to hunger. The owner gave the billy a brief glance, then lowered his head to continue with his work, not showing the slightest surprise. They gathered around in a corner of the hall, with Kelria lightly waving her staff, the surging magic casting a transparent soundproof barrier that isolated them from the outside world. Edwin's eyes grew deep as he spoke first. "Have you sensed it? We are probably within a historical illusion." Kelria nodded gravely. Indeed. From the spirit beasts in Dragon Eagle Castle to the retreat of the Dragon Eagle Earl, everything aligns perfectly with the history books at the Academy. She paused slightly, then continued slowly. "This illusory realm for our trial is likely the great battle where the Red Dragon Duke repelled the Black Dragon Ahil." Braden looked puzzled. This piece of history is related to the Red Dragon Duke? Before he could finish Spianko, everyone except Mona turned to look at him with questioning glances. Toljan laughed. "Aren't you a beast handler hunter? The legend of the Red Dragon Duke repelling the Black Dragon Ahil is a widely discussed event among hunters. Even I, a dwarf, know a bit about it. You didn't know this?" Braden was taken aback. "How do you know I'm a beast handler hunter?" Kelria smiled, pointing at the billy in Braden's goggles. "The little fire lion is standard equipment for beast handler hunters from the far western lands, and your goggles are also made by the Hunters Guild. One thing might be coincidental, but having both is almost certain." Braden laughed bitterly. "I never thought such small details would give me away." He lifted his malt beer and took a sip, calming himself down, muttering to himself, "I can't say I just obtained the qualification for rune inscription and am technically still an apprentice. There's so much so-called hunter knowledge I don't know." Seeing Braden flustered, Mona couldn't help but giggle into her hand. Braden blushed and coughed slightly, turning to ask Mona, "So, do you know what will happen next?" Mona shook her head quickly. "No." Braden pretended to be angry. "Then why are you laughing?" Kelria noticed she had spoken too much again and promptly began apologizing. "Kelria, you've said too much again." At that moment, the billy suddenly spoke. "Brother, I know." It swallowed the meat in its mouth, its eyes gleaming with pride. Everyone turned their gaze towards the billy. Edwin's ears twitched, smiling sardonically. "Oh, it seems Billy knows more than his master." Braden was surprised, Luyanko at everyone. "Wait, you can understand Billy's words." Everyone smiled and nodded. Edwin spoke solemnly. "Racial ability." Toljan echoed. "Racial ability." Mona mimicked in a serious tone. "Racial ability." Braden couldn't help but comment. "Half-elves have racial abilities too." He turned to Kelria. "Do you have one as well?" Kelria shrugged helplessly. "First level spell, speak with animals." Braden suddenly felt less special than he thought. Feeling a bit dejected, he took another sip of his malt beer. He gently patted the billy on the head, laughing and asked, "So, what do you know?" The billy shook its mane, Luyanko smug as it began. The love story between Sir Spencer and Princess Alicia. Black Dragon Ahil coveted Princess Alicia's beauty and led the Beastman army to besiege Dragon Eagle Castle. Sir Spencer sacrificed his life on the battlefield to protect the Hannah, finally awaiting the rescue of the Red Dragon Duke. Kelria chuckled. "Did you read the romance novel Tears of Dragon Eagle, which uses Dragon Eagle Castle as a prototype?" The billy happily nodded. Braden widened his eyes in disbelief. "So your so-called studies involve reading romance novels?" Everyone burst into laughter, and Kelria even pulled out a strip of meat. Gently Yanko the billy's head while feeding it. "Such a good baby who loves reading." Edwin exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Billy is really studious. Don't be like its master, lack Yanko common knowledge." Toljan chimed in. "True, Billy indeed knows more than the master." Mona giggled into her hand. Braden's face flushed red. "But I taught you how to read, and you're criticizing me like this?" With the billy's jesting, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed, and everyone couldn't help but laugh at its vast knowledge. The previously oppressive mood dissipated as if the dark clouds over this castle had temporarily scattered. Braden looked at the smug Billy beside him. There was no embarrassment in its eyes, only pride. It was like a proud old father watching his child grow up with affection. After a moment, Kelria changed the subject and said seriously, however, according to official history, this battle is closely related to the Dragon Eagle Earl's eldest daughter, Princess Alicia. Since childhood, her physique has been unusual, and the Earl once believed it was a blessing from heaven. But as she grew up, plagues and diseases broke out one after another inside Dragon Eagle Castle, and even the number of breeding dragon eagles began to drastically decrease. The rumors within the castle grew more intense, believing all misfortunes stemmed from her. In the end, Princess Alicia became a symbol of calamity. When the Beastman army invaded, the Earl led the Crown Prince and retainers to withdraw to other territories. Claiming to seek reinforcements, he essentially abandoned Dragon Eagle Castle. Braden fell silent for a moment, slowly lifting his cup. The liquor shimmered with an amber glow in the faint light. Luyanko at the reflection in his cup, his blood-red eyes and snow-white hair stood out oddly under the malt beer's light. Indeed, history holds no novelty. What happened to the Hannah? Kelria sighed softly. Under the leadership of the highest combat force stationed in the castle, the 4-star beast handler Knight Spencer, the knights and soldiers fought desperately without retreating. They finally waited for the Red Dragon Duke's reinforcements, but both he and Princess Alicia perished in this battle. This tragedy was known in legend as Tears of Dragon Eagle. Everyone listened silently, feeling a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Toljan cleared his throat. If only we could meet the Red Dragon Duke. He's a legend among beast handlers, the strongest among the 13 dukes. He mastered the most powerful fire-attributed beast spirit magic equipment, highly revered even among our dwarf race. Edwin shot him a look. Even if you did meet the Red Dragon Duke, you might not see his magic equipment. Instead of fantasizing, we should focus on how to survive. If we encounter the Black Dragon Ahil during this mission, we would all likely die here. Toljan retorted, don't be so pessimistic. We might finish the mission midway and exit the illusion before encountering the Black Dragon Ahil. Braden nodded, musing. Then, our main task is likely to protect Dragon Eagle Castle. Edwin whispered. That possibility is indeed significant, but it's unclear why the Lord hasn't issued instructions. Toljan stroked his beard, guessing. Perhaps that fellow named Hemlock hasn't arrived at Dragon Eagle Castle yet, so the subsequent tasks haven't been triggered. Throughout the journey, only information about Christian's death appeared before them. While this Hemlock seemed to have vanished completely, Braden said in a deep voice, maybe. At that moment, the tavern door was kicked open, and several knights clad in silver armor walked in arrogantly. The leader's face was grim as he coldly scanned Braden's group, filled with disdain. Why are you still Drinyanko here? Didn't you hear the order to gather in the square? A knight beside him hurriedly approached, whispering in his ear, Captain Lamont. These few managed to break through the Beastman scout encirclement and just arrived at Dragon Eagle Castle. They report tomorrow officially. Lamont snorted coldly, eyeing them with undisguised contempt. So they're the ones who lost the frontline position, and now they dare to drink here, showing no shame at all. Before he finished Spianko, Braden's group's expressions changed abruptly, revealing hints of murderous intent. The billy growled lowly, its mane bristling as it glared warningly at Lamont. Intimidated by the billy, Lamont's face flashed with wariness before he forced calmness. Never mind, it's pointless arguing with a bunch of failures. With that, he waved a hand and led his men straight out of the tavern, heading towards the square. Once the knights were far away, Braden sighed helplessly, saying deeply, to be lectured by people in the illusion, truly unexpected. Edwin's expression turned grave. Gathering? Is there an emergency? Kelria frowned slightly, murmuring, perhaps we should go see what they're preparing. Exchanging glances, they tacitly nodded, got up, and adjusted their gear. Then, they headed towards the square, while Yanko steadily, ready to find out what was happening. Chapter 58, Main Quest 2. The group walked out of the tavern. The scenery outside seemed as usual, but the atmosphere was noticeably different. Compared to half a day ago, there were clearly more people on the streets. Yet, despite the coming and going of pedestrians, the surrounding atmosphere was oppressive and solemn. The civilians still held knights in awe, but many revealed unease and gloom in their eyes, even harboring hidden resentment. Mariania whispered, the Lord mentioned before that the Shadow Sect has been secretly spreading the faith of the Black Dragon within the city. Edwin frowned slightly. The withdrawal of the army has undoubtedly intensified these uneasy emotions. We should still be cautious. They no longer spoke much and quickly entered the square. The troops previously gathered here had left with Earl Thompson. A knight commander in purple gold armor stood on a high platform, his gaze stern as he looked down at everyone below. His muscles were bulging, exceptionally strong, like an immovable fortress. Vaughn and the others stood at the end of the line, while the billy sat obediently by the side. The surrounding knights gave them respectful glances and nodded in greeting as they saw their arrival. Mariania explained in a low voice, he is Spencer, a 4-star beast tamer knight, now the highest combat strength in Thompson Castle. Vaughn's heart stirred, pondering to himself, is he the male protagonist from the romance novel? The billy's eyes gleamed, staring straight at Spencer, seemingly very interested in this male protagonist from Tears of Thompson, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Spencer slowly raised his right hand, and instantly, the noisy square fell silent, only the cold wind circulating in the air. His voice was deep and powerful, resonating beside everyone's ears. Thompson Castle is at a critical juncture of life and death. The orcs from the demon pit, fanatically believing in the black dragon Ahil, are approaching, attempting to completely destroy Thompson Castle. His sharp gaze swept over the faces of the knights below, pausing for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Lady Baron Shania has led the Night Guard to seek aid from the Great Duke of Fire Dragons. We must hold our positions until the reinforcements arrive. As soon as his words finished, the knights below turned pale, whispers gradually arising. Though no one openly contradicted, doubt and anger were evident in their eyes, clearly aware of the Earl's departure. Vaughn muttered to himself, Spencer is too straightforward, he can't even lie properly. Spencer continued, Princess Alicia remains in the city, fighting alongside us. Today, I will select a personal guard team here to protect Princess Alicia's safety. At this moment, dark purple flames appeared in the semi-air. Twisting and swirling, they gradually formed rows of text, aligning before Vaughn and his companions. Vaughn and his teammates quickly surveyed their surroundings, finding that the surrounding knights were unaware, finally sighing in relief. Vaughn thought, it seems this dark flame can only be seen by us. Accompanied by the cold purple flames, the Lord's chilling laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Main Quest 1 completed. Successfully broke through the orc scouts and arrived at Thompson Castle. Enos died, deducting 20 points, each rewarded 40 points. Main Quest 2. Team Mission, protect Princess Alicia until the last moment of the orc army's siege of the fortress. Successful completion rewards each person with 100 points. If protection fails and Princess Alicia is killed, deduct 200 points. Those with insufficient points will be erased. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Inokinjan whispered, I thought it would be protecting Thompson Castle, didn't expect it to be protecting the Hannah. That sounds much easier. Mariania shook her head. Not necessarily. According to college records, Princess Alicia has always been targeted for assassination. Protecting her won't be easy either. Vaughn's expression became grave. There's no other choice now. We can only carry out the Lord's mission. What makes me curious is where Hemlock is. Edwinal nodded. Main Quest 1 only deducted 20 points for Enos's death. Hemlock must still be alive, but where is he? Mariania said gravely. Everyone be careful. Mutual killing is allowed here, without any punishment from the Lord. Everyone looked around, more on guard than ever. At this time, Spencer loudly announced from the platform, only beast tamers who have reached the rank of 2-star beast tamer knight and above may serve as Princess Alicia's personal guard. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the square split into two groups. On one side were the 2-star and above beast tamer knights, and on the other side were the 1-star and some apprentice knights. Vaughn frowned and whispered, What? Then neither Mona nor I qualify to be guards. Mariania covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Don't worry, since it's a team mission, you can go protect other defense positions of the castle. Edwinal and Inokinjan patted Vaughn on the shoulder, indicating that he shouldn't take it to heart, then turned to walk toward the 2-star knight formation. Only Vaughn and Mona were left standing at the spot, facing each other in silence for a moment. At this moment, an ill-timed sneer came from a corner of the square. Vaughn turned his head and saw Raymond, the knight who had berated them earlier in the tavern. Now, he stood within the 2-star knight's formation, sneering with disdainful eyes cast towards Vaughn. Turns out they're just 1-star beast tamer knights. No wonder you're useless trash. Losing the frontline camp isn't surprising. Several knights beside Raymond chimed in agreement. Yes, how disgraceful. If Captain were around, there would be no way the camp would have been lost. Vaughn's face darkened. Mona moved closer to him and whispered something into his ear. A flash of slyness appeared in Vaughn's eyes. Are you sure this will work? Mona nodded. It should. They say Knights of the Dawn era value their pride more than anything else. Vaughn was half convinced as he suddenly announced loudly, I want to duel Raymond. Raymond obviously didn't expect a 1-star beast tamer knight to challenge him. His expression changed slightly, sneering, Why should I accept your duel? Vaughn stared him down without retreating. Because you aren't fit to be Princess Alicia's personal guard. You're too weak. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone's attention focused on Vaughn. Even Spencer couldn't help but turn his gaze. Vaughn continued, What does a Hannah's personal guard prioritize the most? Of course it's strength, especially combat experience. Someone like you who has never faced life or death and only knows luxury does not deserve to be Princess Alicia's personal guard. Raymond clenched his fists angrily, glaring at Vaughn through gritted teeth. Knights exchanged glances, clearly not expecting a 1-star beast tamer knight to boldly insult Raymond so openly. Murmurs rose among the crowd. That guy is really bold to challenge Raymond publicly. But what he says makes some sense. Raymond indeed hasn't been to the front line. Raymond's face flushed red, his eyes cold and ice cold, clearly infuriated. Seeing this, Vaughn sneered, drew his sword, and pointed it directly at Raymond with icy eyes. Yes, I'm Talyanko about you. Dare to duel me? The winner becomes Princess Alicia's personal guard. If you're too afraid, admit it yourself. I don't mind finding a braver target. All the knights turned their gazes to Raymond, awaiting his response. Raymond's face was pale with anger, fists tightly clenched, visibly enraged by Vaughn. Feeling the intense stares, those subtle expressions made him intolerant. He could no longer contain his fury and said coldly, Fine, I accept your duel. On the side of the platform, a lieutenant asked softly, Sir, should we stop this nonsense? Spencer shook his head gravely. No need. He has a point. The personal guards must be the strongest. Letting them fight might not be a bad idea. Following Spencer's gesture, the knights in the square retreated, clearing a space. Vaughn and Raymond stood opposite each other in the square, eyes locked, swords drawn. Just then, Mariania's voice came from Vaughn's earring. Mariania said slowly. Be careful. Duels between beast tamers in the Dawn era are not just contests between spirit beasts. What do you mean? It's a duel involving both the beast tamer and the spirit beast. I see. Spencer walked to the center of the square, the purple golden armor reflecting faint light under the sun, his figure towering like a mountain. The wind stirred up dust on the ground. The square was deathly silent, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Spencer declared deeply, I, 4-star beast tamer knight Alexia Spencer, will serve as the judge for this duel. Combatants. He looked at Vaughn, who raised his head and said slowly, Vaughn. Spencer nodded and loudly proclaimed, 1-star beast tamer knight Vaughn versus 2-star beast tamer knight Raymond. As soon as the words were spoken, Raymond's beast taming rune on his hand emitted dazzling silver-white light. Immediately after, 2 rings of beast summoning circles appeared around him, spreading the aura of a 2-star silver beast tamer. Moments later, a glowing orb emerged from the beast taming rune, gradually transforming. The orb twisted in midair, its silver-white glow Tianko shape, radiating immense pressure. Raymond barked furiously, sharp-tongued brat. I'll see what you can do against my Iron Feather Dragon Hawk. With those words, the glowing orb emitted a piercing cry. The Iron Feather Dragon Hawk abruptly spread its wings, revealing its complete form. Roar! It stood next to Raymond, wings slightly spread, letting out a loud screech, exuding intense pressure. The Iron Feather Dragon Hawk moved with grace and agility, its wings sharp as blades, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Facing the evo of the Dragon Hawk, Vaughn did not show fear. Instead, it sparked his fighting spirit. Indeed, it's the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk. This makes things interesting. Raymond summoned a silver-white long spear, leaped into the air, and steadily sat on the back of the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk. The Dragon Hawk suddenly spread its wings, sending out a powerful gust of wind that shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, Raymond and the Dragon Hawk soared high into the sky, overlaying Vaughn on the ground with icy, condescending eyes. Beside him, Billy restlessly shifted its paws, seemingly eager to join the battle. Vaughn gently stroked its head, calming it down. You've worked hard on the journey. Rest now. All right. Billy obediently nodded but let out a reluctant growl before slowly sitting down, clearly still feeling unsatisfied. Vaughn then stepped forward, the beast tamer rune on his hand glowing a crimson red. A crimson light ball emerged from it, carrying an overwhelmingly powerful aura. As the light ball landed, the ground shook, and waves of energy surged outwards. Suddenly, a massive figure rose from the glow. Roar! Xuanhuan slowly ascended from the ground, its heavy stone body shimmering with a pale blue luster. Its huge form resembled a towering mountain, emitting a weighty pressure that spread in all directions. It seemed to sense the agitation in its bloodline and altered its usual sluggish demeanor. Xuanhuan's gaze turned stern as it lifted its head to meet the cold eyes of the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk. Between the two beasts, an invisible contest began, and the air grew heavy with an intimidating pressure. The onlookers were instantly abuzz, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. What kind of spirit beast is this? I've never seen it before. It's so huge, and it has such an awe-inspiring presence. Some knowledgeable knights recognized Xuanhuan's origin and exclaimed in surprise. This is a giant rock python. It also has an extraordinary bloodline. I didn't expect Vaughn, such a young 1-star knight, to possess such a rare partner. Spencer's eyes also flashed with astonishment, but quickly returned to calmness. He thought to himself, no wonder this kid is so confident. He commands such a rare and precious spirit beast. Standing atop Xuanhuan's broad head, Vaughn held a broadsword, leaning slightly forward, exuding a thick and imposing aura. He stood firm, gazing down at Raymond in midair with a steely look, displaying unmasked confidence and resilience, seamlessly blending with the giant rock python beneath him as if they were one. Seeing Vaughn's unwavering stance, Christie and others smiled knowingly. Spencer announced loudly, both spirit beasts are in position. I hereby witness the battle. The giant rock python versus the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk. The beast tamer duel begins. Vaughn swiftly adjusted his mindset, syncing with Xuanhuan. Let's do this. Xuanhuan responded calmly, sure. To them, this was not just a battle but also a rare opportunity for coordination. Vaughn recalled the previous fight against the flame fire bats and identified areas where he and Xuanhuan could improve. He wasn't used to fighting on top of Xuanhuan, and their attack methods lacked flexibility. Today's battle would help address these issues. Raymond took the initiative, commanding the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk to spread its wings. It flew swiftly through the air, slicing down with its wings like knives, releasing wind blades that cut through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, harden, Vaughn thought calmly and directed. Xuanhuan's stone body instantly shone with a metallic luster. The hardened body withstood the wind blade strike, leaving only shallow marks without any real damage. The surrounding knights held their breath, expecting the wind blade to cause significant harm. Unexpectedly, the giant rock python remained unscathed, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Raymond frowned in dissatisfaction, growing angrier, and shouted aloud. If Windblade doesn't work, let's try this. Steel Featherblade. The Iron Feather Dragon Hawk flapped its wings abruptly, unleashing bursts of magic around it. Sharp iron feathers, like arrow rain, shot out with piercing whistles, aiming at the giant rock python. Vaughn quickly sensed the threat. He commanded decisively. Xuanhuan, dodge, use Crystal Rock Shield. Xuanhuan rapidly dodged, forming a translucent shield of rock elements around itself, attempting to block the attack. The steel feather blades shattered the crystal rock shield, altering their trajectory in the process. Several feather blades grazed xuanhuan's stone body, leaving several bloody scratches. The broken feather blades scattered around, Xianhuan up dust and sand, Xianhuan the ground slightly. Truly worthy of an extraordinary bloodline. Vaughn's heart tightened as he sensed the difficulty in dealing with the iron feather dragon hawk, especially the steel feather blades. If struck directly, even xuanhuan's stony body would be injured. He reminded it telepathically. Pay attention to dodging, seize the opportunity, and aim for a heavy blow. xuanhuan responded calmly. Got it. Vaughn let out a low shout. Rocktail strike. xuanhuan's massive tail swung suddenly, smashing towards the iron feather dragon hawk like a mountain. The air seemed to tear under the power of the tail strike, generating a furious gust. Although the iron feather dragon hawk quickly ascended to dodge, the wind pressure from the tail strike destabilized its flight. It struggled to regain balance. Boom! The tail strike hit the ground, causing the earth to crack and sending up a terrifying dust storm. Vaughn landed steadily back on xuanhuan's head, slightly staggered but quickly adjusted. Seeing the power of this strike, Raymond's expression changed, realizing that direct confrontation with the giant rock python would be disadvantageous. Keep the distance. Don't give it a chance to close in from melee. Chapter 59. The Might of the Alvin Python. The iron feather dragon hawk circled in the sky. Its broad wings flapped, sending gusts of wind surging outward. Sharp steel feather blades rained down continuously, targeting Braden. Under his command, xuanhuan twisted its massive body, relying on its hardened skin and crystal shield to deflect wave after wave of steel feather attacks. Occasionally, xuanhuan would swing its heavy rock tail with a whistling force, sweeping toward the iron feather dragon hawk. Or it would open its enormous mouth, spewing blazing dragon breath, sending waves of heat directly at the flying creature. Forced to rapidly ascend to avoid these attacks, the iron feather dragon hawk narrowly escaped each time. The intense training over the past month had not only steadily improved Braden and Billy's strength. xuanhuan had also successfully mastered Elemental Shield through a skill scroll. Elemental shields manifest in different forms depending on the spirit beast's magical attributes. For example, Billy's Flame Shield versus xuanhuan's Crystal Shield. With the spirit beasts balancing attack and defense, the battle quickly reached a stalemate. Jared simultaneously released the 2-star Beast Mastery skill Wind Blades, aiming to ambush Braden. However, Braden frequently dodged, avoiding any damage. As time passed, the watching knights gradually realized what was happening. Although the iron feather dragon hawk relentlessly attacked, pushing xuanhuan back step by step, xuanhuan's responses became increasingly stable. Even under heavy assault, it avoided fatal injuries. Conversely, the iron feather dragon hawk's stamina and mana were rapidly depleting, nearly suffering critical damage from xuanhuan's counterattacks several times. Damn it, this kid is treating us like sparring partners. Jared's expression grew increasingly furious as he finally noticed something was amiss. Braden remained silent, merely smiling faintly. After the earlier battle, xuanhuan had gradually adapted to the speed of the steel feather attacks, moving with surprising agility and showing no fear. Braden's steps now synchronized with xuanhuan's combat rhythm. Standing atop the giant beast, human and beast moved as one. Boy, you're Yanko for death. Iron Feather Dragon Hawk released both steel feather blades and wind blades simultaneously. A trace of madness flashed in Jared's eyes as he clenched his teeth and gave orders, hoping to end the battle with overwhelming force. The Iron Feather Dragon Hawk spread its wings, and sharp feather blades intertwined with rapid wind blades, raining down like a storm. Spectators below whispered among themselves, debating the situation. Inokangate sneered, "What is Jared Yanko? Releasing wind blades now won't even break xuanhuan's defenses. Isn't this just wasting mana?" Edwin frowned, Yanko his head in confusion. xuanhuan focused on the incoming steel feather blades. It dodged using its large body, and its heavy rock tail swung to deflect the attacks. Howling winds carried the wind blades like rain, slicing through the air and stirring up dust. Each time the wind blade struck, xuanhuan's crystal shield glowed brightly, offering flawless defense. The surrounding knights couldn't help but marvel. The Alvin Python is an immovable fortress, completely impenetrable. What kind of monster is this? Looks like Jared is going to lose today. Just as everyone marveled, a sinister smile crept onto Jared's feigned angry face. Wind elements around the Iron Feather Dragon Hawk abruptly condensed, compressing into a needle-like shape, forming a storm eye. Jacquelinia warned through her earring, "Be careful. This is the 2-star skill Wind Spear, much stronger and faster than Wind Blades." Before she finished Spianko, the attack came like a violent storm, with the Wind Spear speeding straight toward Braden's forehead. His companions' faces changed drastically. "Die? You worthless 1-star. Jared's lips curled with a twisted smile, as if victory was assured. However, with a muffled thud, the expected scene of Braden being critically injured did not materialize. Rock Body Technique activated. Braden's body radiated a bluish-white hue, his skin hardening like stone. The Wind Spear left only a shallow scratch on his cheek, blood slowly trickling out. "Watch above." Jacquelinia's voice sounded again. The Iron Feather Dragon Hawk, under Jared's command, launched a full-speed charge, wrapped in a whirlwind that shattered xuanhuan's newly formed crystal shield. The Dragon Hawk's claws gleamed like fine iron, aiming straight for xuanhuan's eyes. Braden's pupils constricted as he shouted coldly, "Dragon Breath." Alvin Hahan quickly turned, nimbly avoiding the dragon hawk's claws, then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon breath. Roar! Under the scorching dragon breath, the iron feather dragon hawk let out a pained cry, its wings marked with blood, its body trembling but still refusing to retreat, continuing its charge toward the Alvin python. Jared's face contorted as powerful winds swirled around him. He leaped up and jumped onto Alvin Hahan's head. The Beast Mastery rune emitted a dazzling light. Wind element magic flowed like water, converging on the spear in his hand as gales surged. 1-star Beast Mastery skill, Wind Elemental Mastery. The spear pointed straight at Brayden's forehead, with violent gusts twisting the surrounding air as they accompanied the spear tip. Jared cackled wildly. Die! Brayden's gaze was sharp, his pupils emitting dangerous red flashes without the slightest waver. At this critical moment, the Beast Mastery rune on the back of his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant crimson light. Thunderous power surged along the rune's veins, instantly infusing the broadsword. 1-star Beast Mastery skill, Lightning Elemental Mastery. Thunder roared as lightning surged around the blade, flashing with white-blue electric sparks, intensely wild. Swift as lightning, the spear grazed Brayden's cheek, leaving shallow marks as blood dripped down. The thunder blade struck Jared's chest armor accurately. The electric current erupted violently, trembling everything around it. At the same time, Alvin Hahan's massive body tightly coiled around the iron feather dragon hawk, its eyes glinting coldly as it opened its enormous mouth once more, gathering searing magic within. Dragon breath. The scorching exhalation engulfed the dragon hawk's body. After struggling for a moment, it drooped its wings helplessly and let out a mournful cry before falling to the ground. Jared, heavily injured by the thunder, flew uncontrollably several meters and crashed hard onto the ground. Both man and beast lost consciousness. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting golden rays over the square. Alvin Hahan stood proudly, its colossal body towering between heaven and earth like an unshakable mountain. Its stony body shimmered with a cold luster under the sunlight. Brayden's white hair swayed in the wind as he stood firmly atop Alvin Hahan's head, Lyanko down at Jared below, seemingly declaring his victory. The broadsword in his hand gradually disintegrated amidst the lingering thunder and lightning, dissolving into nothingness. Spencer stepped forward slowly, checked Jared's injuries, and then announced, Jared and Iron Feather Dragon Hawk have lost combat awareness. The winner is Brayden and the colossal rock python. The square fell into a brief silence, as everyone seemed to be digesting the battle they had just witnessed. Then, thunderous cheers erupted, echoing loudly. What did I just see? He actually defeated 2-star Jared. A young knight looked disbelieving, his face full of astonishment and admiration. Brayden is amazing. He's only a 1-star Beast Mastery knight, but can compete with a 2-star. Another knight was visibly moved, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The companions exchanged glances, all feeling proud of Brayden's victory. Dominique smiled slightly, her eyes filled with relief and admiration, silently cheering for him. No words were needed. At that moment, they rejoiced from the bottom of their hearts for their companion's triumph. Chapter 60, Extraordinary Rank. A gentle breeze blew across the square. Gravel rolled on the ground, emitting a faint rustling sound. The air still carried the acrid smell of scorched earth from the lightning strikes, mixed with the pungent odor of blood. The wings of the iron-winged dragon eagle had been scorched by dragon breath, and fragments of feathers floated in the air. These fragments slowly drifted down, as if signaling the end of the intense battle. Several knights hurried over to Gavin and the iron-winged dragon eagle. They carefully administered recovery potions drop by drop into the mouths of man and beast. Then, one knight summoned a wood slime, whose warm healing slime gradually covered the wounds on Gavin's chest, stopping the flow of blood. His breathing became steady, his eyelids fluttering gently. At the same time, the dragon eagle emitted a low moan, regaining consciousness. Kathleen smiled as she walked up to Brayden, nodding slightly. Edgar gave a thumbs up. You've gotten stronger again. Are you sure you're purely human? You're a monster. Edwin commented matter-of-factly. Maybe he has known blood. Brayden shot them a glare, not wanting to engage further. The billy excitedly approached, nudging Brayden with its head. Brother, impressive. It then turned to Alvin, saying with a smile, Little brother, that was awesome. Alvin, Lyanko dazed, nodded in response, acknowledging the recognition from Big Brother. Brayden patted Alvin's head softly, saying, Good job. Then, the beast summoning rune glowed red, drawing Alvin back into the Crimson Realm. Spencer's gaze lingered on Brayden's hand for a moment, his eyes flashing with confusion. A dark purple flame flickered in his eyes momentarily. He froze briefly before resuming his composure. Spencer announced loudly, Brayden, you have earned the qualification to become the personal guard of the Hannah, responsible for night watch. Brayden nodded, understood. Spencer looked around at everyone and said solemnly, You've just returned from the front lines. Go to the armory to select some weapons and magic items, then gather back at the square. Everyone responded without objection. Kathleen turned to remind Dominique, Stay here, don't wander off. We'll come find you after the mission. She handed her some defensive magic items, explaining their use carefully. Dominique replied softly, I'll wait for your return at the night camp. As they headed toward the armory, they gradually moved out of sight. Gavin, having regained some strength, was still critically injured and could not move. He strained to look in the direction where Brayden and the others had gone, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. Finally, his gaze shifted to Dominique, malice bubbling inside him. Led by Kathleen, they passed through the stone corridor and arrived at an unassuming corner of the camp. The exterior of the armory looked old and worn, with cracks visible on the doorframe and moss growing between the stones. Braden frowned slightly and asked, "Are you sure this is the place? Did we take the wrong path?" Kathleen nodded firmly. "I memorized the detailed map of Dragon Eagle Castle perfectly." Edgar nodded in agreement, his tone admiring. Indeed, she spent only 3 minutes memorizing every facility. Quite remarkable. Braden marveled. 3 minutes? No wonder she's a beastmaster. Kathleen snorted, but couldn't help smiling slightly. Pushing open the old wooden door, they entered. The sight before them made them catch their breath. The inside contrasted sharply with the outside, displaying rows of shiny standard-issue weapons. Swords, axes, and spears forged from fine iron lined up neatly, their surfaces gleaming, well-polished, and well-maintained. Inside, Braden noticed an elderly man standing behind the counter. Though deeply wrinkled, his eyes were sharp and clear. Braden stepped forward and explained their purpose, as Yanko cautiously. "Old sir, how much equipment can we take?" The old man glanced at him and replied coolly, "There's no limit on standard equipment. Given the approaching Beastman army, you may take more than usual, provided you can carry it. Especially magic grenades, take as many as you can. 4 extraordinary level magic items and equipment. Each of you can choose one based on your clearance." Braden's eyes lit up, trying to contain his excitement. Magic items and weapons were categorized into common, uncommon, rare, extraordinary, unique, and legendary ranks. The equipment he had previously obtained was likely only the ever-burning blade. After it was repaired, that could reach the extraordinary rank. Even the quality of the spatial ring was only at the initial fine grade. And now he could get one for free. How could he not be excited? Indeed, Dragon Eagle Castle is generous, he thought to himself. With a flicker of thought, he asked Claria, "What are magic grenades?" Claria explained, "A magic grenade is a device made using mana-storing crystals. It can store a large amount of mana. It releases this mana through a special detonation mechanism, causing a powerful explosion. This explosion is not only devastating, but can also cause widespread damage in an instant. Mayanko it very suitable for dealing with large numbers of enemies." Braden thought inwardly, "Oh, so these are magic grenades." At this moment, Claria seemed to have discovered something and suddenly became quite excited. She placed her hand on the stone wall, closed her eyes for a moment, then spoke slowly. "There are 50, no, over 100 offensive formations set up here. Impressive, the fluctuations from the formations are so subtle. If I wasn't a 2-star Beastmaster, I probably wouldn't have noticed them." The old man nodded, Spienko solemnly. "The defensive formations here have eliminated many suspicious individuals." Claria's expression turned serious. Based on the fluctuations of the formations, even a 5-star Beastmaster might be held for a while, and those below 4-star would likely be killed instantly. Hearing this exchange, Edgar couldn't help Bryanko out in cold sweat, feeling somewhat guilty. He muttered to himself, "Good thing I only thought about it, just thought about it." Braden and Edwin caught on and rolled their eyes at him. Just then, the billy let out an excited shout nearby. "Old brother, this is good, this is good." Braden followed the voice and saw a set of standard-issue spirit beast armor displayed in one corner of the hall. The armor's design was streamlined, and the thick metal plates gleamed under the light. Each plate was finely polished, smooth yet sturdy, as if able to withstand any attack. After searching for a long time, Braden found that none of the armors suited the billy. Just as both the human and the lion felt disappointed, the elderly attendant smiled and said, "I remember there is a set of extraordinary rank fire lion armor." Interested, both the human and the lion nodded vigorously. The old man led them into an inner room, the heavy door slowly opening, with a dense wave of mana hitting them, refreshing their spirits. Inside, various extraordinary level weapons and magical items were stacked, emitting enchanting glows. The air was filled with the unique scent of metal, as if each extraordinary weapon awaited its destined owner. The old man guided them to a rack where a set of exquisite spirit beast armor was displayed. The armor was enveloped in a dense fire element, almost seeming to burn by itself even when placed there. This is made using magma crystals mixed with purplish iron essence, specifically designed for the Fire Lion clan. The old man proudly introduced, "The Fire Lion armor has multiple magical runes engraved on it. When worn by a spirit beast, it can enhance fire attribute skills power and significantly increase defense. There's also an internal storage space. By infusing a small amount of personal mana into the runes, the wearer can activate built-in magical abilities within the armor." The surface of the armor shimmered with an enchanting pale purple glow, with thick metal blending perfectly with fire elements, telling a story of its strength and distinction. Edgar nodded. "Craftsmen who can forge spirit beast armor are rare, and this piece clearly comes from a master smith, extremely rare." The old man asked, "How about it? Are you satisfied with this fire lion armor?" The billy remained silent, but his eyes sparkled with desire. Like a child playing on the roadside spotting a long-desired candy, Luyenko eagerly at the adult. Braden patted the billy's head and said firmly, "I'll take it." He carefully took off the armor and put it on the billy. The armor fit perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him, hugging every contour of his body. It neither weighed him down nor hindered his movements. Braden adjusted it carefully, ensuring all the straps were securely fastened. "Is this too heavy?" he asked deeply. The billy shook his head, a confident smile forming on his lips. "Not heavy at all, completely fine." The old man smiled. "You can try injecting your mana into the armor to activate the engraved magical skills, like the cloud of flame wings." As the billy infused his mana, the surrounding air began to vibrate slightly. Fire elements gradually condensed behind him, becoming clearer, with fiery feathers materializing out of nowhere, shimmering with dazzling light. The billy felt the flames continuously condensing and refining, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar from excitement. Roar! With its roar, the cloud of flame wings finally fully condensed, and the large pair of wings spread out in the air, magnificent and authoritative. Each feather danced in the intense flames, emitting dazzling light. The demeanor of a true Yanko was revealed without reservation. The billy flapped its wings slightly, stirring up a wave of hot wind, slowly lifting off the ground. Old brother, I can fly. Braden smiled and gave a thumbs up. Great job. Chapter 61 Vigil. Mariania found a dust-covered iron golem in the corner of the inner chamber. She excitedly reached into the runes inside the golem, muttering to herself, "Move, you must move." The servitor rune on her hand flashed, instantly resonating with the golem and forming a pact. With a low rumble, the iron golem slowly began to move as if Wayenko from a long slumber. Wonderful, this iron golem is in perfect condition, Mariania exclaimed, almost jumping with joy. A spirit beast? Braden asked uncertainly. He pulled down his visor, and information about the iron golem streamed across the lens. Iron golem, alchemic origin, elemental type, artificial spirit beast. Bloodline level, none. Attributes, all. Spirit beast skills, enhanced shield, elemental power, guardian field, magic beam. Overall evaluation, a product of alchemy by the legendary great mage Toby, using precious earth magic spires as its core and magic crystals as power sources. After establishing a pact, the tamer can control the iron golem for up to 10 years. This creation requires extremely expensive materials. A well-rounded artificial spirit beast, it performs exceptionally well in combat. Braden questioned, an artificial spirit beast? Such a creature exists? Mariania nodded eagerly. Indeed, it's an alchemic creature by the great mage Toby. I've only heard about them. Never imagined I'd find one here. It's like hitting the jackpot. Everyone nodded somewhat knowingly in unison. Good. Edwinal chose a novice-rank sky sword that could circle around the tamer when infused with mana, allowing flight and attacks. To everyone's surprise, Ianto selected a water attribute weapon. They were merely curious, but didn't press for more details. Braden then found a longsword inscribed with lightning runes among the standard weapons. Although it was just excellent grade, using spirit beast skills afterward would prevent weapon degradation. The spatial ring was filled with standard equipment, and even the storage space of the Fireline war armor was stuffed full. Only then did Braden feel satisfied. One by one, they donned their new gear. Armor glinted under candlelight, swords gleamed coldly, their presence imposing. They left the armory and headed toward the square. Night fell, shrouding the camp in dim firelight. Gavin had his upper body bare, blood flowing freely from a gaping chest wound that stained the bandages red. His face was pale, pain slicing through his nerves. Mayenko, every step incredibly difficult. Braden, abandoning a frontline waste. Just a one-star waste. How dare you? Swallowing bitter absinthe, he cursed, venom and resentment dripping from his words. The burning liquor scorched his throat, but he paid no heed, letting anger and intoxication intertwine within him, pushing him toward madness. Finally, he stopped at Riley's door, eyes filled with icy malice. He kicked the door fiercely, a muffled sound echoing in the hallway. But the magical barrier held firm, blocking Yanko his assault completely. This sent his fury spiraling out of control. Enraged beyond measure, Gavin raised his hand, the servitor rune glowing blindingly, wind blades coalescing and firing. With a thunderous roar, the door shattered under the onslaught, winds rushing in, extinguishing the candles. Darkness flooded the room, heavy and oppressive. Inside, Riley sat alone on her bed, her face hidden by shadows. Gavin stepped into the room, his gaze roving over her body arrogantly, eyes gleaming lecherously. He sneered, "A worthless one who lost territory, you need discipline." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, moving swiftly. Blade flashing, Gavin didn't have time to react. His head rolled away, blood spraying, and he collapsed instantly. The shadow revealed itself to be the long-missing Hemlock. He stared coldly at Gavin's corpse, without a trace of mercy. "I recall not giving you permission to act on your own, Etheric." Riley's voice was icy, authoritative. Etheric said gravely, "He dared to offend the Holy Maiden. Death was deserved. Remember, there will be no next time. Disobey orders again, and it's a capital offense." "Yes, Holy Maiden." Etheric bowed respectfully, then dragged Gavin's body into the shadows, leaving behind silence. As darkness seeped in, a mist-like black aura silently rose around Riley, as if seeping out of the void, outlining her form more distinctly. Her long hair was as dark and smooth as the night sky, blending seamlessly into the darkness, revealing a glimpse of deep luster with the gentle breeze. Her skin exhibited a soft, dark brown hue, her features exquisite and three-dimensional, lips full, exuding an icy yet dangerous beauty. In that moment, she was no longer the previously ordinary half-elf Riley. She was now dark elf Riley Desquella. The moon was bright among sparse stars, wisps of clouds like smoke, the entire tower shrouded in a layer of shadowy tranquility. A light night breeze carried a touch of chill, only torches flickered in the darkness, casting ghostly and mysterious shadows. Braden and his companions guarded outside Princess Alanis' tower, the surroundings silent, the atmosphere tense and solemn. He leaned against the shadow at the corner, his sharp gaze scanning the area. Ianto stood not far away, arms crossed, Luyanko serious but faintly weary. Mariania stood in the center of the garden, eyes closed, the tip of her staff glowing pale blue, the light slowly spreading outward. Edwin hid on the roof eaves, bow in hand, ready to strike. Other knights stood silently guard around, their armor gleaming coldly in the dim light, like statues. Moonlight bathed the sea of pink flowers, faintly reflecting a purplish hue, with diffusing pale blue halos, resembling a thinly painted oil painting. Time seemed to freeze, everyone silently praying for peace this night. Just then, Braden felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He shook his head, forcing himself to stay awake, but found his eyelids growing heavier. Suddenly, a low snore came from nearby. Braden turned to see Ianto leaning against the stone wall, fast asleep. Snore. Snore. Old age makes you sleep early. Can't blame him, Braden thought. Old Enoch, it's your watch, don't sleep. He approached and patted Ianto's shoulder, but no matter how he tried, the other remained unresponsive. Worried, a chill ran through him, sensing something was wrong. At that moment, Mariania's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Braden, something's off, feels like a hypnotic spell is cast. It's the Shadow Sect. Be careful. Braden immediately raised his alertness, seeing shadows emerge from all directions, ghostly figures. Edwin also noticed the anomaly. He swiftly drew his bow, releasing a glowing arrow. Boom! The arrow exploded mid-air, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Pale purple light gathered in the air, forming a magical barrier. Like ripples in water, the light curtain gradually contracted from the periphery to the center. As the light intensified, the barrier became a dark cage, isolating them from the outside world. Braden saw the situation clearly under the light. Most knights around the tower were already asleep, unaware of being surrounded by those shadows. Then, creatures emerged from the shadows, floating in midair. These creatures were large-bodied, shaped like exposed giant brains, wet and smooth, with beaks akin to those of birds of prey, sharp and cruel. Dan-teethed the beak, a cluster of writhing tentacles glittered metallically, like serpents' tongues, twisting chaotically, emitting deadly threats. A creature slowly approached a sleeping knight, its tentacles quickly piercing the knight's skull. The next instant, rapid and greedy suction sounds echoed, chilling to the bone. The tentacles tightly entwined, the knight's head slowly shriveled, all life drained. Braden's gaze hardened, pulling down his visor, information about the creature displayed on the lens. Beak brain demon, special species, growing spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, dark, evil. Spirit beast skills, corrosive tentacles, shadow ball, shadow form. Overall evaluation, highly corrosive spirit beast. Tentacles carry toxins and parasitic abilities, residing where darkness gathers. Note, the tamer's mind will be eroded upon pact, gradually losing emotions. Braden cursed inwardly. Special species, truly disgusting. Disgust showed on his face, gripping his longsword firmly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Braden turned his gaze to another monster. This one resembled a floating gigantic monstrous head, its features terrifying. Its skull covered in sharp spines, like a mobile fortress of spikes. Its mouth opened wide, a long tongue shooting out rapidly, like a Strianko snake, piercing the knight's throat greedily, devouring flesh. Blood dripped down the long tongue, casting a ghastly shadow in the dim light. The monster had 4 eyes scattered around its head, red pupils flashing like malevolent spirits peering from the abyss. Those eyes continuously emitted eerie waves, entrapping the surrounding knights, keeping them ensnared in a nightmare's prison, plunging them into endless torment, unable to awaken. Information about the spirit beast appeared again on the visor screen. Demon, special species, growing spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, dark, evil. Spirit beast skills, nightmare, mental erosion, psychic barrier. Overall evaluation, a cruel special species spirit beast, skilled at using its long tongue to drain victims of flesh and blood, and possessing powerful mental oppression abilities. Its red eyes release the nightmare skill, trapping victims in endless dream torture, extremely dangerous. Note, the tamer's mind will be eroded upon pact, gradually losing emotions. Cult fanatics of the Shadow Sect slowly emerged from the shadows, clad in black robes, their faces hidden under dark hoods, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Their black blades gleamed with a cold, ominous light, and the fanatics silently brandished their weapons, attacking Yanko from all sides. Mariania's expression turned grave, and she whispered, "This area is sealed by an array, with a spellcaster operating it from the shadows. We need to find him to break the array. Buy me some time." Understood. Braden responded gravely, his sword flashing as he met the incoming shadows. Mariania swiftly threw a spirit beast orb, accompanied by a deep roar, and a steel golem suddenly materialized, its massive figure appearing even more imposing under the moonlight, its giant sword gleaming with a cold light, as if every inch of metal yearned for a bloodbath. The golem swung its massive sword, slicing through the night sky, turning the beak brain demons and eye demons into shredded remains, splashing blood everywhere. Meanwhile, Mariania closed her eyes, holding her breath, spreading her consciousness to detect magical fluctuations around her. Determined to find the hidden spellcaster, Braden moved like lightning among the fanatics, each stroke of his sword leaving trails of blood. Every slash was precise and decisive, bringing down the shadows one after another. High above, Edwin calmly drew his bow, releasing split arrows like swift winds piercing through the air, targeting enemies. Fanatics tried to raise their blades in defense, but fell as the arrows tore through them, blood staining the battlefield. Blades clashed and roars filled the air as everyone found themselves in fierce combat. Chapter 62, The Shadow Cult. High in the sky, a cold wind howled. Eri sat steadily on the back of a steel-winged dragon eagle, his expression stern and his sharp gaze locked onto the array below. The dragon eagle knights followed closely behind, riding iron-winged dragon eagles in formation, their iron-gray wings spread wide like flashing blades of cold light. Everyone was waiting for orders, ready to launch a charge regardless of life or death at any moment. Opposite them, a withered old man sat on the back of a giant lion scorpion. The elder wore a beast mask made of black iron, holding a deadwood staff topped with a crystal that emitted an eerie dark glow. The giant lion scorpion was covered in dark scales, with black flames swirling around it. Its tail sting raised high like a lethal venomous needle, emitting a terrifying light in the night sky. Behind the old man, the fanatics of the shadow cult rode shadow manta rays, hovering in midair. Like a black tide, silently circling in the air. Silence hung in the air as both sides faced off wordlessly, the tension taut and ready to snap. Eri gave a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. Digby, since when did the rats of the shadow cult dare to be so insolent? To actually appear openly, don't you fear dying here? On the back of the giant lion scorpion, Digby laughed strangely, his voice grating like claws scraping over rusted metal, unbearably harsh. He slowly raised his deadwood staff, pointing it at Eri with a sinister gaze piercing through the mask. Eri, the Baron of Dragon Eagle Castle has fled with his tail between his legs, leaving only a mere 4-star Beastmaster here to die. Do you really think you can stop my master's great army with such a small force? Surrender now, believe in my lord, and hand over Princess Civil. With my lord's blessing, given your potential, advancing to a 6-star Beastmaster and becoming an extraordinary being is not entirely out of reach. Eri threw back his head in laughter, filled with contempt. Ha ha ha, what nonsense, calling yourself the King of Night, boasting loud but nothing more than a black eel. You rats, emboldened by the war between the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons and other Grand Dukes, dared to covet Dragon Eagle Castle, and you still dare call yourselves royalty? Truly laughable. Digby's face darkened, his partially exposed face beneath the beast mask growing even more sinister, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Eri, you will pay for your ignorance. Eri retorted mockingly. Oh, I look forward to seeing what tricks these despicable rats can come up with. Before he finished Spienko, he patted the neck of the steel-winged dragon eagle and whispered, Charge. The steel-winged dragon eagle let out a piercing roar, its iron-gray wings abruptly spreading wide, rushing toward the giant lion scorpion. The two massive creatures clashed fiercely in midair, iron wings against scorpion tails, sparks flying everywhere. The giant lion scorpion's tail sting glowed with a dark green luster, the corrosive smell of venom wafting, aiming straight for the dragon eagle's wings. The steel-winged dragon eagle flapped its wings vigorously, the gale cutting like knives, slashing towards the giant lion scorpion. Meanwhile, the fanatics around Digby no longer hesitated. Spurring their shadow manta rays, they rushed towards the dragon eagle knights with ear-piercing shrieks. Those shadow manta rays were like moving shadows, weaving through the night sky, charging at the enemies like a group of malevolent spirits. The dragon eagle knights reacted swiftly, pulling away, spears thrusting outward to pierce the oncoming foes. Instantly, everyone was engulfed in fierce combat. Iron-winged dragon eagles tangled with shadow manta rays in midair. Dragon eagle knights continuously clashing with the fanatics, iron wings interwoven with black flames in an exceptionally intense battle. The clash of weapons and ear-piercing shrieks echoed through the night sky. In front of the tower, in the garden, the battle was also raging fiercely. A red rune glowed brightly. Roy threw out a spirit beast ball, summoning the Billy and Rock Dum-Dum simultaneously. Roar! The Billy roared furiously, flames erupting from all around him, a wave of scorching heat rushing forward. It charged at the brain fiends, its flaming claws slicing through the night, instantly incinerating the tentacle monsters into ashes. Blazing firelight danced around it, burning away all darkness. Rock Dum-Dum moved forward sinuously, quickly entangling the eye demons, lock-yanko them within its robust stone body. Its strength was like a mountain, powerful and overwhelming. Accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of bones crack-yanko, these monsters were crushed into piles. Ouch, who shot me in the butt? At this moment, Barney slowly came to in the midst of the melee, clutching his wound and shouting angrily. Edwin felt somewhat guilty and quietly moved to a different position to avoid the dwarf's sight. Barney cursed loudly. A bunch of damned bastards, daring to ambush Grandpa Dwarfs, but Luyanko for a fight. As he roared, the Beastmaster rune shone brilliantly, and a blazing fire lizard shot out from it, its entire body ablaze with fiery flames. The lizard's bright red scales shimmered in the firelight, its eyes blazing with intense battle fervor. Barney shouted, Roy, come. Roy understood immediately and directed the Billy to leap beside the fiery lizard. Crimson flame breath. The two spirit beasts spewed scorching flames from their mouths simultaneously, the waves of fire intertwining like a blazing storm, instantly engulfing the fanatics and their spirit beasts that stood in their way. The cries of the fanatics and the wails of the spirit beasts mixed into a scene of utter carnage. At the same moment, Tammy closed her eyes in concentration, her staff trembling slightly. She suddenly opened her eyes, finally spotting the warlock hidden in the shadows of the garden. He held a black stone wand, wreathed in dark mist, siphoning the life energy of the fallen knights and manipulating the entire formation. Tammy spoke in a low voice. It's him. He's controlling the formation. Just then, dark flames reappeared in midair, and the Lord's eerie laughter echoed in everyone's minds. Side Mission 3. Eliminate the Shadow Cult Warlock. Reward 30 points for each participant. Failure incurs no penalty. Roy's gaze hardened. He leapt onto the Billy's back and charged straight for the Warlock. Cover me, he shouted loudly. Barney roared as he swung his warhammer, smashing down with such force that the ground cracked and the nearby shadow fanatics were instantly crushed into pulp. Edwin drew his bowstring from a high vantage point, loosing a flurry of split arrows with deadly precision, clearing Roy's path. Seeing the danger, the Warlock's eyes flashed with fear. In a panic, he jumped onto the back of a shadow manta ray, urging it to ascend and escape. His face contorted, the Warlock waved his blackstone staff, screaming, "Kill him! Don't let him catch up!" The surrounding fanatics and spirit beasts moved at his command, a wave of darkness surging towards Roy. The wind howled as the spirit beasts lunged en masse, blocking Yanko out the sky. Roar! The Billy bellowed, its fiery lion armor emitting brilliant light, its cloud-like wings unfurling sharply. The flaming wings beat fiercely, sending waves of searing heat that knocked the spirit beasts to the ground, igniting a sea of fire. Terrified, the Warlock urged the shadow manta ray to flee faster. However, in the next instant, the fiery cloud wings carved a blazing trail through the darkness, slicing through the night to pursue the Warlock. Thunder crackled on Roy's longsword, the blade glowing with blinding brilliance. 1-star Beast Mastery skill, Lightning Control. Flash. The sword glowed with thunderous light as it cut downward. With one stroke, the Warlock was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. The shadow manta ray lost control, letting out a mournful cry as it plunged into the fire along with the Warlock. The protective barrier in midair shattered with a crisp sound, Bray Yanko apart like glass, dissolving into sparkling lights in the air. Side Mission 3. Eliminate the Shadow Cult Warlock. Complete. Tammy, Roy, Edwin, Barney, each rewarded 30 points. Chapter 63. Sudden Change. With the destruction of the barrier, the knights inside the castle finally noticed the disturbance in the tower. In the sky, the figures of the Dragon Eagle Knights and the Shadow Cult fanatics gradually became visible, and they continued to fight fiercely in the night sky. Woo! A high-pitched horn sound came from the castle, tearing through the silent night sky, as the army was assembling. Spencer led the Dragon Eagle Knights down before the Hannes Tower, his spear pointing directly at Isaac. Isaac, today is your day of death. Isaac laughed maniacally, his expression becoming increasingly twisted. Ha ha, I thought to give you a chance to serve my master. It seems I was wrong. Since this is the case, let's end this farce now. Suddenly, the lieutenant behind Spencer revealed a sinister expression, thrusting his spear violently through Spencer's ribcage. Spencer groaned, his body swayed, and he fell from the back of the Dragon Eagle. He looked at the lieutenant with disbelief, slowly opening his mouth. Nevin, why? Blood gushed from the wound, staining his armor red. Nevin sneered, resentment filling his eyes. The Count of Dragon Eagles has already fled. Captain, why are you still deluded? Those cowardly royals do not deserve our protection. Only by believing in the Dark Knight King can we live. As he finished Spianko, several more Dragon Eagle Knights raised their spears and stabbed their former comrades in arms. Blood splattered, and knights fell one after another, caught off guard. Spencer roared angrily, fire blazing in his eyes. Traitors! Isaac emitted a shrill laugh, Lyanko disdainfully at Spencer. If not for my lord's command to bring back Princess Charity intact, you people would not have lived until now. At that moment, the defensive barriers hidden around the tower shattered and ceased to function. The heavy gates slowly opened, and a maid holding Princess Charity walked out. The Hannah had a blank expression, her appearance revealing some weariness. Her hair was silver white, and her entire body was covered with delicate scales, shimmering with a faint cold light. The scales extended from her jawline to cover her entire body, highlighting her cold and beautiful face with an indescribable alien beauty. Charity wore a white robe, and under the moonlight, the scales and robe created a dreamlike scene. Her gaze swept over everyone, and when she saw Spencer's injury, her expression changed slightly. With a worried look on her face, she said, "Captain Spencer." Spencer endured the pain, barely standing steady, guilt and anguish filling his eyes. "Your Highness, I'm sorry," Lieutenant Nevin coldly said. "Surrender, Captain, while you still have a chance to live." Spencer's eyes welled up with overwhelming anger, cold killing intent gathering in them. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air and accurately struck the maid in the head. The fire cloud wings flapped abruptly, and the Billy's figure soared through the sky. Brayden and Ron leaped down from the Billy's back, landing in front of the Hannah. Ron quickly summoned a large shield, infused with magic, and a blue glow spread across it, forming multiple layers of sturdy protective barriers around them, protecting the Hannah. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will protect you," Ron said firmly. Brayden and the Billy stood beside him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Kathleen stood on the side of the garden, her staff glowing brilliantly. Magic missiles and crystal shards continuously shooting toward the traitorous Dragon Eagle Knights and cultists. Leaves and flowers scattered, exploding magical lights turned the night sky into a dazzling sea of flames, Mayenko the battlefield even more chaotic. Spencer, filled with uncontrollable rage, saw his Beastmaster runes suddenly shine, unleashing all his fury. He gripped his spear tightly, roaring, "Nevin!" Two crescent-shaped wind blades condensed on either side of the spear, slashing towards Nevin. 4-star Beastmaster skill, Wind Fury Slash. The sharp wind blades broke through the air, splitting Nevin in half, blood spurting out like a fountain. Then, a fierce wind rose around Spencer, rapidly compressing around him. 2-star Beastmaster skill, Windblade. In sync with the steel-winged dragon eagle, wind blades shot out from its wings, tearing apart the surrounding cultists and traitors instantly. Numerous attacks flew toward Spencer, but were blocked by the protective shield condensed in front of him. 3-star Beastmaster skill, Wind Shield. Step by step, Spencer approached Isaac, determination etched in his eyes. Isaac showed signs of fear and hastily tried to escape with the giant scorpion lion. At that moment, a scorching fireball flew over from the side. The giant scorpion lion swung its tail, smashing the fireball, causing an explosion. Tayenko advantage of this brief delay, Spencer was now right in front of him. Die! He raised his spear high, the spear tip converging with furious wind elements. 1-star Beastmaster skill, Wind Elemental Mastery. The spear thrust forward, and the raging wind elements transformed into a torrent, piercing through the body of the giant scorpion lion. A shrill scream echoed, black flames dispersing in midair. Isaac was sent flying to the ground, coughing up blood in pain as he struggled to stabilize himself. At this moment, the army finally arrived, with thousands of soldiers and spirit beasts surging into the battlefield, eliminating the remaining fanatics and their spirit beasts one by one. In an instant, the shadow cult was nearly exterminated. Seeing the situation turn against him, Isaac's face became grotesque, his eyes filled with madness. You will all be my sacrifices. He inserted his withered left hand into his own eye socket, accompanied by a low, pained roar, and forcibly gouged out one of his eyeballs. Blood gushed forth, drawing a line in the air, and coalescing into eerie runes. Above the garden, black flames condensed, forming a massive pitch-black vertical pupil that slowly opened. That eye was deep like the night, cold and merciless, exuding pure, ancient evil. The air under its gaze abruptly grew heavy, as if the vitality between heaven and earth was instantly devoured. Everyone present felt an irresistible oppression, their hairs standing on end, hearts pounding, breath stifled. Isaac's face turned deathly pale, slowly transforming into a pool of black blood. The soldiers of Dragon Eagle Castle, overwhelmed by the vertical pupil's pressure, bled from the 7 orifices, falling to the ground. Beastmasters raised their shields, instinctively casting defensive spells, trying to shield themselves from the terrifying gaze. Some even fell to the ground, trembling in fear and incontinence. Brayden quickly pulled up Princess Charity beside him, stepping forward as both crouched behind Ron's large shield. Ron and Brayden frantically channeled magic power from the Beastmaster space, pushing the shield's defensive array to its limits, while the Billy also released a fire barrier. Yet, they still felt the penetrating stare of the black dragon as if it could pierce through everything. Suddenly, Brayden's left arm surged with intense pain. His flesh began to twist, the mad blood gradually boiling. Violent homicidal emotions spread from the crimson blood region to his entire body. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, "The mad blood syndrome is flaring up? Why now?" Brayden fought hard to suppress the savage urges within him. Meanwhile, faint black flames surrounded Charity, carrying a burning sensation that distorted the moonlight. Between Brayden and her emerged a strange repulsion and disharmonious resonance. These two forces intertwined and intertwined. They silently connected their consciousness, gradually leading them to some profound and dark place. The black dragon's vertical pupil slightly contracted, its icy gaze piercing through the shield and locked Yanko onto Brayden and Charity. Brayden's body shook violently as the mad blood and Charity's black flames reached their peak simultaneously. The last ray of light faded from their eyes, and both Brayden and Charity collapsed, their consciousness sent Yanko into endless darkness. The last thing they heard was the urgent yet distant cries of their comrades. "Bro, Brayden." Chapter 64, The Tower. The dark tower, with its cold stone walls. Only the windows suspended midair let in a little light, but it was so far away. Willis slowly woke up and found himself inside this cold and ancient tower. He looked around. Is this the tower where Princess Alanis resides? His murmurs echoed in his ears, resounding through the tower as if sent Yanko into deeper darkness. He walked forward, his footsteps distinctly clear in the spacious tower. Each step seemed to pull at the torrent of time. Not far away, a small figure crouched in the shadows, lonely and fragile. Willis squinted, trying to see more clearly. But just then, the space around him suddenly distorted. Vivid yet blurred fragments of memories interwoven with various emotions flooded his mind. He saw a child, Alethea wrapped in exquisite silk. Silver hair, deep blue eyes, and fine scales covering her entire body. She was Princess Alanis, the eldest daughter of Earl Jesse of Dragon Eagle, a being born and declared as blessed by the gods, or at least that's what Earl Dragon Eagle proclaimed. Amidst the praises, the Earl held the little Hannah high. Pride and joy spread across his face while courtiers around offered their congratulations. Princess Alanis is the star of good fortune for Dragon Eagle Castle. She will bring us boundless prosperity. Long live Lord Farrell. Long live Dragon Eagle Castle. The Earl nodded slightly, seemingly enjoying this glory, yet a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. The cold stone door slowly closed. Since she could remember, she had been living in this tower. The scene changed again. Willis saw that Alanis had grown somewhat older. Her scales became denser with growth. Like drenched in cold moonlight, they shimmered with a silver glow, beautiful yet unusual. Earl Dragon Eagle still maintained a kind demeanor before his subjects, but the secret cures never ceased. In the dim tower, he brought physicians. one after another, constantly trying various methods to cure Alanis. Willis silently watched from the side, as the doctors coldly used iron pincers to pluck out the scales one by one. Alanis's screams reverberated through the tower, her frail body curled up and trembling in pain. But the scales grew back faster and faster. New ones sprouted quickly after each removal, endlessly. The doctors were helpless and could only use hot irons to seal the wounds. The smell of burning mixed with the iron rust permeated the air. The Hannah's cries went from piercing to hoarse, weak, until finally silent. Colby why? Dragon Eagle Castle never had any god's blessing to begin with. It was all a story made up by the Earl to solidify his position. The scene changed. A plague swept through the castle, servants and commoners becoming emaciated and weak. Dragon eagles diminished year by year, young eagles dying during hatching. Numerous gazes focused on the tower where Alanis lived, adoration gradually turning into suspicion and disgust. It's that Hannah. She's a calamity. She brings curses. She killed our children. Her existence is the source of disaster. She's not even human. She's a monster. Servants whispered, avoiding her gaze. Only those cold stone walls and endless darkness accompanied her. Her eyes became increasingly hollow and bleak. Not far away, Willis saw that solitary figure still crouching in the corner, almost blending into the darkness, completely sunk into the abyss of despair. Willis felt a twist of pain in his chest, rage burning within. He forcibly calmed himself, deducing, this might be Alanis's inner world. Willis slowly walked to Alanis's side, sat down on the ground, and after a moment of silence, spoke softly. Your Highness, the Black Dragon responded to your prayers, right? Alanis didn't look up, as if she hadn't heard his words. Willis continued, why didn't you leave with the Shadow Sect? Or do you want to witness the destruction of Dragon Eagle Castle yourself? Alanis remained silent. Willis paused for a moment, sighing lightly. Or have you wavered? At this, Alanis's gaze flickered slightly, her originally empty eyes showing a hint of movement. Willis said gravely, you later realized that countless people would die because of this. Have you wavered? Alanis slowly spoke. Revenge? Shouldn't I take revenge? Are you here to preach to me too? Willis shook his head. No. I just think your life isn't as pure as it should be, perhaps even twisted. Alanis was a little puzzled. Twisted? Willis explained. Yes, it's a word from my hometown, meaning awkward or conflicted. Alanis looked at him, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Conflicted? If it were you, what would you do? Willis smiled. I would definitely long for revenge, just like you. Alanis shot him a disdainful glance. Willis quickly added, but the most important person to me doesn't want me to live in hatred. He hopes I can be more patient and embark on a journey first. Whether I end up hating the world, or loving the world, or not being so pure anymore. Maybe I can find my own answer along the way. Then I can just act according to my heart, fulfilling my own answer. Willis fell silent for a moment, recalling that he was in an illusion of history, and Alanis's journey had already ended long ago. A sense of melancholy welled up in his heart. He bitterly comforted himself. Maybe it's not necessarily an illusion. Perhaps it's really a conjuration. Find your own answer? Alanis mused. Willis smiled. Yeah, for that I need to constantly grow stronger. I need the power to fulfill my answer. Alanis scoffed. So, you want to be a judge? How arrogant. Willis hurriedly denied. No, that's too troublesome. I've always only cared about myself and those I cherish. I only want to protect myself and those I cherish. I don't want them to be hurt. Alanis looked at Willis. You're really twisted. Their eyes met, and both of them laughed. Ha! Willis said, let's go back. Even if we don't know whether this is an illusion or a conjuration, at this moment, isn't there someone important waiting for you? Alanis's expression softened as she recalled Spencer's face. Touched, she slowly nodded and then vanished on the spot. At that moment, the dark purple flames reappeared in midair, and the eerie voice of the Lord echoed in his mind. Side Mission 1. Act as the match character without revealing any discrepancies. Willis, mission failed, no penalty. Willis stood up reluctantly, dusted off the dirt from his body, and stretched his sore waist. Well, at least there's no punishment. I should go back too. However, the next instant, he felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him. His hair stood on end, as if something hidden in the darkness was watching him. He shuddered, as Yanko himself in a low voice. Since when? Maybe it has been watching me from the beginning. At this moment, in the depths of darkness, a massive vertical pupil slowly opened. Its icy and sinister light seemed like an eternal malevolent spirit, piercing through space. Then, a terrifying aura rushed towards him, accompanied by an enormous black shadow gradually appearing. It was the Night King, Black Dragon Ale. Its black scales were like ink, glowing with a dark light, its sharp claws seemingly able to tear through space effortlessly. Its huge wings flapped gently, stirring up gusts of cold wind, as if capable of swallowing all light. The pair of blood-red vertical pupils were cold and merciless, filled with ancient malice. The dragon's mouth slightly opened, emitting a deep roar that shook the space, tormenting Willis's soul. Roar! It suddenly raised its claw and fiercely swiped at the dark purple flame floating in midair. The dark purple flame shattered like paper under the dragon's claw strike, dissipating into tiny fragments in the air. Willis's pupils dilated. The black dragon can break through the Lord's power? He held his breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. The black dragon lowered its head to look down at Willis, sneering disdainfully. Another sacrifice, how delightful. With that, it raised its claw with the force to tear through space and smacked down towards Willis. As the dragon claw approached, Willis tried to escape, but felt a terrifying pressure pinning him firmly in place. Mayenko even breathing incredibly difficult. Just as the claw was about to touch him, a sea of crimson blood surged up beneath Willis's feet. Crazy blood surged, carrying a violent killing intent, rapidly spreading out. In moments, it formed a blood-red domain. Lightning intertwined within, the blood-colored power flooded the surrounding darkness, dyeing the entire space into pure scarlet. The black dragon's silhouette paused, quietly observing the scarlet blood domain beneath its feet, a flash of excitement in its eyes. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Its figure gradually blurred in the blood-red world, dissolving into the void, finally vanishing into nothingness. Since you're all struggling, I'll come and take you personally. Chapter 65, Witness. The darkness receded, and faint light filtered through the eaves of the window, casting onto the floor. Anwar slowly opened his eyes, consciousness gradually returning. He found himself in a house, with the billy vigilantly guarding the wooden door. Its body was taut, fur slightly bristling, like an immovable fortress, ready to respond to any potential danger at any moment. Near the edge of the bed, Riley's brows were slightly knitted, her expression showing obvious concern. Her hands were submerged in the clear water of a copper basin, gently gripping a linen cloth, twisting it back and forth to squeeze out excess water. Older brother, you're awake. Seeing Anwar open his eyes, the billy quickly approached, gently nudging his arm with its head, bringing a warm touch that offered some comfort. Anwar couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to stroke the billy's mane, and softly said, "Thank you." The billy happily replied, "It's good that you're okay, older brother." Seeing Anwar awake, Riley finally felt relieved, sighing in relief as she put down the linen cloth. "You've finally woken up, thank goodness." She slowly approached Anwar, placing her palm on his forehead to gently feel the change in temperature. Confirming that his fever had broken, she relaxed. "You've been running a high fever for days, unconscious." Anwar nodded, responding in a low voice, "I'm fine now. Thank you, Riley." Hardly had he finished Spianko when intermittent cries of battle suddenly came from outside the window, accompanied by the roars of spirit beasts and the grating sounds of metal clashing, causing the entire castle to tremble slightly. Anwar froze, recalling the terrifying figure of the black dragon Ahil before him. With its vast wings blocking Yanko out the sky, blood-red vertical pupils full of malice, still vivid in his mind, Mayenko his heart tense. He turned to Riley urgently, as Yanko in a grave voice. "What's happening? How is everyone? Is the Hannah all right?" Riley sensed Anwar's urgency and answered succinctly. "The orc army is advancing, attack Yanko Dragonhawk Castle. Everyone is safe, stationed in front of the tower to protect the Hannah. Princess Anya remains unconscious, her condition not Lu Yanko optimistic." Anwar looked at Riley solemnly and warned, "It's too dangerous here. You should go to the armory. There's a defensive magic array there, safer than here. Be careful, don't act rashly, hide yourself well." He paused, lowering his voice. The black dragon, Ahil, might appear. Upon hearing this, Riley's face changed slightly, revealing undeniable shock in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed it. She hesitated for a moment. "I understand, I'll be careful." Anwar took a deep breath and quickly got up. "I'll find Christy and the others. Go to the armory quickly. Billy, let's go." Pick Yanko up the long sword leaning against the wall. One man and one lion quickly left the house, heading towards the tower. Moments later, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the darkness, coldly watching the direction Anwar left, eyes filled with sinister killing intent. "Why didn't you kill him directly?" Hemlock whispered, his voice laced with suppressed hatred. "He would make an excellent offering. That nobleman would certainly be very satisfied." Riley's gaze suddenly turned cold. She raised her hand slightly, and dark spikes shot up from the ground, piercing Hemlock's body like swift blades. He choked, blood gushing from his mouth, his face instantly turning pale, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Riley's voice was as cold as ice. "You dare question me?" Hemlock pressed his chest, lowering his head with difficulty, his voice trembling. "It's my impudence, holy lady." Riley raised her head and stared at the sky, her eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. The black dragon actually appeared? The eaves of the houses lined the streets drooped low, doors tightly shut. The entire Dragonhawk castle was enveloped in a shadow of slaughter, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy. Occasionally, low sobs and prayers echoed from within the houses, filled with despair and pain. Doors seemed slightly opened, hate-filled gazes cast from within, coldly staring at Anwar's figure, as if he too was the source of this suffering, and he too deserved to pay with his life. Anwar ignored these malevolent gazes, leaping onto the billy's back, patting its mane and whispering, "Let's survey the battlefield from above first." Fire cloud wings flapped, and the billy soared into the sky, its wings blazing like flames against the dim sky, carrying Anwar straight up into the clouds. The sky was overcast and oppressive, clouds rolling ominously, day and night indistinguishable. In the distance, the forest was shrouded in black mist, tree shadows blurred, resembling a dark ocean, from which the orc army advanced like an incoming tide. At a glance, the orc formation resembled an endless black tide, covering the entire horizon, iron armor gleaming under the dark clouds, heavy and oppressive. The orc warriors stood in neat square formations, wielding great axes, spears, and shields. Their muscles bulged, faces fierce. Roar, 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 they howled, their voices rising, beating furiously on their chest armor, creating a dull resonance. Fanaticism was spreading. Occasionally, ferocious spirit beasts would dart among them. Enormous black wolves opening gaping maws, eyes flashing with cold bloodlust. Massive fiery bats circling above the army, emitting piercing screeches, spewing scorching flames from their mouths, ready to incinerate all enemies at any moment. The vast army was advancing, like an overwhelming mountain pressing down, bringing an irresistible and terrifying pressure. At this moment, in a patch of woods before the city walls, a sudden roar erupted as hidden traps here were triggered first. Boom! Several massive wooden stakes shot up abruptly, their sharp spikes piercing through the front rank of orcs, screams instantly filling the air. Then, a series of explosions resounded in quick succession. Flames spread across the ground, metal-laden iron jars bursting amidst the orc formation, instantly toppling many. The fragile calm was shattered. The war had begun. Fierce shouts of battle rose instantly to the sky, the orc army roaring deafeningly, surging towards the castle like a pack of wolves. On the city wall, the defenders of Dragon Hawk Castle were already fully prepared. Archers solemn, longbows drawn taut, arrows aimed at the approaching enemies. Release. Following the commander's order, a rain of arrows poured down like a tidal wave. Dense arrows slicing through the air, tracing lines of cold light through the dark clouds, piercing into the orc formation, felling the charging warriors. On the city wall, the Dragonhawk Knights wore silver armor, riding majestic iron-winged dragonhawks, their eyes shimmering with indomitable resolve. Charge! Dragonhawks soared in the air, emitting prolonged cries, engaging in battle with the bat riders. Wind blades intersected with fireballs, sharp teeth clashed with scaled feathers, sparks flew. Dragonhawks dove into the enemy ranks, claws like steel cutting through the wings of enemies, eliciting blood-curdling shrieks. Blood spattered, reddening the sky, xuanhuan the earth. A Dragonhawk Knight wove through the air, swiftly dodging incoming fireballs. However, a dense rain of arrows followed closely behind, each arrow precisely piercing his chest. His body jolted violently, blood gushing from the wounds, staining his silver armor red. Scarlet trails dripped, leaving a streak of crimson droplets in the air. He squinted his eyes, showing unbending tenacity and determination. The knight slowly lowered his head, gently stroyanko the iron-winged dragon hawk beneath him, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, old friend." The dragon hawk understood his intent, its wings trembling slightly, tears welling in its eyes. It emitted a low mournful cry, like a final requiem. The knight straightened his body resolutely, his gaze firm as steel, shouting to his distant comrades, "Witness for me." Before he finished Spianko, he suddenly released the reins of the dragon hawk, leaping into the sky, diving towards the core of the orc army. His figure streaked through the night sky like a falling star, heading straight for the heart of the enemy. As the distance closed, the magic thunder wrapped around his waist began to glow faintly, gradually emanating blazing flames. Boom! A shockingly explosive detonation rocked the entire battlefield. The flames from the thunderbolt immediately engulfed his silhouette, towering pillars of fire ripping through the night like enraged dragons, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. The scorching shockwave incinerated surrounding orcs, roars and screams resounding endlessly. The explosion's blast wave toppled countless foes to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The defenders of Dragon Hawk Castle witnessed this scene, grief and rage intertwining in their hearts, their morale igniting completely. Their eyes burned hotly, weapons clutched tightly. They roared at the enemy. Kill! 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 Roaring voices like thunder, archers drew their bows taut, sending torrents of arrows toward the orc army. Knights on the city walls spurred their spirit beasts, dashing out with unwavering determination directly into the enemy ranks. The battlefield boiled over at this moment. The soldiers of Dragon Hawk Castle poured their fury into strength, facing the endless tide of enemies without retreating. Stand firm to death. Chapter 66, City Siege. The man and the lion witnessed everything from midair. The Dragon Eagle Knights fearlessly dove down, risking their lives to halt the flood-like assault of the sun. A wave of awe welled up in his heart. I indeed am not hero material, he sighed inwardly. At this moment, a group of shadow manta rays spotted Vaughn and lunged at him from all directions. Their shrieks sliced through the air like piercing blades, assaulting Vaughn's nerves. He felt dizzy and somewhat disoriented. However, the lion beneath him showed no discomfort and swiftly dodged the incoming manta rays. Vaughn was surprised. Can the fire lion battle armor even shield against sound waves? Roar! The billy growled deeply, condensing a ball of intense flame in its mouth before spitting it out forcefully. The fireball streaked through the air, hurtling toward the shadow manta rays. Several manta rays were engulfed by the flames, screaming as they tumbled down in agony. Seeing this, Vaughn quickly summoned mana from the crimson blood domain, wrapping his long sword with blue electric arcs. With a cold snort, he slashed outward, strianko the approaching manta rays. Lightning flashed, slicing through several pairs of wings. Black blood splattered everywhere, and the manta rays lost balance, wailing in pain. Just then, Vaughn's gaze was drawn to the commotion below. He saw an orc commander standing at the front of the formation. Its physique was exceptionally robust, clad in heavy iron armor, with fierce light gleaming from its eyes. The orc commander surveyed the surroundings, seemingly confirming everything was ready. Then it raised its warhammer high and ordered in a low, hoarse voice. Pull! Following the order, a group of orc warriors roared and surged forward, grabbing thick iron chains and pulling with all their might. The chains stretched taut, crayanko and groaning as if about to snap. The orcs' cries rose and fell, muscles bulging under their skin as they exerted every ounce of strength to pull the chains forward. As they pulled, a massive creature was dragged out from among the orc ranks. Its form was enormous, like a moving mountain, covered in thick rock armor that shimmered with a dark luster. Huge horns protruded forward, sharp as jagged rock spikes. Luyanko fearsome and terrifying. Roar! The giant beast roared, emitting a deep thunderous sound. Steam shot out from its nostrils, sending fragments of rocks flying. It struggled to break free, causing the iron chains to creak under the immense strain. Vaughn put on his protective visor, images flickering as the spirit beast's information appeared. Rock-digging beast. Rock type, elemental type, mature stage spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, strength, rock. Spirit beast skills, rockhorn charge, rock armor, earthquake wave. Comprehensive evaluation, a mature stage spirit beast living underground. Renowned for its tough rock armor and massive horns. Its hide is rough yet resilient, its horns hard as steel, and when charging, it mobilizes all its power. Mayenko, it almost unstoppable. At this moment, an orc shaman stood atop the rock-digging beast, roaring loudly, filled with fanaticism and devotion. Accept the boon of the great Dark Night King. In response, fiery bats were urged by orc riders from the rear, lifting a huge furnace into the sky. Inside the furnace burned molten fire crystal rock water, orange-red flames illuminating the surrounding darkness. The shaman chanted softly, and the molten rock water poured from the furnace onto the back of the rock-digging beast. The fiery liquid flowed along its spine, sizzling with burning sounds. Suddenly, the shaman roared and exploded into a cloud of black mist, forming twisted runes that branded the beast's rocky body. The molten liquid turned black. Black flames spread like venomous snakes over its scales, gradually covering its entire body. Hard black spines emerged from under the rock, covered in eerie patterns, glowing ominously. Its horns grew longer and sharper, glinting with dark light, like a beast from hell. The rock-digging beast let out a roar of pain and madness, the sound deafening. Roar! Its eyes burned with insane black flames, all rationality consumed. Chains snapped under its struggles, Yanko into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. Its massive body trembled slightly as it stamped its feet forcefully, vibrations spreading across the earth. Then it unleashed its full power, dashing toward Dragon Eagle Fortress's walls. Its speed increased rapidly, each step Yanko the heavens and earth. Black flames spread in the air as it charged, the monstrous siege beast heading straight for Dragon Eagle Fortress. Stop it! Spencer shouted in midair, directing the Dragon Eagle Knights to attack. Hundreds of wind blades shot out instantly, Yanko towards the rock-digging beast with sharp whistling sounds. However, these attacks only splashed sparks upon hitting the black flame-covered rocky body of the rock-digging beast, causing no fatal damage at all. The archers on the city walls also released arrows, with dense arrow showers shooting towards the rock-digging beast like a storm, but were easily deflected by its rock armor. Spencer clenched his teeth and mobilized all the magic power from his beast-controlling space. Sharing the same thought, the steel-winged dragon eagle spread its wings, and the combined power of man and beast surged into a giant crescent-shaped wind blade. A 4-star beast-controlling skill, Wind Fury Slash. The wind blade condensed in the air, emitting a piercing cold light. Spencer aimed at the head of the rock-digging beast and unleashed the full force of the slash. Boom! With a sudden piercing sound, Wind Fury Slash rushed towards the rock-digging beast. However, just before it hit, a black flame rune appeared above the rock-digging beast's head, forming an eerie barrier. Wind Fury Slash collided with the rune, producing a harsh grating sound. The two forces clashed intensely. Ultimately, Wind Fury Slash penetrated the dark spell barrier and struck the rock-digging beast's head hard. The rock-digging beast let out a thunderous wail, its head severed instantly, black blood spurting out. Yet, even without its head, its massive body continued charging due to inertia, crashing into the walls of Dragon Eagle Fortress with unstoppable force. Boom! The wall was shattered by the impact of the rock-digging beast's corpse, tearing open a huge gap, debris and dust flying everywhere. The defenses of Dragon Eagle Fortress were breached, and the orcs erupted in frenzied cheers. The war horn sounded, Yanko the heavens and earth. The orc army surged through the breach like floodwaters, rushing into the city. In front of the tower's garden, Vaughn and the Billy landed hurriedly. They saw Spencer dismounting the steel-winged dragon eagle from the sky far away. The steel-winged dragon eagle's wings trembled slightly, and Spencer staggered as he landed, clearly exhausted from the battle. Spencer noticed Vaughn's arrival and turned slightly, nodding at him with a hint of relief in his eyes. In the garden, amidst the devastated vegetation, the defenders fought fiercely with the orcs. Pauline wielded her staff, continuously firing magic missiles that pushed back several approaching orcs. Oral raised his large shield, slamming it into an orc swinging a battle axe, forcing it back several steps. Elwyn nimbly evaded incoming attacks, swiping his sword through an orc's throat midair, causing blood to gush and the enemy to fall dead. Pauline breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Vaughn appear, a hint of joy on her face. She spoke first. "You're finally awake. We were worried sick." Oral stepped forward, laughing heartily as he clapped Vaughn on the back. "I knew you were tough. You won't die easily." Elwyn asked with concern, "Are you okay? Nothing serious?" Vaughn shrugged, softly smiling. "I'm fine, don't worry." Spencer surveyed everyone, Luyanko at them solemnly. "Your task is to guard the Hannah. Do not leave this place without my orders." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded slowly. Spencer adjusted his breath and then charged back into battle with firm and rapid steps. After he left, Vaughn gathered everyone, quietly Yanko to a corner of the garden. The Billy stood guard nearby, alert to any approach, vigilant in its watch. Pauline gently swung her staff, forming a thin magic barrier, isolating their voices to prevent being overheard. The surrounding knights remained standing at a distance, their gazes steady as they watched the distant battlefield, paying no attention to the situation here. Vaughn lowered his voice and selectively recounted the events during his unconsciousness, finally adding, "The black dragon Ahil will indeed appear. We need to consider the worst-case scenario." Everyone fell into a brief silence, shock and worry etched on their faces. Elwyn frowned slightly, as Yanko quietly, "What you're saying is true. Did the black dragon really break Lord's dark flame?" Vaughn responded gravely, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Everyone was stunned, a sense of inexplicable despair rising in their hearts. Oral looked up at the sky, shouting anxiously, Lord, are you there? Respond to us." But there was no response in the air, only the distant sounds of combat and the rumbling of the walls. Oral turned, his tone urgent yet tinged with helplessness. "What if we escape now? Leave this place, at least to save our lives." Pauline took a deep breath and shook her head slowly. "If it's truly the black dragon targeting Vaughn, wherever we go, we likely can't escape the orc army's pursuit. Perhaps this is why Spencer did not lead the Hannah to flee." She paused briefly, her tone becoming even more solemn. "More importantly, we are now in the Lord's secret realm. If we don't complete the trials according to his will, we might be erased outright." Oral took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly, and whispered, "This won't do, that won't do. What are we supposed to do then?" Everyone fell silent for a moment. At this moment, a cluster of dark purple flames suddenly appeared in midair. The flames burned quietly, flickering as if they could go out at any moment, yet stubbornly maintained their existence. The flame light swirled as if controlled by an invisible force, gradually forming burning lines of text. Xenon's eerie laughter, long absent, echoed again in everyone's ears. "The main quest 3, countdown begins. Hold on until the hourglass runs out, and everyone returns. Success means life. Failure means death." As the words faded, the purple flames instantly converged, swirling upward to form a giant flaming hourglass. The hourglass slowly inverted, and the sand began to trickle down, each grain causing the firelight to flicker slightly with its descent. The entire space was dimly lit by the glow of the purple flames, creating an eerie and surreal atmosphere. While a wave of pressure washed over everyone, Mayenko had hard to breathe. Chapter 67, Main Quest 3. In midair, the hourglass flowed slowly. Purple flames surrounded it, like an ocean of dim firelight. Sand particles fell, Sparyenko, tiny flashes of fire, like burning stardust silently cutting through the darkness. Josue looked at the hourglass and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Good, we just need to hold on until the hourglass runs out to go back." Edwin, however, remained uneasy and looked up to ask, "Lord, what about Main Quest 2? Is it considered completed?" However, the hourglass of dark flame showed no reaction, still flowing quietly. The Lord gave no response, as if this question had not caught his attention at all. Edwin's long ears twitched, and he cursed under his breath in anger. "Damn it," Braden pondered for a moment, then looked at everyone with determination in his eyes. "The armory is equipped with many defensive arrays. Its defenses should not be weaker than the tower. I have already asked May to hide in the armory. It will be safer there. Everyone can also take refuge in the armory and wait for the hourglass to run out or leave Dragon Eagle Castle now." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "As for Main Quest 2, let's abandon it for now and try to exchange it with equivalent items later." Marianne heard this. Concern flashed in her eyes, and she anxiously asked, "What about you? What will you do?" Braden smiled calmly, with calmness and resolution in his eyes. "The black dragon has locked onto me. I can't drag you all down. If there's real danger, I'll take cover inside the tower. There are also powerful defensive arrays here." For a moment, everyone was silent. Marianne gripped her staff tightly, her fingers turning slightly white, and she shook her head firmly. "No way. We agreed to cooperate together before. You protect me, and I naturally won't leave you behind either." Dante nodded silently, agreeing with Braden's decision. Josue did too. Hearing this, Josue was surprised and glanced at Marianne, feeling extremely shocked. Josue inwardly cursed, "Young lady, are you this brave?" Edwin also shook his head gently, his tone calm, yet abnormally firm. "We've been through so much together. Leaving a companion isn't how elves act." Josue's eyes widened, turning his head to look at Edwin. He roared internally, "No way. You're serious too?" Edwin glanced at Josue, his eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. He said mildly, "Of course, cowards can hide in the armory." Josue's beard trembled slightly, anger rising, and he said solemnly, "Who are you calling a coward? Our dwarven race won't leave our companions behind either." Braden watched this scene, his eyes complex, unsure of how to respond for a moment. He stood dazed for a while, then said solemnly, "Thank you all." Marianne announced, "Since that's the case, let's continue guarding the Hannah together until the hourglass runs out." Everyone nodded, some willingly and some half-willingly, agreeing with this decision. At this moment, their fates were tightly intertwined. No longer separate individuals, but true partners who could rely on each other. In the distance, the orc army gradually approached. The heavy footsteps sounding like deep drumbeats. Mayenko people feel irritable. Braden took a deep breath and quickly assigned tasks. "I will handle aerial combat with Eddie, block Yanko the Bat Knight's assaults. Old Josue will be responsible for frontal close-range defense and attack, holding off the advancing orcs. Josue sighed and quickly accepted reality. He raised his giant shield, slapped his chest boldly, and was full of fighting spirit. Leave it to me. Braden nodded, then turned to Edwin. Fender is in charge of long-range support, prioritizing mages and flying spirits. Edwin nodded slowly and said, all right. Braden continued. Marianne, you're responsible for overall reconnaissance and firepower support, ensuring you understand the enemy's movements and assist our attacks from all directions. Marianne nodded. Got it. Braden said no more, quickly summoned the rock python. Its huge body writhing out, hard rocky scales flickering coldly in the faint light. It coiled itself on one side of Marianne. On the other side stood a silent iron golem, both forming a sturdy bulwark, guarding her safely in the center. Braden nodded slightly to Marianne, then leaped forcefully, landing steadily on Eddie's back. Eddie, let's go. Sure thing, bro. Eddie growled lowly, hot currents swirling around them. Fire cloud wings spread suddenly, and human and lion soared into the air, becoming a streak of blazing fire in the battlefield. With clear division of labor, the air was filled with tense tension. Orcs surged into the breach in the city wall like a flood, plunging the entire Dragon Eagle castle into a sea of war. Roars and the clang of metal rang out incessantly, as the air was filled with the mingled stench of blood and fire. The walls of Dragon Eagle Castle swayed precariously under relentless assault, while the defenders within fought tenaciously, holding their ground to the death. Aerie led the Dragon Eagle Knights in a bloody battle, his figure standing like an unyielding beacon, rallying all from the skies. Under his leadership, the Dragon Eagle Knights bravely met the enemy head-on. But as endless hordes of orcs poured in, the defensive lines gradually contracted. A tinge of despair began to show on the warriors' faces, as the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Braden and his companions were also swept into the whirlwind of carnage. Surrounded by a dense mass of orcish forces that almost blotted out the sky, they repeatedly swung their swords in defiance, only to be forced to retreat again and again. Exhaustion visible in their eyes, minds drifting, lost, and disoriented. Aerie clutched the magic crystal stone, rapidly absorbing its power to recover himself. He surveyed the battlefield, resolve burning in his eyes, commanding the knights without hesitation to detonate all the magic bombs buried on the battlefield. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the flames of detonation blooming in the night sky. A massive shockwave tearing through the air, sending dust and rubble flying. Countless orcs were torn apart, their severed limbs dancing in the fiery light. Agonized cries echoing, as the entire battlefield was instantly engulfed in flames. Aerie turned and bellowed, "Stop, Gyanko! Get ready!" His voice thundered, Shayanko their senses, instantly rousing Braden and his group from their daze, bringing them back to full alertness. But just in this brief respite, a group of bat knights leaped up from the orc army, screeching as they flew towards Dragon Eagle Castle. Leading them was the commander, an exceptionally towering orc. A massive scar ran across his cheek, cold and ruthless eyes gleaming with murderous intent. On his back was a huge broadsword made of black iron, and he wore heavy armor, appearing like a mobile fortress of war. Beneath him, a colossal bat spread its wings in the air, dark red eyes fixed on the tower ahead. Its body was several times larger than ordinary flame bats, covered in sharp black scales on its back, Lyanko particularly terrifying. Wrapping around it was pitch-black flame, as if it were a demonic spirit from hell. Braden had just slain a shadow manta ray. Then his gaze was drawn to this gigantic bat. The visor's screen flickered but displayed no information about any spirit beast. He frowned slightly, and inside his earpiece came Marianne's voice. "Be careful. This is a mature flame bat, a blazewing demon bat. It seems to have been tainted by black flame, leading to a new evolution." Braden nodded, his expression solemn, realizing the extraordinary nature of this monster. He adjusted his position on Eddie's back, preparing to engage. Aerie roared, "Stop him!" He led the Dragon Wing Knights forward, trying to block the Blazewing Demon Bat's charge. The Blazewing Demon Bat suddenly opened its enormous mouth, spewing forth a fierce stream of black flame. Forcing those who blocked its path to retreat, several Dragon Eagle Knights burned by the black flame, falling to the ground with painful cries, man and beast alike. Aerie found himself surrounded by the Bat Knights. The Blazewing Demon Bat slowly landed in the garden, black flames swirling around it, exuding a fearsome aura. Everyone faced the formidable foe. Chapter 68 Night. Algernon held his shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. His figure appeared particularly weak and helpless in front of the massive flame-winged devil bat. Facing this terrifying monster, he couldn't help but retreat a few steps, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Algernon called out with a slight tremor in his voice, "Ellis, back up." However, Ellis and Tammy were surrounded by a group of shadow manta rays, both struggling to hold them off, unable to spare any attention. Algernon's face turned pale, and he urgently shouted, "Elf, I need backup. Hurry up." In the next moment, a mass of black flames coalesced in the mouth of the flame-winged devil bat, rising from its throat. The black flames grew brighter, locked Yanko onto Algernon before being spat directly at him. Realizing the danger, Algernon screamed in terror and ran for his life. The dark flames surged forward, blazing heat spreading wildly through the air as they rushed towards Algernon. His hair stood on end as the all-consuming black flames seemed ready to engulf him completely. Just then, Craig rode past on the billy at great speed, grabbing the back of Algernon's belt and throwing him forcefully backward. Algernon landed steadily on his behind, quickly flipping over to pat out the flames that had caught on his clothes. With lingering fear, he muttered, "Scared me to death." At this moment, several figures slowly emerged from the shadows surrounding the garden. It was none other than Isaac and the fanatic members of the Shadow Sect. Isaac stood in the darkness, his face twisted into a sinister smile. His left eye socket was hollow and sunken, as if it were an endless abyss of darkness, eerie and foreboding. He resembled a Walyanko skeleton, exuding a chilling aura of death. Upon seeing him, Tammy exclaimed in surprise, "He's still alive." Isaac snorted coldly, his gaze turning to the scar-faced orc. Impatience filled his tone. "Hubert, stop dilly-dallying. Princess Louisa is in the tower." Just then, Isaac suddenly turned his head, seemingly sensing an unusual disturbance. His expression changed abruptly as he shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." Before the words had fully left his lips, he swung his staff fiercely, sending a ball of spell flying into the adjacent shadow. A black silhouette flashed out of the shadows, darting past the fanatics, whose heads were torn apart one after another, blood splattering everywhere. The silhouette flipped gracefully in midair, landing steadily. It was a massive black panther. Its body was covered in an eerie luminescence, seeming to merge with the darkness, moving like thunder and hiding like a ghost. Kathy sat atop the panther, her ears perked up, her skin displaying a smooth, deep brown hue. She wore a dark purple robe, along with tight-fitting armor that accentuated her graceful figure. Her jet-black hair swayed with the wind, strands softly brushing her exquisite face, resembling a goddess of the night, radiating an irresistible charm. Beside Kathy stood Hemlock, standing straight, having returned to his original appearance. He gripped a dark red halberd, sharp and icy cold. His expression was stern, alertly watching around, ready for any sudden attacks. With Kathy and Hemlock's arrival, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense, the Shadow Sect's fanatics falling into immediate panic. And Isaac's complexion drastically changed, feeling an oppressive aura from someone of higher standing. Ellis tightened his bowstring, narrowing his eyes. Dark elf. Craig's eyes were full of confusion. Is this Kathy? And the missing Hemlock? Tammy's voice came from the earring, urgent. "Craig, what do we do now?" After a brief moment of thought, he replied in a deep voice, "Leave that side to Kathy and Hemlock. Tammy, you and Ellis watch closely, in case anything changes. I'll stop Hubert. We can't let him get close to the tower." Tammy immediately answered, "Understood." Hubert leaped off the back of the flame-winged devil bat and walked toward the tower. The flame-winged devil bat soared back into the sky, engaging Varence wholeheartedly. "Billy, ascend." "Sure thing, brother." Man and beast worked in perfect harmony. The fiery wings flapped violently, lifting Craig swiftly into the high sky. He drew his sword, summoning the eternal flame blade, focusing all his strength into one powerful leap. Rock body technique activated. Rushing blood force surged. Craig pushed his strength to the extreme, concentrating it entirely into this strike. The air screeched under the pressure of the sword tip. A deafening sound pierced the air, and he plunged downward like a falling meteor, unstoppable. Hubert lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of disdain in his cold laugh. He slowly raised his thick arm, meeting Craig's sword with a direct strike. Boom! Craig's sword struck like lightning, colliding with Hubert's palm with a muffled roar. The eternal flame blade's edge deeply embedded itself into the thick palm, but could not penetrate further. The palm clamped down on the blade like iron grips. With a slight exertion of force, the sword emitted a grating screech that made one's teeth ache. He effortlessly caught this full-powered strike. Not even the muscles in his arm trembled. Hubert sneered, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. The massive sword was firmly trapped, unable to move an inch. Craig's eyes bulged wide open, his face full of shock. At that moment, the billy transformed into a blazing fireball, angrily charging towards the orc's back. However, Hubert quickly turned around, grabbing the billy's neck with his other thick hand, halting him midair, the flames being suppressed by his fierce breath, gradually weakening. Seeing this, Craig realized the situation was not favorable and decisively abandoned the eternal flame blade. Using both hands, he propelled himself upward with tremendous explosive power. Drawing the long sword from his back, blue-white lightning condensed along its blade. Craig roared as he brought the sword down in a powerful slash. "Thinyanko for a moment," he called out. "Alvin!" Now, accompanied by a thunderous boom, the ground shook, as Alvin erupted from the ground, spewing forth a burst of searing energy from his throat. Dragon's breath. Boom! A massive explosion resounded around, smoke rising, turning the battlefield into chaos. As the dust slowly settled, Hubert remained standing, almost unharmed. Craig's sword stopped just in front of Hubert, emitting a piercing metallic screech. The slash failed to penetrate his flesh, let alone disturb his skin. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Hubert smirked. And suddenly, a column of black flames coalesced beside him, scorching waves like gale-force winds sending Craig, the billy, and Alvin flying backward. They flew like broken kites, embedding deeply into the rock walls on either side, causing debris to roll down and dust to fly up. Seeing this, Algernon's expression changed drastically, rushing towards Craig's direction, frantically digging through the rubble, muttering anxiously, "You must be all right." The headless flame-winged devil bat and the steel-plumaged dragon hawk tumbled down after their mid-air clash, their huge bodies hitting the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Varence slowly landed in front of the tower, standing firm like an unwavering barrier before the enemy. He panted heavily, his armor riddled with holes, his face scorched half-black, charred armor Yanko to burned flesh. Despite all this, he stood straight, his spear firmly pointed at the scar-faced orc. Halt. Chapter 69. Sun and moon lose their light. Ari stood with a ramrod-straight posture, yet he had long reached his limit. Each breath came with an excruciating pain, and sweat mixed with blood trickled down from his forehead. His legs trembled slightly, but he refused to retreat even a step. Beside him, the steel-feathered dragon eagle struggled, trying to rise and confront the enemy alongside its master. But it too was exhausted, unable to move. Edwin and Carly continuously unleashed attacks from a distance, arrows and magical lights raining down on Hubert like a storm. However, around Hubert, there coiled a layer of faint black flames, the scorching darkness incinerating all attacks, leaving their combined efforts futile against this defense. Bang! Ari was struck down by Hubert again, crashing heavily to the ground, bones crack Yanko. He crawled laboriously, pain evident on his face, yet still reached out to grab Hubert's ankle, preventing him from advancing further. Finally, Hubert furrowed his brows in frustration, lifting his leg to crush Ari's arm underfoot. He slowly drew out the greatsword made of black iron from behind his back, raising it high. The greatsword descended sharply. Just at this critical moment, a clear voice echoed from within the tower. Enough. The door of the tower opened slowly. Princess Alanis emerged from the shadows. Her posture was upright, silver scales shimmering faintly. Her face showed signs of fatigue, yet she calmly stared directly at Hubert. Hubert hesitated, halting mid-swing with the greatsword suspended mid-air, turning his gaze towards Alanis. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly regained composure, gripping the sword firmly. On the other side of the battlefield, Howard struggled to throw Braden and Billy out from the rubble, panting and as Yanko. Are you alright? Braden shook off his dizziness. I'm fine. Immediately, he got up, anxiously checked Yanko the conditions of his spirits. Billy, Alvini, are you both alright? Billy managed a weak smile. I'm fine, bro. Alvini shook his head, responding in his usual gentle manner. I'm fine. Braden quickly examined them and found that Billy had several broken ribs, causing a sharp pain in his heart. Alvini's condition was much better, only suffering some minor superficial injuries. He gently patted its head before putting it away into the spirit beast space. At this moment, Braden was captivated by the silhouette of the Hannah. Alanis approached Ari, her eyes filled with pain as they fell upon his scarred body. You've done enough, Ari. It's over. Ari struggled to support himself against the ground, trying to stand up, his broken arm trembling uncontrollably, then slipping and hitting the ground hard once more. Breathing heavily, his voice hoarse. Your Highness, Princess. Alanis continued forward, then stopped at the edge of the broken city wall, with Hubert following closely behind. She looked down, seeing bodies scattered everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Knights and soldiers lay amidst the dust, some struggling in their last moments, others decapitated, frozen in their final throes of life. The stench of blood permeated the air, suffocating. Alanis's eyes wandered, standing silently for a while. Then, she let out a deep sigh, her eyes becoming resolute. Alanis turned slowly, Yanko far at Braden, her lips curving into a calm smile. Braden, through the ruins of the garden, understood her silent message. I really am quite conflicted, aren't I? Braden's eyes were complex, unsure of what to say for a moment, only quietly witnessing everything, witnessing history as it unfolded. Alanis. At that instant, Hubert's expression suddenly changed, sensing imminent danger. His pupils contracted violently as he hastily raised the great sword, swinging it fiercely towards Alanis. But a torrent of scorching black flames erupted from around Alanis, instantly engulfing Hubert. Before he could even scream, he was reduced to ashes within the black flames, dispersing into the wind. Alanis floated up, her silver hair fluttering in the breeze, her eyes cold. The black flames around her intensified, emitting a terrifying aura. She lifted her hand and waved it lightly, and the black flames instantly transformed into a black torrent, surging rapidly towards the orc army. This black flame, carrying the power to destroy everything, reduced all it touched to nothingness. Flames rushed forth, burning everything to ash. Countless orcs, like powerless insects, were burned away, not even managing a cry before disappearing into nothingness. In just a brief moment, the formidable orc army vanished entirely under the assault of the black flames. Silence enveloped the battlefield. A gentle breeze blew, carrying wisps of ash, adding a touch of melancholy. Alanis shivered, slowly descending to the ground, her face pale and devoid of color. Her silver hair lost its luster, her body aging visibly as she lost consciousness. Dragon Eagle Castle fell into silence. People gathered before the tower. Mona and Hemlock had already cleared out the remnants of the shadow cult, slowly approaching them. They stood in silence, a subtle sense of caution and wariness lingering in the air. Mona broke the silence first. I know you have many questions, but rest assured, my objective has been achieved. She waved the grotesque eyeball in her hand, the right eye of Isaac. Dark light flickered across the eyeball, as if the power of the black flames still lingered within it, radiating an unsettling chill. The group exchanged glances, agreeing to set their questions aside for now, yet they remained on guard. Howard muttered to himself. So, what's the situation now? Is the mission over? They looked up at the hourglass floating in midair, the sand still falling slowly, as if signaling that this was not yet the end. Mona frowned slightly. I'm not sure either. In previous missions, it would have ended when the orcs breached the castle. Her tone carried a mix of confusion and unease. Howard glanced at the increasingly quiet fortress. frowning. So are we just going to wait here? Just then, Brayden suddenly felt the madness blood surge within him, sensing something extremely dangerous approaching. The others also picked up on this ominous disturbance, their hairs standing on end and their expressions changing instantly. Brayden whispered sharply, "Something's wrong. Quickly, take cover inside the tower." Howard reacted swiftly, picked Yanko up the unconscious Hannah and dashing towards the tower. Edwin helped the barely conscious Ari, following closely behind. Ari breathed weakly, his voice faint and low. "Wait." He managed to raise his hand, and a light emerged from his palm, transforming the severely wounded steel-feathered dragon eagle into a beam of light, which he stored away into the spirit beast space. A semblance of relief appeared in Ari's eyes before he lost consciousness. The group quickened their pace, retreating into the tower as the presence outside grew increasingly violent and restless. In the sky, a massive shadow slowly approached, like darkness emerging from the abyss. As the shadow passed over, all light vanished, and all life was incinerated. Its colossal form blotted out the sky, casting its shadow over the entire Dragon Eagle castle. The air suddenly became stagnant, and an overwhelming pressure surged forward like waves. Through the nearly closed door, Brayden gazed upon this desolate scene and spoke softly. "Black Dragon, Ahil." In an instant, darkness fell. Chapter 70, Crimson Flame. A fierce black wind howled, interspersed with scorching black flames swirling around the tower. Darkness enveloped the heavens and earth, filled only by the terrifying wind's shriek that deafened all who heard it. The entire tower shook violently under this oppressive force, bricks rattling as if on the verge of crumbling to ruins. Inside the tower, the flickering firelight danced. Everyone was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, a cloud of despair hovering over their hearts, as though an invisible giant hand had clamped onto their throats, cutting off their breath. Vaughn endured the excruciating pain from his left arm, pushing hard against the stone door with hemlock. Edwin quickly dropped the bolt to ensure the gate was securely shut. Jacqueline hurriedly moved inside the tower, her hands feeling along the walls, searching for the central array. Finally, she sensed the faint flow of magic within the walls, slowly infusing mana into it, activating it. Pale blue light emerged from the ground, spreading like ripples in water, gradually encompassing the entire tower. Bryn retrieved several defensive artifacts from her spatial ring and placed them around everyone. Light patterns surged and interconnected, forming overlapping defensive barriers that wrapped everyone tightly. Vaughn felt the flesh of his left arm writhing, the strength of mad blood seemingly aroused by the external black flames. Urges to kill flooding his mind. He took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the inner turmoil. Dylan looked at him worriedly, whispering, "You okay, bro?" Vaughn nodded, striving to keep his voice steady. "Don't worry." Hemlock stood in the corner of the tower, gripping his halberd tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, Bryn's cold gaze swept past, chilling him to the core, preventing any rash actions. The glow became brighter, fully activating the tower's array. The chaotic wind's howls were blocked by the barrier, unable to penetrate inside. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, so quiet it felt suffocating. Thump thump, thump thump. Only the breathing and rapid heartbeats echoed in this silence, each beat seemingly counting down. All eyes were fixed on the hourglass suspended midair, watching its sand drain away, their hearts silently praying. Faster, just a bit faster. The tower seemed so small under the boundless darkness. Fate, like grains of sand, fell irrevocably, one grain after another, heading toward an unknown destination. Suddenly, a pair of icy crimson slit pupils appeared outside the window. Their gaze felt like tangible pressure, piercing everyone's soul. Every heart seemed to stop beating, blood tears streaming from eyes, blurring vision. In the next moment, the tower's roof was struck by a claw and sent flying, fragments dispersing into the surrounding black winds, turning to dust. The furious howls tore into everyone's ears, assaulting eardrums. The immense and terrifying silhouette of the black dragon loomed amidst the black winds, its twisted outline vaguely visible, yet incomprehensible. Only the scarlet slit pupils glimmered in the dark, like demons from the abyss gazing at prey. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated in everyone's ears, rupturing eardrums. Algernon gritted his teeth, raising his large shield to protect the Hannah behind him. Dylan silently cast a flame shield, the fiery glow enveloping him and Vaughn. Jacqueline also swiftly deployed a defensive shield, covering everyone. Interesting, do you really think this can stop me? The black dragon's voice was icy and Makyanko, pressing from all directions. Everyone felt a searing pain in their chests, blood gushing from various parts. Their consciousness grew hazy, overwhelming fear welling up in their hearts. Facing such an insurmountable gap in power, they could barely struggle or muster the will to resist. A few grains remained in the airborne hourglass, but time seemed to have stopped, endlessly extending as if the last grain would never fall. Seeing his injured comrades, Edwin steeled his resolve, drawing an arrow and focusing wind around it into a vortex. His body radiated a brilliant light, a two-star Beastmaster circle appearing beneath his feet, and the translucent image of a colossal serpent materializing behind him. It was an extraordinarily beautiful serpent, its scales shimmering like crystal and silver hues. Delicate wings spreading out, rippling through the air, graceful and mysterious. Powerful wind elements converged upon the arrow. He roared and unleashed it with all his might at the black dragon. However, the arrow was instantly incinerated by the black flames upon contact, turning to nothingness. The black dragon remained unharmed, instead bursting into maniacal laughter. Another sacrifice, you truly surprise me. Algernon clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it, why isn't the hourglass done yet? The black dragon abruptly raised its massive claw, swinging it towards the floating hourglass. A deafening crash echoed as the hourglass was instantly crushed to pieces. The grains of sand scattered into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. As the hourglass dissipated, the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts crumbled along with it. Jacqueline's magical barrier finally gave way, exploding abruptly. One by one, they fell unconscious, their lives slipping away rapidly, their breaths barely lingering. Vaughn also wavered on the brink of collapse, his vision beginning to blur. Just then, a low, hoarse call reached his ears. Brother. Vaughn's gaze flickered slightly as he looked down at the billy beside him. The billy's eyes had dimmed, but still held a defiant gleam. With his last ounce of strength, Vaughn pulled the billy into his arms. Don't be afraid. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his left arm. He growled softly as the flesh of his left arm burst open, mad blood flowing, quickly forming a crimson field that enveloped everyone. The blood-colored barrier slowly expanded, somewhat shielding them from the terrifying pressure above. The black dragon gazed coldly at Vaughn, disdain evident in its eyes. Pitiful insects, still Mayenko futile struggles? Vaughn's face grew even paler. The power of the blood field weakened continuously, yet he remained resolute. His unwavering resolve became his final support, silently protecting his companions. In this desolate silence, he hugged the billy tighter, murmuring, I can't fall yet. Just then, a faint red light appeared far away, casting a fiery red glow over the heavens and earth. A blazing meteor streaked swiftly from the sky, heading straight for the tower. The man and the lion struggled to open their blurred eyes, faintly Mayenko out the descending light. It wasn't a meteor, it was an enormous fire dragon. The fire dragon burned with intense crimson flames, like a moving sea of fire. It unfurled its massive wings, soaring through the night sky, incinerating all darkness. It suddenly raised its claws, dragging the black dragon into the battlefield. Crimson and pitch-black flames intertwined in the air, two mighty dragons grappling amidst the storm, piercing the night with their brilliance. Mayenko, the entire world tremble. Amidst the towering crimson flames, the man and the lion faintly saw a hazy figure floating in the sky. The person stood with their back turned, tall and imposing, bathed in the crimson flames, indistinct in appearance. The black dragon roared angrily, Calvis, you dare interfere with me again? Just as Vaughn was about to lose consciousness, the figure slowly spoke, his voice magnetic. To have persisted until now is impressive. Consider this a reward for your task. Watch closely, I will only show you once. As he spoke, the space began to tremble violently, fire elements surging wildly, turning the entire sky crimson in an instant. The figure lifted his hand slightly, and the crimson flame dragon bowed in submission, as if he were the true sovereign of this world, the absolute master of crimson flames. His deep and authoritative voice resonated in the sky. The sole existence atop the heavens, the crimson flame lord who burns everything. Bind yourself around me, enshroud my body. Transform my body into an extraordinary being, reigning over the world. Demon armament, dragon emperor, heaven flame armor. Vaughn whispered, the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons. Chapter 71, Trial Settlement. The darkness gradually faded, and everyone slowly regained consciousness. They suddenly realized they had returned to the round table hall. Silence filled the air. None of them had fully recovered from the overwhelming pressure of the black dragon. Fear and exhaustion intertwined. Mayenko it hard for anyone to move. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Braden leaned back in his chair, breathing somewhat rapidly. The billy stood beside him, still somewhat dazed. The man and the lion both had lingering shock in their eyes, clearly not having fully come to terms with what had just happened. Braden tried hard to calm himself, but could still feel his blood boiling. The scene of the fire dragon and the black dragon fighting fiercely in the wind remained vivid in his mind. The terrifying image of red and black flames intertwining was deeply etched in his memory. He clenched his fists slightly, recalling the final commanding voice. And the awe-inspiring magical armor formed from pure fiery energy that resonated with the fire dragon. Braden slowly exhaled, muttering under his breath, Daryl. After a moment of emotional settling, everyone gradually improved and regained some strength. Mission completed, healing for all. A cold and eerie voice echoed, and a purple smoke creature's head appeared out of nowhere, floating in the center of the hall, silently watching them. It then vanished into the darkness. Immediately after, sacred light poured down from the dome of the round table hall, enveloping everyone in its warm power. They felt a wave of warmth spreading through their bodies, instantly dispelling all pain. Damaged flesh quickly regenerated, and vital energy gradually restored. All wounds were thoroughly healed in this moment. Fatigue vanished, and they felt refreshed. Then came a series of intense coughs as residual dark mist escaped their bodies, turning into wisps of smoke that quickly purified and dissipated under the light. The round table hall was exceptionally quiet, with heavy high-backed stone chairs neatly arranged, and warm holy light embracing everyone. This made everyone feel a long-lost peace and a sense of security. Dell rubbed his eyes and murmured, "We are really back." Edwin lightly twitched his long ears and nodded. It seems so. Mariania gradually relaxed, glancing around at everyone, pausing briefly on Mona and Hemlock. Her gaze then fell on Braden and the billy, noticing their somewhat distant expressions. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. Braden took a deep breath, collecting himself, and and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm fine. At this moment, the Lord reappeared above the round table, his eerie laughter echoing through the hall. Hee. Congratulations on passing the trial. Next is the exciting settlement time. Despite the life-and-death trials they had just endured, the group heard this and felt no enthusiasm. Their expressions carried a hint of weariness and indifference. Lack Yanko, any spirit. Mysterious purple runes slowly condensed in the air, forming a detailed reward list that floated before them. Brayden glanced at the top right corner and saw his points increase from 5 to 195. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Risked our lives for such a meager score? Just then, the surroundings were gradually enveloped in a misty fog. As before, the others disappeared one by one. Only he and the Billy remained in the round table hall, along with the floating lord's head. Xenon's voice followed, with a hint of pleasure. Time for rewards. You did well. With his words, the text on the list slowly revealed itself. Special Reward 1. Choose one Spirit Beast Cultivation material as a reward. Please select the material attribute. Special Reward 2. Choose one piece of equipment from the following list. Equipment list. Weapon, Crimson Fire Chain. Rank, Rare High. Description. This is a steel bone chain used by an orc overlord, with mysterious origins. Made from bones that possess both fire and steel attributes, it emits a scorching heat. However, due to crude craftsmanship, it has not fully realized the potential of its materials and cannot showcase its originally powerful fire attributes. Nevertheless, this chain remains extremely hard and hot. It synergizes well with fire attribute spirit beast skills and combat techniques. Magic tool, Flameheart Warhammer. Rank, Rare High. Description. This powerful weapon is forged from fire silver. Each attack causes burning damage, searing the enemy's skin and inducing excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the Flameheart Warhammer accumulates fire poison within the enemy's body, gradually raising their body temperature and weakening their limbs. Although the effects of fire poison are slow, it is difficult to dispel on its own. Mayenko, it is especially advantageous for prolonged battles. It synergizes well with fire attribute spirit beast skills and combat techniques. Brayden noticed that the special rewards from this trial were vastly different from the rewards given to newcomers last time. This is just a change in name, isn't it? The rewards are practically the same, and they're even worse than last time. Truly stingy. Suddenly, Brayden recalled that among the newcomer rewards last time was an extraordinary bloodline gargantuan rock python. He couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, gathering his spirits as he continued browsing through the list with anticipation. Could there be a growth stage iron feather dragon eagle? However, as the list slowly scrolled down, his brows gradually furrowed. What's this? Special Reward 3. Special Item, Cecil's Invitation. Rank, Epic. Introduction. This is a personally written invitation by Cecil Grenville, daughter of the Count of Dragonhawk, expressing her sincere gratitude. The Hannah appreciates your assistance during the trial, especially your patient listening. However, due to the hasty farewell, she was unable to properly entertain you and felt regretful about it. Therefore, she sincerely invites you to visit Dragonhawk Castle again, spending more time together and learning more about her story. Her guardian, High Knight Eldrick Spencer, also looks forward to your return to Dragonhawk Castle to complete unfinished knight training. Effect. With this invitation, you can enter Dragonhawk Castle multiple times for tours, experiencing the Hannah's past life and the wonders of her territory. Additionally, the invitation unlocks a special trial quest, Absolute Black Flames. Absolute Black Flames. This is the ultimate challenge to slay the Night King's Black Dragon Ale. Note, this task is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to attempt it only when the Beast Tamer reaches 6-star or higher. Unlock book exchange privileges, which will allow exchanges using points after selection. Brayden stared at the list, feeling somewhat dazed for a moment. Cecil's invitation? So it was all just a historical illusion. After a brief silence, Brayden accepted this reality. Regaining his senses, he suddenly froze. Just gone? What about the Iron Feather Dragon Eagle? Still holding onto a sliver of hope, he continued scrolling down the list. However, the end of the list was blank, showing nothing. Brayden sighed. I really hoped for nothing. At that moment, eerie laughter echoed from above, filled with mockery and ridicule. A dark purple head slowly floated in midair, hovering over Brayden, its gaze sharp like a blade. Xenon narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile curling his lips as he spoke softly. Haven't you already received Daryl's gift? That is the legacy left behind by the legendary Grand Duke of Fire Dragons. What? Still not satisfied? You're truly greedy, Brayden. Brayden's heart trembled, and the heavy burden in his mind instantly lifted. He thought to himself, Xenon indeed knows. The strange head resembled a swirling black-purple vortex, with an evil grin pienko from its center. Purple mist sometimes condensed, sometimes dissipated, constantly changing shape in the air. It kept getting closer to Brayden, enveloping him in a suffocating cold. The Billy leaned forward slightly, standing vigilantly beside Brayden, his eyes resolute, ready to protect his master at any moment. Xenon glanced at the Billy, revealing a look of disdain, and said slowly, That's the legacy of the strongest being across 2 eras, the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons Daryl. Even a fragment of it holds value far beyond what you can imagine. Xenon paused, his voice low and enticing. How about Mayenko a deal with me? If you wish, I can offer you spirit beast eggs of epic or even legendary bloodlines for trade. Your second beast space does not yet have a bonded spirit beast, and just by forming a contract with them, reaching 6-star and achieving extraordinariness would be a breeze. The Billy looked worried but remained silent, silently watching Brayden's back. Brayden did not hesitate for a moment and refused. Sorry, my bonded spirit beast has always been decided. The Billy. Upon hearing this, the Billy's eyes showed a hint of gratitude, everything unspoken between them. Xenon seemed slightly surprised, but quickly returned to a cold smile. Among humans, there are actually ones like you who value loyalty so much? Truly rare. Then, I can offer you evolution secrets of the Dark Flame path and the ultra-ancient path for trade. Or, if you're willing, I can devise a new, unique, and powerful evolution route for your flame lion. Braden lowered his head in silence, lost in deep thought. Xenon slowly said, after all, your flame lion is merely of rare bloodline. Its potential was determined from the moment it was born. Even if you choose the ultra-ancient path, it will only be able to match up with an ancient fire dragon throughout its life. But what about above the ancient fire dragon? There are spirit beasts that are born with legendary or even mythical bloodlines. Although not many, they can be found across the various epics of this continent. What? Don't you yearn to become stronger? Do you not wish to reign over this world and become the new Yanko of this land? Chapter 72. The Deal. The Overlord's whispers entwined around his ears, each word heavy with the power to beguile. Braden felt his blood boil, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Despite this, he tried to remain calm, pondering in his heart. The Overlord is actually this eager? This only highlights the extraordinary nature of the heritage of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon, even if it's just a part of the heritage. But if I refuse the deal, I'm likely to be eliminated on the spot. Braden's heartbeat quickened even more. He slightly lowered his eyes, his mind racing, searching for a way out. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, he realized a critical point and thought to himself, no, isn't it supposed to be the Overlord of this secret realm? Then, according to reason, this heritage of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon should already belong to it. Why does it still want to make a deal with me? As if it never possessed this heritage. Braden's gaze flickered as more speculations flooded his mind. Could it be that it isn't the true Overlord here at all? Or maybe, although it holds some special status within the secret realm, it doesn't have full control over everything here? It might only hold partial dominion over the secret realm. Braden's thoughts grew clearer. He recalled the scene from earlier in the trial when the purple flames were easily shattered by the Black Dragon. His heart couldn't help but jolt. At that time, the Black Dragon indeed broke through the Overlord's power. If it truly was the absolute controller of the secret realm, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Or could it be that the Black Dragon wasn't just an illusion but possessed some real power? Or perhaps both scenarios are possible. Realizing this, Braden couldn't help but tremble, a chill creeping up his spine. If the strength of the Black Dragon is real, even if it's just a fraction of its original power, the nature of this secret realm would be entirely different. Ordinary maze realms are at most some legacies or tests left behind by beast tamers. But this place bears a complete history, part of the trials. He recalled the corruption of the Ironblood Fortress by the evil god during the first trial. And now there was the Black Dragon Ahil and the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon appearing. All these clues intertwined. Mayenko him feel increasingly uneasy. These powers, even if the master of the secret realm cannot fully control them, just keeping them confined here is no easy feat. To imprison so many powerful forces simultaneously, how strong must the true Overlord be? Braden couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling a sense of powerlessness and reverence. 8-star? 9-star? Or even a legendary 10-star beast tamer. Thin Yanko about this. Braden's breathing became slightly rapid, his guard growing even deeper. If it really is such an existence, the situation I'm in is far more dangerous than I imagined. He sighed. Just what is going on with this secret realm? The Overlord's whispers echoed in the Billy's ears, stirring a demonic force deep within, inciting its wild ambitions. The Billy's ears perked up slightly, its golden eyes burning with excitement. To rule the world? Together with Big Brother? It had already envisioned itself standing alongside Braden atop the peak, over Yanko all. However, the Billy soon noticed the stern expression on Braden's face, suppressing its excitement. It continued to stand obediently by his side, silently guarding without Spienko again. Braden said gravely, I have a question. The Overlord replied impatiently, what is it? Braden's gaze was sharp as a blade, focusing on the pair of evil, violet glowing eyes. With your abilities, reading my memories should be easy, right? The Overlord's laughter carried a hint of amusement. Kukuku. Using respectful language now? Seems you've noticed quite a bit. But the heritage of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon isn't in your memories. It's etched into your soul. Unless you die, it can't be easily extracted. Braden paused. Then why don't you just kill me and take the heritage directly? The moment he spoke, the swirling black-purple mist in the air suddenly stopped, and the Overlord's laughter ceased abruptly. It remained silent, the mist around it rising and falling like tides. Braden nodded slightly, as if he had already received an answer. He wore a faint, calm smile. Understood. I can make a deal with you. The Overlord slowly said. Speak then. What do you want? Braden stated solemnly. You will remove the Mad Blood Curse while ensuring my safety, or exchange it for 10 million points. Whichever one you can achieve, the deal is sealed. The black-purple mist began churning fiercely, and the Overlord coldly said, No. Braden's expression darkened, sighing inwardly. The Mad Blood Curse is most likely also etched into my soul. It can't be directly removed while ensuring my safety. And as for the points, this creature clearly doesn't have full control over the secret realm, so it can't allocate them at will. This means it isn't the true Overlord. If that's the case, Braden took a deep breath and said gravely, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to make a deal with you now. The Overlord's face turned suddenly dark, and it roared in fury. Boy, are you playing tricks on me? Purple flames surged like a violent wind, and the monstrous head became grotesquely distorted in an instant. Amidst the swirling purple flames, the originally blurred contours began to twist and stretch, as if forming a real entity from nothingness. The flames in the center of the monstrous head throbbed like a heart, and as its anger grew fiercer, the burning black-purple flames almost blotted out the hall's light. Gradually, the monster sprouted a terrifying demonic body, claws, and wings. Its membranous wings flapping slightly in the air, stirring up a cold, evil breeze. Its violet eyes were sharper in the darkness, glaring at Brayden with the ferocity of two abyssal beams of light. Both Brayden and the Billy felt a strong sense of suffocation, the pressure sweeping over them like waves, pressing down on them so hard they could hardly breathe. The Billy's limbs stiffened, its claws digging firmly into the ground. It drew a deep breath, suppressing its inner fear, and struggled to take a step forward, block Yanko beside Brayden. The Overlord's voice became even more bizarre, mixed with unknown shrill whistles. Do you want to die? Brayden's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Can you really kill me? I haven't violated any rules of the Round Table Hall. The Overlord's violet flames danced wildly, its face contorted with rage. Brayden took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. I just said I can't make a deal now, not that I won't in the future. After I understand the heritage of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon, how about we trade then? The Overlord's fury seemed to subside slightly, but the killing intent in its eyes remained unchanged. What you get is only one of many inheritances. Do you really think I can't find others? Brayden was momentarily speechless, about to retort, but he saw the Overlord's strange smile slowly twisting. All right, what do you plan to trade with me then? The Overlord's voice carried a hint of sinister chill, its swift change of attitude to Yanko Brayden by surprise. He pondered for a moment, strode Yanko the Billy's head beside him, and spoke slowly. I want you to deduce a unique evolutionary path. A path that can give the Billy strength surpassing mythic bloodlines. My Yanko, it truly the strongest. The Overlord deliberated for a while before letting out an eerie laugh. He, truly greedy. Brayden, you are indeed greedy, but I like this greed. Fine, I agree. Before the words faded, the Overlord abruptly reigned in its aura. The black-purple flames spun in the air, coalescing into an ancient contract scroll. The Billy stood beside Brayden, its eyes flashing with disbelief. Its pupils narrowed, heartbeat quickening, chest filled with excitement and longing. This was a height it dared not even imagine. Strength surpassing mythic bloodlines, becoming the true pinnacle. However, it quickly suppressed the excitement, lowering its head slightly, gritting its teeth, striving to maintain composure and not lose decorum. A tear shimmered in its eyes, which it swiftly wiped away, its gaze returning to determination. It did not wish to be disrespectful here, nor did it wish to show any weakness in front of Brayden. The Billy stood straight like a solid fortress, silently guarding beside Brayden, filled with gratitude and loyalty. Big Brother. Chapter 73, The Covenant. The contents of the covenant slowly materialized before Brayden. Every line of text carried an invisible pressure. My Yanko him, feel dizzy. Covenant clauses. Brayden shall enter into an agreement with the Lord upon comprehending the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons. Should Brayden die unexpectedly before this, his soul imprint will automatically be stripped and owned by the Lord. Seeing this, Brayden's brows furrowed tightly, wariness filling his heart. As if it had anticipated his reaction, a purple flame slowly condensed into a quill in front of Brayden. It floated gently in midair, its tip emitting a soft glow. The voice of the Lord held a hint of cold mockery, strange and sinister. Rest assured, I am not as cunning as your kind. If you have additional clauses, write them down. Brayden was slightly taken aback. After a brief hesitation, his eyes grew resolute. Holding the quill, he slowly suspended it over the covenant, beginning to write down the terms he drafted. His thoughts raced, struggling to recall the few contract clauses he had heard before being transported, adding all conceivable restrictive clauses to the covenant, including various detailed precautionary measures. The content of the covenant increased gradually under his pen, the paper seemingly alive, expanding continuously as Brayden added more clauses until a scroll was filled to the brim. Additional clauses. Xenon must not deceive or withhold any information from Brayden regarding the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons and the evolution path of the Billy. Xenon shall not harm, threaten, or intimidate Brayden, his companions, or his family in any way, shape, or form, whether during trials or in reality. Xenon must ensure that no details of the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons or the evolution path of the Billy are disclosed after the transaction. The Billy, Flame Lion, must receive an exclusive, strongest evolution path deduced by the Lord, ensuring its transformation into the ultimate evolutionary form. The eerie purple head floated in midair, coldly watching as Brayden wrote the clauses on the covenant. At first, it only slightly narrowed its eyes, with a hint of impatience. But as Brayden wrote more and the covenant became more detailed, the Lord's gaze grew darker, the purplish flames in its eyes flickering erratically, finally becoming agitated. Just as the Lord was about to explode with anger, Brayden finally put down the pen, sighing in relief, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. Transaction contents. Brayden shall impart the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons to the Lord. Xenon must deduce an exclusive, strongest evolution path for the Billy, Flame Lion, and guarantee that neither the evolution path nor the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons will be disclosed after the transaction. Brayden signed his name on it. Covenanter, Brayden. On the other side, The Lord waved its monstrous claw, and purple flames formed its name. Covenanter, Shadow. Braden thought to himself, Shadow? This is the Lord's true name. At the end of the covenant, flames burned on their own, forming a line. Witness. Braden frowned, as Yanko. Who will witness this? As soon as he finished Spianko, the entire round hall trembled, and an intangible power filled the air, as if a higher existence was observing. A moment later, a beam of light converged at the end of the covenant, revealing a solemn line of text. Witness, the secret realm of the new king. Braden's expression changed slightly, feeling quite surprised by the identity of this witness. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Xenon said coldly, place your hand on it. Braden slowly extended his hand, placing it on the covenant. In the instant his palm touched the covenant, a powerful force surged from within it, traveling through his flesh and blood to his soul. The force was icy and bone-chilling, like chains binding his soul. Mayenko him clearly feel a vow, unbreakable, deeply etched into his soul. The entire hall seemed to come alive, trembling slowly, with the surrounding halos flowing incessantly, as if carefully recording the contents of the covenant. At this moment, light gradually converged on the stone round table, intertwining into two solemn lines of text. Covenant established. We hereby bear witness. Xenon's form slowly returned to the previous purple flaming head, with the flames around it gradually calming down. I hope you abide by the covenant. Don't play any tricks. Braden looked at the Lord calmly, without fear. Then you'd better start as soon as possible, deducing the strongest evolution path for the Billy. Braden suddenly asked, what about the cultivation of the Billy? Should the evolution be temporarily halted? Xenon replied in a deep voice. That depends on when you give me the inheritance of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons. But don't worry. You can continue to cultivate your flame lion as usual. You can even use the ultra-ancient path's magic potion formula to evolve the flame lion in its growth stage into a fully evolved frenzied flame lion. Only when its ancient bloodline is fully revived will it be qualified to bear true power. Braden looked doubtful. Then what about the evolution path you're deducing? Xenon ignored him and continued Spianko on its own accord. Your mad blood can effectively awaken the power in the spirit beast's bloodline. Feeding it regularly can lay a solid foundation for them. As for the qualitative change in the life of a spirit beast occurs at the fourth evolution beyond full evolution, from complete to extraordinary evolution. And this extraordinary evolution secret formula is the strongest path I need to deduce. Seeing no anomalies occur in the secret realm, Braden slowly nodded, confirming that the Lord hadn't deceived him and reluctantly accepted these explanations. Subsequently, he wasted no time. Tyenko out the standardized equipment from the spatial ring and fire line armor one by one. He only kept some of better quality, exchanging the rest with the Lord. The mountain-like pile of high-quality weapons only exchanged for an additional 5 points, raising the points in the top right corner of the list to 200. Braden then found the coin exchange interface under material exchanges, thought for a moment, and continued to exchange for some silver coins for other uses. Following this, he quickly collected his rewards for this session. Rock-type cultivation materials, weapons, crimson fire chains, and Alicia's invitation were all placed into the spatial ring by Braden. The thin mist slowly dissipated. The sight of one human and one lion gradually returned, and their teammates' figures reappeared before their eyes. In the round hall, everyone remained silent, their gazes involuntarily shifting toward Mona and Hemlock, filled with wariness. Dale glanced at Braden, unable to resist as Yanko. So long? Didn't you get another good item, or something? Braden just smiled faintly. Guess. Dale puffed up his mustache, annoying. At this point, Mona nodded slightly. Then we should take our leave. I hope there'll still be a chance to cooperate in the future. Her words fell, yet everyone still didn't respond. Luyanko slightly cold. Braden quietly watched Mona, his gaze complex. He spoke in a calm tone. Mona, if you had shown your true face as a dark elf from the beginning, perhaps there wouldn't be such deep estrangement between us. Mona said in a solemn voice. You're still too naive. You don't understand how precious the value of this secret realm is. She paused, her gaze lingering on each person's face, warningly. I give you a piece of advice. Be on guard against other trial participants here, especially those from other teams. Dale mumbled. Isn't that obvious? Braden coughed lightly, Spianko gently. No matter what, thank you for the reminder. Mona then turned aside. Lord, we should return to our team. The monstrous head of the Lord slowly rotated, purple fog quietly gathering, enveloping Mona and Hemlock. Mayenko, their figures gradually blur. Braden seemed to recall something, suddenly as Yanko. Mona, did you use any special item to be able to move with us? Mona paused for a moment, nodding lightly. Yes, we used Trial Scroll of Dragon Eagle Castle, an item obtained from another mission, which allowed us to temporarily join you. Beside her, Hemlock glared coldly at Braden, his gaze filled with sinister killing intent. As the mist grew denser, Mona and Hemlock completely disappeared from everyone's view. Chapter 74 Trust. The tense atmosphere in the hall gradually dissipated, and everyone relaxed instantly. All eyes turned to Willis in unison, with a hint of inquiry and curiosity in their gazes. Willis, puzzled, smiled and asked, Why are you all Luyanko at me like this? Casimir raised an eyebrow and asked, Your special reward isn't the iron-feathered dragon hawk, is it? Willis shook his head with a smile, spreading his hands helplessly. No, the iron-feathered dragon hawk isn't among the rewards. The list of exchangeable spirit beasts only added common ones like the savage blood bull, rock-armored beast, and small alvin men. What about you guys? Did you get any special spirit beasts? Edwin said in a deep voice. No. Hearing this, Viviana's eyes flashed with excitement as she took out a large, ancient leather-bound notebook from her spatial ring. She said excitedly, although I didn't obtain a spirit beast, I received Master Mage Toby's alchemy notes. It records many methods for creating artificial spirit beasts. Willis was somewhat surprised. Then won't you be able to mass-produce steel golems in the future? Viviana shook her head with a light laugh. It's not that simple. Just inscribing the rune groups would take me a long time to learn, let alone it being the extraordinary era now. Many rare materials have become extinct after the Holy Era and Dawn Era. Even with knowledge, complete replication is impossible. Her eyes were filled with longing and satisfaction, but being able to learn more knowledge is already very happy for me. Willis smiled and said, that's good. Just then, Casimir's Beastmaster runes glowed brightly. He carefully caught a spirit beast egg that shot out from them. He held the egg in his palm, slightly raising his head, and a look of pride appeared on his face. This is my special reward this time. Though I don't know what kind of spirit beast will hatch from it, it feels special. It's truly exciting. This spirit beast egg had a smooth and warm surface, emitting a deep red glow. Fiery red patterns covered the eggshell, as if tiny flames were surging within, exuding intense fire elemental magic power. The aura of fire element was extremely dense. The egg gently heated up, and holding it felt like sensing its potent life force within, akin to an unlit blazing flame. Feeling the scorching energy, Willis couldn't help but nod in admiration. Indeed, it has very dense fire elemental magic power. Looks like the spirit beast that hatches won't be weak. You sure had some good luck. Casimir lifted his chin slightly. Okay, just a bit of good luck. Viviana leaned over to take a look, scrutinizing the spirit beast egg seriously before suddenly saying, these patterns feel like they belong to a young fire bat's egg. Casimir was stunned, the previous smugness on his face instantly turning into surprise. What? Can't be. Willis asked curiously. Young fire bat? Is it the juvenile form of the flaming fire bat? Edwin glanced at the egg and said calmly, right, it's a young fire bat's spirit beast egg. Casimir couldn't help but frown, turning to look at Edwin in dissatisfaction. How do you know? When did the green hidden woods of the Elven clan have fire attribute spirit beasts? Edwin sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes. Do dwarves never read books? It's clearly recorded in the spirit beast catalog. Casimir was first taken aback, then seemed to understand. Oh, I see. Wait, who said who doesn't read? Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, Mayenko the atmosphere even more relaxed. Willis patted Casimir on the shoulder, consoling him. Young fire bats aren't bad actually. Once it matures and evolves into a flame-winged demon bat, it has quite formidable combat strength. Its flame attacks are strong, and it can bolster our aerial combat strength. This spirit beast suits you well. Viviana examined the spirit beast egg closely, nodding gently. Yeah, and the magic power emanating from this egg is so dense, surpassing ordinary bloodline spirit beasts by far. I think this egg might be a subspecies, or possibly even a rare species. Hearing this, Casimir's eyes lit up, and a smile he could barely contain appeared on his face. Subspecies? Rare species? Huh, looks like I hit the jackpot indeed. Casimir carefully put the spirit beast egg into his Beastmaster space. Then, he took out a thick ancient book from his spatial belt. The cover bore vigorous handwriting, obviously written by one of the forging masters from Dragonhawk Castle's Ancient Forging Introduction, Water. Casimir scratched his head, a little embarrassed. This is also part of the reward. The clan will soon hold its annual forging competition, and I've been studying water attribute equipment recently. The water attribute equipment on the exchange list is either unsuitable or too expensive. If any of you have water attribute weapons or magic items, could you lend them to me for observation for a while? Water is my weak point. Everyone was suddenly enlightened upon hearing this. Viviana smiled and said, no wonder you've been exchanging water attribute equipment all this time. You were preparing for the competition. As she spoke, she thought for a moment, then took out a light blue fish scale pendant from her spatial ring. The surface of the pendant shimmered faintly, emitting a faint water elemental magic power. This magic item is made from the scale of a water ripple fish. Wearing it allows you to breathe underwater, swim faster, and cast a magical shield. A look of gratitude flashed in Casimir's eyes as he hastily accepted the pendant with both hands. Thank you. Then I'll leave my shield as collateral. Viviana gave a slight laugh and waved her hand. Don't be silly. Just give it back when you're done, old Tor. Casimir paused, glancing sideways at Willis, scratching his head in puzzlement. Old Tor, your human nicknames are truly peculiar. Willis chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, my pocket is cleaner than my face. I can't help you. Casimir waved his large hand dismissively, laughing heartily. It's fine. Once I become a 3-star forging master, remember to let me observe your ever-burning blade and fire line battle armor. Willis nodded. No problem. Edwin remained silent all along. Seeing this, Casimir didn't approach him unnecessarily. At that moment, Edwin calmly retrieved an exquisite crystal longbow from his spatial ring. The bow emitted a rich water elemental magic power, with a bright blue glow flowing gently along its body. Edwin silently handed over the longbow, saying coolly, here. Casimir's eyes widened in shock, whispering, an extraordinary quality water attribute longbow. Edwin, growing impatient, asked, do you want it or not? If so, take it. How about I leave my hammer as collateral? Just stop Talyanko nonsense. Just return it after use, don't break it. Casimir quietly took the longbow, Luyanko down at it, a complex emotion shining in his eyes, secretly feeling moved. Edwin, you really are a good elf. However, Edwin's gaze lingered on the ancient book beside him, his expression seemingly shocked yet teasing. I never would have thought that dwarves actually read books. Hearing this, Casimir's expression changed slightly, immediately rebutting earnestly. The forging knowledge of our ancestors is passed down through word of mouth and recorded in writing. To become a legendary casting master of the dwarf clan, I naturally need to read books. Edwin responded calmly. Oh, so, the other dwarves don't read books? Casimir's expression froze, inwardly cursing a few times. No, it seems I was wrong. There are no good elves in this world. Seeing the pleasant atmosphere, Viviana clapped her hands and suggested, we are teammates who have experienced life and death together. How about this? We help each other within our team. Whether inside or outside the secret realm, we should look after each other within our capabilities and grow stronger together. Edwin replied succinctly, no problem. Casimir nodded happily. Yes, no problem for me. Willis smiled. Sure, no problem. Viviana's eyes sparkled with joy, exclaiming excitedly. That's great. Any problems can now be solved with the help of 3 good friends from different regions. It will certainly be much easier. She looked meaningfully at Willis. Understanding, Willis's eyes showed silent gratitude as he solemnly said, actually, there is indeed something. A matter concerning my life and death, and I really need everyone's help. Hearing this, Edwin and Casimir became instantly serious. Willis's voice deepened. Have you heard of hemophilia? Chapter 75, Madness Blood Syndrome. Howard frowned deeply, his calloused hands rubbing his beard, concern and suspicion evident in his tone. Madness Blood Syndrome? Is it related to your somewhat peculiar left arm? Braden nodded gently, his expression solemn. Edwin's gaze darkened as he scrutinized him carefully, as Yanko in a deep voice. Is this congenital or acquired? Braden sighed softly. It's congenital. Edwin mused aloud. Like the Hannah we met during the trial. Blessed by some great being at birth. No wonder your beast-taming runes are so unique. Patterns I've never seen in any ancient texts. Kathleen nodded slightly. Indeed, after my last trial, I also reviewed some of the Academy's books. There are no records of such runes as yours, truly rare. Howard scratched his head. Aren't you a beast tamer? With such a special rune and the Madness Blood Syndrome, isn't there someone within the organization investigating this? Braden spoke slowly. Actually, I only recently obtained the qualification to engrave the beast-taming rune. In essence, I'm still an apprentice beast tamer. No one knows that I've already activated my beast-taming space. He paused for a moment, then continued, and I have 2 beast-taming spaces. Howard's eyes widened, his beard quivering slightly as he looked up and down at Braden in disbelief. 2 beast-taming spaces. His voice unconsciously rose, but he quickly realized it was inappropriate, coughed twice, and lowered his volume. Beside him, Edwin tried to maintain his calm, but his ears twitched uncontrollably, revealing his shock. After a moment, he whispered, 2 beast-taming spaces. Even in the ancient elf texts, dual beast-taming spaces are just legends. Since you possess such rare runes, the Madness Blood Syndrome may be related. The deeper you conceal such uniqueness, the better. Kathleen asked, Braden, have you told anyone else about this? Braden shook his head. No, only you and my spirit beast know. As he spoke, he gently stroked the lion beside him, who rubbed against his arm affectionately. Kathleen let out a slight sigh of relief, her tone filled with concern. This is best. To many churches, 2 beast-taming spaces symbolize impurity and calamity. Once discovered, you'd be placed on their wanted list. You must be cautious. Braden nodded earnestly. Howard showed a look of sudden understanding, lightly clapping his hands. No wonder you and the Billy are so close, yet your life-bound spirit beast has lightning attributes. That makes sense now. Edwin reminded. You're getting sidetracked. Let's focus on the Madness Blood Syndrome. Then Braden detailed the symptoms of Madness Blood Syndrome to everyone, and how, by coincidence, contracting extraordinary lineage creatures like Thunder Egg and Alvin Dullhead, the symptoms indeed alleviated somewhat. However, during the previous trial, the Black Dragon's power triggered a mild relapse. Braden sighed. Although contracting spirit beasts with extraordinary lineage does indeed alleviate the madness blood erosion, but this method is only temporary. I hope to find a cure. Edwin pondered and said earnestly, Understood. I'll do my best to check our ancient elven texts to see if there are any relevant records. Howard nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I'll also inquire discreetly with the elders of my clan. Don't worry, your uniqueness will be kept absolutely confidential. Kathleen said slowly. When I returned last time, I searched through some classics but didn't find any records that match your symptoms. However, if you agree, you can leave a drop of blood. I'll take it back for further research, perhaps finding something. Without hesitation, Braden took out a small bottle from his spatial ring. Skillfully Mayenko a small incision on his left arm, slowly filling the bottle with blood before passing it to Kathleen. Kathleen carefully received the bottle, her expression grave. Don't worry, I'll keep this blood sample safe. After the study, I'll destroy it immediately to ensure no one else finds out. Braden nodded, saying softly, I trust you all. By the way, there's another thing. He slowly raised his left hand, which emitted a bright red glow, revealing a crimson beast-taming rune composed of sharp symbols on the back of his hand. Then a light ball shot out from it, gradually spinning and enlarging, dense lightning powers surging in the air, emitting faint crackling sounds. Moments later, a large spirit beast egg appeared on the round table out of nowhere. The pure white shell surface gleamed smoothly, tinged with an unnatural dark red, with faint blue-white light flickering inside, resembling a tightly coiled thunderball. A faint blood mist hovered around the eggshell, exuding a killing and violent aura. Howard's eyes widened as he stared intently at the egg. So this is the extraordinary lineage spirit beast egg you mentioned? He hurriedly stepped forward, examining it carefully. Edwin murmured softly. Such dense lightning attribute magic power. To have an extraordinary lineage spirit beast egg, Brayden, you're indeed a lucky guy. Brayden rubbed the back of his head, as Yanko with slight embarrassment. How do I incubate it? Everyone was momentarily speechless. Kathleen couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder. The lightning attribute magic power in this egg is very pure, and it's an extraordinary lineage spirit beast egg. Incubating it will definitely require special methods. She thought for a moment and then suggested, Brayden, I recommend some books on spirit beast incubation. Brayden nodded and immediately began searching for relevant books on the exchange list. A moment later, he spent 5 points, exchanging for several books that recorded various incubation techniques and spirit beast breeding methods, as well as a large quantity of basic breeding materials for lightning attribute spirit beasts. Brayden stored them one by one into his spatial ring, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A moment later, the Lord's voice echoed in the air, accompanied by his usual cold laughter. The mission is completed, rewards have been issued, it's time to return. The group exchanged glances and slowly nodded. In the next instant, the surrounding fog suddenly thickened, tightly enveloping their bodies. Brayden, as if remembering something, shouted towards Howard. Good luck in the forging competition, old Tor. Howard paused, then nodded. Oh, all right. As everyone felt their vision go black and lost consciousness. When Brayden opened his eyes again, cool night breeze brushed against his cheeks, and the surrounding atmosphere was familiar and tranquil. Brayden found himself lying in the shadow of a sentry post, with the starry sky above still clear, and moonlight like silver radiance bathed the land. He leaned half-reclined against the warm belly of the billy, the fire lion wore armor touching his skin. Although slightly cool, it brought a substantial sense of security. The billy's fur trembled gently in the wind, as if also enjoying this rare peace. Brayden gently patted the billy's belly, whispering softly, We're finally back. Yeah, bro. Chapter 76, A World Apart. Xuanhuan Forestland. Winchim City, Elwendy. Edwin's figure slowly materialized in the hall of the sacred spring. He was immediately surrounded by a group of elven guards holding long halberds. The hall of the sacred spring was tranquil and solemn. At its center was a gently surging spring that emitted a soft, clear light. Shimmering firestones adorned the walls and floor around the spring like embedded stars. Vines entwined the pillars around the hall, and occasionally blue-green buds would bloom on the vines, releasing a faintly sweet herbal fragrance. The air carried a slight coolness, as if each breath could purify one's mind and body. But now, an unnatural and ominous tension had invaded this sacred place, shattering the original peace. The guards stood solemnly in neat rows, their weapons slightly gleaming with mithril, exuding sharpness and danger. The hall was so quiet that only the gentle flow of the spring could be heard, adding to the heavy atmosphere. At this moment, a tall elf from the guard approached Edwin. His expression was stern, his eyes revealing a barely perceptible complexity as he spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, Lord is waiting for you. Edwin nodded, maintaining his usual composure as if all this was expected. Surrounded by the guards, he moved forward. The intricate vines and sturdy roots rapidly retracted, and the giant wooden door, made of emerald green, slowly opened. Edwin paused at the entrance of the hall, gazing into the darkness ahead. Then his gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. The hall was dimly lit, with luminescent stones emitting faint blue light, flickering between brightness and darkness. As the light shimmered, a few fireflies floated in the air, coming close and then drifting away. Seated on a high throne in the center of the hall was a man. By the dim light, Edwin could vaguely make out the cold features of the man. He called out softly, Colby. The man remained silent, sitting motionlessly in his seat, his eyes vacant, as if devoid of any emotion, like an empty shell. Suddenly, a pair of large crimson slit eyes lit up behind the man. The red glow like a deep blood sea, cold and terrifying, faintly flickering in the darkness. A deep, dragging sound came from the shadows. Evidently the heavy movement of scales scraping against the ground, causing goosebumps to rise. Edwin faintly heard the hissing of a giant serpent's tongue. The sound brought a suffocating sense of danger, echoing and spreading through the shadows. The giant serpent spoke in a deep voice. Edwin, why do you not kneel before the king of the Swiftwind clan? Edwin was shaken, his body trembling slightly, and finally knelt down. His head bowed slowly, his voice carrying a hint of reluctance, yet respectful. It was my fault, great dragon god. Darkness continued to envelop, the scraping of scales becoming louder, as an unusually large shadow quietly encircled Edwin. The air was filled with an unsettling chill. The cold snake body gradually became visible, though its entirety was hard to discern. Yet Edwin could feel the massive creature silently examining him from the dark. The serpent's tongue flickered out of the darkness, bringing a cold dampness. The dragon god snorted coldly, then spoke slowly. Where have you been? Lately, I could not sense you at all. You even unsealed the wind serpent. That's a capital offense, Edwin. Edwin did not respond. His gaze shifted slightly upward, scanning the man seated in the center of the hall. The man remained silent, sitting still. Edwin felt the constricting snake body tightening, its cold head circling around him. A strong, blood-soaked smell rushed toward him. There are several faint odors on you. I haven't smelled such revolting scents for a long time. The giant snake coiled near Edwin, its blood-red tongue flickering. Did you enter the new Yanko's secret realm? Edwin tensed, his pupils constricting slightly, trying to maintain composure. The dragon god laughed lowly. Ha ha, who would have thought? Cooper, your son has become quite someone. Following the dragon god's laughter, Cooper, seated on the main throne, stiffly curled his lips, managing a bizarre smile. In front of Maxine Fortress, the outpost, noontime sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, with a hint of herbal aroma in the air, carrying a slight chill, signaling the approach of late autumn. The surroundings were peaceful, with a gentle breeze passing through. The grass and leaves in the mountain gently swayed. Occasionally a bird's call could be heard from afar, adding a touch of vitality to this wilderness. Anwar and the Billy were still sound asleep, showing no signs of Yanko up. At this moment, Gerhard's voice came from not far away. Anwar, still not up? Today's lunch is especially abundant. Get up for food. As his voice grew closer, his heavy footsteps finally stopped as he lightly tapped on the door. The Billy twitched his ears slightly, growling lowly towards the door in discontent. The door opened, and Gerhard entered with Megan. Megan carefully held a large wooden tray, filled with mouth-watering dishes. Today's lunch included stewed venison, rosemary roasted chicken thighs, garlic mashed potatoes, crispy cheese-baked potato balls, and honey-glazed tangerines. Anwar and the Billy, through the air, sniffed a few times before slowly Yanko up. Anwar yawned and said slowly, "This meal is really sumptuous today." Gerhard laughed heartily and waved his hand. "This is to celebrate you becoming an official hunter. In the future, you won't have to live in this forsaken place anymore. The instructor asked me to inform you that tomorrow is a holiday. Return to Silvertown for a good rest. After that, report to the Hunters Guild to prepare for inscribing the Beastmaster rune and activating your Beast Mastery space." Anwar nodded. Okay. Then he and the Billy began feasting, savoring the long-awaited delicious meal. Gerhard watched them with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of envy and genuine blessings. After finishing breakfast, Anwar took out a few copper coins to give to Gerhard, but Gerhard waved them off. "Today I'm treating you. It's a celebration. Who would have thought? You actually managed to defeat the instructor's flame lion. Impressive. I even made a small profit because of it. Hee. Enough to buy my son plenty more spirit beast meat." Anwar chuckled. "All right then." Anwar and the Billy quickly finished eating. Gerhard stood up with Megan and left. Standing a little distance away, deeply inhaling from his pipe and exhaling slowly, seemingly reminiscing about something. He then said slowly, "Anwar, this might be the last time I bring you food. Though our time together was short, I've witnessed too many impossibilities in you. Maybe with you, it's really possible to successfully activate the Beast Mastery space and become an outstanding Beast Master Hunter." Anwar smiled faintly and solemnly replied, "May it be so, Gerhard." Gerhard took another deep puff of his pipe. "When the time comes, don't forget to give my boy a hand." Anwar nodded and smiled. "Sure thing." Chapter 77, Homeward Bound. The next day, at noon, Jediah and Billy stood before Fongfort. Not far away, apprentice hunters were training enthusiastically in the square, their shouts of encouragement echoing occasionally. A group of young apprentice hunters was running around Fongfort with their spirit beasts, sweat pouring down their faces, determination etched upon them. Clearly, they were still caught up in the recent beast taming contest, and Jediah's victory over the hunting instructor was like a blazing torch that ignited their fighting spirit. It inspired them to chase after the goal that seemed just within reach, yet was so distant. To engrave beast runes, activate beast space, and become official beast taming hunters. Jediah yawned, stretching his body. Last night's sleep was far from enough to alleviate the fatigue he accumulated in the mystic realm. At this moment, the group exercising by running gradually approached them. The apprentice hunters slowed down simultaneously, their expressions solemn as they nodded respectfully to Jediah and Billy. Their eyes held admiration, respect, and an unhidden yearning. Jediah stood a little straighter, suppressing his slightly trembling eyelids, and nodding back. Billy did the same. Man and lion stood silently under the sun, quietly watching these young apprentice hunters run towards the distance. As the crowd gradually moved away, Jediah glanced at the winding path not far off and sighed. Fongfort is quite a distance from Silver Township. "Billy, you'll have to carry me again today." "Don't worry, brother." They were about to embark on their journey home. Suddenly, the sound of wheels grinding against sand came from afar, accompanied by hurried and panting hoofbeats. Jediah looked closely, seeing an old carriage swaying toward them, driven by the long-unseen old man Fiki. With a smile on his face, Fiki sat atop a bony old horse. The old horse panted heavily, its mane dry and dull. Each step forward seemed a great effort for it. It ran shakily. Seeing this, Jediah couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't this old guy part with this horse for a better one?" Fiki spotted Jediah immediately and exaggeratedly waved his hand. "My, isn't this our great beast master Jediah? It's been a while. Little Fire Lion has evolved into a flame lion. Amazing." Billy raised his head slightly, huffing indifferently. Jediah glanced at him. "All right, speak properly. What brings you here to Fongfort? Didn't the Holy Light Mass end already?" Fiki replied seriously, "I came specially to pick you up. How could I let our great beast master walk home alone?" Jediah paused, somewhat surprised. "Pick me up? How did you know I was heading back to Silver Township today?" Fiki laughed. The news of Jediah, the great beast master, defeating Fangfort's instructors has been spreading widely. I heard the monks talk about it all night after the Massachusetts. Jediah realized. "So that's why you guessed I would be off today? You came to pick me up especially?" Fiki nodded. "Exactly." Jediah smiled awkwardly and gently pulled aside the curtain of the carriage. Inside were several boxes of holy light potions. Jediah said sarcastically. Came especially to pick me up? How moved I am. Fine, go deliver your potions first, I'll wait here. Fiki chuckled, waving his hand, and drove the carriage into the fortress. After much ado, Fiki finally returned. Seeing the trembling legs of the old horse, Jediah felt pity. Silently, he stowed Billy into the spirit beast ball and got into the carriage alone. The carriage jolted on the rugged mountain path, the old wheels Krayenko over the gravel road. All along, Fiki didn't stop Talyenko. How are you adjusting to the new environment? Fiki asked casually. Jediah replied calmly. All right, I guess. Made any new friends? I suppose so. I'm not a kid. Why are you as Yanko me this? Fiki smiled faintly, shifting topics. Get some rest when you get back. According to tradition, the Hunters Guild will hold the annual sacrificial ceremony in the last week of autumn. Though called a grand ceremony, it's just a formality to maintain age-old customs. Then, you'll need to engrave your beast rune. Jediah's gaze drifted outside the window, murmuring softly, got it. Fiki slowly said, you don't seem nervous at all. Are you that confident you'll succeed? Jediah watched the autumn scenery through the window. Yellow leaves fluttering down in the breeze. Evo Yanko, a desolate beauty. Let's see how it goes. Fiki sighed. Feels like you've grown up. Just then, a soft snore came from behind. Fiki turned around to see. He couldn't help but chuckle, Shayanko his head. I'm over thin Yanko this. Fiki stopped Talyenko and let the carriage continue on its way. By dusk, the sky was dimming. Jediah slowly woke up. Lyanko at the familiar road around him. He knew they were nearly there. The lights of Silver Township began to illuminate, and the warm glow gave off a comforting feeling. Mayenko his heart feel cozy. He said to Fiki, stop by the market. Fiki glanced at him curiously but didn't ask any more. In the evening, the market was almost closing. The air filled with the fresh scent of fruits and vegetables mixed with the musky smell of fresh meat. Jediah got off the carriage and pushed open the wooden door of a butcher shop, while Yanko in. The shop owner was bent over, tidying up the counter, his thick hands skillfully wiping the blood-stained wooden slab. His face was lined with wrinkles, but his eyes remained sharp. His gaze occasionally swept over the door, noticing passers-by. The meat racks were hung with various kinds of beast meat, with the bloody scent faintly lingering in the air. Most of them were common livestock meats. Beef, mutton, and several fresh hind legs of pork hanging, their colors inviting, the fat shimmering under the sunset. However, amidst these common meats, there were some peculiar spiritual beast materials that stood out. A few large wild boar tusks and a massive wild boar skull rested quietly beside. On one side, close to the wooden rack, a piece of dog dragon meat was hung. Its muscle fibers thick and coarse, its skin tinged with a faint bluish hue. Additionally, there were several dark red pieces of unknown spiritual beast meat covered in fine scales, drawing involuntary glances from everyone. Each piece of spiritual beast meat emitted a faint or strong magic aura, which was the fundamental difference between spiritual beast meat and ordinary flesh. The shop owner looked up as Jediah entered. Although there was still some inexplicable expression in his eyes, the expected coldness did not come. He said slowly, please wait a moment. Chaz, we have a customer. Coming. Dad, there are so few people now. Can't you serve them yourself? Accompanied by an aggrieved voice, a young man emerged from the inner room, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exuding a hint of youthful impatience. Seeing Jediah, his face lit up instantly, hurrying forward with an excited tone. It's really you, Jediah? Jediah was slightly stunned, his brows furrowing. You are? Chaz smiled. It's me. Previously captured by goblins for their altar. You saved me, remember? Jediah nodded indifferently. Oh, I seem to remember. Chaz immediately greeted warmly. Are you here to buy meat? Our meat is the best in town. He then pointed at various types of meat on the rack, enthusiastically promoting them. Jediah picked out a few pieces of spiritual beast meat, and the shop owner came forward to take them. Still silent, he silently selected another top-quality piece of dog dragon meat, carefully sliced it into chunks, and packed both portions together. Jediah noticed, but did not stop him. He casually took out a few copper coins and handed them to Chaz. The shop owner waved his hand to refuse. No need. This is a gift for saving my incompetent son. Jediah insisted and placed half the money on the counter before leaving slowly. Chaz saw him off to the carriage, smiling. Come again if you need anything. Jediah nodded in return. Sure. Watching the carriage drive away, Chaz hummed a little tune and returned to the shop. Suddenly, his smile froze. Glancing thoughtfully at his father. Dad, is Jediah really a calamity? The shop owner put down his knife and replied slowly. What do you think? Chaz lowered his head, thin Yanko for a moment, mumbling. Although he does seem unusual, he has saved many people. The shop owner nodded gently. Then he's not a calamity. Chaz still had doubts, but many people in town say he is. Even Grandma used to say that. The shop owner chuckled coldly, slightly disdainful. This is why you're incompetent. Can you use your own brain? Chaz shrugged helplessly and silently put away the copper coins on the table. The carriage wheels turned, driving along the winding path back to the ranch. Fiki sat at the front, occasionally Lou Yanko back at him, and couldn't help as Yanko. Why did you suddenly want to buy meat? Jediah smiled faintly and replied calmly. It's rare to come home once, and I felt it wasn't right to come empty-handed. The sky gradually darkened. In the cool night, sparse stars twinkled distantly in the horizon. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the wooden cottage at the ranch, smoke rising from the chimney, carrying a familiar meaty aroma through the evening air. At the door of the wooden house, candlelight flickered gently, and the silhouette of Alethea grew longer in the shadows. Her slender figure cast a shadow of anticipation and nervousness. She anxiously glanced at the carriage, her hand tightly gripping the doorframe. Jediah pushed open the carriage door, wearing a smile that spoke of reunion after a long absence, and slowly stepped down to meet her. Brother. Presley's eyes sparkled with tears as she threw herself into Jediah's embrace. Jediah hugged her, gently tousling her soft hair with a smile. I'm back. Then, Jediah asked curiously. Presley, how did you know I would come back today? Presley choked up, holding him tightly in excitement, unable to speak clearly for a moment. Jediah softly consoled her. All right, don't cry. Presley nodded obediently. Fiki chuckled and walked up, patting Jediah's shoulder. I told you earlier. I even went out of my way to pick you up. Mara's dinner is getting cold. Let's go inside. Jediah suddenly realized, a slight smile tugging at his lips. You're really not one to turn down a free meal, huh? Fiki laughed without a care. As long as there's food, everything else doesn't matter. Jediah summoned Billy. Amidst everyone's laughter, they all walked into the warm wooden house together. Inside, the lighting was gentle, and the air was filled with the aroma of stewed meat. The weariness in Jediah's heart quietly dissipated in that moment. He murmured, I'm home. Chapter 78, The Agreement. Inside the log cabin, the table was laden with a sumptuous lunch, the aroma of stewed meat wafting through the warm candlelight. Mara carefully filled everyone's bowl with hot soup, while Fiki toasted and praised this long-missed homely feast. Presley exclaimed in surprise, Little Fire Lion has evolved after such a short time. That's amazing. She passed a piece of stewed meat to the Billy, who brightened up and happily took it with his paw, swallowing it eagerly, savoring every bite. Occasionally, he would look at Willis proudly. Willis tore off a piece of bread and dipped it in the meat broth, enjoying the peace and tranquility. Presley whispered softly, Brother, it's rare for you to come back. Are you leaving soon again? Willis gently ruffled her hair and smiled. I have to wait for the Hunter Guild's arrangements, but I'll come back often. Mara looked at Willis with gentle concern, passing him another bowl of meat. Have more, you've lost weight. At this moment, Willis took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in front of Mara. Here's part of the 20 silver coins I borrowed last time. Mara paused, Lyanko at him in surprise. Willis, you just came back and bought so much spirit beast meat. Now you're giving me so many silver coins. Where did you get all this money? Presley blinked her eyes, somewhat worriedly as Yanko. Willis, did you do something you shouldn't have? Willis laughed lightly and reassured her. Don't worry, it's all earned from missions. As if on cue, the Billy swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded in agreement. Fiki took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, Take it, Mrs. Our great beast master Willis can even defeat Arno now. Even if he did gamble, winning this amount isn't strange. Mara and Presley exclaimed in unison, You gambled? Willis shot Fiki a stern glance and said in a low voice, Can't your mouth be sealed when Yanko? It didn't happen. This is really mission rewards. He inwardly added, Xenon's mission counts as a mission too. After his sincere explanation, Mara and Presley finally felt relieved. Dinner ended, and Fiki got up to leave. Willis saw him off at the door, seemingly remembering something, and Spianko softly. Oh, Fiki, your sun amulet really helped a lot at the goblin altar. It was very effective. Fiki smiled proudly, Lyanko a bit smug. That's a holy light amulet, not a sun amulet. I've told you before, the amulets I make are highly effective. Willis chuckled lightly. Isn't that the same thing? Fiki shook his head. There's a big difference. Remember to wear it well. It should last you several years. With that, he pulled his cloak around him, waved his hand, and said, All right, not much more to say. It's cold. I need to get back. Willis said solemnly, Take care on the way. Fiki patted the bony old horse and grinned. Don't worry about me. The carriage sped away, disappearing into the night. Back in the long mist room, they were surprised to find it spotlessly clean. Clearly, Presley had been diligently cleaning while they were away. The Billy, fully fed, lazily sprawled on the bed, limbs spread wide, closing his eyes contentedly burping, occasionally rolling over, Lyanko utterly content. Willis couldn't help but smile, glancing at the Billy. He lay down gently at the edge of the bed, feeling the calmness of being home. You've gotten too big. You've squeezed me to half the bed. He nudged the Billy playfully. The Billy fell silent for a moment. Then his gaze turned serious as he whispered, Thank you, brother. Willis was puzzled. What's this all about? Why say this suddenly? The Billy said gravely, Thank you for trading the evolution secret with the Lord for my sake. Willis realized what he meant and chuckled. Oh, you mean that? The heritage of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragons. Without you, I wouldn't have obtained it alone. Besides, as a qualified beast master, isn't growing stronger together with our spirit beasts natural? The Billy said solemnly. But why didn't you exchange for spirit beast eggs? Xenon could offer legendary lineage spirit beast eggs. Willis was taken aback for a moment, then gently stroked the Billy's head. You're worried about my bloodlust condition, aren't you? The Billy nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Willis pondered for a moment and said slowly, Well, how to put it? Firstly, I don't trust Shadow. Signing the contract with him was merely to buy time. If he could so easily provide spirit beast eggs, who knows if there isn't some other conspiracy hidden within. It's better to take this time to hatch the Thunder Egg as soon as possible and collect the evolution secret for Alvin Dummy. When they become stronger, they can naturally help me bear more of the frenzy blood power. The Billy listened silently and nodded. Willis's voice suddenly became low, with a hint of certainty. Besides, spirit beast eggs are too common. I look down on them. What? Common? Look down on them? Those are legendary lineage spirit beast eggs. The Billy looked at him in surprise. Willis smiled, yes. If Shadow can so easily produce legendary lineage spirit beast eggs, though precious, for it, it's just something done offhand. I hope what it deduces is unique. A path that surpasses the legendary lineage spirit beasts, one that only belongs to you, the strongest path. Compared to the legend-level spirit beast eggs obtained offhand, this unique evolutionary path has greater value, doesn't it? The Billy was speechless for a moment, but his eyes shone with complicated light. Willis gently patted the Billy's back. If you still feel uneasy about it, then just becoming the strongest afterward will do. The Billy repeated softly, strongest? Willis thought for a while and slowly said, no, that might put too much pressure on you. Shadow claims to offer the strongest path, so just being a bit stronger than the legendary lineage spirit beasts should be fine. How does this goal sound? The Billy said in a deep voice. No, I must become the strongest. Willis smiled slightly, his gaze gentle. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. However, the Billy remained silent, his gaze becoming even more resolute. Like a dormant volcano, flames quietly igniting and surging at the bottom, obstinate and intense. Seeing this, Willis sighed lightly, then laughed helplessly, extending his fist slowly. So we have an agreement? The Billy extended its paw without hesitation, bumping it against Willis's fist. Its eyes were burning, as if Mayenko the most solemn vow in the quiet night. The Billy said softly yet firmly, agreement. Their eyes met, one man and one lion filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 79, Dragonhawk's Tears. Fist met claw, and the night deepened. The tranquility was restored within the wooden house. Connor said in a solemn voice. However, we must not be complacent about the madness blood syndrome. Hatching the thunder egg should still be put on the agenda. When the time comes, it might have to endure more of the madness blood power. This should allow us to get through another period smoothly. The Billy silently nodded. Connor took out from his spatial ring the cultivation books he had exchanged with the Lord and started flipping through them casually. His brow furrowed slightly. A thunderstorm is needed, plus various lightning attribute materials. Quite troublesome indeed. Connor lowered his head and continued reading as the night breeze brushed past the window, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker gently. At this moment, a glimpse of purple-gold light from between the pages caught his eye. He reached out and pulled out a purple-golden card. The surface of the card glowed softly like moonlight flowing inside, mysterious and ethereal. As the light changed, words gradually appeared on the paper. Connor murmured to himself, "This is the invitation from Alicia. How do I use this? Does it only become effective during the next trial?" He gently probed his thoughts into the purple-golden card. In the next instant, a soft halo of light surged from the card, spreading slowly, and gradually enveloped Connor and the Billy. Connor felt the surroundings dissolve in the light. The outline of the wooden house blurred into a gentle shadow. Then, man and lion vanished completely into the night. Morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the old tower of Dragonhawk Castle stood quietly. The lavender garden, like red wine, was bathed in the chilly silver light of dawn. The refreshing fragrance of flowers diffused in the breeze, soothing the soul. By the round table in the center of the garden, a woman dressed in plain white robes sat calmly. Her eyes were clear. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like moonlight, Luyanko serene and elegant against her scaled armor. Beside her stood a knight clad in armor, holding a spear, silent and majestic. The castle was eerily quiet, as if time had stopped, with no one else around. The figure of a man and a lion emerged in the morning light, while Yanko slowly into the garden. Alicia raised her eyes, revealing a faint smile, and nodded at Connor. "Do you want some mead or hot tea?" Connor sat down on the other side of the round table, while the Billy stood beside him. "Is there any juice?" "Just had dinner, still feeling a bit bloated." In the next moment, a glass of juice appeared in front of Connor. He hurriedly reached out to catch it. "Thanks." He sat on the other side of the round table, and turned to look at Princess Alicia, and behind her, Captain Airy. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, "You have your own consciousness?" Alicia smiled slightly without answering directly. Airy beside her nodded with gratitude. Connor frowned and asked in a low voice, "So, what exactly is this secret realm? It's not just an illusion, is it? What is the new Yanko's secret realm?" Alicia looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "With your current level 1 Beastmaster strength, knowing too much may not be a good thing. You might as well think about how to make yourself stronger." Connor sighed helplessly and shook the purple golden card in his hand. "All right, then what is the function of this invitation? Can I take some weapons or materials from the castle? Or maybe a few iron feather dragonhawk eggs?" Alicia gave Connor a scornful glance and felt speechless. She spoke softly, "All I can give you now is the mission Absolute Black Flame, which allows for the immediate commencement of the battle against the Black Dragon Ale." As she spoke, a layer of profound darkness vaguely shrouded the distant sky, bringing a palpable sense of oppression. Connor waved his hands quickly. "No rush on opening this. Not urgent, really. We can take our time." The darkness gradually receded, and the sky returned to normal, allowing Connor to heave a sigh of relief. Alicia smiled and said, "Besides, you can come here anytime for tea with me or receive training from the captain." Airy nodded slightly. "You are always welcome." Alicia continued, "That is all the assistance I can provide for now. As for the truth of the secret realm, explore it when you are stronger." Connor nodded lightly. At that moment, a deep flapping sound came from the horizon. A huge steel feather dragon hawk appeared in the sky, slowly flying towards the garden. It spread its broad wings, Bayenko in the early morning light, its eyes bright like stars. As it landed, the garden was filled with silvery light, and the lavender clusters swayed gently in the morning breeze. Flowers flew, creating a pink-purple scene. Eri came to the dragon hawk, bending down slightly. Alicia walked forward slowly and, with Eri support, steadily sat on the back of the dragon hawk. At the Knight Captain's command, the dragon hawk spread its wings and soared into the sky. Their figures grew more distant, and Alicia turned her head back with a smile, her voice gentle yet firm. Thank you, Connor. Because of your arrival, I have been able to temporarily escape this endless cycle, to be able to see the world again with my own eyes, from another perspective. The morning breeze brushed past, causing her long hair to flutter lightly, and her moon-white robe floated like clouds in the dawn light. A clear teardrop silently slid down from the corner of her eye, sparkling faintly, appearing particularly translucent in the morning glow. The dragon hawk soared in the azure sky, echoing with the distant mountains, painting a serene picture. Their figures gradually disappeared into the morning light, as if merging with the sky, vanishing without a trace. Connor nodded slowly. All right, I'll come here for training when I have time. As the light shifted, man and lion vanished from the spot. Right at this moment, a thread of memories from the billy quietly merged into Connor's mind. According to ancient legends, the towering Dragonhawk Castle was once a place that bore witness to glory and sorrow intertwined. Tears of the Dragonhawk. Chapter 13, Blind Loyalty. Young Eri stood silently before the tall tower, as if he had become a part of it, solitary and resolute. Back then, he was not yet a beastmaster but only an apprentice knight. The heavy stone doors separated the inner and outer worlds, with faint light occasionally Lianko through the cracks. Inside the tower, the young Hannah quietly stood in the shadows, dimly sensing the presence outside the door. She cautiously observed that silhouette, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness and curiosity about the outside world. Whenever the shadow flickered slightly, she would immediately retreat into the darkness, with a touch of timidity. Outside the door, Eri stood quietly. Though he did not see her, he always felt her gaze. Neither of them spoke. Time passed, day after day. They followed their predestined fates. Yet, this initial silent vigilance seemed to have turned into a kind of wordless companionship. Finally, one day, she couldn't resist Yanko the silence, gently as Yanko him through the wooden door. What does the outside world look like? Eri thought for a moment and answered softly. Outside is nothing more than cold bricks, nothing special. She listened quietly inside the door and then replied, Oh, I see. Though the words were few, emotions quietly flowed between their hearts, like a gentle breeze rippling over still water, subtly stirring ripples. Year after year, Eri continued standing before the tower door, unwavering. He faithfully carried out his duty, guarding day and night without complaint. Until one day, the young knight distinguished himself among many trials, finally becoming a 4-star beastmaster and standing before the Yanko to receive his accolades. At the grand banquet that night, the slightly tipsy Yanko smiled at him and asked, Eri, tell me, what reward do you want? Eri paused for a moment, with a long-suppressed desire quietly surfacing, but facing the Yanko's deep affection, he maintained the awe and restraint of a knight. He finally lifted his head and said slowly, Your Majesty, if you allow it, I wish to plant a garden in front of the Hannah's tower. Hearing this, the Yanko was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting his request to be so simple. Just for such a small thing? Eri's gaze was firm and unyielding as he beseeched. Yes, Your Majesty. If the Hannah can see beauty within the tower, it will be my greatest honor. The Yanko looked at him for a moment and then nodded calmly. So be it. Servants whispered among themselves. The Hannah is confined in the tower. She won't see these flowers. Eri's dedication is indeed a waste of the Yanko's reward, all for nothing. The garden was soon established in front of the tower, and Eri silently sowed the seeds. Emerald sprouts emerged, adding a touch of life to the bleak stone walls. However, the towering stone door always obscured the Hannah's view, isolating the garden's beauty from her sight. Eri continued his silent guardianship, until one warm season when the violets were in full bloom. Their fragrance drifted on the breeze, eventually permeating the thick stone walls and filling the entire tower. The rich aroma, like a silent messenger, gently awakened the silent space. At that moment, Eri suddenly heard a soft and gentle voice from behind the tower door, delicate and sincere, as if it were the only warm echo in those lonely years. Thank you. Eri stood where he was, his downcast gaze revealing a subtle softness. He did not respond, only standing straighter, that soft voice blending into his heart like a ray of morning light. Chapter 80 The Grand Sacrificial Ceremony. Time flies, and before they knew it, the day of the Grand Sacrificial Ceremony had arrived. Fire Dragon District, Silver Town. Sacrificial Plaza. As the first rays of dawn fell, the blue stone ground was bathed in a faint golden glow, and the ancient bricks seemed to awaken, radiating a dark luster in the light. At this moment, the place was bustling with people. The qualified apprentice hunters had gathered in the Sacrificial Plaza behind the Guild Tavern. On both sides of the square, the towering flagpoles flew banners of the Fire Dragon and Sword Shield, shining brightly in the wind. Two huge stone statues of fire dragons stood on either side of the square, covered with marks carved by time. As if they hadn't moved for 1,000 years, their majesty undiminished, continually reminding all of the past glory and strength of Fire Dragon District. In the center, a stone pillar rose from the ground, reaching toward the sky. The pillar was engraved with ancient beast-controlling runes, which shimmered in the dawn, exuding an ancient sense of pressure, as if some distant force was quietly waiting, witnessing today's trial. At this time, the townspeople began to arrive at the Sacrificial Plaza, sitting neatly on the stone steps, waiting devoutly for the ceremony to begin. This plaza not only witnessed countless hunters Tayanko their first steps into the extraordinary, but also showed the sincere respect of the people for generations of beast-controlling hunters. Today, young apprentice hunters stood in neat rows, awaiting the decisive examination. The test involved nothing but inscribing beast-controlling runes and activating the beast space. Castor's eyes were filled with longing, his heart racing, nervous yet excited. More and more people came, creating a commotion like boiling water, discussing among themselves. An elder exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that Castor, the son of the administrator? He's gotten so strong." A gaunt old man beside him said. "I heard he has been training at the Hunter Fortress these few years and just obtained qualification." The elder nodded as if understanding now and then sighed. "No wonder." Lyanko at him. "It seems that inscribing the beast-controlling rune will be easy for him. Maybe he'll even get a rare quality rune." The gaunt old man was speechless for a moment and then teased. "What do you know? Inscripting beast-controlling runes depends on talent. It's not as simple as having a strong physique to inscribe high-quality runes. Indeed, whether one could inscribe beast-controlling runes depended on whether they had talent, and the quality of the runes depended on the level of talent. Beast-controlling runes are divided into 5 categories: legendary, epic, rare, common, and flawed. The higher the quality, the larger the initial beast space, allowing for more mana storage, and thus more spirit beasts can be contracted. Such high-quality beast spaces are better suited for the development and growth of spirit beasts. The elder frowned and said unhappily, "You think you're so knowledgeable? Then tell me what talent is." The emaciated old man was momentarily speechless and then replied dryly, "Talent is just talent." "Rubbish. You're the one Talyanko rubbish." The two quickly started scuffling, causing others to laugh despite themselves. Just then, a majestic flame lion slowly walked into the square. Its body was surrounded by a faint flame, its red light flickering slightly in the morning sun. The crowded crowd immediately parted, Mayanko way for it. All eyes were inevitably drawn to its majestic presence. "What? That's a flame lion. It's the evolved form of a small fire lion during its growing period." "No, this flame lion is stronger than an ordinary one. How did someone manage to raise it so well? Whose spirit beast is this?" Then, the crowd's gaze shifted to the man Walyanko in front of the flame lion, whose black robe couldn't conceal his Stryanko white hair and dark red arm. Suddenly, whispers arose. "It's him, the white-haired ghost. Calamity. How dare the red-eyed demon come to take the exam? Is he here for the assessment too?" Cruel words echoed through the air, spreading malice. However, there were also those who weren't bothered by his arrival, even welcoming him warmly. Adam from the butcher shop saw Braden and waved cheerfully. "Braden, good luck." Braden calmly nodded in acknowledgement. In the crowd, Castor hurried forward with a radiant smile, meeting the man and the lion. His unrestrained warmth made the surrounding villagers fall silent. Castor said anxiously, "You finally came. I was feeling a bit nervous on my own." Braden chuckled softly. "I didn't see you being nervous when cursing goblins. Why are you scared now?" Castor scratched his head. "How can that be the same? I'm afraid of failing the inscription. If I do, I'll have to be an ordinary person for life." Braden teased. "Then you can manage Silvertown with your father, collecting taxes and such. Wouldn't that be nice?" Castor shook his head. "No way. A real man should aim for the world, not hide in a small town forever." A slight smile crept onto Braden's lips as he turned his head to glance at the billy behind him. "These words sound familiar." The billy nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Castor's words. The townsfolk, especially the elders, couldn't help but avert their eyes when they saw the administrator's son standing side by side with Braden, falling silent. Adam snorted and muttered under his breath, "What a bunch of sycophants." Braden and Castor made their way to the front row of stone steps in the square and sat down side by side. The billy stood quietly beside them, observing the surroundings. A lean man approached Castor surreptitiously and whispered in his ear, "Master, Lord reminded me to tell you about your life-bound spirit beast." Before the man could finish, Castor waved him off impatiently. "No need. I've already decided on my life-bound spirit beast. Tell my father not to worry about it anymore." The man nodded helplessly and retreated to one side. Braden completely ignored the surrounding noise, closing his eyes quietly to prepare for the upcoming assessment. Boom! The distant chime of a bell resonated far and wide, bringing an immediate silence over the entire sacrificial plaza. August stood at the center of the raised platform, slowly scanning the crowd with calm and resolute eyes, as if trying to engrave every apprentice hunter into his memory. "Today, we gather here not only to continue the ancient tradition of this ceremony, but also to mark the inscription of beast-controlling runes and activate the beast space, Tayanko, the first step toward achieving extraordinariness. Thank you all for choosing to become beast-controlling hunters, becoming the first line of defense for humanity against spirit beasts. 3-star beast-controlling hunter, August Falconer, will witness all of you." As his words trailed off, the sound of grand horns echoed through the sky. On the altar, various ancient bone instruments played in unison, as if starting a prelude to an epic, Stryanko deep into everyone's hearts. Accompanied by the music, bucket after bucket of spirit beast blood was slowly poured into the blood pool on the altar, spreading a thick scent of blood, with the essence flowing into the altar, carrying a rich aura of mana, converging here. The crimson blood began to surge, forming a majestic pillar of light that shot up into the sky, directly piercing into the beast-controlling runes engraved on the giant pillar. The sky gradually darkened, and stars appeared one by one above the plaza, as if answering the call of the blood sacrifice. Each star trembled slightly, emitting a soft glow, like countless heroes guarding the heavens, watching over this land. The ceremony begins. Chapter 81, Runic Inscription. Everyone was awestruck by the scene before them, their gazes lifted to the sky. In the air, stars slowly revolved. One after another, magical runes coalesced and reformed in midair. Finally, they took on the shape of the Beastmaster rune, and even from a distance, one could sense the powerful magic and endless knowledge contained within, along with infinite possibilities. A miracle. This is a miracle. Thank the gods for their blessings. Whispers of amazement rippled through the townsfolk, followed by more exclamations. Some older residents were moved to tears, falling to their knees in prayer. Xuanhuan, divine favor. The apprentice hunters stood filled with resolve, their eyes gleaming with yearning and desire. Castor was also deeply captivated by the miraculous sight before him, losing himself in it. He murmured to himself, "Is this what extraordinary power feels like?" As a fiery youth, this was his first time witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon, and he was naturally filled with longing. This unseen yearning planted a seed in the hearts of the apprentice hunters, waiting quietly to sprout. Braden and Billy sat up straight, their expressions calm. Having experienced many storms, they simply observed everything silently, unperturbed. The test begins. August's voice rang out like a command, echoing across the square, instantly pulling everyone from their trance back to reality. The apprentice hunters held their breath, Xuanhuan around, waiting for the first person to step forward. Castor took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly, clearly still nervous. Braden patted his shoulder, whispering encouragement. "Come on." Castor clenched his fist, as if Xuanhuan a decision. He strode forward resolutely, his voice firm and strong. "I'll go." His voice echoed across the square, drawing encouraging glances from the surrounding apprentice hunters, as if at this moment, their hopes were placed upon him. "Come on, Castor," one of the apprentice hunters shouted. Castor stood before the altar, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on the stone tablet, his palm still trembling slightly, but his gaze remained steadfast. In the next moment, the blood pool below the altar seemed to respond to some invisible force, surging violently. The beast blood turned into a thick stream of blood mist, rushing towards Castor's hand at incredible speed. At the same time, starlight gently flowed, gradually shining brightly. The starry sky sent down dazzling light, converging on his hand. The faint light flickered, and the Beastmaster rune began its inscription, gradually forming a radiant star pattern. The light suddenly intensified, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone present held their breath, astonished by the sight. Braden remarked, "The magic is dense. The quality of the rune should not be low." Sure enough, August announced in a deep voice, "Beastmaster rune inscription successful. Quality rare." Upon hearing this result, Castor finally breathed a sigh of relief, standing there somewhat dazed. August nodded. "It's a rare quality Beastmaster rune. You've made a good start. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star bronze Beastmaster and a full-fledged beast hunter." Castor excitedly clenched his fists. "Great." A wave of astonishment spread across the square as people marveled at his success. Castor returned to Braden with a joyful smile. Braden smiled and said, "Congratulations." "Yeah, it's great. I can finally relax." Castor couldn't hide his excitement. Braden slowly said, "Really not considering the spirit beast your family has arranged?" Castor shook his head firmly. "The 3 great beast families are really excellent. I've made my decision long ago." Seeing his determined attitude, Braden nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The successful inscription ignited the crowd in the square. Hunters stepped forward one by one to attempt the rune inscription. Most of them failed, with the majority of the remaining attempts resulting in flawed quality runes, dim in light, and only a few achieving common quality. Braden stroked the back of his left hand, recalling the vast world within the Crimson Blood domain and its intense, chaotic magic. He thought to himself, "The quality of my first Beastmaster rune won't be low. Could it be legendary?" On the elevated stone steps, an elderly man sat upright, his sharp gaze piercing like a sword, his scarred face adding to his authority. He sighed. "This year, the best is only rare quality." Beside the elder, a woman's dark purple skirt swayed gracefully as she crossed her legs. Her fair legs, like the core of a flower, were hidden beneath the skirt, occasionally visible. Kyra smiled. "President, do you expect some extraordinarily talented prodigies? Isn't that Xuanhuan too much? Even if there were any, how could a small silver rank hunter guild like yours retain them? After all, it's not pleasant being surrounded by insignificant people." Kian clenched his fists tightly, irritated. "This is Silver Town in the Fire Dragon region. In the past, this place had no shortage of talents, not to mention rare quality. Even epic quality was not unheard of." Kyra's smile widened. "President, times have changed. Now it is the epic of the extraordinary. It's no longer the dawn epoch when divines emerged one after another. Even if this place used to be the Fire Dragon fief of that great Fire Dragon Duke. Without the resource support from the Golden Dynasty, decline was inevitable." Kian remained silent. The apprentice hunters completed their inscriptions one by one, with most regretfully failing and only a very few achieving their desires. August surveyed the surroundings and asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else who wants to take the test?" His gaze fell on Braden, nodding slightly. Braden slowly stood up, removing the black robe that covered his entire body, his silver-white hair swaying in the wind, and his blood-red left arm exuded an intense pressure. Xuanhuan, his figure exceptionally Xuanhuan. All eyes focused on him at that moment. Castor excitedly said, "Go for it." Billy also nodded beside him, his expression filled with trust. Gerhard, in a distant, unnoticed corner, silently clenched his fists, quietly cheering for him. Braden walked toward the altar. The surrounding ridicule, doubt, and encouragement surged into his ears like waves. Come on, the white-haired ghost is going to inscribe the Beastmaster rune too. This is blasphemy. He will get punished. Can he really succeed in inscribing? Probably not. At most, defective grade? Defective? I bet he fails outright. Faced with the surrounding mockery and negation, Braden did not waver in the slightest. His heart was calm as still water, hands pressed firmly against the stone tablet. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and concentrated, sensing the flowing magic around him. As he became more focused, the blood below the altar began to churn violently, like boiling lava, continuously surging upward. Could it be? Is he really going to inscribe the Beastmaster rune? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The noise gradually subsided. The beast blood hovered in midair, abruptly shooting toward his right hand like arrows. Starlight reflected down from the sky, everyone holding their breath, Lyanko surprised. Braden's handbag shone brightly, incredibly radiant, just as everyone thought the inscription was about to succeed. In the next instant, the light shattered suddenly and went out instantly. The inscription failed? Chapter 82, Engraving failed? Engraving failed. Staring at the light gradually fading before him, Braden stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. The stone tablet creaked under his forceful press. He was astonished, muttering to himself. It actually failed. This shouldn't be. According to the Hunter's journal and my recent experiences, I do indeed possess a second beast control space within me. But what's going on here, causing it to fail? This left Braden momentarily stunned. Then he swiftly adjusted his mood and began analyzing the cause of failure. August did not announce the result immediately, but instead looked up at Kyra on the platform with an inquiring expression. For a moment, the scene fell into a stalemate, and the sacrificial square became eerily quiet. Someone in the crowd finally broke the silence. Lord August, why hasn't the result been announced yet? Yeah, why not announce it? Oh, you scared me there. I thought he really could engrave runes. Just then, Kyra's clear and cold voice rang out from the platform. Though her voice was not loud, it echoed through the square, heard clearly by everyone. Change the spirit beast blood and let him attempt the second engraving. Among the crowd, a previously failed apprentice hunter protested loudly. Why should he get another chance? That's unfair. Kyra slowly descended from the platform, her gaze deep. He did not fail the engraving. The magic in the beast blood was merely depleted, which caused the ritual to be interrupted. A powerful pressure radiated from her, enveloping the entire square with an intangible force. Everyone felt an overwhelming oppression, their heartbeats accelerating, words catching in their throats, leaving no one daring to question further. Ignoring the gazes around her, Kyra approached Braden. She placed her hands on Braden's left arm, leaning close to sniff near him, startling him as he felt a soft impact, nearly losing his balance. Just as Braden was about to react, he found himself unable to move an inch, seemingly frozen in place. Kyra whispered softly, "From the first time I met you, I've been curious about the quality of your beast control rune. Come, let me see." A small rune shadow appeared briefly on Braden's chest, then shattered, freeing him from his immobilization. Braden inwardly sighed, truly befitting a beast control mage. What kind of spell is this? So strange. Moments later, fresh spirit beast blood was slowly poured into the blood pool. A surge of blood aura rose, restoring the previous brilliance of the dark star phenomenon. Kyra's gaze sharpened as she watched every move Braden made. Braden took a deep breath, placing his right hand slowly on the cold stone tablet, calming his mind, and began the second engraving. As his palm pressed against the stone, the beast blood in the pool seemed to be guided invisibly. It suddenly boiled furiously, forming swirling torrents of crimson. Above, starlight shone down once more, intertwining with the blood aura rising from the ground. The entire altar was enveloped by a surging magical energy, its power vast and imposing. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if covered by a black curtain. Dark clouds rapidly gathered over the altar, lightning flickering among them. Various phenomena occurred one after another. People in the square also sensed the extraordinary nature of this moment, whispering and exclaiming, "Not possible, this is for real? This power, is this just an engraving ritual? These phenomena are simply unprecedented." Below the altar, the churning crimson beast blood seemed to gain life, rising into the air as streams of red whirlwinds danced in the sky, ultimately shooting toward Braden's right hand like arrows. At this moment, Braden resembled an ancient tree parched for nourishment, greedily absorbing the surging magical energy contained within the blood aura. The magic flowed from his right hand into his body, spreading like waves. As this immense force moved within him, starlight rained from above, and the beast control runes started to engrave. The light grew brighter, until a faint golden halo enveloped his entire hand. The beast control runes condensed within this halo, emitting an ancient aura, flowing and engraving onto Braden's skin. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation and astonishment. Common grade, mid-common grade, high common grade. It's still rising. Rare low grade. It's already rare low grade. Is it stopping here? The light became increasingly radiant, and the quality of the rune kept improving. Just when everyone thought the engraving was about to end, a sudden change occurred. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, thunder rolling louder. Kyra's expression changed, and she quickly spurred the beast control space's magic, activating the protective spell array laid out in the square. The defensive barrier slowly took shape around the altar. At the same time, Braden's left arm trembled violently. The frenzied blood force surged abruptly, as if trying to stop the rune engraving. Pain akin to tearing spread from his left arm throughout his body. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, veins bulged. The power of two beast control runes colliding made him feel unbearable agony. Rare mid-grade. Heaven, he is still Brayenko through. The Billy urgently growled. Bro. Seeing Braden's growing pain, it finally couldn't hold back any longer, leaping up, intent on rushing towards the altar. Just then, August blocked it with a solemn look, whispering sternly. Calm down. This is Braden's test. You cannot interfere. The Billy growled softly, unwilling yet helplessly lowering its head, pacing restlessly in place. Sweat had soaked through his shirt. Braden's body was taut, gritting his teeth. The frenzied blood raged within him like a wild beast, seemingly wanting to tear apart his body to prevent the second beast control rune from being engraved. He closed his eyes tightly, pale-faced, almost unable to endure it. Just then, dark clouds rolled across the sky. Bluish-white lightning with world-shattering might broke through the barrier and struck down with a deafening crash. Instantly, lightning concealed Braden's figure. Heaven's wrath. This is heaven's wrath. This calamity has angered the deities. The crowd fell into panic, hunters hurriedly calming the situation. The first beast control rune on Braden's left arm lit up, releasing thunderous energy. Rising once more, the chaotic power turned into blazing crimson light, intertwining with bluish-white lightning, grappling and consuming. The thunder was suppressing the frenzied blood, helping Braden engrave the second beast control rune. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Light converged to its peak on the back of his hand, and the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to pause as well. When the lightning stopped, Braden's figure appeared. White hair swayed with the wind. He stood upright on the altar. August hurried forward, as Yanko. Braden, are you okay? Braden breathed somewhat heavily, but his face showed relief, slowly raising his right hand. I'm fine. On the back of his hand, the shining star beast control rune drew everyone's gaze. Beast control rune engraved successfully. Quality, legendary high grade. August said excitedly. Silence filled the square for a moment before an ear-splitting cheer erupted. Legendary grade. It's even legendary high grade. How many years have passed since Silvertown produced a legendary beast control rune? Legendary grade. The strongest beast control rune. The townspeople's gazes were filled with awe and excitement, as if witnessing the birth of a legendary beast master. Chapter 83, Lifelong Spirit Beast. Shock filled the eyes of the townspeople, exchanging glances, still unable to believe what had just transpired. Some older villagers trembled with their hands clasped, involuntarily murmuring prayers as if they had witnessed a miracle. The novice hunters wore expressions of astonishment, a mix of shock and envy in their eyes, tinged with bougon and admiration. Castor's mouth gaped open, momentarily standing frozen. On the dais, Emery had returned to her position at some point, her alluring eyes squinting as she softly spoke. Quite unexpected indeed. President Kian sighed slowly beside her. With a complex expression, his gaze deeply focused on Braden. Is it actually a legendary class Beastmaster rune? It makes sense, given he is his son. This all falls into place. Emery turned her head towards Kian, a hint of mockery playing on her lips. So, you were sighing over the lack of talent just now, and now that a prodigy has appeared, you're still frowning? Kian sighed lightly. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble. At that moment, Braden stood quietly on the altar, the starry Beastmaster rune on the back of his hand emitting a dreamy glow in the dim light. It gradually subsided, settling down, releasing the unique bronze hue characteristic of a one-star Beastmaster. He lowered his head to focus, silently feeling the wondrous magic pulsating within the rune. This power seemed to have reached a subtle equilibrium with the turbulent mad blood within his left arm, gradually calming both forces. However, as Braden was immersed in this mystical sensation, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice emanating from the crowd. This malevolence was colder and purer than the rest. Braden lifted his eyes, locked Yanko onto the source of the malice. In a secluded corner of the square dais, a one-eyed man stood silently in the shadows, blending into the darkness. His robust figure exuded a bone-chilling coldness. That single eye narrowed slightly, emitting a cold light, fixed intently on Braden. Like a venomous snake flicked Yanko its tongue, it carried an old grudge. Braden's eyes instantly turned icy. Killing intent surged in his gaze as he met Edmund's eyes unflinchingly. Their eyes locked, silent confrontation brimming with hidden animosity. At this moment, Castor and Billy walked up beside Braden, Yanko the tense atmosphere. Castor forced himself to contain his shock, congratulating him with a smile. Congratulations, Braden. It's actually a legendary class Beastmaster rune. Incredible. Braden smiled and nodded. Just lucky. Billy asked in a low voice. You okay, brother? Braden replied in a deep voice. I'm fine, don't worry. Castor looked at the man and lion before him, puzzled. You two can communicate? Without even establishing a contract yet, you understand beast language. Billy glanced at Castor cautiously. Braden patted its head, signaling there was no issue. No problem, it's been restrained for too long. Yes, I can understand beast language, which is one of my peculiarities. Castor sighed. No wonder, Braden. It seems nothing surprises me anymore when it comes to you. At this moment, August approached, his smile filled with genuine joy. Actually managed to inscribe a legendary class Beastmaster rune, much stronger than I was back then. Braden smiled faintly, saying calmly, just lucky. Castor huffed Bumong ly. You always say that. It's so frustrating. August nodded slightly. Next is selecting from the 3 starting beasts, though I think you won't need that process. Brayden said solemnly. Yes, Captain August, please prepare a quiet room for me. August's expression became serious, nodding gravely. No problem. With a wave of August's hand, the guild receptionist appeared, leading Brayden to the quiet room. Brayden didn't say more, turning to walk slowly towards the quiet room. Billy followed behind him, while Yanko forward proudly with its head held high. The crowd watched Brayden's departing silhouette, feeling mixed emotions. Castor stared at Brayden's figure, whispering, "Oh, I must strive to catch up with him. I haven't conceded yet." August approved with a nod. Good spirit. Then, he turned to the other novice hunters and announced, "Next, start choosing your respective partners." Moments later, rows of spirit beast balls arranged neatly by fire, water, and grass attributes lined the square. Sunlight shone down, reflecting dazzling brilliance. These spirit beast balls contained the initial 3 starter beasts of the Silverwood Hunters Guild: Fire Cub, Bird and Tortoise, and Poison Sackwater Crocodile. Without hesitation, Castor walked towards the Fire Attribute Fire Cub Spirit Beast Ball. Brayden walked deep into the hunter training ground under the guidance of receptionist Stephanie. The inner room was dimly lit, with intricate runes faintly etched on the walls, exuding a heavy and serene aura. Stephanie turned around, appraising Brayden with a smile. "Never would have thought you could inscribe a legendary class Beastmaster rune. Didn't seem like it at all." Brayden frowned slightly, as Yanko in confusion. "You are?" Stephanie said in mock anger. "Hey, I was the one who officiated your beast mastery duel. Did you forget?" Brayden suddenly remembered, his expression clearing. "Oh, it's you." Stephanie huffed, a trace of displeasure on her face. "The stone walls here will automatically sever all connections between inside and outside. Once activated, you can establish your contract without disturbance." Without waiting for Brayden's response, she turned and left. Rarely seeing Brayden taken aback, Billy couldn't help but chuckle. Brayden shook his head helplessly, then walked into the quiet room with Billy. The heavy stone door closed slowly, and Brayden activated the array within. Runes floated out from the walls, emitting a faint blue glow that completely isolated the space from the outside world. Brayden cautiously sensed the surroundings. After a moment, confirming no abnormalities, he finally relaxed. Billy asked with some concern, "Brother, are you really okay?" Brayden whispered, "I did suffer some internal injuries, but thanks to Laydan, I managed to complete the inscription despite the risks." He gazed at his blood-red left arm, silently then yanko it. A faint lightning arc flickered across the Beastmaster rune on his hand, as if responding to him. Billy frowned slightly. "Then the fact that you have 2 beast spaces won't be exposed, right?" Brayden thought for a moment. With the cover of natural phenomena and lightning, plus the chaotic magic, it should be enough to conceal it. "That's good." Billy sighed in relief. Brayden took out a healing potion and drank it all. Sitting quietly to recover, he adjusted his state. Billy rested beside him, eyes closed. A day later, Brayden had fully recovered, and Billy was recharged. He slowly extended both hands, summoning the magic within. On his left hand, the blood-red Beastmaster rune glowed fiercely. On his right hand, the starry Beastmaster rune shimmered with a cyan light. The magic from both runes intertwined in the air, red and blue lights mingling, emitting a strange brilliance. It resembled a blood-colored aurora in the sky or starlight reflected on a lake. Magnificent and dreamlike, enveloping the entire stone room in a surreal glow. Brayden asked softly, "Are you ready?" Billy stood up excitedly, its eyes filled with trust and joy. Luyanko at Brayden. "Been ready, brother." With no hesitation, Brayden stretched out his right hand and solemnly declared, "Let's seal our lifelong contract." The starry Beastmaster rune began to glow intensely, shooting out beams of runes. These runes traced brilliant paths in the air, stirring up waves of magic, as if the whole quiet room trembled along with them. Standing amidst the rune's radiance, Billy's flames gradually subsided, its gaze unwaveringly accepting the runes. This moment, it had waited too long for. Runes swirled around Billy, emitting layer upon layer of cyan light, then slowly spun together, forming a dazzling sphere that completely enveloped Billy. The sphere gradually shrank, condensing into a ray of light, which was finally absorbed by the starry Beastmaster rune, disappearing into Brayden's hand. The lifelong contract was sealed successfully. Brayden's consciousness sank into the starry Beastmaster space. Before his eyes appeared a miniature universe. Chapter 84, Starlight Spirit Realm. Starlight Spirit Realm. Vaughn slowly opened his eyes and gazed at this world, losing himself in thought. Strands of soft light floated and wandered around him, rippling like intangible waves. The Star Command Beast rune hovered in the air, its azure glow illuminating all directions. A cool magical breeze wafted toward Vaughn, bringing a sense of comfort. He lifted his gaze to take in the surroundings. Although this world was not as vast as the Crimson Blood domain, it was rich and pure in magic, sufficient for several flame lions to absorb and grow. Compared to the chaotic magic of the Crimson Blood domain, each had its advantages. He paused slightly, noticing the surrounding space enveloped by a thick barrier, its surface emitting a faint bronze luster, particularly conspicuous. Vaughn couldn't help but wonder, could it be that first-rank beast tamers are called bronze beast tamers because of this layer of barrier? At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over Vaughn. He turned back and saw the Billy had grown explosively, now 3 or 4 times larger, dominating him with majestic authority. Vaughn exclaimed in surprise, "You scared me." The Billy threw back his head in laughter, pride and excitement evident in his voice. "Ha ha ha, that's great. I'm also brother's bonded spirit beast now. The Billy pounced, pinning Vaughn to the ground. They played for a while before Vaughn laughed and said, all right, let's get down to business. The Billy reluctantly stopped. Vaughn asked, can you freely change your size within the tamer space? The Billy blinked, a hint of pride in his tone. Yes, it seems so. With a mental command, the Billy shrank back to his original size. Vaughn touched its head in admiration. This must be a privilege of being a bonded spirit beast. Extraordinary power, indeed marvelous. Drawing on previous experience, he gazed up at the floating star command beast rune. In an instant, an invisible torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. These abstract yet crystal-clear concepts flowed in like a flood. Closing his eyes, he allowed the knowledge to unfold into countless pages in his mind. The information restructured in a way he could comprehend. Gradually Mayenko, everything clear. With a thought, details about the tamer space appeared before his inner vision. Tamer space, Starlight Spirit Realm. Beast Tamer rank. First rank Bronze Beast Tamer. Spirit Beast information. Bonded Spirit Beast, Flame Lion. Bloodline rank, Rare. Attribute, Fire. Spirit Beast type, Wild Beast, Elemental. Spirit Beast level, second growth stage. Taming skills, Engravable Elemental Mastery, Crimson Flame, Novice. Taming skills, Non-Engravable Fireball, Novice. Flame Collision, Novice. Crimson Flame Breath, Novice. Flame Shield, Novice. Do you wish to engrave the Elemental Mastery, Crimson Flame skill? Yes, engrave it. In the next moment, changes occurred abruptly in the Starlight Spirit Realm. The interior began to tremble gently. The azure light slightly dimmed, and a scorching magic gradually seeped out from the rune. The Billy closed its eyes, feeling a call from the Spirit Realm. Its fire attribute magic surged, merging with the tamer space and resonating with the Starlight Spirit Realm. As the fire attribute magic spread, the Starlight Spirit Realm filled with a blazing heat. Tiny flames seemed to coalesce in the air, a warm red hue permeating the entire realm, gradually raising the temperature. The azure tint of the realm subtly shifted to a warm crimson under the influence of fire, like a crimson nebula blooming deep in the starry river. Suddenly, Vaughn felt his body heat up, and the Star Command Beast rune lit up on his hand. He sensed a burning force surging through him, inside and out. It felt as if his flesh and blood were being refined and forged anew. Fire attribute magic coursed through his veins, spreading to every part of his body, accompanied by pain, but also infusing new qualities into his life force. At this moment, the insane blood stirred once more, causing spasms in his left arm. It seemed instinctively resistant to the invading flame. The turbulent force intent on tearing apart the fragile balance. But in an instant, lightning power erupted from the beast rune. Small lightning strands coursing through his body, trying to suppress the wildness of the insane blood. These three forces clashed, with the flame and lightning powers retreating step by step. On the verge of being completely overwhelmed by the insane blood, Vaughn endured the excruciating pain, harnessing the chaotic magic, a white glow instantly covering his entire body. The rock body technique activated. The power of the insane blood found a new target, dispersing its strength. A new balance was gradually forming. He closed his eyes, enduring the long-lasting pain. Vaughn's mind went blank, as the consciousness of the Billy, Horatio, and Honor simultaneously reached him. Their thoughts converged in his mind, each sensing the presence of the others. Fire, lightning, and rock. Three magical forces attacked the insane blood together. Moments later, the power inside Vaughn's body slowly balanced out. His consciousness recovered from the chaos, and the temperature around him gradually dropped as the fire attribute magic stabilized in the spirit domain. The Star Command Beast rune on the back of Vaughn's hand lit up again, its azure glow wrapping around it, emitting a gentle yet surging force. Fiery flames swirled above it. One-star taming skill, Crimson Flame Mastery. Engraving successful. Vaughn slowly got to his feet, feeling full of energy, as if an inexhaustible vitality surged within him. He stretched his limbs and stepped out of the meditation room into the hunter training ground. Time had seemingly passed unnoticed. Now, the night was deep, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. A gentle night breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness. Vaughn took a breath of the crisp air, unable to contain his excitement. Summoning from his spatial ring the massive flame sword, Eternal Flame Blade. The moment he gripped the hilt, Vaughn almost dropped it, feeling its weight lighter than expected. It seemed that with the opening of the second tamer space, his physical strength had greatly increased. He looked down at the blade in his hands, his gaze burning. The broken blade responded faintly at this moment, trembling slightly, as if the dormant crimson flames yearned for rebirth. Ancient runes on the blade flickered, eager to be rekindled. Feeling the emotions from the blade, Vaughn couldn't help but laugh aloud. All right, let me help you. As soon as he spoke, he fervently channeled the magic from the Starlight Spirit Realm. The Star Command Beast rune on his hand emitted a bright azure light, followed by a surge of scorching magic. One-star taming skill, Crimson Flame Mastery. A wave of searing flames burst forth from the tamer space, quickly enveloping the Eternal Flame Blade. The runes etched on the blade came alive, releasing blazing firelight. The ancient runes were gradually reignited, growing brighter, and the flames danced along the blade, creating a spectacular trail of fire. Vaughn gripped the Eternal Flame Blade tightly, quietly feeling the burning blade. He took a deep breath and swung the sword through the air, leaving behind a scorched afterimage. Blade energy sliced through the air, stirring up fiery waves. The flames danced in the sky like meteors, leaving trails of fire wherever the blade went. Vaughn's eyes gleamed with red light. His movements grew faster, each swing sending waves of heat. The entire training ground became a sea of flames, surrounded by roaring fire. After an unknown period, he finally slowed down, exhaling deeply. The flames on the blade gradually subsided, but the warmth remained, filling the air above the training ground. Vaughn looked up at the night sky, a smile playing on his lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he felt a deep tremor from within his soul. Is this the inheritance of the Grand Duke Fire Dragon? Chapter 85, A Friend's Gift. Anwar truly felt the presence of the Grand Duke of Fire Dragon's legacy, and he couldn't help but be moved. During this period, he had explored the Scarlet Blood domain countless times, but had never found any trace of the legacy, which inevitably made him a little worried. Anwar thought to himself, so, the legacy has been in the Starlight Spirit domain all along. He calmed his mind and silently communicated with the legacy. Suddenly, a massive stream of information exploded in his mind. An ancient fire attribute body forging technique gradually became clear in his mind. Crimson Flame Body Forging Technique. This was an ancient body forging technique. It used the power of crimson flame to burn and refine the body, a body forging technique cultivated by beast tamers alongside their spirit beasts. Its essence lay in refining oneself through the power of the crimson flame, ultimately integrating the beast tamer with the crimson flame power into one, achieving the crimson flame spirit body. As for the spirit beast, it could incorporate the ancient crimson flame besides its own beast fire into its origin, mastering the crimson flame spirit fire. Crimson Flame Spirit Body. The ultimate fire attribute physique that a beast tamer obtains after cultivating the Crimson Flame Body Forging technique to its peak. When activated, the beast tamer can transform into a purely crimson flame form, with flames coursing throughout the body, greatly enhancing attack power and providing strong continuous combat ability. The Crimson Flame Spirit Body can continuously absorb fire attribute magic power from the air, maintaining great endurance in battle, repairing damage. Mayenko the Beast Tamer seemed like an undying flame war god. With such a physique, a beast tamer can briefly withstand existence of extraordinary power up to 6 stars. Crimson Flame Spirit Fire. A kind of primordial spirit fire from ancient times. The flames were dark blue, containing extreme heat and destructive power, granting the spirit beast unmatched attack power. It would consume everything. Mayenko the spirit beast, the master of the battlefield. Anwar wondered to himself, Crimson Flame. What kind of fire is this? Seemingly responding to his question, the Starlight Spirit domain suddenly shook, and a faint flame quietly ignited at the center of the beast taming space. That flame was dark blue and transparent, seemingly carrying ancient spirituality. Its scorching aura spread out, bringing the pressure of ancient fire dragons, sweeping across the entire space. Anwar held his breath and stared intently. Is this ancient dragon flame? Just as he was about to delve deeper into the mysteries of the crimson flame, suddenly, a light footstep sound came from not far away. Anwar instinctively tightened his grip on the eternal burning blade, red light flashing in his eyes, ready for action. Coming towards him were August and Christie. Upon recognizing them, he finally relaxed his sword-holding hands. August smiled slightly, satisfaction in his eyes. Finally, you're out. How did everything go? Anwar smiled and said, the life contract was completed successfully. He paused, then asked somewhat solemnly, Captain August, does the guild have any place where the fire attribute magic power is dense? I want to continue my training and improve my strength as soon as possible. August sighed helplessly and said, we have 2 places in the guild where the fire attribute is dense. One is the subterranean fire vein beneath Fort Emberheart, and the other is the branch vein of Mount Eater that you discovered earlier. However, the fire vein beneath Fort Emberheart has been used for many years, so its density of fire attribute magic power is not as intense as the volcanic branch vein. Upon hearing about the volcanic branch vein, Anwar couldn't help but recall various anomalies when he was at the Goblin Altar. He thought to himself, you don't die unless you seek death. I will never return to that damned place again. Anwar smiled awkwardly and said, I think I'll go train at Fort Emberheart instead, safer. August nodded in understanding. All right, diligent training is good, but remember to balance work and rest too. Having just completed the contract, perhaps you should take some time off first. Christie also chimed in from the side. You crazy trainer. August has been here watching over you for days. Take a break first. Reminded by her, Anwar noticed the severe hunger pangs coming from his stomach. He laughed embarrassedly. Several days have passed. I'm indeed very hungry. August suggested, for the next few days, you can get acquainted with Billy and familiarize yourself with the beast taming skills. Once your state stabilizes, you can go to Fort Emberheart for training. Anwar thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I can spend more time with my family and let Billy adapt to the beast taming space. August smiled and said, that's settled. Then how about going to the tavern for a drink now? French and Castor have been waiting for you. Anwar strode toward the tavern. Sure, drinks are on me today. In the hidden fog forest, Elzenia Magic Academy. Situated in seclusion, the Magic Academy seemed like a secluded realm independent of the world, standing amidst the misty ancient forest. The ancient Mage Tower stood majestically, its spire piercing the sky, emitting a dim glow. Layer upon layer of magical barriers wrapped around it, enveloping the academy in a mysterious atmosphere, bestowing a sense of solemnity and grandeur, untouchable and unviewable. Inside the Magic Tower, Kathleen was bent over, flipping through thick ancient tomes. She focused intently on browsing through the pages, her fingertips gliding over the paper, silently memorizing the contents. These ancient tomes meticulously recorded the inscriptions of forbidden magic arrays and the complete procedures for crafting fine steel bracelets. After a moment, she carefully placed the ancient books aside and began to follow the steps outlined in the book, placing the materials into the forge one by one. She attempted to fuse several precious spiritual materials with Brayden's blood to forge a fine steel bracelet with directional suppression and sealing functions. However, Jacqueline did not excel at practical operations. Her movements slightly clumsy, often fumbling due to her lack of proficiency. When she added the last spiritual material, the mad blood seemed to react unusually with the other materials. A chaotic surge of magic power suddenly erupted, and the molten iron in the furnace violently churned. Damn! Jacqueline felt a sudden tension. Just as she was about to retreat, a violent explosion sounded. Boom! The entire laboratory trembled in the deafening boom, billowing thick smoke. As the alarm from the explosion rang through the mage tower, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. A mage clad in a pink robe rushed towards the scene. A middle-aged woman with a delicate face. Her black hair was pinned up at the back, her brows conveying authority, though worry tinged her expression. Jacqueline, are you alright? She pushed open the laboratory door, dashing into the smoky room, furrowing her brow as she searched around. Jacqueline stumbled up from the floor, her face covered in soot. Cough, cough. After a few coughs, she waved her hand. Professor Green, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Alwina breathed a sigh of relief. She slightly frowned, her earrings shimmering faintly as she sent a message to the guards of the mage tower. All's well. It's my student experimenting in the lab, an accident occurred. Turning to look at Jacqueline, exasperation flickered in her eyes. What were you trying to do this time? How could it lead to such a massive explosion? Jacqueline fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the forge. Confirming that Brayden's blood had completely vanished, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Then she muttered, I just wanted to make a bracelet with suppression and sealing runes. Perhaps the materials were wrong. I didn't expect such a terrifying explosion. She inwardly marveled. Mad blood is truly frightening. Fortunately, I only used a few drops. Alwina listened to her explanation, as Yanko somewhat puzzled. Why not directly engrave the runes on a pre-forged magic item? Why start from scratch? Jacqueline glanced down at her disheveled appearance, then smiled faintly. I've never tried the entire process before. It's a rare opportunity to handle these materials. I wanted to try and learn from the beginning. Alwina nodded, gently, ing. She looked around, sniffing something amiss, her brow slightly furrowed. Alwina asked solemnly, why does this place still have a lingering aura of chaotic magic power? Jacqueline tensed, afraid that the presence of mad blood would be detected. She hurriedly replied, probably a reaction between the materials. I used the wrong ones, causing a violent reaction when they fused. Alwina's gaze lingered on the experiment table for a moment, but she didn't press further, only sighing lightly, cautioning. Don't easily use unfamiliar materials, especially those with chaotic properties. Even a small mistake can lead to serious consequences. Jacqueline sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. I understand, teacher. Alwina glanced at the ancient books on the desk, flipping through a few pages, then chuckled. Jacqueline, you're a theoretical genius, but your practical skills need much improvement. For someone as uncoordinated as you, trying to forge a bracelet from molten iron, you're truly challenging yourself. Jacqueline's cheeks flushed slightly. Because I'm not good at it, I want to learn. Alwina gazed at her with a half smile. Oh, you're answering back now. May I ask who this bracelet is for? Jacqueline hesitated for a moment, softly replying. It's a gift for a friend. Alwina nodded thoughtfully, pulling out a book from her spatial ring. Flick Yanko her finger to send it floating towards Jacqueline. The Secret Weaving Manual, Compendium of Spiritual Fabrics. Jacqueline took the book, puzzled. What is this? Alwina smiled. You can weave a bracelet using the weaving method, using spiritual threads that are both soft and convenient for rune engraving, without easy errors. Jacqueline whispered. But, will the spiritual materials woven in this way last? Alwina laughed heartily. Nothing in this world remains unchanged forever. Even a steel bracelet, its runes will gradually fade over time, requiring re-engraving. Sometimes it's best to live in the moment. There's no need to pursue eternity. Jacqueline nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you're right. Then I'll just weave him a bracelet. Alwina looked at Jacqueline with an amused expression, then waved her hand, and a gentle breeze stirred, gradually dispersing the thick smoke. Chapter 86, The Forging Contest. Blackrock Lands. Forge Star City, Addison. Addison lies deep within the Blackrock Mountains, where sunlight filters through misty veils and bathes the towering stone towers of the city. The buildings here are constructed from dark gray stones and hard iron, creating a dignified and simple style. Boiling magma gushes out from the holy flame spring, forming a flowing river of blazing fire in the city center, roasting the air to an unbearable heat. Surrounding tunnels crisscross, encircling this bustling and noisy city of forging. Only certain dwarven races with high natural fire resistance can live here peacefully. After returning from the secret realm, Algernon buried himself in studying ancient texts and runes, completely oblivious to the passage of time. He meticulously researched the extraordinary longbow and fish scale pendant borrowed from his comrades. He repeatedly copied the inscribed runes. Tyenko notes every now and then, fully engrossed. When hungry, he would nibble on dry bread. When thirsty, he would drink water from a bucket. Until one day, half a month later, his father Arnold knocked on the door, interrupting his studies. Balger said in a low voice, Algernon, come out for dinner. Without Lyenko up, Algernon replied, Wait, Colby, let me read a little longer. From behind the door, Balgur snorted and then pushed it open, while Yanko in. With a hearty pat on Algernon's back, which almost sent him crashing into his tools, Algernon winced and instinctively twisted his shoulders. Tomorrow is the contest. Have you been studying diligently these days? Balgur asked, his face serious. Algernon glanced at the scattered medals and rune boards on the table, then lifted his head with determined eyes. Then he nodded. Yeah. Balgur gave a slight nod, a hint of relief flashing across his eyes. Let's eat first. You can continue after filling your stomach. Algernon responded with an oh, followed his father out of the room, and entered the hearth hall. There, Mother Perla had already prepared a feast, the aroma wafting invitingly through the air. On the table were traditional dwarf dishes like roasted mountain goat legs, stewed lava mushrooms, savory black rye bread, and iron pot stewed meat topped with flameberry sauce. Steaming goblets overflowed with dark red ale, emitting a strong aroma of malt. Perla looked at Algernon kindly and said softly, "What are you standing there for? Eat up. You need strength for tomorrow's forging contest." Sitting down, Algernon couldn't help but glance at the empty seat beside him, as Yanko. Not waiting for Kevin. Balgur shook his head. Who knows where that boy has gone? We won't wait for him if it's dinner time. Algernon scratched his head. On his right hand, the lava beast controlling rune, unique to the mountain dwarf clan, emitted a dazzling light. Moments later, flame lizards and fire snails appeared on the specially designed spirit beast dining table. Perla skillfully served them hot food. These tables were all custom made by Algernon according to the characteristics of his spirit beasts, to make it easier for them to dine together. As for the spirit egg of his fire bat, it was carefully placed by Algernon next to the hearth, soaked in water heated by fire crystal or to accelerate hatching. During his studies, he owed much to Mother Perla, who meticulously cared for the spirit egg, changing the ore regularly to maintain a constant water temperature and prevent interruptions in the hatching process. Just then, the door swung open. His younger brother Kevin came in panting. Seeing the feast laid out before him, he hesitated, reaching for the food immediately. Perla glared at him, sternly saying, "Wash your hands." Kevin rushed to wash his hands while muttering, "Brother, the reward for this forging contest has been announced." Algernon paused with his fork and knife, frowning slightly. "Shouldn't it be just the honorary hammer and molten rhinoceros, as per previous years for my level?" Kevin excitedly waved his fist. "This time it's different. Regardless of the level, the winners will receive blessings from Lord Molten Gorge. They say the spirit beast of the master level winner will gain a rare evolution path. Even the bloodline grade of their lifebound spirit beast can be upgraded." Algernon's expression turned grave. Inwardly thin Yanko. Trouble. He was the youngest senior blacksmith in the clan, only one step away from becoming a master level blacksmith. To advance to master, one must independently craft an extraordinary level artifact. Algernon wasn't lack Yanko in skills, but he faced the challenge of insufficient mana in the beast control space, unable to fully support the inscription of extraordinary weapon runes. Senior blacksmiths represented the peak most dwarves could reach in their lifetime. Limited by their talent, they had always been unable to reach the realm of a 3-star beastmaster. However, if Lord Moltengorge were to personally bestow blessings this time, and special evolution secrets were given as rewards, it would inevitably cause a stir within the clan. At that time, many little-known or elderly senior blacksmiths who had stagnated at 2-star for many years would come forward upon hearing the news, vying to participate in this grand forging contest. After all, the rare evolution path was their last hope to advance to 3-star. Sure enough, cheers erupted from outside the window immediately. Long live Lord Moltengorge! Long live Lord Moltengorge! The glory of Forge Star City endures forever. Algernon's face was grave. After dinner, he silently returned to his room and lit the kerosene lamp on the table. The gentle firelight illuminated his focused expression. He took out the extraordinary longbow lent to him by Edwin again, his fingertips tracing the intricate rune patterns on the bow body, eyes burning brightly, meticulously examining every stroke of the engraving craftsmanship over and over again, deeply etching them into his heart. The next morning, Lava Holy Spring, forging contest. The Lava Holy Spring shimmered with honey-like amber luster in the early morning, bathing the entire forging venue in scorching red light. A lava waterfall roared down from the cliff, the crimson magma surging like an angry dragon, splashing sparks lighting up the faces of each contestant. The venue for the forging contest was neatly arranged. An ancient iron anvil was placed beside each forge. The surface of the anvils was covered with tiny hammer marks, recording the skills of generations of dwarven blacksmiths. On the forges, various tools were also laid out. Heavy forging hammers, sharp chisels, engraving knives inscribed with runes, all kinds of tools available. Beside each forge, a small yet sturdy mining cart was parked, used to pull the contestants deep into the underground mines to collect the ores needed for forging. There was already a crowd gathering around, groups of dwarves surrounding the forging venue, gazing at the contestants with intense looks. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Some young dwarves clenched their fists excitedly, cheering for the contestants they supported. The older dwarves stroked their beards, carrying earnest expectations for the younger generation. At this moment, a dwarf elder slowly walked out onto the platform. He wore a fiery red robe, his gaze solemn, bathed in the red glow of the lava. The elder's expression was steady, radiating dignity and grandeur, as if at this moment, he was not only a judge but also a witness to the glory of the dwarven race. The elder raised his hand to signal silence, his deep voice echoing across the venue. "Welcome to this annual forging contest. Today, we will decide the most outstanding blacksmiths, continuing the glory of our forging techniques. I am here to bear witness. Two muscular dwarf elders stepped up to the lottery table in response. They were tall and solemnly Yanko. Each drew a wooden plaque from different boxes, scanned the information on the plaques, then loudly announced. The attribute for this year's advanced group is water. Algernon's heart skipped a beat, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. He suppressed his inner excitement, while a mischievous smile crept onto his face. He thought to himself, got half of the guess right. Great. His confident gaze swept over the nearby competitors, pride evident on his face. Another elder revealed the second wooden plaque, announcing loudly. The type of weapon to be forged is longbow. The topic for this year's advanced group is water attribute longbow. As soon as the words were spoken, moans resounded among the participating blacksmiths. Clearly, most of them were not skilled in forging water attribute weapons. Algernon barely contained his excitement, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Guessed it completely right. What amazing luck. Just then, the elder continued to announce. In order to ensure fairness and promote the exchange of forging techniques, we have specially invited a master blacksmith from the Elven race to serve as a judge. He is Master Elvaden Starskar from Windwhisper City. Hearing this name, Algernon was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered the name engraved on the extraordinary longbow lent to him by Edwin. He was so excited that his palms began to sweat, nearly losing his balance, overwhelmed with joy. Edwin, you are truly a great elf. The elder's voice rang out again. The forging contest now begins. Following the command, Algernon took a deep breath, lifting his hand to release his spirit beasts, flame lizards, and fire snails. He gave them simple instructions, and the flame lizards and fire snails pulled the mining carts into the depths of the mine to collect the ores needed for forging. Chapter 87 Underground Fire Vein. Ancient Fortress, Silvertown. Underground Fire Vein. This is a top-tier training ground meticulously developed by the Hunters Guild, specifically designed for beast tamers and fire attribute spirit beasts to hone their skills. At least, that's how it is in Silvertown. The underground fire vein provides an ideal environment for refining body cultivation techniques and combat skills of the fire attribute, and is also the perfect place for fire attribute spirit beasts to undergo evolution rituals. These days, Vaughn and the Billy have become quite adept at using the underground fire vein while residing within Ancient Fortress. Traversing deep through narrow openings, man and lion expertly tread deeper into the heart of the fire vein. Here, it's as if the deepest power of the earth has condensed. Lava flows like blood over the surface, emitting a low, booming sound. Thermal waves from molten pools radiate heat. Crack Yanko the scorched ground beneath, with streams of lava weaving through the fissures. Gemstones of various colors embedded in rock walls shimmer internally, twinkling like stars in a crimson world. Magical energies of the fire attribute surge through the air like tidal waves, the scorching temperature almost unbearable. Deeper they went, the presence of hunters became increasingly sparse. Vaughn and the Billy pressed forward, the surroundings growing more searing. Each breath drew burning pain. Tiny beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, drenching him completely. Vaughn remarked with awe, the concentration of fire attributes, it's terrifyingly dense here. The Billy let out a deep roar, encircled by fiery red flames. Its head held high, seemingly eager for this intense climate. Finally, they found a flat boulder and settled down on it. Closing their eyes, man and beast submerged themselves in meditation. Following the method for the azure flame body tempering technique, they gradually draw the surrounding magic. Soon enough, tidal waves of fire energy surged into them. The faint azure flames within their starlight spirit domain grew stronger, the hue deepening. As these enhanced azure flames began to forge Vaughn's flesh and bones, the Billy started slowly absorbing the core flame of the azure flame. It felt as if Vaughn's blood was ignited by the azure flame. Surges of scalding pain flooded his entire body. Muscles and bones were refined under intense heat, akin to being repeatedly forged into a sharp blade. Each cycle of strength brought a transformation as if reborn. Under the influence of the azure flame, the Billy's own flame transformed. A trace of unnoticeable deep blue mixed into its once solely blazing red coloration, letting out a low growl, standing on all fours, enduring the agony of internal flames, yet maintaining a steadfast gaze. After what seemed like ages, nearly all the magic power within this part of the fire vein was depleted. Previously blazing hot rock walls dimmed in luster, molten lava no longer churned violently. Vaughn felt his body reached its limits. His chest felt crushed under an immense weight. He abruptly opened his eyes and panted, "Stop, we can't continue." In response, the azure flame inside the starlight spirit domain calmed. After resting momentarily, Vaughn slowly stretched out his right hand, the star symbol glowing suddenly, sending out red lion flames circling around his fingertips. One star taming skill, Crimson Flame Control, continuing to manipulate the magic energy within. Azure Flame body tempering technique activated. A layer of azure flame gradually covered the crimson lion flame, increasing the flame temperature dramatically. A hint of majestic dragon aura escaped the azure flame, causing the surrounding air to boil instantly. Vaughn felt an alarming rate of loss of magical power within the starlight spirit domain, hurriedly stopping the operation of the tempering technique. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he murmured with amazement. To think it consumes so much magic power. Indeed, the azure flame body tempering technique is formidable. Turning his gaze towards the Billy, Noticing that the lion flames encircling it carried a faint touch of deep blue, signifying that the azure flame had initially integrated with its own flames. The billy opened its eyes, adding a hint of deep blue to the swirling crimson lion flames. That intense warmth now subtly exuded traces of dragon majesty. A soft rumble came from the fire veins walls, crack Yanko slightly, echoing this newfound power. Vaughn spoke firmly. Billy, looks like you've grasped the basics of the azure flame body tempering technique too. The billy nodded gently, replying, yes, Bellamy. Both exchanged glances, expressing mutual satisfaction. Man and beast rose from the rock, embodying newfound resolve and confidence after their transformation. However, just as they prepared to leave, Vaughn sensed an unusual call emanating from deeper within the fire vein. Pausing, sensing for a moment, he frowned and said, this feeling. The billy raised its head slowly and whispered, elder brother, should we check ahead? After a brief thought, Vaughn finally nodded. Go. The surrounding temperature soared higher, sweat pouring profusely. Thanks to the azure flame body tempering technique, they barely managed to endure the intense environment. At the end of the fire vein, a lava waterfall thundered down, splashing magma that tinted the air a faint red. There was nothing else beyond it. Vaughn looked around and frowned, saying, perhaps my perception was wrong. Let's go back. However, the billy shook its head, eyes fixed on the waterfall. It's not right. The temperature of this waterfall seems different. Confused, Vaughn replied. You don't expect me to touch the lava, do you? The billy grinned, showing a cunning look. Brother, just give it a try. Skeptical, yet curious, Vaughn activated the azure flame body tempering technique and cautiously reached out to touch the waterfall. Unexpectedly, although hot, the waterfall was within bearable limits. He continued to probe, plunging his hand into the waterfall, suddenly feeling that it was hollow inside. Vaughn was startled. It's hollow behind. The billy growled softly, curiosity gleaming in its eyes. Shall we take a look inside? Vaughn nodded. Let's go. Man and lion carefully passed through the lava waterfall. Crimson flames cascaded like curtains beside them, with an overwhelming wave of heat rushing towards them. Vaughn clenched his fists, silently running the azure flame body tempering technique inside him, allowing azure flames to circulate around him, isolating the surging heat, preventing any damage. Stepping into the waterfall, the scorching pressure seemed to be severed by an invisible barrier, the heat vanishing, replaced by a cool and silent ambience. Crossing the raging lava stream, they found themselves in a chilling cave behind the waterfall. An unusual cold filled the cave, as if they had entered another world. In the center of the cave stood a massive bronze door, covered with cryptic runes that glowed ominously. Enormous chains were wrapped around it, ancient and worn, also engraved with runes, exuding an intimidating power. Vaughn gazed at the door, his eyes drawn to the chains, pupils constricting sharply. He inwardly exclaimed, these chains, they're identical to those in the Crimson Blood domain. How could it be? A chilling sensation crawled up his spine, leaving him momentarily stunned. The billy stood beside him, as Yanko doubtfully, brother, what do we do now? Vaughn took a deep breath, torn between curiosity and caution, but reason prevailed. He shook his head, whispering, we can't go any further. This place is too dangerous. We're only one-star beast tamers. Rash exploration will lead to our deaths without understanding. The billy paused for a moment, then nodded. Brother, I'll follow your judgment. Vaughn glanced around one last time, his eyes sweeping over the rune-covered walls, unable to help feeling awestruck. These runic barriers, even a fire dragon's attack, might not shake them. Ultimately, man and beast wisely chose to leave. Their footsteps echoed in the empty cave, fading gradually until their figures completely disappeared behind the lava waterfall. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged in the cave, his face hidden in darkness. He seemed to blend into nothingness. Gazing at the bronze door, his eyes revealed a complex expression, followed by a sigh. Oh, a slender finger waved lightly in the air, and the ancient runes in the cave shimmered, erasing all traces of Vaughn and the billy's visit. The dark-robed man's figure slowly blurred, merging with the shadows in the cave as if he had never existed. Only that lingering sigh remained, deep and distant, drifting in this cold, alien realm. Chapter 88, The First Hunt. Willis and the billy emerged from the subterranean fire veins. The heat dissipated as they were met with a dense, white fog. This heavy mist was a unique feature of the Flameheart Fortress, perpetually produced by the nearby hot springs. The moist fog enveloped the fortress like a soft veil, isolating it from external disturbances. The outline of the fortress faintly appeared and disappeared within the mist, with the warm red glow of lava lamps casting a gentle warmth onto the stone paths through the haze. The towering watchtowers were swallowed by the fog, leaving only their jagged tops visible. Occasionally, a ripple from the hot springs would rise, accompanied by faint animal calls, as if reminding hunters that this land had never truly been at peace. Willis looked up at the sky. Not a sliver of sunlight pierced through the gray expanse. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, with such thick fog, how do these people find their way? Man and lion walked side by side, stepping on damp stone steps towards their room. The Flameheart Fortress was managed by the three siblings known as the Hunting Birds, who oversaw the fortress's operations and organized hunting tasks for Silverton's hunters. From ecological observations to task assignments and training of official hunters, they handled everything. Mayenko them a core part of the Hunters Guild. Prepared tasks were passed on to the Silverton Hunters Guild, where the official hunters would take responsibility for completing them. Unlike apprentice hunters who had to stay in the Fong Fortress long-term, official hunters enjoyed more freedom. They needed only to claim tasks from the guild and meet quarterly quotas, with the rest of their time spent at their discretion. Only during emergencies, such as beast tides or the spread of anomalous curses, would urgent tasks be issued. Such missions usually required collaboration between beast tamers, the knights, and the clerics of the church. Based on Willis's observations, the smooth operation of the fortress owed much to the taciturn Beckham. It was his meticulous management that kept everything in order. As for his elder sister Emery and younger brother Edwin, they seemed more like honorary captains, loafing around all day. Back in their room, Willis and the Billy lay down on their beds. After some time of adjustment, the Billy had adapted to the environment of the Starlight Spirit Realm. Willis had also fully mastered the use of beast-taming skills. In addition to spending time with his family, he did not neglect the practice of rock bodybuilding technique. And Alvin Clumsy thrived under his quiet care. Thanks to the rewards from the previous secret realm, Willis exchanged materials for nurturing rock-type spirit beasts, ensuring an ample and nutritious diet for Alvin Clumsy. Regarding thunder eggs hatching, progress was limited. The scarcity of thunderstorms in Silverton during autumn and winter could be supplemented by using Thunder Egg's skill to summon lightning. Most lightning attribute materials were acquired over time from the Hunter Guild. What remained Lakyanko was the electric spine bone from a mature spirit beast. Willis mused, where can one obtain the electric spine bone from a mature spirit beast? Suddenly, the image of a malicious spirit beast flashed in his mind. It was the trick lightning dragon from the Misty Mountains. Willis shuddered involuntarily, vividly remembering their humiliating retreat last time. Given my current strength, with the help of the Billy and Alvin Clumsy, we might stand a chance in battle. I'll consider it later. For now, let's prepare for tomorrow's task. Thin Yanko about this, he took out the one-star beast Tamer Hunter standard gear from his spatial belt. This set was made from dog cage bones and fine iron. And although its defense was inferior to the rare knight suit obtained from Dragon Eagle Castle, its light and flexible design was more suitable for hunters. Apart from standard armor, the Hunter Guild provided excellent weapons and the spatial belt. From iron or forged greatswords and warhammers to longswords and longbows. Official hunters could freely choose 2 items, enabling versatility in weapon use for different situations. On August's advice, Willis chose a greatsword inscribed with fire attribute runes and a longbow he wasn't quite skilled with yet. August had said, mastering an unfamiliar weapon is also a form of improving your strength. Willis put on the gear and adjusted the goggles on his forehead. The Billy gave him an approving look, tapping the floor with a paw. Luyanko good. Willis smiled and said, rest well, our first hunting mission is tomorrow. The Billy nodded, sure thing bro. The night passed uneventfully. Morning came. The fog still thick and impenetrable. Willis and the Billy passed through the fortress's back courtyard and changed into the fire lion armor in a secluded forest. Unfolding the fiery cloud wings, a trail of flames sliced through the mist as man and lion sped away. Following the map, they arrived at the meeting point for the mission, the blazing fog forest. Willis swiftly helped the Billy take off his battle armor and put it away in the spatial ring. Not long after, Castor arrived with his little fire lion and a girl. Castor was wearing a set of protective gear made from black bear beast. A type of spirit beast known for its massive size, formidable strength, and thick fur. It was famous for being resilient and ferocious. The greatsword on his back was particularly eye-catching, heavy and robust, with deep red blades inscribed with flame runes. Invisible magical heat waves radiated around it, clearly indicating its rare quality. The girl wore standardized hunter's gear, her long hair tied up neatly into a ponytail, with a few strands hanging down over her forehead. Mayenko her face appeared more delicate. The longbow on her back was entirely silver white, with moonlight-like runes faintly flowing along the bow body, giving off a cold and chilly vibe. Willis smiled and walked forward, grabbing Castor by the neck. Kid, so high profile, you're dressed better than me. Castor laughed bitterly. I want to be low-key too, but my father insists. Without these gears, he won't let me join the mission. Willis said in a deep voice. All right, then just take them off, he can't see us now. Castor waved his hands hurriedly. No way, this is my first hunting mission, I'm quite nervous. Seeing its master being bullied by Willis, the little fire lion couldn't help but growl lowly. The Billy lazily opened his eyes, and a deep roar instantly enveloped the little fire lion. Shivering, the little fire lion stammered, be big, brother. The Billy sneered. Who were you thin Yanko of growling at just now? The little fire lion quickly wagged its tail. In no one. The girl watched everything coldly, disgust flashing in her eyes, but she quickly hid it. Emery's figure emerged from the mist, not waiting for everyone to react. She said coldly, everyone is here, so let me introduce this task. This is your first mandatory team task after advancing to 1-star beast tamer. As the evaluator, I will give a final score to determine if you pass. She paused slightly, Lianko at Willis. You will be the captain for this mission. Willis raised an eyebrow but didn't say much, only nodding. Emery said deeply. Your hunter squad consists of Willis, Castor, and Petra, and your target is the rampage dragon that recently migrated to the blazing fog forest. This spirit beast poses a significant threat. Its savagery has disrupted the entire forest ecosystem. It destroys habitats and attacks all creatures trying to approach. Petra frowned, her tone filled with anxiety. Start off hunting such a dangerous spirit beast? This is too difficult, isn't it? Castor echoed. Yeah, our first mandatory mission is to hunt a rampage dragon. That's crazy. Ignoring them, Emery continued. Mission objective, slay the rampage dragon, starting now. With her words, she turned into a withered yellow leaf, disappearing in the breeze. Willis sighed and shrugged. So, let's exchange information. Castor spoke in a deep voice. 1-star beast Tamer Castor, personal spirit beast Little Fire Lion, skilled in combat and reconnaissance. 1-star beast taming skill, Crimson Flame Mastery, weapon greatsword. Petra said expressionlessly. 1-star beast Tamer Petra, personal spirit beast Burden Grass Turtle, excels in long-range attacks and support. 1-star beast taming skill, Verdant Spirit Mastery, can heal minor wounds in close range, weapon longbow. Willis nodded and briefly introduced himself and the Billy. Check essentials one last time. The duration of this hunt is uncertain, from 2 to 3 days at minimum, up to a month. Camping tools, dry rations, recovery potions, and mission items, everyone ready. After everyone confirmed, Willis waved his hand. All right, let's go. Deep within the blazing fog forest, the moist soil gave off a faint smell of decaying organic matter. Occasional rustles came from the underbrush. While Walyanko, Castor muttered softly, for such a rare spirit beast like the rampage dragon, do we really have to kill it? Wouldn't capturing it be more valuable? Hearing this, Willis glanced sideways at him, calmly replying, since there's no explicit requirement, we can try capturing it. Castor excitedly asked, really? That would be great. Petra frowned, her face turning grim. Suddenly, Willis's eyebrows knitted together as he shouted, Petra, don't move. Petra hesitated but didn't follow his advice, continuing forward. At that moment, a gray-green venomous snake lunged out from the bushes, directly aiming at Petra's calf. Hiss! The snake's movement was as swift as lightning. Castor's face changed dramatically, panic flashed in Petra's eyes, but she was too late to react. In one swift motion, Willis stepped forward, his arm moving like lightning to accurately grab the snake by its throat. The starry beast control rune lit up instantly, and crimson flames erupted from it, incinerating the snake into ashes in a heartbeat. Petra stood there, stunned for a moment before softly murmuring, thank you. Willis waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze remained alert. He surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression. Castor whispered, what's wrong? Willis spoke slowly. Let's find a safe area to set up camp. I think we found it. As he spoke, he pointed to the ground. Following his gaze, they all looked down and drew in sharp breaths. Beneath their feet was a massive, deep pit, with large beast paw prints deeply embedded in the soil, each mark unmistakably clear. Petra muttered, this is the rampage dragon's claw print. Willis nodded somberly. It seems so. Chapter 89 Preparations for the Hunt. A cool breeze swept through the treetops, rustling softly like whispers of the forest. Dense mist dissipated significantly under the wind's caress, revealing the clear contours of the crimson mist forest. Braden and his teammates, after a busy day, finally completed the preparations for the hunt by evening. The campsite was chosen on an open patch of land near a rock wall, which was convenient for defense and reduced the directions they needed to watch. After setting up the tents, Petra meticulously sprinkled insect repellent and beast deterrent around the campsite to ward off threats like low-level spirit beasts and venomous snakes. Carrying Turtle, come help quickly. She summoned her spirit beast, and then took out some large barrels and explosive powder from her spatial waist belt. The carrying turtle slowly moved to one side, with brown-green vines extending from its shell. Like nimble arms, they firmly secured the empty barrels. Petra patted the turtle's head. Great job. The carrying turtle's movements were extremely steady, providing great convenience for Petra in mixing and loading the explosives. Castor patrolled around the campsite with his little fire lion, while the Billy stood outside the perimeter, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, vigilant against any approaching threats. With a mental command, it quietly communicated with Braden. Elder brother, should I give it my all in the upcoming battle? Braden thought for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. Probably not. Judging from Kyra's words, this mission is mainly to train the team's cooperation skills and familiarize them with the hunting process. The focus of the hunt isn't the outcome, but everyone's growth. The Billy understood. Got it. Braden recalled the key points about hunting from his father's notes, combining them with his previous combat experiences in the secret realm, simulating what might happen next. He sighed, unable to resist cursing a few times. I just became a 1-star beast tamer hunter, okay. This woman is really excessive. After completing all preparations, everyone set up traps around the previous footprints. Petra spread a special loosening agent on the soil, then covered it with specially treated vine nets, disguising it as solid ground. This pit trap could collapse when a rampage dragon passed by, trapping it for some time. Castor placed meat soaked in beast blood in the center of the trap. He clapped his hands and asked with a smile, how about adding more beast blood? It could attract it faster, right? Braden stood nearby, watching the twilight descend over the forest, and said in a deep voice, that's enough. These are sufficient to lure the rampage dragon here. Next is waiting patiently, staying quiet, and not revealing our position. Castor nodded. All right. He glanced at the somewhat nervous Petra and comforted her. Don't be too nervous. Nothing bad will happen with Captain here. Petra whispered. Okay. Night fell deeper. A few dog dragons were drawn by the scent of blood, tearing at the raw meat in the trap, Mayenko a disgusting chewing sound. At that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the distant forest, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, forcing everyone to hold their breath. The dog dragons stopped simultaneously, hissing softly, before instantly fleeing into the bushes, leaving scattered chunks of meat behind. Roar! A deep roar erupted abruptly, like thunder, Mayenko the tranquility of the forest. The heavy sound waves swept through, scattering nearby birds and beasts. From the shadows, a massive figure slowly emerged, a formidable spirit beast. Its body resembled a moving fortress of flesh and blood, with thick scales covered in cracks and burn marks, telling tales of countless battles. Most Strienko were its exaggerated and terrifying lower jaws, wide mouth opening like an abyss, filled with interlaced, sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Every low roar caused saliva mixed with hot breath to drip from the corners of its mouth, creating a heart-stopping sound. The rampage dragon's eyes burned like flames, faintly revealing inner savagery and bloodlust. Thick white smoke exhaled from its nostrils, distorting the surrounding air. Each step it took made the ground tremble, as if the earth itself quaked in response to its wrath. Braden held his breath, Spienko in a grave tone. It's here. He gripped the standard-issue greatsword tightly, his gaze sharp. Beside him, Petri's face turned pale, instinctively stepping back. Even the carrying turtle shrank back, clearly intimidated by the rampage dragon's aura. Castor tried to lighten the mood, forcing a smile, murmuring, "Sure is scary, but not as big as I imagined." Roar. Before he finished Spienko, the rampage dragon lifted its head, roaring so loudly it hurt their eardrums. Castor's smile froze instantly. "All right, I take back what I just said." Braden pulled down his protective goggles. The light flickered, and detailed information about the rampage dragon quickly appeared on the lenses. Rampage dragon, dragon beast species, wasteland beast species, elemental species, growth stage spirit beast. Bloodline level, rare. Attributes, fire, strength. Spirit beast skills, crimson flame breath, frenzy, flame tail strike. Overall evaluation, an extremely threatening predator, known for its ferocity and durability. Its presence often disrupts ecological balance, posing a significant threat to surrounding spirit beasts. Once it enters a berserk state, the surrounding environment turns into its killing field. The rampage dragon walked heavily towards the center of the trap, lowered its head to sniff the bloody flesh on the ground, and without hesitation, opened its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, swallowing large bites. Just as it pressed its claw onto the ground, the trap was triggered. Its massive body suddenly sank, and the vines buried around abruptly tightened, binding it tightly. Braden said in a deep voice, "Castor, let's go. Petre, provide cover." Petre hastily drew her longbow, shooting arrows at the rampage dragon's head, while carrying turtles simultaneously launched sharp leaf blades, hitting their targets precisely. The rampage dragon, enraged by the consecutive attacks, turned to scan where the arrows came from. Braden seized the opportunity, waving to signal Castor, who swiftly carried large barrels of explosives to the side of the rampage dragon. They quickly retreated after placing the explosives. Petre fired an arrow that detonated the explosives. Boom! Flames shot up, and the shockwave from the explosion shook the earth. The rampage dragon's head was blasted violently, leaving deep scorch marks on its scales. However, this monster showed unimaginable resilience. It soon regained mobility, Brayenko free from the vines, its eyes becoming bloodshot red. The rampage dragon had entered a frenzied state. Braden warned, "It's gone berserk. Be careful." In its fury, the rampage dragon's tail ignited in flames, swinging towards Castor, forcing him to raise his greatsword to block. Bang! The immense impact sent him reeling several steps back, his palms splitting open. Castor panted heavily. "Damn, this guy's strength is off the charts." On the side, the little fire lion hurriedly launched fireballs, but most missed due to nervousness, proving almost useless. The billy growled lowly. "Learn something. Aim before you shoot." The little fire lion nodded quickly. "Got it, brother." The billy spewed fireballs, each hitting the rampage dragon's head precisely. The intense heat from the flames made the rampage dragon feel threatened, causing it to wildly thrash its head, trying to escape the flames. The rampage dragon grew even more enraged. At that moment, a much smaller spirit beast suddenly darted out from the side of the forest. Its entire body was covered in emerald blue scales, gleaming with a cold luster, slim and agile in build. Its head was slightly pointed, narrow jaws lined with fine teeth exuding a cunning and predatory aura. Its slender limbs were powerful, and its claws were razor-sharp hooks. Its tail bristled with fine, backward-pointing spines, carrying a deadly threat. Its movements were exceptionally nimble, eyes gleaming with greed, heading straight for the pile of raw meat on the ground. Information about the spirit beast appeared on Braden's goggles. Water thief dragon, dragon beast species, wasteland beast species, elemental species, growth stage spirit beast. Bloodline level, common. Attributes, water, strength. Spirit beast skills, rapid water arrow, water shield, water impact. Overall evaluation, a notoriously cunning and thieving spirit beast. Often Snienko into the hunting grounds of larger spirit beasts, stealing leftover prey or seizing food during chaos. With agile movements and water elemental skills, it excels at escaping under enemies' noses, but easily infuriates the dominant hunters, often leading to pursuits. Hiss! The water thief dragon charged straight for the pile of raw meat, emitting a triumphant growl. "Where did this guy come from?" Castor exclaimed in surprise, gripping his greatsword and instinctively stepping back. Roar! The rampage dragon let out an angry roar, its eyes locked Yanko onto the water thief dragon. It opened its massive jaw and snapped at the water thief dragon's neck, lifting it high. The water thief dragon struggled frantically, its tail whipping wildly, but it was helpless against the rampage dragon's fangs. Braden's gaze sharpened, and he said deeply, "Not good. Castor, be careful." The next moment, the rampage dragon swung the water thief dragon fiercely. The water thief dragon's body acted like a giant sword, slashing directly at Castor. The little fire lion kept spitting fireballs, but they proved ineffective. Bang! The water thief dragon struck Castor's greatsword. Despite his best effort to defend with his sword, he was slammed away, crashing into the big tree behind him. Castor fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, groaning weakly. I hate these thieving spirit beasts. The rampage dragon immediately turned its head, its scarlet gaze locked Yanko onto Petre, and it let out a low growl as it charged at her. Petre was intimidated by the overwhelming presence of this massive creature, her legs trembling, unable to move. Carrying Turtle stood beside her, trying to shield her. But under the rampage dragon's murderous intent, it also shrank back in terror, frozen in place. The rampage dragon's massive jaws drew closer and closer, and Petre could already smell the rank odor from its mouth, tears of despair welling up in her eyes. She inwardly screamed, "No!" Chapter 90, The Rules of the Hunt. Petre, get out of the way. Braden shouted, but Petre seemed to have lost her hearing and froze completely. In this critical moment, Braden leaped in front of her abruptly. He took a deep breath, gripped the greatsword tightly with both hands, slowly raised the blade behind him, and gathered his strength. The rock body technique was activated. The frenzied blood power awakened. His muscles tightened all over his body. The veins on his arms protruded like knotted ropes, concentrating all power into the sword's edge. Braden roared furiously. The momentum built up to its peak, and the greatsword was suddenly slashed down. Boom! The sword edge struck the rampage dragon's head, causing an explosive sound. That charging figure was thus forcibly halted mid-motion. A hard interruption. The rampage dragon's head shook violently. A deep cut splitting open on its forehead, blood gushing out like a spring. It let out a painful roar, staggered back, and a hint of fear flashed through its fierce eyes. The billy's eyes glinted menacingly as it growled low, preparing for any imminent attacks with flames swirling around its body. Roar! The rampage dragon shook its head and growled a few times, choosing not to continue attack Yanko, but instead turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Braden breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask, "Castor, are you still alive?" Castor weakly raised a hand from under the tree. "Well, barely alive." Petre slumped to the ground, still clutching her bow tightly, her face deathly pale. Braden glanced at her and said calmly, "Let's return to camp." Moonlight spilled through the forest, with birds flying chaotically and the distant low roar of the rampage dragon gradually fading away. The night fell quietly over the campsite, with a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. The bonfire flickered, and everyone's expressions varied. Petre lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, it was my fault that I held everyone back." Castor rubbed his painfully bruised ribs, chuckling bitterly. "Compared to you, I'm more embarrassed. Being smashed away by a water thug dragon. And in front of everyone too." Braden looked at the two of them, shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. "Don't blame yourselves. This is a team mission. No one has burdened anyone else. My command had many shortcomings too. We all need adjustment." He paused, patted Castor on the shoulder, then pointed at the water thug dragon which had been used as a weapon by the rampage dragon just now. "And besides, thanks to this guy, we don't have to gnaw on dry rations tonight." After Spianko, he deftly began processing the meat of the water thug dragon. Braden used a small knife to slice pieces of meat off, pinched away the tendons by hand, and then evenly coated them with seasonings retrieved from his spatial ring. The billy silently nudged the fire pile with its tail. Mayenko the flames jump even brighter. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the campsite. The rich scent Mayenko, Castor, and Petre unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Braden sliced the cooked meat into small pieces, wrapped them in broad leaves, handed them to Petre and Castor, and gave a piece each to the billy and the fire lion. The grassback Tortoise smelled the aroma, and could only watch longingly as its companions enjoyed the meal, having to shed tears while quietly nibbling on moss growing on rocks. Petre whispered, "Thank you. It's really delicious." She took a bite of the roasted meat, her eyes softening. Castor, on the other hand, chewed voraciously without decorum, mumbling, "Delicious, delicious. This stuff tastes pretty good actually." Petre looked up and retorted, "This should be thanks to Captain's Kuyanko skills. I remember the compendium mentioned that water thug dragon meat tastes quite mediocre." Braden smiled without saying much, cutting himself a piece and eating slowly. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared silently beside the bonfire. Kyra snatched the roasted meat from Braden's hand and started munching casually. Petre asked in surprise, "Deputy Captain Kyra, how did you get here? Is our mission considered a failure?" Kyra glanced at her with a nonchalant tone. "What? Did you lose your will to fight so quickly?" Castor froze, hurriedly waving his hands. "Of course not." Kyra smiled. "Then that's fine. It's nowhere near there yet. You're all still alive, aren't you?" She put down the roasted meat, swept her gaze across everyone present, her tone slightly serious. "The mission continues. This is the essence of a team mission. Learning cooperation, enduring failures, trusting each other, and growing together." Petre nodded forcefully, whispering, "Thanks to Captain Braden. Otherwise, I might have been seriously injured. He is truly amazing." Kyra looked at Braden and gave a meaningful smile. "Of course, he is the son of a veteran hunter, and he has awakened the legendary beast taming rune. How could he not be amazing?" Braden shrugged and said with a light laugh, "Just good luck." Then he continued to eat his roasted meat while lowering his head. Everyone was speechless for a moment. The firelight flickered, and Kyra seemed to pause casually. Then she looked up at Braden, her tone suddenly becoming cool and straightforward. But I have a question that I've been wanting to ask you. Brayden raised his eyes to look at her. What? Kyra asked in a grave voice. Have you always wanted to kill Paxton? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the calmness of the campsite. Petre widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hand, shock filling her gaze. What? Kill Captain Paxton? Castor was even more dumbfounded. You're kidding, right? How could Brayden? Brayden's expression darkened slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Kyra to throw such a question at this time. The billy nearby showed a wary look, growling softly. After a moment of silence, Brayden finally spoke, his tone low but firm. Yes, I have always wanted to kill him. Castor looked at him disbelievingly. You don't deny it. Kyra, however, remained calm and continued as Yanko. Then what are you waiting for? Waiting for your strength to grow. Brayden nodded, then shook his head. That's part of it. But what I'm truly waiting for is a justifiable reason. Kyra didn't seem surprised by this answer. She smiled indifferently. Are you afraid of being wanted afterwards? Brayden sighed lightly, something like that. Mainly, I don't want to disrupt my current life. I have my family here, Kathleen and Tinsley Madam, and some newly acquainted or longtime friends. You, Fiki, August, Gerhard, and even Chaz from the village butcher shop. I enjoy the peace now. Kyra nodded thoughtfully and laughed. I see, so I can rest assured. Someone as interesting as you, I wouldn't want to see your name on a wanted poster one day. That would be too unfortunate. Brayden's lips curled into a bitter smile. It won't happen. Paxton isn't worthy of disrupting my life. Kyra crossed her legs and continued. However, you did miss an opportunity. A while ago, when Paxton was in charge of pursuing the Goblin tribe, during the investigation of the curse of metamorphosis, his mind was contaminated. If you had killed him then, I could have forged evidence to help you. But then again, even with your abilities, you probably couldn't have killed him. Brayden didn't answer directly but calmly asked, Is that so? What happened after? Kyra nonchalantly replied. Later, the Church of Holy Light purified him, and now he has fully recovered. Brayden murmured softly. Indeed, what a pity. Petre looked at Brayden with complicated emotions. Castor was even more astonished, as if recognizing him for the first time. The firelight danced, casting everyone's expressions in alternating light and shadow. The night grew deep. The shadow of failure and mutual estrangement seemed to be gradually dispelled by the warmth of the bonfire. Chapter 91, Rallying Spirits. Deep within the blaze mist forest, an oppressive silence hung in the air, interrupted only by anguished cries echoing all around. Inside the savage tyrant dragon's lair, brutality reigned. The air was thick with decay and blood. The ground scarred deeply with claw marks and scorched stains, testaments to its violent nature. Yellowed vines clung to the rock walls, mixed with splashes of blood, while at the center, tattered hides and weeds formed a crude resting place. Corpses were strewn everywhere, from rotting flesh to broken giant bones. All living creatures here had become fodder for the savage tyrant dragon's feast. None escaped its fate. At this moment, the savage tyrant dragon gnawed fiercely on a dead grass dragon, its sharp teeth tearing through tender flesh, devouring warm blood and meat. Yet feeding did nothing to ease its torment. Instead, it grew even more frenzied. Blood still gushed from the wound on its head, each throb burning like fire through its nerves. Roar! It roared in fury, claws pounding heavily on the ground as if driven mad, trying to vent its agony into the air. In its mind, flashes of that hateful human figure wielding a massive sword, with white hair and bloodied hands, kept surfacing. Suddenly, it stopped mid-action, nostrils flaring slightly as a strange odor wafted through the air. Cold, foul, as if from an abyss. The savage tyrant dragon slowly turned its head, red eyes fixing on a shadow in the lair. A figure emerged from the darkness, stepping into the dim light. The man wore a black cloak, his face hidden in the hood's shadows. Unseen, yet radiating a bone-chilling pressure. How pitiful. The man's voice was low and hoarse, laced with mockery. So this is the mighty predator? Not much to look at. Roar. Enraged beyond measure, it bellowed and lunged at him, its massive body moving like a mountain of flesh, Chyanko the earth beneath its might. But the man merely sidestepped, easily evading the savage tyrant dragon's attack. Boom. Next moment, the savage tyrant dragon slammed into the rock wall with a thunderous crash, dust flying everywhere. It fell to the ground in obvious humiliation. Ah, beasts are just beasts, forever slaves to primal instincts. The man sneered, no matter, as long as you can kill. As he murmured, dark mists around him began to churn violently. Thick tendrils of black mist coiled snake-like from his feet, wrapping around the savage tyrant dragon's limbs and torso, pinning it firmly to the ground. The dragon struggled and screamed, but the black mist's power was immense, completely subduing it. The man spoke chillingly, go forth. Slay those who dare step onto this land. Use your claws and fangs to tear them apart. Use your flames to incinerate them into oblivion. The dark mist slithered into the dragon's mouth, nostrils, and wounded head, forcibly invading its body. The savage tyrant dragon let out a low growl in pain, saliva and blood dribbling onto the ground, its eyes crimson fading into deep darkness. Its body trembled, then slowly rose, dark mist swirling around it, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Wounds that had been bleeding now appeared sewn shut by the black mist, stopping their flow, new power surging within. Roar! The savage tyrant dragon let loose a deafening roar, turning its enormous frame toward the lair's entrance and charging into the forest. The black-cloaked man remained in place, his gaze coldly following the retreating dragon, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Morning sunlight filtered through sparse leaves, casting beams over the campsite. Inside the tent, however, was a chaotic mess. People had slept huddled together, creating untidy heaps. Brayden slowly opened his eyes, first seeing Petra before him. She slept with her arm under her head, lips trembling slightly, as if dreaming of something unpleasant. Her pillow glistened with a trail of clear saliva. Did she dream about the savage tyrant dragon? Brayden muttered quietly, planning to sit up but sensing something amiss. Someone's foot was firmly pressed against his waist. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he turned his head to find Kyra on his right, wide-eyed and staring at him intently. Brayden drew a sharp breath, nearly upsetting the tent. "What are you doing?" "Scared me half to death." But Kyra gave no response. Brayden cautiously waved a hand in front of her face, receiving no reaction, then checked her breathing, relieved when he found it steady. Brayden rubbed his forehead. "Finyanko. This woman actually sleeps with her eyes open. Too scary. I need to keep my distance." He pushed Kyra's foot off his leg and quickly got up, muttering, "Next time I'll bring more tents. One for each person. This can't happen again. It's too dangerous." Outside the tent, the morning light was bright and pleasant, with a thin mist hovering over the blaze mist forest, bringing a refreshing chill to the air. Brayden scanned around and found Castor with his little fire lion leaning against the rock wall. He nodded, whispering, "Looks like this kid didn't slack off." Just as he was about to turn away, he heard a long snore. Snore. Suspiciously, Brayden moved closer and saw that the little fire lion's eyes were barely open, nearly dozing off with its little head swaying precariously. Castor, meanwhile, was fast asleep, leaning against the wall, snoring loudly with a streak of saliva at the corner of his mouth. Brayden rubbed his temples and sighed. So he didn't slack off? Looks like he completely let loose. He looked up at the billy on the high platform and asked, "How long have they been sleeping?" The billy replied in a deep voice, "They just fell asleep. They must have really hit their limit." Brayden smiled. "Thanks for the trouble, Billy." The billy stretched. "No problem, bro. You take the first watch, I take the second. That's what we agreed on." Seeing the billy grow stronger, Brayden felt a father-like satisfaction. He softly asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" The billy replied excitedly, "Same as usual, but with more meat." "Got it." Brayden nodded, turned toward the fire, and started preparing breakfast. He took out the leftover water thief dragon meat from last night, cut it into small pieces, and simmered it with oats and water in the pot. The aroma of meat and oats gradually filled the campsite, driving away the lingering chill. The rich scent woke Castor up. He rubbed his eyes and walked toward Brayden, full of anticipation. "Captain mine." Without Lyanko up, Brayden continued stirring the porridge, ignoring him. Petra, holding a bowl of steaming porridge, took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." Then she coldly glanced at Castor. "You slacked off on your watch last night. You still expect breakfast?" Castor's face turned red. "I didn't slack off. And when I switched with you, weren't you nearly asleep too?" Petra's face changed, her voice rising an octave in anger. Being nearly asleep is the same as being asleep? The two argued back and forth, unable to stop. Brayden sighed in frustration and ladled a bowl of porridge for Castor. "Fine, eat up." Castor immediately changed his expression, deeply touched. "You really do love me, Captain." Brayden's hair stood on end, covered in goosebumps. "You can give it back if you don't want to eat." Castor hastily protected his bowl, burrowing his head into eating. I'm eating, okay." Brayden specifically set aside a portion for Kyra, covering the pot to prevent dust from falling in. He walked back to the tent, preparing to wake up Kyra. Her sleeping posture was exaggerated, arms behind her head. One long leg sprawled across the center, almost Tyanko up the entire tent. Brayden patted her shoulder. "Deputy Captain, it's time to get up. The mission starts today." Kyra rolled over, lazily replying, "You guys go hunting. Let me sleep a bit more. Brayden stood up helplessly. "Oh well, leave her be." Outside the tent, everyone was ready. Castor held his newly sharpened greatsword, standing upright. With the little fire lion by his feet, Lyanko prepared for battle. Petra gripped her longbow tightly, eyes determined, while the grass turtle obediently followed her, vines visible through its shell, clearly ready for combat. The billy stood on the high platform, waiting for orders. Brayden approached them, scanning each person, nodding slightly. "All right, let's move out." Morning light filtered through the trees as they disappeared into the shadows, with danger Lyanko deep within the blaze mist forest. Chapter 92, The Mutated Rampage Dragon. Team Brayden followed the direction in which the Rampage Dragon had fled last night. Along the way, the muddy ground was littered with huge footprints of the Rampage Dragon. Surrounding trees had fallen, and rocks were shattered, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Two fire lions walked at the forefront, while the little fire lion kept its nose close to the ground, silently memorizing the lingering scent of the Rampage Dragon, trying hard to identify the direction. Occasionally, it would consult Dylan for advice. Castor and Petra closely followed behind, and from time to time, the cries of birds and animals Bryanko into flight disrupted the tranquility of the morning. Roar! At that moment, from a distance, a loud animal cry suddenly echoed through the sky, reverberating in the forest, bringing an oppressive feeling that made one's heart race. Castor said in a grave voice, "Is this the call of the Rampage Dragon?" Petra stopped and frowned as she spoke. "In that direction, I remember there is a mountain path leading to Silver Village." Castor stroked his chin. "Doesn't that mean the Rampage Dragon has left the territory of the Burning Fog Forest?" Petra questioned, puzzled. "This is indeed strange. Logically speaking, no matter how fierce a spirit beast is, unless it migrates, it wouldn't easily leave its habitat. Even for a rampage dragon, a spirit beast that disrupts ecosystems, such behavior is unusual. At this moment, from afar came sounds of horses neighing and people screaming in panic. Castor's expression changed. No way. So coincidentally, is there a caravan passing by now? Braden's face grew grim, and he coldly said, it's highly likely. The rampage dragon probably got attracted by the caravan. The situation is urgent. We need to hurry over. Castor and Petra responded in unison. Yes, Captain. Everyone quickened their pace. The distant woods gradually thinned out, revealing a mountain path. A large caravan was fleeing in panic, with dozens of carriages split into two columns, moving rapidly forward. However, one carriage had somehow rushed into a narrow rock crevice, stuck motionless. The coachman, with a terrified look on his face, had lost all reason. Help! Help! He screamed and jumped off the seat abruptly, too afraid to look back, dashing forward in disarray. At this moment, the rampage dragon charged out of the woods, its gaping mouth biting down on the helpless horse, throwing it forcefully. The horse flew several meters and crashed by the roadside, lifeless. The rampage dragon slowly lifted its head, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Its nose sniffed around before it charged straight toward the carriages ahead. Seeing the rampage dragon getting closer, the guards of the caravan reacted swiftly, drawing spirit beast orbs from their waists, throwing them to the ground and releasing the spirit beasts they had been keeping for years. Wolves of the wilderness and porcupines emerged from the spirit beast orbs, joining the battle one after another. The guards were very experienced, holding long swords and crossbows. They worked with the spirit beasts to harass the movements of the rampage dragon, attempting to suppress it. The wolves of the wilderness moved at incredible speed, constantly circling around and tearing at the rampage dragon, while the porcupines curled into tight balls, their sharp quills continuously shooting out, hitting the rampage dragon's legs and abdomen. With the combined attack of the guards and spirit beasts, the rampage dragon's movements gradually slowed down. One guard seized the opportunity and lunged forward, swinging his sword fiercely at the rampage dragon's leg, while the wolf of the wilderness bit down hard on its tail, trying to pull it down. Roar! The rampage dragon let out a pained roar, struggling violently for a while before finally swaying and falling down. The caravan members cheered, thinking they had finally defeated this nightmare of a spirit beast. However, up on the cliffside, Braden stared at the fallen rampage dragon, feeling a sudden surge of agitation in the blood in his left arm. Quickly retreat. It's not dead. Braden shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, the guard captain below turned pale and immediately shouted aloud. Everyone retreat. The guards quickly pulled back. In the next moment, black mist started gushing from within the rampage dragon's body, swirling around its wounds. Castor sucked in a breath. What's this? There was no black mist like this yesterday. Petra's eyes widened. Could these be? Braden's face was stern as he whispered, the cursed mutation. As everyone was startled, the rampage dragon's body began to tremble violently. The black mist wrapped around its body, its muscles visibly swelling, limbs becoming more robust, scales on its skin splitting and shedding, exposing sharp bone spurs. Black liquid dripped from its wounds and mouth, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Most terrifying of all, from the wound on its head, a curved black horn slowly grew out. This horn was covered in cracks, emitting a chilling light that seemed filled with countless wailing spirits. The emergence of this bizarre horn made the already terrifying rampage dragon even more horrifying. The aura it emitted became even more violent, to the point that the surrounding air seemed to warp. Roar! The rampage dragon's roar was deafening as it stood up again. Its black eyes showed no emotion, only a thirst for killing. It opened its monstrous mouth, and ghostly white flames spewed out, instantly reducing the plains wolves to nothingness. Castor exclaimed in shock. What kind of monster has this thing become? Braden thought for a moment, then said solemnly. You need to catch up as soon as possible and cover me at the right time. Petra asked anxiously. What about you, Captain? Braden's gaze was firm. Dylan and I will take the lead to stop it. Before his words had fully left his lips, Braden leaped onto Dylan's back. Dylan growled lowly, with flames surging around its limbs, transforming into a scorching red blur, racing swiftly down the mountain path. Meanwhile, the caravan guards were still desperately resisting. The spiny hedgehogs continued to fire their quills, but the mutated rampage dragon seemed completely immune to these attacks. Its massive body smashed into the crowd, flinging several guards and horses aside. Ghostly white flames coiled around the tail of the rampage dragon, distorting the space around it. With an angry roar, it swung its tail fiercely, sending a wave of heat and a thunderous boom through the air. The spiny hedgehog attempted to use its hard shell as defense, but the dragon's tail cut through its defenses like a tempered blade. Bang! The spiny hedgehog was sent flying by the tail strike, smashing heavily into a giant tree nearby. The giant tree snapped instantly, crashing down with a loud thud, and the spiny hedgehog gradually dispersed in the flames, vanishing into the air. The head guard gritted his teeth and ordered, retreat. Everyone retreat. Stop trying to attack. However, the rampage dragon moved far faster than they imagined, chasing after the caravan and opening its huge mouth to bite toward a carriage. Bang! The carriage was bitten and thrown toward the cliffside. Boards shattered, and goods scattered all over the ground. Panic ensued among the caravan members. Horses neighed wildly and fled in all directions. A Ruthie fell to the ground, and a driver also stumbled. both Lianko and Terror at the approaching rampage dragon. Their bodies were stiff with extreme fear, their limbs weak, unable to stand up. The enormous mouth of the rampage dragon loomed above them, ready to swallow them whole in the next second. Help! Help! The Ruthie screamed, her voice hoarse from despair. The driver raised his trembling hand, trying to block the looming beast, desperately crying out, "No!" Chapter 93, The Hunt Completes. Boom! At that moment, a searing flame surged from afar, smashing fiercely toward the wrathful dragon's eyes. The burning sensation caused the wrathful dragon to thrash its head in agony. However, it did not lessen its momentum and lunged forward with its monstrous mouth. A figure darted past swiftly, with Braden standing firm with his sword. The ever-burning blade in his hand trembled slightly, blocking the wrathful dragon's biting attack. "What are you waiting for? Run!" His roar awakened the two dazed figures. The coachman quickly supported the Ruthie, stumbling toward the caravan. In the caravan, the guards and workers had already seen Braden's silhouette from afar. They exclaimed in surprise. "That equipment, it belongs to a beast Tamer Hunter. The beast Tamer Hunter is here, we're saved." Great, they finally arrived. The hunter can definitely deal with this monster. Hope sparked amidst their panic, and they hastily took the opportunity to tend to the injured members of the caravan, reorganizing the group. Roar! The wrathful dragon's pain intensified, roaring continuously. It crazily shook its head, finally freeing itself from the eddy's flames. When it regained sight of Braden, infinite rage burned in its pitch-black eyes. The black horns of the wrathful dragon grew again, wrapped in ashen-white flames that flickered more violently. Not only were these flames scorching, but they could also ignite the purest evil within one's heart, directly Strianko at the soul. The black liquid oozing from its cracked scales seemed even more eerie, with a strong decaying smell, corroding the ground into uneven pits. Braden felt an echo of evil stirred deep within him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He gripped the ever-burning blade tightly and said solemnly, "Eddie, be careful. This white flame is peculiar." Eddie growled lowly, "All right, brother." The flames around it flared intensely, its figure like a blazing meteor, charging straight at the wrathful dragon. The battle began, with man and lion facing the enemy head-on. Eddie spat out fierce lion flames, crimson flames directly impacting the wrathful dragon, trying to stop its frenzied charge. However, these flames were instantly consumed upon contact with the wrathful dragon's ashen-white flames. The ashen-white gradually rose, silently burning, emitting an indescribable sense of oppression, causing shivers down one's spine. Roar! The wrathful dragon roared. Its massive tail swept a sheet of fiery flames, lashing over with forceful heat. Braden quickly swung the ever-burning blade, the sword cutting through the air, fiercely chopping at the wrathful dragon's tail. Bang! The giant tail collided with the blade, producing a deafening boom. Though not fully blocked, the strength of the tail strike was successfully weakened. Meanwhile, Braden rolled to evade the incoming tail, steadying himself and rapidly retreating, muttering, "Eddie, be wary of its tail. Look for opportunities to counterattack." Eddie leaped agilely. Its powerful hind legs dug deep grooves into the ground, evading the wrathful dragon's lethal strike. Landing, it looked back at Braden and growled, "Brother, this flame isn't simple." Braden nodded and said gravely, "Call forth the azure flame. Let's see if it can suppress it." A faint blue flame quietly rose around Eddie's body. Azure flame flow. Eddie suddenly leaped, slamming its flaming paws fiercely onto the wrathful dragon's head. The azure flame clashed with the ashen white flames, which were instantly suppressed, causing the wrathful dragon to roar in agony, frantically retreating. Tayanko advantage of this, Braden rushed forward, his ever-burning blade slashing downward, hitting its neck precisely. The wrathful dragon, feeling the pain, lashed out with its tail, narrowly missing Braden. Despite this, the gale from the tail still lifted his clothes, Mayenko him sway slightly. In that instant, Eddie abruptly charged out, its azure flame-clad claws swiped down again, Strianko the wrathful dragon's rear leg joint. Bang! With a dull impact sound, the wrathful dragon, feeling the pain, roared in anger once more. Eddie did not cease its assault, leaping to the side. Azure flame spewed out directly hitting the wrathful dragon's wounded area. Good job. Braden stabilized himself, readjusted the position of his blade, and launched another round of attacks. Man and lion coordinated flawlessly, thoroughly suppressing the mutated wrathful dragon. Castor, Petra, and the spirit beasts hurried to the battlefield, immediately stunned by the intense combat between man and beast. The small fire lion's eyes filled with admiration. Big brother is too strong, worthy of being captain's main spirit beast. The grass turtle agreed, nodding. Big brother is my idol. Petra quickly drew her longbow. Captain, I'll help you. She aimed at the wound on the wrathful dragon's head. An arrow shot out, entwined with emerald magic, hitting precisely, trailing a streak of dark red blood mist. Castor murmured softly, "We shouldn't disturb the captain's performance." He pondered for a moment, took out a paralyzing trap, quickly searching for a suitable position to set it up. The paralysis trap is a hunting tool made from paralysis vines, conductive crystals, and luring materials. It can release intense electric currents, temporarily incapacitating large spirit beasts and creating a perfect opportunity for hunters to attack. This trap requires precise placement and guidance. Otherwise, it can be easily destroyed by large spirit beasts. Castor planted the device, covered it with camouflaging vines, and sprinkled special luring agents, concealing it flawlessly. He patted his hands in satisfaction and whispered, "All right, the trap is set." Then he beckoned Braden. Braden understood and swiftly responded. Waryanko with Eddie to gradually lead the wrathful dragon toward the center of the trap. Roar! The wrathful dragon roared as it chased Eddie, stomping down heavily, right onto the trap. Zap! Instantly, the paralysis trap was activated, sending strong electric currents up its limbs and throughout its body, paralyzing it and causing its movements to stiffen. Its massive form swayed to a halt. Castor and Braden exchanged glances, no words needed. They simultaneously raised their great swords, infusing them with magic power, ready for the strike. Level 1 Beast Tamer skill, Crimson Flame Mastery. Bang! Both great swords slashed down together, carrying a fierce momentum and burning crimson flames, severing the wrathful dragon's tail cleanly. Blood spewed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground black. The wrathful dragon let out a heart-wrenching howl, its entire body thrashing wildly in agony. Eddie held its back firmly with its powerful forelimbs, alternating between lion flames and azure flames to suppress the wrathful dragon's struggles. Petra continuously shot sleep arrows and paralysis arrows, precisely hitting the wrathful dragon's neck, but it just kept roaring furiously, not even Blynyanko heavily. It's not Waryanko. Petra gritted her teeth anxiously. Castor threw a spirit beast ball, attempting capture, but it was slammed away by the wrathful dragon's violent thrashing, disappearing into the nearby bushes. Roar! The black aura surging from the wrathful dragon became more chaotic, almost tangible, swirling around its body. Its bones and muscles grew wildly. Mayanko, its already formidable figure, even more terrifying, with muscles hardening like rock, and skin crack Yanko open to reveal writhing flesh beneath. The black horns on its head grew sharper, flashing an eerie glow, and the broken tail regenerated quickly, growing numerous sharp spikes. The mutation continued. Seeing this, Braden's expression turned even graver. He said solemnly, "Looks like capturing it is impossible. We can't wait any longer." He took a deep breath, gripping his greatsword tightly and Fengdong Dao Dong Thinoi de Moli. Frenzied blood power flowing. Rock body strengthening technique activated. Level 1 Beast Tamer skill, Crimson Flame Mastery. Azure Flame body tempering technique activated. Braden's body surged with searing lion flames, covered by a faint layer of azure. The ever-burning blade enveloped in crimson flames shone brightly, distorting the air around it. Sensing the impending death threat, the wrathful dragon struggled even more fiercely, yet was pinned down. Eddie suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a stream of scorching crimson flame that struck the wrathful dragon's head precisely. "Ea!" Braden roared, pouring all his strength into the sword tip. Charged slash! The sword blade carved a huge crimson arc in the air, causing tremors in the air and ground cracks as it passed, engulfed by intense heat waves. Boom! The greatsword, carrying unmatched force, slashed down on the wrathful dragon's neck. Slash! The massive head flew off like a detached boulder, accompanied by a spray of dark red and black blood, splattering across the battlefield. The corpse of the wrathful dragon twitched a few times, finally collapsing lifelessly, losing all vitality. Silence fell over the battlefield, only hot waves and the scent of blood lingering in the air. Braden panted heavily, slowly lowering his greatsword, drenched in sweat. But his gaze remained calm and vigilant. Eddie stood beside him, growling softly to confirm the wrathful dragon's state. Castor and Petra watched this scene with wide eyes, nearly forgetting to breathe. The wrathful dragon was dead. The hunt was complete. In the distance, the caravan first fell silent, then erupted in enthusiastic cheers. He killed the wrathful dragon. That hunter is amazing. In the crowd, injured members were carried into carriages. Children ran crying to adults, and guards looked at the battlefield with stunned faces. Emery silently emerged from the shadows. Her gaze swept over the caravan, her eyes narrowing slightly. Among the jubilant crowd, 3 caravan members stood motionless, staring intently at Braden. Their gazes were complex, filled with scrutiny, contrasting sharply with the joyous atmosphere around them. Emery's eyes narrowed slightly, without saying much. She walked slowly to Braden's side, and whispered, "The wrathful dragon didn't undergo any mutation yesterday. It seems there are still uneliminated goblins or other hidden threats in the scorching mist forest. A thorough search of this area will be necessary later." Braden nodded, a touch of gravity flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, we can't let our guard down." She then turned her gaze to Petra and Castor, her tone softening a bit. "Although you both have many shortcomings, your performance was commendable for not retreating in the face of a mutated spirit beast. Your evaluation for this mission is excellent. You can claim your rewards from the Hunters Guild after this." Petra froze upon hearing this, then lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting at the corner of her clothes, mixed emotions flashing in her eyes. Shame, reluctance, but mostly gratitude and encouragement. Castor wiped the sweat off his forehead, revealing a relieved smile. "First mission rated excellent. That's great. I'll go tell the old man when I get home. He'll be thrilled." Emery's lips curved upward slightly, and she pulled out 6 bottles of holy light elixir from her waist pouch, distributing them to everyone present and their spirit beasts. "Drink up, to avoid infection from residual curses." They all drank in one gulp, the black aura within them gradually dissipating, leaving a decaying stench. Castor licked his lips, teasing, "The taste of this stuff is quite unique." Petra ignored him, Lyanko at the corpse of the wrathful dragon. She said softly, "Materials tainted by curses, they probably can't be used, right?" Emery shook her head. Under normal circumstances, the corpses of these spirit beasts are directly destroyed. However, if purified for a long time with holy light elixir, some materials might still be usable, just as long as you don't mind Xuanhuan up one day, with an extra eye or an extra hand. After purification, it could be given to you. Castor and Petra felt a chill run through their scalps, quickly waving their hands. No thanks. Emery's lips curled upward again. All right, the mission ends here. You're free now. Braden wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing a faint smile. I'll start Pakyanko up the tents, then return to Silver Village. He looked at his two teammates. What about you? Castor responded straightforwardly. Leave the tents to me. It's rare to come out here. I plan on going straight to Flameheart Fortress to continue to Yanko on missions searching for goblins. Also, to train myself and Little Fire Lion. Petra nodded in agreement. Me too. Can't always lag behind the captain. Braden patted both of their shoulders. Then work hard, and stay safe. Emery also added. I'll organize a team of hunters to conduct a thorough search, ensuring this area is thoroughly cleared. Braden leaped onto Eddie's back, waving his hand. Then I'll be off first. Castor waved back. Captain, goodbye. Eddie nodded to Little Fire Lion and Bird and Turtle, then roared lowly, stepping towards Silver Village and gradually vanishing into the morning light. Behind them, Petra kept her head down, her tone tinged with disappointment. Is this the gap between us? We're all one-star hunters, yet the difference is so large. Castor gave her shoulder a firm pat, grinning. Now we have a clear target to chase. Isn't that great? Petra looked up at him, a complex glint in her eyes, then ignited with determination. She nodded forcefully, sincerely saying, You're right. As long as we work hard, we can catch up. Passing by the caravan, Braden instinctively turned his head for a glance. His eyes swept over the crowd, finally stopping on three unusually Yanko members of the caravan. They stood on the edge of the crowd, markedly different from others who were either cheering or busy. Braden's eyebrows knitted slightly, feeling a subtle sense of unease. He patted Eddie's mane, whispering, Let's go. No need to meddle. Eddie growled softly in response, quickening its pace and carrying Braden away into the morning light. In a corner of the caravan, the three men stood in the shadows, the atmosphere somewhat tense. The older man scanned the bustling crowd around them, murmuring, Are we really taken for hired help by the caravan? Is their vision really that bad? The other two glanced at him, simultaneously moving a bit away from him. One of them mocked, If you hadn't shown off your rusty sword halfway through, would the caravan have attracted the wrathful dragon? Better stay away from you, less trouble that way. The older man's face darkened, snorting coldly. What do you mean, a rusty sword? That's my treasure, what do you know? Don't say nonsense. Treasure? The man rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond, clearly not wanting to argue. At this moment, Emery's figure suddenly appeared in front of the three men. Her gaze swept over them, a cold smile playing on the corner of her lips, her tone indifferent. It must have been very tiresome for our three distinguished guests to travel such a long way. The three men's expressions changed slightly. The older man was just about to speak. Emery didn't give them a chance to interrupt, and continued. However, the rescue fees for the hunters, the compensation for the caravan's losses, and the purification costs for the environment after the wrathful dragon's mutation. Please cover these expenses. The other two men simultaneously looked at the older man and edged away a little more. Chapter 94 Fleeting Moment. One man and one lion, racing toward the ranch. On the way, the howling wind whistled past their ears, bringing a chill. The withered grass along the road swayed in the wind. Mayenko, the early winter mountain wilderness, appeared exceptionally desolate. The outline of the cottage gradually became clear. Emmanuel saw a familiar figure from afar. Gerhard was carrying a huge winter melon to the cellar, his figure slightly bent, as if he was trying hard to maintain balance. Not far away, there stood a rudimentary wooden cart, piled high with various vegetables and mountain goods for winter. There were golden corn, green vegetables, dark brown potatoes, as well as some dried fruits and sun-dried mushrooms. Tingmaniacs cleverly waved her vines, carefully passing baskets of vegetables to Gerhard at the door. Next to her, Michelle was holding a small booklet, recording things seriously with her head down. The air was filled with the fresh smell of soil and the fragrance of fruits and vegetables, adding warmth and a sense of rural life. Michelle looked up when she saw Emmanuel, her clear voice carrying joy. Brother, you're back. How was the mission? Did it go smoothly? Emmanuel dismounted from the lion and laughed. Of course it went smoothly. Gerhard turned his head upon hearing the sound. Well, isn't this our genius beast tamer? You finally deigned to come see us, ordinary people. Emmanuel walked forward, patted Tingmaniacs' vines, and playfully punched Gerhard in the arm, laughing. What are you doing? Still feeling guilty over that free meal last time? Bringing so many vegetables, can you even eat them all? Gerhard grinned and patted the wooden cart beside him. These aren't all mine. Many of these were brought by villagers you saved before. When they heard I was moving to town, they insisted on giving me something as a thank you. Emmanuel suddenly understood. I see. But why did you decide to move to town? Gerhard put down the winter melon and took a breath. Actually, I've been thin-yanko about moving for a while. With all the beast waves and mutations lately, everyone has been on edge. Plus, there's an elderly relative who needs care, so we moved. Emmanuel nodded understandingly. That makes sense. It's safer in the town. Tingmaniacs and Billy were confronting each other. Billy lightly patted Tingmaniacs' vines with his paw, while Tingmaniacs skillfully used another vine to wrap around Billy's tail. Mayenko him growl and turn away. The playful scene between the two spirit beasts lightened the atmosphere considerably. Michelle wrinkled her nose as she approached Emmanuel, sniffing him and Billy before Luyenko troubled. You both stink. Go take a bath. Emmanuel sniffed his clothes, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. All right, I guess it does smell. Michelle put her hands on her hips, pretending to be angry. No more slack, Yanko off. Go now. Emmanuel raised his hands in mock surrender, laughing helplessly. Okay, I'll go wash up. After saying goodbye, man and lion headed towards the stone house. A coolness lingered in the air of the ranch. The yellowish grasses swaying in the wind, frost clinging to the fences from last night. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a pale golden glow over everything. Smoke slowly rose from the distant chimney, carrying the warmth of home. Occasionally, sheep would appear, leisurely grazing deep within the ranch. Emmanuel lit the stove, poured a bucket of water into the iron pot, and waited quietly for it to boil. He leaned against the door, watching Billy lounging in the yard, his tail gently swaying, half-closed eyes enjoying this moment of tranquility. Life like this is pretty good, huh? His gaze fell on the mountain ridge outlined by the sunlight, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Suddenly, Emmanuel felt a sharp pain in his left arm, as if his flesh was being torn apart. Is the blood frenzy syndrome acting up? Pain spread rapidly like fire, his body uncontrollably arching, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hiss! Emmanuel gritted his teeth, but couldn't stop the trembling in his left arm. He looked down, seeing the flesh of his left arm writhing crazily, dark red veins glowing eerily. Billy immediately sensed something was wrong, jumping up from the ground and growling softly. Brother, is this the blood frenzy syndrome acting up? Emmanuel's forehead veins bulged as he nodded through clenched teeth. He staggered to his feet and rushed into the stone house, pulling open a cabinet to retrieve a sharp dagger. As he slashed, blood spurted out. The strong smell of blood quickly permeated the air. As the tainted blood flowed out, his face became increasingly pale, but the pain in his left arm only intensified. Useless. Cold sweat dripped from Emmanuel's forehead, his vision blurring. At this moment, his left arm erupted with a bright crimson light, and the blood-colored Beastmaster rune suddenly shone brightly. Lightning surged out from the rune, coursing along his arm like wild, raging thunder snakes. However, this did not alleviate the pain, but rather made the abnormal restlessness even more intense. The flesh of his left arm exploded outward, splattering everything around it. Emmanuel's complexion grew paler, his breathing became rapid, and his consciousness blurred. Mayenko, the scene before him, waver like an illusion. Brother, Eddie was beside itself with worry but could do nothing to help, unable to think of any solution. Brother, hold on. It paced back and forth anxiously inside the house, its voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. At that moment, the air in the room suddenly turned cold. In midair, dark purple flames emerged, forming a row of words. The sinister laughter of the Lord echoed through the room, twisted and excited, as if savoring Emmanuel's agony. Esteemed Beastmaster, please prepare. The new trial has begun. Ha ha ha. Eddie said in a low voice. Jacqueline must have a way. Brother, you have to hold on. Suddenly, the world went black, and man and lion vanished from where they stood. The darkness faded, and they found themselves once again in the round table hall. The massive stone round table still stood in the center, but this time, it was different, as the hall was empty and deathly silent. Eddie, watching the suffering Emmanuel, looked around anxiously. It growled, "Where are the people? Where are the people?" Seeing Emmanuel becoming weaker, Eddie's anger grew fiercer. It roared upward, "Shadow! Come out, Shadow! Where's Jacqueline? Where's Tortoise? Where's Edwin?" Eddie's voice was filled with unmasked urgency and rage. Finally, purple mist spread, creating a strange ripple in the air above the hall. The ethereal figure of Shadow slowly materialized, saying lazily, "What all the noise for? Nearly deafened me." Eddie glared at him and growled, "Shadow, where have you hidden everyone?" Shadow raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Hidden? I didn't hide anyone. Each trial has different rules. 3-person missions, 2-person missions, even 1-person missions. Unfortunately, this time it's individual tasks for the team. Ha ha ha." Shadow's laughter echoed through the hall, his gaze sweeping over the suffering Emmanuel, full of mockery. Emmanuel's breath was faint, yet he held on tightly, enduring the soul-consuming pain. Shadow sneered. TSK. What a heart-wrenching scene. The great beast hunter, gifted with dual beast space talents, inheritor of the Dragon Duke's legacy, now reduced to this, truly a sight too painful to behold. Eddie roared, "Shadow, heal brother quickly. We'll give whatever points you want." Hearing this, Shadow froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, points? Oh, Eddie, how naive you are. Do you really think this can be solved with points? This is power, it's a blessing. Isn't it this so-called curse that has helped you overcome dangers time and again? Now why has it become a problem that needs solving? Are you afraid someone will laugh?" Eddie roared, "You. If brother were to..." Its voice faltered, seemingly realizing it had spoken out of turn, and gradually quieted down. But Shadow caught its hesitation and smiled wider. "What? Why don't you finish your sentence? If he dies here, wouldn't the Dragon Duke's legacy fall into my hands?" Hearing this, Emmanuel's bloodshot eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Shadow. Blood trickled down his arm, dripping onto the ground, splashing into dark red flowers. Eddie's fur bristled with anger as it growled in accusation. "So, you knew the mad blood syndrome would erupt. You led us into a trap with that legendary bloodline spirit beast egg from the start." Shadow shrugged indifferently. "Did your master do all this for you? How can you say I guided you?" Eddie was taken aback. "You didn't." Shadow laughed. "Would saying no make it true? Ha ha. But for him, it doesn't matter which choice he makes. If the root cause of mad blood syndrome isn't addressed, death awaits him. Shadow's voice reverberated through the hall, while Emmanuel's left arm had completely exploded, blood pooling on the floor. He was so weak he couldn't even keep his eyes open, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Eddie, eyes reddening, roared, Shadow, what do you want to do to save him? We will give you whatever you want. Even the inheritance of the Dragon Duke. Shadow's laughter grew more Makyanko. Inheritance? I only need to wait until he dies. Won't the inheritance naturally be mine then? Hearing this, Eddie was overcome with fury. It leaped onto the round table, flames raging. And with its anger, an intense aura of blood energy began swirling around it, its growls echoing unprecedented savagery. Brother. Emmanuel endured the excruciating pain, lifting his head slightly and Xuanhuan at Eddie. Old brother. Eddie froze mid-step as it looked at Emmanuel, but its eyes remained bloodshot, furious and desperate. What should I do? What can I do? Emmanuel's mind was in chaos, nearly losing his ability to think. Then various images flashed through his mind. His friend's smiles, his family's calls, and his father's final instructions before disappearing. Emmanuel, I've taught you all the hunting skills I know. The rest of the way can only be walked by yourself. As his consciousness blurred, a fierce will to survive flared up. The chains in the Crimson Blood Domain. He suddenly focused, entering the Beastmaster space. The Crimson Blood Domain. Blood mist raged like a sandstorm, violent energy filling the entire space. Cracked black chains hung in the air, exuding a cold chill, while spirit beasts stood beside them. Thunder Egg's surface was covered thickly with blood crystals, unable to release any lightning. And Alvini's massive stone body was similarly locked by blood crystals, immobile. Thunder Egg. Alvini. Emmanuel channeled the magic power from the Starlight Spirit Domain into the black chains. As the power surged in, the chains started trembling, black smoke snakes rushing out to consume the surrounding blood mist. The blood mist weakened bit by bit, but the chains bore increasing pressure, threatening to snap at any moment. Pain swept over him like waves. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, never giving up. In the round table hall, a strong blood aura enveloped Eddie like angry surging waves. Its eyes were bloodshot, fangs bared, the blood energy condensing intensely, almost surpassing its lion flames. Shadow watched it, sneering coldly. Looks like you have drunk a lot of his blood. You've learned to go berserk. What? Want to kill me? You can try. Eddie growled, fury and grief intertwining, slowly driving it mad. Just as it was about to pounce on Shadow, in midair, a cluster of dark purple flames ignited suddenly. The flames quickly twisted, forming a line of text. The trial has begun. We are here to bear witness. Shadow's smile froze, his strange face twisting into rage. He's dying soon. How dare you interfere with me? Damn, this is my prey. The purple flames around Shadow blazed brighter. The hall shook violently, walls trembling and stones falling. Roar. With a piercing roar, a bolt of lightning struck down, silver light piercing through the fog, hitting Shadow directly. However, this lightning seemed to cause no real harm, but instead enraged Shadow. Its demonic body condensed abruptly, wings and claws growing larger and stronger. You will not escape. The monstrous claw shot toward Emmanuel and Eddie, with a terrifying whistling sound, aiming to tear them apart along with their souls. Eddie roared, unleashing all the blue flames within it. Massive fireballs shooting out like red meteorites colliding fiercely with Shadow's claw. The two forces collided, producing a deafening boom. The burning lion flame intertwined with the dark purple flame in the sky, turning the hall into a fiery hell. Next, bolts of lightning thundered down. Boom! Thick as pillars, they pierced through, shattering Shadow's claw. Blinding light spread. The hall became glaringly white, filled with the burnt smell of lightning. Roar. I refuse. Eddie guarded Emmanuel, and their figures gradually disappeared into the mist. The next moment, man and lion vanished completely from the spot, leaving behind only the continuous crackling of thunder reverberating in the hall. Chapter 95. The Hero from Another World. Cold wind surged into the cave, stirring up dust and sending chills deep into the bone. Braden leaned against the rock wall, his consciousness hazy, with only a faint rise and fall of his chest indicating life. In his blurred vision, he caught sight of a sliver of light coming from the cave entrance, accompanied by approaching footsteps, which gradually coalesced into a slender figure. Who's there? The billy blocked Braden, growling lowly, flames bursting out along with a bloody aura. A clear voice echoed in the cave. Is he a talent holder? Has the curse erupted? In a daze, Braden heard their conversation. Can you save my master? It's worth a try. Braden thought dimly to himself. A woman. Jacqueline. His eyelids struggled to lift for a moment, catching a glimpse of a woman standing at the cave entrance. She stood proudly, flanked by a lion enshrouded in golden flames. Her blonde hair, illuminated by the light outside the cave, shone like a blazing sun, radiant and sacred. Not Jacqueline. Before Braden could finish Spianko, he fell unconscious once again. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the woman softly said, "Drink this." Braden didn't respond. The woman bent down to lift him, supporting his chin with delicate fingers, while using her other hand to slowly feed him a golden liquid. The medicine slid down, bringing a sweet warmth. Braden's vision cleared slightly for an instant, seeing a finely chiseled face before him. Her features were flawless like carved jade, her long blonde hair loosely draped over her shoulders, her brown eyes reflecting a gentle light, profound and calm. Their proximity was so close. Braden could even smell the faint fragrance of herbs on her body. But after that one glance, his consciousness slipped back into darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Brayden slowly regained consciousness. He instinctively touched his forehead, feeling a wet towel. The coolness seeped into his skin, Mayenko him more alert. Luyanko around. The rocky walls of the cave came into view. Brayden looked down and realized he was half naked. His left arm carefully bandaged with clean wraps that had obviously just been changed. Brother, you're awake. The Billy, seeing Brayden open his eyes, excitedly moved closer, nudging his body with its furry head. Brayden raised his hand to rub the Billy's belly, whispering, "You've worked hard, worrying about me." The Billy's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's okay. But, thanks to that lady, she's really capable. Lady, have you been reading quite a few books lately? The Billy lifted its head proudly and said somewhat boastfully, "This is called being elegant. I am a well-educated lion." Brayden smiled and shook his head, slowly getting up and putting on the clean clothes placed beside him. Despite his movements still being somewhat stiff, he felt his strength returning rapidly. Let's go out and take a look. As they stepped out of the cave, the morning air greeted them, carrying a refreshing dampness. The scene outside made Brayden momentarily stunned, his expression revealing a touch of amazement. This oasis in the desert was like an emerald embedded in a golden sea of sand, its lake shimmering under the morning light as if scattered with stars. Here was clearly a neutral territory among spirit beasts, a water source in the desert. By the lakeside, a group of sand dog dragons and grass dragons drank water, their scales reflecting the warm sunlight, appearing unusually peaceful. A little further away, a large flame-tailed chicken strolled by the pond, its tail feathers like burning flames, swaying gently with its movements. An untamed aura radiated from its entire body. Seeing the scene, the Billy couldn't help but exclaim, "What a great place." Brayden took out his visor and looked around. The light on the lens quickly changed, displaying detailed information about the nearby spirit beasts, although he wanted to capture one with rock attributes, which would reasonably explain the changes in his skin during the rock body strengthening technique, allowing him to use full strength without hesitation in Silvertown. After Luyanko around, most of the spirit beasts nearby were of inferior or ordinary bloodlines, with not even one rare bloodline in sight. As expected, extraordinary bloodlines aren't easily encountered. He muttered to himself, just about to put away the visor when he suddenly caught a dazzling gold hue. Brayden's gaze fell on one side of the lake, where a majestic golden flame lion stood, vigilantly watching the surrounding spirit beasts. Its mane blazed like fiery flames, its tail swinging lightly, embodying incomparable power with grace. Every muscle contained explosive strength, yet was restrained as if bound by invisible threads, showcasing extraordinary self-control and restraint. Brayden tried to analyze its information using the visor, but the light flickered, and nothing appeared on the lens. "Sigh, it's always like this." His gaze involuntarily turned to another figure by the lakeside. It was a woman, attentively washing the bandages on her arm. Morning light enveloped her, golden hair swaying gently with the breeze, like the shimmering reflection of the lake. Her presence harmonized perfectly with the tranquility of the oasis. Yet she seemed to be the heart of this scenery, attracting all eyes. Brayden stared at her for a moment, without any ulterior motives, simply admiring her beauty. "How beautiful! How beautiful!" the Billy echoed, its tail wagging unconsciously, but the object of praise was clearly different. The woman seemed to sense their attention, lifting her head and Luyanko at them with clear and calm eyes. She walked over slowly, the golden flame lion following closely behind. The woman asked, "Your recovery speed is indeed astonishing. Is this also a talent?" Brayden moved his arm, still feeling some pain, but the external wounds had already healed. He nodded, replying simply, "Yes." The woman gave a slight nod and said solemnly, "This secret realm trial is a two-person mission, but given your condition, it seems you aren't suitable for combat." Just as Brayden was about to refute, a wave of murderous intent surged within him, leaving him frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The woman observed for a moment and continued, "Don't push yourself. What you need most right now is rest. I can complete the mission alone." After a while, Brayden forcefully suppressed the agitation inside him and gradually calmed down. His gaze became resolute again. "I can hold on for now. Rest assured, if I really can't make it, I won't drag you down." With that, he extended his right hand. "Brayden, roar." Seeing this, the golden flame lion let out a deep growl, flames spreading from its claws, its voice low and threatening. The Billy immediately blocked in front of Brayden, its fur bristling, roaring back in response, causing the air to be filled with colliding flames, the atmosphere tense. "That's enough." The woman waved her hand, signaling the golden flame lion to step back. The golden flame lion extinguished the flames and slowly retreated beside her, its eyes still alertly watching Brayden. She gazed at Brayden for a moment before finally raising her hand and Xuanhuan his. "Megan," she said coolly, her tone carrying a hint of innate pride. Brayden was taken aback, a ripple stirring within him. "Aureus? Direct descendant of the gold bloodline?" "Princess." Instinctively straightening his back, he said humbly but respectfully, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me." Valentina lightly nodded without further words. At this moment, dark purple flames suddenly ignited in midair, like unusual lights dancing under the night sky, exuding a chilling aura. Accompanied by the rising flames, the faint voice of the Lord echoed in their ears. "Called by the 10th Yanko of the Sand Kingdom, Irving, you, brave souls from another world, have been summoned here to resolve the anomaly in the anti-magic zone." The anti-magic zone was established over 100 years ago by a powerful beastmaster. At that time, the Shadow Abyss Dragon emerged in the Thunder Sand Sea, Ryanko havoc across the land of Kalsun in the Sand Kingdom, slaughtering countless lives. Provoked, the Storm Thunder Dragon, ruler of the Thunder Sand Sea, engaged in an epic battle with the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The dragons fought endlessly, thunderstorms and sandstorms sweeping across the land, turning the desert into hell. Ultimately, heroes from another world joined forces with the Storm Thunder Dragon, sealing the Shadow Abyss Dragon in the anti-magic zone. Since then, Sand City has returned to peace and prosperity. Main quest, Dual Brilliance of Black and White Lightning. Quest content, resolve the anomaly in the anti-magic zone and restore peace to Sand City. Upon completion, each will receive 5,000 points as a reward. Failure results in a deduction of 5,000 points. Those with insufficient points will be eliminated. As the voice faded, the dark purple flames gradually extinguished, everything returning to silence. Brayden thought to himself, so even after all that, Inying wasn't erased by the secret realm. But such intense lightning strikes, even if it didn't die, it must have been severely damaged. 5,000 points. This quest rewards 5,000 points. His heart sank, sensing the undercurrents. Brave souls from another world? Isn't the secret realm just historical illusions? Brayden sensed the strangeness of the quest and asked dubiously. Valentina calmly explained. The new Yanko's secret realm isn't limited to historical projections. It also connects to other small worlds beyond the Velran continent. Brayden was somewhat startled. Other small worlds? What is the Lord's true intention? Valentina took a step forward, her gaze calm and profound. Inying is merely the gatekeeper of the new Yanko's secret realm. The purpose of the secret realm is simple, to strengthen the chosen ones until they become the new Yanko. Brayden repeated softly, New Yanko. You'll understand when you transcend the ordinary. She paused for a moment, her gaze shifting to the distance. Now, let's go and meet the king of the Sand Kingdom. Brayden followed her gaze, seeing in the distance sand flying up as two massive Jujiao beasts pulled a luxurious sand carriage slowly approaching. The mighty bodies of the Jujiao beasts resembled moving war wagons, each step stirring up fine sand. The carriage was inlaid with gems, glittering in the sunlight. While the guards around it wore dark brown battle robes, their expressions solemn, creating quite a grand scene. The sand carriage stopped in front of Brayden and Valentina, and a tall guard stepped out of the formation, kneeling on one knee, his voice deep and respectful. Welcome, noble heroes. His Majesty has been awaiting your arrival at the palace for some time now. Valentina nodded slightly. Lead the way. They boarded the sand carriage, and with the deep growls of the Jujiao beasts, they ventured towards the splendid city deep in the desert, the Sand Kingdom, Kalsun. Chapter 96, The Sand Kingdom, Karsam. Ollie and Trudy sat in the sand carriage. The scorching sunlight was blocked by the fabric canopy on top of the carriage, keeping the desert's heat at bay. The bottom of the sand carriage was composed of special smooth metal plates and wheels, which allowed it to glide smoothly over the sand, leaving shallow tracks. On the other sand carriage behind, the Golden Flame Lion and the Billy lay side by side. The Golden Flame Lion lay on its side, its mane shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Its eyelids were slightly closed, completely ignoring the eager Billy beside it. What a proud lion! The Billy muttered angrily, lying on the ground with his head resting on his front paws, no longer paying attention. Just then, a small desert dragonfly hovered over and landed on the tip of the Golden Flame Lion's moist nose. The ears of the Golden Flame Lion twitched slightly. Then it suddenly sneezed loudly, scaring the dragonfly away in panic. Ha ha ha. The Billy couldn't help but laugh out loud, rolling around. The Golden Flame Lion opened its eyes sharply, with anger in its gaze, then leaped up and pounced at the Billy. Laughing at me. The two lions immediately wrestled together. The elegant posture of the Golden Flame Lion was gone, Lu Yanko disheveled and somewhat comical. In front of the sand carriage, Ollie witnessed this scene, couldn't help but curve his lips, and quietly gave a thumbs up. It seems they get along well. Trudy cast a glance at the two fighting lions, nodded slightly, without saying much more. Her gaze turned to the distant sea of sand. As they proceeded, the city of sand gradually appeared on the horizon. The city was surrounded by yellow sand, seen from afar. With animal bones dried by the wind and flags decorating the walls, it resembled an isolated island in the sea of sand. The sand carriage entered the city gate, and the scene before their eyes made them pause. Almost all the people on both sides of the street were ragged, with dark, emaciated skin. Many suffered from chronic malnutrition, barely able to stand. They watched as the sand carriage passed by, kneeling on the ground and murmuring prayers. How wonderful! It's the Herobrun, we are saved. Herobrun, please save us. All this suffering is due to the Shadow Abyss Dragon's curse. Ollie's gaze swept across the dry faces of the people, and he couldn't help but frown. Trudy glanced over the kneeling crowd. Her tone was cool. Such hardship cannot be solely attributed to the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The sand carriage continued forward and stopped under a huge stone wall. The wall was painted with colorful murals depicting the history of the city of sand. A nearby maid stepped forward solemnly and stood straight, introducing the content of the murals. These murals depict the Yanko's glory and greatness. On the mural, a city rose from the raging sandstorm. King Ellis I stood majestically on a high platform, commanding the army to fight against the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The invasion of the Shadow Abyss Dragon almost destroyed the city of sand, but His Majesty made a pact with the Storm Dragon and fought the monster together. However, the battle was still at an impasse. Finally, the Yanko summoned heroes from another world, leading the army to seal the Shadow Abyss Dragon in the Forbidden Magic Land. At the end of the mural, a statue stood in the center, Precisely this Yanko, LSI. His posture was dignified, holding a scepter, symbolizing supreme imperial power. Ollie carefully examined the mural, noticing that, in the part depicting the storm dragon, the face of the dragon had been chiseled off. What's going on? He pointed at the mural and asked. The maid beside him was about to explain when the captain of the guard stepped forward first. He had a serious expression, saying in a deep voice, the faces of the storm dragons on the mural were chiseled off by order of His Majesty. Ollie seemed to be deep in thought, leaning closer to Trudy and whispered softly. This matches the general description of the mission, but the details don't align at all. Trudy smiled calmly and said frankly, rulers are adept at beautifying themselves and deceiving the people. As long as they are wise rulers, such tactics may not necessarily be bad. She paused, her gaze passing over Ollie, landing on the kneeling people by the roadside. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. You and I are merely transient passers-by from another world. The true owners of this land are them. The captain of the guards listened quietly. Although his face showed no obvious expression, his eyes revealed a touch of internal struggle. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Ollie sighed softly. Yes, as long as they are wise rulers. The sand carriage slowly stopped in front of the palace gate. Two giant-jawed beasts breathed heavily, stirring up sand dust that gradually dissipated. Ollie and his party stepped into the palace. The scene inside was markedly different from the city, but it didn't surprise them. Inside the palace, it was resplendent, with shining crystals embedded in the dome, refracting a rainbow of light. The walls were carved with intricate patterns, where gold and gems shone brilliantly together. In the center of the grand hall, rare treasures and fragrant wines were piled up, emitting an intoxicating aroma. Dancers gracefully moved in a dance floor adorned with colored glass, their soft bodies flowing smoothly like water, and the thin veils drew graceful arcs in the air. It was a scene of indulgence and debauchery without bounds. The nobles below were dressed in splendor, holding gemstone-embedded goblets. Some laughed loudly, some whispered quietly, revealing their complete indulgence and uninhibited joy. On the throne sat King LSX, reclining leisurely. He wore a long robe embroidered with gold and silver threads, his hands adorned with large gemstone rings. His demeanor lazy, his eyes half smiling as they scanned the hall. As Ollie and Trudy stepped into the hall, a guard was about to reprimand them. But the Yanko raised his hand and waved it casually. No need to kneel. These are honored guests from another world. Give them seats. Immediately, the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more lively. By the Yanko's command, the dancers performed more enticing dances. The musicians played livelier tunes, and one course of fragrantly tempting dishes after another was served. The entire scene was extravagantly over the top. Trudy did not take her seat, her disgust evident in her eyes. She spoke in a deep voice. How revolting. The hall fell silent for a moment. The guards glared angrily, but the Yanko waved them back with a gesture. Then, Trudy could no longer endure and directly asked the Yanko, what is the situation with the forbidden magic land? King Ellis swirled his wine glass and replied, the seal has indeed loosened somewhat recently. Black lightning has begun to emerge, causing unease. Ollie chimed in, his gaze sharp. What about the storm dragon? Has it been sighted near the forbidden magic land? Ellis's expression flashed with impatience before he concealed it, whispering softly. A century ago, the storm dragon was affected by the black lightning, losing its reason and began attacking Yanko humans. If you encounter it, be cautious and do not approach rashly. Trudy stared at him coldly. Is there any other information? Ellis shrugged indifferently. That's all for now. No sooner had the words left his mouth when Trudy turned on her heel without hesitation. Ollie and the fire lions followed suit without delay. Their figures vanished from the hall. King Ellis's gaze instantly turned cold. The hall resumed its previous uproar, but an indescribable sense of oppression lingered in the air. Ellis hurled his wine glass at a nearby servant girl, bellowing, a bunch of rude barbarians from another world. The chief guard hesitated for a moment, then reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, the situation at the sealed area is not merely loosening. I suspect the seal has already been. Before he could finish, Ellis's expression turned grim. In the next instant, he drew the dagger at his waist. Thunderous light exploded, and the tip of the blade pierced the abdomen of the chief guard. Ellis slowly withdrew the blade, his tone icy. Remember, whether it's you or those heroes, you are all tools of this Yanko. This time let it go. If there is another, you won't be needed alive. The chief guard clutched his wound, bowed his head, and trembled. Yes, Your Majesty. The surrounding guards remained silent, their expressions complex, but no one dared to intervene. Trudy and Ollie walked out of the palace together. Sunlight bathed her stern face, her gaze appearing even deeper. Ollie asked, should we investigate the sealed area first, or try to make contact with the storm dragon? That Yanko was definitely lying through his teeth. Trudy stopped and said calmly, investigate the sealed area first. If the sealing array has only loosened, I can mend the array to prevent the situation from worsening. Ollie nodded. All right then. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his chest, his vision went dark, and his body swayed unsteadily. The Billy exclaimed, bro. In a daze, Ollie's consciousness once again entered the Beastmaster space. Crimson blood domain. The crimson world stretched before his eyes, with thick blood mist floating in the sky, and black chains spanning heaven and earth, radiating heavy pressure. He saw honor had already freed itself from the blood crystal bindings, regaining mobility. It wobbled towards him, affectionately rubbing against Ollie. Ollie stroked its head. I'm glad you're okay. Not far away, Horatio remained tightly encased in the blood crystal. but the pulsating light became brighter, as if about to hatch. Ollie placed his hand on the eggshell, sensing an urgent will transmit it. He said gravely, I understand. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. This desert's abundant lightning mana makes it perfect for your hatching. At that moment, black energy condensed in midair around the chains, forming rows of characters. Congratulations on becoming a 2-star Beast Master. I hereby witness this. Ollie was startled. 2-star Beast Master. Then the detailed information of the Crimson Blood domain surfaced in his mind. Beastmaster space, Crimson Blood domain. Soul Beast, Thunder Egg. Bloodline level, Epic. Attribute, Electric. Beast type, Illusory Beast, Elemental Beast. Beast level, Level 1 Juvenile. Beast skills, Engraved Elemental Mastery, Thunder, Apprentice. Beast skills, Engravable Thunder Strike, Apprentice, Lightning Attraction, Apprentice. Ollie's gaze turned solemn, muttering to himself, Horatio's bloodline level has evolved to Epic? Should I engrave the 2-star Soul Beast skills? Yes, engrave. Chapter 97, The Magic Prohibited Land. Enwar slowly opened his eyes, feeling a clear mind and no longer weighed down by the heaviness from before. He lay on a simple yet clean wooden bed, with his gaze reaching a small but cozy house, where a faint aroma of herbal medicine filled the air. You're awake. The meal will be ready in a while. An elderly but kind voice came from the doorway. Enwar looked up to see a hunched old woman, smiling and nodding at him. Don't worry, that young lady has already paid. You're quite lucky to find such a beautiful wife. Enwar paused for a moment, responding with some awkwardness. Sure. Thank you, elderly ma'am. The granny waved her hand, turned around, and left, leaving him alone with the billy who had been keeping watch beside him. What's going on? Enwar's gaze shifted towards the billy. This is a small village in the desert. The billy flicked its mane, with a hint of concern in its expression. You were out cold for half a day, are you okay? Enwar frowned slightly, raising a hand to press his temples. I should be fine. He speculated that the recent flare-ups of blood madness were due to his promotion to a 2-star beast tamer. Now, with the skill engraving completed and the Crimson Blood realm stabilized, the blood madness should not recur, at least not in the short term. It was then he noticed a faint suppressive force emanating from his left arm. Luyanko down. He saw a delicate bracelet on his forearm. The bracelet emitted a faint golden glow, feeling cool and smooth to the touch, subtly radiating an extraordinary aura. This is... Enwar raised his hand, questioning. The billy explained. It's Adriana's. She said it can suppress your curse. Enwar gazed at the bracelet, pausing for a moment. After a brief game, this word seems misplaced as it doesn't fit naturally in English here. He confirmed that the agitation of the blood madness had indeed been suppressed once more. This bracelet does work. Where is she? The billy replied in a solemn tone. She went with Lizette to inspect the magic prohibited land. Enwar mused internally. Lizette? That must be Adrian's name. They've become so close already. Just then, his left arm suddenly lit up with crimson light, revealing runes intertwined with lightning. Leiden's consciousness surged into his mind, urgent and clear. Enwar closed his eyes, sensing it, and murmured, lightning mana is surging. I understand. Billy, can you track them? There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Sure, their scent trail is still fresh. The billy stood up, flicked Yanko its tail confidently. Let's go. We need to catch up quickly. Enwar put on his armor, a trace of gravity in his eyes. Something's amiss at the magic prohibited land. Adriana sat astride Lizette's back, the golden flame lion moving gracefully through the undulating dunes of the desert. The silver moonlight bathed the vast sea of sand, creating ripples of silvery white, as if countless waves rose and fell beneath it. However, as they approached the magic prohibited land, a stifling heat pervaded the air, like an invisible wave of heat rising from underground. Occasional flashes of lightning streaked across the distant sky, accompanied by deep thunderclaps. The scene ahead gradually became clear. The magic prohibited land was a massive stone pit, with the bottom deeply sunk and stretching like fissures. In the center stood several huge thunder crystal pillars, seemingly ancient, with lightning dancing on their surfaces. However, these crystals should have been blue-white, but now a layer of black lightning corroded them, emitting ominous vibes. Adriana dismounted the lion, lifting her head to survey the surroundings. Runes carved into the pit walls emitted faint purple light. These runes connected to sealing chains on the ground, most of which were broken or vanished. The lightning mana here is being corroded. Adriana spoke slowly, her voice low and laden with worry. A gentle breeze stirred her golden hair, the moonlight adding a unique beauty to her face. Roar! Lizette growled softly, her golden mane suddenly flaring up. Her amber eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam, intently staring at the darkness ahead. A faint crackling sound echoed in the air as lightning interwove incessantly. In the next instant, the agitation of lightning intensified abruptly, with several dark lightning elements silently emerging from the ground. They resembled flowing liquids, but emitted a profound luster. Dancing agilely, these lightning elements twisted and changed, black lightning flickering and bursting on their bodies. Clearly sensing Adriana's presence, they suddenly pounced toward her. Lizette! Adriana shouted lightly, and the golden flame lion instantly leaped forward, its sharp claws landing heavily, like a bolt of golden lightning charging at the incoming black lightning. Wherever the flames reached, the lightning elements let out piercing wails, gradually dispersing and turning into beams of dark lightning. But just as it turned, another thunder element surged toward its flank with eerie speed, the swirling black lightning transforming into several sharp blades aimed directly at Lizette's body. It leaped up abruptly, dodging most of the attack. But a tendril of black lightning still grazed its side, leaving a slight burn mark. It growled lowly, baring its fangs to release a stream of golden flame, which surged like a torrent of fire, engulfing the black lightning entirely. Adriana did not stand idle. Her gaze was cold and sharp, as she raised her hand gracefully, summoning a long sword blazing with golden flames in her grip. The sword gleamed brilliantly, contrasting sharply with the electric lights under the night sky. She lightly leaped up, the sword's glow slicing through the air like a scorching sun, aiming straight for the approaching thunder elements. Boom! The sword sliced through the air, scattering black lightning. The thunder element exploded instantly. Flames burned the remaining thunder, stirring up a fierce wind around them. Adriana moved with light and elegant steps, gracefully dodging attacks from two more thunder elements. She abruptly plunged the sword into the ground, golden flames spreading outwards from the tip like a fiery web, forcing the thunder elements back. Tayenko advantage of their retreat. She swiftly swung the sword, each strike precise and directed at the core. Moments later, all thunder elements were cleared away, restoring silence to the surroundings. Adriana sheathed her sword and bent down to inspect the damaged rune Marienkos on the ground. Her fingertips brushing over the fragmented engravings brought a piercing chill. She frowned deeply, a cold glint appearing in her eyes. This is evidence of deliberate sabotage, and it wasn't recent. She slowly stood up, surveying the area, her gaze sweeping over the sand dunes and shadows. This isn't merely weakening. Someone intentionally destroyed the seal. Before she could finish Spienko, the earth trembled violently, sand rolling beneath her feet like surging waves. The surrounding dunes began to collapse, revealing black stone pillars buried under the yellow sand. Runes appeared, glowing intensely with purple light. At the center of the magic-prohibited land, the ground suddenly cracked open. The cracks twisted like serpents, extending far into the distance, accompanied by a deep rumbling. Adriana quickly retreated a few steps, her eyes narrowing as she tightened her grip on the sword. From those cracks, dark black lightning surged out like a tidal wave. The black lightning devoured moonlight and starlight, turning the once tranquil desert into an endless storm of thunder and destruction. Thunder roared deafeningly, ancient evil dragons attempting to break free from their seals. Roar! Chapter 98, Shadow Abyss Dragon. Boom! Huge rocks shattered one after another, crashing against the pit bottom, emitting a sharp and deafening roar. The lightning crystal pillars standing in the deep pit collapsed one by one. Black thunder raged, like countless mad snakes writhing through the air, carrying destructive power to shatter the surrounding rune stones into pieces. Swordlight flickered as Xuanhuan deflected the flying debris and black thunder. Lizette raised its head to howl towards the sky, exerting strength from all four paws to stabilize itself. Its eyes cautiously observed the ever-deepening darkness not far away. The collapse continued. The pit bottom seemed like a hideous monster's mouth, constantly spewing out black thunder mists. Suddenly, the wind rose sharply as if an invisible force was pushing the air circulation, bringing a sense of oppression and suffocating heat. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the demon band land. That sound carried ultimate anger and powerful pressure, just like thunder exploding across the sky. Soon after, a huge shadow soared into the sky, carrying the rumbling of thunder and lightning. It was a gigantic spirit beast with scales shining like black obsidian. Its body was surrounded by black thunderbolts, with light and shadow intertwining on its massive body, Mayenko it intimidating. Shadow Abyss Dragon. Its body was overwhelmingly huge, with its wings spreading to block out the sky, obscuring all moonlight. Coiling around its claws were broken sealing chains. These chains flickered with faint purple light, interwoven with the black thunder wrapped around its dragon claws, appearing extremely evil. The Shadow Abyss Dragon cast its gaze upon Lizette and the human, its dragon eyes filled with mockery and killing intent. That was the posture of an unbeatable Yanko, as if everyone standing before it was merely ants. Roar! Lizette growled lowly, golden mane bristling up, brimming with fighting spirit. It took a deep breath and leaped forward, gathering golden flames in its mouth, which were then shot out. Golden flames tore through the sky, scorching heat splitting the air and rushed straight for the Shadow Abyss Dragon. But the Shadow Abyss Dragon disdainfully raised one of its giant claws, black lightning rolling. After a brief standoff, the golden flames were swallowed and disappeared. After landing, Lizette paused for a moment but quickly stabilized itself, its eyes fixed on the terrifying enemy. With a flap of its wings, thunderstorms and sandstorms danced wildly in the air, violent gusts hitting everything around. Lizette, be careful, Xuanhuan reminded sternly without any sign of panic. Her figure transformed into a streak of golden light, flashing behind the Shadow Abyss Dragon like lightning. Her longsword stabbed abruptly, with the fiery blade slicing through the air, aiming directly at the base of the dragon's tail. However, the Shadow Abyss Dragon sensed the danger. It twisted its body abruptly, sealing chains sweeping horizontally, black lightning blasting, bringing earth-shattering pressure. Xuanhuan's pupils constricted, she dodged suddenly, narrowly avoiding the chain attack. Although she avoided the fatal strike, the continuously sweeping giant tail still sent her flying several yards. After landing, Xuanhuan stabilized herself, leaving deep footprints in the sandy ground. She wiped off the trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. Determination flashed in her eyes. She said solemnly, "It has just broken the seal and is still in its weakened phase. Now is the best time to kill it." Lizette nodded. "All right." It growled once more and charged toward the Shadow Abyss Dragon again. Golden flames wrapped around its claws. Every attack carried an overwhelming momentum, grabbing down suddenly. Thunder clashed intensely with golden flames. Thunderfire exploded together. Shockwaves spread throughout the demon bandland, causing cracks everywhere on the ground. Suddenly, Lizette spat out a column of scorching fire, aimed directly at the Shadow Abyss Dragon's chest. At the same time, Xuanhuan's figure moved like a streak of golden light, circling around to one side, sword raised high, stabbing towards its wing membrane. The Shadow Abyss Dragon reacted swiftly. Black lightning formed a barrier, which suddenly burst open when the golden flames arrived, annihilating the flame pillar completely. Its flapping wings caused a thunderstorm, forcing back Lizette, while its giant claw attacked Xuanhuan's sword tip. Xuanhuan's gaze was cold. She used the rolling force to avoid the dragon's claw, her sword scraping over its scales, igniting a string of sparks. Lizette took the opportunity to leap onto the Shadow Abyss Dragon's side belly, its sharp claws grabbing hard at its lower ribs. Sharp claws sliced through the scale armor, dragging out patches of dark red blood. In pain, the Shadow Abyss Dragon roared angrily and twisted its body. Black thunder erupted along the wound, forcing Lizette to retreat backward. Xuanhuan followed closely behind, Strienko again at the Shadow Abyss Dragon's eye with her sword, but it blocked the attack with its scales. The coordinated attacks of the human and lion temporarily suppressed the Shadow Abyss Dragon, slowing down its movements obviously. But this stalemate did not last long. The Shadow Abyss Dragon abruptly lifted its head and let out a deafening roar. The powerful sound waves stirred up dust clouds, and thunderbolts coiled around its body like whips. Its tail swung suddenly, the ceiling chains hitting the ground with heavy booms. Boom! The surrounding lightning crystal pillars were shattered by the Shadow Abyss Dragon's power, their fragments raining down and creating one deep pit after another. The ceiling runes instantly collapsed into countless threads of black energy, greedily absorbed by the Shadow Abyss Dragon. Thick black lightning erupted from its ghostly white scales, each scale emitting a destructive aura. Its aura became more frenzied, as if its strength was boundless. Xuanhuan gripped her longsword tightly, ice cold. It's devouring the power of the seal. She took a deep breath and thrust forward with her sword, which dragged along blazing golden flames straight toward the Shadow Abyss Dragon's neck. Lizette moved in tandem, circling to the side of the Shadow Abyss Dragon, opening its mouth to spew golden flames. However, the Shadow Abyss Dragon had already adapted to its newly awakened power. Its giant wings suddenly spread, bringing a thunderstorm that forced Xuanhuan and Lizette back several meters. Seizing the moment when they retreated, the thunder chains swept across abruptly. The chains shimmered with a faint purple light, each ray carrying a powerful sealing force. Xuanhuan blocked horizontally with her sword. Golden flames flared up brilliantly, exploding loudly when colliding with the chains. Though her flames weakened the whip's power, the remaining impact still sent her and Lizette flying back. She nearly lost her grip on her sword, her arms trembling from the massive shockwave. Mana flow is becoming sluggish. Xuanhuan panted, her brows furrowed, eyes revealing a hint of shock. It can actually use the power of the seal? Her vision blurred slightly, the dizziness intensifying. The golden flames began to dim, and it felt as if her body was bound by an invisible chain, with the flow of mana within her nearing a complete halt. The Shadow Abyss Dragon let out an eerie howl, its chains bursting with purple light, the sealing runes spreading out as purple ripples. Xuanhuan felt the last bit of her mana ebb away like receding tide. No matter how she tried, she couldn't muster even a fraction of it. Cold sweat slid down her forehead, dampening her temples. Her mana was completely sealed. The Shadow Abyss Dragon raised its massive claws high, the chains trailing the remnants of Thunder's might, smashing down. Xuanhuan's breathing quickened, her vision growing increasingly blurry. She clutched her sword tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she stood firm, pride and defiance gleaming in her eyes. The black thunder chains were getting closer. Xuanhuan's mind went blank. Is this the end? At this critical moment, a dazzling white light suddenly streaked across the sky, dispelling the darkness of the mana-sealed land. The light exploded, intense rays enveloping the Shadow Abyss Dragon's body. This was a flash grenade thrown by Willis. A flash grenade is a specialized tool used to combat colossal spirit beasts, made from phosphorescent crystals. These crystals can release brief but extremely intense beams of light and sound waves under violent impact, causing severe disturbance to sight and hearing, enough to temporarily blind the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The Shadow Abyss Dragon emitted a painful screech, its enormous body violently twisting in the light, crashing to the ground. Its wings flapped against the sandy sea, raising plumes of dust. Amidst the chaos, Willis leaped up from underground. His gaze sharp, his movements swift. Moonlight cast upon his profile, making him appear exceptionally composed and calm. Xuanhuan. Willis instantly locked onto the fallen Xuanhuan and rushed to her side. She leaned against a broken stone wall, pale-faced, disheveled blonde hair, highlighting her extreme weakness. Willis bent down, scooping her up in his arms. Sorry for being rude. Xuanhuan's eyelashes fluttered, her lips parting slightly as she whispered, Willis. Before she could finish, she lost consciousness, her head resting gently on his chest. Hold on. Alvin Stupid. Willis commanded. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and Alvin Stupid emerged from below. As soon as it appeared, it quickly unfolded a rock crystal shield, encasing Willis, Xuanhuan, Lizette, and Billy inside. Let's go. Following Willis's order, Alvin Stupid carried everyone into the underground passage, moving at breakneck speed. Roar! Moments later, the shadow abyss dragon regained its vision. It roared to the sky, spreading its wings and ascending, black lightning and sand swirling around it. It lowered its head, sniffing the residual magic in the cracks. In the next moment, it transformed into a black meteor, chasing after them. Chapter 99 Silent Night. Danteith the Desert. The rock crystal shield shimmered faintly, tightly enveloping everyone, as Alvin slowly darted through the depths of the desert. Anwar held Trudy, his body pressed against Alvin's slowly broad head. The Billy and Lizette clung to the back of the stone creature as they all sank deeper underground. They continued forward, with Alvin slowly burrowing into the subterranean stone wall. Suddenly, everyone plummeted. Boom! With a muffled sound, Alvin slowly landed steadily. Before them lay an otherworldly underground pond. Crystal stones grew from the cave ceiling, casting soft light that reflected on the clear water surface like stars in the night sky. The emerald green pond was calm, surrounded by moss and bioluminescent plants emitting a faint blue-green glow. Anwar patted Alvin slowly. Phew, thanks for the ride. He then summoned it into the Crimson Blood Realm. Luyanko up at the cave ceiling. He could still hear distant low rumbles. Anwar frowned. The Shadow Abyss Dragon is still Luyanko. Trudy in his arms let out a faint moan. He looked down and saw her eyelashes flutter, gradually opening her eyes. Infuse mana into the bracelet. Without hesitation, Anwar channeled mana into the bracelet slowly. He realized there were several spells inscribed within it. Runes lit up, forming a golden barrier around them, completely isolating inner and outer mana. Moments later, the thunderous sounds gradually faded away, and the presence of the Shadow Abyss Dragon also disappeared. Anwar finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the rock wall softly saying, "Finally gone." Lizette lay on the ground, watching the weakened Trudy, whimpering. It suddenly raised its head, glaring at Anwar. "This is all because of you. If it weren't for Miss not having her bracelet, we wouldn't have lost." Trudy had her eyes closed, her consciousness drifting. She said weakly, "It has nothing to do with the bracelet. I underestimated the enemy. This sealing power is very bizarre, and I wasn't well prepared." As Anwar was about to say something, he noticed large patches of bloodstains on Trudy's underarmor, clearly indicating rapidly bleeding wounds on her chest and abdomen. Anwar spoke in a grave voice, "We must stop the bleeding." Lizette was so anxious it stomped its feet. "Hurry and save her." Anwar nodded, hesitating for a moment before bending down to start unfastening her armor. "I apologize." Trudy opened her eyes. Though weak, her gaze remained sharp. "What are you planning?" Anwar lifted his head, meeting her eyes steadily. "I need to stop your bleeding. If left untreated, it will attract spirits." Trudy froze for a moment, seeing the pool of blood beneath her. She paused, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, eventually nodding slightly. Having received permission, Anwar began unfastening Trudy's armor. His movements were slow and gentle, careful not to touch her wounds. Then he removed her inner armor and the blood-soaked undergarments. Phew! With each piece removed, Trudy's breathing became noticeably quicker. Anwar pretended not to notice, maintaining a composed and focused expression. But while removing the clothing, he suddenly felt intense pain in his abdomen. Luyanko down. He found that Trudy had tightly pinched his waist, so tight that the skin turned pale white. Did the Hannah do this? Anwar inwardly grumbled, but showed no outward reaction, continuing his task. Trudy's face flushed unnaturally red. Her fingers gripping Anwar didn't loosen, instead tightening even more. Finally, Anwar gently peeled away the bloody cloth, revealing her injured torso and abdomen. Bruises spread around the wounds, flesh torn open. Anwar took a deep breath, carefully cleaning around the wound with a damp cloth, gradually removing the blood. "It might hurt a bit, bear with it." Anwar reminded her without Luyanko up. Trudy gave a soft her voice softer than usual. He sprinkled powder over the wound and wrapped it meticulously with clean bandages, his actions remaining steady and emotionless throughout. After bandaging her, Anwar covered her lightly with a blanket. Standing up, he wiped sweat off his forehead. "That should be fine now." Trudy glanced at Anwar, then turned her head away, closing her eyes and ignoring him. Anwar touched his aching abdomen, where the pinch still burned painfully. He saw bruising and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Did the Hannah do this? Lizette watched everything, suddenly howling. "Gone? All gone." The Billy looked bewildered. "Gone? What's gone?" Lizette gritted its teeth, shouting, "Gone. All gone. How can you be so dense?" Lizette grew angrier the more she looked at the Billy. She directly pounced on it, angrily biting its ear. But with her magic flow sluggish, she was no match for the Billy and was soon pinned down beneath it. The two spirit beasts began to wrestle. Anwar walked to the edge of the pond, squatting down. He immersed the blood-soaked gauze into the cool water, kneading and rubbing it vigorously. Crystal-clear droplets slid through his fingers, and his movements were unhurried, yet focused and steady. At that moment, a school of small fish quietly swam past in the clear water. His lips curved slightly upward, his left hand lifted, encircled by electric light. Blue-white thunder leaped into the water like a serpent. Water splashed as several plump fish floated belly up to the surface. He scooped them up, shook off the excess water, and carried the fish back to the fire. From his spatial ring, he took out various Xuanhuan utensils and ingredients. The fire crackled gently, casting an orange-red glow on Anwar's face. He laid the fish on a flat stone slab, swiftly removing scales, opening the bellies, and carefully extracting the tiny bones. Then he minced the fish meat, putting it into a pot. He grabbed a pinch of salt and some herbs, sprinkling them into the pot, and stirring them with water slowly. Moments later, the fragrant aroma of the fish and fresh herbs spread quickly. In the damp air, the appetizing smell made everyone swallow saliva involuntarily. Beside the bonfire, Trudy had a serene expression, but her gaze kept drifting toward the pot from time to time. As the rich fragrance wafted through the air, her stomach let out a crisp rumble at that moment. She paused, her cheeks flushing red, hurriedly turning her head away and biting her lower lip tightly. Anwar brought over the steaming fish porridge, gung, and walked up to her, saying softly, "Stop pretending, have some food." Trudy lifted her head, Luyanko at him with complex eyes, but didn't say anything. Anwar squatted down, placing the bowl beside her, carefully supporting her shoulders and placing a soft cushion behind her. Trudy was forced to sit up. With an unnatural expression on her face, she said faintly, "I can do it myself." She tried to raise her hand, but found herself lack Yanko strength. Anwar ladled a spoonful of fish porridge, blew on it gently, and offered it to her mouth. "Come on, open up." Trudy frowned, her eyes filled with hesitation, but finally opened her mouth slowly. The temperature of the fish porridge was just right, the fish tender and flavored with herbs. Mayenko won savor unconsciously. She swallowed the first bite, pursing her lips without a word. Anwar ladled another spoonful, still blowing on it, then passed it to her again. Reluctantly, she ate another mouthful, her lips trembling slightly. "How does it taste?" "Not bad." As the fish porridge neared its end, Trudy's eating pace sped up. Initially, she ate slowly, showing little appetite. But after a few bites, hunger surged within her. Mayenko her eat much faster. Anwar smiled and said, "Eat slower, don't choke. There's more." Trudy raised her eyes and glared at him. "I'm not a child." Anwar raised an eyebrow. "Well, you are an injured person though." Trudy was momentarily speechless and could only lower her head, continuing to eat silently. After the last spoonful, she sighed, saying nothing more. Anwar picked up the cloth, gently wiping away a streak of broth from her lips. Trudy turned her head, glaring at him. "I can do it myself." Anwar put away the cloth, stood up, and returned the bowl to the fire. All right, you can." Trudy watched his retreating back, lightly pressing her lips together, her eyes filled with complexity. She leaned back against the rock wall, humming softly, whispering, "Thanks." Anwar did not turn around. "No need to thank me. It's for the injured." As night deepened, the underground pond under the crystal's dim light appeared even more serene. The weak bonfire occasionally crackled, casting warm light into the cave, illuminating Trudy's pale face. Anwar leaned against the rock wall, his eyes never leaving her. His expression was unusually serious, eyebrows furrowed. In the flickering firelight, he noticed sweat beads forming on Trudy's forehead, her cheeks flushed abnormally. He bent down and touched her forehead, the scorching heat instantly alarming him. Anwar gently tapped her cheek. "How hot?" Trudy, wake up." Trudy opened her eyes slightly, her gaze dazed. "The power of the seal has been eroding my beast space, constantly absorbing my life force." Anwar's heart sank heavily. "Is there any way out?" Trudy said solemnly. "Unless there is another powerful force to break this balance." Before she could finish, her voice gradually faded. Her head tilted slightly to the side, her breath becoming increasingly weak. Anwar's fists clenched tighter, his fingernails deeply embedded into his palms, while the veins on the back of his hands stood out prominently due to the force. What do I do? His thoughts raced rapidly, countless possibilities flashing through his mind, but leading to no solution. He lowered his head, Luyanko at his left arm, where the dark red flesh appeared eerie and vivid under the firelight, seemingly pulsating faintly. "Will my madness blood work?" Trudy did not respond. She had already passed out. Anwar took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. He drew out the dagger, its blade gleaming with a cold light in the firelight. With one swift motion, crimson blood gushed out. The blood instantly flowed out, trickling down his arm and dripping to the ground. He gently lifted Trudy's head, moving cautiously. Crimson flowed. The blood slid into her mouth from the corner of her lips, entering her body. Trudy's throat twitched slightly, instinctively swallowing. Moments later, her breathing became rapid, and her body trembled lightly. Anwar kept a close watch on her face, constantly observing the situation. However, before he could sigh in relief, Trudy abruptly opened her eyes. Those once clear brown eyes were now tinged with a shade of crimson, exuding an unusual frenzy and bloodlust. "Trudy?" In the next instant, she pounced at him. Her sharp teeth mercilessly pierced into his arm. Anwar felt a wave of excruciating pain as blood gushed into her mouth. "Hiss!" Anwar gasped sharply, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Instinctively, he wanted to pull away, but seeing Trudy's pale face gradually regaining color, he paused for a moment, ultimately gritting his teeth and enduring it. Trudy continued to bite into his arm, her violent aura spreading throughout the cave. After a while, her hands fell weakly, and she leaned entirely against Anwar's chest, shivering all over. It seemed she regained consciousness, emitting faint sobs. Anwar remained silent, holding her in his arms. In the cave, aside from the occasional crackling of the bonfire, there was no other sound. Time seemed to freeze. Chapter 100, Recovery. 3 days later, by the underground pond. The crystals still shimmered on the cave ceiling, casting a soft glow over the pond. Mayenko the water sparkle. Hannah stood by the pond, adjusting her equipment. Her golden armor gleamed brilliantly under the crystal light, its design simple yet magnificent. Her condition had fully recovered, and there was an unprecedented ease in her expression, radiating vitality and beauty. In contrast, Braden's state was much weaker. He leaned against a nearby rock wall, Luyanko slightly weary. appearing thinner, with more defined facial features and a hint of paleness. Hannah raised her head and glanced at Brayden, rarely feeling, for the first time, a bit guilty, a bit embarrassed. But she quickly suppressed it. During these 3 days, she frequently absorbed Brayden's madness blood, which allowed her to break the seal. This also caused Brayden's weakness. However, his madness blood disorder did not erupt during these 3 days, which put him completely at ease. Hannah smiled. Thanks for your madness blood these past few days. Brayden rubbed his brow, pulling a helpless smile. It's fine as long as you're recovered. Hannah did not respond, her golden eyes watching him, her gaze holding some complex emotion that vanished almost instantly. She looked at Lizette, gently stroking its mane, and said softly, Lizette's seal wasn't deep. It has been completely lifted over these few days. Lizette let out a low hum and nudged her. Hannah continued in a calm voice. The Yanko of the Sand Kingdom is full of lies. To reseal the Shadow Abyss Dragon, we must find the Thunderstorm Dragon. Brayden thought for a moment. Then let's return to the village to gather information. Hannah nodded slightly. All right. Brayden raised his hand, summoning Alvin Slowpoke. The massive rock body slowly appeared from the Crimson Rune, stirring up dust when it landed, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Let's go, Brayden said softly, jumping onto Alvin Slowpoke's head. Hannah patted Lizette's mane, and the golden flame lion roared lightly, leaping onto Alvin Slowpoke with its Yanko. Their figures disappeared into the depths of the cave. The ground shook, and the sand sea split open. Alvin Slowpoke emerged from deep within the desert, letting out a low roar, sending waves of sand surging outward. Brayden stood steadily on its head, pointing towards the village ahead. We're here, Hannah said. Your presence is too noticeable. Let's ride the fire lions into the village. Fine. Brayden recalled Alvin Slowpoke, and the two, along with the 2 lions, headed towards the village. The dilapidated village lay quietly at the edge of the desert, as if forgotten by time. Low houses were built with cracked mud bricks, their walls peeling. A gust of sand wind blew, stirring up dried dust from the ground, dancing chaotically in the air. Villagers cautiously huddled in their small homes, occasionally revealing wary eyes behind tightly closed windows, but quickly retreating into the shadows upon meeting Brayden and Hannah's gazes. The streets were empty and silent, with only a few emaciated sand dogs rummaging through garbage piles for scraps, exuding an eerie, desolate atmosphere. Brayden and Hannah dismounted from the lions, scanning the dilapidated streets. They approached an old man who was drying fish by his door. Brayden asked, Old sir, have you seen the Thunderstorm Dragon? The old man lifted his head, his cloudy eyes sizing them up. Upon recognizing them, his face changed abruptly. Without a word, he got up and fled back into his house, slamming the door shut with a loud thud. Brayden paused. The atmosphere here seems different from before. Hannah's gaze turned cold. Let's check the home where we stayed earlier. Finally, they found the elderly woman they knew from Brayden's stay. Seeing them, she visibly trembled, her face filled with caution, gripping her cane tighter. You? Why are you here again? Brayden hurriedly raised his hands to explain. We just want to ask about something. We won't harm you. Hannah took a step forward, her tone calm but authoritative. Can you tell us about the Thunderstorm Dragon? The old woman swallowed hard and whispered. The last time the Thunderstorm Dragon appeared was over 50 years ago. Her gaze flickered, as if lost in memory. It was the guardian deity of this desert. But after that appearance, no one has seen it since. It is said that it returned to its homeland, the land of Thunderglow. The land of Thunderglow? Brayden probed. The old woman looked up at the sky and lowered her voice. Don't ask too much. Leave quickly. Now the Yanko has put a bounty on you, saying it was you who released the Shadow Abyss Dragon. My Yanko, you sinners of the mad Thundersand Sea. You'll be in danger if they find you. Brayden's brows furrowed. We're wanted. Hannah's gaze instantly turned cold, her golden eyes flashing with a sharp chill. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the village entrance. A squad of knights clad in brown battle robes appeared, riding thunder war horses with lightning wrapped around their hooves. They wore necklaces with carved runes hanging from their waists, and held long spears that emitted thunderous light. Found them. It's them, shouted the leading knight harshly. The knights quickly dispersed, surrounding Brayden and Hannah, with thunder elements following behind them, their bodies entwined with lightning and wearing rune necklaces on their hands and necks. The necklaces glowed with a cold purple light, as if completely subduing the will of these thunder elements. Hannah whispered, These rune necklaces are exactly like the sealing power. Brayden nodded. It seems the chains that disappeared from the sealing place were mostly taken by the Yanko. The leading knight roared angrily. The Yanko has ordered your capture. Surrender, or you won't even have the chance to resist. Hannah's gaze was icy cold, her long sword trembling slightly in her hand, the golden flame lion growling lowly. The sand beneath her feet subtly warming up, the air temperature rapidly rising. Brayden sighed softly, summoning the eternal blade, with the billy beside him, ready for action. Moments later, all the knights were felled, the rune necklaces shattered. The thunder elements and war horses regained their freedom, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the desert. Hannah asked softly, Elderly lady, do you know the last direction the Thunderstorm Dragon appeared? The old woman trembled, pointing towards the distance, her voice weak. In that direction, at the end of the sand sea, there's a patch of green land. May you be safe. Brayden glanced at Hannah, and both understood each other. They simultaneously mounted their lions. Flames ignited as they sped away from the village, disappearing into the endless yellow sands, leaving the villagers trembling in fear. Chapter 101, The Land of Thunder Splendor. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, with an endless expanse of blazing sand stretching out, as if to bury all life under the boundless heat. Xuanhuan and Braden rode Flame Dawn and Billy respectively, finally entering the depths of the desert. Following the old woman's directions, they moved forward. But Lianko around, there was only the undulating golden sea of sand, and a vast emptiness that verged on despair. Xuanhuan dismounted from her lion, her brown eyes narrowing slightly. There's no reaction to any magic here. Braden similarly surveyed his surroundings, his brows furrowed tightly. He glanced around, then patted Billy. Billy, go search the surroundings and see if there's anything unusual. Billy immediately shook its sandy mane. Sure thing, brother. Xuanhuan also gently patted Flame Dawn, signaling for it to follow. At their call, the two lions swiftly moved through the scorching sands, stirring up streams of fine dust as they went. After half a day, the area remained eerily silent with no signs of anomalies. Just when the two were about to lose patience, Braden's left arm began to throb. The crimson runes abruptly emitted blinding light, with flashes dancing and magical energy surging. What's happening? Braden subconsciously pressed his right hand against his left arm. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he felt his magical power gushing out in large amounts. Xuanhuan suddenly turned around, noticing Braden's distress. Her brown pupils constricted sharply. This surge of magic. She stepped closer, her gaze sharp. Your spirit beast seems to have some connection with the Thunder Dragon. Before she finished Spianko, the ground started to tremble violently. In front of them, the void began to ripple, and the outline of a distorted space gradually emerged. Silver-blue lightning flickered between cracks, resembling countless raging dragons. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, the land of thunder splendor? The lightning continued to intensify, completely enveloping Braden and Xuanhuan. When they opened their eyes again, the scorching sands had vanished, replaced by a lush oasis forest. The land of thunder splendor. Here, it was nothing like the desolate heat of the desert. Verdant mountains surrounded them, with dense vegetation glowing with soft green hues. And at the center of this verdant land, a towering peak pierced the clouds, its body intertwined with lightning as if drawing thunder from the heavens into the earth. Thunder-based magic permeated the air, even visible as faint arcs of electricity leaping between crystals. Xuanhuan surveyed the area and softly spoke. I didn't expect such a hidden realm to be concealed within the desert. Braden nodded, his gaze fixed on the mountain wreathed in lightning. It seems the Thunder Dragon should be on that mountain. As he spoke, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck the summit far away. For a moment, the entire realm seemed to tremble. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously urged their fire lions forward, racing towards the Thunder Mountain. On the way, they gradually entered the outer forest surrounding the Thunder Mountain. This forest was distinctly different from ordinary ones. It was a red woodland. Trees were no longer emerald but entangled with dark red vines. These vines were covered with spiky protrusions, interwoven with blood-red spider webs. Each thread of the web emitted a faint magical fluctuation, radiating a dangerous aura. Xuanhuan frowned, pointing to a cave deep in the woods. That should be the lair of the spirit beast. Braden nodded. Let's go around it and be cautious. A low growl came from within the den, so they cautiously detoured, continuing towards the Thunder Mountain. They also discovered enormous transparent carapaces lying quietly on the open forest floor, their surfaces flowing with viscous liquids, emitting a strange luster. Braden approached to inspect it, frowning. I thought it was snake skin, but this seems to be some kind of secretion from a spirit beast. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with caution. We should hurry along. Braden nodded and continued towards the Thunder Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, ancient murals appeared on the rock face ahead. Primitive yet vivid, these murals recorded historical segments. Xuanhuan's gaze fell upon the murals, and she murmured softly, Is this the Thunder Dragon? In the images, the Thunder Dragon stood majestically, encircled by lightning, squatting on a patch of greenery as if guarding something. Though the characters beside the mural were eroded and blurred, the overall image remained clear. Billy tilted its head after studying the murals for a long time, then couldn't help commenting. I wonder who carved all this here. Braden pondered. Perhaps it was someone who previously revered the Thunder Dragon. They followed the murals upwards toward the mountain's waist, roughly inferring the history depicted on the murals. Black thunder rumbled, and black thunder creatures attacked the desert, their origins unknown. The Thunder Dragon engaged in several battles, but each time, the black thunder creatures seemed to grow stronger. It devoured the Thunder Dragon's lightning, growing stronger and stronger, until one day, a hero from another world descended, fighting alongside the Thunder Dragon, and eventually sealed away the black thunder creatures. In the next scene, the king of the Sand Kingdom knelt before the hero as if pleading for something. Braden murmured softly, Ellis the First? Above the hero in the mural, a massive rune floated, shimmering with strange light. Xuanhuan squinted her eyes. That's the Beastmaster rune. Braden spoke gravely. No wonder we haven't seen any Beastmasters here. It seems this continent didn't have the Beastmaster rune before. It was impossible to open the Beastmaster dimension. Xuanhuan nodded. Yes, it seems this Beastmaster gave the Beastmaster rune to King Ellis. But why is there none now? Suppressing their doubts, they continued on as the mural's content changed. For a time, the Beastmaster of the Sand Kingdom coexisted harmoniously with the Thunder Dragon. However, human greed destroyed everything. The scenes grew chaotic. Ellis III murdered his father and ancestors. He brutally slaughtered all the Beastmasters of the Sand Kingdom. Tayanko control of the power of the Beastmaster rune alone. Then he ordered the dismantling of the chains at the sealed land for research. They exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Suellen nodded. I see. Billy said. So the chains at the sealed land started being dismantled over 100 years ago. Braden nodded. Flame Dawn snorted. No wonder the seal on the Shadow Abyss dragon became so fragile. It's all because of this Ellis III. Wait, this Ellis X isn't good either. The murals continued. The Thunder Dragon tried to stop the dismantling of the chains, but was surrounded by the armies of the Sand Kingdom. Covered in blood, it ultimately fell in the desert. Ellis III's life also ended in that chaos, and the Sand Kingdom plunged into continuous internal strife and war. Suellen's gaze turned cold as ice. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly. Thick black clouds gathered, covering the entire sky. The once calm mountain stream pond suddenly exploded, with massive thunder cascading down like waterfalls. Water splashed, lightning surged. Each bolt of thunder roared like an enraged dragon, deafening roars echoing in the air. Braden narrowed his eyes, drawing the ever-burning blade, guarding against any danger around him. A golden figure slowly emerged from the center of the thunder, as if born from the lightning itself. Boom! With a deafening roar, the golden giant dragon stepped out of the thunder, its body towering and majestic, radiating indescribable pressure from every inch. Its huge wings unfolded, the wing bones like condensed lightning, causing gusts of wind and lightning with just a slight flap. Its sharp claws deeply embedded into the rock, and its head was the most awe-inspiring part. Its head lifted high, with four majestic thunder horns extending from both sides of its head. The top horns were exaggeratedly large, encircled by lightning, resembling an emperor's thunder crown. The lower pair of horns were sharp and pointed, standing like a great jaw of lightning on either side. Its eyes exuded a chilling aura of authority, gazing down upon the intruders into its territory. Suellen's breath caught slightly. The Thunder Dragon. Chapter 102, Thunder Egg. Vaughn stepped forward, positioning himself in front of everyone. He looked up at the Storm Dragon, his figure overshadowed by its massive and imposing body. He said in a deep voice, "We came here to seal the Shadow Abyss Dragon." The Storm Dragon gazed down at him coldly, its eyes filled with disdain and deep suspicion. "You humans cannot be trusted." Its voice was as low and thunderous as it shook the air around them. "My wingmate once fought alongside you to stop the destruction of the Shadow Abyss Dragon. But ultimately, he was betrayed by humans and never returned." Vaughn thought to himself, "Wingmate? Mate." A scene flashed through his mind. The mural showing the Storm Dragon covered in blood, lying in the desert. So the Storm Dragon in the mural that was surrounded by an army is its wingmate. Suellen stepped forward, her brown eyes directly meeting the Storm Dragon's. "We are different. We come from the same world as the hero in the mural. Our purpose in coming here is also to stop the Shadow Abyss Dragon." The Storm Dragon's gaze flickered for a moment, but quickly turned cold again. "Is that so?" "Indeed. Only the great person in the mural has ever helped us. But humans, you humans are too cunning. I will not make the same mistake again." Its voice was deep and authoritative. "Leave now, before I change my mind." An oppressive aura from the Storm Dragon pressed down on them like a giant wave of thunder. Flame Dawn and the Billy emitted low growls, clearly sensing the immense threat. At this moment, the rune on Vaughn's left arm suddenly lit up again, with the lightning power rapidly surging. The surrounding thick lightning magic instantly boiled. The Storm Dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed in shock. "This power, it feels familiar." It slowly approached Vaughn, its massive figure blocking out the light from above, golden scales reflecting faintly with lightning. Vaughn looked down at the unusual movement of his left arm, surprised. Could the Thunder Egg be related to the Storm Dragon? The Crimson Beast rune suddenly burst into blinding light, and a large Thunder Egg slowly emerged. The huge Thunder Egg was covered with thick blood crystals, with faint dark red patterns on the surface, intertwining with the lightning. Suellen's gaze was profound as she stared at the Thunder Egg. The Storm Dragon approached the Thunder Egg, sniffing it gently with its massive head, a strange light flashing in its eyes. "This aura, it's familiar, yet somewhat different." Vaughn regained his senses and said, "Could it be because of this layer of blood crystals? It wasn't like this before." The Storm Dragon fell silent for a moment, then lifted its head, its majestic lightning horns slightly swaying. "Follow me to the mountaintop. Perhaps everything will be revealed there." Vaughn and Suellen were taken aback at the same time. Mountaintop. However, at this moment, the ground trembled violently, and the sky over the land of Thunderlight was torn open by piercing black lightning. Boom! A thick black lightning bolt pierced through the barrier of the secret realm, striking the other side of the Thunder Mountain directly. The entire land of Thunderlight seemed to plunge into madness, with dark purple clouds rolling in the sky and fierce winds howling. An ominous aura surged towards them, like an impending catastrophe. The Storm Dragon abruptly lifted its head, its eyes blazing with intense anger, and the lightning around its body instantly intensified. It spread its wings and flew up, roaring towards the sky. Shadow Abyss Dragon. The Storm Dragon transformed into a dazzling flash of lightning, rushing towards the direction of the black lightning. Vaughn and Suellen exchanged glances, the air filled with tension and urgency. Vaughn asked solemnly, "Should we go to the mountaintop first?" Suellen thought for a moment. Yes. The two spurred the Billy and Flame Dawn, racing swiftly toward the mountaintop. Along the way, the murals continued, narrating the hidden history. The later murals depicted the deeds of the heroes from another world. In the paintings, the hero was portrayed as exceptionally brave. He rode a spirit beast wandering in the desert, worshipped by the people of the Sand Kingdom. There were even murals depicting the hero enjoying wine and leisure in the palace, surrounded by countless submissive nobles and royalty. However, Vaughn and Suellen soon noticed a peculiar figure beside the hero in the paintings. It was a robust creature, covered entirely in black fur, like a beast. It had a pair of curved horns on its head, sharp eyes, seemingly silently watching everything. Vaughn frowned. Beastman. Suellen studied it for a moment, nodding. Indeed, it looks a bit like one. The clues from the murals seemed to abruptly end, bringing them to the last two paintings. One painting showed the hero's face with a hint of eerie smile, holding the hand of the black-furred creature, while Yanko towards a hidden door, their backs gradually disappearing into the light. The other was a stone carving covered with strange runes and texts, with continuous lightning shining. Vaughn barely glanced at it. He felt a wave of dizziness, and the world before his eyes was Yanko. However, Suellen carefully studied everything without any signs of discomfort. Vaughn shook his head and walked alone to the mountaintop. In the distance, two storm dragons were fiercely battling in the sky, their massive bodies intertwined with thunder, their roars Yanko the valley like the heavens collapsing. At the center of the mountaintop stood a large crystal slot, crystal clear, with lightning swirling around it like a flowing river of thunder. At this moment, the thunder egg within the crimson blood domain emitted a series of rapid vibrations, as if it was responding to some fateful calling. The blood crystals on the surface of the thunder egg shimmered with light, seemingly eager to break free from the constraints of the crimson blood domain. Vaughn slowly approached the crystal slot, understanding fully in his heart. He reached out his hand, summoned the thunder egg, and carefully placed it into the slot. The moment the thunder egg fit perfectly into the slot, it seemed as though the slot was specifically crafted for it. Lightning surged from the slot, enveloping the thunder egg, its glow becoming increasingly intense, as if illuminating the entire sky. Vaughn gently touched the surface of the thunder egg and spoke loudly. You've been cooped up long enough. It's time to come out. He and the Billy stepped back a few steps, watching the thunder egg cautiously. In the next instant, a thick bolt of lightning rose from the thunder egg, piercing straight into the sky. Boom! Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, lightning gathered, illuminating the entire land of thunderlight. Suellen walked over slowly. Is this your other bonded spirit beast? Vaughn nodded, Yanko calm. Yes, I think you must have noticed it long ago, but just didn't ask. Suellen nodded slightly. No further words were needed between them. The lightning continued to gather, eventually forming a huge thunder vortex in the sky. Suddenly, lightning fell. Boom! Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the thunder egg, spreading rapidly. Intense lightning shining through, causing the entire egg to explode. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the mountain peak was instantly engulfed by intense lightning. Vaughn and Suellen hurried forward to check, seeing fragments of the thunder egg scattered everywhere, and the crystal slot had vanished. Vaughn called anxiously, Thunder egg. He approached the slot, suddenly feeling a gentle breeze pass by. Snap! A furry little creature leaped out from the lightning, directly pouncing onto Vaughn's head. Its tiny arms tightly hugged Vaughn's head, emitting an excited squeak. Startled, Vaughn looked up, only to see a small spirit beast clinging firmly to his head. It was a baby thunder ape, covered entirely in blue-white fur. With short but sturdy limbs, its fur occasionally sparked Yanko with electricity. On its head were a pair of thunder horns, gleaming with a faint light, its eyes lively and playful. Vaughn gently lifted it down and placed it in his arms, the baby thunder ape rubbing affectionately against his chest. The billy moved closer, tilting its head to observe for a while. Hey, new little one, don't stick to the boss like that. The baby thunder ape tilted its head to look at the billy and sneezed a small electric puff with its tiny paw. The billy retreated a few steps. Damn. Chapter 103, Encirclement. Little Marcel leaped onto Braden's shoulders, continuously rubbing itself against him. Its fluffy little paws grabbed his hair, emitting excited squeaks. Hey little guy, stop it. Braden helplessly patted its small head, yet a look of indulgence was on his face. However, little Marcel clearly had no intention to settle down at all, lightly jumping onto the billy's back. The billy suddenly shook its body and roared. What are you doing? Don't grab my fur. But little Marcel hugged its thick mane tightly, even rolling over it, appearing quite delighted. The billy roared angrily. Be more gentle. You're going to pull all my fur out. Shirley snorted coldly. TSK, don't pretend. Your messy fur? A little monkey could possibly strip you bald. Hearing this voice, little Marcel swung its tail, directly flying onto Shirley's back, spreading its claws to start scratching. Shirley was taken aback, abruptly jumping up. Get off! Get off! You naughty monkey! The billy, watching from the side, couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. Its tail Yanko the ground. Shirley glared at the billy, flames of anger rising within her. Stop laughing. Just then, Henrietta walked over slowly, her brown eyes landing on little Marcel, her gaze narrowing slightly. Turns out it's a spirit beast with epic lineage. Braden nodded, reaching out to pick little Marcel off Shirley's back and placing it in his arms. At first, it only had extraordinary lineage. Never thought its bloodline level could evolve to such a degree. Henrietta remarked in a low tone, this is actually very common. Some spirit beast lineages carry extraordinary potential. Epic lineage or even higher mythical lineage usually don't fully manifest right after birth. They need nurturing and cultivation to gradually awaken. Henrietta continued, some bonded spirit beasts are sealed in the beast tamer's space, which although affects their initial combat power, allows them to gradually enhance their lineage strength and compatibility as the beast tamer grows. Such spirit beasts can more easily assist their tamers in entering the realm of 6-star extraordinariness. Hearing this, Braden recalled Finda's enormous python shadow during the battle with the black dragon. He frowned slightly, muttering softly, I see. Then, he turned his gaze towards Henrietta, unable to resist opening his mouth. To this day, you've only used one spirit beast. Could it be your case is similar? Henrietta slightly nodded, not denying it. After Frolic for a while, little Marcel finally seemed to have exhausted its energy. Lying lazily on the billy's back, closing its eyes with a yawn, Braden suddenly asked, by the way, what were those stone-carved runes? I took just one glance and felt dizzy. Henrietta was gently stroking Shirley's mane but stopped upon hearing this, slowly raising her head. Her expression was more serious than usual. That's a complete set of meditation methods. Braden's voice grew deep. Meditation methods? The lush forest began to crack, trees undulating like waves. The spirit beasts residing in the secret realm emitted sharp cries, fleeing in groups. Their movements were chaotic, filled with boundless fear in their gazes. In the distance, black and white lightning clashed violently, savage power like the center of a storm, expanding outward from the battlefield's center, devouring all life around it. The purple-black clouds surged like floods, pressing down on the entire sky, almost suffocating. Two huge figures battled fiercely amidst the clouds, thunder crisscrossing. Their loud roars shayenko heaven and earth like thunderclaps. The figure of the thunderstorm dragon appeared faintly within the surging cloud sea, its scales shimmering with bright blue-white lightning, akin to a thunder deity descending. Its four huge lightning horns closed slowly, its head lowering slightly, with lightning converging crazily atop its head. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning spewed forth between the thunderstorm dragon's horns, strienko directly at the Shadow Abyss dragon. The Shadow Abyss dragon opened its grotesque mouth, black lightning meeting it. As two destructive forces collided, exploding together, the shockwave distorting the entire sky. In the next moment, the purple chains around the Shadow Abyss dragon vibrated sharply, bursting into intense light as if answering its call, exuding an extremely bizarre force. The sky's purple-black clouds churned wildly, forming a massive vortex, completely cutting off the thunderstorm dragon from the sky's lightning magic. Braden and Henrietta, standing on top of the mountain, were enveloped by this terrifying pressure, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed on their chests. Mayenko, breathing somewhat labored. Shirley let out a soft whine, her tail involuntarily curling behind her, the fire on her body dimming slightly. The billy stood tall and proud, burning with battle fervor, its eyes gleaming ferociously. Braden looked up at the sky, the surging force within the purple-black clouds causing a chill to run through him. He thought to himself, such power, though not comparable to the black dragon, far exceeds that of an ordinary spirit beast. It's simply a disaster. Henrietta frowned slightly, muttering, the storm dragon's movements are becoming sluggish. Its lightning is being sealed. Braden summoned the Fire Lion battle armor from his spatial ring and looked aside. He saw that Henrietta had already understood her intention and summoned a set of gold-crafted Fire Lion battle armor from her own spatial ring. Braden felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. Thinyanko. No wonder she's a Hannah. She has everything. Braden said in a deep voice. Billy, little Marcel, let's go. The billy growled low. All right, brother. Little Marcel, sure. Squeak. Roar. The storm dragon roared thunderously, swinging its massive tail with all its might at the Shadow Abyss dragon's head. The Shadow Abyss dragon easily avoided it by twisting its body. At the same moment, the purple chains burst into a dazzling light, suddenly lashing out and tightly entangling one of the storm dragon's wings, pulling it forcefully toward the ground. Bang! The huge body of the storm dragon smashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up dust and rocks. It struggled to rise but was continually eroded by the sealing force, its thunderous glow gradually fading between its scales. The Shadow Abyss dragon roared, and the chains struck like venomous snakes straight for the storm dragon's head, trying to crush it completely. At this critical moment, a fierce flame cut through the sky, smashing heavily into the Shadow Abyss dragon's chains. Boom! The flames exploded, blocking the chain's assault. Stunned for a moment, the storm dragon lifted its head and saw two fiery figures descending from the sky. The billy spread its vast fire cloud wings, its entire body burning with fierce crimson flames, resembling a blazing meteorite. On top of its head, little Marcel's eyes sparkled with lightning, its little paws waving as if commanding the gathering thunderclouds. Shirley, clad in the gold Fire Lion battle armor, her fire wings like golden flames, followed closely behind. Henrietta leaped off Shirley's back, her sword turning into a golden flame, slashing fiercely at the Shadow Abyss dragon's side wing. Braden stood on the billy's back, the eternal flame sword blazing with intense flames. He flicked his sword, sending flames shooting towards the sky. He leapt down, cutting toward the Shadow Abyss dragon. Humph! The Shadow Abyss dragon sneered coldly, its chains sweeping, forcing back Henrietta and Shirley. Then it swung its tail to meet Braden's slash. The giant blade struck down, splitting the Shadow Abyss dragon's shell, deep cracks revealing a gush of blood. Roar! The Shadow Abyss dragon roared in pain, its eyes turning toward Braden, filled with overwhelming rage that seemed capable of burning everything. Billy! Braden growled. The billy dived down abruptly, its flaming claws hissing forcefully at the Shadow Abyss dragon's head. At the same time, little Marcel stretched out its small paws, sending a thick bolt of lightning from its horns, accurately striking the Shadow Abyss dragon's wing. Boom! Lightning interwove with flames, the Shadow Abyss dragon roaring angrily as its scales cracked, blood oozing out. This flame, how can it be so scorching? The Shadow Abyss Dragon's voice was low and hoarse, full of disbelief. Shirley's gaze was complex as she muttered softly. This doesn't seem like ordinary fire lion flame. What is this? The billy grinned arrogantly and flicked its tail. Not telling you. Shirley humphed quietly. Henrietta's golden eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on Braden's eternal flame sword, shock appearing in her eyes. A faint azure light could be seen through the flames on the sword. Ancient draconic azure flame? Henrietta whispered. Their eyes met, and almost simultaneously, Braden and Henrietta launched powerful assaults. The azure flames and golden flames intertwining brilliantly, suppressing the Shadow Abyss Dragon so much that it struggled to resist. Little Marcel hopped onto the storm dragon's head, waving its tiny paws, guiding the thunderclouds to gather. Spirit Beast Skill, Thunder Summon. The storm dragon growled low. It's useless. The lightning in this area has been sealed. Rumble, rumble. Thunder rolled overhead, and the purplish-black seal was torn apart, wild thunder forces rushing down from the clouds. The storm dragon lifted its head in shock. How is this possible? Its 4 lightning horns slowly unfolded, absorbing the thunder energy. The thunder light gathered once more atop its head, its aura surging to its peak instantly. Little Marcel raised its paw and softly said, Bro there. Braden growled low. All right. The crimson beast's rune shone brilliantly. In front of Braden, the shadow of 2 lightning horns condensed. And in the next instant, he channeled all the magic power from the crimson blood domain. Lightning surged forth. 2-star beast tamer skill, Thunderstrike. Little Marcel's lightning horns also shot out dazzling lightning. Spirit beast skill, Thunderstrike. The 4 lightning horns on the storm dragon's head fully closed together, a thick column of lightning erupting out. 3 bolts of lightning converged into one, Strienko the Shadow Abyss Dragon with the power to destroy everything. Boom! The lightning engulfed the Shadow Abyss Dragon, its scales exploding and blood spurting. It let out a piercing cry, its face burnt and dragon horns broken, Luyanko utterly wretched. The Shadow Abyss Dragon howled in pain, dragging its bloodstained body as it staggered towards the edge of the secret realm. Braden and the Billy were about to move forward to pursue it, but Henrietta blocked them. No need to chase. The man and the lion paused in confusion. Chapter 104, A New Companion. The figure of Jorge gradually faded away, his injured body appearing and disappearing between the clouds, eventually vanishing completely outside the secret realm. The roar of the thunderstorm dragon gradually subsided, as little Layuan stood on its head, jumping excitedly. The thunderstorm dragon lowered its head slightly, Luyanko at Yarden and his party. With sincere gratitude in its eyes, thank you for protecting the Thunder Splendor secret realm. Yarden nodded slightly. It's nothing. Suellen smiled faintly. Still, let's go to Thunder Mountain first. You need time to recover. The thunderstorm dragon flapped its wings, carrying the 2 people towards Thunder Mountain. The Billy and Lizette followed behind. The thunderstorm dragon's nest was situated halfway up a mountain where lightning flashed. The interior filled with rich lightning magic power, thunder crystals embedded in the rock walls emitting dazzling blue-white light. The thunderstorm dragon slowly coiled down, took a few breaths, and then began to tell the history here. Long ago, this place was a barren desert, until a hero from another world arrived, helping us build this secret realm, allowing us to be free from external disturbances. The thunderstorm dragon paused and continued. Unfortunately, Amerigo's ambitions destroyed everything. He tried to control all spirit beasts and even dismantled the chains of the sealed land, wanting to release Jorge to seize greater power. Since then, the Thunder Splendor secret realm has been completely isolated from the world, and Jorge gradually regained strength. Yarden and Suellen's faces darkened. Lizette roared in anger. Amerigo truly deserves death. The Billy nodded in agreement. They entered the nest and sat down along the stone walls. Yarden seemed to think of something and asked softly, Why didn't we pursue Jorge just now? Suellen said calmly, No rush, it will not be too late to act after the thunderstorm dragon recovers. She paused and continued, And this time can be used for cultivation. Yarden nodded thoughtfully. Finyanko secretly. She is worried about being immediately recalled to the round table hall after the mission is completed. He looked up at the thunderstorm dragon. When you have recovered from your injuries, can you assist us in pursuing Jorge? The thunderstorm dragon nodded. Of course. But I have a request. Suellen's expression changed slightly. What is it? The thunderstorm dragon's gaze turned to Yarden. I hope you can take my child away. Yarden was stunned. Me? The thunderstorm dragon slowly raised its huge claw, and a low rumble of thunder came from deep within the nest. Accompanied by the slight flicker of lightning, 2 baby thunder dragons slowly flew out of the cave, their figures appearing and disappearing. The first baby thunder dragon was covered entirely with bright yellow scales, the scales interspersed with intense blue-white lightning. Its wings spread wide, brimming with strength. It stopped beside the thunder crystal, greedily absorbing the dense lightning power around it, lightning flowing over its scales like a brilliant star. In contrast, the other baby thunder dragon appeared particularly frail. Its body was slender, and the lightning was dim. Despite its small stature, the scales on its body still faintly glowed with lightning, like restrained potential yet to awaken. Its eyes did not appear timid because of its frailty, but were instead full of focus and determination. It pushed aside the baby thunder dragon beside it, and began competing for the thunder crystal. The thunderstorm dragon watched them tenderly, saying, They need the power of lightning to grow, but the thunder crystals here are limited. Even all the thunder crystals in the entire Thunder Splendor land barely suffice for one to grow. The lack of lightning magic has caused their slow growth. I hope you can take one away so it can have a better future. Yarden was silent for a moment and asked, why me? The thunderstorm dragon answered softly, I sensed a volatile bloodline force in you. This kind of power can enhance the potential of spirit beasts. As long as you form a contract with it, it can gradually grow even without thunder crystals. Insane blood. Yarden muttered silently, understanding the thunderstorm dragon's intention. He walked toward the two baby thunder dragons. The weak little creature lifting its head cautiously, Blinyanko its bright eyes at him. Yarden smiled faintly, reached out, and gently touched its head. The baby thunder dragon seemed to feel warmth, rubbing against the back of his hand, emitting a low soft cry. Yarden looked at her, smiling faintly. Such a weak little thing, it seems it can absorb quite a bit of insane blood power. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Not choosing the bigger one. Yarden shook his head. No, I like its eyes more. Do you want to come with me? The baby thunder dragon lifted its head, looked at the thunderstorm dragon, then looked at Yarden, and finally nodded lightly. Yeah. Little Xuanhuan jumped up happily nearby. Great. Yarden raised his hand to touch the baby thunder dragon's head. The crimson runes suddenly lit up, shooting out red runes that enveloped the baby thunder dragon. Little Xuanhuan trembled slightly, and Yarden sensed a hint of anxiety in its consciousness. He calmed it with a gentle thought, whispering softly, don't be afraid, I'm here. Gradually, little Xuanhuan settled down. The crimson runes swirled around its body, transforming into a stream of light that flew into Yarden's beast-taming space. Yarden's consciousness followed and sank into the crimson blood domain. The sky seemed like a rolling sea of blood, with blood-red clouds continuously swirling. Compared to before, it seemed much weaker. Little Xuanhuan flapped its tender wings, flying above the crimson domain. It curiously glanced around, its golden slit pupils reflecting this violent and crimson world. Lightning coursed between its scales, stirring up faint ripples, interweaving with the surrounding blood mist, producing slight crackling sounds. Although the oppression from this space was omnipresent, little Xuanhuan felt no fear but instead displayed curiosity and excitement. Honor emerged from underground, whispering, Brother, this is the new one. Yarden nodded. Yes, it's still young. Take good care of it. Honor smiled sincerely. Okay. Little Xuanhuan landed on Honor's head, slightly opening its mouth to start devouring the surrounding blood mist energy. Yarden nodded approvingly. Show it around. Honor took little Xuanhuan for a stroll through the crimson domain. As Yarden willed, information about little Xuanhuan appeared before his eyes. Beast taming space, crimson blood domain. Spirit beast, little Xuanhuan. Bloodline level, epic. Attribute, electric. Spirit beast type, dragon species, elemental species. Spirit beast level, level 1 juvenile stage. Spirit beast skill, thunderbolt. Yarden sighed softly. Indeed an epic bloodline spirit beast. His consciousness gradually withdrew from the beast taming space. Opening his eyes, he saw Xuanhuan standing quietly beside him. How did it go? Yarden nodded and smiled. Everything went smoothly. The thunderstorm dragon suppressed its reluctance and looked at Yarden solemnly, saying, Thank you. It lowered its head to lick the other baby thunder dragon in the nest, its eyes filled with tenderness. Xuanhuan gently beckoned, turning to walk out of the cave. Follow me. Yarden asked, puzzled, what are we doing? Xuanhuan turned back, a sharp glint flashing in her golden eyes, teaching you meditation methods. Yarden was taken aback, but then smiled faintly, following her. Chapter 105 Breakthrough. The thunderstorm Sand Sea, a forbidden land. Jorge's figure broke through the sky, its roar of anger and frustration echoing between heaven and earth. Its scales were scorched black, lightning snakes writhed across its body, and visible wounds marred its form. Each explosion of black thunder seemed to vent its humiliation and pain. It hovered in midair, sniffing the surrounding air. The familiar sealing power made it feel something was off. Something's not right. It suddenly let out a roar. Roar. The space around began to distort, and the array set up around the forbidden land instantly vanished. The encircling army of the Sand Kingdom was revealed. Battles raged everywhere, with sand rising like waves. Countless thunder elementals gathered around the sealed land. Huge chains shot out from all directions like venomous snakes, tracing arcs of cold light in midair, accurately entangling Jorge's neck, wings, and limbs. Clang, clang, clang. The chains emitted heavy sounds, radiating strong sealing power. Jorge roared and struggled fiercely, flapping its wings vigorously, stirring up a storm of sand. However, those chains, reinforced by powerful sealing magic, were unbreakable. With a deafening boom, its massive body was pulled hard towards the ground. Boom! The sand sea trembled, rocks shattered and flew. Jorge landed abruptly and struggled furiously. Sealing purple light constantly leaked from the chains, eroding its strength. Its eyes flashed with unwillingness and fury, roaring low. A mere human dares to bind me. Black lightning surged. The thunder within Jorge continued to emerge, trying to break free. Purple light intertwined with black lightning, generating countless ripples of magic. Yet, the chains remained as immovable as a rock, showing no sign of loosening. The previous battle had already drained most of its magic power, ending its struggle in failure. Jorge stared with bulging eyes and began attempting to absorb the sealing power from the chains. At this moment, a black iron sand carriage slowly approached, emitting a low-friction sound of sand and metal. The carriage stopped, and an obese figure stepped out. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, each step carrying invisible pressure. Kian stood still, a Makyanko smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These interdimensional heroes are somewhat useful after all. They not only helped severely wound you, but also led me to Lei Huang's land. Jorge growled, its pupils fixed on him, filled with confusion and anger. Your aura. I know it well. Who exactly are you? The obesity faded away. Tamer's face twisted slightly, the young face gradually turning old. His voice also became deeper and colder. My old friend, we last met a century ago. Unfortunately, time has not diminished me. Jorge's pupils constricted sharply, then it clenched its teeth and growled. Armin, you should have died long ago. This can't be possible. Tamer smiled faintly, his tone teasing. The word impossible is what foolish dragons like you often say. Jorge snorted. This sealing power has no effect on me anymore. It will be slowly devoured by me and eventually turn into my own strength. Tamer grinned playfully. I know, just holding you for a while is enough. And the chains I specially improved over the past century wouldn't have only the effect of sealing magic. Look at the surrounding thunder elements. They're quite obedient, aren't they? As he gestured, the thunder elemental army started to gather magic power. Jorge looked around and suddenly understood Tamer's intention. Roar. Jorge struggled violently. Boom. The giant thunder columns shot out together, strienko its body. Jorge's roar shook the heavens, and it could no longer struggle with its already heavily wounded body, falling to the ground. Tamer said solemnly, I've waited too long for this day. He walked slowly towards Jorge, the beast control rune on his hand gradually glowing. The rune turned into a lightning snake, flying out and swirling around Jorge. Jorge roared, Do not try to enslave me. It struggled relentlessly, its roars revealing deep-seated unwillingness. Tamer felt the intense emotions coming from Jorge. In an instant, his face turned pale, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. But he swallowed it forcefully, enduring the internal turmoil, and his gaze grew firmer. As the power of the rune exploded, a hint of confusion appeared in Jorge's eyes. It gradually lost its will to resist. Jorge's body was slowly enveloped by the runes, turning into a ball of light that slowly flew into Tamer's beast control rune. The beast control contract was successfully established. Tamer laughed maniacally and swept his hand, saying loudly, Ha ha ha, even you, Jorge, cannot escape my hands. Reorganize the army and march towards Lei Huang's land. Lei Huang's secret realm, Thunder Mountain. Willis and Xuanhuan stood before the ancient stone carving, silently gazing at the runes inscribed on it. He felt a wave of dizziness as the thunder power within him began to stir, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Xuanhuan sighed softly and said in a deep voice, What is recorded here is the Lei Huang meditation technique. It's a complete meditation technique that includes both cultivation methods and battle skills, along with body tempering techniques. Mastering it can help a beast master Ninjum Boijong, Lei Huang Di Kai. Step into the 6-star extraordinary realm. Magic armor, Lei Huang Imperial armor. Willis repeated softly, a hint of shock flashing across his eyes. Xuanhuan nodded. I will now fully recite the contents of the inheritance to you. Remember well. Willis asked curiously, Why are you teaching me such a valuable meditation technique? Even if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have discovered it. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. To me, it indeed has some reference value, but ultimately limited. However, your little thunder ape is exactly the same as this extraordinary beastmaster's spirit beast. In any case, this inheritance seems specifically left for you. Willis said solemnly, Thank you. Xuanhuan nodded lightly. There's no need for such formality between friends. Her words were gentle yet firm, leaving Willis momentarily at a loss. At this moment, the lion and the little thunder ape, who had been playing around, sensed the subtle atmosphere between the two and stopped their antics. Their eyes shone like stars, staring intently at Willis and Xuanhuan. Lisette muttered to himself, Is this still the prince I know? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and suddenly changed the subject, her gaze becoming more serious. In fact, I need your help with something else. Willis smiled. If there's anything I can do to help, just say it. Xuanhuan drew another deep breath. I need your help to break through my bottleneck. Willis was taken aback. Break through your bottleneck? How can I help? Xuanhuan raised her head, a resolute look in her eyes. I need your blood. Willis's face turned pale instantly. Tayenko a step back. He looked at her with some fear. Are you sure? Isn't the power of frenzied blood quite dangerous? You aren't addicted to it, are you? Xuanhuan nodded calmly. I need your frenzied blood power to awaken the golden flame within me and break through my current constraints. Willis thought for a moment and said solemnly, All right, I can give you some in a bottle later. Xuanhuan's eyes remained firm. Fresh blood would be better, but bottled blood also works. I can take it back with me. Willis looked startled. Okay, all right. Afterward, Xuanhuan began explaining the inheritance inscribed on the stone to Willis. She recounted each step and detail of the Lei Huang meditation technique. And every time she reached a crucial point, the thunder power within Willis surged wildly. Meanwhile, the thunder ape's horns shone brighter, as if sensing something. As the explanation delved deeper, Willis felt the thunder power inside him almost beyond control. The force growing more tumultuous, like raging thunder. When the explanation finished, Xuanhuan looked intently at Willis and said in a deep voice, Now, help me break through. Willis took a deep breath and whispered, All right. Half a day later, the surroundings were already filled with magic crystals engraved with array patterns by Xuanhuan. As the array activated, magic power converged abruptly. The glow of magic crystals became fierce, and strong magical fluctuations filled the space. Standing beside her, Willis asked, What star-level beastmaster are you? Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, 5-star if I unlock the seals within me. Willis's eyes widened slightly. The two stepped into the array. The next moment, golden flames rose around them. A surge of crimson, wild power burst out from Willis's left arm, flooding into xuanhuan's body like an overflowing river. The power of frenzied blood surged uncontrollably, carrying destructive energy, as if tearing through her flesh. xuanhuan's golden flames burned fiercely, rapidly spinning around her body. The originally gentle flames gradually became scorching, as if the hidden power within awakened. At the same time, a powerful aura emerged from within xuanhuan. Willis could clearly feel the extraordinary nature of that aura, ancient and imposing. The aura was dense and oppressive, awakening the slumbering dragon within her. Dragon aura? His eyebrows knitted together, feeling alarmed. Willis could sense xuanhuan's strength rapidly growing, solidifying. Her entire being resonated intensely with the golden flames and her spirit beast, undergoing a complete transformation. The shadow of magic armor began to emerge on her surface, as if an invisible force was outlining its contours. The outline of the armor was sharp, adorned with ancient runes, glowing fiercely with golden light, and the shadow gradually became clear. A ghostly image of a golden fire dragon wrapped around her body, rotating and circling. The seals were fully opened, and the overwhelming pressure of a 5-star beastmaster spread out. Almost Mayenko Willis unable to breathe. xuanhuan whispered, "Help me, give me a bit more frenzied blood." Willis responded in a deep voice, "All right." Before Willis could act, xuanhuan had already pushed him down. In the next moment, she bit into his neck and started dream yanko. Willis exclaimed, "Gently." xuanhuan whispered softly, Chapter 106, Anomaly. Wildstorm Desert Sea. The army of the Sand Kingdom surged forward like a tidal wave. Soldiers and thunder element troops were neatly arrayed, and the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Black lightning flickered on the thunder elements, causing goosebumps to rise. Every spirit beast controlled by the rune collars, along with the soldiers, had vacant eyes, as if they had lost their souls, becoming utterly tools for battle, completely obedient to Ellis. Ellis stood on a black iron sandcar. His figure towered high, with the surging desert sea behind him, dunes undulating like waves. He slowly raised his hand, the beast command runes on the back of his hand glowing brilliantly, its radiance piercing through dust and thunder, illuminating the surrounding desert as if it were daylight. With a low growl, a light sphere flew out from the rune, Brayenko through the sky. "Go, Shadow Abyss Dragon. Break through the barrier of the Thunder Radiance land and lead the army forward." The light sphere rapidly expanded in the air, accompanied by a burst of intense light, swiftly transforming into a gigantic form with black lightning interwoven upon it. The massive body of the Shadow Abyss Dragon appeared above the desert, Blockyanko, half the sky. Its body emanated countless black thunders and dark purple sealing forces, its wounds already healed. Unfolding its enormous dragon wings, it plunged toward the magic array barrier of the Thunder Radiance land, accompanied by earth-shattering thunder. Each flap of its giant wings unleashed storm-like thunder powers, distorting the surrounding space. Thunder Mountain. The Billy and Little Thunder Ape were playing around. Little Thunder Ape occasionally discharged electricity, lightning flashing toward the Billy, who nimbly dodged before gently nibbling at Little Thunder Ape's tail. The Billy cursed. "Electric shock for a lion indeed. You're showing your true colors now that Big Brother isn't here. You little rascal." Little Thunder Ape giggled wickedly. Shirley sat beside them, her eyes full of exasperation. She murmured softly, "Immature." Just then, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. Mayenko, the entire sky over Thunder Radiance land trembled. The Shadow Abyss Dragon's thunderous claws struck the barrier of the magic array, causing an explosive impact heard far and wide. And in an instant, the array shattered, black lightning Striyanko across the sky like meteors. Ellis's voice came amid the chaos, filled with greed and excitement. "I want all the spirit beasts of Thunder Radiance land. I want the Storm Thunder Dragon." His eyes were sharp as knives, a greedy glint shimmering within them, eyeing the vibrant and powerful forest, eager to claim it all for himself. The puppet army of the Sand Kingdom flooded in like a tide. Thunder element troops and lifeless soldiers Brayenko through formations, advancing deeper into Thunder Radiance land. At this moment, the water-cloaked dragon emerged from deep within the forest, its enormous body standing like a mountain before the advancing army. Its back scales gleamed like armor, exuding corrosive mucus that filled the air with a pungent, decaying smell. With a low roar, the water-cloaked dragon lunged forward, sending torrents of water rushing forth, engulfing all soldiers in front of it, turning the earth into a massive whirlpool of water. Ellis's gaze sharpened, and he roared, "Kill." He waved his hand, and the power of the thunder element core began to converge, lightning illuminating the entire sky. In the next moment, lightning fell like divine punishment, countless bolts tearing through the air, madly Striyanko the water-cloaked dragon. The scorching heat from the lightning caused the water-cloaked dragon's skin to become searing hot, the oozing mucus evaporating, its anguished cries tearing through the silence of the forest. Tortured under the relentless lightning assault, the water-cloaked dragon thrashed about, trying to break free from the suffocating bonds. But the lightning pursued it like death itself, bolts encircling its body, burning each scale. However, just when Ellis's army seemed to be gaining the upper hand, another disturbance deep within the forest shifted the situation again. A deafening rumble resounded, trees shayenko violently, as if a colossal entity was moving through them. Suddenly, a huge blood-red spider leaped from the dense canopy, its belly opening like a blooming flower, emitting deadly toxic fumes. The bloodspike spider's large mouth opened and closed, poisonous needles flashing with cold light, shooting toward the thunder element core. Each needle that hit its target instantly paralyzed, rendering them immobile. Soon after, more strange spirit beasts emerged from the forest, joining the fray. Their figures appeared ghost-like through the fog, their formidable strength quickly putting Ellis's army at a disadvantage. Ellis bellowed, "Shadow Abyss Dragon." A massive figure reappeared on the battlefield. The Shadow Abyss Dragon swooped down from the distant horizon, black lightning sweeping like a flood, instantly engulfing everything in the fury of thunder. Every time it flapped its wings, lightning swept like a giant wave. Surrounding trees, soil, and enemies turned to ashes under its fury. It lunged at the water-cloaked dragon. Black lightning surged like a flood surrounding it. The water-cloaked dragon's enormous body violently twisted under the thunderous shockwaves, its scales torn apart by currents, ultimately bursting from the impact of lightning. Bloody stench sprayed everywhere. The sky was filled with a horrifying scene of corruption intertwined with lightning. The massive corpse crashed down noisily, scorching blood spread over the land. The bloodspike spider also felt the terror of the Shadow Abyss Dragon. Its abdomen abruptly bloomed with a blinding light. Poisonous needles shot out rapidly. However, the Shadow Abyss Dragon's black lightning swallowed these attacks whole like an enormous vortex. It then swung its massive tail, slamming the bloodspike spider hard away. The lightning strike leaving it unable to resist, eventually crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing combatability. Ellis saw this scene and sneered. "This is power. This is the absolute power I have pursued. The kind of power my cowardly and useless father never had." The Shadow Abyss Dragon roared thunderously, sweeping up a thunderous surge, beginning to ravage the entire Thunder Radiance land. All spirit beasts and enemies daring to resist were reduced to dust under this thunderous force. Ellis's voice echoed again, greed unmistakable. "All the power on this land will finally be under my control." Thunder Mountain. Shirley's gaze was cold and focused tightly on the array ahead as she watched the advancing army. She murmured quietly, "It's the critical moment. We can't let them disturb His Highness." The Billy said in a deep voice, "Yes, we must stop them." Storm Thunder Dragon slowly nodded, ordering Little Thunder Dragon to quickly hide deep in the cave. Chirp chirp. Little Thunder Ape leaped onto the head of Storm Thunder Dragon, sharp lightning flickering along its horns. Roar! Storm Thunder Dragon growled and spread its giant wings, carrying Little Thunder Ape towards the front lines. Its gigantic body resembled a moving mountain of thunder, bringing along storms that swept up surrounding dust and lightning, rushing straight towards the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The Billy and Shirley closely followed, quickly joining the battle. Their goal clear, directly targeting Ellis's puppet army. With deafening roars echoing, giants and human figures interwove on the battlefield, like prey and predator, tearing into each other. In the sky, black clouds rolled, lightning zigzagged like silver snakes. The entire battlefield was illuminated by lightning, wild energy intertwining between heaven and earth, resembling the end of the world. Storm Thunder Dragon growled mid-air, spreading its wings, its vast body stirring up violent winds. It absorbed the surging lightning around it, blue-white light flashing intensely on its 4 dragon horns. Roar! Storm Thunder Dragon let out a Sky-Shayenko roar, the 4 dragon horns gradually closing. Lightning gathered rapidly between them, condensing into a thick lightning column, bursting forth with destructive force. The lightning column tore through the sky, shooting straight at the Shadow Abyss Dragon. Meanwhile, the Shadow Abyss Dragon opened its huge mouth. Black lightning gushed out like a furious flood from within, transforming into a thick black bolt colliding head-on with Storm Thunder Dragon's lightning column in midair. Boom! The 2 thunder forces collided midair, exploding into fierce energy waves. White and black lightning intertwined. Explosive aftermath shook all directions. Even Mayenko the surrounding land trembled. Little Thunder Ape stood on top of Storm Thunder Dragon, its eyes flashing with excitement. Lightning danced between its horns. Chirp chirp. It waved its small claws, guiding even more intense heavenly lightning to descend from the black clouds. Heavenly lightning poured like a waterfall. Storm Thunder Dragon lifted its head, opening its massive mouth, Xuanhuan all those lightning into its body. The 4 dragon horns shone once more, blue-white lightning concentrated at the tips, forming a dazzling lightning column once again spraying outwards toward the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The Shadow Abyss Dragon swung its huge wings, black lightning entwined between its claws. It roared, black lightning claws met the lightning column head-on. The clash of thunder erupted countless sparks mid-air, filling the air with piercing booms. On the ground, the Billy and Shirley continuously wove through the battlefield, becoming sharp blades disrupting the enemy. The Billy, like a burning inferno, brought fiery flames every time it charged, burning the soldiers of the Sand Kingdom to ashes. Shirley unfolded her golden flame wings, darting swiftly among the enemy. Every swing of her flaming wings triggered a storm of flames, devouring clusters of thunder element troops. The Billy roared, its voice like thunder. "Shirley, cover me." Shirley immediately soared up, Shayenko her flame wings fiercely, dispersing incoming lightning strikes. Tayenko the opportunity. The Billy leaped up, firing scorching fireballs towards the thunder element troops. Ellis stood atop the sand cart, witnessing all of this, his face turning ashen. He sneered, his eyes fixed on the Shadow Abyss Dragon hovering in midair, a glint of impatience flashing in them. "Shadow Abyss Dragon, you have greatly disappointed me." As he raised his palm, the beast-controlling rune suddenly burst into intense light. A dazzling purple orb shot out from the rune, streaking straight toward the sky. The orb rapidly expanded in the air, causing severe distortions and fluctuations in the surrounding space. The shape of the orb began to change, gradually condensing into a massive dragon shadow. When its outline was fully revealed, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It was clearly another thunderstorm dragon, yet distinctly different from a normal one. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark purple lightning, crackling with an intense sealing force. Purple lightning occasionally jumped between its scales, radiating extreme coldness and danger. Its neck and limbs were tightly bound by heavy sealing chains, emitting a chilling purple glow as if imprisoning its soul deep in the abyss. The moment the storm thunder dragon saw it, its pupils constricted sharply, and it growled in disbelief. "You didn't die? This can't be." The purple lightning thunderstorm dragon gave no response. Its eyes were icy and lifeless, devoid of any emotion, gleaming with a purple hue, only showing coldness and unconditional obedience. Ellis raised his hand and spoke in a grave tone. "Kill." Roar. The purple lightning thunderstorm dragon let out a sudden roar. Lightning raged over its surface, instantly tearing apart the surrounding air, and its figure turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the storm thunder dragon. Chapter 107, 1 against 3. Dark clouds churned, and lightning tore through the sky. Purple lightning intertwined with black thunder, enveloping the entire battlefield. The storm dragon stood airborne, its colossal dragon wings flapping up fierce gusts of wind. Its blue-white thunder gathered between its horns, like the arrival of a thunder god. However, the combined forces of the purple lightning frenzy dragon and the shadow abyss dragon brought overwhelming threats to the battle. Roar. The purple lightning frenzy dragon growled lowly, its chains lashing out like venomous snakes. Electricity spiraling, closing in on the storm dragon's neck. The storm dragon swerved to avoid it, its thunder claws slashing out fiercely, igniting countless sparks. Meanwhile, the shadow abyss dragon launched a surprise attack from the flank, black thunder crashing toward the storm dragon's side like an angry wave. Boom! The storm dragon was forced back by this sudden power. Its chest scales scorched black by the black thunder. It roared furiously, gathering thunder at its four horns, bursting out a thick blue-white thunder column, forcibly pushing the shadow abyss dragon back. The purple lightning frenzy dragon's chain swept again, this time tightly wrapping one of the storm dragon's wings. "Enough! Will you not wake up yet?" The storm dragon bellowed, blue-white thunder surging to shake off the chain. However, the purple lightning frenzy dragon did not relent. Its attacks were swift, forcing the storm dragon to barely cope. On the ground, the battle was even more brutal. The Billy and Lizette joined forces against the surging lightning elemental legion, but their numbers were vastly outnumbered, putting them in an increasingly difficult situation. The Billy roared furiously, its fiery claws slicing through the air, tearing apart the lightning elementals. At that moment, a bolt of black thunder from the shadow abyss dragon struck, hitting the Billy in the chest, blood splattering as it slammed heavily onto the ground. Lizette tried to shield the Billy, its golden flames spreading wide, casting a scorching flame blade straight at the shadow abyss dragon. However, the shadow abyss dragon merely flapped its wings, black thunder crashing like waves, completely swallowing Lizette's attack. Struck by black thunder, Lizette's golden flames dimmed instantly, plummeting to the ground. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little thunder ape atop the storm dragon called anxiously. Suddenly, it was hit by the tail strike of the purple lightning frenzy dragon, launching it away in a violent shockwave. A cry of pain echoing as it fell rapidly toward the ground. Little thunder ape. The storm dragon growled lowly, trying to break free to dive down. However, the purple lightning frenzy dragon's chain wrapped around its limbs once more, dragging it back midair. Tyenko the opportunity, the shadow abyss dragon lunged at the storm dragon, its black thunderclaw hitting its chest. Thunderclap. The earth trembled, dust flying. The vast body of the storm dragon smashing to the ground, scales scorched black, lightning faint. It struggled to stand, but the purple lightning frenzy dragon followed closely behind, pinning its head down with a massive claw. Amidst the thundering chaos, the storm dragon finally ceased struggling, lowering its proud head. Not far away, Ellis slowly descended from his black iron sand carriage. His steps were steady, a cold smile on his face. His gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately landing on the fallen storm dragon. What a magnificent scene, he mocked, the beast-taming runes on his hand gradually glowing, emitting blinding light. The storm dragon growled lowly, glaring at Ellis, filled with anger and defiance. "Ellis, you will not succeed." Its voice deep and hoarse, carrying an unbending will. Ellis sneered. "Not succeed? Have you not seen clearly yet? You and your kin will all bow to me eventually." With a wave of his hand, the sand carriage moved forward with a restraining collar, then precisely fastened it around the storm dragon's neck. Chains extended, purple light intensified, instantly eroding the magic within the storm dragon. It let out a painful roar, lightning flashing violently within its body, yet unable to break free from the collar's hold. "Now, submit to me." Ellis's voice was cold as ice, the beast-taming runes on his hand shining brightly, completely enveloping the storm dragon. It howled in agony, attempting to break free from the collar. Yet, the restraining power had already penetrated deeply inside, suppressing the thunder completely. Its eyes gradually turned purple, resistance fading, replaced by obedience. After a moment, the beast contract established successfully. Ellis said maniacally. The land of Lei Huang shall finally be under my control. The battle crumbled entirely. The billy breathed heavily, carrying the wounded little thunder ape on its back, nudging the barely alive Lizette with its head. Its eyes were filled with determination, growling. We must rush back to Lei Mountain. Inform our eldest brother. Lizette struggled to rise, replying heavily, agreed. Each step was heavy, the pursuing lightning elemental legion hot on their heels. But they gritted their teeth, persisting with the little thunder ape, fleeing desperately. Lei Mountain. The colossal figure of the Shadow Abyss dragon emerged from the thunderclouds. Black lightning swirled around it, as its dragon wings stirred up gale-force winds, creating an overwhelming pressure in the air. Its violet-black eyes stared intently at the direction of Lei Mountain's cave, its anxiety and unease churning like surging thunder. Before the cave entrance, dazzling golden light flickered. Fiery golden flames burned around it, forming a natural barrier with every thread of flame carrying an intense scorching heat. What power is this that makes me feel fear? The Shadow Abyss dragon growled lowly. Its voice was deep and raspy, carrying barely concealed unease and anger. It raised its claws, black lightning quickly coalescing into a thick column that suddenly struck the golden flame barrier at the cave's entrance. Boom! In the next instant, deafening explosions echoed. The golden flame's light instantly blazed, engulfing the black lightning as the array violently trembled. The billy and his companions rushed to Lei Mountain, witnessing this scene, and their faces paled drastically. The billy growled lowly. Our Bellamy is still inside. Lizette spoke anxiously. Your Highness. However, the Shadow Abyss dragon's attacks came like a torrential rain, the second bolt of black lightning following closely behind. The golden flame array could no longer withstand the assault, and the blazing golden flames crumbled in an instant. Rocks around the cave entrance collapsed, raising clouds of dust and debris. Roar! The Shadow Abyss dragon growled as it approached the cave, its eyes flashing with excitement. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of golden sword energy shot through the air. Like a meteor Striyanko across the sky, it carried earth-shattering force and fiercely struck the Shadow Abyss dragon. Boom! The Shadow Abyss dragon let out a painful roar, being pushed back dozens of meters by the sword energy, its massive body slamming heavily against the other side of Lei Mountain. Struggling to stabilize itself, it growled and cautiously looked towards the cave entrance. As the dust settled, a figure slowly emerged from the collapsed cave entrance. Pepper was enveloped in golden flames, her eyes now glowing like molten gold, her aura expanding in waves. Compared to before, her presence was even more formidable, as if an extraordinary life had awakened from the depths. Mayenko one dare not look directly at her. You are too noisy. Pepper spoke coldly, her voice carrying an authoritative weight. 2 storm dragons slowly flew over. The 3 dragons circled in midair, the Shadow Abyss dragon and purple lightning frenzy dragon growling lowly. Their eyes filled with caution, while the storm dragon's purple gaze flickered with inner struggle. The 3 massive dragons slowly circled Lei Mountain, on the brink of a great battle. Pepper raised her hand, and beast-taming runes suddenly erupted with intense light. A brilliant orb of light shot out from the rune, rapidly expanding in midair, illuminating the entire sky with fiery brilliance. The orb gradually revealed its grand silhouette. A huge dragon-like shadow emerged from the light, and the golden flame dragon slowly descended upon the battlefield. Its body was covered in golden flame scales, each scale shimmering brightly, as if forged from gold and lava. Its vast wings spread wide, blocking out the sky. Flames flowed between the dragon wings, and with each flap, scorching currents swept through heaven and earth. Its eyes shone like furnaces, revealing an overwhelming pressure in its pupils. Its sharp golden horns were like burning long knives, with golden flames surrounding its entire body, as if able to incinerate everything. Roar! The golden flame dragon opened its vast mouth, emitting a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the entire Lei Mountain. The air was filled with the strong scent of burning, and all creatures instinctively felt oppressed and fearful. The golden flame dragon faced the Shadow Abyss dragon and the 2 storm dragons without fear. It opened its vast mouth, spewing a stream of golden flames which instantly turned into a torrent of fire rushing towards the 3 dragons. The Shadow Abyss dragon growled and released black lightning to counterattack, while the storm dragons simultaneously unleashed their own thunder strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Golden flames collided with lightning in the air, bursting into blinding light, with violent shockwaves sweeping across the entire battlefield. The golden flame dragon showed no fear against the combined attack of the 3 dragons. Its tail suddenly lashed out, slicing through the air like a blade, pushing back the Shadow Abyss dragon hundreds of meters. The purple lightning frenzy dragon swung its chains trying to bind the golden flame dragon. But the golden flame dragon roared angrily, and the storm of flames created by its wings shattered the chains. The storm dragon attempted to strike from the flank, and the golden flame dragon turned sharply, Striyanko it down with a flaming claw. Pepper stood nearby, calmly observing the battlefield. She said coolly, "You haven't moved for a long time. Go ahead and unleash your fury." Brayden walked out of the cave, not appearing weakened despite losing a large amount of blood. On the contrary, his body had been refined by the golden flames. Mayenko him looked radiant and his strength enhanced. He looked at the golden flame dragon, his pupils slightly narrowing. So this is Pepper's soul-bound spirit beast. This kind of power, what level of bloodline is this? Epic? Could it be legendary? He saw the heavily injured Billy and Lizette nearby and hurriedly went to check on them. Little Thunder Ape lay on the ground, whimpering softly, appearing somewhat weak. Brayden examined the injuries of the 3 spirit beasts, then took out healing potions from his spatial ring and gave them one by one. The Billy panted, Luyanko at the golden flame dragon with a complicated gaze, saying in a low voice, "This golden dragon, it's too powerful." Pepper turned and came to Brayden's side, reaching out to gently stroke the Billy's body. A thread of golden flame emerged from the beast-taming rune, slowly enveloping them. The scorching flames turned warm as they touched the wounds. The spirit beast's injuries quickly healed, and their fatigue also recovered. Brayden watched this scene with wide eyes, couldn't help but sigh. Golden flames can actually heal? This is just outrageous. Pepper smiled slightly, nodding. Before, my power was sealed, I couldn't use its full strength. Brayden said in shock. So now, are there any more restrictions? Pepper smiled faintly. There's no need to use full strength now. After all, the golden flame dragon is enough to deal with them. The golden flame dragon fought fiercely against the 3 dragons in the air, gradually gaining the upper hand. Under the suppression of the golden flames, the shadow abyss dragon and the 2 storm dragons gradually became passive. The movements of the storm dragons grew sluggish, while the purple lightning frenzy dragon was forced back by the flames. Chains began to disintegrate under high temperature, and the power of thunder seemed dim. At this moment, Brayden's beast-taming rune suddenly shone brightly, and Little Thunder Dragon leaped out from it. It flapped its wings lightly, Luyanko up at the 3 huge dragons in the sky, filled with urgency in its eyes. "Colby, mother," Little Thunder Dragon called out anxiously, circling around Brayden a few times. Brayden looked at its worried face and said slowly, "That storm dragon is your father?" Little Thunder Dragon nodded, chirping softly, full of sorrow and anger in its eyes. It watched the storm dragon being suppressed in midair, seeming to want to rush forward to help, but was held back by Brayden. Brayden said in a low voice, "Don't act rashly, they're all controlled." Just then, Tarner's army was advancing toward Ley Mountain. The Jaws Beast Corps moved like mobile fortresses, crushing trees and obstacles along the way into pieces. The Thunder Elemental Corps followed closely behind, causing lightning storms with every advance. The black iron sand cart slowly approached in the center of the army, with Tarner standing high on it, staring at the battlefield. His gaze fell on the golden flame dragon battling in midair, revealing undeniable greed in his eyes. "I want this one too." Tarner's voice carried a hint of madness. The beast-taming rune on his hand flickered, showing his barely contained excitement. With his gesture, the Thunder Elemental Corps began to gather thunder. Giant bolts of lightning interwove in the sky, Mayenko the entire sky dazzling white. Seeing the approaching army, Brayden's face darkened. He whispered, "Is this the army of the Sand Kingdom?" "So that's how it is." The two exchanged a glance, roughly guessing the current situation. Pepper raised her head slightly, Yanko her cold gaze on Tarner on the black iron sand cart. She said in a cold voice, "He should be Armin." Previously Yanko his death while secretly controlling everything in the Sand Kingdom. Brayden nodded slowly upon hearing this. This explains why Little Thunder Dragon's father is still alive and has become like this now. Everything makes sense. Little Thunder Dragon looked up at the battle in the sky, calling anxiously. Its gaze fell on the Storm Dragon, full of sadness and unwillingness. Brayden gently stroked its head, whispering, "I know you want to save them, calm down first." Little Thunder Dragon nodded vigorously, waving its claws. "Brother, please save them." Brayden pondered for a moment, Yanko up at Pepper. "If we destroy the binding chains, can we free the Storm Dragon?" Pepper said gravely, "It may not be that easy. The binding collar is key to controlling the Storm Dragon, but Tarner's beast-taming rune has already established a contract. With just a thought, he can kill the Storm Dragon instantly." Brayden said, "If we break the collar and kill Tarner at the same time, could we save the Storm Dragon?" Pepper smiled faintly, her gaze sharp. "Theoretically possible, but it must be quick. My golden flames can isolate the connection between the Beast Tamer and the Spirit Beast, but this effect only lasts for a moment. You must kill Tarner during this time to have a chance to liberate the Storm Dragon. If he reacts, the Storm Dragon will surely die." He looked up at the thunder-frenzied dragon in the sky, his voice steady and calm. "A moment? That's enough." Chapter 108, Golden Flame. Demon Armor. Dark clouds roiled, and thunder rumbled. The 4 dragons fought fiercely in the air, with lightning and golden flames intertwining. Gent, Tendi. Shadow Abyss Dragon's black lightning surged like an angry tide in all directions, each strike carrying a power that could destroy everything. Purple Lightning Jaren's chains swung through the air, with a sharp tearing sound, constantly restricting Golden Flame Dragon's movements. Jaren struggled for a moment, but still released lightning. Blue-white lightning pierced the sky like spears. Golden Flame Dragon showed no fear, its golden flames surging. Each flap of its wings stirred up scorching waves of heat. Its stream of golden flame collided with the lightning. The burst of light was so intense that it was almost impossible to look at directly. With a sweep of its huge tail fin, fire like a blade forcibly severed Purple Lightning Jaren's chain. Its dragon eyes were cold, the golden flame light dancing in the pupils like a sovereign who controlled everything. At the foot of Thunder Mountain, Ellis stood on his black iron sand cart, his eyes filled with zeal. He noticed Adriana halfway up the mountain. Ellis threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice filled with sick excitement. "Thank you, brave ones from another world. Not only did you help me find this place of thunder splendor, but you also brought such a powerful fire dragon into my hands. This is the power I have been seeing." Adriana slowly lifted her head, her gaze as sharp as a knife. she smiled calmly. Power? Hildred, come. Golden Flame Dragon Hildred, hearing the summons, its dragon eyes suddenly lit up. It forcefully spat out a torrent of golden flames, forcing the three dragons back several hundred meters with a river of flame. Roar! With a roar to the sky, it soared towards Thunder Mountain like a comet amidst swirling golden flames. Adriana descended from the sky, landing steadily on Hildred's back. Surrounded by golden flames, she looked down at Ellis from a height, her voice cold. Then let me show you what true power is. As she spoke, the magic in the heavens seemed to be drawn toward her and Hildred, madly surging. The gale howled, and golden flames spread like a curtain of fire, creating a suffocating oppression in the air. Ellis's pupils shrank sharply, his voice filled with unmistakable terror. This surge of magic. Impossible. Adriana gently closed her eyes, her hands slowly raising, her tone filled with indisputable authority. The flame of hope shining for 10,000 generations, the golden flame dragon that burns away all evil. Envelop my body, clothe my skin, turn my body into an extraordinary existence, guiding the world. Demon armor, dragon splendor, golden incineration armor. Golden flames surged. Hildred emitted an earth-shayanko roar, its wings spreading wide, flames sweeping across the sky like a flood. The Beastmaster runes on Adriana's handbag erupted in brilliant light. Hildred's body transformed into blazing golden flames, enveloping Adriana and gradually swallowing her figure. Golden light radiated, outlining the form of the demon armor. Flames condensed on her shoulders, forming sharp pauldrons extending to her arms. Her breastplate was engraved with ancient runes, with golden flames swirling, as if dragon roars echoed from within them. The leg armor fit closely like dragon scales, emitting a scorching brilliance. Behind her, ethereal dragon wings unfolded, moving like they were solid, stirring up torrents of golden flames. And the helmet resembled a dignified dragon head, its horns sharp and menacing. Demon armor, dragon splendor, golden incineration armor. Adriana appeared like a goddess of fire, with the entire Thunder Mountain trembling beneath her feet. Ellis was stunned, his voice trembling. This is demon armor. You became an extraordinary being. Impossible, this can't be possible. Memories from 100 years ago surfaced in his mind. That figure which made him shudder, that brave one from another world. That man whose strength was so overwhelming as to be stifling. His fingers trembled as he touched the Beastmaster rune, his expression shifting from fear to madness. I want this power too. I want to control everything in this world. His Beastmaster rune abruptly blazed, ordering the three dragons to attack. Dark clouds rolled, with lightning and flames tearing apart the sky. The battle between the three dragons and Adriana intensified, the air filled with the aura of destruction. Shadow Abyss Dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth, a black lightning flood like an angry wave sweeping straight toward Adriana. Purple Lightning Jaren swung its chains, weaving a web of purple lightning into a cage of death, attempting to trap her inside. Jaren roared from behind, pouncing forward, its giant claws carrying thunderous force strianko directly at her. Adriana snorted coldly, clad in golden flame armor. She seemed like a goddess of flame descending to the world. Her golden flame sword burned fiercely, the blade like molten lava, each swing carrying a radiant glow. She flipped gracefully in midair. One sweep of the sword, golden flame sword, she roared like a dragon, splitting the black lightning flood in two. Purple lightning Jaren's chains instantly wrapped around her, with a sharp tearing sound, heading straight for Adriana's limbs. However, in the instant the chains were about to bind her, golden flames erupted violently, transforming into a golden storm that shattered the chains into fragments. The Jaren's claws descended suddenly, attempting a sudden assault. But Adriana did not even turn her head, block Yanko with her golden flame sword in a reverse slash, causing flames and thunder to collide midair, exploding into blinding light. The Jaren was repelled several dozen meters, growling lowly, blue-white lightning flashing between its horns, but it already showed signs of exhaustion. Adriana's figure seemed like an illusion. She flapped her golden flame wings forcefully, soaring straight into the sky. She hovered in midair, Luyanko down at the three dragons with a cold glint in her eyes. Is that all? Below, Ellis's gaze grew more deranged. He roared, commanding the Thunder Elemental Legion to launch an attack. Countless Thunder Elemental beasts screeched loudly, blue lightning dancing across their bodies, condensing into columns of lightning aimed directly at Adriana. At the same time, the gargantuan Jaws beast troops rushed forward, opening their bloody maws, howling as they tore through everything in their path, charging toward Thunder Mountain. Kill her. Thunder from the three dragons and attacks from the Legion converged on Adriana, like the end of the world had come. The sky and earth were simultaneously enveloped by thunder and fierce winds, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Adriana remained unmoved in the storm, her momentum like a rainbow. She closed her eyes sharply, the long sword in her hand burning more fiercely. The magic of heaven and earth surged wildly, as if summoned, converging around her. 6-star Beastmaster skill, Dragon Splendor Flame Sword. Boom! She swung her sword forcefully, golden flames erupted. A golden torrent surged into the sky, directly facing the Thunder and Legion's onslaught. The scorching sword energy from the longsword transformed into a dragon-shaped phantom, roaring as it crashed into the thunder, swallowing up the thunder and enemy attacks entirely. Golden flames swept past, reducing thunder elementals to ashes wherever they went, and gargantuan Jaws beasts wailed as they fell. The entire legion was utterly defeated in an instant. The Shadow Abyss Dragon attempted to counterattack, swinging its black thunder claw at Adriana, but was struck in the chest by her sword, the fiery sword energy exploding and blasting the Shadow Abyss Dragon away, slamming it heavily to the ground. The two Jarens were engulfed in golden flames, restricting their movements, and the purple chains began to shatter. Ellis's face changed dramatically, guessing Adriana's intent. He raised his hand, the Beastmaster rune glowing intensely. I'll let them die. I won't let you have your way. In the next moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the battlefield. A figure appeared beside Ellis like a bolt of lightning and sword light flickering. Vaughn's body was encased in lightning, his sword striking Ellis's arm with perfect precision. Rip! The arm dropped, blood spurted out, and the lightning dissipated. The Beastmaster rune on the severed arm dimmed instantly. Ellis fell to his knees in agony, his eyes wide with rage. Vaughn looked at him coldly, showing no mercy. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the Thunder Splendor body technique. Just at the entry level, it has already pushed me this far. Truly terrifying. At that moment, the Shadow Abyss Dragon suddenly charged from behind, opening its massive maw and biting off the lower half of Ellis's body. Blood and thunder exploded in the air, and Ellis's remains hit the ground heavily. The Shadow Abyss Dragon also exhausted all its strength and collapsed in the rubble. Ellis's consciousness sank into darkness, memories from 100 years ago flooding back. An endless sea of raging thunder sands. Young Ellis III held his father's hand. Curiously as Yenko. Colby, where did the brave hero go? Ellis II smiled faintly, pointing at the stars in the night sky. The brave hero returned to his homeland. Where is his homeland? In the stars. Young Ellis's eyes filled with longing. Can I go there one day? Ellis II's expression grew complex. Maybe, we should return to the city. They slowly left, while Yenko on barren sand, gazing at the sparkling stars. As his consciousness drifted, Ellis slowly stretched out his remaining hand, reaching for the sky. Stars so beautiful. In the next moment, his hand fell limp, and his life slipped away. Adriana slowly descended from the sky. Black lightning flowed from Ellis's severed arm, twisting and spreading outward. She glanced at it, and then walked toward the Shadow Abyss Dragon. The golden flame armor gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Her sword pointed horizontally, the scorching blade resting against the Shadow Abyss Dragon's neck. The Shadow Abyss Dragon lay low on the ground, black-purple scales still radiating remnants of black lightning. Its breath weak, but its eyes still held a hint of defiance. Adriana said calmly, Vaughn, do you want to try forming a contract with it? That would count as gaining the combat power of a mature spirit beast. Vaughn gripped the long sword in his hand, his gaze complex. It doesn't seem very willing. The Shadow Abyss Dragon sneered. Contract? That's nothing but enslavement. I will not be enslaved, human. Never. The Shadow Abyss Dragon let out a low, guttural roar to the sky. Black lightning surged wildly within its body, rushing towards the core in its chest. Adriana's eyes turned cold. She raised her sword to strike, but it was too late. The golden flame sword blade glided between its scales, splashing with searing sparks. For freedom. Boom. The Shadow Abyss Dragon detonated the magic power within its body. An overwhelming explosion accompanied by black lightning swept outward, tearing the surrounding space into ruins. At the critical moment, Adriana abruptly raised her longsword horizontally. The golden flame power transformed into a shield, completely enveloping her and Vaughn. The scorching golden light isolated them from the blast. Vaughn only felt a fierce gust of wind hit him, but remained unharmed. After the explosion subsided, an eerie silence settled around them. The body of the Shadow Abyss Dragon had vanished into nothingness. As the dust cleared, amidst the ruins lay a dark purple chain, along with 2 pieces of black stones that shimmered with lightning brilliance. They lay there alone on the ground, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Vaughn sighed. Moments later, he stepped out from the golden flame shield and knelt down to pick up the 2 black stones. What are these? The 2 black stones trembled slightly in his palm, then slowly moved closer, merging into one, forming a smooth, pitch-black thunderstone. Adriana walked forward, her gaze falling on the thunderstone and the chain. This stone and the chain contain sealing power and the origin of black lightning. This black stone should have originally belonged to the Shadow Abyss Dragon, split into 2 100 years ago, half of which was granted to Ellis I as the source blessing for the Beastmaster rune. No wonder the Shadow Abyss Dragon didn't match the description given in the mission briefing. Vaughn glanced at her slyly, muttering quietly, not matching the description? Who lost consciousness earlier? A unnatural blush crept onto Adriana's face, but she quickly coughed lightly to cover it up. Besides the Thunder Splendor meditation method, this is likely the most precious item from this mission. Vaughn frowned slightly, whispering, 1 each. Adriana shook her head. These 2 forces have limited use for me. You can use the black lightning power to cultivate spirit beasts, potentially evolving new formulas in the Round Table Hall. As for the sealing power, you can use it to seal your Scarlet Blood domain. These 2 items are significant for you. Vaughn scratched his head, Luyenko embarrassed. This makes me feel a bit awkward. Adriana smiled calmly. Then just give me more vials of frenzy blood next time, and we'll be even. Vaughn sighed helplessly. All right, it's settled. The purple thunder dragon slowly rose, its purple glow fading entirely, all chains around its body Brayenko. With restored freedom, it emitted a deep growl, filled with long-awaited liberation and weariness. It lowered its head slightly, checked Yanko its side wings, then collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Vaughn summoned Little Thunder Dragon from the Scarlet Blood domain. As soon as Little Thunder Dragon appeared, it flapped its wings and flew toward its fallen parents. It pounced on the Jerin's cheek, excitedly patting its father's nose with tiny claws, its voice full of joy and concern. The Jerin slowly opened its eyes, a look of affection appearing when it saw Little Thunder Dragon. It licked Little Thunder Dragon gently with its rough tongue. Then, it closed its eyes slowly, displaying a look of relief. A day later, peace finally returned to Thunder Mountain. The intense aftermath of the battle had long dissipated. Vaughn set up a simple bonfire, Tyenko out several pieces of succulent grass dragon meat from his spatial ring. The flames roasted the meat, sizzling sounds filling the air as mouth-watering aromas spread through the mountainside. The billy lounged nearby, lazily swaying its tail. Flame Dawn stood beside the fire, continuously swallowing saliva. Isn't it ready yet? The billy growled deeply. Do you find it annoying? How many times have you asked? Wait a little longer. On the other side, the family of Jerins were enjoying rare family time. The female dragon gently cradled Little Thunder Dragon, licked Yanko its body with a wet tongue, cleaning its wounds. Little Thunder Dragon enthusiastically rubbed against its mother, occasionally lifting its head to call happily, even grabbing the mother's tail with its tiny claws as if coquettishly as Yanko for attention. Although weak, the male dragon used its massive wings to envelop the female and Little Thunder Dragon. His huge body exuding warmth, Mayenko the scene extraordinarily intimate. Vaughn handed a skewer of freshly roasted meat to Adriana, softly saying, "Luyanko at them now, they're really enviable." Adriana took the skewer of roasted meat, but did not eat it right away. She gazed softly at the family of Thunder Dragons. Indeed, Vaughn smiled, his tone slightly teasing, "Spianko of which, Your Highness, don't you think you should be a bit gentler sometimes? I believe your spirit beasts would like you even more." Adriana turned to look at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Are you teaching me how to behave?" She lifted her hand, igniting a thread of golden flame at her fingertips, as if about to throw it at Vaughn. Vaughn waved his hands hurriedly. No. I mean they already love you enough. It's just that if you were a bit gentler with ordinary people like me, it would be even better." Adriana responded with a light hum. "Not necessary. With people like you, being strict ensures fewer problems." They exchanged glances and laughed together. The firelight illuminated their silhouettes, accompanied by the billy's playfulness with Flame Dawn, and the low growls and soft murmurs from the family of Thunder Dragons. Mayenko, this former battlefield, seemed to have returned completely to peace and tranquility. Evolution secrets. At that moment, purple flames appeared out of nowhere, floating in the air. A strange voice echoed across the hall. Main mission completed. The anomaly in the magic ban area has been resolved, and the City of Sand has returned to peace. Each rewarded with 5,000 points, returning now. Little Thunder Dragon turned to look at the Jerin, its eyes full of reluctance. It let out a low call, bidding farewell to its parents reluctantly, then flew back to Vaughn's side. The Jerin bowed its head toward Vaughn and Adriana, its voice deep and sincere. "Thank you." Vaughn waved with a light laugh. "Take care, don't get controlled again." Adriana nodded slightly beside him. They recalled their spirit beasts into their respective beast control spaces. In the next moment, darkness enveloped them, their consciousness gradually fading. When they opened their eyes again, the familiar round table hall came into view. The towering dome, ancient stone round table, and high chairs surrounding it still exuded an aura of mystery and majesty. Adriana sat quietly on the seat beside him, her expression calm and elegant. Vaughn sighed lightly, muttering, "Finally over." Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out in the hall. Purple smoke floated out, forming the familiar grotesque head of the Shadow Lord. This time, however, its outline was much more ethereal, seemingly having lost much of its former power. "Mission complete, everyone healed." Its voice carried a hint of fatigue. Vaughn looked at it, his gaze sharp as a blade, revealing unabashed killing intent. Seems the lightning strike wasn't easy to take. The Shadow Lord's figure wavered slightly, giving no response. It hovered in the center of the hall, silently watching Vaughn, as if holding back its emotions. At that moment, sacred light poured down from the dome of the round table hall, wrapping them in a warm, gentle force, even healing the spirit beasts within their beast control spaces. Their injuries were fully restored. Adriana said calmly, "You can bring out the black thunderstone you obtained earlier, or other materials, for the Lord to deduce special ones. This is one of the core values of the round table hall." Vaughn was slightly taken aback. "Special isn't a reward for completing missions? You can directly deduce it." Adriana's tone was level. "Yes. Any precious material has a certain chance to deduce unique ones. And with the round table hall as witness, the deduced secrets will have no issues." Vaughn nodded. "So that's how it is. I never thought it could be directly deduced. The Lord never mentioned it." Xenon smiled faintly. "I plan to tell you after this mission was over. And not just deduction. The exchange permissions for precious materials will also be open to you." Vaughn scoffed, "Old fox." Adriana handed a golden bracelet to Vaughn, jingling another identical one in her hand. "It's called Flame Whisper, inscribed with some spells. It might be helpful for you. You can leave messages for me too. Each time I come to this secret realm, I'll receive them. This way, if I need frenzy blood, it'll be easier to contact you." Hearing this, Vaughn's hair stood on end. Finyanko, finished, really becoming a blood bag now. But then he reflected that the refinement of Golden Flame had greatly benefited him, and the madness in the Scarlet Blood domain had been taken away by Adriana, Mayenko himself more stable. He sighed, putting on the bracelet. "Thanks." Adriana looked at him, her tone suddenly serious. Vaughn, remember, the secrets of your gargantuan rock python and the scarlet blood domain must never be revealed. Vaughn's gaze hardened, replying solemnly, understood. Adriana nodded slightly, her figure gradually being shrouded in a mist. I should take my leave then. Just before she completely disappeared, a gentle yet warning thought was transmitted from the bracelet into his mind. Be careful of the Lord. Okay, take care. Vaughn's heart shook as he nodded slowly. After Adriana vanished, silence fell over the round table hall. Vaughn sat in the hall, exchanging glances with the Shadow Lord floating in the air. For a moment, neither spoke. Finally, Vaughn chuckled slightly, teasing in his tone. Same old deal. The Shadow Lord's ethereal face curved into an indistinct smile as it nodded. Same old. They tacitly understood each other while deliberately maintaining this fragile balance. The Crimson Beast control rune faintly lit up, and a globe of light shot out from Vaughn's hand. With a rumble from the ground, a massive figure gradually materialized. Thud. Ambrose, the giant stone body appeared in the hall, its bulky form coiled into a circle, warily surveying the surroundings as it stood behind Vaughn. Vaughn reached out to pat its thick body, smiling. Thanks for your hard work this time. The gargantuan rock python slowly lowered its head. The Shadow Lord glanced at the gargantuan rock python and praised it. What a fine prospect. An extraordinary bloodline gargantuan rock python has much greater evolutionary potential than ordinary spirit beasts. Vaughn nodded. Spianko of which I plan to prepare for its maturity phase. How many points does it cost for the exchange? The Shadow Lord's ethereal face twitched slightly, Finyanko for a moment before responding. To evolve a growth phase gargantuan rock python into a mature steel rock python, there is one ready-made option available. It requires 1,000 points for the exchange. Hearing this, Vaughn frowned. 1,000 points? So expensive? It only cost 30 points to get Billy's growth phase last time. The Shadow Lord let out a meaningful chuckle. Rare bloodlines like Little Flame Dawn can't be compared to the extraordinary bloodline of the gargantuan rock python. Besides, this is for the mature phase, so naturally, it's more expensive. Vaughn remained silent for a moment, reluctantly accepting the explanation. Through this mission, he realized his combat power was still too weak. If not for Adriana's strong protection, he and all his spirit beasts combined wouldn't have been a match for the Shadow Abyss Dragon. That's why he wanted to upgrade the gargantuan rock python. After all, it was one of the few growth phase spirit beasts he had. The Billy just evolved to the growth phase and needs more time to settle. The best choice now is to let Ambrose advance to the mature phase. Seemingly struck by a thought, Vaughn continued as Yanko. If I want to evolve the steel rock python to the perfect phase, how many points will that cost? The Shadow Lord's tone became mock Yanko. The recipe for perfect phase costs a sky-high price. A ready-made formula requires 2 million points. Custom-made would need 4 million. Gulp. Vaughn's heart clenched painfully. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. A mission only awards 5,000 points. And you don't look favorably upon the materials I usually collect. Where am I supposed to get 4 million points? The Shadow Lord chuckled lightly. Take it easy. Mission rewards will increase over time. Vaughn rolled his eyes. Increase? I think it means the difficulty gets higher and death comes faster. The Shadow Lord's ethereal face twisted, seeming to laugh. Well, no risk, no reward. Vaughn didn't feel like arguing with it. You mean wealth comes from Tyanko risks, right? Xenon laughed. Precisely. That's exactly what I mean, Vaughn cursed. Truly a shrewd merchant. The Shadow Lord's ethereal face showed an odd smile, its tone still calm. I'm not being unreasonable. Besides, you gained the sealed chain, the Black Thunderstone, and the lightning meditation method this time, each one a rare treasure. If you're willing, I can exchange them for 5 million points each. Stunned by the astronomical figure, Vaughn was speechless for several seconds before managing to utter, 5 million. How much did you say? The Shadow Lord replied nonchalantly. These are invaluable items. Especially the sealed chain and the Black Thunderstone. Both carry a hint of primal power. Even though it's slight, they're worth this much. 5 million points, how much do I have now? Vaughn glanced down at the points in the upper right corner, where 5,195 stung his eyes. He nodded slowly, deeply acknowledging the richness of his rewards from this mission. Vaughn thought to himself. Next time, I'll definitely prepare more frenzy blood for Adriana. I feel a bit guilty. Then he said in a serious tone, such valuable items, I'd better keep them. The crimson rune flared brightly. Vaughn summoned Little Thunder Ape and Little Thunder Dragon, then took out the Black Thunderstone. Little Thunder Ape yawned, still somewhat drowsy as if it had just woken up. Little Thunder Dragon, on the other hand, kept its eyes fixed on the Black Thunderstone in Vaughn's hand, its horns glowing faintly. Vaughn placed the Black Thunderstone before him and asked, can this Black Thunderstone be used to deduce something special? How many points would it cost? The Shadow Lord stared at the Black Thunderstone for a moment and said gravely, this primordial Black Thunderstone is indeed a fine item. Relatively Spianko, it's more suitable as an evolution core for Little Thunder Dragon. Vaughn glanced at Little Thunder Ape, noticing that while it showed some curiosity about the Thunderstone, it didn't react strongly. In contrast, Little Thunder Dragon's thunder power seemed drawn to the Thunderstone, creating a subtle mutual attraction. The Shadow Lord continued slowly. If you add your frenzy blood, it could indeed be used to deduce a unique evolutionary path. How many points? Vaughn asked tentatively. The Shadow Lord pondered for a moment. Lianko over the 3 spirit beasts by Vaughn's side. An illusory hand appeared mid-air. Here's what I propose. 5,000 points in total. This includes deducing a unique evolutionary path for Little Thunder Dragon. as well as exchanging 2 pre-made formulas for Little Thunder Ape and Ambrose. What do you think? Vaughn was immediately taken aback. How much? 5,000 points. Are you trying to trick me again? The Shadow Lord grinned wickedly. With the Round Table Hall as witness, I assure you, I am not overcharging. After some haggling, Vaughn finally gritted his teeth and paid 5,000 points, exchanging Ambrose's mature phase and the required ritual materials, Little Thunder Ape's growth phase, and the unique growth phase deduced for Little Thunder Dragon. Vaughn winced inwardly at the cost. Expensive indeed, but having a unique one does make it worth it. The board updated. The number of points in the upper right corner rapidly dropped from 5195 to 195. Staring at this sudden change, Vaughn couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The transaction was completed. The Shadow Lord nodded approvingly. Rest assured, anything produced by the Round Table Hall will never have issues. 2 yellowed parchments then floated slowly in front of him. Same old rule. No Lianko of the formula in any form. Otherwise, Xenon spoke calmly. Mature Steel Rock Python Evolution Formula. Steel Rock Python, a legendary mature spirit beast imbued with dragon bloodline, developed after a century of research in rocky forests. It boasts unbreakable scales and extraordinary strength. Upon evolution, its bloodline potential will be fully activated. Combining dragon power, steel power, and rock power, it excels in both defense and offense, naturally dominating the battlefield, an existence no enemy can ignore. When he read this description, Vaughn raised an eyebrow. Stronger than I imagined. Required materials. Frenzy Blood, 5,000 grams. Purified Rock Dragon Blood, 1 drop. Dragon Pattern Petrified Fragment, 2 pieces. Meteorite Essence, 30 grams. Deep Rock Marrow Fluid, 50 grams. Elemental Steel Marrow, 5 drops. Elemental Rock Marrow, 5 drops. Sky Blue or Crystal Powder, 10 grams. Ritual Site. The ritual site should be chosen in an area rich in steel and rock elemental energies. Deep within mountains or mines can be suitable, ensuring a balanced elemental environment. Set up a rock steel resonance array to guide elemental energy flow and prevent evolutionary failure due to attribute conflicts. Evolution Potion Preparation Steps. Prepare Deep Rock Marrow Fluid. Mix Deep Rock Marrow Fluid with Meteorite Essence in an alchemy furnace at low heat. Stir continuously until the liquid turns deep purple, then cool and set aside for later use. Scanning through these complex steps, Vaughn couldn't help but say, this evolution ritual is more complicated than I thought. Xenon chuckled softly. Naturally, the Steel Rock Python isn't an ordinary spirit beast. Its evolution is a true transformation. However, with me providing materials and guidance, you only need to follow the steps, and there's no need to worry about failure. The necessary materials for evolution then appeared before Vaughn, radiating powerful magical fluctuations. Vaughn pondered for a moment, then collected the parchments and materials, turning to look at the Lord. But let's talk. If this hadn't included materials, the rare resources alone would have cost several thousand more points, right? Xenon nodded, revealing a meaningful smile. Indeed, you got a good deal here. Consider it my apology for previous mishaps. Vaughn's gaze deepened, growing more vigilant. Old fox. He took a deep breath, patting Ambrose's head with a smile. Ambrose, looks like you'll be changing soon. Yes. Ambrose rumbled deeply, its massive body moving closer, its eyes filled with anticipation. The Shadow Lord floated in the air, its ethereal face slightly shimmering, with a teasing tone in its voice. So, I'll begin deducing for you now. The light in the hall suddenly dimmed. The Shadow Lord's purple grotesque had abruptly appeared beside Little Thunder Dragon. It resembled a burning dark purple flame, with an eerie aura emanating from its surface. Whoosh! The purple grotesque had suddenly stretched out a long tongue, licking Little Thunder Dragon's forehead, and leaving a shiny trail behind. Little Thunder Dragon seemed irritated, lunging forward immediately, only to lunge into thin air. Xenon had already vanished from where it was, reappearing beside the round table. What are you doing? Vaughn asked, puzzled. The Shadow Lord ignored him, its monstrous mouth gaping open to swallow the black thunderstone that was placed nearby in one bite. Its ethereal figure suddenly trembled, dark purple flames surging from all around it, spreading rapidly to the center of the hall. In the next moment, the hall began to shake violently. Intense magic converged from the void, surging wildly toward the Shadow Lord. The dark purple flames roared even stronger, gradually forming a swirling vortex that enveloped the entire round table hall. Chapter 110, Reunion. A violet light suddenly flared up, permeating every corner of the hall. Brayden felt an intense brightness and involuntarily closed his eyes. Curiously, this light seemed to penetrate everything, illuminating his mind into a clear void, completely purging all Zhongneh. This light is indeed somewhat miraculous, Brayden marveled inwardly. At the same time, the thunder power within Little Thunder Dragon started to become restless. Blue-white lightning flickered between its scales, resonating strangely with the violet glow in the hall. Gigi. Little Thunder Dragon let out an excited low hum, its tail slightly raised, claws waving in the air. You calm down. Aren't you getting too excited? Little Thunder Ape crossed its arms and leaned lazily against Brayden, with a hint of disdain in its voice. Just concocting a secret formula, right? After evolving, won't it still be weaker than me? Little Thunder Dragon lowered its head and retorted, not at all. After evolving, my lightning will definitely be 10 times stronger than yours. Little Thunder Ape scoffed, sure, keep dreaming, with those puny arms and legs. Little Thunder Dragon's tail bristled in anger. I'll prove it to you. At that moment, the swirling purple light reached its peak as the Shadow Lord abruptly opened its mouth wide. Huge magical power burst forth, reverberating through the hall like thunder. As the light gradually dimmed, the deduction finally concluded. The Shadow Lord spat out abruptly. The Black Thunder Alvin along with an ancient scroll flew from its mouth, hovering before Brayden. Brayden reached out to catch the scroll, gently unfurling it. A strong surge of thunder power greeted him, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. He focused his gaze and saw that the scroll clearly recorded the evolution secret formula for Little Thunder Dragon's growth stage. Black Thunder Dragon Elixir Formula. Growth stage, Black Thunder Dragon. Integrating Black Thunder and Blue-White Lightning will bring about a qualitative leap in the Spirit Beast's power. Black Thunder is renowned for its destructive force, endowing the Spirit Beast with unparalleled attack power due to its violent and destructive nature. Blue-White Lightning provides precision and agility, significantly enhancing the Spirit Beast's speed and control. Required materials. Black Thunder Alvin. Absorb its primal energy for thunder transformation. Mad Blood 5,000 grams. Pure Thunder Crystals 2 pieces. Thunder Crystal Powder 100 grams. Purple Lightning Herb 3 plants. Thunder Element Core 10 pieces. Thunder Eagle Crystal Nucleus 1 piece. Brayden looked at the contents of the scroll and couldn't help but ask, how many points are these materials worth? The Shadow Lord, as if expecting this, replied with a light laugh. All the materials combined, 1,000 points. Brayden's face changed instantly. Another 1,000? 1,000 for the growth stage? Are you robbing me? The Shadow Lord smiled slyly and shook its head. After all, these are the evolution materials for an epic-level spirit beast. How can they compare to ordinary spirit beasts? Brayden rubbed his forehead, recalling the 30-point cost for the growth stage evolution formula he had exchanged for Billy. He couldn't help but think, this difference is too big. That was also why he hadn't called out Billy for this transaction. Brayden didn't want to damage its confidence. Brayden said in a solemn tone, can you really deduce the strongest evolution formula for Billy? The Shadow Lord nodded calmly. Rest assured, with the Round Table Hall as witness, it can certainly be done. Focus on systematically nurturing Billy to the full development stage first. Brayden nodded thoughtfully. All right. At this moment, the mist in the Round Table Hall grew thicker, enveloping everything in a mysterious veil. A clear yet slightly weary voice came from one side. Brayden, you're back rather early. Brayden turned at the sound and saw Christie's figure emerging from the light mist. Her long robe was tattered and stained with fresh blood, her face bearing signs of fatigue, clearly just returning from a fierce battle. And the steel golem beside her was riddled with wounds, with a large hole in its chest exposing the intricate rune structures inside. The Shadow Lord's voice echoed softly. Mission completed, treat all members. Following its declaration, sacred light poured from the dome of the Round Table Hall, enveloping Christie. The light flowed like water, washing away her injuries and weariness, her complexion gradually regaining its rosiness. Even so, Christie's mage robe remained torn, unable to hide the disheveled state. Brayden couldn't help but tease. It seems your mission wasn't easy this time, getting yourself into such a state. Christie glanced over at the golem and stretched. Fortunately, I survived. Just utterly exhausted. By the way, didn't expect you to finish so quickly. Thought you'd be back later. Brayden chuckled in response. Maybe this task was relatively simple. Christie noticed his clean clothes and calm expression, pouting slightly. Were you also on a solo mission? Brayden shook his head. Not exactly. Mine was more like a duo mission. Christie's brows furrowed upon hearing this. A duo mission? With James together? Brayden felt somewhat guilty for some reason and explained softly. No, it was a randomly assigned partner, not from our squad. Christie repeated in confusion. Random? Clearly still not quite understanding the term, she pondered for a moment, her tone laced with curiosity. Where is he then? Brayden said solemnly. She seemed to have something else to attend to and went back first. Christie didn't press further after hearing this, nodding only. Oh, I see. At that moment, her gaze was drawn to the Little Thunder Ape and Little Thunder Dragon beside Brayden. The spirit beasts circled around Brayden, seemingly very curious about Christie. The Little Thunder Ape jumped into her arms without hesitation, appearing very affectionate. Little Thunder Dragon flew around her, occasionally landing on her shoulder and rubbing its cheek against hers. Clearly intrigued by this new human companion, Christie gently stroked the Little Thunder Ape's fur, her gaze narrowing as if sensing something unusual, exclaiming in surprise. Extraordinary bloodline? No, this is an epic bloodline. She quickly closed her eyes to probe, confirming her sensation wasn't wrong. Her tone was filled with astonishment. You contracted 2 epic bloodline spirit beasts at once. Brayden introduced. I haven't had time to name them yet. Little Thunder Ape is just Horatio, hatched during this mission. You should consider yourselves old acquaintances. Little Thunder Dragon is the new partner I contracted during this mission. Christie stood dumbfounded for a moment, unsure of what to say. Her gaze moved between the 2 spirit beasts, trying to process the situation. Subsequently, Brayden stored the 3 evolution formulas and the Black Thunder Alvin materials into his spatial ring. Christie noticed these magic-rich materials, but did not ask more questions. After a pause, she slowly said, You really have good luck. Suddenly, the mist swirled again, rolling within the Round Table Hall. You all returned rather early. A somewhat weak voice came. Brayden looked up to see James's figure appear in a high-backed chair. Edwin's figure also became visible soon after. They looked even worse off than Christie. James was covered in blood, with a deep tooth mark visible on his shoulder, as if bitten by some giant beast. Edwin's long robe was torn into rags, with dried bloodstains on his chest. Mission completed, treat all members. Shadow Lord's indifferent voice echoed, followed by sacred light pouring down from the dome. Tissues regenerated, flesh rebuilt. Both recovered their health, their spirits gradually reviving. Christy sighed in relief, smiling. Good, everyone seems to be safe. James sat down heavily, panting. My heart almost stopped. Just defended a fortress, and faced a mountain drake. That thing was practically a moving mountain. I thought I was done for. Edwin raised an eyebrow. Mountain drake. I remember that kind of spirit beast moves very slowly. Didn't you wet your pants out of fear? James stood up abruptly, his face flushed red. What? It was just too sudden. Besides, who wouldn't be scared when its jaw comes crashing down? Christy suppressed a smile. Since we're all back, that's good. At this point, Edwin and James's attention was caught by the spirit beasts beside Christy. The three spirit beasts were playing around. The Little Thunder ape leaping onto the giant rock python's body, emitting joyous calls. Little Thunder Dragon spat out small lightning balls nearby, clearly very energetic. James's gaze sharpened, surprised. These two are both extraordinary bloodlines. Edwin squinted his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Not just, they are likely epic bloodline spirit beasts. James's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Epic bloodline? Christy smiled faintly. Yes. James hurriedly came closer, his face full of envy. Christy, nice one, such great harvest from this mission. Those spirit beasts of yours are so enviable. Christy shook her head, glancing at Brayden. These aren't mine, they belong to Brayden. James's expression froze, and he stared at Brayden with an envious look. You actually contracted two epic bloodline spirit beasts. What amazing luck. Brayden smiled calmly, explaining once again the origins of the two spirit beasts, and Horatio's bloodline upgrade. James grumbled as he shook Brayden's shoulders. Damn it, that's so unfair. Leave one for me. Edwin murmured. Your harvest from this mission is indeed impressive. James huffed, feigning calmness. Humph, they're just epic bloodline spirit beasts. Once my flame lizard evolves, it won't be any worse than yours. Christy raised an eyebrow. Did you obtain a special evolution formula during the mission? James shook his head. Not exactly, but I did get the key materials for evolution. The special evolution formula is the special prize for the first place in the forging competition. It was personally blessed and deduced by Lord Magma Abyss as a special evolution path. Brayden said gravely. So you won first place in the forging competition? James put on a composed look. Of course. Brayden smiled. Congratulations. Christy also clapped her hands. Congratulations, congratulations. Edwin whispered. You've finally been reliable once. James replied gravely. Just good luck. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and rummaged through his spatial waist belt for a long time. Finally Tienko out a circular ring made of fine iron and tossing it to Brayden. This is an inhibitor I forged based on clan records, which should help with your madness blood. Consider it payment for letting me study the Fire Lion war armor. The ring was entirely made of dark gray fine iron, engraved with complex runes on its surface, with a deep blue magic crystal embedded in the center. The runes faintly emitted a soft light, carrying a sealing power. Brayden took the ring, feeling its weight, and felt warmth in his heart. Thanks, so you're already a 3-star Beastmaster? James puffed out his chest, with a proud smile on his face. Of course. After all the hardships, I've finally reached this realm. Christy nodded with a smile. Congratulations, James. 3 stars is quite a milestone. Edwin teased. Congratulations, but don't get too carried away. 3-star Beastmaster is just the beginning. James retorted grimly. Don't argue with you elves. He then returned the water attribute equipment borrowed from everyone to Edwin and Christy. All right, Brayden, bring me your eternal blade. I'll fix it for you. Brayden was taken aback. Fix? This? My points might not be enough. James waved his hand grandly, Spianko freely. Then owe me for now, pay me back when you have more points. Hearing this, Brayden silently nodded and took out the eternal blade from his spatial ring. James examined the eternal blade carefully, satisfied and grinned widely. As expected of a superlative weapon. Although severely damaged, with my current level, I can indeed attempt to repair it. Wait for it. I'll give it back to you during the next mission, guaranteed to surprise you. Brayden nodded with a smile. Thank you, James. James waved his hand, acting nonchalant. Don't thank me too soon. Wait until I fix it. Then, Edwin took out a ring covered in runes from his spatial ring. This sealing ring might also help suppress your madness blood. Christy also retrieved a meticulously woven bracelet and handed it to Brayden. This can also seal the power of your madness blood. Brayden looked at the items provided by his companions. He was momentarily moved, silently memorizing everything. He accepted them one by one, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you all. Christy personally helped him put on the bracelet, noticing a golden bracelet already on his wrist. Her gaze flickered, but she didn't ask. Brayden wore the bracelet, the ring, and the inhibitor. Now he couldn't even sense his left arm, let alone the madness blood. He inwardly thought. Apparently, wearing the inhibitors too tightly has restricted blood circulation. Luyanko at everyone's expectant eyes. Brayden said gravely, very effective. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Chapter 111. Honored guests in the royal city. Subsequently, Willis informed everyone about the Round Table Hall's capability to deduce evolution secrets and exchange precious materials. Upon hearing this, everyone was initially taken aback, then shifted their attention to their respective exchange lists. The lists were filled with all kinds of rare materials and equipment, dazzling to the eye. Algernon excitedly rubbed his hands together and promptly exchanged for several valuable materials. His face was beaming with excitement. Great. These are exactly what I need. Once I return, my flame lizard can finally evolve. Carly also exchanged for a translucent crystalline stone from the list. The stone shimmered like flowing rainbows, radiating an enchanting glow. She lifted her hand gently, summoning her bonded spirit beast, the crystal bug. It was a colossal, transparent crystal bug. Its entire body composed of crystalline structures that glittered with iridescent light, curled obediently before Carly. Every time it moved, it emitted powerful magical fluctuations as if it were a flawless piece of art. Little Thunder Ape and Little Thunder Dragon were filled with curiosity about this unique spirit beast, circling around it. The Little Thunder Ape extended its paw, cautiously touching the smooth outer shell of the crystal bug, then let out an exclamation. Huh, so hard. Little Thunder Dragon also approached, gently pianko the crystal bug's body. The crystal bug raised its head, waving its antennae lightly, seemingly uninterested in them, slowly spitting out a cloud of crystal powder, and then lowered its head to continue gnawing on the crystalline stone. Seeing this, Carly couldn't help but smile and said, "This is an exceptionally scarce material. With it, my crystal bug can finally reach the growth stage. During the next mission, perhaps I can become a 3-star spirit beast master." Willis gazed at the crystal bug, couldn't help but marvel. What a dense aura of magic. It must store an enormous amount of magic within. So, this is a spirit beast master's bonded spirit beast? Indeed, very peculiar. Edwin observed for a moment beside him, nodding and saying, "Indeed, peculiar. And this crystal bug looks like it should have an epic bloodline too." Carly smiled faintly, nodding slightly, yes. Everyone couldn't help but look astonished. Algernon stood to the side with folded arms, Luyanko somewhat dejected. Humph, just an epic bloodline. Once my flame lizard evolves, it won't be much different. Willis chuckled inwardly, then exchanged for several high-grade ingredients of various attributes needed by spirit beasts. He glanced at the points in the top right corner, watching the number drop rapidly from 195 to 155. These ingredients are really expensive. Willis sighed inwardly, but Thinyanko of the delighted spirits of the beasts, he felt it was worth it. At that moment, the voice of the Shadow Lord echoed suddenly in midair. "The mission is completed, items have been exchanged. It's time for you to return." Ha ha ha. The familiar eerie laughter reverberated in the hall, tightening everyone's heart. Before they could react, an invisible force surged from all directions, enveloping their bodies. Willis hurriedly reined the spirit beasts into the spirit beast space. In the next instant, everyone only felt darkness before their eyes, and all sounds instantly faded away. When Willis opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the floor of the stone house. Early winter sunlight shone upon him, carrying a faint warmth. He stretched lazily, feeling comforted by the familiar surroundings. "Back," Willis muttered to himself, then touched the bracelet, ring, and inhibitor on his wrist, a smile involuntarily lifting the corners of his mouth. After resting quietly for a while, he slowly got up. Luyanko at the frightening bloodstains covering the floor, Willis felt a headache coming on. He sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead, contemplating how to clean up this mess. At that moment, there came a gentle knock on the door. A beam of warm yellow light filtered in from outside, accompanied by a somewhat young voice calling out, "Willis and Ai-chan." Willis looked up to see Michelle standing at the door, with a sheep covered in milk-white fur in front of her. The sheep wasn't large, its fur like a soft cotton candy ball, irresistible to touch. Most captivating were the crystal-clear horns on its head. The horns emitted a soft glow in the dim light. Circles of golden waves rippling out, dispelling the surrounding darkness, illuminating the entire room. This was the light-horned sheep's spirit beast skill, Healing Light. Willis felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He intended to stroke the sheep's head, but as soon as he raised his hand, the light-horned sheep disdainfully turned its head aside and took 2 steps back. "Bah, stupid sheep, what do you mean? Are my hands dirty? Do you have a cleanliness obsession?" Willis gave the sheep a disdainful look, about to speak when smooth black pearls started rolling out from under its tail, piling up on the ground. In just a short while, the little sheep had filled the floor with droppings. Agitated by Willis's gaze, the lamb leapt forward and kicked him with a right roundhouse kick followed by a left front snap kick. Not to be outdone, Willis crossed his arms in an X and locked the sheep's head. Thus began their scuffle. Michelle shook her head and walked over to Willis, her large eyes filled with worry. "Brother Willis, are you okay?" Willis smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Michelle's gaze shifted to the bloodstains on the floor, and then to Willis's left arm before she asked softly, "Hemophilia really can't be cured?" At this, Willis was taken aback for a moment, but then shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm already a Beastmaster hunter. Once I get stronger, hemophilia will just be a minor issue, definitely solvable." Michelle pressed her lips together as if she wanted to say more, but eventually just nodded. "Just take care of yourself." Seeing her concern, Willis ruffled her hair and said gently, "Don't worry, your brother is tough. Not so easy to fall." After a brief silence, Michelle suddenly spoke up. "Brother Willis, I want to learn swordsmanship. How should I start?" Willis looked at her in surprise. Why the sudden interest in swordsmanship? Michelle blinked and said seriously, "I can't always rely on you to protect me. What if one day you're away? What would I do?" Hearing this, Willis fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "That makes sense. All right, swordsmanship can indeed be learned. I'll teach you some basic stances. There's a wooden sword behind the door. We can start after dinner." Michelle's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. Watching her excited face, Willis couldn't help but smile. He patted her head, a hint of affection in his voice. You're becoming quite sensible, girl. How disgusting. Just then, the light-horned sheep bleated in disdain. Willis glared at it. Stupid sheep. Tonight's dinner is sheep's head. Gold Dynasty, Eternal Shining City, Solvis. Adriana had already returned to the small garden. The stone path wound gracefully like a river of shimmering light, paved with evenly sized golden stones. Sunlight cast down, the gold shimmer rippled with every step, as if treading through the glow of a dream. Rare flowers bloomed in the surrounding flower beds. Some petals burned like flames. Others were translucent, like crystal. In the center stood a huge tree of golden radiance. Its trunk was covered in natural gold patterns, and its leaves shimmered with faint gold light. Adriana quickly passed through the garden and pushed open the door to her room. Every piece of furniture in the room exuded royal opulence. In the center was a large gold bed with heavy curtains hanging around it. The semi-transparent chiffon was embroidered with intricate golden dragon emblems, emitting faint magical fluctuations. Four corners of the room had pale blue magic lamps, casting the entire room in a warm and gentle light. A large map hung on the wall, with the territories of the Gold Dynasty marked in gold thread. Adriana slowly removed her battle armor and changed into casual clothes. Aubrey, are you here? Her voice was cold and elegant, breaking the room's tranquility. Yes, your highness. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows. It was Aubrey, Adriana's maid and bodyguard. She wore a form-fitting black dress that glided silently over the floor, holding a notebook recording various intelligence. How's the investigation into the death of the Baron of Hill in Rock Forest? Adriana raised her head and calmly gazed at her. Aubrey opened her notebook, Spienko steadily. Baron Shaniel Asher of Rock Forest went missing several months ago, his whereabouts unknown. The blood mark left in the palace has faded, leading to an initial assumption of death. Pausing briefly, she continued. However, through divination and resonance with the bloodline of the giant rock python, the Shadow Guard confirmed that Baron Shaniel Asher's python still lives. Following the bloodline, it was discovered that it is now in the Dragonfire Fief in the far west. Dragonfire Fief? Adriana repeated softly, a trace of doubt in her voice. Who was sent to investigate? It was investigated by Lord Kelsey Dusk, a 5th-rank Shadow Guard, and Reen Valen, a 3rd-rank Shadow Guard. Adriana's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A 5th-rank Shadow Guard in person? Has the criminal's whereabouts been confirmed? Aubrey shook her head, her tone cautious. We have not yet confirmed the specific whereabouts of the criminal. However, according to the investigation by the Shadow Guard, a curse of mutation has recently broken out in the silver town of the Dragonfire Fief. Preliminary analysis suggests it may be related to the sealed item within the Holy Light Cathedral, hence requiring confirmation by the Shadow Guard. Additionally, the Beastmaster Hunter Guild in the Dragonfire Fief's Silver Town reported the appearance of a legendary Beastmaster rune engraver. The Shadow Guard specially dispatched Reen Valen to investigate, attempting to recruit him into our ranks. Adriana's eyes flickered with surprise. A legendary Beastmaster rune? Did this news leak from the Hunter Guild? Aubrey shook her head again. It was not a leak, but actively reported by the Beastmaster Hunter Guild. According to reports, this engraver is also a talent, possessing immense strength and rapid recovery abilities. His name is Willis de Monte. Upon hearing this name, Adriana's gaze suddenly focused, softly repeating, Willis de Monte. Yes, Aubrey continued. Based on known intelligence from the Shadow Guard, his father was originally a member of the Monte family, but was removed for some reason, later wandering to Silver Town and then disappearing without a trace. Adriana nodded in realization. So that's why the Holy Light Church didn't eliminate this talent. Aubrey nodded. Exactly. After the 4th Holy Son of the Church fled with a holy artifact a century ago, the Church became increasingly fanatical. The divine decree stipulated that all talents must be eliminated. However, due to the protection afforded by the Monte family bloodline, Willis de Monte has been able to live peacefully in Silver Town until now. Adriana nodded slightly. That explains why the Hunter Guild reported it proactively this time. His situation is indeed complicated. They haven't given up on recruiting him either. Aubrey added, indeed. According to intelligence, the Hunter Guild has already dispatched 5-star Hunter Cadrian Frame to Silver Town, attempting to persuade Willis de Monte to join the main headquarters of the Beastmaster Hunters. Adriana fell silent for a moment, turning to look out the window toward the distant horizon, her expression complex. Understood. Silence descended upon the room, with only the fragrance of the golden dragon vines outside seeping in quietly with the night breeze. Silver Town, Beastmaster Hunter Guild. In a secret chamber deep within the Hunter Tavern, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Thick stone bricks lined the walls, inscribed with hidden beast runes that occasionally shimmered with light, creating an atmosphere of mystery and solemnity. Several dim oil lamps lit the corners, casting just enough light to illuminate the small room. Kyra stood on one side of the room, arms crossed, her figure Strienko. Her gaze was calm, yet razor-sharp as she stared directly at the 3 people seated opposite her. Among them, the most conspicuous was 5-star Hunter Cadrian Frame. Towering and robust, he had curly brown hair and pale brown eyes that sparkled with shrewdness. The broad-bladed greatsword on his back glinted coldly, complementing his imposing presence. Beside him sat 5th-rank Shadow Guard Kelsey Dusk, slender with a stern face. His jet-black hair was impeccably styled, his hawk-like eyes causing people to instinctively hold their breath. An icy aura surrounded him, making him appear formidable and unapproachable. The last person was 3rd-rank Shadow Guard Reen Valen, who seemed more laid back. Younger in age, he carried a hint of levity in his features, often wearing a faint smile on his lips. His golden hair was disheveled and defiant, his sky-blue eyes holding a casual gleam. He deftly twirled a dagger, appearing somewhat nonchalant about his surroundings. Facing them was Kian, the president of the Silvertown Beastmaster Hunter Guild. Around 50 years old, he had an average build but an air of authority. His graying hair was neatly tied back, and his deep gaze seemed to see through to the heart of matters. Kian scanned the three men before Spienko calmly. Three distinguished guests from the capital. What instructions do you have for my humble town of Silvertown? Kadrian chuckled lightly, jesting. Isn't it just a casual visit to see my old friend President Kian? Kian ignored him completely, saying nothing. Kelsey spoke, his voice low and grave. President Kian, let's not waste each other's time here. One of the purposes of our visit is to confirm the situation regarding Willis de Monte. He is not only a Beastmaster hunter, but also a talent. We must ensure that his power does not get out of control. Kyra picked up the conversation, her tone calm. So far, there have been no signs of his power getting out of control. Willis's immense strength and rapid recovery abilities are indeed rare, but he is a man of steady character and has never shown any signs of madness or loss of control. Kian nodded, his gaze slightly focused. Indeed. Although Willis's talent is special, it is entirely within manageable limits. Even when faced with powerful enemies, he remains calm and composed. For years, we have secretly observed him, and there has been no indication of any loss of control. Aubrey thought for a moment and asked, is he interested in going to the capital? Kyra chuckled lightly. He is someone who values his life and freedom. To have him join you in the capital? That seems unlikely. He has no interest in being involved in political matters. Reen shrugged, his tone casual. So, are we here for nothing? Kyra raised her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Who knows? Aubrey said in a grave voice. No rush. Let's observe for some time before deciding whether to approach him. Kian slowly nodded, his tone steady. Agreed. During this period, you are free to move around Silvertown. Aubrey nodded in understanding. Got it. No issues from my side. Just as the atmosphere seemed to ease, Kyra glanced at the three men, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. However, I have one more thing to mention. The cost for rescuing the previous caravan, compensation for damaged hunter equipment, and the expenses for purifying the raging brute dragon add up significantly. How should we settle this bill? As soon as she finished Spienko, Aubrey and Reen almost simultaneously turned their heads toward Kadrian. Kadrian's lips twitched slightly, muttering under his breath. Hey, don't expect me to foot the entire bill. Everyone remained silent, the situation turning awkward. Chapter 112, Cultivation Method. Silvertown Hunters Guild. As night fell, the Hunter Tavern remained bustling with activity. The fireplace flames flickered, casting a warm glow, while the air was filled with the aroma of alcohol and roasted meat. Braden and Fergus entered the tavern, his sharp nose twitching slightly, as if sensing an unusual scent. Hey bro, those three over there seem familiar. Braden followed its indication and looked in the direction, seeing three unfamiliar faces seated together in a corner, with mugs of ale before them. He squinted and whispered, seem like the trio from last caravan? Just as Braden was deep in thought, a familiar voice reached him. Braden, long time no see. Captain August's voice rang out as usual, booming. Braden turned around to see August approaching from the other end of the tavern. Compared to before, August seemed a bit weary, but his eyes were still firm. Captain August, long time. What have you been up to lately? Braden asked with a smile. August patted his shoulder, exuding a hint of helplessness in his tone. Church matters. Dealing with them always tires one out. As he spoke, his gaze flashed, slipping a note into Braden's hand when no one was paying attention. His expression was serious, without any further words. Braden was momentarily stunned, but soon nodded. Yanko at August gratefully, without his Yanko more. They exchanged pleasantries briefly, but August had business to attend to and left. A while later, Braden joined Castor and Petra, who had been waiting for some time. Upon spotting Braden, Castor greeted loudly. Captain, let it be known that we're footing the bill today. Petra smiled genuinely nearby. Thank you for your care during our last mission. She paused, leaving the gratitude unspoken but clear in her eyes. Braden nodded. All right. Soon, the wooden table was laden with the tavern's signature dishes. Golden crispy roast lamb leg, wild boar ribs drenched in special sauce, tender stewed mushroom soup, paired with a large keg of original beer. The beer had fine foam, emitting a rich malt fragrance, incredibly inviting. Braden cut off a piece of the roast lamb leg and handed it directly to Fergus. Fergus smirked proudly, snatching it away and indulging heartily. After several rounds of drinks, Petra became tipsy, raising her glass unsteadily with a serious expression. Captain, I propose a toast to you. Before Braden could respond, she downed the drink, her eyes carrying a tinge of apology. I really misunderstood you. Previously, I thought you'd bring disaster, but later found out you're actually quite nice. Castor laughed, teasing her. Petra, don't talk nonsense when drunk. Braden waved his hand, saying calmly, it's okay. I know there was some misunderstanding before, but isn't everything past now? Castor nodded. Captain is right. Let's all have a drink. Laughter echoed through the tavern, with firelight reflecting everyone's bright smiles. Mayenko the atmosphere increasingly lively and harmonious. As the night grew deeper, Braden, under the dim light, unfolded the note given by August quietly. In rough handwriting, it read, be cautious, surveillance. His pupils constricted, gradually tightening his grip on the note. A flame rose silently, instantly turning the note to ashes scattered on the floor. He muttered softly, finally came. Indeed, legendary beast controlling runes attract investigation. Brayden glanced at the 3 strangers in the tavern. Mostly them. However, as long as I act normally, nothing should happen. Should keep a low profile or Thinyanko this. His eyes narrowed slightly. He then stood up and whispered something to the server. Before long, the server approached the trio with 3 mugs of ale. That hunter over there invites you to a drink. Upon hearing the server, they all turned their heads, gazes landing on Brayden. Brayden lifted his glass calmly, nodding slightly. Chester laughed heartily. Thanks. Riker showed evident wariness, while Salus remained silent, his sharp gaze scanning Brayden's body and pausing at his wrist. This bracelet, how? He was extremely familiar with the patterns and craftsmanship of that golden bracelet. Being a shadow guard of the Imperial City, how could he not recognize the royal craftsman's work? He thought privately. Originally planned to forcefully bring him to the capital. Now, things seem more complicated than I imagined. On the other side, Castor was already swaying drunkenly, muttering to Brayden. Captain, how can you be so awesome? I really envy your arm, such immense strength. Petra pouted disdainfully beside him. You're so drunk. How embarrassing. Brayden smiled helplessly, supporting the unconscious Castor and guiding him out of the tavern. He instructed, don't forget to come early for the assembly tomorrow. Emery is going to give us a lesson. Petra nodded, her voice slightly muffled. Understood. Captain. After sending Castor home, Brayden stood in the early winter night, gazing up at the star-studded sky, his expression contemplative. The Fergus let out a belch, then lazily sprawled down, its tail swaying gently. Brayden looked down at it, sighing. You. How did you learn to drink? I didn't. Fergus grinned mischievously, then belched again. The next morning, the temperature in Silvertown dropped sharply as the early winter chill settled in. In the guild's classroom behind the tavern, a few early arriving students had already gathered. Brayden sat by the window with Fergus curled up at his feet. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on Fergus's golden fur. Brayden scanned the room, Luyanko a bit sleepy. He thought to himself, sure enough, I'm getting drowsy once class starts. Petra pushed open the door, pulling her cloak tighter, the cold wind leaving a faint red tint on her cheeks. Seeing Brayden, she paused briefly, apparently remembering her indiscreet comments from the previous night. But quickly, she composed herself, nodding slightly in greeting. Good morning, Captain. Brayden nodded in response. Morning. She took her seat next to Brayden, whispering, it's so cold today. Brayden responded softly. Yeah. A moment later, Castor ambled in slowly, carrying a whiff of alcohol with him. He rubbed his eyes, yawning widely, clearly not fully awake yet. Petra covered her nose and commented, couldn't even take a bath. How stinky. Castor waved his hand. It's good enough that I made it on time. Just bear with it. As he spoke, he plopped into his seat, resting his head on the desk, and dozing off. The classroom gradually filled up, seats being occupied one after another. Finally, Emery entered the classroom gracefully. Her presence instantly silenced everyone. Emery walked to the blackboard, surveying the room with a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. It seems everyone is here. She turned and wrote several large words on the board. Beast Tamer Cultivation Basics. Today, let's discuss how Beast Tamers cultivate. Her voice was clear and firm, capturing everyone's attention immediately. Beast Tamer cultivation begins with opening the Beast Control Space. The Beast Control Space is not just a storage place for spirit beasts, it can also store pure magic power. Long-term nurturing with magic power can not only improve the Beast Tamer's physique, but also enhance the spirit beast's abilities in various aspects. The quality of the Beast Control runes determines the size of the Beast Control Space and the amount of magic power it can contain. Higher quality means a larger space and more capacity for magic power, thus greater potential. As Emery finished Spianko, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Brayden. Petra muttered quietly, no wonder Captain is so strong. Castor nodded vigorously. That's right. Brayden kept his gaze forward, expressionless. Seemingly ignoring everyone's looks, he was actually fighting off drowsiness. Emery glanced at Brayden and continued. After Mayenko a soul contract with a spirit beast, the Beast Control Space gains attribute bonuses. From that moment, Beast Tamers can communicate mentally with their spirit beasts, understanding their thoughts. Castor raised his hand. So, how exactly does one cultivate? Emery smiled, crossing her arms, her eyes still cold. Spirit beast meat contains a lot of magic power. To put it simply, a Beast Tamer's cultivation is essentially eating spirit beast meat, continuously absorbing the magic essence from the spirit beast meat, supplementing, expanding, and solidifying the magic power within the Beast Control Space. Upon hearing this, Petra subconsciously looked at Fergus beside Brayden. She leaned closer to Brayden, whispering, is it really okay for it to hear this? Won't it feel we are too cruel? Fergus glanced at her with an exasperated look, letting out a few low growls. Brayden chuckled, translating, Fergus says that in the forest, it's survival of the fittest. Spirit beasts kill each other for survival. This continent is inherently like this. How can it be cruel? Petra nodded, repeating softly, nature of the land? It seems quite cultured. Fergus raised its head, its tail wagging slightly, appearing very proud. At this moment, Brayden frowned, seemingly Thinyanko of something. Emery noticed his expression, paused her lecture, and asked, do you have a question, Brayden? He hesitated for a moment before Spianko up. I've been Thinyanko about the significance of magic crystals for beast tamers. Magic crystals? What are those? I've never heard of them. I haven't either. The classroom was filled with murmurs. Emery paused slightly, then showed a smile of interest. Magic crystals, indeed an interesting topic. She looked around and said seriously, magic crystals are minerals containing highly pure magical energy. Theoretically, they are the most suitable resource for beast tamers to absorb and cultivate. However, after the Dawn era, large-scale deposits of magic crystals have almost depleted. The remaining few mines are controlled by the royal family and major forces, making it impossible for ordinary beast tamers to access them. The advancement of beast tamers once stagnated because of this, until a principal at the Urja Academy hinted at it. Only then did all factions begin to emphasize the method of absorbing magical energy from food to elevate their realms. Everyone nodded in realization, whispering amongst themselves. Castor nodded in amazement. I see. Petra couldn't help but say, no wonder the captain knows about these rare materials. Emery continued her lecture. For each level of beast tamer, the magic stored in their beast control space exhibits different color changes. For example, 1-star bronze-colored magic, 2-star silver-colored magic, 3-star gold-colored magic, and so on. The stored magic is pure, unaffected by the attributes of the beast control space. When the magic solidifies to a certain degree within the beast control space, a beast tamer can harness this power to break through the spatial barrier. Once the spatial barrier shatters completely, the area of the beast control space expands, and the beast tamer's rank also rises. Emery spoke clearly, capturing everyone's attention. But Braden felt increasingly drowsy as he listened. He stifled a yawn, propping his chin on his hand, inwardly urging himself. Hang on, Braden, don't fall asleep. Don't sleep. Seeing his teammates focused on the lecture beside him, he straightened up again. Outside the window, the winter wind howled, while the early winter sunlight poured into the classroom, dispelling some of the chill. Emery continued explaining the mysteries of beast tamer cultivation, and Braden silently encouraged himself. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. St. Light Cathedral. The St. Light Cathedral stood at the center of Silver Town, its spire pointing towards the sky, solemn and majestic. In the morning mist, the golden holy emblem shone brightly, like a torch of faith, heralding the presence of light. August followed a cleric into the cathedral, his footsteps echoing clearly on the spacious stone floor. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the ground, blending the vibrant hues with the solemn atmosphere. As if this space itself were a projection of holy light. He was led into the inner hall, where Deacon Rusty sat at the main seat. Rusty had a stern look on his face, his tone calm as usual. Bishop Corey isn't feeling well and can't meet visitors for now. August nodded slightly. The Shadow Guard of the Imperial City wishes to inspect the prisoners held in the basement of the St. Light Cathedral. The guild master has already agreed. I wonder what the church thinks about this. Rusty's brows twitched imperceptibly, and after a brief pause, he said, according to the trilateral treaty signed back then, this matter requires the approval of the royal family, Hunter Guild, and St. Light Church to unseal the prison cells. We have already forwarded the request to the headquarters, but it will take some time to receive a reply. He paused and continued. Hasn't the source of the corruption curse been mostly cleaned up? Captain August, there's no need to rush. Please be patient. August did not respond directly but said firmly, understood. Nighttime, tower silence. Moonlight streamed through the narrow pointed windows, casting a desolate glow. The wind whispered, carrying a sense of foreboding, swirling among the ancient stone towers. Bishop Corey sat alone in the depths of the tower, his figure slightly hunched. His face was pale due to weakness, both hands tightly gripping a holy emblem. With a weary expression, he clasped the emblem close to his forehead, his cracked lips trembling softly. Lord, is my time coming? The candle flame flickered slightly, as if responding to his low prayers. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, loneliness like a shadow chilling the heart. Outside the window, the full moon hung alone, its cold light like frost, spreading over the silent night sky, like a cold witness silently watching over this devout, yet weakening servant of St. Light.